In this era of nationwide awakening, Fongchan awakened early as the weakest healer. But here, healers are never holy figures, we are private property of powerful forces, human blood bags for noble families, emergency medicine forever locked in a cage on the battlefield. Everyone wants Fongchan to be their dog, suppressing him at all costs. Yet no one knows that every time Fongchan heals someone, he randomly gains that person's attribute points or talents. Healed the feeble elder, gained 1 point of spirit. Healed the thunder tyrant, gained lightning talent. When various countries colluded with foreign tribes, assembling millions of troops to threaten handing over Fongchan, under everyone's desperate gaze, the healer who always wore a gentle smile stepped forward through blood, smashing a country with a single punch. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Fongchan suddenly opened his eyes, pain and chaotic memories crashing into his mind, the undercover life of being stabbed and betrayed, and the 7 years of coma after a car accident, which was the real life. His mother Zhang Lan's cries and the doctor's conversation made him realize he had truly awakened from a 7-year vegetative state. Xiao Zhang is awake. Zhang Lan wept with joy. The doctors were shocked by this medical miracle and confirmed Fongchan's vital signs were stable after examination. The weak, Fongchan felt a warm current flowing inside, repairing his long-dormant body. 1 day later, he could say mom, and 2 days later he was able to get out of bed and walk. His recovery speed stunned the doctors, who could only marvel at his good physical condition and speculate that he might awaken powerful talents. After discharge, mother and son returned to Qingcheng, which they had been away from for 7 years, moving into a bare rental apartment. Years of hardship overwhelmed Zhanglan with mixed emotions, and Fongchan's words, "Mom, I'm sorry," brought her to tears. While preparing dinner, Zhanglan accidentally cut her finger, blood pouring out. Fongchan instinctively wanted to give first aid. The thought of stopping the bleeding and healing flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a green light burst from his hand, enveloping the wound. In the blink of an eye, the deep, bone-exposing cut vanished without a trace, the skin perfectly intact. At the same time, Fongchan felt a wave of mental clarity and comfort. Zhang Lan's face instantly turned pale, then grew extremely heavy. "This is healing power," she said tremblingly, cutting her finger again to let Fongchan try, confirming it was no accident. "Xiao Zhang, listen to me, you absolutely cannot let anyone know you have awakened healing power." "Why?" Fongchan was puzzled. "Aren't healers supposed to be prized?" Fear filled Zhang Lan's eyes. "In this world, healers have no dignity. We have no combat power. We are private property in the eyes of powerful forces, human blood bags for noble families. Once exposed, you will be imprisoned, controlled, enslaved with drugs, even soul contracts, never to be free. I'd rather you be an ordinary person." Fongchan's heart tightened. His undercover experience instantly made him understand the bone-chilling meaning behind the word control. He silently noted his mother's warning and resolved never to be slaughtered again. The next morning, Fongchan insisted on going out for a run to exercise. Though weak, he knew the importance of strength. When he reached a remote mountain road, a loud crash sounded, a car accident. Instinctively, he rushed over but sensed danger as he approached and quickly hid. Beside the wrecked car stood a man in black, coldly observing for a moment before disappearing into the forest. This scene instantly stirred Fongchan's deeply buried memories. 7 years ago, his father's car accident. The out-of-control vehicle, the oncoming truck, his father's last moment shielding him in the back seat, and the scarred, square-faced man with a scar on his left eyebrow who walked slowly toward them before he lost consciousness. It was not an accident, it was murder. A flood of hatred surged in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he said, "The one you want to kill, I will save." Fongchan covered his face and rushed toward the smoking car. The girl in the back seat, Song Qingling, was covered in blood, her leg twisted and deformed. He quickly broke the window to rescue her, finding she still had a heartbeat. He then tried to save the driver but found that the man was trapped and had no heartbeat. He attempted to use healing power. Under the green light, the driver's body miraculously recovered, but the heartbeat did not return. Healing cannot revive the dead and consumes a great deal of energy. At that moment, the vehicle sparked and was about to explode. Fongchan had no choice but to abandon the driver and take the girl away. He used the healing power on the girl again, this time feeling it more clearly. Not only did the girl's injuries heal, but his own stamina quickly recovered, as if absorbing something. He realized that this healing power was far more complex than his mother had described. To be safe, he called the girl's father using her phone, then quickly used his past life's anti-tracking skills to silently leave the scene, disappearing into the forest. Meanwhile, a hidden man in black witnessed Fongchan's astonishing healing ability and wanted to control him but gave up due to Fongchan's superior anti-tracking methods, mistakenly believing he came from a powerful faction. On the way back, Fongchan felt full of energy. Even the small scratch on his elbow from saving someone had scabbed over on its own, showing remarkable recovery. From overheard conversations and advertisements, he frequently heard the term novice space and realized that the power system in this world was completely different from what he knew. Back home, he asked his mother. Zhang Lan patiently explained, "This is an era where everyone awakens supernatural abilities. Every August 1st, the novice space forcibly transports all healthy individuals aged 18 and above to undergo a life and death trial. Inside the space, one can view attribute panels, kill monsters to level up, and even awaken talents. The talent awakening rate is only 1 in 10, with ranks from SSS to F." Fongchan's father had awakened a D-level power enhancement. Early awakeners like Fongchan are called first awakeners and should have every advantage, but his healing talent is considered the most useless, low-growth attributes, unable to learn powerful combat skills, and almost no self-defense ability. This is the root of the healer's tragic fate. Zhang Lan emphasized again, powerful healing ability is an original sin, it only brings disaster, so you must hide. She also mentioned alchemists, who are equally rare but have talents that grant resistance and self-defense abilities, holding a completely different status. Elsewhere, in a villa, a man known as Dr. Song received a threatening call. The caller used his daughter's safety as leverage to force him into a research project. On the first day of school, Fongchan wore an ill-fitting uniform to Qingcheng No. 1 high school. A sign at the entrance read, 30 days until the grade exam. The grade exam referred to the novice space. As a late transfer student, Fongchan's thin figure and plain clothes drew ridicule from classmates. Soon after, another transfer student entered the classroom, the girl Fongchan had saved, Song Qingling. She was stunningly beautiful and elegant, instantly attracting all attention and sharply contrasting with Fongchan. The teacher arranged for them to sit together. After sitting down, Song Qingling curiously looked at Fongchan. "You look familiar. Have we met somewhere?" Especially the name Fongchan. Fongchan's heart skipped a beat, but he remained expressionless. No. He lowered his head and opened a book titled Basic Cultivation Introduction. He paid no mind to the classmates' enthusiasm for Song Qingling and their disdain for him. The knowledge from survival classes was already deeply ingrained in him. Now, he just wanted to quickly understand this world's cultivation system and find his own path to strength. With only 1 month left before the novice space opened, he had to seize every moment to prepare for the upcoming life and death trial. He could never again be manipulated like the healers in his past life or as his mother described. It is said to be an introductory course on basic cultivation, but there isn't much content about cultivation methods. It starts by introducing the system of talent. It's roughly the same as what Zhang Lan said, but it's written in more detail here. When obtaining the attribute panel, it will also come with awakened talents. The type of talent can be viewed on the attribute panel. Generally, talents come with talent skills. Different talents have different talent skills, but the same type of talent usually has similar talent skills, although some people may have 2 types of talent skills. Such individuals are referred to as bugers, people who exist like bugs. However, this type of person is extremely rare, even fewer than those who awaken first. Once discovered, they are guaranteed a spot in prestigious schools. Divided by attributes, talents can be categorized into 2 main types, physical and magical. However, people are more accustomed to classifying them into 6 major categories based on talent. Types: physique system, elemental system, dimensional system, control system, special system, and transformation system. Each category is not uniquely independent. For example, the fire control talent belongs to both the elemental system and the control system. Talents themselves are not classified by strength but by commonality, divided into common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical levels. Most physique and elemental types are common talents, which are the types that people commonly awaken. However, if one awakens a secondary physique type, such as hardening or liquefaction talents, it falls under the rare level. The same goes for elemental types. Secondary elements like poison, wood, ice, and fire also belong to the rare level. Although it is not said that mythical talents are necessarily stronger than common talents, people generally default to this assumption. This talent system is incredibly vast, and Fongchan felt a bit confused looking at it, so he selectively skimmed through until he stopped at the section about healing talents. Healing talents belong to the legendary level and are classified under the special system, with the talent skill being healing power. Healing power heals the wounds of the injured and reconnects severed limbs. As the talent level increases, skills like healing spirit and holy healing will awaken. There isn't much introduction about this talent, and Fongchan looked again, wondering why there was no mention of changes to his own body after healing. He then checked the methods for skill enhancement and acquisition. Whether for talent holders or ordinary people, the methods for acquiring and enhancing skills are the same. There are only 2 methods: comprehension and skill books. Among them, comprehension is the most difficult, while skill books are the simplest. Comprehension relies solely on personal discovery and insight. When you truly comprehend this skill, the attribute panel will provide a new prompt, otherwise, it doesn't count as mastery. Learning and inheritance are both forms of comprehension, referring to the process of learning guided by others, which is certainly more efficient and easier to succeed than fumbling around on one's own. As for skill books, they are much simpler as long as you obtain a skill book and perform a soul binding. You can learn it immediately, completely painlessly, and without side effects. However, skill books also have various restrictions such as 4-dimensional attributes, growth attributes, and some even limit compatibility. Those who are not compatible cannot bind. In this regard, ordinary people have an advantage. Without talent, there is no concept of compatibility, and all skills can be learned. It's just a matter of the final effectiveness. The reason is not elaborated in the book, but Fongchan could guess it has something to do with personal attributes. Regarding outdoor survival, the course ends here. Starting tomorrow, we will begin a 25-day outdoor survival training. Everyone should rest well today and prepare for tomorrow. Mo Xiaojun, who is only in her 20s, is in her third year of teaching. This means she has been with this class since they were in the first year of high school. In another month, these students will face their first major test in life. Perhaps after the big exam, some may never see each other again, which is somewhat melancholic. It's you, Song. Qingling suddenly jumped up and pointed at Fongchan, shouting. The shout left Mo Xiaojun completely stunned. The emotion she had been brewing for half a day suddenly suppressed. The most bewildered was naturally Fongchan, who panicked inside, wondering if she really recognized him. Cough, it's not me. It is you. No, it's definitely you. You are Fong Gij. No, huh? Fong Gij? Now Fongchan was even more confused. What was going on? You really don't remember? It's me, Linger, Fongchan. Of course I know you are Linger, so what? Do you want a prize for that? Seeing that Fongchan had no impression, Qingling became anxious, tying her hair up with one hand, grinning to reveal her sharp tiger teeth. It's me, Xiaolingzi, you even promised to marry me and be my wife. Fongchan was taken aback. Flashes of memories crossed his mind, probably when he was 5 or 6 years old, a kid half a head taller than him pinning him to the ground, insisting that he marry her as a wife, and under her tyranny he could only cry and agree, his snot all over his sleeve. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Fong Chen felt a tremor deep in his soul and quickly denied it 3 times. Cough cough. Mo Xiaojun couldn't bear to watch any longer. Song Qingling wanted to say something else, but suddenly her face turned bright red and she hurriedly walked out of the classroom. As soon as she left, Fongchan immediately felt dozens of eyes shooting towards him, filled with murderous intent. They weren't stupid. That scene just now clearly indicated that these two had a relationship. A cliché plot of a scumbag abandoning his first love. God, I want to kill him. Me too. Bro, count me in. Scumbag. In an instant, the whole class was in an uproar. This was the hatred of a wife being taken. Quiet. Mo Xiaojun slammed the desk, but it had no effect at all. Stop. Finally, a tall man stood up, at least 1 meter 80, directly looking down at everyone. The pressure of his silent anger quickly spread to every corner. Fongchan remained calm, but felt like he was being stared at by a beast. Some timid ones were even scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the classroom finally quieted down, and Mo Xiaojun nodded, signaling the man to sit down. The man didn't say anything more, his eyes fixed fiercely on Fongchan, carrying a warning. Alright, let's continue the previous topic. Mo Xiaojun resumed her lecture. So scary, has Jian Xiong already awakened? I almost peed myself just now. Probably not, that's called killing intent. He has really killed people. That's too terrifying. He should be the top student this time. Luckily we haven't offended him before. Yeah, but that idiot is doomed. He dares to touch the woman Jian Xiong has his eyes on, really looking for trouble. Several people cast disdainful glances at Fongchan. But it's a pity, such a beautiful woman, we can't even look at her anymore. Forget it. Is a woman more important or is life more important? After 3 years of interaction, they understood Jian Xiong's tyranny too well, and his family was a well-known swordsmanship family in Xinjiang. No one dared to provoke them. As they spoke, they looked at Fongchan, more like looking at a dead man. Fongchan naturally heard these words, but he only sneered coldly in his heart, scoffing at them. How dare they call that killing intent? True killing intent is not this child's play. It is cultivated through countless life and death struggles, amidst gunfire and chaos. It is the resentment of countless lives that have perished at his hands. After a while, Song Qingling returned, and it was clear that the blush on her face had not faded. She still half bowed to express her apology, then quickly returned to her seat, feeling so awkward that it seemed she might burst out of her 3-bedroom apartment. She took a deep breath, pretending that nothing had happened, but the moment she looked at Fongchan, her facade crumbled. Puffing out her cheeks, she exclaimed, I know you are. Fong Gij. Fongchan remained silent, continuing to read. Song Qingling, frustrated, stomped her foot. I will definitely make you admit it. Fongchan. For the rest of the day, Fongchan hardly absorbed what the teacher was lecturing. It was all Song Qingling chattering away, recounting many stories from their childhood. Fongchan believed that Song Qingling must know him, otherwise he wouldn't have these memories. His father and Song Qingling's father should also know each other, as he had some vague impressions in his memory, but he wasn't clear about the nature of their relationship. After realizing that his father's death was not an accident, Fongchan became even more cautious. Very few people should know about his awakening, and he was uncertain about the consequences and impacts it might bring. Moreover, Song Qingling was connected to those men in black. so he had to be careful and avoid exposing his identity whenever possible. The day's classes finally ended and Fongchan was liberated at last. At that moment, Mo Xiaojun entered the classroom again. She was the wilderness survival teacher for this class and the person in charge of the training for the next month, so it was necessary for her to remind everyone to get enough sleep and be prepared before school ended. Regarding this survival training, Fongchan thought it over and decided to talk to Mo Xiaojun. This training was really useless for him. He would rather use this month to learn more about the knowledge of this world so he wouldn't be at a loss later. For example, the four-dimensional attributes mentioned in the books, leveling up and allocating points, he felt it was essential to study them thoroughly. However, when he expressed his intention not to participate to Mo Xiaojun, she rejected him without a second thought. In her eyes, Fongchan clearly seemed too small and frail to endure such training. But if he didn't quickly adapt to wilderness survival, how could he possibly survive the big exam? Don't worry, the teacher is not a harsh person. We'll take it slow and won't make you uncomfortable, she said, patting Fongchan on the shoulder. You may be small, but you're still quite tough, Fongchan. Seeing Fongchan's awkwardness, Mo Xiaojun revealed a satisfied smile. The bell rang, officially ending the day's classes, and the classroom became noisy again, mostly discussing the survival training for the next day. This wasn't the first survival training. It was held roughly every 2 months, each lasting more than half a month, and everyone already had experience. However, this was the last one, and it was said that the difficulty would increase exponentially. Seeing that there was nothing more to listen to, Fongchan copied 2 books and prepared to leave. Upon noticing this, Song Qingling hurriedly followed. Watching the backs of the two, Jian Xiong's eyes were filled with rage. Jian Xiao, should we teach them a lesson? We must teach them a lesson. They really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Jian Xiong's face darkened as he nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing with their words. It's really laughable. Someone who doesn't even dare to participate in survival training has the audacity to compete with Jian Xiao for women, completely unaware of their own mortality. Betting is open. Arm broken pays 0.8, leg broken pays 1.2, half paralyzed pays 3, dead pays 5. I'm betting. The opportunity to get rich is here again. Seeing Jian Xiong's followers join in, everyone was reveling in the misfortune, eager for the spectacle. What if nothing happens? A boy said. As soon as he spoke, a group of people looked at him as if he were an idiot. Zhao Jiangshan, can't you see who is making the move? How could there be nothing? Stop talking nonsense. If nothing happens, how can there be compensation? Zhao Jiangshan retorted. Absolutely nothing will happen. 1 to 100 odds plus the person doing a handstand while taking a dump. The brash man shouted, but with such a small bet, I won't accept it. Alright. Since we're playing, let's play big. I'm betting 500,000. As soon as Zhao Jiangshan's words fell, the entire room erupted in an uproar. That was 500,000. In Qinshan, you could buy half a house with that. No wonder Zhao Jiangshan could casually take out 500,000. Ha ha ha, if you're giving me money to spend, I have no reason to refuse. The man readily agreed. The one betting was Zhao Jiangshan, and the one putting in the effort was Jian Xiong. These two were sworn enemies and could never collude. Just thinking about how he would soon earn 500,000 for nothing made his spirits soar. How should he spend so much money? Seeing the man's expression, Zhao Jiangshan couldn't help but shake his head. The difference in their levels was just too great. Is 500,000 a lot? For an average person, it might be their salary for over a decade, but for those who aspired to be adventurers, 500,000 was hardly worth mentioning. A skill book could cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, and even mediocre equipment could run 4 to 500,000. Unless you didn't want to be an adventurer and preferred a stable life, then this amount could last you a while. But once you embarked on the path of an adventurer, no amount of money was more than just a number. Listening to the discussions in the class, Jian Xiong was used to it, but when Zhao Jiangshan appeared, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Initially, he just wanted to teach Fongchan a simple lesson to make him back off. After all, this little guy was short and didn't dare to go too hard. But now he had changed his mind. At least he wanted one of Fongchan's legs. If Fongchan knew, he would definitely sing thank you for listening. Although 500,000 wasn't much, he could still enjoy seeing Zhao Jiangshan suffer. Zhao Jiangshan naturally noticed Jian Xiong's gaze, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked in the direction Fongchan had left. Buddy, is that you? He remembered a good brother from his childhood named Fongchan, but then he suddenly lost contact, and it was as if he had vanished from the world without even completing his withdrawal procedures. When he heard the other person introduce himself as Fongchan, he immediately thought of that childhood friend, but the person in front of him didn't resemble the Fongchan from his childhood. Mainly, this person was too thin, skin and bones, completely lacking the feeling of his childhood friend. Fongchan was completely unaware of what was happening in the classroom. Even if he knew, he would just smile it off. Brother Fong, wait. For me, compared to Jian Xiong, Fongchan found Song Qingling even more of a headache at that moment. Why couldn't she just go away? Outside Qingcheng No. 1 High School, many parents were waiting for their children to finish school. According to tradition, tomorrow would be the students' outdoor survival training. Although there would be teachers supervising, it would be a lie to say they weren't worried. This outdoor survival training was different from previous ones. In the past, they trained on the back mountain and could still go home after school. However, tomorrow's training would last for 25 days, reportedly on some islands, simulating the environment of a novice space as much as possible. The parents understood that enduring some hardship in these days would bring more vitality during the big exam, so they cooperated with the school's arrangements. But that didn't stop them from wanting to take their children out to relax and enjoy some good food. This time of year, especially the day before the big exam, was the busiest for restaurants. Among them was Song Jung-ha, who was smoking one cigarette after another, his eyes filled with worry. Just thinking about not knowing when he would see his daughter again after today made him feel as if his soul had been drained. He actually wanted to wait until after his daughter's big exam to leave, wanting to see her return safely before he could feel at ease, but the exam lasted 100 days and that organization would never agree to it. Sighing, he gazed deeply in the direction the students would come out, like a stone waiting for its husband. Song Jung-ha's eyes narrowed and his face darkened. Who the hell is that little brat, daring to cling to my precious daughter? In his view, a boy was following Song Qingling. Wherever Qingling went, the boy followed. Although it seemed somewhat the opposite, it was definitely the boy clinging to his daughter. Just the thought of leaving while his daughter was being pursued by these wild bees and butterflies ignited an inexplicable anger within him. He had to make that little monkey regret coming into this world. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. No, wait, it should be kill the monkey to warn the chicken. That doesn't seem right either. Whatever, he just wanted those people to know the consequences of getting close to his daughter. Dad. At that moment, Song Qingling spotted Song Jung-ha from afar, waving her hand with a beaming smile. Song Jung-ha's expression changed instantly, his brows lifting in joy. Every time he saw his daughter smile, his heart melted. He even wondered if he had saved the galaxy in his past life to have such a beautiful daughter. Look, my dad is over there. He and Uncle Fong are good friends, so he must know you, Song Qingling said with a proud smile, as if to say, how could you deny it now? Upon hearing this, Fongchan instinctively wanted to leave. The targets of those men in black were clearly Song Qingling's father, and being close to them would surely draw their attention. How could he play like this? But the next second, he found himself being pulled by Song Qingling toward her dad. In that moment, Fongchan saw the man's face darken terrifyingly, a strong killing intent enveloping him. This was not the playful kind of threat, it was real killing intent. For a moment, Fongchan truly thought he might be killed. However, this situation didn't last long, as they had already arrived in front of Song Jung-ha. Song Jung-ha's expression was strange. He tried to appear gentle while suppressing his anger, especially when he saw Song Qingling holding the boy's hand, feeling as if his precious cabbage had been pushed by a pig. This was something he absolutely would not allow. Dad, look who I brought over. Song Qingling excitedly pointed at Fongchan, completely unaware of Song Jung-ha's grim expression. Song Jung-ha thought to himself that this was not good. What, are we at the stage of meeting the parents? No, you're still a child. Could it be that you're pregnant? Little monkey, I swear I will castrate you. Fongchan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Was that aimed at me, the little brother? Dad, what are you doing? Song Qingling puffed out her cheeks, clearly sensing her father's displeasure. Although Song Jung-ha was trying his best to control his killing intent, Song Qingling could still feel it. He immediately retracted his killing aura and replaced it with a gentle and cultured smile. Sweetheart, what could Dad possibly be doing? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore, Song Qingling pouted. How can you say that? Dad promises there won't be a next time, Song Jung-ha quickly apologized. Song Qingling knew her father's character. Although he promised with his mouth he would still act like this next time. She remembered a boy from middle school who came to play with her and almost got beaten into a cripple by her father, and the next day he transferred schools, so she had very few male friends growing up. Fongchan looked at Song Jung-ha's doting demeanor. His gentle, scholarly aura was unmistakable. He was indeed Song uncle, a friend of his father. Alright, I forgive you. Seeing Song Jung-ha's pitiful expression, Song Qingling couldn't really be angry. Dad, look, does he look like Brother Fong? Song Qingling quickly forgot about the earlier incident and pushed Fongchan forward. Brother Fong? Song Jung-ha's face twitched involuntarily. What are you thinking? It's Uncle Fong's son, Fongchan, you used to take me to their house to play all the time when I was little. Song Qingling knew her father was overthinking again and immediately said, sure enough. Upon hearing Fongchan's name, Song Jung-ha's expression turned serious, his eyes scrutinizing Fongchan. After a while, he said sternly, you little brat, don't act familiar. Stay away from my Qingling from now on. After saying that, he pulled Song Qingling away, but she didn't react in time. Dad. Really? No. Song Jung-ha looked at Fongchan and said, you little brat, I warn you, Fongji has been in a coma for 7 years, and the doctor said he won't wake up. You can't be him. Yeah, Brother Fong is in a coma. Song Qingling suddenly remembered that her father had taken her to visit him once, and they hadn't been in contact since. Thinking of this, her big watery eyes dimmed a little. If Brother Fong was really still in a coma, then this Fong Chen wasn't the real one. Soon, Song Jung-ha pulled Song Qingling into the car, disappearing into the crowd. Fongchan's expression was serious. Although he was only 18, after experiencing a life in dreams, his insight was not something ordinary people could compare to. Just now, Song Jianghe's gaze had clearly changed when looking at him, and Fongchan was sure he had recognized him. The later words seemed to be deliberately said for his ears. The implication was that the news of Fongchan waking up must not be known to others. Dad, is he really not Brother Fong? Don't think about it. Song Jianghe drove, but a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid's gaze had something to it. I wonder how Brother Fong is doing now. Has Dad not found them yet? Song Qingling's mood was clearly a bit low. No rush, your Brother Fong has his own destiny. After bidding farewell to Song Qingling, Fongchan saw that it was still early and began his running exercises again. He was still very dissatisfied with his current physical condition. Not only was he too thin, but his stamina also did not meet the standards. However, being thin was not something that could be resolved in a day or two. It required dietary improvements. For now, all he could train was his stamina. Where is that fool going? Why is he running? Keep up. The speakers were Zhang De and Zhang Er, two subordinates of Jian Xiong. They had been watching the events at the school gate and had secretly informed Jian Xiong. These two were brothers who had joined the Jian family's swordsmanship dojo and were not weak in strength. Later, they became Jian Xiong's lackeys, and for the past 2 years, they had been responsible for many of the less than glorious deeds. What is he going to the back mountain for? Zhang De was very familiar with Qingcheng, and since the back mountain was where they had done their outdoor survival training a few times, he immediately knew the destination just by looking at the direction. Could it be that he discovered us? Zhang Er said. Shouldn't be. If he discovered us, would he dare to run to the back mountain? Zhang De showed a mocking expression. He had just received Jian Xiong's order to at least disable Fongchan's 2 hands. Jian Xiong was so angry because he had naturally learned about Fongchan holding Song Qingling's hand. That's true, going to the back mountain is just what we want. Zhang Er also laughed. Stop grinning like idiots, hurry up and follow. He's gone into the back mountain, don't lose him. Seeing Fongchan run so fast, the two were a bit flustered. They could hardly believe that such a small frame could have such speed. Although this back mountain was located in the urban area, it was not small at all, covering an area larger than 10 Qingcheng No. 1 high schools. It was one of the major attractions in Qingcheng, and since it was located behind the school, students referred to it as the back mountain. Every year, survival training before the big exams was held there, whether for No. 1 high school or other high schools. Therefore, every Qingcheng resident was extremely familiar with the back mountain. What's going on? Isn't there only one road? Why don't we see anyone? Zhang Er was a bit panicked. He originally thought that Fongchan was just running fast and that he would eventually catch up, but even by the time they reached the top of the mountain, they hadn't seen any sign of him. Zhang De was also deep in thought. He had arranged for people to block several key paths when entering the back mountain, but when he just contacted them, he found that Fongchan hadn't left at all. Could he have already left? Zhang Er asked. Impossible. We have people at all the exits. How did he evade our sight? Zhang De retorted. Could he have gone around the steep slopes on both sides? Zhang De glanced at Zhang Er, too lazy to respond. However, after Zhang Er finished speaking, he immediately felt he was overthinking. This back mountain, aside from a few paths, was mostly undeveloped, with dense thickets where even the ground was not visible. Even they wouldn't dare to enter those areas during their outdoor survival training, let alone Fongchan, who was just an ordinary student. Unless he can fly, there's no way he could escape. Keep looking. Zhang De regretted not taking action sooner. If Fongchan really managed to escape, Jian Xiao would definitely not let the two of them off. Thinking of Jian Xiang's methods, both of them couldn't help but shiver. Brother, I'll find more people to help search. I don't believe he can escape. Zhang De nodded heavily. As the sky darkened slightly, Fongchan had already finished his workout and returned home. He didn't care at all about the two fools following him. He actually had a simpler way to deal with them, but he just wanted to toy with them a bit and let them get some good exercise. Seeing Fongchan return, Zhang Lan had just finished preparing the meal. It wasn't lavish, but it was clear that she had put in a lot of thought. Fongchan knew that Zhang Lan still had to go to work in the evening, and she had hurried back to prepare this meal. In fact, at the beginning, Fongchan didn't know whether he was in a coma or if the experiences in his dreams were too real. He had no feelings for Zhang Lan, but after spending these days together, he had completely accepted her as his mother. In his dreams, he had experienced everything except for the feeling of familial love. Having someone genuinely care for you felt really good. What's wrong? Come, eat. Are you adjusting to school on your first day? Okay. Fongchan nodded, sharing his experiences from today while eating. He considered himself not a talkative person, but he couldn't help but want to share with Zhang Lan, who listened happily and occasionally offered her opinions. Whenever Fongchan encountered questions he didn't understand, Zhang Lan would answer them one by one, and even if she didn't know, she would look it up online. Mom, do you remember Uncle Song? In the end, Fongchan couldn't help but ask. Although he didn't plan to tell Zhang about the doubts surrounding his father's accident, he still wanted to gather more information from her. I remember. Uncle Song was a college classmate of your dad's. He used to come over to play when you were little. Zhang Lan recalled. His daughter used to play with you a lot. I think her name was Qingling. As she spoke about this, a smile spread across Zhang Lan's face. You two used to fight over things all the time, huh? You always ended up crying with a face full of snot. Fongchan. I wonder how they are doing now. Qingling should have grown into a beauty by now. Although little Qingling was a bit of a tomboy, she was smart, lively, and adorable. She was quite lovable. Zhang Lan had once fantasized about the two children growing up to become in-laws, deepening their bond. However, after Fong Tianyuan's accident, the two families had drifted apart. It wasn't entirely Uncle Song's fault. After Fong Tianyuan's incident, he was busy handling various matters. Otherwise, as a woman, Zhang Lan wouldn't have been able to manage everything on her own. Moreover, at that time, Fongchan was severely injured and she was overwhelmed, relying entirely on Uncle Song's help. He even gave her a sum of money to get through that difficult period. However, later on, to help Fongchan with his treatment, she traveled to many places and, not wanting to trouble Uncle Song again, didn't inform him. During that time, she needed a lot of money and couldn't even afford to pay for her phone bill. Once everything stabilized, she couldn't reach Uncle Song anymore and later heard that his family had moved away, with no idea where they had gone. This became a regret in Zhang Lan's heart. Why did you suddenly ask about Uncle Song? Zhang Lan was a bit curious. After hearing Zhang Lan's words, Fongchan felt as if he had caught onto something. Uncle Song definitely knew some inside information. His moving and changing contact details seemed like he was avoiding something. Moreover, from what Uncle Song said today, it was clear he didn't want to acknowledge Fongchan. Was he worried about something? Fongchan felt that as long as he pursued this direction, the truth would eventually come to light. Nothing, just suddenly thought of it. Fongchan casually made an excuse. Our Fong family owes the Song family a huge favor. If you encounter Qingling in the novice space, please take care of her. Zhang Lan felt quite guilty. Song Qingling was only a few months younger than Fongchan, making her part of this year's batch of exam candidates. Although she felt that Fongchan might not be able to take care of her much if they met, he should do his best to help. I understand. Fongchan nodded, indicating he got it. Zhang Lan was very satisfied, feeling that her son had grown a lot. Although others might not necessarily need his help, he should at least show the right attitude. After dinner, Zhang Lan hurried back to work. This meal had taken longer than she had expected. Originally, she planned to come back and wash the dishes, but Fongchan insisted on doing it. The four-dimensional attributes are strength, agility, spirit, and constitution, which respectively affect power, speed, energy, mana, and stamina. Each person's physical fitness is quantified into these four attributes. Strength and agility are easy to understand, while spirit not only affects mental fatigue but also influences spiritual power, also known as mana. Using skills consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, commonly referred to as the blue bar. Constitution affects stamina and endurance. As for health points, they do not exist. This world resembles a game, yet is reality, and one will die if beheaded, regardless of their level. In addition to the four-dimensional attributes, there is an extra attribute called defense, which can be obtained through learning skills and wearing equipment. Scholars have studied that basic defense is also related to constitution, but there is no clear ratio. Furthermore, there is a type of attribute called growth attribute, also known as distributable attribute points. Growth attributes are related to the individual and vary from person to person. When leveling up, in addition to the fixed increase in the four-dimensional attributes, there will be extra points that can be freely allocated, which are the growth attributes. After years of research, the average initial four-dimensional attributes for humans is 10, meaning 10 points in strength, 10 points in agility, 10 points in spirit, and 10 points in constitution. For each level gained, each attribute increases by 5 points. The known range for growth attributes is from 1 to 20, meaning that the person with the highest growth attribute, when leveling up, effectively gains the equivalent of 2 levels for others. This fact left Fongchan quite frustrated, as the record of 1 was set by a healer. And it was not just 1 or 2 instances, it was common, with the highest being only 2. However, it is fortunate that there has been only one person in human history with a growth attribute of 20, that being the war god Liu Chen, a figure from over 100 years ago. Most others fall between 4 and 8, and those who reach 10 are already hailed as geniuses and are given special training. Unknowingly, Fongchan finished reading the entire basic cultivation introduction, and when he woke up, he found the sunlight blinding. Damn, I'm late. On the playground of Qingqing First High School, it was filled with students from this year's cohort preparing for the major exam. After an impassioned speech from the principal, each class began to prepare for this outdoor training. The outdoor locations for each class varied, but the one common point was that they all had to endure a 200-kilometer walk. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. 200 kilometers, it would take 2 to 3 hours by car. If walking at 5 kilometers per hour, wouldn't that mean 40 hours of walking? Not counting rest breaks along the way. If you factor those in, it might take 3 days to reach the destination. Students began to protest, but it was completely ineffective, as this was tradition, and even the parents waiting outside dared not voice any objections. The saying goes, suffer today, perhaps you won't die tomorrow, and everyone understood this principle well. After counting the number of students, classes departed one by one, and this time it was by class unit. They could not leave with even one person missing. Moreover, each class was in competition with one another, with extra rewards for the first to reach the destination and corresponding penalties for the last. Each class would have 7 teachers supervising, making cheating impossible. What's going on? Fongchan hasn't arrived? Mo Xiaojun, for the first time, as the person in charge, couldn't pretend she wasn't concerned. From the first gathering until the principal finished speaking, she had searched for Fongchan countless times, but unfortunately he never showed up. The most frustrating part was that no one had Fongchan's contact information. Even the number on the documents was out of service. What the hell? Mo Xiaojun stamped her foot in anxiety, as some classes had already started to depart, and she felt utterly helpless. Teacher, I think we should just go without waiting. He might not even be able to make it. Yesterday, that guy at the opening said he was in a good mood, and no one expected Fongchan to not show up at all. No one bought the option that Fongchan was dead, which meant he was going to win big. How much would that be? What do you mean? Mo Xiaojun's expression suddenly darkened, clearly sensing that Qian Shanji's words had deeper implications. Of course, it's the literal meaning. Qian Shanji secretly glanced at Jian Xiong. Although everyone knew Jian Xiong was behind it, no one would be foolish enough to put this matter out in the open. Jian Xiong feigned indifference, but inside he was giving Zhang Dazhang and Zhang Er a thumbs up, not expecting these two to handle things so cleanly without any trouble. He looked at Zhang Dazhang and Zhang Er, both of whom were smiling. However, the two of them were originally a bit guilty. They had practically turned the entire back mountain upside down and found no trace of Fongchan, preparing themselves for punishment, but they never expected Fongchan to not show up at all. It was truly a stroke of luck for them. Feeling the gazes of those around them, both of them couldn't help but puff out their chests a bit. Zhao Sha, your judgment really sucks. Jian Xiong didn't hold back with Zhao Jiangshan, who came from a nouveau riche family, and he wasn't afraid at all. Zhao Jiangshan, how about it? You win some, you lose some. There's no backing out of the bet. Qian Shanji laughed mockingly. This was the happiest day of his life. Zhao Jiangshan's face was grim, but more than that, he felt guilty. Money and face were trivial matters. He realized that his bet might have directly harmed Fongchan. If it weren't for his meddling, Jian Xiong might not have acted so ruthlessly. Jian Xiong's smile said it all. Mo Xiaojun had been in this class all along. She wasn't naive. From the conversation among the few, she realized something and couldn't help but shake her head. Even if there was no evidence, even if there was evidence, there was no way to do anything to Jian Xiong. His family's influence in Xinjiang was still very strong. Understanding this, she could only seek an explanation from the school, otherwise they wouldn't be able to leave. Hearing those words, Song Qingling's expression turned ugly. Early in the morning, her father had left a note and disappeared without a word. She had originally planned to apologize to Fongchan today, but now that she hadn't waited for him, everything was going wrong, and her mood was very irritable. That good-for-nothing won't show up. Qingling, don't worry, no one will bother you again. Jian Xiong took the opportunity to approach Song Qingling, looking like a suave gentleman. Disgusting. Hypocrite. Song Qingling was simply innocent but not foolish. Anyone with eyes could see what Jian Xiong had done to Fongchan, which led to Fongchan's absence. Jian Xiong's smile instantly vanished, and he darkened. In Xinjiang, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Don't toast to me and then drink the penalty. Wine. A powerful aura emanated from Jian Xiong again. What? Do you want to kill me in front of everyone? Song Qingling showed no signs of retreat, her words laced with provocation. No one expected that Song Qingling, who looked delicate, would be so tough. Originally, he just wanted to scare Song Qingling, but her response left Jian Xiong momentarily at a loss. Sorry, I overslept. Just as the tension between Song Qingling and Jian Xiong reached its peak, Fongchan suddenly appeared, catching everyone off guard. Are you human or a ghost? Many people broke out in a cold sweat. What nonsense are you talking? I'm definitely human, Fongchan replied irritably. You're really okay, that's great. Song Qingling immediately returned to her obedient demeanor. Jian Xiong saw this and was even more furious, gritting his teeth. You better hope you don't fall into my hands, or I will make you wish you were dead. What are you doing here? Zhao Jiangshan rushed over, constantly checking Fongchan's body, almost tearing his clothes off to examine him. Fongchan frowned. Who are you? How rude. Zhao Jiangshan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Sorry, really sorry, I didn't mean it. I just lost my composure for a moment. As an apology, how about I compensate you with $1 million? Fongchan? Is this guy out of his mind? Sure, bring it on. Fongchan was completely unreserved, not caring whether the other person was serious or joking. Anyway, if you dare to compensate, I dare to take. Zhao Jiangshan was taken aback again, clearly not expecting Fongchan to be so direct. I didn't bring that much money, just wait a moment. You're just bluffing, Fongchan thought, having seen through him long ago, pretending to be a rich man. Zhao Jiangshan walked up to Qian Shanji, looking at the still stunned Qian Shanji, and couldn't help but find it amusing. It was truly a case of light breaking through the darkness. Shanji, you were the one who said you would accept the bet, right? Zhao Jiangshan sneered. What's 100 times 50,000? As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Shanji was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Impossible. How could he be completely fine? Qian Shanji couldn't believe this fact. Even if Fongchan had just lost a hand, he wouldn't have been this panicked. But now Fongchan looked not only uninjured but also full of energy. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Jian Xiong colluded with Zhao Jiangshan to set him up? Qian Shanji couldn't help but think of this possibility. Otherwise, how could Fongchan be completely fine? Not to mention Qian Shanji, at this moment Jian Xiong's face was also as dark as could be. What were these two useless fools doing? He wanted to immediately capture Zhang De and Zhang Er and ask them what the hell was going on. Zhang De and Zhang Er were also filled with surprise, completely unable to fathom that Fongchan had already left the back mountain, or even that he might have left long ago. What had they been wandering around the mountain for all night? Looking at Fongchan's expression, they felt as if he was mocking their stupidity. Jian Shao, he must be doing this on purpose. Zhang De suddenly thought of something. He clearly had no injuries and could have come over early, but he deliberately delayed his appearance just to watch us make fools of ourselves. Right, it must be like that. This matter can't just end like this. Zhang Er immediately echoed, knowing that his brother was trying to find a way to make up for their mistakes. Jian Xiong's face turned icy to the extreme. You two handle it yourselves. Hearing this, the Zhang brothers finally felt relieved. At least Jian Xiong wouldn't do anything to them for now. If you fail again, you might as well end it yourselves. But the next sentence made their hearts drop again. Shanji, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Zhao Jiangshan said with a half smile. Qian Shanji looked to Jian Xiong for help, but the latter showed no reaction at all. He was truly panicking now. Although his family had some money, 15 million was impossible for him to come up with. Even if he could, that old man would definitely break his legs. No matter what he said, he couldn't possibly pay this amount. I have no money. Then let your life be the collateral. Although I don't think your life is worth 50 million, it's better than nothing. Zhao Jiangshan revealed a ruthless smile. No, I have money, just give me some time. Qian Shanji had no choice but to stall. Ha, do you think I would believe you? Truly, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Zhao Jiangshan's face turned fierce, and he pulled out a knife from who knows where. Enough. Jian Xiong, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Zhao Sha, let Shanji pay you 1 or 2 million and we'll call it even. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangshan immediately exploded with rage. Who the hell do you think you are? Jian Xiong's face darkened. Fine, then kill Shanji right now and go explain it to your teacher. And don't think you'll get a single cent. I mean it. Upon hearing this, Qian Shanji immediately gained confidence. Right, I only have this much money. If you want it, take it. If not, then forget it. Zhao Jiangshan frowned. He knew he couldn't do anything to Qian Shanji today. With Jian Xiong backing him, he couldn't really kill Qian Shanji. If he wanted to kill him, it couldn't be now, and he could only deal with it secretly. Otherwise, no matter how much money his family had, they would end up in prison. Fine. I'll remember you. Bring the money. After saying this, Zhao Jiangshan immediately moved to snatch Qian Shanji's card, forcing him to give up the password. After that, with just one phone call, his card instantly increased by 2 million. Seeing Zhao Jiangshan's actions, Jian Xiong felt displeased, but could only turn a blind eye. After all, he was the one who had spoken those words, and he couldn't slap his own face. Brother, here you go. The password is 88s. Zhao Jiangshan handed a bank card directly to Fongchan. Fongchan was still in a daze, thinking, are these people crazy? He was just a few minutes late. Did it require such a performance? Millions of dollars just like that? There should be some limits to bragging. He didn't believe it at all and even thought the other party was just joking, but he still took the card. What if it was real? Fongchan, do you know what time it is now? Mo Xiaojun spotted Fongchan from a distance and immediately ran over. Seeing Fongchan's relaxed demeanor, she wished she could strangle him. Teacher, I'm really sorry. I overslept this morning, Fongchan said with a face full of regret. Mo Xiaojun, you. She had imagined 1,000 possibilities, even thought Fongchan might be dead, but she never expected it was just oversleeping. This excuse was absurdly ridiculous. Oversleeping on such a crucial day? Are you made of pig brains? Are you going to oversleep on exam day too? Forget it, I'll remember this. You'll be punished later. Let's go. The other classes had already set off, and Mo Xiaojun was anxious. This was related to her career. Coming in last on her first time leading a class, how could she hold her head up? Teacher Mo, is that how you're handling it? That's too lenient, a middle-aged man suddenly said. My class doesn't need Director Wang to worry about. Mo Xiaojun frowned. Although she was inexperienced, her strength was exceptional, already at the mid-level of the Earth realm, and she was naturally proud. Sure enough, When Director Wang heard this, his face fell, and then he laughed in anger. That may be true, but he is still a student of number 1 high school. The school has its own discipline. It's not up to you, Teacher Mo, to decide. Then what high opinion does Director Wang have? Mo Xiaojun thought to herself, stubborn. No wonder you're single for life. I wouldn't dare to claim to have a high opinion, but to set an example, I suggest immediately disqualifying Fongchan from training. Director Wang glanced at Jian Xiong out of the corner of his eye, a slight smile on his lips. Wow, is there such a good thing? Fongchan was overjoyed to hear this. Director Wang looked quite handsome too. No way. Mo Xiaojun exploded. That's impossible. The school has never had such a rule. Moreover, this concerns the students' lives. You can't just stop it. Teacher, it doesn't matter about the others. I was indeed late, so I'll withdraw. Fongchan decisively stepped forward when he saw Mo Xiaojun opposing it. He couldn't let her go on like this. Both Director Wang and Mo Xiaojun looked at Fongchan simultaneously, confused. Fongchan's reaction was completely unexpected. After all, no one had ever voluntarily withdrawn before. Have you thought this through? Director Wang hesitated. He actually just wanted to scare Fongchan a bit, to make him realize his mistake, but he never intended for him to withdraw. As Mo Xiaojun said, this training could affect the students' lives. If he really let a student withdraw, he would definitely be criticized later. Shut up. Do you have a say here? Mo Xiaojun shouted, though she was looking at Fongchan. Director Wang felt it was directed at him. That's impossible. Change the punishment, Mo Xiaojun said. After thinking for a moment, Director Wang suddenly signaled Jian Xiong, who immediately understood, but he couldn't personally intervene. Zhang De quickly caught on and smiled. Let him help us carry the luggage for the whole class. Carry the luggage. Carry the luggage. As soon as Zhang De finished speaking, the others immediately echoed. These people had lost quite a bit of money because of Fongchan. How could they not harbor some resentment? Mo Xiaojun frowned. Her students looked like they were on vacation. With bags of all sizes, one person simply couldn't carry it all. I might as well back out. Fongchan's face darkened. No way. As soon as Fongchan's words fell, Director Wang and Mo Xiaojun immediately refused. Fongchan was stunned. He could understand Mo Xiaojun not agreeing, but what was Director Wang messing around for? Aren't we comrades? No. Why are you insisting that I participate? One more or one less doesn't make a difference, right? This statement left Mo Xiaojun utterly speechless. She had never seen a student so irresponsible towards themselves. The one who wins this time can choose a skill book. Don't you want it? Wait, a skill book? Yes, even if you don't get the skill book, there are other rewards. For example, I'm sorry, I admit I spoke a bit loudly just now. Where's my luggage? Fongchan's expression changed in an instant. Mo Xiaojun thought for a moment. Time couldn't be dragged on any longer. Since Fongchan had no problem, they had to set off quickly. Everyone carry your important luggage, leave the rest here. With Mo Xiaojun's command, everyone dumped their luggage in the spot she indicated, creating a small mountain of suitcases. Fongchan's face darkened. This was too much. Is everything put down? Mo Xiaojun confirmed again. It's all down. Except for Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan. Everyone else had put down their luggage, waiting with glee to see what would happen next. Alright, let's go. Mo Xiaojun turned around, completely ignoring the pile of luggage. Go? What about the luggage? Everyone looked puzzled. The unimportant stuff we won't take, Mo Xiaojun said lightly, paying no attention to the dissatisfaction of others. Mo Xiaojun, what do you mean? Director Wang finally couldn't hold back. Mo Xiaojun was clearly trying to make him look bad. Oh, right. Mo Xiaojun looked at Fongchan. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and carry everyone's luggage. Oh. Fongchan finally reacted, scampering off to grab the small bags hanging on those people's bodies. Damn. It was clear to everyone that they had been played. They stood there, unwilling to move. Fine. If you don't leave, then none of you can participate. After Mo Xiaojun finished speaking, she walked out of the school gate without looking back. It was evident that she was really angry this time. Fongchan, Song Qingling, and Zhao Jiangshan immediately followed, leaving the others exchanging glances. Soon, some couldn't hold back and followed suit. Not everyone had the strength like Jian Xiong, nor the wealth like Zhao Jiangshan. Most came from ordinary families. This outdoor survival training could definitely affect their performance in the big exam. If they gave up, they would surely regret it. Once the first person followed, the second did too, and in the end everyone followed, but their resentment towards Fongchan deepened. Seeing everyone had followed, Mo Xiaojun revealed a barely perceptible smile. She found Fongchan a bit hard to read, but the other little brats? She knew them well enough. After 3 years as a teacher, she wasn't just sitting idly by. Half a day had passed since Fongchan's class set off. Because they had started late, they had already fallen far behind the other classes. To catch up, Mo Xiaojun didn't dare to stop for a moment, causing every student to groan in despair. The more tired they became, the greater their resentment towards Fongchan grew, each one keeping their distance from him as if he had a contagious disease. However, this did not include Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan. The class of 50 was split into 2 factions. Are you tired? I can help carry some for you. No need. But you're sweating, Fongchan? After saying that, Song Qingling immediately regretted it. What was wrong with her today? Guilt. It must be that, after all, she had some responsibility for what happened today. If she hadn't misunderstood yesterday, Jian Xiong wouldn't have caused trouble for Fongchan. Enough. Be a person. I carried all the luggage. What the hell is he tired from? Zhao Jiangshan, who was loaded with bags, finally couldn't hold back. Is this even human? You deserve it. If something happens to Fongchan, can you live with yourself? Song Qingling said. I didn't expect. Looking at Zhao Jiangshan's aggrieved expression, it was hard to associate him with the arrogant rich second generation he was. It was naturally Song Qingling's idea to have Zhao Jiangshan take Fongchan's punishment. With someone to take the blame for him, Fongchan certainly wouldn't object. Listening to the two chattering, Fongchan felt a bit out of place. In his dreams, he was used to being alone, ruthless and not saying much. Now that he was awake, he hadn't fully adapted to this identity. By the way, I'm curious, how come you came out unscathed? With Zhao Jiangshan's understanding of Jian Xiong, it was impossible for him to do nothing. Being ruthless was quite common. Previously, even if a student from another class provoked him, they would end up with broken limbs and forced to drop out. So when they learned that Fongchan had offended Jian Xiong, everyone thought he would meet the same fate, which is why they were so surprised to see Fongchan unharmed. I don't know, just went home normally. Fongchan's voice wasn't loud, but he didn't deliberately lower it, and many people heard. Zhang Da Zhang and Air, upon hearing this, almost spat out blood. Sure enough, when they looked at Jian Xiong, they found his expression terrifyingly dark. Zhao Jiangshan didn't believe this explanation, but he couldn't find a better one. A 200-kilometer forced march is not a simple task, even in the military, let alone for students. Although the school has always emphasized physical training to cope with the novice space, these students hadn't yet obtained their attribute panels, and their bodies hadn't transformed. They were still just ordinary people. After walking for more than half a day, they were already exhausted. Yet at this moment, Mo Xiaojun still showed no intention of letting everyone stop. This 200-kilometer walk was mainly to train everyone's willpower. Such situations were common in the novice space. Mo Xiaojun kept encouraging everyone, constantly painting a picture of what would happen if they just got over this hill, but they had no idea how many hills they had crossed and still had no chance to rest. Although Fongchan had experienced this kind of training in his dreams, this body simply didn't have the capability. Even though he had awakened his talent, his physique hadn't transformed. Just being able to hold on until now had already exceeded his limits. How about we take a break first? Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan looked much better than Fongchan. After all, they had been trained since childhood. No need. Fongchan shook his head. Although he walked slowly, every step he took was firm. Zhao Jiangshan sighed. He could see Fongchan was pushing through, but he didn't persuade him. Instead, he changed the subject to distract Fongchan. Bro, I feel like I've seen you before. Did you go to Qingqing Primary School? Fongchan shook his head without hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't remember. He remembered all too well. His primary school was indeed Qingqing Primary School, but he didn't want to reveal too much about himself. Really? I really think you look like a buddy from my primary school, even with the same name, Zhao Jiangshan said. After this remark, a chubby little boy's image floated up in Fongchan's mind, and he did resemble Zhao Jiangshan to some extent. He remembered that the chubby boy was very timid and cried easily, always following him around. Several times, when bullied by older students, it was Fongchan who stepped in to help. This was completely unrecognizable from the current Zhao Jiangshan. Song Qingling listened from the side, her big eyes rolling as if she was thinking about something. Stop. We'll rest here tonight. In the evening, as the sun set, Mo Xiaojun found a spacious spot for everyone to take a break. Finally, we can rest. Almost everyone's first words were this, and they immediately collapsed onto the ground, too lazy to even move their fingers. Fongchan was even more exaggerated, nearly incapacitated, his hands and feet trembling, and even breathing seemed laborious. Look at him, what a waste, he can't even handle this. Seeing Fongchan's state, a lot of mocking voices arose. Monkeys are good at climbing trees, isn't it normal that he can't walk? What bad luck, it's all this troublemaker's fault. We don't even have a tent tonight, how are we going to sleep? Some people looked at Fongchan with resentment. The teacher is too lenient with him. I say he should have been kicked out back then. You guys, what does this have to do with Fongchan? Fongchan could endure it, but Song Qingling couldn't. Clearly, Fongchan had done nothing wrong, it was all those people targeting him. How did it become Fongchan's fault now? Humph. Because of Fongchan, even Song Qingling was not being treated well. Some people directly refused to talk to the three of them, isolating them. Ahem, everyone, because of someone's actions, our food is gone. I suggest a few people join me to look for something to eat nearby. Jian Xiong stood up at this moment, looking quite well. I agree. Agreed. Soon, 5 students with better physiques were chosen from the class. Mo Xiaojun tacitly accepted this approach. She had already checked the nearby hills and found no traces of any beasts, so it was relatively safe. Moreover, this was also part of the wilderness survival training. Jian Xiong glanced provocatively at Fongchan, who was still lying on the ground. Originally, he didn't need to go find food himself, but he Wanted to show off in front of Song Qingling to let her see which man was stronger, so he took action himself. But he was overthinking it. In Song Qingling's eyes, he was nothing but disgusting. You all stay here, I'll go find something to eat too. Zhao Jiangshan knew that even if Jian Xiong and the others found food, they wouldn't share any with him, so he had to rely on himself. Don't go. But Fongchan shook his head at this moment. The sky had darkened, and in this forest at night, it was very dangerous as even the path was hard to see. Moreover, he had been paying attention all along. If there was food, he would definitely not miss it. If he hadn't found anything, those people were likely to come up empty-handed as well. Besides, those 5 people looked like Jian Xiang's group, and if Zhao Jiangshan acted alone, who knew what they might do to him? But after hearing Fongchan's analysis, Zhao Jiangshan understood. But he couldn't help being hungry. At this moment, Fongchan took out a few packs of instant noodles from his bag. Make do with this, let's eat this. Damn! Old Fong, you're amazing. Seeing the instant noodles, Zhao Jiangshan was ecstatic. Is this real? Song Qingling also looked incredulous. Both she and Zhao Jiangshan were rich kids and had never thought about preparing food. Seeing their expressions, Fongchan was speechless. Isn't this basic common sense? What are you two packing in such big backpacks? Thinking of the backpack, Song Qingling couldn't help but blush. She had packed a lot of clothes, skincare products, and toiletries, but no food. Zhao Jiangshan had also brought towels, clothes, a game console, and some cash. This was not wilderness survival, it was clearly a vacation. After that, Fongchan took out 2 bottles of water from his bag. The noodles are a bit dry, drink this with it. Everyone. At this moment, everyone's hatred for Fongchan had reached its peak. You can eat instant noodles, but you also have water to drink. They had not only left their food but also their water at school. After a whole day, the little water they had brought with them was long gone, and they were extremely thirsty. Compared to food, they were more eager to drink water, but in this desolate mountain wilderness, where could they find water? Jian Xiong felt even worse after seeing this and could only leave with a cold snort. He didn't believe that this little bit of water and food could last for more than 20 days. Surviving in the wild was not a game for fools like you. Jian Xiong left with his group, and everyone had different moods, not knowing what to think. About an hour later, Fongchan and the other 2 had eaten and drunk enough and were preparing to rest when they saw Jian Xiong and his group returning with excited faces, each holding a large pile of fruits. Jian Xiong and his companions glanced at Fongchan intentionally or unintentionally, their faces full of smug smiles. However, Fongchan lost interest after just one glance. Mo Xiaojun also shook her head and said, "Nothing. Linger, this is for you." "It's very sweet," Jian Xiong said, handing a large, round, unknown fruit to Song Qingling. He actually regretted what happened in the morning. Why couldn't he just hold his temper? Seeing that Song Qingling did not respond, he revealed a charming smile. "What happened this morning was just a moment of anger. I hope Qingling won't take it to heart." Who would have thought that before Song Qingling could speak, Fongchan would say first, "Qingling, I suggest you don't eat this." Jian Xiong's face darkened immediately. "I'm talking to Qingling, what are you butting in for?" Song Qingling nodded at his words. In fact, she had no intention of accepting it from the start. No need. Her tone remained icy, and Jian Xiong was used to it, but what really annoyed him was Fongchan. Now, he found him increasingly displeasing. "Qingling, I advise you to stay away from that little man. He will only bring you harm," Jian Xiong said. "You don't need to advise me. Qingling is already doing that," Fongchan replied with a smile. Song Qingling couldn't help but laugh. Fongchan's words were too cheeky, clearly implying that Jian Xiong was the little man. Jian Xiong's eyes turned cold, and Fongchan could clearly sense a hint of murderous intent. If before Jian Xiong only wanted to teach Fongchan a lesson, at this moment he truly had murder in his heart. "Is there a problem with this fruit?" After Jian Xiong left, Song Qingling secretly asked. Although they had only known each other for a few days, she knew that Fongchan was definitely not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Fongchan shook his head, not sure. He had seen this kind of wild fruit in his dream experiences. Eating it would cause stomach pain, which, while not fatal, was certainly uncomfortable. However, since the 2 worlds were different, he couldn't guarantee that the wild fruits here would have the same effect. Song Qingling nodded obediently and didn't pursue the question further. After everyone solved their hunger problem, the next most troublesome issue arose: what to do about their tents left at school for the night. This was a desolate mountain wilderness, with grass taller than their ankles, not to mention snakes, insects, and ants. They were delicate and precious. How could they get used to sleeping on the ground? Fongchan, however, had no such worries. He took out a rope and a piece of canvas, found 2 suitable trees, and directly tied them up to make a hammock. Although Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan didn't bring anything useful, they did bring a simple tent. The method of use was very simple: just open it and insert a few iron poles, and it would expand into a tent. This kind of tent was a piece of cake for Fongchan, and with his help, it was fully set up. In just a few minutes, watching the 3 of them busily working, everyone else gritted their teeth in hatred. If it weren't for Mo Xiaojun watching, they would have rushed over to snatch it. It was simply too infuriating. "Fongchan, do you want to sleep in my tent?" Song Qingling seemed to ask, without thinking too much. "What about you?" Fongchan looked at the tent that was less than 2 square meters. Song Qingling's face instantly turned red to her ears. Fearing that Fongchan would misunderstand, she hurriedly said, I'll sleep in this one. She pointed to Zhao Jiangshan's tent, and then added, he'll sleep in your hammock. Zhao Jiangshan was left with a head full of question marks. Can I get shot while lying down? Come on. Although this suggestion was very appealing, Fongchan still refused. If it were something else, he might have agreed, but this hammock was not something an ordinary person could sleep in. Without training, even getting on it was difficult. Some people, seeing Fongchan so relaxed, also tried to give it a go, using clothes to tie themselves together in the absence of ropes, but it turned out to be anything but easy. They couldn't replicate Fongchan's method, and without a tent, they had no choice but to lay a few pieces of clothing on the ground to sleep. Some girls, whose relationships weren't so strained, shamelessly approached Song Qingling. Song Qingling was good at everything, except she was soft-hearted. After a few pleas, she agreed, and soon 2 or 3 girls were squeezed into that small tent. The midnight air in the wild was particularly chilly, and many people simply couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. Suddenly, a few cries of pain broke the silence. The cries seemed to be contagious, growing in number and intensity. My stomach hurts so much. I can't take it. Help! My stomach hurts. Fongchan wasn't in a deep sleep. He woke up as soon as the commotion started. It seemed his understanding was correct. Those wild fruits indeed caused stomach pain. What's wrong with them? Song Qingling also woke up as the 2 girls in her tent were almost in tears. Is it those wild fruits? When she stepped out and saw other classmates writhing in pain on the ground, she immediately realized. No wonder you told me not to eat them. You knew those wild fruits were poisonous? Fongchan shook his head, just about to explain when Jian Xiong charged over and threw a punch. Fongchan instinctively turned his body with force, and the hammock swung around, narrowly avoiding the punch. However, Jian Xiong had no intention of stopping and continued to throw punches. Fongchan fell to the ground, pushed off with force, creating distance between himself and Jian Xiong while steadying himself. Seeing this, Jian Xiong rushed forward to kick, but Fongchan sidestepped as if he had anticipated it, and when Jian Xiong lost his balance, he kicked him from behind, sending Jian Xiong tumbling to the ground. Jian Xiong had some fighting skills. He pushed himself up with his hands and performed a backflip to stand up. Seeing that he had failed multiple times, his expression was extremely grim. He hadn't expected this kid to be as agile as a monkey. What are you doing? Song Qingling reacted quickly and immediately stood in front of Fongchan, hiding behind a woman. What kind of man are you? Jian Xiong was furious and embarrassed. His sneak attack had failed, and he had been kicked, especially with so many people watching. Sneaking up from behind, is that what makes you a man? Zhao Jiangshan showed no mercy to Jian Xiong and wouldn't indulge him. What are you all doing? Mo Xiaojun rushed over at that moment, and Fongchan knew that the fight wouldn't escalate. He just sneak attacked Fongchan. Luckily, Fongchan reacted quickly, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Song Qingling said, knowing that Jian Xiong came from a family of swordsmanship and had been practicing martial arts since childhood, that punch was not to be underestimated. Mo Xiaojun glared at Jian Xiong. As the person in charge, she absolutely could not allow such infighting to occur. Jian Xiong knew that if he didn't explain himself clearly, he would definitely face punishment, so he quickly said, the reason we're all having stomach pains is because of him. As soon as he said this, everyone gasped and turned to look at Fongchan, not expecting it to be like this. You're slandering him, Song Qingling said. You clearly said just now that he knew those wild fruits were poisonous but didn't warn us. What is his intention? Jian Xiong's words left Song Qingling speechless. She knew Fongchan was aware, but he wasn't obligated to remind everyone. However, she couldn't say that, or it would incite public outrage. I knew, so what? Fongchan, who had been silent, suddenly said this, leaving everyone stunned. Song Qingling wanted to cover his mouth directly. Wasn't this just asking for hatred? You finally admitted it. You knew those fruits were poisonous but still let us eat them. What exactly is your intention? Trying to harm everyone? Jian Xiong stood with righteous indignation, as if he had forgotten that this wild fruit was brought by him. This wild fruit was brought back by you. It can't be you who's trying to harm everyone, right? Fongchan said. Nonsense, I didn't know. You knew but deliberately concealed it. Ha, am I trying to harm everyone by not saying anything? Of course. What about Teacher Mo not saying anything? Well, of course. Wait, does Teacher Mo know too? Jian Xiong suddenly felt as if he was on top of the world, ready to push away the opponent's crystal, only to find that Han Xin was sneaking into his base. Mo Xiaojun also didn't expect things to develop this way. She originally planned to use this incident to teach these kids a lesson, to let them know that not everything in the wild is edible. But the goal was not achieved, and instead, Fongchan used it to shield himself. Well, this wild fruit is called pain fruit. It's not toxic. At most it will just give you a stomachache for 1 or 2 hours, Mo Xiaojun said. But, teacher, you should have told us. A boy was in so much pain he could hardly bear it. This fruit has already been introduced in the Botanical Encyclopedia. What did I say before? I told you to take a good look at this book, but you all treated it like background noise? And in the wild, you dare to eat things without knowing anything about them, without any caution at all. Who can you blame for this now? Fongchan just transferred here and already knows, yet with so many of you, not a single one knew. Aren't you ashamed? The more Mo Xiaojun spoke, the more agitated she became, wishing she could lick their skulls to see what was inside. You blame others for not reminding you when you can't even help yourselves. How shameless is that? Except for Fongchan, Song Qingling, and Zhao Jiangshan, everyone else loses 10 points. Jian Xiong even hit someone, so another 10 points off. After Mo Xiaojun finished speaking, there was a chorus of wails from below, some in pain, some complaining. Now, they not only had grievances against Fongchan but also against Jian Xiong, yet they dared not speak out due to Jian Xiong's oppressive presence. Jian Xiong said nothing, his eyes nearly bursting with anger. This night was truly a loss of both the lady and the soldiers, starting off with a loss of 20 points, which directly removed him from the first tier of winners in this training. Although his family was wealthy, still books were not something that could be obtained just by having money. Even his family had not come into contact with many. So his goal this time was to win and obtain a skill book. Teacher, are you really not going to take care of them? After Mo Xiaojun turned to leave, Song Qingling couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, it's just a little pain. This time, Mo Xiaojun truly did not look back, disappearing into the night once more. Don't worry, if the teacher says it's fine, then it's fine, Fongchan comforted, seeing that Song Qingling was still a bit worried. Yana, there's no show to watch, time to sleep. Zhao Jiangshan looked unsatisfied, almost making Jian Xiong explode again. The salty sea breeze blew towards them, and the sun, like a salted egg yolk, was half swallowed by the sea. The boundless ocean brought a sense of refreshment, as if all fatigue had been swept away. A fishing boat was slowly sailing on the calm sea. Fongchan and his classmates were sitting on this fishing boat, and since it was not large, everyone had to sit closely together. Due to the events of the past 2 days, their class had unsurprisingly become the last in the 200-kilometer walk, and thus they were only suited for this fishing boat. This training location was an island about 30 kilometers from the mainland, which had previously been abandoned due to rampant sea monsters. However, the sea monsters had been silent for many years, allowing humans to dare to return to the island for activities. To ensure that the harshness of the outdoor survival environment was as close as possible to the novice space, the school had carefully considered this location. Of course, before departure, teachers had already checked for dangers, and several teachers were accompanying them, so the possibility of life-threatening situations was low. After half a day, everyone finally reached the shore. The island was vast, stretching endlessly in both directions. Everyone listen up, get off the boat and gather on the beach for a run. Leave your luggage on the boat. Instantly, there was a chorus of wails. The fatigue from the past 2 days had not yet dissipated, and now they had to start running again. Even the oxen of the production team wouldn't be treated this way. In the face of these complaints, Mo Xiaojun ignored them completely. On the contrary, those who were late would face punishment. With no choice but to comply, everyone noticed a sly smile flash across Mo Xiaojun's face. The salty sea breeze filled the air as they stepped on the wet sand. Running on the beach was different from running on flat ground. It was more difficult and exhausting. Just as they had finally eased the pain in their calves, it began to hurt again. But under Mo Xiaojun's authority, no one dared to slack off. Ha! The boat! The boat is moving, a boy exclaimed. As soon as he shouted, everyone noticed that the boat was slowly turning around. Teacher, what do we do? Our luggage is still up there. Stop shouting, there are still 3 minutes before the boat leaves. If you want your luggage back, you better hurry, Mo Xiaojun said with a smile, but remember, if you're still on the boat when it leaves, you won't be coming back. Damn! Everyone immediately began to curse. They had already been running for quite a while, their legs trembling, and now they were nearly 1 kilometer away from the boat. How could they possibly make it back in 3 minutes? Even Usain Bolt couldn't do it. However, just as they finished speaking, they saw a figure darting out like an arrow. It was Fongchan. Following closely behind were Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan. Are they freaks? Aren't they tired at all? Looking at the backs of the three, everyone couldn't help but wonder. After walking 200 kilometers with hardly any rest and then running a few kilometers on the beach, even if they had enough stamina, their legs should be giving out. They were the best examples. Their legs felt as if they were bound with iron weights, tight and heavy. Do you guys feel that way? It's like my legs have no fatigue at all, not at all like I've walked 200 kilometers, Zhao Jiangshan said. Song Qingling nodded. Yeah, it was like this when I woke up this morning. After saying that, she secretly glanced at Fongchan, but he seemed not to hear, still running with all his might towards the fishing boat. The more Fongchan acted this way, the more Song Qingling felt that he was hiding something from her. Fongchan, of course, pretended not to hear because it was indeed his doing. While everyone was sleeping, he secretly treated himself and then treated Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan. He discovered a problem. When he treated himself, there was no wonderful feeling, so he tried it on Song Qingling, but still nothing. Finally, when he treated Zhao Jiangshan, he felt that sensation. Thus, he concluded that the first treatment on anyone other than himself would produce that feeling. Although it has not yet been verified, it is highly likely, because when treating Zhang Lan repeatedly, there was no such feeling. As for why this is the case, it may have to wait until entering the novice space to find out. You all wait under the boat. After saying this, Fongchan increased his speed again, feeling like Bolt in comparison. Perhaps because he treated Zhao Jiangshan, Fongchan felt that his physical condition had improved significantly. In just a few leaps, he instantly reached the boat like a monkey. Mo Shujuan's mouth dropped open. She never thought anyone could do that, and was surprised by Fongchan's speed. Could being thin enhance mobility? Fongchan ignored everyone's astonishment, and upon reaching the boat, he immediately tossed down the luggage of the 3 people. Song Qingling and the others also arrived. At the same time, ready to catch the luggage Fongchan had thrown down. Time was tight, and after hesitating for a moment, Fongchan quickly tossed down the other people's luggage as well, not caring whether it would be caught or get wet. He was counting the time in his heart, and when there were 10 seconds left, he jumped off the boat, which then sailed away. At this moment, others also arrived one after another, and when they saw Fongchan had thrown down their luggage too, they felt an indescribable emotion. "Ha, what's going on? Where's my luggage?" someone said after a while. "Mine is missing too?" Many people searched around but couldn't find their luggage, starting to feel a bit irritated. Jian Xiong looked at Fongchan, not surprised at all. He hadn't even looked for his luggage at first because he knew Fongchan wouldn't have taken his down. Hee, what a good person. But since you took everyone's luggage down, why didn't you take these few people's? If I'm not mistaken, you should still have time. After Jian Xiong finished speaking, it indeed sparked dissatisfaction among those few people. It was one thing if there wasn't enough time, but clearly there was, yet he didn't help them. What did that mean? They looked ready to question and pursue the matter, but Fongchan didn't even glance at them and was too lazy to explain. "I'm not Lei Feng, I have to prioritize my own interests, and the rest is just a matter of convenience. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for putting your luggage so far away. Damn it! What are you pretending for?" The one speaking was Zhang De, who already had a lot of hostility towards Fongchan, and now Fongchan's attitude had completely enraged him. The others were also quite displeased, and now that Zhang De had stepped in, they certainly wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Seeing that the few people were not friendly, Fongchan prepared to confront them. But at a critical moment, it was still Mo Xiaojun who stopped him. Jian Xiong's face showed no expression. Compared to before, he seemed even calmer now. However, Fongchan could still see indifference and disappointment in his eyes. The two seemed to have reached a deadlock, but Fongchan believed he hadn't done anything wrong and sighed inwardly. He just hoped the other party wouldn't do anything foolish, otherwise he would have to eliminate the root of the problem. That night, after several days of training, everyone was very tired. Mo Xiaojun didn't arrange for extra practice. In her words, these past few days were just a prelude, and tomorrow would be the official start of training, so everyone should rest well tonight. The next day, as the sun rose just above the horizon, everyone had already been awakened by Mo Xiaojun for the first training session. Crossing the jungle. This was not a game in a theme park, but a real trek across most of a deserted island. The island was irregularly oval-shaped, with sandy beaches on the east and west edges, and steep cliffs on the north and south sides, while the center was filled with dense woods, giving it a mysterious and eerie appearance. The training task this time was to travel from the eastern beach to the western beach, a straight distance of about 4 kilometers, with a time limit of 1 day. Each person carried a signal flare, which could be used in case of danger or if they got lost, and a teacher would come to assist, but this meant that failing to complete the training today would result in no points. Those who arrived in the first 2 hours would earn 50 points and a small amount of food. Those who arrived in 4 hours would earn 25 points. Those who arrived in 6 hours would earn 10 points. Those who arrived in 8 hours would earn 5 points, and anyone taking longer than 8 hours would be considered a failure, receiving no points. As soon as the sun rose, the training officially began. Almost everyone rushed into the dense forest, but Fongchan was not in a hurry, waiting outside with Song Qingling and Zhao Jianshan. In fact, this level of jungle crossing was a trivial matter for him in his dreams. He had always been first in outdoor survival training at the academy. Only after most of the others had set off did he begin to move. In his words, with so many people clearing the path, there was no need to rush. This training tested not only physical strength but also sense of direction and obstacle handling skills. The forest did not have the bright light of the beach. Most of the light was blocked by the leaves, creating a consistently cool atmosphere. This small island had already been deserted before the sea monster invasion. It was only occasionally visited by fishermen, so there were few traces of human activity, but there were some very strange vessels. After about 20 minutes, the other students were no longer visible. Fongchan did not rush into the training. Instead, he was intrigued by those strange vessels. Sea monsters were a type of underwater creature. They could not live on land for long, and their combat power significantly decreased on land. In this case, why did they bring these vessels ashore? Although there were not many, it was clear they were everyday items, like the thing he was holding, which was disc-shaped and seemed to be used for holding things. There was also a knife made from polished shells. Are sea monsters really this poor? Zhao Jianshan joked upon seeing the strange knife. The underwater environment is not suitable for weapon crafting, so their weapons are quite primitive. However, in recent years, they have seized quite a few weapons from humans and occupied many instance spaces, greatly increasing their strength. Song Qingling clearly had some knowledge about this. Instance space? This was the first time Fongchan had heard this term. Hearing Fongchan's question, it was Song Qingling and Zhao Jianshan who were surprised. Wasn't this common knowledge? You should know about otherworldly spaces, Zhao Jianshan retorted. Fongchan nodded. He had read about it in books. It's an independent space or world different from ours, connected to our world through spatial passages. Instant spaces and novice spaces are actually a type of otherworldly space, just like you just mentioned, an independent space that does not belong to any world. Instant spaces can be seen as a smaller version of novice spaces. As the name suggests, it's a copy containing various monsters that can respawn, and clearing them will drop special equipment. This is also one of the ways we humans obtain special equipment. Song Qingling continued to explain. Instant spaces are divided into 8 levels of difficulty, and their entrances are extremely hidden. As soon as one is discovered, it will be protected by GJ. At the moment, the dungeon spaces are inexhaustible, so each one is an important treasure. Fongchan couldn't help but complain, isn't this just a game dungeon? By the way, is it really okay? We must be lagging behind a lot. He had heard that this island had been occupied by sea monsters, and it had only been a few years since he left, so Zhao Jiangshan was not surprised by the traces of sea monster activity. Fongchan looked at the sky. It had probably been over an hour, and they were indeed falling behind. He put the shell knife he found in the dirt into his bag. You all stay close to me. An hour and a half had passed, and on the beach to the west, apart from Mo Xiaojun, several students were already waiting. Mo Xiaojun showed a satisfied smile. She still recognized Jian Xiang's strength, but she had been a bit disappointed in the past few days. Today's training would allow Jian Xiang to showcase his abilities. Jian Xiang and Zhang De were among the first to arrive at the West Beach. With their stamina and agility, this less than 4-kilometer cross-country run was indeed no challenge for them. What does it matter how fast you run? In this environment, you're still trash, Jian Xiang thought disdainfully as Fongchan had yet to appear. Looks like we're the only ones in the first batch, huh? Zhang De grinned widely. Good thing we followed Jian Xiao, otherwise we would have wasted a lot of time. Of course, Jian Xiao is wise and powerful. As soon as Zhang Er heard this, he immediately echoed. Jian Xiang enjoyed the flattery from Zhang De and Zhang Er, as his prestige had dropped significantly due to previous events, and he needed to re-establish it quickly. Following Jian Xiao means there's food to eat. That monkey is probably lost, even crying for his mom. Ha ha ha. The other few quickly joined in the flattery. Ahem, at this moment, Fongchan and the other two just walked out of the woods, taking 1 hour and 58 minutes. Not bad, Mo Xiaojun nodded, looking quite pleased. With the 3 of Fongchan added to the first batch, there were exactly 10 of them, which was considered a good result in previous years. Wow, so fast. I thought I wouldn't make it. Zhao Jiangshan looked incredulous until he saw the destination. Song Qingling instinctively nodded, as if she hadn't accepted this fact yet. Only they knew how outrageous Fongchan's speed was, as if he had already memorized the terrain, moving smoothly without any obstacles. If they didn't count the time they spent wandering, the actual time taken was probably less than an hour. She even felt that Fongchan had slowed down to accommodate the two of them. This was ridiculous. Pretty fast, just half an hour slower than us, Zhang Er said proudly. Fongchan smiled and said nothing, too lazy to engage with their sarcasm. Alright, you guys are impressive. If I didn't know better, I'd think you went begging. Fongchan could endure, but that didn't mean Zhao Jiangshan could. At this moment, Mo Xiaojun noticed that Fongchan and the others were indeed much cleaner, looking nothing like they had gone through a trial. In contrast, Jian Xiang and his group were covered in mud, with several of their clothes torn. This comparison made Fongchan and his group look more like they had come for a leisurely outing. What good is being clean? Is that what we're comparing now? Zhang De retorted. It's not about that, but what have you won more than us? As soon as Zhao Jiangshan spoke, Zhang De was immediately stunned. Yes, they were all in the first batch, and the rewards were the same. What did it matter how fast they were? Stubborn as a dead duck. Zhang De snorted coldly. Jian Xiang frowned. Although he had taken less time than Fongchan, he didn't feel any joy in victory at all. The sun gradually set, and all the students had arrived at the beach. Today's training had a failure rate of 40%. Some were late, some got lost, and some encountered danger, all failing due to the intervention of the supervising teacher. In the evening, rewards were distributed. For the first batch, aside from gaining some extra points, they received a few pieces of bread, which was hardly useful for those who had worked hard all day. Even Song Qingling, a girl with such a small appetite, was so hungry her stomach was growling, let alone the other boys. Sword young master, of course, all the bread is yours. Without your guidance, we would never have made it to the first batch. Zhang De was the first to express loyalty, giving all the reward bread to Jian Xiang. Seeing this, the others followed suit, even though they felt reluctant inside. Jian Xiang initially wanted to refuse. Coming from a wealthy family, he had eaten all kinds of delicacies and didn't need to eat everyone else's bread. But his stomach was growling so much that he couldn't resist. Unlike Fongchan and the others who had eaten instant noodles, they had been hungry since the first day. So instinctively, he couldn't refuse and grabbed a few pieces of bread to devour. Just give me all the bread, Fongchan spoke up at that moment. Zhao Jiangshan and Song Qingling exchanged glances, feeling a bit disappointed, but said nothing. After all, the reason they made it to the first batch was all thanks to Fongchan. After getting the bread, Fongchan left the spot. Seeing this, Jian Xiong felt even more justified and looked down on Fongchan even more. Since he had done it, he should admit it generously. What was hiding away to eat? Playing both sides? All the bread meant for 7 people fell entirely to Jian Xiong, who was very satisfied, eating to the point of almost bursting. Don't worry, tomorrow I will definitely lead you to victory again. The others swallowed hard, suppressing their hunger, and said, Sword young master is wise. Half an hour later. What do you think Fongchan went to do? Zhao Jiangshan finally couldn't help but ask. Song Qingling shook her head. This Fongchan, he doesn't need to hide just to eat a piece of bread. Zhao Jiangshan pouted. I'm not stealing from him. He's not that kind of person. Song Qingling always felt that Fongchan wasn't someone who would eat alone, otherwise he wouldn't have shared instant noodles with them. Qingling, even if you're too naive to be fooled by his surface, that monkey is just that kind of person, hypocritical and selfish. Song Qingling's expression darkened. Why was Jian Xiong so annoying, always around like a stubborn rash? It's none of your business. How is it none of my business? I can't just watch you get fooled, Jian Xiong said, looking ready to draw his sword to help. Join us, and I can also lead you to victory. Jian Xiong then looked at Zhao Jiangshan. As for you, if you kneel and call a few times, I might consider letting you join. 2. Zhao Jiangshan? Am I getting caught in the crossfire again? Get lost. Zhao Jiangshan was so hungry he had no strength to argue with Jian Xiong. Song Qingling felt the same, coldly ignoring him. Old Zhao, go pick up some dry branches. Ha! Zhao Jiangshan was so hungry he didn't even want to move, and now he was being ordered to work. He wanted to explode, but when he turned around, he saw Fongchan holding a bulging piece of clothing wrapped around something. Upon closer inspection, it was definitely fish. Good heavens, he actually brought back so many fish. Song Qingling's smile returned, and her inner little devil wanted to point at everyone's heads and shout, see, Fongchan is not the kind of person you think. My judgment is never wrong. Then she felt a bit conflicted inside. If only he were brother. Fong, what's wrong? Seeing Song Qingling staring blankly at him, Fongchan asked. Nothing. Song Qingling shyly lowered her head. Let me help you deal with these fish. Although Zhao Jiangshan was very hungry, he didn't want to eat dog food, so he immediately ran to pick up branches and soon returned with a big pile. At this moment, Song Qingling and Fongchan had also finished preparing the fish, lit a fire with some branches, and started grilling it. The aroma was intoxicating. Jian Xiong, who had been feeling smug, was now completely stunned. Where on earth did he get the fish from? Drawn by the delicious smell, everyone gathered around, as if they hadn't been the ones isolating Fongchan earlier. Brother Fongchan, we were wrong before. We all realize our mistakes. Can you share some fish with us? A girl named Chen Li was encouraged by everyone to speak up. She hadn't actually done anything too outrageous to Fongchan, she just hadn't thought to approach him when everyone else was isolating him. Even if Chen Li had participated in isolating Fongchan, he wouldn't have held it against her. He wasn't very talkative. If it weren't for Song Qingling often initiating conversations, he could go an entire day without speaking. Rather than saying others isolated him, it would be more accurate to say he isolated others. No, Fongchan replied decisively. The amount of fish wasn't much, it was barely enough for 3 people. Chen Li's expression didn't change much upon hearing this, she just sighed. As she had expected, if she were in Fongchan's position, she would make the same choice. But you can go catch some yourself. Really? Fongchan's next words filled Chen Li with excitement. Fongchan nodded, pointing towards the woods to the north. There's a small stream about 500 meters that way. Thank you. I represent everyone in thanking you. After hearing this, Chen Li hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Although Fongchan hadn't said it outright, the meaning was clear. That was where to catch the fish. Wait, take this. Just as Chen Li was about to leave, Fongchan called her back and tossed her a small bag of breadcrumbs. Chen Li's eyes glistened with tears as she realized how childish her previous behavior had been. After thanking him again, she rushed to share the news with the others. Watching the sizzling grilled fish, Zhao Jiangshan couldn't help but drool, but he still asked, is it okay to tell them? It's fine. But they don't have breadcrumbs, so it might be hard to catch. Fongchan's voice wasn't low at all. This news wasn't really a secret. Even if he hadn't said anything, everyone could find it by following the direction he came from. He had just been a bit lucky to discover it earlier that morning. Hearing Fongchan's words, Jian Xiong's face turned ashen, and the looks from the others towards him were tinged with blame. Look at him, knowing how to use breadcrumbs to catch fish, while you only know how to eat alone. As he watched the bonfires springing up one by one, Jian Xiong felt an immense regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have eaten so much. Now he couldn't even eat the fish. He glared at Fongchan, convinced that Fongchan had known about the stream all along and had chosen not to say anything, waiting for him to finish the bread before going to catch fish, clearly wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Damn! Just wait, I won't bear your name if I don't kill you. Time unknowingly reached the 15th day. Besides the daily physical training, Mo Xiaojun would occasionally organize competitions, rewarding points to the winners. So far, Fongchan's points had reached 500, placing him first, while the second was Jian Xiong with only 350 points, making Fongchan far ahead. The group's attitude had shifted from skepticism at the beginning to full acceptance now. Sometimes it was hard not to be convinced he was simply a monster, seemingly unfazed by any challenge. Besides that, there was more to learn about survival. Although there were plenty of resources on the deserted island, living for dozens of days required learning to use and allocate them wisely. Gradually, everyone got used to working in groups. For survival, they learned to build simple tents, fish, hunt, and gather food, and had basically adapted to life on the island. Apart from Mo Xiaojuan's guidance, Fongchan's demonstrations were invaluable. Everyone even suspected that Fongchan had lived in the wilderness before, otherwise, how could he know so much? After this period of training, I believe everyone has adapted to this lifestyle. Mo Xiaojun gathered everyone before sunset. However, the environment here is still much better than the novice space. At least there are no strange beasts here, so everyone doesn't have to worry about safety. But in the novice space, danger lurked everywhere, and there were no teachers to protect you at all times. Everything relies on you. Tomorrow, this outdoor survival training will truly begin. After saying that, Mo Xiaojun handed out electronic number tags with numbers written on them to each person. The numbers on the tags corresponded to everyone's points. Clip the number tags onto your clothes. I believe everyone knows that the number on it represents your points. Tomorrow, there will be a points competition, and you can use various means to snatch other people's number tags. The final value of the number tag will be your score. Mo Xiaojuan's words immediately caused an uproar. This was encouraging everyone to fight privately. Time limit 10 days. Rules. First, the number tag must be worn on your clothes. If not worn for more than 30 minutes, the number tag will become invalid. Second, if two number tags from the same class touch, the numbers can be adjusted freely, but the total remains unchanged. This deserted island did not only have Fongchan's class, there were a total of 4 classes, each with a different color for their number tags. Third, do not intentionally harm others' lives. If discovered, all scores will be invalid. Fourth, the score settlement ratio for this class's number tags is 1:1, while for other classes, it is 1:2. Fifth, before 10 a.m. on the 10th day, you must bring your number tag to the designated location, otherwise, the score will be void. Sixth, there is a button on the back of the number tag. Pressing it for 3 seconds will summon a teacher for rescue, which means losing the qualification for this assessment. After Mo Xiaojun finished speaking, it indeed sparked a lot of discussion. They were not unfamiliar with this kind of number tag snatching game. It was just a variant of tearing name tags. But in such an environment, combined with the allowance of any means, it made everyone feel a bit uneasy, and they became more vigilant around each other. According to Mo Xiaojun, this was the last project of the outdoor training, so everyone had to give their all. Only the top 3 would have the chance to enter the school's treasure vault to select prizes. The first place would even have the opportunity to choose a skill book. Tonight, although the training had not yet begun, everyone was already thinking about strategies. Many had formed groups and left the beach. Shall we form a group of 3? Zhao Jiangshan said. At this moment, Song Qingling also looked at Fongchan, waiting for his decision. Seeing Fongchan nod in agreement, both Zhao Jiangshan and Song Qingling seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. During this time together, they had become reliant on Fongchan. If he had disagreed, they wouldn't have known what to do. For Fongchan, Song Qingling, and Zhao Jiangshan were still trustworthy, and this training wouldn't pose any life-threatening danger, so teaming up wasn't a problem. At worst, they could be backstabbed and lose points, but that would reveal a person's true nature, which was definitely a risk worth taking. Time reached the 3rd day. The island was not as lively as imagined, as if everyone had left. The entire island stretched 4 kilometers horizontally and nearly 10 kilometers vertically, with 90% covered in woods. In fact, as long as one hid well, it shouldn't be too difficult to go 10 days without being discovered. However, that would render it meaningless, as rewards were only given to the top few. Therefore, for those ranked lower, whether they had 1 point or 1,000 points, it was of no use. Currently, everyone had not awakened, and their combat power was limited. In one-on-one situations, it was actually hard to have a chance of winning. It was either traps or group fights. From the current perspective, the group led by Jianxiong had the highest winning rate. They followed Jianxiong closely, and just by transferring a few points to him, they had already secured the first place. So, if one wanted to achieve victory, they had to either take action against Jianxiong or the members of other classes. Almost everyone thought of this, but no one dared to take action against Jianxiong. In terms of both financial and combat power, he was overwhelmingly dominant. Thus, in these few days, Jianxiong's group hardly made any attempts to hide. They would chase down anyone they saw and beat them up. In 3 days, Jianxiong had eliminated no less than 10 number plates. He had almost become a presence akin to a great demon king, and people avoided him from a distance. As for Fongchan, he wasn't in a hurry to snatch number plates. He first needed to find a stable food and water source. The previous small stream had already been claimed by Jianxiong, and the fish there were dwindling, unable to sustain them for many days. Wow, that light point is huge. It must be over 2,000 points, Zhao Jiangshan said, looking at the number plate. This number plate not only displayed points but also had a positioning function. When points exceeded 500, it would show the location, and all other number plates could see it. Moreover, when 2 number plates were within a kilometer range, both could display each other's location. It must be Jianxiong. Who else would be so ostentatious? Just thinking about Jinxiong's face made Song Qingling feel nauseous. Fongchan nodded. Indeed, only he would dare to do that, and only he had the capital. Ha! Someone nearby. Zhao Jiangshan saw several points suddenly light up on the number plate and felt a surge of anxiety. What should we do? Run. Fongchan didn't want to avoid conflict with these people, but this water source was something they had just discovered, with plenty of fish to sustain them for about 10 days, so they couldn't let others know. However, after walking a distance, they found more people again, and at this moment, Fongchan didn't want to engage in conflict with them so soon. In his plan, he intended to use the food shortage to wear down others first, and when everyone was nearly starving, then strike, which would maximize their benefits. But as they moved in another direction, light points appeared again not long after. What's going on? Everyone else has moved out? This was the first time Zhao Jiangshan encountered such a situation. In the previous days, even when they spotted light points, they would quickly disperse. Everyone's thoughts were almost unanimous. They didn't want to encounter the enemy so soon. It seems we underestimated Jianxiong, Fongchan said. How could that be? Isn't he still here? Before Zhao Jiangshan could finish, he noticed the largest light point moving in their direction. Wait, how does he know our location? All communication devices had been confiscated before they landed on the island, and their scores had been evenly distributed, all below 500, meaning their location wouldn't show on the number plates. So how did Jianxiong determine their position? It's these few. Song Qingling had been watching the number plates and was now pointing at several light points with scores over 500. If I'm not mistaken, there are people moving around these light points. When the small light points discover other prey, they move closer to the larger light point, then all move towards the prey. When the large light point moves, Jianxiong, the biggest light point, will also move. That's impossible. How does he do that? It requires a lot of people to cooperate. Zhao Jiangshan looked confused. Money ability, Fongchan said calmly. If he were Jianxiong, he would definitely use this ability at the first opportunity. Not everyone has a chance to be in the top 3. As long as there's appropriate coercion and temptation, most people would cooperate. Just think about it, if you only need a few points in the top 3 is basically out of reach, and someone is willing to pay a high price for your points, would you refuse? Refuse? Then you'd get beaten up and robbed, ending up with neither money nor points, and still getting hit. Any normal person would accept that condition. If they raised the price and asked you to help find others, would you help or not? Of course, you'd help, even without payment. You'd want to fit in and not seem like a coward. Understanding this, it's not hard to see their current predicament. The other side would find them sooner or later with indiscriminate attacks. It shouldn't be. When did Jianxiong get this smart? After Song Qingling explained, Zhao Jiangshan still couldn't believe it. He admitted that Jianxiong was indeed strong in combat, but he thought he was a bit smarter than Jianxiong. What do we do now? Song Qingling asked. They had clearly become the prey of the other side, with the surrounding small light points moving towards them, vaguely forming an encirclement. Escaping was basically impossible. Looking at the number of light points, there should be 7 or 8 people, but in reality, there would likely be more, probably reaching 12 or 13. Can you fight? Fongchan knew that people in this world couldn't be viewed through the lens of dreams. We can fight, but do you mean the 3 of us against more than 10? Zhao Jiangshan swallowed hard. This was too crazy. Everyone had undergone various training from a young age to improve their survival rate in the novice space, including physical training and martial arts. If you asked what industry was the most developed in the Great Xia Empire, everyone would answer without hesitation: youth martial arts halls. On a street less than a kilometer long, there were at least 3 youth martial arts halls. And that was after restrictions. So if you said you couldn't fight, that would definitely be a lie, but if you said you were much stronger than others, able to take on 3 or more, probably no one would believe it. You don't need too many, each of you just needs to hold off 2 people. Fongchan thought for a moment. This was the minimum requirement. If they still couldn't do it, they might as well look for another chance to escape. 2 should be doable, Zhao Jiangshan said after thinking. Song Qingling nodded, her expression unreadable, whether it was fear or confidence, but she seemed to be contemplating something. Then that's settled. Let's take them down. Being chased like a rat, Fongchan felt a surge of anger. Not really, are you serious? There are at least 10 of them. I can hold off 4, and you still have 6. Zhao Jiangshan looked at Fongchan in disbelief. This guy was getting too inflated. During the initial days of being an undercover, wasn't it always 1 against many? Fongchan still had this bit of confidence. Moreover, these past few nights, he had been secretly treating them while they were asleep. His body had been getting stronger, already surpassing his physique when he was a police officer, and he even suspected he had touched the physical ceiling of an ordinary person. Because in the last few times, although he felt power pouring into his body, there had been no further changes. He actually wanted to see what his current strength was. Seeing Fongchan's confident face, Zhao Jiangshan could only curse him silently as a madman. Chen Pang, they stopped. Hee, they are smart, suffering a little less. Sigh, this is boring. They all surrender when they see us. Like you're any different. No choice. Who told Jianxiao to give so much? Stop the nonsense, let's finish quickly and end this. Chen Peng couldn't help but marvel at Jian Xang's financial power. In just a few days, he had almost recruited the entire class, and it wouldn't be long before others would be subdued by him. There were 5 of them in this group, and with a few other groups nearby, there were probably around 12 or 13 people. Surely no one would dare to resist. Is it you guys? Soon, Chen Peng and the others saw Fongchan and the other 2. Didn't expect to meet you so soon. A stronger boy extended 2 fingers and said, 2 choices, surrender and hand over your number plates. Jian Xiao will buy them for 11,000, or we beat you up and take the number. Plates. Choose. Oh, I forgot to mention, Fongchan can only choose the latter. The boy showed a contemptuous smile. I choose your mom. Zhao Jiangshan exploded with anger. Chen Peng, didn't expect you to be Jian Xiang's lackey. 2. He completely ignored the guy. He was clearly Jian Xiang's person. Talking to him was pointless, but Chen Peng was different. They had previously been able to chat, though not very well. They weren't enemies either. Moreover, Chen Peng's strength was decent and he recognized him. Chen Peng just looked at Zhao Jiangshan without saying a word. Where's your backbone? Backbone? Hearing this, Chen Peng couldn't hold back anymore. Alright, let's see how long your backbone can last. Chen Peng didn't want to waste more words with Zhao Jiangshan. He understood that money couldn't buy him. They could only be beaten into submission. Fight! Just then, the others arrived, and Chen Peng no longer hesitated. He wanted Zhao Jiangshan to know that his choice was wise. 1, 2, 3, 13, 14. Zhao Jiangshan was dumbfounded. There were a full 14 people. Those 2 are mine. He looked at the 2 on the edge and ran over, not forgetting to give Fongchen an encouraging look. Xingling, those 2 are up to you. Seeing Song Qingling hesitate a bit, Fongchen assigned her the 2 closest to her. I want to fight 10. Fongchen felt his blood burning, a sensation that seemed long forgotten. Chen Peng sneered, you overestimate yourself. He admitted that Fongchen's performance had indeed been impressive during this time, but it was only in terms of survival. In combat, he was merely fast. But this was 10 people, and 1 drop of water could drown you. Chen Peng charged in, and the others immediately followed, but Fongchen wouldn't foolishly wait for them to surround him. In a 1 versus many situation, the best strategy was to exploit the time difference. Fongchen started moving, dodging attacks while creating distance. When one of them broke away, he immediately launched a series of punches. With the fighting techniques he remembered, he could instantly find the opponent's weaknesses and deliver heavy blows. However, he was surprised to find that these people could take a hit. After enduring several of his punches, they could still stand, truly worthy of their martial arts training from a young age. Chen Peng wasn't just watching, he took advantage of openings to land a few kicks on Fongchen, occasionally harassing him, making him a bit uncomfortable. He had originally thought dealing with a group of students would be easy, but he underestimated this world. Now, he could only rely on his speed and agility, jumping up and down around the tree trunk, kicking and dodging punches. A Jackie Chan vibe. Chen Peng frowned. Fongchen was indeed difficult to deal with. His speed was simply too fast for an ordinary person to catch up, and he was so agile that they couldn't land a hit. Out of 10 people, 5 were already lying on the ground, howling. Surround him. Keep your distance. Don't let him get close to the tree. After Chen Peng spoke, the others immediately understood his intention. It must be said that this tactic was indeed effective. They all maintained a certain distance from Fongchen. No matter how Fongchen moved, the distance remained unchanged, slowly confining him within a circle. This way, Fongchen lost his speed advantage. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Zhao Jiangshan and Song Qingling. Zhao Jiangshan and the 2 others were also exchanging blows, but it seemed they had more bruises on their faces. On the other hand, Song Qingling was in a better situation. Her techniques were different from Zhao Jiangshan's. Zhao Jiangshan's style was straightforward and forceful, while Song Qingling leaned towards agility, reminiscent of the Tai Chi principle of using force against force. The 2 originally thought Song Qingling would be easy to bully and could take advantage of her, but they found they couldn't hit her at all and ended up taking quite a few punches. Although her strikes weren't heavy, getting hit repeatedly was still painful. Seeing no way to retreat, Fongchen had to get serious. The fighting techniques he practiced were never meant for mere brawling, they were truly lethal skills. Chen Peng suddenly felt a shiver. He had to admit Fongchen's gaze was genuinely frightening. But at this moment he had no way out. After all, Jian Xiong had offered him 50,001 point, so he could only fight for his life. Bang! Bang! The sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed, a series of dull thuds as their fists struck each other's flesh. You throw a punch, I throw a kick, neither of them was backing down. Onlookers winced and grimaced. It hurt like hell. Damn it! Are you made of iron? After several minutes, Chen Peng finally couldn't hold back. His arms felt numb, as if he were hitting a wooden post. At this moment, Fongchen's hands and feet also felt a bit numb, but he felt increasingly good, as if his body was slowly adapting. With every strike, he could feel his body merging with his soul. He was somewhat enjoying it. It was that familiar feeling of fist fighting on the dark streets. Come at me together. Fongchen called out to the others. Damn it! Feeling underestimated, the others were a bit angry. Let's see you show off. A rain of fists came flying from all directions. Fongchen immediately reacted, blocking left and parrying right, his hands moving so fast they almost left after images, but he was still getting hit and forced to retreat, his body taking several kicks. Bring it on! Fongchan took a deep breath and charged forward again. This time, he used both hands and feet, as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. After taking a few punches in succession, he found an opening and kicked one of them flying. The other 4 were astonished. How could he still counterattack in this situation? Come on! Seeing that they were not moving, Fongchan charged forward again. You're a freak. If you want to die, I'll help you. Chen Pang was furious. The others unleashed a barrage of punches, but this time Fongchan dodged them all. Every punch hit nothing but air. Fongchan felt that his body could keep up with his mind. Bang! He suddenly bent down, and with one punch, he sent one person flying. Not an exaggeration, but literally, flying several meters before stopping. What kind of power is this? The remaining 3 had their mouths wide open, almost big enough to fit a fist, their eyes filled with undisguised astonishment. Don't be afraid. He's more injured than we are, otherwise, let him catch his breath. After Chen Pang said this, he was the first to strike, and the other 2 followed suit. But the Fongchan now was not the same as a minute ago. None of the 5 could hit him, let alone 3. Facing the 3, Fongchan was much more composed. In less than 2 minutes, all 3 had taken several punches from him, and 2 of them had been kicked away. Although these 2 had not yet lost consciousness, they were in so much pain that they howled and, realizing they would only continue to be beaten, chose to lie down and play dead. What a joke! I'm making hundreds of thousands. Why would I fight you to the death? In the end, only Chen Pang remained standing, and his continued presence was partly due to his pride. Jian Xiong had given him a lot of money, but he certainly didn't want to risk his life. He just wanted to prove that his choice was correct. Those who know the times are wise. You should back down, Fongchan said. At this moment, Zhao Jiangshan had also taken down the other 2, but his face was swollen in several places, and blood was flowing from his nose. Meanwhile, Song Qingling had just finished her fight and gave Fongchan a thumbs up, showing that she was completely unscathed. You win, I withdraw. Chen Pang was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. There was no need to continue fighting. They all took out their number tags and pressed the emergency button. Soon, a teacher would come to take them away, which meant they had lost their qualification in this points competition. Director Wang watched the scene before him, his face full of disbelief. Even Jin Xiong couldn't do this. He couldn't help but look at Fongchan a few more times. After these people left, Fongchan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhao Jiangshan even touched his face, howling. He was completely unlike the calm demeanor he had just moments ago. What do we do next? They're all coming over, Song Qingling said, looking at the glowing dots on the number tags. Counterattack, let's see who the real prey is. Song Qingling was taken aback. She didn't expect Fongchan to dare to take the initiative. Alright, let's beat the hell out of them. Ouch, that hurts. With a big movement, Zhao Jiangshan seemed to have pulled at the wound on his mouth again. After taking a beating, he was filled with anger inside. What should we do? Capture the leader first. As long as we take care of those big glowing dots, they will lose their means of communication, Fongchan said. But if we take all those number tags, won't that expose our location? Zhao Jiangshan said. Then let's not take them. The 2 were momentarily stunned, then understood Fongchan's meaning. The bulk of the points were with Jian Xiong, and they would eventually have to face him, so those small points didn't matter at all. But they will still notice us as we get closer, Zhao Jiangshan said. I have a method, Fongchan said mysteriously. Everyone in our class must have been bought off by Jian Xiong. In the woods, several men strolled leisurely. Not just our class, the class next door too. There's no way around it, we can't fight back, and they pay well. Smart people have all joined. It seems like Fongchan and his group haven't been found yet. Yeah, I heard a few days ago they eliminated over 10 people, including Chen Pang. Really fierce. But what's the use? You see, the points are mostly with Jian Xiong now, unless you can beat him. And with so many of us, we could drown them in saliva. But they really can hide. One man cradled his head with both hands, chewing on a blade of grass, talking to himself in a leisurely manner, completely unlike someone trying to survive in the wild. Hey, why is everyone so quiet? Damn. The man turned around to see that his 3 companions had collapsed on the ground, replaced by Fongchan and his 3 friends, who were smiling at him. When did you guys show up? Why didn't the number tags react? Did you throw away your number tags? The man then realized that Fongchan and his friends had no number tags on them, clearly discarded. So, what will it be? Withdraw voluntarily or end up like them? Fongchan pointed at the 3 on the ground. The man swallowed hard. You guys are really too much. How can you ambush like this? Even if I, Wang Xiaozi, get beaten to death today, fine, I withdraw. Soon, Director Wang appeared and took the man and his companions away. When he saw Fongchan again, he was still astonished. Previously, he had heard from several colleagues that Fongchan and his group were hiding everywhere, thinking they wouldn't show up again. He didn't expect to meet them in this situation. After the group left, Fongchan noted the location of the light points and handed the 500-point number tag to Song Qingling. Let's proceed as planned. Song Qingling nodded. Be careful, don't push yourself. Zhao Jiangshan. Fongchan nodded and left with Zhao Jiangshan, leaving Song Qingling alone. Song Qingling watched Fongchan's back, feeling that strange sense of familiarity again. 2. figures suddenly appeared in her mind: the crying Fongchan from childhood and the mysterious person who saved her life in the car accident. She originally thought this Fongchan was her brother Fong, but her father's words and their recent interactions made her feel there was no similarity. Their personalities were quite different. Just like these days, Fongchan kept teaching them ambush techniques, especially how to knock someone out with a single blow, how much force to use, and where to hit. These points of knowledge would be hard to master without practical experience. Given Brother Fong's family situation, she didn't think he had the conditions to learn these things. Ah, Xingling, how can you do this? Didn't you say you would marry Brother Fong? How can you be so fickle? I'm not fickle, I don't like them. Then why are you so nice to Fongchan? No, Fongchan has helped me so much, it's normal to treat him well. What about the mysterious person? He saved me, I definitely need to find him to repay his kindness. It must be like that. Song Qingling seemed to have two little people arguing in her mind and finally nodded. It must be like that. Half an hour later, Fongchan and Zhao Jianshan appeared on the other side of the woods, with 3 unconscious people at their feet. You said you were actually best at ambushing. I thought you were joking, but it seems to be true. Zhao Jianshan had just witnessed Fongchan take down 2 people in one go. His speed was even faster than when he took down 1. Soon, another teacher came to carry the 3 away. Alright, this is for you. The number tag was handed to Zhao Jianshan. Are you really okay on your own? Don't worry, little dog. Zhao Jianshan? Following the location of the light points, Fongchan quickly found another team, which also consisted of only 3 people. Fongchan's method is very simple. In the early stages, he uses their way of passing information to guide others in a certain direction, then ambushes them in advance. Of course, if the route deviates, Fongchan needs to scout ahead, just like this time when he changed positions several times before setting up the ambush. For these students, Fongchan employs sneak attack techniques just like adults dealing with children, leaving the opponents completely defenseless. After taking care of the last person, Fongchan checked the time. It was just right. Including the last time when he eliminated more than 10, he had just managed to eliminate half of the class. Now, he needed to take advantage of their unawareness to eliminate as many opponents as possible. Fongchan put down the number tag. If he didn't take it, this number tag would become invalid in half an hour, and by then, they would definitely notice something was off. So, he had to eliminate more enemies within this half hour. Moreover, they were too confident. A wide formation meant they were scattered, and their method of passing information was singular. Even if they noticed something was wrong, they couldn't react immediately, which was Fongchan's opportunity. At this moment, Song Qingling and Zhao Jianshan should be on their way to the next target. This training involved a total of 200 people, and about 30% had been eliminated in the first few days. Adding in those they had eliminated, it should reach 100 people, and in the past few days, there had been continuous eliminations. It was estimated that there were still more than 50 helping Jianxiong, but the points were limited, and there were still 8 larger targets visible on the map. Fongchan silently calculated Jianxiong's numbers along the way. Soon, he used the same method again and eliminated 3 more people. After that, he could no longer use this method. Whether the subsequent plan would succeed depended on Song Qingling. After eliminating 3 people, Fongchan placed the 500-point number tag on the ground, but this time, it would be collected by Song Qingling. She was the light, while Fongchan and Zhao Jianshan were the shadows. In these few days, they had not only been practicing quick eliminations but also familiarizing themselves with the terrain and practicing routes. On the West Coast beach, a group of people sat together. They were the eliminated students, currently extremely bored. Mo Xiaojun was chatting with several other class leaders nearby. Look, someone else is coming out. A teacher suddenly pointed towards the trees. They saw Director Wang approaching, carrying 2 students on his shoulders and holding one in each hand, walking towards them. That Fongchan from your class is too fierce, said Teacher Li from class 2 of year 3. Fongchan's actions today had already spread, and many were criticizing him for being despicable and shameless, resorting to sneak attacks. Mo Xiaojun smiled wryly, feeling quite complicated. The most likely candidates for victory were Jianxiong and Fongchan. Whoever won, she, as the leader, would have glory, but her class had been eliminated quite a bit. In fact, besides the few winners who would receive rewards, there were also consolation prizes. As long as one persisted until the end, they could also receive some rewards. She originally didn't want everyone to just hang on until the end, so she didn't mention it, but she didn't expect Fongchan to be so fierce, eliminating everyone without giving them a chance to turn things around. However, it was also understandable for Fongchan. If it were her, she would do the same. Keeping them around would only add to her troubles. In fact, Teacher Li also wore a frown. The victory was already out of reach for his class, and it seemed even the consolation prize would be lost. Many of those eliminated were from his class. So when he said that, he was also expressing some complaints. At this rate, we should have results in a day or 2, a teacher said. This year seems to be going faster. Yeah, but not every year can produce someone like Jianxiong. That Zhuge Ming from your class is not bad either, said Teacher Zhang from class 4 of year 3, shaking his head. He has a good head on his shoulders, but his strength is lacking. If he could awaken a combat-type talent, he could really turn the tide. Teachers, there's an emergency, please step aside to talk. At that moment, Director Wang approached Mo Xiaojun and the others with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the group suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. It was rare to see Director Wang with such a demeanor. They followed him for a distance before he spoke. Just now, Xiaoli called and said he found teacher Sun Li's body. She has been murdered. What? Everyone doubted whether they had heard correctly. How could this be possible? Sun Li was a newcomer who had just joined this year, and her strength had reached the initial stage of the Earth realm. How could she be killed just like that? Who is the murderer? Director Wang shook his head. Mo teacher, you stay with these students. Chen teacher, you are responsible for notifying the other teachers. This training is suspended. Immediately bring the students back to assemble at the designated area. The other teachers will go with me to the scene to investigate. Understood. Everyone was very serious. This was no joke. If someone could kill a teacher, then killing those students would be as easy as pie. On the other side of the forest, with Song Qingling as bait, Fongchan had eliminated several teams in succession. However, the situation had changed. The light points were no longer moving towards Song Qingling. According to their previous agreement, Fongchan quickly found Song Qingling, but Zhao Jiangshan had yet to arrive. It seemed that the variable this time was Zhao Jiangshan. Fongchan, look! Song Qingling pointed at the light points on the number plate. They were not only not coming towards them but were instead gathering around Jian Xiong. Should we go over? Fongchan said helplessly. Go over? Isn't that asking for death? There's no need to say. Zhao Jiangshan is already in their hands. This signal clearly indicates that we should go over. Isn't that unnecessary? They wouldn't dare to kill Zhao Jiangshan. At most, they would just give him some torment. Fongchan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. That sounded quite reasonable. Let's go take a look. Since they have sensed our intentions, they won't give us another chance. With our current points, it's basically impossible to earn rewards, so we might as well see what they want. But Jian Xiong might use Zhao Jiangshan to threaten you. He's tough, he shouldn't be afraid. Song Qingling had expected Fongchan to say something about not abandoning a companion, and she almost burst out laughing. On the other side of the forest, Director, you finally arrived. We were so anxious. Xiaoli, don't panic. Where is Sun Li's body? Right over there, we haven't touched it. Director Wang looked and was taken aback. The body was dismembered, the severed parts cleanly cut, a single blow to the death. From Sun Li's expression, it was clear she had died in fear. Are there any clues? Yes, we found some strange footprints on the nearby beach. Quick, take me to see. Director Wang's heart began to race. The group hurried to the beach, exactly where Xiaoli said the footprints were found. These footprints led from the beach straight into the woods. Director Wang's face changed dramatically, filled with fear. It's a sea monster. How long ago was it discovered? The footprints were densely packed. The body was just discovered. She must have died 2 or 3 hours ago. These footprints were likely left this morning. Request immediate support. The number of sea monsters was unknown, their strength unknown, but it could be confirmed that their power was above the Earth level, equivalent to level 10 or higher. Notify Mo teacher to arrange for half of the teachers to protect the students on the beach. Evacuate the island as soon as possible. The rest will go to Jian Xiong's side. You few come with me to pursue. After saying this, Director Wang led several teachers back into the woods, following the traces left by the sea monsters. They could only pray to find these sea monsters quickly and prevent them from encountering the students. There were over 100 students on the beach, and to prevent the sea monsters from landing and launching a surprise attack from the other side, a large number of teachers had to be arranged for protection. Jian Xiong and the others were in the north, gathering quite a few students who also needed teachers arranged for protection. As for the scattered ones, they could only pray that they would hide well. This time, a total of 28 teachers came for the training, half of whom went to the beach, leaving 6 here, while some teachers were quite far away and might not be able to reach the north in time. Now they could only rely on finding the sea monsters quickly, otherwise things would get serious. Xingqing No. 1 High School. Principal Pang. Something big has happened. What's going on? Pang Tong's heart tightened involuntarily. Teacher Mo from Class 3 just called. They discovered traces of sea monsters during training. The number is unknown, and their strength is above the Earth level. Currently, 1 teacher has been confirmed killed. Clang, the cup in Pang Tong's hand fell to the ground. Is it confirmed to be sea monsters? Yes. Damn it, are they not extinct yet? Pang Tong slammed his palm on the table, which instantly shattered. Anything related to sea monsters must not be taken lightly. They are inherently violent and cunning, usually appearing in groups. Wasn't it investigated thoroughly? Isn't it safe? Yes, it was investigated, but what do you mean but? Immediately notify the Demon Slayer department, call for more strong teachers, and let's go together. Yes. Damn sea monsters. They dare to invade our great Xia. Do they really think we are defenseless? Soon, Pang Tong received a call from the Demon Slayer department saying they had mobilized the Flying Eagles and would arrive at the scene shortly. Hearing this, Pang Tong felt somewhat relieved. The flying eagles were tamed beasts with extremely fast flight speeds, even better than helicopters, but only the Demon Slayer department had them, which was why he needed to notify them. West Coast Beach. Knowing that Principal Pang was coming, Mo Xiaojun felt uneasy. Although she had never seen a sea monster, there were detailed descriptions in books. Sea monsters usually appeared in groups, with a vanguard scouting the way before the main force moved in. If what the book said was true, these 10 or so teachers would likely not be able to hold them off. The fishing boats hadn't actually gone far, but they were still a few miles away, and it would take some time to get there. They could only pray that those sea monsters wouldn't really come. Just as Mo Xiaojun was worried, unbeknownst to her, a group of sea monsters was slowly landing at the very spot where the footprints had been found. They were entirely black, covered in fish scales, with limbs as small as dragon claws, holding sharp spears, long tails, huge heads with gills, and eyes like enormous sapphires. On the other side, Fongchan and Song Qingling had already found Jian Xiong, completely unaware of everything happening outside. "Ha, you finally came. Do you know how anxious I was?" As soon as Jian Xiong saw Fongchan, he revealed a twisted smile, and a group of people surrounded the two. Zhao Jiangshan, just as Fongchan had thought, had been captured by Jian Xiong and had several bruises on his face. Seeing Fongchan arrive, Zhao Jiangshan was indeed both surprised and delighted. To be honest, he and Fongchan weren't particularly close. They had only known each other for about 10 days, and during these days, it was Fongchan who had been helping him. Even if Fongchan hadn't come, he wouldn't have complained. But Fongchan did show up, which moved him deeply. "So you are Fongchan? Your ideas are indeed good, but unfortunately, you ran into me." Zhuge Ming. "After Qin Peng was eliminated, I predicted your actions. Those you eliminated were merely bait," said a well-mannered student with short hair and golden-rimmed glasses. For some reason, when Fongchan saw Zhuge Ming for the first time, he felt a sense of refined villainy. However, he finally understood why Zhao Jiangshan had been captured. Their actions had already been calculated. In this way, he actually didn't lose unjustly. "Jian Xiao, I told you long ago, if we join forces, the dual swords combined will be invincible in the world. People like this are not worth my effort. Someone like me, born in ancient times, would definitely be a top strategist. You should know." Cough cough. Jian Xiong directly interrupted Zhuge Ming's words. "This person is good at everything, but he talks too much." The days spent together have been nothing short of mental torture. If it weren't for the need to build a good relationship with him, I would have already given him a few hard punches. "I didn't expect this, did you? Finally, it's in my hands," Jian Xiong said proudly. Since Fongchan arrived, this was his happiest moment. "Kneel down. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps you can suffer a little less." He looked down at Fongchan with arrogance, but Fongchan remained unmoved. "Of course, you can choose not to comply, but those two will have to suffer a bit more. You wouldn't want to see them suffer, would you?" Fongchan took off his number tag. "If I withdraw, how will you respond?" "What the hell?" Jian Xiong was completely stunned. "Are you kidding me? I just started, and you're flipping the table already?" Zhuge Ming was also dumbfounded. He had overestimated Fongchan's competitiveness, giving up without even fighting. Zhao Jiangshan suddenly cursed. "Damn it, why didn't I think of that? If I withdraw, what can you do to me? At worst, I just won't get any points." The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was at a loss. How could he be so stupid, getting beaten to a pulp and still not withdrawing? "Wait," Jian Xiong immediately said, then looked at Zhuge Ming. The two whispered to each other, not knowing what they were discussing. Soon, Jian Xiong regained his smile. "Are you still a man?" Fongchan smiled and remained silent, letting Jian Xiong perform. The latter looked embarrassed and then said, "I'll give you a chance for a fair duel right now. We'll go one-on-one. If you win, you take the person away. If you lose, you kneel and admit your mistake." "I think I'll withdraw," Fongchan said as he reached for the button on his number tag. "Wait. If you win, I'll give you the points too." Jian Xiong was taking a big gamble. Fongchan showed a barely noticeable smile but still wore a troubled expression. "Isn't that unfair?" "Alright, don't push your luck," Zhuge Ming said. "Isn't this the situation you wanted?" Fongchan thought to himself that Zhuge Ming was indeed not easy to fool. It seemed impossible to ask for more benefits. "Fine, how do we determine the winner? You've played the name tag tearing game, right? Stick the number tag on your back. Whoever gets theirs torn off loses," Zhuge Ming said. "Let's go with that." Fongchan agreed readily, but he also saw through Zhuge Ming's intentions. However, that didn't matter. Who was the prey was still uncertain. Hearing Fongchan agree, Jian Xiong immediately smiled. Dozens of people quickly spread out, forming a large circle, not allowing Fongchan to leave. "Be careful, this rule is designed to prevent you from admitting defeat," Song Qingling said anxiously while helping Fongchan secure his number tag. "It's fine, keep an eye on old Zhao. Look for a chance to leave." Fongchan whispered, "Their target is me. They shouldn't make things difficult for you." "How can that be?" Song Qingling said, "and besides, don't worry, who wins and who loses is still uncertain." After saying that, Fongchan walked towards Jian Xiong in the center of the circle. "It seems you're quite confident," Jian Xiong mocked. "Do you really think that just because you eliminated a few people by sneak attacks, you can compare yourself to me? That's just laughable." "Oh no, how did they find out?" Song Qingling couldn't help but worry. Fongchan was best at sneak attacks, and if the opponent was on guard, it would be like breaking an arm before the fight even started. I'm sorry. Zhao Jiangshan had already been released because keeping him was useless and his family was influential. Others didn't dare to offend him. I was ambushed while trying to sneak attack, and that's when I realized Fongchan's strength. Zhao Jiangshan said apologetically. Humph. Song Qingling knew she couldn't blame Zhao Jiangshan, but she was still upset. How could there be such a foolish person? Is that so? Fongchan smiled, beckoning with his finger. Come on. Jian Xiong was like a powder keg, instantly ignited. His fists were like cannonballs, swift and fierce, and the people around were shocked. This was the rhythm of murder. Fongchan is really foolish. He could have withdrawn but chose to stay and wait for death. I heard that although Jian Xiong hasn't awakened yet, his strength and speed can rival that of a first-level awakened one. Yeah, awakened ones are invincible below. A first-level awakened can take one down for one. This punch could probably kill a tiger. Jian Xiao is so handsome. Jian Xiao, kill him. Kill him. Seeing Fongchan still not reacting, Jian Xiong smiled even more, overestimating himself. But just as he was about to hit Fongchan merely tilted his body slightly to avoid the punch. Jian Xiong's face stiffened. How could this be possible? Oh no. That familiar feeling. Just as he realized it, he felt a heavy kick to his back, losing his balance and crashing down hard. The air suddenly froze, and time seemed to stand still. Everyone's mouths were agape, their eyes bulging. I'm not dreaming, am I? How did he do that? They all wore expressions of disbelief, not even catching a glimpse of Fongchan's movements. Zhuge Ming didn't know what to say. All his schemes seemed like a joke in the face of this power. Too many flaws, Fongchan said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place ignited. How dare he? Once, twice. Jian Xiong felt his dignity being rubbed into the ground by Fongchan. He flipped over, his eyes filled with rage, his reason clouded by anger. I'm going to kill you. Jian Xiong unleashed all his power, pushing off the ground so hard that it dented, his speed reaching its peak. Is this really something an unawakened can do? The onlookers were stunned. This speed surpassed human limits, referring to humans before awakening, of course. It seems the rumors that he is comparable to a first-level awakened one are true. Fongchan. Song Qingling couldn't help but feel anxious, her fists clenched, ready to strike at any moment. But this seemingly stormy punch, in Fongchan's eyes, was too forceful and lacked technique, resulting in a single-minded attack with high power and many flaws. Jian Xiong's punches whistled through the air, each aimed at Fongchan's head, but just as Fongchan anticipated, every punch fell within his predicted range. How could he possibly hit him? Jian Xiong's face grew increasingly ugly, his fists exerting 120% of their strength, believing each punch would land, yet they were all easily dodged. Damn it! Jian Xiong gritted his teeth forcefully, sweeping his right foot on the ground, sending mud and stones flying. Fongchan never expected Jian Xiong would use such a messy tactic in front of so many people. By the time he realized it, it was too late, and the rising dust forced him to block. However, Jian Xiong seemed to have prepared for this, suddenly producing a dagger in his hand, stabbing directly at Fongchan's abdomen. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations. Jian Xiong really could endure. For so many days, even when handling fish or chopping wood, he hadn't taken out a knife. Everyone mistakenly thought he was unarmed. Be careful. Song Qingling wanted to rush over to save Fongchan, but it was already too late. She was too far away. Thud. Jian Xiong and Fongchan both stopped, and everyone held their breath. Jian Xiong's face changed suddenly, the joy of success vanishing without a trace. At this sight, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. The silver blade pierced Fongchan's right hand, pressing against his heart, but could advance no further. Blood flowed from his palm onto the blade, dripping to the ground. This time, Fongchan truly felt the urge to kill. The dirt obscured his vision. He knew Jian Xiong had produced a weapon but couldn't react in time. He didn't know where Jian Xiong would attack him, but he was betting that Jian Xiong was a small-minded person, betting that he would try to kill him. So he placed his hand in front of his chest in advance. However, the result was just as he expected. You really have a big life. After Jian Xiong said this, he tried to pull out the dagger, but no matter how hard he tried, the dagger wouldn't budge. I wonder if your life is that big? Fongchan's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly exerted force, twisting Jian Xiong's hand that was gripping his fist. A crack sound followed. Jian Xiong's arm twisted at a strange angle. The delayed heart-wrenching pain made Jian Xiong break out in a cold sweat, and he involuntarily stepped back a few paces. Stunned. This was everyone's reaction, watching the seemingly harmless Fongchan being so ruthless. However, it wasn't over yet. Fongchan seemed unwilling to let Jian Xiong go. He never released Jian Xiong's hand and pulled hard, causing Jian Xiong to tremble in pain. Fongchan's next punch made him see stars. I will kill you. Jian Xiong's eyes were dazed, as if he were out of his mind, but he still lashed out, swinging his other hand at Fongchan. This time, Fongchan didn't dodge, he grabbed it with one hand and exerted force again. Crack! The heart-wrenching pain came again, and Jian Xiong instantly regained his senses, unable to move either hand. Fongchan, if you have the ability, kill me. I swear. As long as I don't die, I will make sure you have no place to be buried. I will make you regret coming into this world. Jian Xang trembled all over in pain, but the immense hatred made him almost forget the pain. Everyone gasped in shock. They never expected Fongchan to be so ruthless, nor did they expect that in such a situation, Jian Xang would still provoke Fongchan. Isn't this seeking death? These hands were. Jian Xang's pride, being crippled, was equivalent to taking his life. At this point, he no longer cared about dying. He knew that even if he died, his father would definitely avenge him, and Fongchan's fate would be even worse than his own. Then I will fulfill you. Fongchan couldn't help but sigh inwardly that Jian Xang was a tough guy, but unfortunately, such a person could never achieve great things. Originally, Fongchan didn't plan to really kill Jian Xang, at least not here, but with things developing to this point, he could no longer let Jian Xang leave alive. Fongchan picked up Jian Xiang's dagger and, without further ado, aimed to stab it into his throat. Stop! This shot did not make Fongchan stop, but the next second, a stone accurately knocked the dagger away, even numbing Fongchan's hand. Fongchan was taken aback. What? Incredible strength. What the hell are you doing? A middle-aged man rushed over, grabbing Fongchan and questioning him. Do you know you're killing someone? Ha 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 ha. Jian Xang suddenly burst into wild laughter, then looked coldly at Fongchan. My life is also very big. I am someone who always says, does it. Fongchan's expression was calm. He also knew that he couldn't kill Jian Xang now. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed tightly. Although he didn't know what had happened, from their reactions, it was clear that the conflict between these two had escalated to an irreconcilable level. But now was not the time to discuss this. Everyone listen up. This training is cancelled. Follow me out of here. The middle-aged man couldn't care less about that, for now, they had to get through this crisis. A few minutes ago, he had already received a call from Mo Xiaojun, discovering that a large number of sea monsters were attacking them, and they had managed to escape to the fishing boat, hoping that he and the others would speed up. What happened? Someone asked. We were attacked by sea monsters. We need to leave quickly. Sea monsters? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Hurry and follow me out. The man had no time to explain anything further and urged everyone to leave, while the other teachers arrived at that moment. The middle-aged man helped Jian Xang up, only to discover that his hands were both ruined, twisted like a pair of pretzels. How much strength did it take to do this? Could someone who hadn't awakened really achieve this? He looked at Fongchan with a gaze full of complexity. Although this training allowed for any means, this was too extreme. If they could survive this, he would undoubtedly face a storm of revenge from the Jin family. Sigh. With a sigh, he said nothing more. The group hurriedly followed the teacher out, as if nothing had just happened. Suddenly, the leading teacher stopped, his expression grave, struggling repeatedly. Everyone scatter and run towards the west beach. There are boats there. Leave the teacher behind. Before anyone could ask why, they saw sea monsters suddenly leap out from the woods, and not just one, but nearly 10. Everyone immediately understood the teacher's intention. With just these few teachers, they could only hold them off for a while, and the students could only leave their fate to chance. Run! Seeing everyone still frozen in place, the teacher shouted again, and everyone scattered like frightened rabbits. Of course, their goal remained the west beach. Each person ran faster than the last, giving it their all. Better to die than to let their companions perish. The teacher couldn't help but shake his head, saying nothing. At that moment, Jian Xang and Fongchan exchanged a glance. Jian Xang looked at Fongchan, who was also looking at him, both revealing meaningful expressions. Jian Xang knew he had to leave and couldn't be caught alone by Fongchan, or he wouldn't know how he would die. Fongchan also understood that this was his only chance to kill Jian Xang. Someone protect me. My dad is Jian Wenti, a disciple of the sword saint chasing wind. I am the only heir of the Jin family. If I die, you all will die. Jian Xang shouted at the teacher. At that moment, he stopped pretending. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Jian Xang to have such a connection to the sword saint. The leading teacher hesitated. If the sword saint pursued this, the entire school would suffer. Even if they survived this time, things wouldn't end well afterward. After much thought, he arranged for a teacher to follow Jian Xang. Jian Xang looked back at Fongchan, a smug smile on his face, as if to say, come and kill me. Fongchan suddenly felt a sense of breaking through the heavens. Who knew that even a casual villain could have such a powerful background? However, he wouldn't regret it. Since he wanted Jian Xiang's life, he should be prepared to be killed. Soon, a teacher took Jian Xang away, and some students followed suit. Once everyone had scattered, a few teachers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their task now was to buy as much time as possible. What should we do? Zhao Jiangshan asked. Follow them, Fongchan said, looking in the direction of Jian Xang. He wanted to find an opportunity, and with the teacher present, they would indeed be safer. Not good. They're catching up. Someone shouted, and everyone turned to look. Sure enough, several sea monsters were chasing them with sharp spears. It turned out there were far more than 10 sea monsters. It was impossible for just a few teachers to stop them. Ah! A girl who was running slower let out a terrible scream and then fell into a pool of blood. More and more students fell into the blood, and the screams never ceased. The teacher protecting Jian Xang struggled internally for a moment, kicked a stone, and hit a sea monster, which cried out in pain. What are you doing? Jian Xang immediately scolded, as he had already noticed the sea monsters looking at them with anger. The teacher said nothing and quickly led Jian Xang to run in another direction. The sea monsters immediately chased after them. Jian Xang was cursing in his heart, but he couldn't leave the teacher. Compared to the sea monsters, he found Fongchan even more terrifying. However, he had secretly vowed that this teacher was second on his kill list, with Fongchan being first. You guys go ahead, I'll follow and take a look, Fongchan said to Song Qingling and Zhao Zhengshan. No way, Song Qingling and Zhao Zhengshan said simultaneously. It's too dangerous, these sea monsters are very strong. Song Qingling said, Old Fong, I know what you want to do, but as long as there's still a green mountain, no, a gentleman takes revenge, no, anyway, just survive, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Zhao Zhengshan was clearly anxious, fearing Fongchan would do something foolish. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Song Qingling, then we should go with you. Zhao Jianshan? I'm not going. No need, you following me will only complicate things. It's actually more convenient for me to go alone if anything happens. I can escape immediately. That makes sense. Zhao Jianshan nodded quickly. After Fongchan's repeated insistence, Song Qingling finally gave up the idea of following. You two hurry and go, it's not safe here yet, Fongchan urged, quickly following in the direction of Jianxiong. Fongchan followed the trail of the sea monsters, keeping a certain distance. He hadn't lied with his stealth skills, there was a high chance he wouldn't be discovered, but it would be difficult with Song Qingling along. Along the way, Fongchan had more and more questions. The sea monsters had previously scattered to catch people, but why were they acting together now that they were near the teacher? Were they ignoring so many students just because the teacher angered them? Moreover, wasn't this direction where they had previously discovered the sea monsters' living utensils? What puzzled him even more was that this island hadn't seen sea monsters for many years. Why were they appearing now? Was it a coincidence? Or were they specifically targeting them? Before long, Fongchan noticed the sea monsters' formation had broken. They were no longer in their previous arrangement, and their movements were clearly more forceful. Were they in a hurry? Soon, he stopped. There were obvious sounds of fighting ahead, indicating they had caught up. Look at the mess you've made. Jianxiong finally exploded in anger. They clearly had a chance to escape, but because of this teacher's reckless actions, they had fallen into danger again. Humph. The man snorted coldly. In my eyes, your life is worth less than those students. How can these ants compare to me? In terms of strength and wealth, what do they have that can match me? Just because of that, you pose a greater threat than they do. Perhaps realizing he was doomed, the man no longer held back. You have power and influence, and you can completely disregard the lives of others. Is this really what the empire needs? People like us, no matter how hard we try, will only end up as your bodyguards. The man's eyes were filled with unwillingness. What's the problem? It's always been like this since ancient times. Is it right to keep doing this? I don't want to waste words with you. Hurry and take me away. Jianxiong shouted hysterically, watching as the sea monsters were about to surround them. Don't worry, you won't die before I do. Although the man didn't like Jianxiong much, he had an obligation to protect him, both due to his duty and Jianxiong's status. Let me show you the power of us ants. The man shouted, his aura instantly soaring, his shirt bursting from his inflated muscles. He then shot out, leaving crater-like footprints on the ground. Power enhancement? Jianxiong's eyes widened, not expecting him to be a talent user. Awakener generally refers to those who have awakened their attribute panels after entering the novice space, undergoing a transformation in their physique, with most being awakeners over the age of 18. Talent users. Are those among them who have awakened special abilities? Although Fongchan had awakened a talent ability, strictly speaking, he was not yet a talent user, and his strength could not be compared to that of an awakener. The man's explosive power was immense. In just an instant, he closed the distance of several meters and reached the sea monster, which seemed to have not reacted yet. With just one punch, the sea monster was sent flying until it crashed into a large tree, stopping only then. Its scales shattered all over the ground, and after struggling a few times, it still couldn't get up. What overwhelming power! Jianxiong felt both envy and disdain in his eyes. He wanted such power but also believed he could awaken an even stronger talent. The other three sea monsters were also stunned, although they were the lowest level beings. Being dealt with so easily was quite frustrating. They raised their sharp spears, no longer giving the man a chance to sneak attack. The man frowned and charged again, but the sea monsters retreated, spreading out their formation. When he attacked one sea monster, the other two moved in to attack him. This forced the man to defend himself. Fongchan was hiding far away, just in time to see the distance of the battle. The sea monsters surrounded but did not attack, being very cunning. The man felt as if his fists were hitting cotton, with strength having nowhere to go. %Yuan. At #Yuan *and Yuan. #@. He couldn't hear what the sea monsters were communicating, which made him very uneasy. He needed to find a way to break the deadlock quickly, otherwise, when the sea monsters' reinforcements arrived, he would undoubtedly die. The man stood with his hands behind his back, appearing proud and aloof, but in reality, his right hand was tightly clenched into a fist, a faint light continuously gathering in his palm. This was one of the skills of the power talent, charging. On the West Coast beach, a fierce battle was also taking place here. for ships were docked on the shore, but unfortunately 2 had already been sunk by the sea monsters. Some teachers were guiding students onto the ships, while most teachers were desperately fending off the sea monsters' attacks. Fortunately, these sea monsters had not attacked from the sea, otherwise they would have been overwhelmed and unable to resist. The number of sea monsters had exceeded the teachers' expectations. No matter how strong they were, 2 fists could not fight 4 hands, especially since these sea monsters had water control abilities and could shoot water arrows from their mouths. Many teachers had suffered from this. Have Director Wang and the others not returned yet? Mo Xiaojun asked anxiously. They've been notified and are on their way back. Too slow. Mo Xiaojun shook her head helplessly. The number of sea monsters had already exceeded 50, and under the siege, all the teachers were showing signs of fatigue. Just wearing them down could exhaust them to death. Light shield. Mo Xiaojun suddenly waved her hand, and a light barrier appeared in front of a teacher, just in time to block a fatal blow from a sea monster. Mo Xiaojun was also a talent user. Specifically with a light talent, although it was an epic level talent, its combat power in the early stages was not strong and was more suited for support. As soon as she finished speaking, she used the light shield again to block the sea monster's attack. The frequent use of skills was quickly draining her energy. If it weren't for her, the other teachers probably couldn't last even 10 minutes. How could she not be anxious? Charge. Double the power. The sea monster was startled by the man's sudden outburst, but fortunately, they were all well trained and quickly adjusted their positions. They had thought that, like before, the man would give up after being attacked. But he did not. He paid no attention to the 2 sea monsters behind him. He charged straight at the sea monster in front of him, his right fist glowing faintly red, as if it were attached to a rocket. Bang! It hit solidly. This time, the sea monster did not fly backward like before but stood still, not moving an inch, though its head exploded into a mist of blood. Terrifying. The other 2 sea monsters were stunned. This was too strong. But despite their surprise, they did not stop their movements. In the next moment, 2 sharp spears lunged toward the man simultaneously. The man desperately dodged to the side but was still struck in the waist by one of them, blood gushing out immediately. He covered the wound and quickly distanced himself from the sea monsters. Hurry up and deal with them and get out of here. Jian Xiong suddenly shouted, feeling that the longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would become. The man's expression darkened. Was it because he didn't want to kill them that he hadn't done so? The 2 sea monsters exchanged glances and immediately turned around, ignoring the man and charging toward Jian Xiong instead. Jian Xiong's face changed dramatically, as dark as ink. The man instantly understood the sea monster's intentions, but he had to go back. At this distance, I can catch up. Just as he thought this, the sea monster suddenly opened its mouth, and 2 water arrows shot out simultaneously. The man cursed inwardly, his legs exploded with power, not daring to hold back at all, and he couldn't care less about the pain from his wound. Pooh, pooh, 2 consecutive sounds. Jian Xiong moved his arms out of the way, and he saw the man facing him, arms wide open, with both water arrows embedded in him, leaving 2 clearly visible blood holes, blood flowing out continuously, but he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The man's eyes gradually dimmed. He didn't understand why he was risking his life to save someone like this, someone he barely knew, who wasn't even his student. Because of the Jin family? It didn't seem that scary. Because of responsibility? He felt his brain could no longer think. The water arrows that pierced his heart had turned into water and blood, merging together. It was laughable to think about what would happen to his lovely son and beautiful wife. Thud. The man fell forward, and Jian Xiong quickly dodged to the side, unwilling to even help him up. At this moment, it was clear that the 2 sea monsters were laughing. Jian Xiong's expression darkened, not because of the man's death, but because there was now no one to block for him. Useless, he cursed loudly, not knowing whether he was cursing the man or the sea monsters. The sea monsters picked up their spikes and directly lunged at Jian Xiong. They could sense that this human posed no threat at all. Seeing that Jian Xiong didn't run, not knowing if he was scared silly, the 2 sea monsters approached cautiously, the one in front ready to stab down with its spike, while Jian Xiong still showed no reaction, let alone dodging. The sea monster shook its head, realizing it had overthought. The spike aimed straight at Jian Xiong's heart, but in the next moment, the sea monster's expression changed drastically. As the spike made contact with Jian Xiong, an invisible force blocked it, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Immediately, the energy gathered into a mass, transforming into sword energy, flying forward in a fan shape. Before the 2 sea monsters could react, the sword energy had sliced them and a row of trees behind them in half. The power was terrifying. You're all trash. You made me use my divine shield slash. Jian Xiong cursed loudly, his body weakening. Although he knew he had this trump card, the pressure in his heart was still immense. Far away, Fongchan watched everything unfold. No wonder Jian Xiong had provoked him earlier, knowing he couldn't win. It was like fishing for law enforcement. Fongchan's expression turned cold. You really have a lot of lives. Jian Xiong was surrounded by emptiness, and Fongchan simply chose not to hide. Fongchan. As soon as Jian Xiong heard the voice, he became tense, only to see Fongchan looking at him with a half-smile. Fongchan picked up a sea monster's sharp spike and said, I wonder if I can continue to survive after this. Your hand? How is that possible? Jian Xiong was very surprised. He had clearly seen Fongchan's hand pierced, yet now it seemed completely unharmed. You mean this? Fongchan deliberately extended his palm to show Jianxiong. You awakened a healing talent? Jianxiong quickly thought of this possibility. Yes, Fongchan admitted generously, but Jianxiong's words reminded him that it seemed this healing technique really shouldn't be used carelessly. Ha ha ha, you useless fool. I really can't wait to see you turn into a dog. A fierce look appeared on Jianxiong's face. In recent years, healers had become a coveted resource among the major families. If they couldn't use them, they would rather destroy them. So he had foreseen Fongchan's future, which would undoubtedly be a life worse than death. Thinking of this, his mood improved considerably. It's a pity you won't have the chance to see it, Fongchan said coldly. You dare. If you kill me, the whole world won't let you go. Jianxiong was truly panicking now. No wonder Fongchan was willing to reveal his secret. He was dead set on killing him. Who said I would kill you? It will be the sea monster that kills you. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent radiated from Fongchan, causing Jianxiong's heart to chill, as if he saw countless vengeful spirits on Fongchan. This was the true killing intent forged from slaughter. Thinking about his previous actions was truly laughable. His little bit of momentum could even be called killing intent. No, please, spare me. I promise I won't trouble you again. Jianxiong's legs went weak and he crawled and rolled away in panic. Although the divine shield slash was powerful and more suitable for someone like him who had not awakened, any weapon required energy to drive it, and his stamina was the energy for the divine shield slash. At this moment, he deeply regretted not for provoking Fongchan, but for not killing him earlier. Fongchan sneered, fully aware of the saying that villains die from talking too much, picked up the spike and stabbed it directly into Jianxiong. Ah! With a scream, the spike pinned Jianxiong's body to the ground, and no matter how he struggled, he could not take another step forward. Finally, after a few convulsions, he lay still, his face a mix of fear and unwillingness, and until his death, he probably never imagined he would meet such an end. Fongchan did not leave immediately. He searched Jianxiong for a while and finally found a sword-shaped ornament. This ornament was transparent and had now lost its luster. This should be the source of Jianxiong's skill. A good item. After putting it away, Fongchan moved some sea monster corpses to fake the scene. Once he finished this, he did not rush to the west beach. He had noticed earlier that the sea monsters seemed unwilling to let them go north. Several times they had forced them to change direction. When they arrived here, the sea monsters had spared no effort to block them. Thinking of this, Fongchan immediately began to search based on those clues. Soon, he found some traces of the sea monsters' habitation. In fact, this was something Fongchan had always found puzzling. Why would they leave the good sea and suffer on land? Fongchan followed these sparse traces of life northward. In fact, the further north he went, the fewer the traces became, which made Fongchan start to doubt whether he had misunderstood. But soon, his keen eyes spotted something unusual. It didn't look particularly special, but there was noticeably less grass, particularly sparse, and it seemed to him that grass had never grown there. According to his teacher's previous introduction, this island had been occupied by sea monsters for a time, but no one knew when the sea monsters had left. Previously, these outlying islands were known as forbidden zones for the living, guarded by many powerful sea monsters. Several times, human warriors had launched strong assaults, but all had returned empty-handed, and in the end, it was left unresolved. Against this backdrop, ordinarily, no one dared to approach, and it was only in recent years, after the sea monsters had vanished, that people dared to set foot on the island again. Fongchan stepped on the ground and then took out his shell knife to dig. He dug and dug in the small patch of wasteland with his little knife and little mud. After digging for a while, Fongchan felt he had hit a stone, and it was quite large, at least a meter wide. This was not normal. He immediately quickened his pace and finally saw the true face of the stone. It was a stone slab. Fongchan felt he was right. So heavy. He exerted all his strength to move the slab a bit. A hole? Feeling something was off. Fongchan continued to push, and this time, he finally saw a cave that was more than half a meter wide. The disguise was not very clever. It was clear that whoever had left had been in a hurry. Fongchan thought for a moment and decided to investigate. The cave was very dark and narrow, just enough for one person to pass through, but considering the size of the sea monsters, it seemed reasonable. As he went deeper, the cave obviously opened up a lot more, and steps appeared. Fongchan knew he had bet right this time. The steps continued downward until he reached an underground lake. Although there was no sunlight here, it was not dark at all. The cave walls seemed to have some luminescent algae. It was called a lake, but it was not large, with a diameter of less than 10 meters. Besides this lake, there was nothing else and no other passage. Fongchan stirred the lake water with his hand and threw in some stones. It looked like ordinary water, nothing special about it. He pondered for a moment, fearing that the secret lay within this lake. He took off his clothes, did a simple warm-up, and then jumped into the lake with a splash. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed, ordinary lake water. The lake was not dark at all. Some plants emitted a faint light, resembling streetlights along a road. It seemed that following these light spots would lead to the end of the lake. Soon, he saw what appeared to be a building at the bottom. The building was not large, supported by a few columns, more like a small temple. Outside this building, there seemed to be a thin membrane that separated the water. Passing through the membrane was effortless, which surprised him. Breathing normally. Truly amazing, Fongchan exclaimed in admiration. Rather than saying the membrane isolated the water, it was more accurate to say some force pushed the water away entirely, creating a dry area. This temple was indeed not large and had no protective measures. It was likely that the sea monsters had not expected anyone to find this place. Indeed, if it weren't for Fongchan's keen observation, he would not have discovered this location. If he had waited another 6 months or so, with the grass growing, he might not have found it at all. One could only say that luck was indeed on his side. What is that? Something glowing faintly blue was floating on a small platform. Fongchan stepped closer to take a look. It was a bead of irregular shape, resembling a broken heart. He cautiously observed the surroundings before reaching out to take the bead. But in just an instant, the bead sank into Fongchan's body and disappeared. Fongchan almost cursed, the speed was unstoppable. Heart of the Sea King? This information immediately appeared in his mind. A very inappropriate name. Heart of the Sea King. The Heart of the Sea King. Fongchan? Ha? Is that it? Suddenly, I felt like I had been tricked. However, there was no time to think too much. The moment the Heart of the Sea King disappeared, the surrounding water immediately lost its support. Simply put, the membrane had burst. The lake water poured down in an instant, and the immense impact made Fongchan feel extremely uncomfortable, as if he were being pressed down at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, a force flowed from Fongchan's heart throughout his body, and the powerful water pressure vanished without a trace. So comfortable. Besides that, Fongchan also discovered that he could actually breathe underwater. It was incredible. Underwater, he could move as if on solid ground. Could this be the power of the Sea King? West Coast Beach. The Demon Slayer Division had already arrived. Director Wang and Pang Tong joined the battlefield. With these high-level combatants joining in, the situation quickly turned one-sided. Although there were many sea demons, they were already in disarray, fleeing in all directions. In the end, not many were sent to pursue, they only entered the woods to rescue. Due to transportation and time constraints, the advance team did not have many people, so ensuring the students' safety was the priority. Teacher, Fongchan and Song Qingling are both missing, we need to find them quickly, Zhao Jiangshan said anxiously. Originally, he had escaped with Song Qingling, but just as they were about to leave the woods, he realized Song Qingling was gone. It was obvious she had gone to find Fongchan. He was also very anxious, but there were no available hands on the beach, and only now did he find an opportunity to have Mo Xiaojun look for someone. Mo Xiaojun frowned. She had actually noticed from the beginning that some students had not returned, even those teachers who had gone to rescue people had come back, yet they were still missing. But the situation had been urgent, and there had been no way to allocate manpower. Now that the situation was settled, she decided to go look for them herself. Is it Jian Wenti? At that moment, another heavenly eagle flew in, carrying 2 people on its back, one of whom was the current head of the Jian family, Jian Wenti. He actually came in person. Quick, go find someone. Mo Xiaojun suddenly had a bad premonition. Zhao Jiangshan quickly nodded, also feeling a sense of foreboding. So the two of them re-entered the woods. Song Qingling must have gotten lost around here, Zhao Jiangshan said. Any clues? Zhao Jiangshan thought for a moment, then nodded, leading Mo Xiaojun northward. Brother, you must not do anything foolish. Leaving the lake surface, Fongchan felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. It turned out that swimming freely in the water was so exhilarating. However, he knew he couldn't stay here any longer, he had to leave quickly. It was likely that the sea demons had come to the island for the Heart of the Sea King. If that were the case, he couldn't even imagine what would happen if the sea demons found out about it. But he wasn't one to dwell on the past. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't regret it. Yet no matter how hard Fongchan racked his brain, he would never have thought that as soon as he left the cave, he would encounter half a dozen sea demon squads. What the hell? Talk about bad luck. Fongchan's face darkened. Was he really being targeted? If they managed to escape, would he have to live in fear of the sea demons for the rest of his life? He probably never would have guessed that due to the human counterattack, the sea demons were pushed into a corner and specifically sent a squad to retrieve the Heart of the Sea King. The sea demons also never expected that in order to avoid attracting human attention, they had deliberately scattered into dozens of small squads to flee, only to be found by humans here. No! The sea demons suddenly realized that the direction the human was coming from was towards the cave. Could it be that this person had already taken the Heart of the Sea King? Just thinking about this possibility made the sea demons go crazy. This was the hope of the revival of their clan. We absolutely cannot let them leave. Both the sea demons and Fongchan thought the same. Whatever you say, you can't let them leave. Although Fongchan thought this way, it was basically a delusion. With his current combat power, he could still handle some unawakened ones, but facing sea monsters or awakened ones, he wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Right now, he only had the shield/skill, which was still on cooldown. Even if it weren't, he couldn't use it. But no matter what, he had to leave here first. The sea monsters probably still didn't know that the heart of the Sea King had been stolen. If they found out, they would likely stop at nothing. As soon as Fongchan ran, the sea monsters immediately followed. Just as Fongchan thought, they indeed didn't know, and they didn't want to cause a conflict here. If the humans discovered that cave, the consequences would be unimaginable. To avoid drawing Fongchan's attention, they didn't even send anyone to verify. The thoughts of both sides were surprisingly aligned. One ran while the other chased, without interfering with each other. But what Fongchan didn't expect was that the best location was actually where Jian Wenti had died. The terrain here was open, with signs of a fight. Even if he used shield slash, he could shift the blame to Jian Wenti, and perhaps others would soon find this place. For the sea monsters, the signs of a fight made a conflict reasonable, and it wouldn't raise suspicions about the cave. Once again, their thoughts aligned, and without needing to say anything, they stopped. What is your purpose? Fongchan could only think of stalling for time. %yuan hashtag at asterisk and at hashtag yuan end. This isn't going to work. A few sea monsters didn't want to waste time talking with Fongchan, they wanted a quick resolution. If those human powerhouses caught up, they would be doomed. This time it was the sea monsters chasing while Fongchan ran, but once the sea monsters got serious, their speed was something Fongchan couldn't compare to. Fongchan's mind raced. Was he really going to die here? Boom! At that moment, a fireball flew over and struck one of the sea monsters, instantly engulfing it in flames, turning it into a fire monster. The sea monster screamed and rolled around, but the flames were not so easily extinguished, and the other sea monsters dared not approach. They were naturally afraid of fire. The high temperature of the flames would evaporate their moisture, and their scales would become brittle, rendering their abilities useless. The sudden turn of events left Fongchan momentarily stunned. But when he saw who had arrived, he was even more shocked, his jaw dropping. Wasn't this Song Qingling? She was also an awakened one, and an elemental type. The intensity of this fire was not ordinary, it was a stronger flame. Fongchan, are you okay? Song Qingling came in front of Fongchan. I'm fine. Is this your flame element? Fongchan asked curiously. Song Qingling nodded. It should be, as my father said. None of them had attribute panels yet, so they couldn't determine what ability it was. But it was close enough. You go first, I'll handle this. Song Qingling turned her back, a surge of momentum rising. Rationally, there was nothing wrong with Song Qingling's words. Fongchan's current state couldn't deal with the sea monsters at all, and staying would only hold her back. The correct approach was for Song Qingling to buy time while he sought help. But he couldn't do that. As a fellow awakened one, he was very clear about how much energy one had before awakening. A skill with this kind of power could be used 2 more times at most, and that would mean Song Qingling was already running low on energy. If he left, Song Qingling would have no chance at all. Fongchan shook his head, picked up a sharp spike, and though it was very irrational, he said, I won't leave you behind. Song Qingling's heart trembled. Was it really you? The sea monsters clearly feared Song Qingling, their formation shifting from close-knit to scattered. This was good for Fongchan, at least he wouldn't have to face a one versus many situation. 5 sea monsters suddenly charged at Song Qingling from all directions. She quickly stepped back a few paces, waved her hand, and a wall of fire appeared, separating the sea monsters. Fongchan noticed that Song Qingling's face instantly turned pale. The sea monsters roared in anger, trying to break through the wall of fire, but the scorching flames blocked their path. Fongchan's figure flickered like a ghost, disappearing at some point and suddenly reappearing behind one of the sea monsters. This ambush technique had long been mastered by him. As long as someone attracted the opponent's attention, he could appear without a sound. The sharp spike thrust unhesitatingly towards the sea monster but was blocked by its thick scales, causing Fongchan to frown. The armor was simply too thick. The sea monster was startled and quickly jumped away, but Song Qingling, being meticulous, followed up with a fireball right after Fongchan's failed ambush, though it was noticeably smaller in size. With a puff, it hit again. This time, they had learned their lesson and tried to extinguish the fire with their powers, but Fongchan would not let them have their way, and the spike attacked once more. Break! With all his strength, he finally pierced through the sea monster's body, and combined with the flames, the sea monster immediately lost its vigor. 4 left. Under this coordination, they barely managed to take down one sea monster. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Seeing their companion killed, the remaining sea monsters became even more frenzied, but they were not the kind to lose their rationality. They clearly understood that Song Qingling was their real threat. They would not rush in recklessly. Whoosh! A spike flew out, which was the sea monster's countermeasure, a ranged attack. They could not easily use their powers either, as it would consume a lot of energy and had a cooldown time. Song Qingling wanted to dodge, but her steps were unsteady. After using her skills 3 times, it felt as if she had been drained dry. Slash! She avoided a fatal hit but was still struck. The spike lodged in Song Qingling's shoulder, and the pain made her already pale face turn even more ashen. She collapsed weakly to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more spikes. The targets were all Song Qingling. No! Everything happened so suddenly, leaving Fongchan no time to think of a countermeasure, not even enough time to pull out the spike. As he watched the spikes shoot out, he knew that if they hit, Song Qingling would undoubtedly die. His mind went blank, and he didn't even dare to gamble on whether his healing spell could save her. Damn it! Fongchan's body ran uncontrollably. At that moment, he thought of nothing else but saving Song Qingling. What's your name? I'm Song Qingling. You're a few months older than me. Why don't you call me sister? Don't cry. If you cry, I'll hit you. Coward, what's there to be afraid of from this caterpillar? Ah, there's a bad dog here. Hurry up and run. You saved me. When I grow up, I want to marry you. Fongchan. Brother Fong. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Time stood still. Fongchan felt a sharp pain in his chest, his whole body weak. Clearly, those sea monsters were rushing over, yet it felt like slow motion. Behind him, Song Qingling had already cried her eyes out, shouting something. It was strange, there was not a sound. The surroundings were very quiet. Am I going to die? Am I really going to die? What will happen to my mother if I die? She must be very sad, right? What will happen to Song Qingling if I die? Will she feel guilty? Sigh, I'm really useless. It was like this in my dreams, and now it's the same. I'm not willing to accept this. System starting. Super healing power. Activate body repairing character. Fongchan level 1, mortal realm, strength 58, agility 48, spirit 47, constitution 52, talent, god level healing, SSS, passive, assimilate, talent, skill, healing power. Equipment, Heart of the Sea King, incomplete, skill, super healing, passive, distributable attribute points. 2. Fongchan suddenly opened his eyes, his previously weak body now filled with strength, every cell in his body seemingly undergoing transformation. Before he could even feel the changes, he saw the sea monster appear before him. Fongchan's gaze sharpened, gripping the spike tightly, he pulled it out forcefully. The spike pierced through his body, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint. The spike swung horizontally. The force and speed reached Fongchan's limit. His sudden movement stunned the sea monster, leaving it unable to react. Whoosh! 3 heads fell to the ground simultaneously. They could not comprehend how this human, clearly on the brink of death, could still move freely. Their eyes were still filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Seeing the sea monster finally breathe its last, Fongchan let out a sigh of relief and continued to pull out another spike with all his might. To be honest, he didn't want to experience this heart-wrenching pain again, but there was no choice. If he didn't pull it out, his body couldn't heal. His Fongchan finally completed everything under Song Qingling's astonished gaze. After the spike was removed, the 2 blood holes began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Even Fongchan was taken aback, let alone Song Qingling. Are you a healer? Song Qingling finally reacted, but she wasn't very sure, as she had learned about healers and knew they couldn't achieve this level without awakening. Fongchan nodded. Can you keep this a secret for me? Sure. Song Qingling said with a sly smile. Then tell me, are you Brother Fong? Fongchan smiled but did not answer. He understood Song Qingling's character and knew she wasn't someone who couldn't discern the gravity of a situation. Someone's coming. After awakening, Fongchan felt his senses sharpened. Thinking of this, he drew the shell knife and stabbed it into his hand forcefully, creating a wound similar to the one left from his duel with Jian Xiong. Soon, he heard footsteps. It was Zhao Jiangshan and Mo Xiaojun. Old Fong. Song Qingling. Are you guys okay? Zhao Jiangshan shouted while running, quickly reaching the 2. What is going on? Unlike Zhao Jiangshan, Mo Xiaojun immediately noticed the sea monster on the ground as well as Jian Xiong. The moment she saw Jian Xiong, she felt a wave of dread wash over her and hurriedly stepped forward to check. All remaining hope vanished. She looked at Fongchan, her expression somewhat complicated. She could basically confirm that this incident was related to Fongchan, and the conflict between the two had long reached an irreconcilable point. However, to conclude that Fongchan killed Jian Xiong based solely on this would be too hasty. Moreover, regardless of whether Fongchan's combat power was enough to kill Jian Xiong as a second-generation heir of a prominent family, Jian Xiong must have had some life-saving items on him. As long as such items existed, not to mention Fongchan, even she might not be able to kill him. She originally wanted to clarify the situation with Fongchan, but both Song Qingling and Fongchan were injured to varying degrees, with Song Qingling's injuries being particularly severe. If they delayed any longer, they might not even be able to save her hand. Let's go back first. Mo Xiaojun signaled Zhao Jiangshan to help Fongchan while she picked up Song Qingling. No one is allowed to leave. At that moment, a deep, authoritative, and cold voice rang out, carrying an undeniable tone. Mo Xiaojun furrowed her brows tightly. She knew this matter was likely to end badly. These 2 children are seriously injured and need immediate treatment. Facing Jian Wenti, Mo Xiaojun felt somewhat nervous, but she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. I'll say it again, and this is the last time. No one can leave without my permission. Jian Wenti showed no mercy to Mo Xiaojun. Indeed, with his status, he had no need to care about the feelings of a mere teacher. He walked towards Jian Xiong without changing his expression, remaining silent, but Fongchan noticed that his hands were trembling. After a long while, Jian Wenti finally looked at Fongchan, suppressing his anger. You speak. Fongchan couldn't help but admire Jian Wenti. He was indeed a formidable figure, and his emotional control surpassed that of over 90% of people. Let her go first. Fongchan pointed at Song Qingling. Jian Wenti was taken aback, then laughed in anger. Do you think you have the final say? Anyway, I won't live long, so why should I listen to you? Fongchan pointed at his bleeding hand, appearing unafraid of the consequences. Jian Wenti frowned, feeling for the first time that his dignity was being challenged. However, Fongchan had a point. Given their current bleeding state, without timely treatment, they were indeed doomed. Fine. Let her go. Jian Wentian's face was cold, and several subordinates immediately loosened their encirclement. No. Song Qingling was the first to object. She suspected that Jian Xiong's death was related to Fongchan. If she left, Fongchan would be left alone and defenseless. Fongchan could not bear Jian Xiong's wrath. Mo Xiaojun looked troubled. If she took Song Qingling away, leaving Fongchan alone, he would face certain death regardless of his innocence. Teacher Mo, you take her away first. With me here, no one can make things difficult for my student. At that moment, a spirited old man walked over, followed by several teachers. Principal Pang, I advise you not to interfere. Jian Wenti was furious, but he could not disregard Pang Tong's authority. Jian Xiong is my student, and so is Fongchan. Out of both emotion and reason, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Pang Tong's attitude was firm, and Jian Wenti felt extremely displeased, knowing that he might not be able to resort to unconventional methods anymore. Little girl, are you Song Qingling? Pang Tong looked at Song Qingling with a kind expression, like a grandfather seeing his granddaughter. Yes, yes. Song Qingling was flattered and nodded. Quickly, is this your talent? Pang Tong pointed to the scorched marks on the ground. Yes, it's fire element. Song Qingling realized she could no longer hide it and boldly admitted it, hoping it might help Fongchan. Not bad. The student surpasses the master. How about you become my disciple? I will personally guide you. Don't be fooled by my old age. I also have fire element talent, and back in the day, I was among the best in the country. Pang Tong also had fire element talent, and just by looking at the scene, he could roughly deduce that this flame was not ordinary. However, this alone was not enough for him to take her as a disciple, but the fact that she could continuously use multiple skills before awakening and repel sea monsters indicated exceptional potential. Coupled with her advanced elemental talent, with proper guidance, her future was limitless. Thus, he had the intention to take her as a disciple. Pang Tong spoke lightly, unaware that his words left everyone astonished. Those who knew Pang Tong were well aware that he was not just someone to be ranked. His strength was comparable to the 24 constellations. Even Jian Wenti did not dare to claim he could defeat Pang Tong. Everyone found it hard to believe what kind of luck this little girl had stumbled upon. After all, Pang Tong had not taken on a disciple for many years, especially not one before their awakening. This was absolutely unprecedented. As long as she could survive leaving the novice space, even if she did nothing, she would be fought over by major universities. Song Qingling clearly still had not fully reacted. Although she was unaware of Pang Tong's strength being the principal meant his status and power were not lacking, and she could guess a thing or two from Jian Wentian's attitude. If I become your disciple, can you help Brother Fong? Pang Tong chuckled, increasingly fond of the girl's character. I guarantee with my own head that no one can force him with severe torture. Moreover, as long as he hasn't done anything, no one can touch a hair on him. Now you can rest assured, right? Song Qingling was overjoyed. With Principal Pang's assurance, Fongchan would definitely be fine. Alright, then I'll become your disciple right now. Hee, no rush. You should first heal your injuries. If this drags on, we might not have the fate of master and disciple. Pang Tong was clearly aware of the urgency. Song Qingling's injuries could not be delayed any longer. Then Grandpa Pang, you can't go back on your word. Do you take me for someone who goes back on my word? Once I say it, even a team of horses can't chase it back. Pang Tong puffed out his cheeks, but inside he was already overjoyed. After receiving Pang Tong's guarantee, Song Qingling immediately fainted. Quick, take her to the hospital, use the Sky Eagle. Pang Tong's expression changed drastically, completely losing the kind old grandpa demeanor from before. Yes. Mo Xiaojun was still shocked by Pang Tong's words and now dared not delay any further. If something happened to Song Qingling, she would definitely not be able to bear it. Wait, Jian Wenti said. Jian Wenti, don't think I won't take action. Pang Tong was genuinely angry this time. Principal Pang misunderstood. The sea monsters have not been completely eliminated yet, and Teacher Mo is not safe alone. I'm letting them accompany her just in case. Pang Tong frowned. He knew that if he did not agree, Jian Wenti would definitely find other reasons to obstruct him. Do as you wish. Jian Wenti signaled to the people behind him, and immediately two women followed. After Mo Xiaojun and Song Qingling left, Pang Tong turned back to Fongchan, his tone cold. Now tell me what happened. Fongchan's face darkened. This old man was definitely playing a Sichuan face-changing act. Rest assured, I promised the girl, no one will harm you. Fongchan organized his words. Actually, it's quite simple. It's not as complicated as you think. When I was competing with Jian Xiong for the number plate, the sea monsters appeared. That teacher took us away, but later was caught by the sea monsters. The teacher couldn't hold out and sacrificed himself. Qingling used fire to drive back the sea monsters. Jian Xiong rushed forward and successfully ambushed them, angering the sea monsters, which injured us. They wanted to kill Jin Xiong, but unexpectedly Jin Xiong shone with light and killed the sea monsters. However, one sea monster that wasn't completely dead ambushed Jin Xiong and he couldn't escape, so he was stabbed to death. And then you all came. Everyone? This is utter nonsense delivered with a straight face. Yet he spoke with such reason and evidence, with traces of it all present at the scene. Outsiders did not believe it, let alone Jian Wenti, whose expression immediately darkened. He had heard about Fongchan, Song Qingling, and his son before coming. How could these three possibly team up? Yet every word seemed to hold some truth. Be more detailed, he snorted coldly. Fongchan then repeated the story, this time clearly more detailed, adding many embellishments. He was naturally not afraid of his lies being exposed because everything he said had happened, except he replaced his part with Jin Xiong's and portrayed Jin Xiong as a hero saving the beauty. He merely changed the order of events. No matter who came, they wouldn't find any fault. But the more Fongchan said this, the more Jian Wenti doubted it. Although it sounded reasonable, it was simply impossible. Jin Xiong is indeed a good student of our school. We will certainly commend him and let all the brothers learn from him. Just as Jian Wenti wanted to ask something else, he was interrupted by Pang Tong. Pang Tong's words almost defined the situation. Jian Wenti felt extremely displeased. If it weren't for Pang Tong being there, he would have made Fongchan taste the bitterness of stubbornness. No rush. Although Jian Wenti couldn't resort to extreme measures, he hadn't given up yet. Come here, search him. Instantly, several burly men surrounded Fongchan. Although Pang Tong didn't speak, his gaze was fixed on these men, giving Fongchan a silent signal. After understanding, Fongchan didn't resist and allowed them to search him, and the final result, of course, was that they found nothing. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Jian Wentian's expression grew even darker. When he arrived at the scene, he discovered that Jin Xiong had already used the Divine Shield Slash, but it couldn't be found on him. This indicated that whoever had the Divine Shield Slash was most likely the murderer. So he dialed a phone number again, and as he listened to his subordinate's report, his face turned ashen. The Divine Shield Slash was neither on Fongchan nor on Song Qingling. Could it have walked away on its own? Enough. Let's leave it at that for now. Look at this child. He's sustained quite a few injuries and needs timely treatment. Pang Tong didn't want Jian Wenti to continue his nonsense. He knew this matter wasn't that simple, but saving the person was more urgent. No way. Jian Wenti immediately refused. This time, Pang Tong's expression darkened. I want to take him away now. Feel free to try and stop me. Jian Wentian's face was so dark it could drip ink, but he didn't dare to actually stop him. First, he might not win in a physical confrontation, and second, he had received news that Pang Tong had already been internally appointed as the next of the 24 celestial stars. Coming here as principal was merely to build his credentials, and he would take office in a year or two. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his son attend this school. The purpose was to get familiar faces. Now it seemed he had lost both the lady and the soldiers. Jian Wenti clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms until they turned white. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Pang Tong took his people away. Bring the young master's body back. As for the others, I don't care if you dig 3 feet into the ground. Or whatever, you must find useful clues for me. At this point, Jian Wenti had no choice but to accept it, but as long as he could find evidence linking Fongchan to this, even if the 12 Star Lords came, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Young friend, do you feel deeply moved? This world is like this. As long as you have enough strength, it is what it is, whether it is or isn't. Pang Tong said calmly, as if nothing had happened just now, and then he left with the others. The matter of the sea monsters was not yet fully resolved. He had to go oversee the situation. Fongchan was also arranged to leave with the people from the Demon Slayer department on the Sky Eagle, and of course, Zhao Jiangshan shamelessly tagged along. Wow. So high. So big. So fast. On the back of the Sky Eagle, Zhao Jiangshan felt like a country bumpkin entering the city. Although his family was considered wealthy, a Sky Eagle was not something one could simply acquire with money. One had to awaken the beast-taming talent to obtain it, and such talents were usually monopolized by the state as soon as they appeared. Other noble families, no matter how rich, dared not oppose the state. This was akin to being forcibly conscripted into the National Air Force. Once you awaken your beast-taming talent, you'll also be able to have your own Sky Eagle, said the owner of the Sky Eagle, a young man in his 20s who had just joined the demon-slaying division. It's too difficult. Beast-taming talent is an epic-level talent. Hearing this, the young man looked even prouder and then sighed. In just a few days, the big exam will be here. It's been 5 years in the blink of an eye. By the way, senior, do you have any experience to share with us? Zhao Jiangshan quickly asked. Experience? The format of the big exam changes every year. The year I took it was a checkpoint format, where each checkpoint eliminated some people. The young man reminisced. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangshan's expression turned grim. Forced elimination meant that some people would be killed, which meant that if you didn't meet the passing conditions, you would die. This was quite brutal. But there's no need to worry too much. I'll tell you a trick. No matter what the format of the big exam is, there will always be a suitable leveling area near the novice village. As long as you have enough courage and luck, you can definitely get ahead of others. As the saying goes, a step ahead is a step ahead. And one more thing, in past big exams, the roll of points has always been the same. Save points whenever you can, usually. In the end, the store will have good items, but those items are priced above 10,000 points. If you don't have enough points, spend them early, otherwise, you'll end up with points but can't buy anything. And don't believe those rich second-generation kids who say they'll give you a lot of money for your points after the exam. If you believe them, then just consider yourself unlucky. As the young man spoke, Zhao Jianshan took out his phone to take notes, his eyes shining as if he had received a legendary martial arts manual. These things had actually been mentioned in many guides, even someone like Fongchan, who didn't have a phone, knew about them, let alone others. Of course, Fongchan didn't interrupt. After all, reading and listening to first-hand accounts were quite different. The speed of the Sky Eagle was indeed fast, many times faster than a helicopter, making short trips very convenient. It wasn't long before the young man delivered them to the nearest hospital. Due to the sea monster incident, the injured students were all sent here, and the entire hospital became busy. Young man, this wound is very serious. The doctor was startled when he saw the hole in Fongchan's hand, comparable to the girl who had been sent in not long ago. It might be difficult to recover in the short term. Sai, what is your school doing? Knowing that the big exam is in a few days, why engage in such dangerous activities? The doctor grumbled while bandaging. He looked at Fongchan with pity. It was clear that this would affect his exam results, and he might even lose his life because of it. Young man, you should stay in the hospital for observation. Don't worry about the costs, the school will cover it. Thank you, doctor, but I'd rather go home and then be hospitalized. It's far and inconvenient here. Fongchan shook his head. Well, that's fine. Just take care and avoid getting wet, the doctor reminded again. After expressing his gratitude, Fongchan left, and he and Zhao Jianshan quickly found out the location of Song Qingling. In Song Qingling's hospital room, besides Mo Xiaojun, there were a few people from the Sword Inquiry Heaven. When they saw Fongchan arrive, they all became alert, making Fongchan feel as if he had committed some heinous crime. I just killed your young master. What's with the tension? Fongchan admitted that he was not a magnanimous person. The memories in his dreams warned him to understand the importance of nipping danger in the bud. If Jian Wenti imposed a threat to his life or that of his family, he would not let him go either. After a brief exchange, Mo Xiaojun advised the two to return first, assuring them that she would take care of Song Qingling and that Pangtong would arrange the best treatment for her. Seeing that Song Qingling looked fine, Fongchan did not insist on staying. If there were no one watching, he might have helped treat Song Qingling, but given the current situation, there was nothing he could do, so it was better to go back first. After leaving the hospital, they boarded the special car provided by the school. Besides Fongchan and the others, there were other students in the car, and everyone was quiet, seemingly processing what had happened today. After 2 or 3 hours, they returned to the school and then went their separate ways. Tomorrow was the school summary meeting, and it was uncertain how many people would be unable to attend. Old Fawn, let me take you to the hospital, Zhao Jianshan said. No need, you go back. I can handle it. Seeing Fongchan refuse so firmly, he did not insist further and handed his phone to Fongchan. You can hold on to this for now, in case you can't find me. Fongchan thought for a moment. Not having a phone was indeed inconvenient, and buying one would be troublesome. Having received 2 million, he was not concerned about this little bit. Alright, thanks. Originally, Fongchan did not believe that card had 2 million, but after spending time together, he now felt it was true. Just as they were about to leave, Fongchan suddenly called out to Zhao Jianshan. What's wrong? Can't bear to part with me? Zhao Jianshan laughed. Fongchan did not respond but reached into Zhao Jianshan's jacket pocket. What are you doing? Before he could finish, he saw Fongchan pull out a transparent sword-shaped ornament from his pocket. What the hell? What is this? It can't be what Jian Wenti was looking for when he searched you just now. Seeing Fongchan nod, Zhao Jianshan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a chill at the thought. If Jian Wenti had searched him just now, wouldn't 10 lives not be enough? You damn fool. Isn't it fine? The most dangerous place is the safest, Fongchan said calmly as he put away the shield. When did you put this in? Right when you were crying and asking me if I was okay, Fongchan replied. Stay calm. If Jian Wenti really wanted to search you, I have other ways. What ways? A secret. If it came to that, Fongchan would have to reveal that he was a healer. Fortunately, he had bet right. Zhao Jianshan looked at Fongchan with half-belief. After a while, Fongchan finally sent Zhao Jianshan off. After that, he did not go to the hospital but went straight home. At this point, the bandaged wound had healed completely. He had not removed the bandage to avoid being discovered. It had been more than 20 days since he left home, and he was starting to miss his mother. She was his only family. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and went to the market. The market was bustling with the smell of smoke and fire, just like the ordinary world. After some haggling, Fongchan finally returned home with a full load. He enjoyed this kind of peaceful life. In the dream world, he was always busy, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. If it weren't for the uniqueness of this world, he would truly wish to live in such tranquility forever. Whose house is being renovated? It smells so strongly of paint. As he walked up the stairs, Fongchan began to complain. But gradually, his expression changed dramatically. The walls were covered in red paint, with large characters proclaiming "Pay your debts." his own front door, besides the large debt collection. Words had also been kicked in. Mom! Fongchan's heart tightened, he hoped nothing had happened. The house looked like it had just been ransacked, the few pieces of old furniture were gone, making the place feel even emptier. Seeing this, Fongchan's anxiety grew. Fortunately, at that moment, the familiar figure finally appeared at the door. Looking at the bags of vegetables in her hands, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He silently vowed that he would never let her suffer again. Xiao Zhang, you're back. Why didn't you say anything? Didn't you say you'd be back tomorrow? Zhanlan was first surprised, then flustered upon seeing Fongchan. She hadn't had time to clean up the words at the door. Something happened. Fongchan didn't intend to elaborate. Instead, he changed the subject. Mom, does our family owe a lot of money? Not at all. It's from the house across the way. Those people got the wrong door. Zhang Lan quickly fabricated an excuse. Ha ha, are you coming back or not? Pay up. Just then, as if to slap Zhanlan in the face, a rough voice rang out at the right moment. Zhanlan's face immediately stiffened, and before she could react, several burly men had already pushed her into the house. The 3-day deadline has passed. Hurry up and pay. As he spoke, one of the burly men reached out to hit Zhanlan, but his hand was suddenly grabbed and held firmly in mid-air. You little brat, do you want to die? The burly man struggled hard, only to find that his hand was completely immovable. This was impossible. He was an awakened level 8, his strength far greater than that of an ordinary person. Here, ordinary people referred not only to those who had not awakened but also to those below level 5. According to the Empire's regulations, those at level 5 and below were not allowed to participate in any armed forces and could only engage in ordinary work. Zhanlan was one of these ordinary people. Let go. At that moment, a scarred man spoke up. We don't want to resort to violence. Paying debts is a matter of principle. No matter where you complain, we are in the right. Hearing this, Fongchan also released the burly man's hand, who quickly stepped back, feeling as if he were facing a wild beast. It was embarrassing to admit, the other party was clearly only in their teens. Mom, is what he said true? Fongchan ignored the scarred man and instead supported Zhanlan. Zhanlan nodded with difficulty. At this point, there was no way to hide it any longer. How much do we owe? Principal 3 million, borrowed for 5 years. Interest 750,000. The scarred man answered quickly, as if afraid Zhanlan would deny it. Fongchan was taken aback. That was indeed a lot of money, but the interest didn't seem too high, only 5% a year, which seemed reasonable. Little brother, what are you thinking? We are a legitimate financial company. If you hadn't been avoiding repayment, we wouldn't have to resort to such means. Fongchan was even more confused. The situation he had imagined hadn't occurred, and instead, he was the one in the wrong? Changgo, it's not that I don't want to pay, but you can see the situation. Our family really has no money left, Zhanglan said. Stop talking nonsense. If everyone were like you, how would our company survive? Changgo, the scarred man, constantly reminded himself to be ruthless, otherwise, the company would go bankrupt. Alright, here are 2 million, you can take it. Fongchan threw the card Zhao Zhangshan had given him to Changgu, still short by 1.75 million. At this moment, the burly man said. Fongchan pointed at the furniture in the house, the broken door, no need to pay. Changgu was clearly taken aback. Are you running a black shop or? Am I? Impossible. How about we just cut a little off? Fine. Changgu thought for a moment. Recovering the money was already good enough. Losing 50,000 didn't seem like much. Alright, I'll give you the remaining 1 million in a couple of days, Fongchan said seriously. Changgu? Damn. Is that what you call cutting a little off? You just cut off a head. No way. Borrow 3 million and pay back 3 million. Do you think I'm doing charity? Changgu decisively refused. Changgu, think long term. In this world, being able to recover the principal is already good enough. You know how many bad debts there are. Upon hearing this, Changgu deeply agreed. He was already doubting whether he was suited for this line of work. Fongchan continued, if I don't even pay back 3 million, what can you do? At most, you can kill us, but you won't be able to live normally afterward. Recovering the principal now has already exceeded your expectations, right? Fongchan's words indeed struck a chord with Changgu. He had already investigated Zhanlan's situation and was prepared for bad debts. Forget about recovering the principal, even if he only got back this 2 million. It exceeded his expectations. But upon further thought, something didn't add up. I borrowed 3 million, recover 3 million, plus some interest, isn't that only right? When did it become a blessing to get back the principal? Ahem. Fongchan thought to himself, this guy is not easy to fool. It seems I need to paint a bigger picture. You know my family's situation better than I do, Changgu. Now I've already paid back 2 million and I can pay back another million in a few days. Aren't you curious about my ability to make money? Spending a few 100,000 to make a friend, I will definitely remember this favor, and in the future, won't you benefit from it? At the very least, I can share my money-making methods with you, and you'll earn more than this 750,000. Besides, you haven't lost anything. You borrowed 3 million and are getting back 3 million. Isn't that how it should be? Fongchan's barrage of words left Changgu in a daze. It seemed to make some sense. In the end, Changgu had no choice but to agree for now. As for whether to waive the interest, he would wait a few days to see if Fongchan could really pay back $1 million before deciding. Xiao Zhang. It's your mother's fault, Zhang said, filled with guilt after Changgu and the others left. Mom, I already know. Just leave this to me. Zhang Lan was momentarily speechless, and after a sob, she still asked, but that's $1 million. And where did your $2 million come from? Don't worry, I earned all of this through legitimate channels. In fact, Zhang Lan was still very worried. Since Fongchan woke up, it had only been a month. How did he earn so much money? However, under Fongchan's repeated assurances, she had no choice but to set it aside for now. Or maybe she would try to contact those old classmates tomorrow. Many of them were adventurers, and a few million wasn't a big deal for them. That night, the two had a sumptuous dinner, a warm day that Zhang Lan thought she would never experience again in her lifetime. The mother and son chatted for a long time, and every time they mentioned her father, Fong Tianyuan, a long-lost smile appeared on Zhang Lan's face. She had met her father in the novice space. At that time, Fong Tianyuan was already at the peak of the mortal realm, while Zhang Lan was only at level 2. Resources in the novice space were not infinitely refreshed. In fact, they could only satisfy a small portion of people leveling up, and most people did not have enough resources to improve. Moreover, in their era, after the Great Chaos era ended, it was not like now. Many people did not have the habit of practicing martial arts from a young age, which led to most people entering the novice space feeling lost and not knowing how to level up. Zhang Lan took a long time to reach level 2, but the resources in the novice area were already gone, and if she wanted to level up, she could only go to more dangerous places. Because of this, Zhang Lan encountered danger and was just in time to be saved by Fong Tianyuan. After that, Fong Tianyuan was keen to help Zhang Lan level up, but the novice space would close soon. After leaving the novice space, Fong Tianyuan and Zhang Lan went to different universities, but Fong Tianyuan still actively pursued Zhang Lan, and not long after they graduated, they got married. As for the history of this world, Fongchan had also learned a bit about it. 130 years ago, a mysterious force connected the human world with other worlds, leading to an invasion by otherworldly beings, officially starting a century-long Great Chaos era. This century was further divided into the darkest period, the rise of the Great Xia Empire, and the end of Chaos period. It can be said that the turning point for humanity's suffering was the rise of the Great Xia Empire. In those years, the Great Xia had not yet been called an empire. Its only advantage was its large population. But they all shared one characteristic: tenacity. Through their fierce resistance, this country was not completely devoured by the otherworldly beasts. Later, geniuses emerged in the Great Xia, among whom Mo Shu led a generation that turned the tide of the situation, leading to the rise of the Great Xia Empire. After the chaos ended, a new era began, which is the current era of coexistence between humans and otherworldly beasts. This era seems peaceful, but in reality, there are undercurrents. In the new era, the whole world entered a relatively stable social form, and to ensure that humanity could keep up with development in all aspects, the law of no participation in any armed organizations for those below level 5 was established. It was also because of this law that the Great Xia Empire achieved flourishing development in various industries, with emerging technologies like the internet and mobile phones being products of these 30 years. Of course, the technical principles differ from those in the world Fongchan dreamed of. What a contradictory world! Through his conversation with Zhang Lan, Fongchan gained a deeper understanding of this world, which can be said to be full of contradictions. On one hand, it requires ordinary people to develop technology, while on the other hand, it does not provide the corresponding respect. On one hand, it needs strong individuals, while on the other hand, it restricts the strong, with the most direct example being healers. However, this was not something Fongchan could manage. He returned to his room and finally had the chance to take a good look at his attribute panel. Character: Fongchan. Level 1, Mortal Realm, Strength 58, Agility 48, Spirit 47, Constitution 52, Talent, God Level Healing, SSS LV1, Passive. Assimilate, Talent Skill, Healing Power Equipment, Heart of the Sea King, Incomplete, Skill, Super Healing Power, Passive, Distributable Attribute Points. 2. When he first saw his four-dimensional attributes, he was filled with astonishment, thinking he was seeing things. According to the book, normal values should be around 10, but his were as high as 20 or 30, even 50. This was very abnormal. Moreover, his talent was SSS level Godly Healing with a passive effect. Transform for personal use. Passive: when using a talent skill, a random portion of the user's substance will be converted into a part of themselves. Note: as the talent level increases, the passive skill will also improve, allowing for the extraction of more substance. After reading the explanation, Fongchan roughly understood what his attribute was about. It turned out that every time he helped someone heal, he felt himself growing stronger, and the reason for this was this passive skill. Moreover, this awakening was equivalent to a shackle. No matter how many attribute points he absorbed, as long as he hadn't awakened, he couldn't break through the limits of human physique. Healing Power, Level 1 Talent Skill, heals the wounds of the injured, cellular mutation repair. This skill had been introduced in the book, and a more intuitive explanation would be repair, but it couldn't rebirth. However, this was already quite powerful. Just the cellular mutation repair alone could ensure Fongchan's peace of mind for the rest of his life. No wonder so many people were eyeing the healer. Fongchan thought about how much trouble it would cause if his healing talent were made public. But his passive skill could only activate when healing, otherwise he couldn't grow stronger, which was truly contradictory. Part of the Sea King, incomplete, contains part of the Sea King's power, permanently increases the owner's four-dimensional attributes by 20 points each, improves physique, allows the owner to operate underwater, increases the owner's water resistance by 20%, enhances water-type skill damage, and can completely resist one mental attack, cooldown 24 hours. After reading the explanation of the Heart of the Sea King, Fongchan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This was a god-level equipment. Just the increase of 20 points in each of the four-dimensional attributes was already outrageous, and it could also immunize against mental control. Even if there was only one opportunity per day as a trump card, it could definitely turn the tide. The other effects were even more impressive, increasing resistance and enhancing power. Which one of these wasn't extremely practical? Fongchan suppressed his excitement and continued to read. Super healing power, cooling down, a passive skill derived from the combination of the Heart of the Sea King and the owner's talent, activated when the owner receives a fatal blow, capable of healing all negative effects, cooldown time 120 hours. This was another divine skill. As long as he wasn't killed, he truly wouldn't die. Besides being awesome, Fongchan couldn't think of a more suitable word. The incomplete Heart of the Sea King was already this strong. If he gathered the entire Heart of the Sea King, wouldn't that be absolutely against the heavens? Just thinking about it made his heart race uncontrollably. But such an important item, those sea monsters would never give it up. However, it was also impossible for Fongchan to give up. He thought to himself that one day when he became strong enough, he would directly charge into the sea and snatch the other part of the Heart of the Sea King. But upon seeing that his free attribute was only 2 points, his heart sank. This growth attribute was simply too low, only slightly better than the worst. Perhaps it was the effect of the Heart of the Sea King that brought it to 2. Otherwise, why was everyone else at 1 and he was at 2? This meant that leveling up could only make him stronger, but not stronger in a greater sense, and the limitation of the growth attribute prevented him from learning most skills. In short, to become stronger, he could only rely on the passive skill Transform for personal use. Soon, he formulated a plan to grow stronger in his mind. Regardless of whether it was feasible, he had to try it first. On the other side of Xinjiang, the Sword Hall, hailed as a landmark of Xinjiang, remained brightly lit. The death of the sword hero had spread throughout the entire Jian family and even across Xinjiang, leaving many feeling the oppressive tension of dark clouds looming over the city. Master, the arrangements for the young master's funeral are ready. That old fool Pangtong wants to handle it discreetly, but I won't allow it. Jian Wenti glared in the direction of the school. Is it inappropriate for us to act like this, master? Bah! What does he count for? Brother Chasing Wind already knows about this, and he assured me not to worry. He won't let Xiang'er die in vain. The man was slightly taken aback. The brother Chasing Wind mentioned by the master was none other than the Sword Saint Chasing Wind, one of the current 24 celestial stars. That's great. Will Sword Saint Senior be present tomorrow? Jian Wenti shook his head. He has important matters to attend to and can't be there. The man nodded and fell silent. Have you found any clues? We didn't find the young master's divine shield slash at the scene. It must have been taken by someone. Moreover, through our investigation, the young master's death is indeed unusual. Aside from the wound on his chest, there are no other injuries, and it was a single fatal blow. Even a half-bodied sea monster couldn't have done that. What do you mean by that? The young master used the divine shield slash. Although he had no strength left, he could still move his body. A half-bodied sea monster, with a spike in hand, how could it possibly catch up to the young master? Jian Wenti nodded, clenching his fist tightly. Continue. We found some grass in the young master's hand. It seems he wanted to tell us something about the murderer. Grass? Plant type? The awakener? Jian Wenti, who had initially locked his target on Fongchan, suddenly felt a bit confused. I have failed in my duty and have not yet found the reason. However, it is certain that this matter is related to those 2 students. Even if they didn't kill him, they are accomplices. Jian Wenti frowned. Although he wasn't afraid of offending Pangtong now, he couldn't afford to offend the dead. There was a difference between farting in front of someone and shitting on their head. That girl probably couldn't move yet. Soon, Jian Wenti set his sights on Fongchan. The next day, Fongchan disguised himself and squatted near the hospital before dawn. That's right. His purpose was to help people with treatment, earning attributes while making money. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. After squatting for several hours, only a couple of people were willing to receive treatment from him. And it was free. This wasn't the fault of others. If someone suddenly appeared at the hospital entrance claiming they could cure you for a fee, it would be merciful not to call the police. Fongchan thought for a moment and realized his approach was wrong. People wouldn't care about minor ailments, so he should look for those in despair, those whom the hospital couldn't help. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would be willing to try. But where to find such people? There was actually a place that perfectly matched Fongchan's needs, the Dungeon Space Hall. The Dungeon Space is a small alternate dimension that can refresh infinitely, containing independent bosses. This is the most common place for adventurers to level up. The Dungeon Space Hall was created by Mo Shu, a powerful figure in the space system, and it contains the coordinates of all dungeon spaces. One can directly reach the selected dungeon space through a teleportation array. It's very convenient, so it attracts a large number of adventurers. While dungeon spaces can refresh, adventurers cannot. If they are injured, they won't heal automatically. Broken arms and legs are common, which requires healers. Often, some prominent families will send healers to earn money. This not only reduces conflicts over monopolizing healers but also makes money and wins people's hearts. However, this place is in the capital, and there are no dungeon spaces in Xinjiang, and Fongchan didn't want to draw too much attention for now, so he could only settle for less and look for targets in the hospital. Doctor, please save my daughter. It's not that we don't want to save her, it's that we really can't. This kind of illness can probably only be treated by a therapist. A therapist? Yes, there are 5 hospitals in the entire empire, with therapists stationed. You can go there and take a look. Fongchan was quickly drawn into this conversation. It seemed that staying in the oncology department was the right choice. In a world where medicine is advanced, cancer is considered an incurable disease, let alone in this world where medicine is not very developed. Because of the existence of therapists, the medicine in this world has not reached a very high level. Just think, no matter what illness you have, as long as you let a therapist touch you a few times, you can be cured. Why would you need to go to the hospital? If it weren't for the fact that there are not many therapists and that they are monopolized by various powerful factions, hospitals might not even exist. Hearing the doctor's words, the man looked troubled. He had naturally heard of those therapists and had even inquired about them, but those therapists did not serve ordinary people. Even if you have money, it doesn't matter, they are for the powerful to exchange for benefits. As a person without money or power, they wouldn't even glance at you. In the end, the man could only leave disappointed with his daughter. Do you want to cure your daughter? Just as the man left the hospital, a mysterious person pulled him aside. He originally wanted to shout, but upon hearing the mysterious person's words, he immediately quieted down. Do you have a way? That's right, I can cure her. Fongchan didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. The man's expression was complex, a mix of surprise and doubt. Really? Which doctor are you? The man asked. I'm not a doctor. As soon as he said this, the man felt a bit disappointed. But I am a therapist. The man suddenly felt as if he had risen from the depths to the clouds. It was incredibly thrilling. How can I trust you? You don't have to trust me. Anyway, whether it works or not will be clear in a moment. If it doesn't work, there's no charge, Fongchan said somewhat speechlessly. Okay, please help me cure my daughter. She is my lifeline. As long as you can cure her, I'll pay you anything. The man was extremely excited, as if he had grasped the last straw. Fongchan looked at the little girl, who was not even 6 years old, her face pale and looking very weak. To have such a young child diagnosed with an incurable disease is undoubtedly a devastating blow to a family. The reason he wanted to save this little girl was out of compassion. Fongchan took the two of them to a secluded place and reached out to touch the little girl's head. Brother, can you really cure me? The little girl looked at Fongchan with her round, big eyes. Don't worry, uncle is very powerful, Fongchan replied. Thank you. I want to be with my dad. If I'm not here, my dad will be very pitiful, the girl said, her face looking very poor, her speech somewhat weak. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes immediately became moist, and he turned around to prevent his daughter from seeing. Fongchan was slightly taken aback, nodded, and suddenly a green light appeared in his hand, enveloping the little girl completely in an instant. Cancer is a type of mutation and should fall under the category of repair. This point, Fongchan is also experimenting with. In the next moment, the little girl's complexion visibly improved, her pale face regained color, and she seemed much more spirited. Really, did it really succeed? The man was very excited, although he hadn't done any tests. That kind of mental state couldn't be faked. Fongchan nodded, it should be a success. His mental data immediately changed to 1747s, consuming 30 points of energy. Thank you, thank you. The man was at a loss for words other than saying thank you. He even knelt down and bowed his head, pulling his daughter along. Quick, kneel down, thank the benefactor. The little girl obediently followed suit, leaving Fongchan somewhat flustered, quickly pulling them up. No need to be so dramatic, I still need to charge. Right, benefactor. Don't worry, just name a price, I won't haggle. Then, how about 100,000? Fongchan thought for a moment. That price shouldn't be considered outrageous. 100,000? Really 100,000? A little less is also fine. No. Before Fongchan could finish, the man immediately interrupted him. 100,000 is 100,000. If the benefactor needs my help, just say the word, it's my duty. Fongchan didn't expect the man to be so dramatic and urged him to pay and leave. The man left, still calling him benefactor, making Fongchan quite uncomfortable. However, Fongchan felt somewhat moved inside. Perhaps he could do something for this world. He recalled the doctor's words. Rather than being so passive, It would be better to take the initiative. He took out his phone and searched for information and reviews of several hospitals in Xinjiang. It seems this Rinji hospital has the best reputation. A very bold idea formed in Fongchan's mind. Following the navigation address, Fongchan quickly found Rinji Hospital, a well-established hospital with a 50-year history. It indeed had a deep foundation and was quite impressive. Fongchan spent quite some time finding the director's office. Unfortunately, he was stopped by the front desk, which said he needed to report in order to see the director. Fongchan had to convey his desire to collaborate with the hospital and assured them it would be beneficial and harmless, but even so, the front desk showed no intention of letting him in. After waiting for a long time with no response, Fongchan felt somewhat angry. Is this what they call a good reputation? Just as he was about to leave, he saw a portly middle-aged man smiling as he sent off several suited men. After sending them off, the portly man's expression turned cold as he looked at Fongchan. So you want to collaborate with the hospital? He sized up Fongchan, who was covered in a large robe, making it hard to judge, and arranged for him to go to the reception room. Fongchan waited another 10 minutes before the director finally arrived. To his surprise, as soon as the director sat down, he was arrogant. Tell me what your plan is. Just as Fongchan was about to speak, the director interrupted. I don't have much time to listen to your nonsense. Just tell me how much profit, and you know what I mean. Fongchan, having lived a full life, knew exactly what the director wanted, but he pretended not to understand and didn't respond. He originally thought about leaving, but with the mindset of having come this far, he said, I can treat illnesses, I decide how much to charge. And of course, I will give back 30% to the hospital. Unexpectedly, as soon as Fongchan said this, the director's face darkened. Are you crazy? Damn it, you're wasting my time. Someone, get him out of here. If anyone like this comes in again, you all are in trouble. The director was furious. Since he took over the hospital, no one had dared to make such demands. And 30%? Did he think he was a healer? Even if he were a healer, he would have to kneel in my territory. Fongchan was invited out of the hospital, but he felt no dissatisfaction. He would never help such a hospital. However, he couldn't help but sigh. Is this really the hospital with the best reputation? As he was contemplating how to implement the plan, his phone vibrated. It was Zhao Jiangshan calling. Hello, Fongchan. Where are you? Zhao Jiangshan's tone was urgent. I'm outside, dealing with some things. What time is it? Something big has happened. What happened? Jian Wenti has appeared at the school with Jian Xiang's corpse, demanding an explanation from the school, and there are many parents of the victims. The 7 nations are in such chaos right now. It is quite chaotic, but the school will handle it, right? Jian Wenti specifically wants you to be handed over. The whole world is looking for you. What does the school say? They definitely won't agree. There's no evidence. If they rashly hand you over, it would chill everyone's hearts, right? Fongchan pondered. I'm giving you a call just to tell you to hide well. Don't let Jian Wentian's people find you. Fongchan suddenly realized a problem. He could hide, but his mother couldn't. If Jian Wentian couldn't find him, he would inevitably cause trouble for Zhang Lan. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes again. You tell them, I will show up. What are you saying? If you come, Jian Wentian will kill you. He won't, but before that, I need to meet with Pang Tong. Zhao Jiangshan looked puzzled but immediately relayed this information to Pang Tong. Upon hearing this, Pang Tong was first surprised, then agreed to meet. Soon, under Pang Tong's arrangement, Fongchan evaded everyone's sight and arrived at the principal's office. At this time, Song Qingling and Zhao Jiangshan were both present. Song Qingling's injuries had healed, and there were no traces of her being hurt. Seeing Fongchan appear, she was both surprised and worried. I have something to discuss with Fongchan. You two can go out first, Pang Tong said. Song Qingling wanted to ask her master to save Fongchan, but the words never came out. She knew her master had already paid a great price to hire a healer for her. Moreover, Pang Tong had already saved Fongchan once, this time with Jian Wentian coming in full force, ready to tear things apart. If she made such a request knowing this, it would seem a bit ungrateful. She struggled internally. Don't worry, I will handle this. Fongchan understood Song Qingling's thoughts and quickly comforted her, not letting her overthink. Please go out, Pang Tong said softly again. At this moment, he regarded Fongchan with a bit more respect. If Song Qingling had asked him, he would have agreed, but he would be very disappointed, and even Fongchan would be looked down upon. Or their master-disciple relationship might end here. Although he didn't know what Fongchan was planning, at least he was a man with responsibility. Have a seat. Pang Tong brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for each of them. I killed Jian Xiong. Fongchan picked up his teacup. Upon hearing this, Pang Tong was not particularly surprised. He picked up his teacup and sipped gently, waiting for Fongchan to continue. After returning, he had investigated Fongchan and the others and had guessed some things, but he hadn't expected that the cause of this incident was his own disciple. However, thinking of Song Qingling's appearance, this seemed quite normal. What surprised him the most was that Song Qingling was actually the daughter of Song Jianghe, who had been dedicated to researching human life evolution and had disappeared a few years ago. He hadn't expected that he was hiding here, which was indeed interesting. As for Fongchan, he couldn't find much. He only knew that his mother was named Zhang Lan and the two seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. To be honest, he didn't want to help Fongchan. After all, he had really killed someone, and because of this, completely tearing things apart with Jian Wenti was not worth it. I am the healer. Puff. What? Pang Tong spat out his tea, never having lost his composure like this before. Fongchan took out a small knife and made a cut on his hand, blood flowing out instantly. Then, with his other hand, he touched the wound and a green light appeared. When he removed his hand, the wound had vanished, leaving only the still wet bloodstains. Pang Tong's eyes widened in shock. Any doubts he had before were now replaced with astonishment. The healer had not appeared for years, he knew. It wasn't that no one had awakened, but rather that they were controlled by powerful forces or had been killed. These healers would never appear in public. The healers known now had awakened 6 or 7 years ago, and they shared a common trait. They were all controlled by powerful forces. Whatever they did required the consent of the forces behind them. Even national requests could not be fulfilled if the forces disagreed. In this regard, the nation was at a complete disadvantage. So, why didn't the nation learn from those forces? That was impossible. If the nation acted like that, who would believe in it in the future? All they could do was protect the healers, but unfortunately, these forces were pervasive, and if they couldn't obtain something, they would simply destroy it. This led to even greater casualties. Even if they were kept locked away, it couldn't stop the madness of these forces. After several attempts, the nation had no choice but to give up. In Pang Tong's view, it wasn't that the nation couldn't win against the forces, but rather that the nation treated the healers as people, while the forces treated them as commodities. How could they compete? Moreover, the relationships within the Holy Dragon Hall were intricate, even a few elders couldn't fully control it. What do you want? Pang Tong finally understood why Fongchan dared to appear. If he casually mentioned to any force that he was a healer, even the Sword Saint coming personally wouldn't help, but Fongchan would have a miserable life afterward. I want you to protect my safety, at least until the big exam, Fongchan said. No problem, Pang Tong replied decisively. Protect my mother until the big exam is over. This was the reason Fongchan felt the need to reveal his talent. Pang Tong thought for a moment. That's also no problem. I will arrange for your mother to work at the school. Within the school grounds, no one would dare to touch her. Fongchan nodded in agreement and then asked, your conditions? Pang Tong suddenly felt that the person opposite him was not a mere teenager but an extraordinarily mature man. He raised a finger. I have only one requirement. You cannot join any force even if it means death. Deal. Fongchan smiled. This was the reason he was willing to tell Pang Tong. Before this, he had already looked into Pang Tong's background. Pang Tong came from humble beginnings. With no support, all his achievements were earned through hard work. Even now, he had not joined any force. Moreover, he had no children or family, living a solitary life. In the community, his reputation was excellent, even being called the fire god. Such a person could never become a lackey of any force. Of course, Fongchan also admitted there was an element of gamble in this. Pang Tong sighed, realizing he had been completely outmaneuvered by this young man. For Fongchan, those promises were no different from empty words. But he would have to take significant action, even at the risk of offending the Sword family. He had no choice. If Fongchan fell into the hands of the Sword family, their power would surely grow again, and by then, even a few elders might not be able to look down on them. Wait for me here. At this point, Pang Tong had no other choice. All he hoped for was that Fongchan would keep his promise. Pang Tong pushed open the principal's office door, and a large group of people immediately surrounded him. Song Qingling rushed in, and Pang Tong could only shake his head helplessly. Fongchan made an okay gesture, signaling Song Qingling not to worry. After Pang Tong left, Fongchan immediately called Zhang Lan, telling her there was a good position at the school and to come for an interview right away. He didn't mention the matter of Jian Wenti, only spoke about how good the job benefits were and how he could see people like himself regularly, which swayed the hesitant Zhang Lan to agree to come over immediately. Auntie is coming to school? Yes, the principal introduced the job. Fongchan nodded. I think I should go back first. Song Qingling suddenly felt nervous for some reason, leaving. Fongchan feeling somewhat baffled. My mom is coming, not your mom? Why are you so nervous? Song Qingling hurriedly left, and Fongchan walked to the window facing the school square. At that moment, the square was filled with people, not just students but also many parents. Today was the school's summary meeting, which was also a memorial service. Everything was going smoothly until Jian Wenti arrived with Jian Xiang's coffin and a group of funeral attendants making a grand entrance to the school. At this moment, some funeral rites were still being conducted, like a hero. However, according to Fongchan's description, Jian Xiang indeed deserved the title of hero. But you don't even believe it yourself, yet you still have to put on this act, clearly disgusting people. Now, in front of everyone, he demanded the principal to hand over Fongchan, which was a challenge to Pang Tong's authority. In fact, under such baseless circumstances, Pang Tong would never hand over Fongchan, and Jian Wenti knew this, but he still acted this way, not only to embarrass Pang Tong but also to warn him that while he could protect him at school, he shouldn't interfere outside of it. Originally, Pang Tong thought the same. But now he couldn't. He had to protect him both inside and outside the school. Soon, Pang Tong and Jian Wenti appeared in the square. Both of their faces looked grim. Principal Pang. Are you sure you won't hand over Fongchan? Jian Wenti shouted angrily. He had been mentally prepared, but he still felt that Pang Tong's attitude was a bit too resolute. According to the school's investigation, Jian Xiong's death has nothing to do with Fongchan. Why does the sword master have to target him everywhere? Pang Tong said in front of all the teachers and students. His words directly put this matter to rest. Jian Wenti felt something was off upon hearing this. This old man was clearly determined to protect Fongchan. What exactly is Fongchan's background? Is he worth Pang Tong and himself falling out over? Impossible. My son and Fongchan are like fire and water. He is the one with the greatest suspicion at the scene. Sword master, you are mistaken. Besides Fongchan, there were others present, including the sea monster. How can you say Fongchan is the murderer? He had a motive. Sword master, your misunderstanding with Fongchan is so deep. If something were to happen to Fongchan one day, could it be assumed that it was the sword master's doing? You, Jian Wenti, thought it was bad. Pang Tong was truly a cunning old fox. Once these words were spoken, it was clear that Fongchan had a protective shield, and even outside the school, he couldn't be touched. Nonsense. You are grasping at straws. Pang Tong pointed to the crowd below. Sword master, holding such a grand funeral today, isn't that implicitly acknowledging that your son is a hero? He was ambushed by the sea monster. While trying to save his classmates, his selfless spirit is worthy of praise from the entire school. Those who didn't know Jian Xiong felt a surge of emotion after hearing Pang Tong's words, but those who did know him felt something was off. Selfless dedication? Are you really talking about Jian Xiong? Jian Wenti never expected Pang Tong to seize on this point to make a fuss, even singing praises. He simply couldn't refute it. His son was already dead. What father wouldn't want his son to leave with dignity? Old Pang, are you sure you want to protect Fongchan? Jian Wentian's voice was not loud this time, but it was full of threat. I will protect him. Good. Jian Wenti laughed in anger, then walked towards Jian Xiong's coffin. He knew that during this time he wouldn't be able to touch Fongchan. Xiong'er, don't worry, your father will definitely avenge you. Looking at the cold, lifeless body, Jian Wenti suddenly seemed to age a lot. After a long while, Jian Wenti and his group finally dispersed. This matter had finally come to a temporary conclusion, and for this, Pang Tong had completely offended the Jian family, including the Jianxing senior brother. Back in the principal's office, Pang Tong sighed, unsure if it was worth it. What was certain now was that his promotion path would be obstructed, and it would probably delay the Grand Elder's plans. It seemed he needed to report this. Thank you, Principal, for your help. Alright, stop the small talk. If you have something to say, say it. If not, then leave. Pang Tong said irritably. Actually, my mom has already come. Fine, just have her look for Secretary Lu. It's like this, my mom has been overworked and hasn't rested well. I know, her position doesn't have much to do, it's just a nominal job. That's good. Regarding salary and benefits, you little brat, don't take advantage of the situation. I just want my elderly mother to live a bit better. Enough. Salary and benefits will be calculated as a formal teacher. Thank you for your great kindness. Pang Tong chuckled silently. Wait. Just as Fongchan was about to leave, Pang Tong called him back. Your Majesty. Cough, Principal, what orders do you have? You probably don't have much to do these days, right? Before Fongchan could refute, he continued, I want you to go to the hospital to help save someone. Fongchan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this really a stroke of luck? Don't worry, the reward will not be less for you. If you're saying that, then I'm not sleepy anymore. Pang Tong's mouth twitched, but he held back and said, this hospital is a state-run hospital. Over the years, it has been unable to compete with private ones and is on the verge of closing down. I need you to help restore its reputation. Speaking of this, Pang Tong sighed again. State-run hospitals have always been very affordable, which means poor revenue capability, and the treatment for medical staff isn't that good. In recent years, large families and powerful clans have been burning money to poach talent, causing a serious brain drain in state-run hospitals across the country. This has led to many illnesses that state-run hospitals can't treat, and even if they can, there aren't enough staff. Under the same price, people naturally wouldn't choose state-run hospitals. Now, the reputation of state-run hospitals has plummeted to a low point, and soon no one would go there anymore. When state-run hospitals close down, the consequences are unimaginable, with the most direct impact being a sharp rise in medical costs. This is not alarmist, such situations have already appeared in many places. Even more outrageous is that there are actually people in the Holy Dragon Hall advocating for the abolition of state-run hospitals, and not a few at that. But won't this expose my identity? Safety is Fongchan's primary concern. Don't worry, I will help you disguise yourself and arrange a new identity for you to enter. And I can guarantee that during the treatment, no one will see you, including the patients. Oh, you'll know when the time comes, Pang Tong said mysteriously. Alright. Seeing that Pang Tong was so sure, Fongchan naturally agreed, but I have one condition. Speak. You know, this training, if it weren't for the sea monster appearing, I would have been first. I don't really care about not being first, but that. As Fongchan said this, Pang Tong couldn't help but understand. It turned out he was thinking about the skill book. So he took a deep breath. Get lost, stingy. Fongchan ran off in a flash. The next day, Fongchan returned to school again. The school had been on break for a few days, and there weren't many people around, making it feel quite desolate. Under Secretary Lu's guidance, Fongchan arrived at an underground treasure vault. This was the place where the school stored its treasures. The security was quite strict. Without Secretary Lu's lead, even if Fongchan found this place himself, he wouldn't be able to get in. Fongchan thought to himself that this old man Pang was really interesting. On the surface, he seemed unwilling, but secretly he was still opening doors for him. Principal Pang instructed that you can choose one skill book inside. As for the rest, don't think too much about it, Secretary Lu reminded him. Okay, Sister Lu, I'd like to ask you, how do you know if a skill book is suitable for you? Secretary Lu didn't mind Fongchan's address and maintained her cold expression. The skill book is actually a jade tablet. As long as you pick up the skill book, relevant introductions and learning requirements will appear in your mind. Also, if your talent is not suitable for learning, the displayed content will just be a bunch of question marks. Got it, thank you, Sister Lu. You really are an early awakener. No wonder the principal made an exception for you to choose one, Secretary Lu said. How do you know? Just a guess. Those who have not awakened their talents or are unawakened cannot view the content of the skill book. And as for learning, you must awaken the attribute panel first. Since you haven't awakened, there's only the possibility of being an early awakener, otherwise, coming here would be pointless. Fongchan thought to himself that it was a close call. He really wasn't clear. If he learned a skill in front of Secretary Lu, wouldn't that expose his secret of having awakened? He knew that so far, no one had awakened their attribute panel before entering the novice space. If it got out, it would be strange if he wasn't taken for research. He had to be more cautious. Fongchan silently resolved. The door to the library was made of huge iron and required a password plus 2 strong men to open it simultaneously. The space inside wasn't large. With a few rows of bookshelves, some shelves clearly held equipment, while others had weapons, but the quantity wasn't much. However, it was understandable. For a local high school, having these collections was already quite good. It was said that these collections were donated by previous graduates, so their level wouldn't be too high. The last row is the skill books. You can go pick one. Secretary Lu pointed to the last row of bookshelves. Fongchan looked over and indeed saw small jade tablets the size of 2 fingers. He casually picked one up. Skill, Speed Burst, instantly unleashes 5 times speed, lasting 10 seconds. Requirements, Agility above 50 points, Growth Attribute above 3 points. Seeing this growth attribute, Fongchan's face darkened. He only had 2 points, not even reaching the minimum requirement. He looked at a few more, either they were a bunch of question marks or required a growth attribute of 4 or above. So 3 was already considered a low threshold. He looked despondent. No wonder others said that healers had no combat power, unable to learn any skills. What kind of combat power could they have? However, he still wasn't willing to give up and continued to flip through the books one by one. Is there nothing suitable? Seeing Fongchan pick up each book only to put it down, Secretary Lu couldn't help but be curious. Fongchan's face was ashen. It wasn't that there was nothing suitable, but they were all basically question marks. The ones he could understand had high requirements. No wonder everyone said that therapists were not suited for combat. If they couldn't even learn skills, how could they fight? There's only one left. Fongchan looked at the last one, praying in his heart. As soon as he picked it up, a line of text appeared. Skill, Decomposition, can split any material. Requirements, Healing Talent, Growth Attribute 2. Fongchan was so excited he almost shouted. Finally, there was something suitable. And it was tailor-made. Although he didn't know the specific effects, having something was better than nothing. This one. Fongchan pointed at the jade tablet, thinking that whatever he could get his hands on was a benefit. Are you really going to choose this? Secretary Lu was full of surprise. Is that not allowed? That's not it. Many people have looked at this jade tablet and it's all question marks. No one knows what this skill is. Do you see what skill this is? Secretary Lu asked, her face full of curiosity. I don't know, Fongchan answered decisively, thinking to himself how dangerous it was. If he said it out loud, wouldn't they figure out what talent he had? If you don't want to say, then don't. Secretary Lu clearly didn't believe Fongchan's words. If he really didn't know, would he choose it? Does he really think I'm a fool? However, there was no rule that he had to say, so even though she knew Fongchan was lying, she had no way to prove it. After a while, Fongchan left the school with a heart full of joy, heading to the hospital arranged by Pangtong. Watching Fongchan's joyful steps, Secretary Lu couldn't help but smirk, still claiming he didn't know. What a joke. In the principal's office. Which one did he take? The one gifted by Senior Li Fong. Oh, if I remember correctly, that has been sitting there for 7 or 8 years, and no one could understand it. Did he tell you what skill it is? He said he didn't know. Pangtong thought to himself that this kid was quite clever. Looking at the hospital in front of him, Fongchan was stunned. This hospital, called Ren Hospital, may only differ by one character from Renji, but it was completely incomparable. One was grand, the other was shabby. How could there be such a dilapidated hospital? If it weren't for Pangtong's arrangement, Fongchan wouldn't even know there was a hospital here. Under Pangtong's arrangement, Fongchan smoothly handled the paperwork. The head of Ren Hospital was an old man with white hair, and from his words, it seemed he was a good friend of Pangtong. The head was quite enthusiastic and personally showed Fongchan around. There were all kinds of departments here, but there were hardly any doctors, and even the nurses were few. Under his arrangement, Fongchan got his own treatment room. Looking at the several mental recovery potions in his hands, Fongchan felt a bit embarrassed. Old Pang, it's not that I'm taking benefits without working, it's just that there are no patients here. Fongchan smiled as he put away the potions. It seems this method won't work. Originally, Fongchan's plan was to help people in the hospital to improve his strength, but the big hospitals wouldn't cooperate with him, and this small hospital had no patients. Doctor? Just as Fongchan was pondering what to do, an elderly voice came from a 70 or 80-year-old lady. At this moment, Fongchan was wearing a white coat, a wig, and makeup, looking just like a middle-aged doctor. He nodded, signaling the old lady to sit down. I have a bit of a cold. Fongchan was somewhat speechless, but in the end, he comforted himself with a thought. A cold is still an illness. As long as he could get attribute points, it was fine. He didn't need to continue listening to the old lady talk about her condition. He directly touched her head, and green light enveloped it. Transform into one's own, successfully converted 1 point of spirit. Fongchan's face showed surprise. He could indeed convert attribute points. In less than half a minute, the old lady's illness was completely cured. The old lady looked incredulous and even more excited. Is this the therapist? It's the first time in my life I've seen a therapist. I didn't expect our hospital to have a therapist. It's truly amazing. The old lady spoke for quite a while before leaving. After sending her off, Fongchan found himself at a loss again. Throughout the day, he had only seen 5 patients, which was the total number of patients in the entire hospital. He really couldn't understand how this hospital managed to stay in business. In the evening, Fongchan returned to school. This time, he went to the staff dormitory, which was also arranged by Pangtong. On the surface, it was a benefit, but in reality, it was to better protect Zhanglan. Moreover, the environment of the staff dormitory was much better than where he had lived before, and Zhang Lan was quite happy about it. When she saw Fongchan return, Zhang Lan was overjoyed, and that evening they had a sumptuous dinner. Fongchan stayed in a family suite with 2 rooms, which was also why Zhang Lan was willing to move in immediately. Back in his room, Fongchan officially took out the jade tablet. He had already awakened the system, so learning skills was not a problem. According to the book, Fongchan held the jade tablet, and information about it immediately appeared in his mind. Do you want to learn? This line of text appeared in his mind, and Fongchan silently thought, learn. A surge of information immediately flowed into Fongchan's brain, and the jade tablet subsequently shattered. Decomposition learned. Character: Fongchan level 1, ordinary realm, strength 59, agility 50, spirit 48, constitution 53, talent god level, healing level 1, passive assimilate, talent skill healing power, equipment heart of the sea king, incomplete, skills super healing, passive decomposition, available attribute points 2. The skills section immediately added this information. No wonder the price of skill books was so inflated. This was incredibly convenient. Without a skill book, learning a new skill would take years. Fongchan casually picked up a book nearby and said, decomposition. With a bang, the entire book suddenly vanished. This was definitely not a magic trick, nor was it pure sleight of hand. It was atomic level decomposition. Fongchan, in shock, could only exclaim, awesome. However, his mental energy was nearly depleted. After using a recovery potion, he found a smaller object and used decomposition again. This time, it also disappeared, but the mental energy consumption was much less. Then, he found a larger chair and used decomposition again. This time, his just recovered mental energy was instantly drained, and part of the chair also vanished. The part that disappeared seemed random, with no discernible pattern, as it wasn't a continuous piece but several small portions disappearing from different places. After some testing, Fongchan concluded that this decomposition skill was related to the amount of mental energy, the complexity of the material being decomposed, or its hardness. In other words, the greater the mental energy, the larger the range of material that could be decomposed. Under the same mental energy, the more singular and fragile the material, the greater the range of decomposition. If there was enough mental energy, perhaps an entire planet could be decomposed. This was simply astonishing. The next day, Fongchan arrived at the hospital with large dark circles under his eyes, but after some disguise, it was hard to tell what happened. Fongchan discovered that there was a long line in front of his consultation room, with more people continuously joining. Dr. Zhang, our hospital is saved this time. The white-haired director excitedly shook Fongchan's hand. Dr. Zhang, look, I've brought all my card-playing friends over. Fongchan immediately recognized that the woman speaking was the one he had treated yesterday. It dawned on Fongchan that it was her doing, and with so many people, wouldn't he be drained completely? I need to quickly contact old Pang to send over some potions. 10 vials? No, 20 vials would be safer. Fongchan thought to himself. Little did he know, as soon as he voiced his thoughts, he was scolded by Pangtong. Do you think this is just plain water? 20 vials. At most 10, and if that's not enough, figure it out yourself. Old Pang, this is the work you asked me to do. What benefits do I get? As an unawakened person, how much mental energy can I have? I need to rest for half a day after just 1 or 2 consultations. Now with so many people, I can't just send them all back. I'm doing this for the reputation of the state-run hospital, for the country's reputation. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before he replied. I'll think of something for the rest. Fongchan smiled. It seemed this matter was settled. This mental energy recovery potion would first restore a portion of mental energy immediately, then slowly recover over time, which was quite useful for him. As long as he controlled the consultation time well, he should be able to save quite a bit of the potion. After some calculations, Fongchan immediately walked into the consultation room to greet the first patient. Have you heard? A therapist has come to Rend Hospital. Rend? Are you sure it's not Renji? It's Rend. My sister just came back from there, and they cured her cataracts. Is that true? It should be true. Hurry and take your granddaughter over. Her illness can finally be treated. I have to rush over. I heard there are a lot of people in line. Okay, I'll notify my daughter-in-law immediately. Similar conversations were happening in many places. Unbeknownst to them, the entire Renji hospital had become crowded, resembling a tourist spot during the holidays. After a busy day, Fongchan was still hoping to get off work, but when he looked outside, he was stunned. There were people everywhere. He wanted to see them, but his abilities wouldn't allow it. At that moment, an old man flew over the crowd and landed directly in front of the consultation room. The scene was terrifying. The old man looked shocked. I asked you to help the hospital, and you managed to bring the dead back to life. Not bad. After a long while, Pangtong finally squeezed out 2 words. No wonder therapists are a resource that every major force fights over. Old Pang, I can't take it anymore. Fongchan's face turned completely dark. How can you say you can't at such a young age? If you can, then you do it. Here are 20 vials of recovery potion. It should last for a while. I'll think of a way to get some more. Looking at the 20 vials, Fongchan instantly felt it wasn't enough. Even the cattle from the production team wouldn't dare to use it like this. Still not enough. You need to limit the flow of people. Don't let those with minor ailments come. And you need to charge more. Alright, I'll discuss it with the director. Soon, under the director's guidance, the flow of people was indeed dispersed, and some minor ailments were directed to other doctors. However, there were still many people here. It continued until midnight, and Fongchan truly couldn't take it anymore. After repeatedly assuring that he would return tomorrow, the patient's emotions finally calmed down, allowing him to escape. Fongchan looked at the panel, his eyes nearly popping out. Faced with the constant barrage of messages, he had become numb. Only now did he have time to check the overall situation. Character: Fongchan level 1, ordinary realm, strength 99, agility 68, spirit 0/102, constitution 87, talent god level, healing SSS LV1, passive assimilate, talent skill healing power, equipment heart of the Sea King, incomplete, skills super healing, passive decompose, allocatable attribute points 2. The harvest can't be said to be small. These attribute points are probably on par with the peak of the ordinary realm. During this time, Fongchan also discovered a phenomenon: the absorbed attribute points don't seem to be completely random. Elderly people generally yield spirit points, while young people yield constitution or strength, with agility being relatively rare. This is probably related to the healing targets. Due to excessive consumption, Fongchan returned to his dormitory and fell asleep immediately. Since he had informed the principal and his mother, he didn't have to worry about his mother asking questions. The next day, a hurried ringing woke Fongchan up. Damn it! I overslept. After Fongchan repeatedly assured him, the white-haired principal finally calmed down. After a quick wash and disguise, Fongchan rushed straight to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, although he was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. The line of people stretched out to the street. Taking a deep breath, Fongchan quickly entered the consultation room under the respectful gazes of everyone. Meanwhile, Renji Hospital was deserted, in stark contrast to the scene at Rend Hospital. At this time, those coming to Renji Hospital had only minor ailments, which couldn't sustain the daily expenses of such a large hospital. Bang! A cup shattered into pieces. The portly principal's eyes were nearly spitting fire. Since yesterday, the hospital's revenue had been continuously declining, and today there were hardly any patients. In front of the principal stood about 10 people, all trembling. The wrath of a ground-level expert was no joke. Can anyone tell me why Rend Hospital can hire a healer? Still, no one answered. Useless. Truly useless. Hurry up and investigate. Also, no matter the cost or the means, bring me that healer. Yes. This time, everyone finally managed to respond. After the others left, a man took out his phone. Bro, I found a healer here. Let's see which family they belong to. On this day, aside from Renji Hospital, other factions received the news as well. A current was surging beneath the surface. Due to Fongchan's increased spirit attribute, his efficiency today was naturally faster, but it still couldn't keep up with the endless stream of patients. He felt like an emotionless machine, constantly repeating the same tasks. By the end of the day, he had no idea how many people he had attended to. He was already numb. This kid seems to be more efficient again. Really strange. Pangtong came to the hospital again today, watching Fongchan from nearby. Kid, the white-haired principal asked in confusion. Him? Who isn't a kid in front of us? Pang Tong quickly explained, thinking to himself how close that was. Or maybe he's just gotten more skilled. Perhaps. Pang Tong said this, but his heart was filled with doubt. Others didn't know, but didn't he? Fongchan hadn't even awakened his attribute panel yet. He had only awakened his talent early, and his spirit was pitifully low. How could he possibly improve his efficiency? The next moment he saw Fongchan waving at him, and his face darkened. No need to say it, the medicine was used up again. Do you really think this is water to drink? Fongchan drank another bottle of potion, his expression one of contentment. Now that his mental attributes had increased, the utilization of the potion was even higher. Next, at that moment, a man in his 50s walked in, his eyes constantly sizing. Fongchan, you are the healer? The old man walked steadily, his breath normal, not appearing to be seriously ill. Fongchan nodded, gesturing for him to sit down. This old man was a strong one, likely above the earth realm. The old man pointed to his chest, then to his waist and other areas. My internal organs are all injured, can you heal me? Let's give it a try, Fongchan said, extending his hand to the old man's chest, and soon a green light completely enveloped him. The old man couldn't help but let out a sound of comfort. You should be fine now, check for yourself, Fongchan said with a smile. The old man was taken aback, as if just realizing it, and hurriedly checked himself. Indeed, he was healed, and even his energy flow was much smoother. He felt very excited inside, as this meant he had a chance to break through to the void realm. But he quickly calmed himself. He hadn't forgotten his mission, which was not only to test Fongchan's authenticity but also to recruit him. I am from the Zhang family of Qingcheng. Our family head hopes you can join us, the old man said. Zhang family? Who is stronger, you or the Jian family? Fongchan did not immediately refuse but countered with a question. After a moment of silence, the old man slowly replied, I understand now. After saying that, he left, leaving Fongchan looking puzzled. In fact, Fongchan was not calm inside at this moment, as he had not absorbed any attribute points. Instead, he received a prompt. Ability transform into my own activated, successfully converted electric talent. Character Fongchan level 1, Mortal Realm, Strength 128, Agility 96, Mental 82/147, Constitution 112, Main Talent God Level Healing SSS LV1, Passive Transform into my own. Secondary talent Electric F LV1, Talent Skills Healing Power Electric Control Equipment Heart of the Sea King Incomplete Skills Super Healing Power Passive Decompose available attribute points 2. Fongchan never expected that he could even steal talents. This passive skill was too overpowered. He suddenly felt like he had hit the jackpot. The patients he had treated over the past few days, along with the students he secretly healed during training, should total over 300 people. This was the first time he had gained a talent, and the probability wasn't particularly high. But considering that there weren't many talent holders to begin with, if calculated solely based on the number of talent holders, the probability was quite high. Fongchan felt delighted, not expecting such a gain. It seemed that his plan was indeed feasible. As long as he treated enough people, it would be impossible for him not to grow stronger. After this incident, Fongchan threw himself back into work, and with the earlier success, he worked even harder. By the time he took a break, the number of patients he treated today was nearly half more than yesterday. The next day, Fongchan arrived at the hospital as usual. There were still many people, but the difference was that many unusual individuals had appeared. There were also quite a few who cast unfriendly glances at him. Fongchan paid no mind to this. As long as old Pang was around, he was not afraid of anyone. Pang Tong was also present today. To be precise, he had been watching Fongchan every day except for the first one. Given the scale of what Fongchan had created, Pang Tong naturally knew what consequences would follow. Just last night, he had dealt with several people tailing Fongchan. It seemed those forces could no longer sit still. As Pang Tong said, various forces had been investigating Fongchan's background these past few days, discovering that he had never appeared before and had no affiliation with any faction. Thus, they could no longer hold back and sent people to test him. On this day, Fongchan's speed in seeing patients noticeably slowed down, as in addition to the normal consultations, he also had to refuse invitations from various forces. However, the attribute points he gained not only did not decrease but even increased slightly. At that moment, Fongchan realized that the attributes he absorbed were not fixed. Rather, the stronger the opponent, the more he could absorb. Many of those who came today were Earth Realm experts, so naturally he absorbed far more attribute points than from those in the mortal realm. This was something to be happy about, but today he had offended too many people, and quite a few had made blatant threats. Today is the last day. Tomorrow is when the novice space opens. After packing his things, Fongchan glanced at the date, pondering what else needed to be done. Zhang Lan had already settled in. As long as his identity as a healer wasn't exposed, she wouldn't be in danger for the time being. The money owed had been repaid by Zhang Lan yesterday. He remembered her saying that Brother Chang was almost moved to tears upon receiving the money, thinking they had run away again. The pitch-black night sky, with the moon hanging high, seemed particularly quiet tonight. Fongchan looked at the empty street, and his expression grew serious. Ha ha, you thought you were really unyielding, but you're just a lackey of Pang Tong. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the shadows. Fongchan looked over to see a man in a black robe, exuding a significant sense of pressure, clearly possessing strength above the earth realm. Who are you? You'll know once you leave with me. Fongchan understood that this was an attempt to take him down. During the day, they came openly to recruit him, always reporting their family forces. But now, it was something that couldn't see the light of day, so they wouldn't reveal anything. What if I refuse? Fongchan remained calm. Do you think Pang Tong can still protect you? The man revealed a contemptuous smile. If I'm not mistaken, he should have been led away by you, or perhaps something forced him to leave? Fongchan said leisurely. The man was slightly taken aback. Since you know, why not cooperate obediently? Sorry, I don't have that habit, Fongchan replied without changing his expression. Ridiculous. The man never expected a healer to be so stubborn. I don't care if you're bait or something else. You must join us today, whether you agree or not. The man's tone was resolute and unquestionable, and at the same time, several other men in black robes stepped out beside him. Fongchan frowned slightly. These people were clearly Earth Realm experts, and the leader was at the peak of the Earth Realm. His attributes should be about the same as the initial stage of the Earth Realm, but he had no skills. They were really willing to invest. In fact, the reason there were so many men in black robes was not that they were worried about not catching Fongchan, but rather afraid of other forces engaging in black-on-black conflict. He thought for a moment and decisively turned to run, not wasting any more words. The buildings in this area weren't densely packed, but there were enough of them, with many branching paths. If he utilized them well, he might still be able to evade capture. As long as he reached a crowded place, took off his disguise, and blended into the crowd, everything would be fine. The man in the black robe snapped out of his daze and cursed. What are you looking at? Hurry up and chase him. Once the others reacted, they ran out. They were still only at the Earth Realm and couldn't fly. Is he really a healer? How can he run so fast? The man in the black robe looked at Fongchan's retreating figure, astonished. Split up and surround him. Don't let him enter the city. The figure of the man in black flashed, and in an instant he appeared more than 10 meters away. The long street was filled with the fleeting figure of Fongchan, who dodged repeatedly, almost caught several times. His use of mental power was clearly not yet refined, relying entirely on his high attributes, lacking any skill. Seeing that he couldn't shake off these pursuers, Fongchan hurriedly dashed into an old residential building. The building was very old, and few people lived there anymore. You guard the other exits, I'll go in. The man in the black robe immediately understood Fongchan's intention. The biggest feature of such buildings was the many exits. Once inside, it was a maze, but as long as the exits were guarded, unless he could fly, he would be like a bird in a cage. At this time, everything was extremely quiet, especially in such an old building where the hallway lights were out, shrouded in darkness, making it even quieter. The man in the black robe looked very grim. He hadn't expected to be toyed with by a healer. Don't let me catch you, or you're dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed his foot, startling him. But when he saw it was the healer, a cold smile appeared on his face. Heaven has a path you won't take. Hell has no door. But before he could finish, a heart-wrenching pain shot up from his foot, and the next second, he lost his balance and fell in the hallway. Everything happened so suddenly. Seeing the healer about to escape, he wanted to stand up but couldn't manage it. His left foot was gone. Ah! What happened? After hearing the shout, people immediately came. He went that way. Hurry, chase him. Be careful, it might be a trap. The man in the black robe gritted his teeth against the pain. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but smirk. A healer scared you like this, how useless. Due to the darkness, they either didn't see the man in the black robe's severed leg or chose to ignore it. They continued to pursue. Just around the corner, there were several forks in the road. After exchanging glances, they split up again. A few minutes later, another scream echoed, using the same method. In the following time, it felt as if the roles of cat and mouse had reversed. Watching his teammates fall one by one, the man in the black robe felt increasingly anxious. He cursed through gritted teeth, clearly having warned them to be careful, yet they were all acting like fools. However, at this moment, Fongchan had already left the old residential building. Initially, he wanted to go back to heal and take advantage of the situation again, but after considering it, the risk was too great, so he gave up. Just as he took a couple of steps, Fongchan was stopped again. This time, he recognized the person in front of him. During their time on the deserted island, he had followed Jian Wenti. Your aura feels very familiar. The man scrutinized Fongchan with keen eyes. Fongchan remained silent, his eyes instantly turning cold. Don't worry, I'm alone. The man noticed Fongchan looking around, clearly on guard. I'm not one of those useless MO family members from the capital. One is enough for me. The man was quite confident in himself. You have two choices, either die or become the Jin family's lapdog. Fongchan said nothing, and the man's words confirmed he had not mistaken his identity. Ha ha! The man suddenly laughed, causing Fongchan's heart to tighten. You really do know me. Let me think, where have I seen you before? The man wore a cunning smile, having been testing the waters. When he mentioned being from the Jin family, the other party showed no reaction, which could only mean that Fongchan had already guessed his identity. He had only recently been transferred from the Sword Saint's side, so there was no way Fongchan could have seen him before. Was it on that island? The man thought clearly, his eyes fixed on Fongchan's every move. Fongchan still said nothing, but to the man, this was an acknowledgement. Your gaze. Ha ha ha, how interesting. The man seemed to have discovered a great secret, becoming excited. Fongchan knew the man had recognized him, but he still didn't drop his disguise, his tone growing colder. Since you already know, then please die. Whoosh. Before the words were finished, Fongchan moved first, his speed reaching its peak, making it difficult to see his figure in the darkness. Bang! A punch landed on the man's body, but the situation Fongchan had anticipated did not occur. The man remained completely unmoved, while Fongchan's fist was blocked by a layer of water curtain. Little friend, how insidious. After saying this, a flash of light passed over the man's body, and then a water column surged, directly knocking Fongchan back several meters. Seeing Fongchan quickly stand up, a hint of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. Wasn't this kid supposed to be like the young master, unawakened? How could he stand up after being hit by his water column? In the next second, Fongchan disappeared from his spot again. While the man was momentarily stunned, Fongchan reappeared in front of him, throwing another unreasonable punch. Unfortunately, it was still blocked by that layer of water curtain. Fongchan was not discouraged, he dodged to the side and continued to throw punches, attacking in a downpour. But all of it was blocked by that layer of water curtain. How is this possible? Both Fongchan and the man questioned almost simultaneously. Fongchan was puzzled as to why he couldn't break through the water curtain, while the man was confused about Fongchan's speed and attack power. He knew he was already at the mid-level of the Earth realm, but he estimated that his strength and Fongchan's were probably not much different. This didn't make sense. You are quite interesting. I bet the Sword Saint is very interested in you. The man's eyes lit up, as if he saw a great achievement. Water column impact. Relying on his body's instinctive reaction to danger, Fongchan retreated and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the water column. Useless, the man sneered. To his surprise, the water column suddenly turned and struck Fongchan from behind. Fongchan spat out old blood. The impact was truly great. Really tenacious, the man had to praise. After taking 2 hits, Fongchan could still stand. Even someone in the Earth realm might not be able to do that. Yet, he was an unawakened one. If he awakened, how terrifying would that be? Unfortunately, if you don't want to be a dog, you can only die. His gaze sharpened, blue light flashed, and the water beneath Fongchan suddenly rose, completely enveloping him. Water prison. No matter how Fongchan struggled, it seemed he could not escape this water mass. Useless, no one can break free from my water prison. The man was quite confident as he stepped closer to Fongchan. Let alone an ordinary person, even a strange beast would suffocate to death. So, how does it feel to think being a dog isn't so bad? Watching Fongchan struggle continuously, the man's mood brightened. Pride? Can that be eaten? Fongchan did not respond but extended a finger, making an international gesture. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Time passed second by second, and Fongchan's struggles became weaker and weaker until he finally stopped, floating weakly in the water. The man did not immediately let Fongchan down but observed for a few more minutes before releasing him. After such a long time, anyone in a state of oxygen deprivation would not be able to survive. Bang! The water prison shattered, and Fongchan fell heavily to the ground, motionless. The man stepped forward to check, wanting to tear off Fongchan's disguise. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the man's hand, and Fongchan's eyes snapped open. Electric shock. This was Fongchan's first time using his electric ability. Originally, he could have used decomposition, but his mental energy was nearly depleted, and even decomposition wouldn't render the man incapable of fighting. A tingling electric current surged from Fongchan's hand to the man's hand, and in an instant, the man felt his body struck by the current, trembling and convulsing. However, it soon stopped. Fongchan had run out of energy. Fongchan drew a dagger, his most proficient weapon, which he always carried. With a fierce thrust, the dagger aimed directly at the man's head, but the water curtain reappeared, completely blocking the dagger. Fongchan pushed hard. The water curtain pierced slightly, but it couldn't reach the man's flesh. Bang! The man regained consciousness, and the dagger was deflected. Immediately, a fierce look appeared on his face. He never expected that Fongchan wouldn't die in such a situation. He had almost met his end. He picked up the dagger, looking at Fongchan, who was crawling on the ground, revealing a cruel smile. Since the water couldn't kill you, let's see what it feels like to be tortured to death by a knife. Die. With a stab down, he felt a familiar sensation. His dagger stopped in midair as Fongchan revealed a strange smile. Oh no! Divine shield slash. The man's face changed drastically, but unfortunately, he was too late to react. A sword energy flew out from Fongchan's body, breaking through the man's water curtain and directly slicing him in half. What terrifying power! This power was definitely several times stronger than when Sword Hero used it. However, the physical toll was immense, as if he had been completely drained in an instant. It really is you. The man's body was split into 2 segments, his face now pale as he clung to life by a thread. Fongchan quickly drank a potion, then got up and squatted beside the man. He stabbed the dagger into the man again. Man? He ignored the man's bewildered expression and gave him a healing touch. Man? Transform into one's own activated, successfully converted water ability. Fongchan nodded in satisfaction, then stabbed the man again. Then another healing touch. The man stared at Fongchan, who looked innocent. He wanted to curse, "Are you even human?" But Fongchan showed no signs of stopping, going back and forth 4 or 5 times. After confirming he could no longer absorb, he reluctantly stabbed the man in the heart. Man, what the F? Before he could finish cursing, he finally breathed his last, though his eyes remained slightly open. Fongchan finally returned safely to the school dormitory. He hadn't intended to torture the man. He was testing whether he could repeatedly absorb substances from one person. The answer was no, each person could only be absorbed once. This was a bit of a pity, but being able to absorb the water ability was still good. Character: Fongchan level 1. Ordinary realm, strength 162, agility 124, spirit 5/169, constitution 141, main ability divine healing SSS LV1, passive transform into one's own, secondary ability electric F LV1, water D LV1, ability skills healing power, control electricity, water manipulation. Passive equipment Heart of the Sea King, incomplete skills super healing power, passive decomposition, available attribute points 2, water manipulation, passive when attacked, a water shield will automatically form around the user for defense, with strengthened duration related to mental power. Looking at this description, Fongchan exclaimed how impressive it was. This skill was simply divine, and it could defend automatically. However, recalling the scene where the man was pierced by the divine shield slash, his heart sank again. It seemed he couldn't rely entirely on this skill. Estimating that the attack power had reached a certain intensity, even water defense was useless. If it was going to break, it would break. After a busy day, Fongchan fell asleep contentedly. On the other side, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The support for the man in the black robe had arrived, and several people responsible for tracking the healer had mysteriously lost a leg. However, they didn't even know the true identity of the other party. Meanwhile, on the Sword family's side, there was also a great uproar. Because Hong Tao, a subordinate of Jian Wenti, had been killed at a huge cost, and he was cut down in half. The scene was simply as tragic as those sea monsters. This made Jian Wenti recall the true murderer who killed Jian Xiong. Jian Wenti was furious at this moment, vowing to find the killer. Hong Tao's death completely disrupted Jian Wenti's plans. How was the dungeon at the bottom of the lake to be opened now? That night, various forces were trying to gather information, even beginning to suspect that the higher-ups were going to move against them. This healer was just bait. Whoever touched him would die. Pang Tong, who knew Fongchan's identity, was also shocked. He had been lured away by some people using a strategy to draw the tiger from its den, and when he returned, Fongchan had already vanished without a trace. The next time he heard news, it was already about Jian Wenti's subordinate being killed. Pang Tong knew this subordinate. His name was Hong Tao. His level wasn't high, but his talent was decent. He was originally from the Sword Saint's side and was later transferred to Jian Wenti's side, having appeared on the deserted island back then. That was the first day he was transferred over. Could it be that he recognized Fongchan and was killed by him? Pang Tong felt like he was going crazy. How could there be such a crazy thought? Fongchan hadn't awakened yet. How could he have killed Hong Tao? Even if he had awakened as a healer, how could he kill him? And he was only level 1. He couldn't figure it out, but if it wasn't Fongchan who did it, then who else could have acted? August 1st. This is the day when the Newbie space opens worldwide, even in other worlds. For over 100 years, it has been the same, becoming a tradition. Today, the school square was filled with many people, not just students but also parents, witnessing an important moment in life. Other schools were the same. On this day, the entire country even stopped all entertainment activities, praying for the safe return of all students. At 9 o'clock, Pang Tong was giving his final motivational speech, hoping everyone could forget their hatred, help each other, and get through the difficulties together. In fact, even if they weren't at school, they would be automatically transported to the Newbie space, but if they were together, there was a high chance they would be transported together. This was a conclusion drawn from years of experience. Zhao Jianshan, have you seen Brother Fong? Song Qingling looked around but didn't see Fongchan appear. No, I've been calling him, but he hasn't answered. What's going on? In the past few days, Song Qingling had been arranged for special training by Pang Tong and hadn't contacted Fongchan, making her a bit worried. It's fine, he's cunning, very smart. Sensing Song Qingling's disapproving gaze, Zhao Jianshan quickly changed his words. On the podium, Pang Tong had also been looking for Fongchan's figure. As the principal, he had many things to handle and couldn't keep an eye on Fongchan like a babysitter. Who knew that in just a moment of not looking, the person had disappeared? Does this kid really not know that being a healer alone is very dangerous? The Newbie space also had many fierce alien beasts, and often it was a one-hit kill, leaving no chance for healing. With things having come to this, he was powerless. Even if he went to find him now, it would be too late. Everything was left to fate. At 10 o'clock, rays of light fell simultaneously, shining on every eligible student, and in the next second, they disappeared without a trace. School dormitory. Fongchan suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the time, and cursed under his breath. A ray of light fell down, just shining on him. He was used to it, sleeping naked. The light faded and Fongchan found himself in another world with the bed and blankets having disappeared. All around were walls and he was alone. It was very dark and quiet, with only the faint glow of a torch hanging on the wall. Is this the novice space? Fongchan couldn't help but wonder. It looked like an underground space. As for how this space extended, that was unknown. Welcome to the novice space. Point system activated, mall system activated, team system activated, a series of prompts confirmed to Fongchan that he had indeed entered the novice space. He opened the attribute panel and saw that there were indeed points in 2 sections for the mall at the bottom. Character Fongchan level 1 Ordinary Realm Strength 162 Agility 124 Spirit 5/169 Constitution 141 Main Talent God Level Healing SSS LV1 Passive Assimilate Secondary Talent Electricity F LV1 Water D LV1 Talent Skills Healing Power Control Electricity Water Manipulation Passive Equipment Heart of the Sea King Incomplete Skills Super Healing Power Passive Decompose Assignable Attribute Points 2 points 0 Enter Mall. After opening the mall, another interface appeared with options for Free Trade and System Trade. Free Trade allowed everyone to sell their items in the mall. System Trade involved purchasing items provided by the system. Fongchan took a look. The variety of items offered by the system was quite rich, including daily necessities, food, various potions, equipment, skills, and talents, but currently only food and daily necessities were available for sale, while the others were in a pre-sale state. Cooked food was about 5 to 10 points, and other seasonings, kitchenware, etc. would not exceed 20 points. At that moment, a pair of fiery red eyes suddenly lit up behind Fongchan. Is this the novice space? At the same time, others were also teleported over, appearing just as they had when they arrived. Most of the students from Qingcheng No. 1 High School were teleported to the same place, with only a small number randomly sent to other locations. The space is huge. What is this place? A maze? An underground city? They all gathered in a large room surrounded by walls with only one exit. Some brave ones had already begun to explore the room. Each wall was made of huge stone bricks and ordinary attacks could not damage them at all. This place was vast enough for so many people to live here. The school mentioned before that collective teleportation points are safe. As long as we don't act recklessly, there won't be any danger, someone said. Everyone nodded in agreement with this point. I awakened my talent. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. At that moment, everyone realized, yes, had they awakened their talents? They all quickly opened their attribute panels as instructed in the book, and a series of prompts appeared in their minds. A 10% awakening rate wasn't low at all. And soon, people began to shout out in excitement one after another. Great, I have the wind element talent. I have the earth element. I have strength enhancement. While some were excited, others were disappointed. Those who hadn't awakened their talents were at a significant disadvantage in the early stages and tried to find teammates to accompany them. I can't believe I'm a buff. Zhao Jiangshan exclaimed in disbelief. He was supposed to be a damage dealer. At this time, Song Qingling also looked at her attribute panel, slightly surprised. She had the flame element, which was a higher tier than the fire element. It belonged to the secondary element category. Other secondary elements included wood, ice, poison, etc., which had a natural suppression effect on primary elements. The tertiary elements were light and dark, which were extremely rare. Elemental talents belonging to the legendary level. I wonder where Brother Fong is. Is there going to be danger? Thinking of Fongchan's healing talent, Song Qingling couldn't help but worry. No, I need to find him quickly. You decide. Zhao Jiangshan's face was ashen. His support-type talent meant he could only follow Song Qingling, otherwise it would be hard for him to survive on his own. However, if he teamed up with a strong damage dealer, the effect would definitely be greater than the sum of its parts. But that wasn't what he wanted. He was a man and should be at the front as a meat shield. If Jin Xiong knew, he would definitely laugh to death. Oh, he's already dead. Then it's fine. Congratulations to Fongchan for achieving the first kill, reward points 100. Congratulations to Fongchan for successfully killing the first layer boss, Shadow Demon Wolf. Reward points 50. Everyone's mind was filled with this message prompt. They were all in a daze. What was going on? Hadn't they just entered? Also, what the hell was the first layer boss? Wait, we haven't even figured out the system and you've soloed the boss? This is like, while we're still playing in the mud, you've already graduated from college. How are we supposed to play now? It turns out the gap between people can really be as wide as a galaxy. Wait, isn't the Night Demon Wolf a level 3 beast? How did he do it? Soon someone reacted. The Night Demon Wolf was introduced in the book. It was a beast that was extremely fast, adept at nighttime activities, with incredibly sharp claws, killing invisibly, usually appearing as a beginner village boss. Zhao Jianshan looked at Song Qingling. What did you just say? Is he in danger? Song Qingling. She was also confused. Wasn't Brother Fong a healer? How did he manage that? We need to find him quickly. Don't worry, he won't be in danger. Zhao Jianshan looked calm. He had already killed the boss. What danger could he still face? No, I'm afraid he went to the next layer. Obtained Night Cloak, equip? In addition to the 2 congratulatory prompts, Fongchan also received this prompt. He chose to equip it without hesitation, and the next second, the cloak appeared on him. Fongchan took a look. Now he looked even more like a freak. The level 3 beast doesn't seem that strong, it didn't even give me a chance to heal. He couldn't help but complain while looking at the corpse of the demon wolf he had punched to death. He originally wanted to see if turning it into my own would work on beasts, but he didn't control his strength in a moment of tension. However, having this night cloak was also good. It added 20 points to agility and had a 10% evasion chance. For a beginner, it was quite powerful equipment. The prompt just said this is the first layer boss, which means there are other layers. Fongchan thought for a moment and decided to go to the next layer first to avoid being seen by others. That would definitely be social death. Crossing over the shadow demon wolf was the teleportation point to the next layer. Fongchan couldn't help but marvel at his luck. The teleportation point was a door. Passing through it would lead to the next layer. In fact, the first layer of the dungeon was very large, accommodating all the beginners from every world. It wasn't just one teleportation point, nor was there only one boss. Each boss guarded the teleportation door to the next layer. As long as the boss was defeated, the teleportation door would activate. At this moment, Fongchan had already arrived at the second level, and the teleportation portal behind him disappeared, meaning he could not return to the first level. Upon seeing the scene of the second level, Fongchan was instantly dumbfounded. It seemed to be an endless forest. At least, that was how it appeared to him. Meanwhile, he marveled at the power of this novice space, capable of creating such a vast independent world. To find the boss and defeat it to enter the next level, Fongchan roughly understood the rules of this novice space. After killing the shadow demon wolf, his level had risen to level 2, and his attributes had also increased somewhat. Character: Fongchan level 2, ordinary. Realm: Strength 167, Agility 129, Spirit 174, Constitution 146, Main Talent God level Healing SSS LV1, Passive Assimilate. Secondary talents: Electricity F LV1, Water D LV1. Talent skills: Healing Power, Electric Control, Water. Manipulation passive. Equipment: Heart of the Sea King incomplete. Shadow Cloak skills: Super Healing Power passive. Decompose distributable attribute points 4 points 150. Enter shop. His Fongchan turned around and immediately saw a yellow snake as thick as a thigh lunging at him. Golden Snake Elite LV2 possesses extremely high agility. Sharp fangs contain venom. Fongchan nimbly sidestepped, just avoiding the golden snake, and then punched its midsection. However, it felt like hitting a piece of paper. The snake bounced off but didn't suffer much damage. Once the snake steadied itself, it looked at Fongchan warily and did not attack again. It sensed that this man was extraordinary. Hesitating, it wondered whether to continue. Electric shock. Golden snake? A current shot from Fongchan's hand, only as thick as a finger but incredibly fast, landing on the golden snake in the blink of an eye. Despite its small size, the current was quite powerful, not something a mere level 2 beast could withstand. The paralysis effect was outstanding. Taking advantage of this moment, Fongchan grabbed the golden snake, one hand on its head and the other on its tail. With a pull, rip, the golden snake was instantly torn into 2 segments. That was close. Fortunately, I didn't die. Golden snake? Fongchan picked up the tail segment and cast a healing spell. The wound on the tail healed, and a prompt followed. Assimilate activated, successfully converted 1 point of agility. The snake's tail was still moving, but unfortunately, without a head, it had lost its aggressiveness. Fongchan casually tossed it aside and grabbed the head segment, using the healing spell again. Soon, the wound on the head segment healed as well. Just when Fongchan thought it was indeed like this, the prompt sound rang out again. Assimilate activated, successfully converted 1 point of agility. Fongchan, it can work like this. At this moment, Fongchan looked at the golden snake with shining eyes. The golden snake suddenly had a bad premonition and struggled continuously. Useless. Fongchan revealed a devilish smile. With both hands, he grabbed one end and the other and tore. Golden snake, I'll curse you. A few minutes later, Fongchan was left with 4 segments of snake body in front of him. After successfully absorbing 4 times, he originally wanted to continue experimenting, but the snake couldn't take much more. It died after being torn apart 4 times. He still wanted to ask where its family was to send greetings. What a pity. In the end, Fongchan tore off the skin of the golden snake and made a simple barrier. This forest was indeed vast. As Fongchan walked, he lost track of time and direction. This place is really big. Along the way, he encountered 7 or 8 beasts, all level 2 or 3, but he could only absorb from each once, and he didn't encounter any more golden snakes. A level 2 beast gave 20 points, and a level 3 gave 30 points. He wasn't too clear about the experience points, but after taking down 7 beasts, he still hadn't leveled up. However, at the moment, leveling up didn't enhance his strength as much as the passive absorption of attributes during healing. This led him to clearly be able to kill the beast in an instant, yet he chose to injure it first before finishing it off. Who wouldn't call that cruel? Don't let it escape. Hurry, chase it. If it gets away, Zheng Feng, you must take responsibility. Fongchan heard this voice seemingly coming in his direction. It turned out there were others coming down. He realized he had spent quite a bit of time on other beasts. The golden snake. A beam of golden light quickly flew towards Fongchan. His eyes immediately lit up. Those were moving attribute points. He then saw 5 or 6 figures chasing behind, all holding wooden sticks, all at level 2. Fongchan then understood that in the novice space, one could see the opponent's level. Up ahead. Quickly stop it. I'll pay you. The speaker was a short-haired girl in tight clothing, holding a long stick, looking valiant. Fongchan moved to block the golden snake's escape route, extending his hands. The golden snake, seeing this, did not dodge, but instead sprang up, opening its wide mouth to reveal its sharp fangs. Don't give in, even if it means death. Hold it down for me. The short-haired girl was frantically chasing behind, fearing Fongchan would be scared and back off. However, she clearly thought too much. Fongchan had never considered dodging. He suddenly brought his hands together, just in time to grip the back half of the snake's head. The golden snake saw this human right in front of it, but its fangs could not advance even a fraction. Well done. Bring me the snake, and you'll be heavily rewarded. The short-haired girl was excited to see Fongchan controlling the golden snake. This was the first mutated species they encountered on the second level. Both the experience and drop rate were extremely high. To kill it, they had spent nearly an hour exhausting its stamina. As long as the golden snake didn't escape, they were sure they could kill it. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, due to Zhang Feng's mistake, it found an opening to escape. However, the outcome was still good. Although this man in front of her looked a bit strange, he should have some strength. She could consider replacing Zhang Feng with him, making him her knight. No, better as a bodyguard. Just as the short-haired girl was smiling, ready to find Fongchan to retrieve the golden snake, Fongchan turned around and ran. Of course, he still held tightly onto the golden snake. What is he doing? He stole my prey. Hurry, chase him. The short-haired girl was stunned, then immediately furious. Stop. Daring to steal my prey, catch him. I want to kill him myself. The golden snake was also confused. Such good fortune? You really are a nice person. I'll just eat you in one bite later. No need for you to suffer. Sigh, I really am a kind snake. It didn't take long for these people to lose track of Fongchan. Useless. Useless. How can we not catch even one weirdo? Search for me. We must find him. Miss, we should move away. You might be in danger, a man said. Then go find more people. Are you all brainless pigs? Yes. With Fongchan's speed, let alone these few, even those at the Earth realm might not be able to catch up. In just a few minutes, he had completely shaken them off. The reason he took it away was to study it properly, right? Don't die. Fongchan quickly let go of the golden snake. Golden snake? Just now, I was so excited that I almost choked the golden snake to death. Fortunately, it was just a bit short of oxygen and could still be saved. After a healing spell, the golden snake immediately came back to life. This human can't be that foolish, right? What a perverse piece of equipment. The golden snake looked at Fongchan in disbelief. It seems that when I eat him later, I can't be too rough. Be good, baby, it won't hurt, just bear with it for a moment, Fongchan said excitedly, looking at the golden snake. Golden snake? This sounds just like what I was thinking. Forget it, I'm hungry, I'll eat first as a sign of respect. The golden snake opened its big mouth and shot towards Fongchan. Two big hands once again firmly grabbed its neck. Golden snake. Such a familiar feeling. Cunning human. I didn't expect this golden noble to fall into his hands twice in a row. It was about to struggle but suddenly felt a sharp pain, and was then split into 2 segments. Hang in there. Don't die. I'm going to heal you right now. Golden snake? Mama, I've encountered a pervert. Slap. The next second, the snake's body, just healed, was torn apart again. Hang in there. Don't die. I'm going to heal you right now. Golden snake. Are you out of your mind? Slap. 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 Golden snake, is there anyone who can do me a favor and just kill me already? It didn't wait long for its plea, finally dying after Fongchan tore it into 8 pieces, providing Fongchan with a full 8 attribute points and 40 points. You were a good snake. After a moment of silence, Fongchan strung each segment of the snake's body with a branch and then put it on the fire to roast. This golden snake indeed had a strong vitality, even its torn body could still move, unlike other beasts that would stop functioning with just a gentle break. I wonder if I'll have the chance to meet your parents, siblings, or something. Fongchan looked at the sizzling snake meat, saliva uncontrollably dripping down. The day ended, and without realizing it, quite a few people had already entered the second layer. This forest gradually became lively. A sneeze. Fongchan wiped his nose. The forest was quite cold at night, and this cloak wasn't very useful. Brothers in front, run. Fongchan looked and saw several men rushing towards him, all looking panicked. Run! There's a magic bear behind us. Seeing Fongchan still frozen in place, they immediately became anxious. Roar! At this moment, a brown giant bear over 2 meters tall broke through the trees with a swipe of its paw. The men were stunned. The magic bear was only a few meters away from them, and there was no way to escape. It's all your fault, one of them blamed Fongchan. After saying that, he immediately ran behind Fongchan and the others followed suit, retreating rapidly. Not good. This guy is scared stiff. Fongchan faced the magic bear, standing still. The magic bear was level 4, although it wasn't a boss in this layer, it was still a small overlord. Its paw extended sharp claws, and with this strike, it could probably tear a person apart. As the magic bear was about to swipe Fongchan's head off, the expressions of the men changed. To be honest, this magic bear was brought back by them, and dragging others into this was already wrong. But they didn't expect there would be someone here. Even though they felt guilty inside, their bodies were still honest, retreating repeatedly under the magic bear's pressure. Their legs were about to give way, such a good opportunity, yet they couldn't move. Boom! The group was dumbfounded. What just happened? Just as the magic bear was about to make contact with Fongchan, it suddenly seemed to be hit by something, and the entire bear flew back several meters. Its huge belly even caved in. The speed was so fast that only a shadow was seen. His level 2 is different from theirs. They thought this exposed body was scared stiff, but who knew he was the big shot? With just one move, he sent the several 100 pounds of magic bear flying. Who wouldn't shout 666 at such power? Didn't you see the magic bear's eyes almost popping out? So terrifying. Just as a few people were still in shock, Fongchan had already arrived in front of the magic bear. The magic bear had just stood up, its eyes sparkling, foam coming from its mouth, but upon seeing this devil in front of it, the whole bear was thrown into disarray. In the next moment, its paw was grabbed by this devil, and another palm struck down on its own abdominal muscle. Ha! Not painful? A wave of comfort suddenly surged from its belly. Is it treating me? But just as it thought this, a punch came crashing down on its abdomen again. Roar! Damn! This time it hurt so much that the magic bear howled, as if its internal organs had been shattered. Indeed, humans are utterly untrustworthy. Bang! In the next moment, the devil's series of combo punches completely severed its chances of survival. All of this happened in an instant. To the onlookers, it seemed like Fongchan approached the magic bear, threw a few punches, and the bear fell down. The few people were so shocked they couldn't speak. He's coming. What do we do? It's all your fault. Why did you insult him? Quick, bow down and apologize to the boss. Yes. Thud. The few of them knelt down in unison, making a crisp sound. Boss, spare us. Fongchan was left with a face full of question marks. What are you doing? Boss, we were blind to not recognize your greatness. Please spare us. Get up, I'm not a pervert. The few of them glanced at the muscles under Fongchan's cloak, feeling that his words were hard to believe. Do you have a knife? Since they were willing to kneel, Fongchan didn't care. No knife, but how about a dagger? A man said tremblingly. That'll do. Fongchan was pleasantly surprised. He had only asked casually. The man immediately took out the dagger from behind him and handed it to Fongchan with both hands. At this moment, he had given up on resistance. If the man in front of him wanted to kill them, he wouldn't even need a weapon. Killing them with bare hands would be as easy as killing a chicken. Fongchan took a look. The dagger wasn't very sharp, resembling a fruit knife that costs 5 yuan at the market. But having it was better than not having it. He was pleased and then asked, how did you come by a dagger? Aren't you not allowed to bring weapons? The man immediately replied, we found it in a room on the upper floor. There are many places on the upper floor with weapons. I heard that quite a few people have gotten weapons. Yes, I have a small knife here too, another man said, pulling out a palm-sized knife from his pocket. Fongchan nodded. He hadn't searched the first floor, so it was normal not to know. However, to the others, Fongchan's demeanor seemed to show disdain for these weapons. Fongchan didn't continue to waste words. He took the dagger and began to cut and scrape at the magic bear, quickly skinning the entire bear hide. After finishing this, he initially wanted to leave directly, but thought that the bear hide smelled too strong and needed to be cleaned, so he asked, do you know where there's water? The few of them immediately nodded. Yes. We passed a small stream yesterday. Which direction? It's quite far. How about we take you there? Boss, a boy wearing glasses said eagerly. The others were momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, yes, it's far. We'll take you there. Fongchan looked at these boys who were fawning over him, feeling overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Alright, but I should clarify, I don't have any benefits to give you. Look at what you're saying. Do we look like that kind of people? Yes. This is the misunderstanding the world has about us. Alright, hurry up and lead the way. Okay. The bespectacled man spoke a lot, and it was clear that the others centered around him. His name was Qin Jianming, and his talent was visual enhancement, allowing him to see distant objects clearly, akin to a telescope, and accurately identify the weaknesses of exotic beasts. A taller guy named Zhang Niu had strength enhancement. When Qin Jianming introduced him, Zhang Niu's face turned red. His so-called strength enhancement, compared to Fongchan's ability to send a magic bear flying with a single punch, was like comparing an ant to an elephant. A guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes named Li Fei had a wind element talent and was the main damage dealer in the group. The one who handed the dagger to Fongchan was a short boy named Sun Tiantian with agility enhancement talent, responsible for drawing aggro and luring monsters. There was also a quieter boy named Qin Jing who had physical enhancement talent and served as the tank of the team. They were all students from a high school in the West City and had known each other before coming here. After listening to their introductions, Fongchan couldn't help but admire how they had managed to find such a perfect combination. Originally, they had planned to use a kite-flying tactic to kill the magic bear, but they didn't expect the bear to be so strong. In just a few exchanges, it had them scattered and in disarray. Fortunately, they encountered Fongchan, otherwise the magic bear would definitely not have let them go, and being caught was just a matter of time. Compared to their self-introductions, Fongchan's was much shorter. He only stated his name. While interacting with them, Fongchan always felt like he wasn't a student. His soul felt like that of an older man. Big guy, how can you be so strong? Chen Jianming couldn't hold back any longer. Perhaps that's just fate. That's not how you fight. You go left to lure it. Chen Jing, don't just stand there. You're the tank, not a punching bag. Move. Sun Tian, keep drawing attention. Zhang Yo, go for it. What are you afraid of? Li Fei, attack. Hit it in the lower 3 routes. Yes, just like that. Keep going. More combo moves. Thud. A nearly 2-meter-tall jungle wolf fell in. Response. Kill it. The few of them cheered. This was their first time killing a level 4 exotic beast. Although the jungle wolf was still much weaker than the magic bear, it was still level 4, far stronger than any of them. Without Fongchan's command, they wouldn't have won at all. After spending some time together, Fongchan found these students quite interesting and, under their persistent persuasion, he finally agreed to team up with them. However, he would only be responsible for commanding. Unless it was an emergency, he wouldn't take action. At first, he thought it would be enjoyable to gain experience without exerting effort, but he soon realized that commanding was even more exhausting than participating directly. In his dreams, he had been a police officer and a thug, with combat skills far superior to these students. Big guy, you're amazing. They knew that without Fongchan's command, they wouldn't have coordinated so well. There are more jungle wolves ahead, should we keep grinding? It was clear they were quite excited. Alright, Fongchan said lazily, thinking that he could just step in if there was danger. Level up. The few of them were extremely excited. They had finally reached level 3. It had been so difficult. Under Fongchan's guidance over the past few days, they had killed dozens of exotic beasts and they were almost losing count. Yet even so, the experience bar under their attribute panel still progressed slowly. They had heard that the exotic beasts in the novice space were suppressed, yielding low experience points, making leveling up particularly hard, and now they were finally experiencing this difficulty firsthand. The monsters were hard to kill, and the experience was low. If it weren't for Fongchan, they wouldn't have been able to kill even a few beasts, let alone dozens. At this point, Fongchan also leveled up to level 3. He had to admit that teaming up did slow down his progress significantly, but he didn't care about the level. What mattered to him was whether he could absorb attributes. So every time they fought monsters, he would pretend to demonstrate, first absorbing some attribute points. The rest he left to the few of them, letting them grind to their heart's content, while he saved time looking for monsters. I feel the strength surging up. Zhang Yo, did you allocate all your points to strength again? Yeah, I have a strength talent, so I need to add strength to maximize its effect. Zhang Yo said confidently. But if you do that, your spirit and health are really low, and your agility can't keep up. With only 5 points to allocate, spreading them out doesn't give any advantage, Zhang Yo retorted. That's true. If we were like Jianming, it would be great. We wouldn't have to worry, Li Fei said, and the others looked enviously at Chen Jianming. What are your growth attributes? Fongchan couldn't help but ask. I'm a bit better than him. I have 7. I only have 6. I have 8. The best among us is Chen Jianming, with 12 points. Li Fei was quite envious. Although Chen Jianming's talent was average, his attribute points were high, making him quite powerful in the later stages. How can my points compare to the boss's? Boss, how many do you have? Chen Jianming asked. According to their analysis, to have the power to knock back a magic bear, one either had terrifying skills, extremely high attribute points, or both. However, since they were only at level 2 or 3, their base attributes were the same, which meant Fongchan's growth attribute was particularly high. Otherwise, how could he have such strength? Fongchan chuckled, putting on an inscrutable expression. In reality, he was already slapping himself internally for being so cocky. The attribute points he had accumulated over 3 levels were not even as many as others had in 1 level. He needed to work harder. Jianming, go pull more monsters over, Fongchan said. Boss, we just finished fighting and our state hasn't recovered yet. What are you afraid of? I'm here, Fongchan replied. Chen Jianming thought for a moment. Indeed, with the boss around, what was there to fear? So he happily went off to find monsters. Nearly 20 days had passed in the novice space of 100 days. Most of those who survived had reached the 2nd level, and some powerful teams had even entered the 3rd level. Fongchan could have entered the 3rd level early, but he wasn't in a hurry. The more important task at hand was to absorb more attribute points. Over these days, they had killed more than 100 exotic beasts, mostly level 2 and 3, with a few level 1. For Fongchan, the level of the opponents was not an issue. He could handle them all. Yet even so, they were still stuck at level 3, with a long way to go before reaching level 4. They had earned quite a bit of points. Aside from daily expenses, each of them had saved over 1,000. Boss, when are we going to the next level? The bosses at this level were all level 4 only. slightly stronger than the magic bears. They had long possessed the ability to slay bosses, it was just a matter of time. They had also discovered that the exotic beasts at this level didn't contribute much to their leveling up, relying solely on the beasts here was simply not enough for all of them to reach level 4, so they were eager to enter the next level. Fongchan naturally noticed their thoughts, but he wasn't planning to go to the next level yet, so he said, "How about this, you guys go to the next level first, I still have some things to do here." Is the boss waiting for someone? Chen Jianming also noticed that Fongchan wasn't very keen on leveling up, otherwise he wouldn't have teamed up with them. With Fongchan's strength, he could level up much faster solo. Fongchan nodded but didn't explain further. "Alright, we'll see you in the next level," Chen Jianming said after discussing with the others. Fongchan gave an okay gesture and then disbanded the team. "Thank you for taking care of us, boss," they all bowed in unison. Fongchan smiled, this kid was really polite. After parting ways with Chen Jianming and the others, Fongchan returned to being alone, instantly feeling the surrounding quietness. The reason he hadn't entered the next level was that he wanted to look for Song Qingling, and he also wanted to search for the golden snake again. He didn't believe that such a large place could have only two. His obsession with the golden snake was not only because it could yield many attribute points but also because all the points were agility, which he needed the most right now. After summarizing encounters with over 100 exotic beasts, he found that agility points were the hardest to obtain, while the other three types were relatively balanced. However, this level was indeed vast. In these 20 days he hadn't encountered many people, and they were all quite far away, not a single person from Qingcheng had he met. Let's look for a few more days. If he still couldn't find anything, Fongchan decided to enter the next level. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go back to the place where he had encountered the golden snake before. With no other targets, he could only try his luck. He had to admit that he had run quite far these days, but it didn't take long for Fongchan to return alone. And along the way, he had conveniently taken down a few exotic beasts. "I encountered one here before, and then I met another one ahead." Fongchan searched around that area, although the second one was attracted by someone else, it was still nearby. If there wasn't a den, it wouldn't be so coincidental. In the following time, Fongchan began a thorough search, completely determined to confront the golden snake. It shouldn't be like this. Fongchan sighed, "I should have known not to let Chen Jianming go." After searching for 2 days, he had found absolutely no clues, let alone the golden snake. He hadn't even found any snake droppings. Chen Jianming's visual enhancement was indeed useful. He could see clearly even from a great distance and could spot details that ordinary people couldn't. With him around, finding monsters could save several times the time. "Looks like I need to find someone to help." At first, he could still encounter quite a few people, but as time went on, there were fewer and fewer, probably because they had all entered the next level. As Fongchan walked, he suddenly accelerated and vanished into the woods in the blink of an eye. "People? Where are they?" After Fongchan disappeared, a man stepped out from behind a tree. Looking bewildered, "He was just here." The man sniffed and immediately turned around. "He's behind." Unfortunately, he was still too slow, and a cold, icy knife was pressed against his neck. Then a cold voice came, "Who are you? You've been following me for a day. What is your purpose?" The man immediately realized that he had been exposed long ago, thinking he had done well. It was truly laughable. He initially wanted to argue that he was just passing by, but upon seeing Fongchan's icy gaze, he lost all courage. "My name is Huang Xiaofeng. Someone asked me to follow you. I don't know who they are, just that they call her Miss. What does she look like?" "A very beautiful girl with short hair, wearing tight-fitting clothes, and a very hot figure." As the man spoke, his eyes lit up. Fongchan's face darkened, and the image of the short-haired girl he had snatched the golden snake from immediately flashed in his mind. "What did she ask you to follow me for?" "She said to follow you after discovering you, and that someone would come to find me later." Huang Xiaofeng was relatively short and thin, giving off a weak impression. In reality, he was quite weak, still only at level 1. Fongchan couldn't quite understand how this person had managed to last until now. Suddenly, he thought of something. "How did you know about me? And find me?" Logically, only a few people present at the time would recognize him, others shouldn't know. Huang Xiaofeng was taken aback for a moment, thinking, "Isn't your bizarre outfit hard to recognize? Didn't you just add a bearskin vest to what they described?" However, he didn't dare to say that. "I have a sense of smell talent. I can recognize your scent. They took me to that place back then, and I remembered your scent." A talent indeed. Fongchan was instantly excited upon hearing this. Huang Xiaofeng's face twitched. "Is cursing now so subtle? Brother, what conditions did she give you?" Fongchan's eyes sparkled. "They said they would take me to level 3, Huang Xiaofeng said. All the way here, his talent had been dismissed as useless, and he had no combat power, so no one was willing to team up with him. He managed to enter the second layer by stealthily following others. When they defeated the boss, he just tagged along into the next layer. But once he reached the second layer, that method was no longer effective. Not to mention that those people had become stronger. He couldn't even keep up. Even if he did keep up, everyone was busy fighting monsters and leveling up. With too many mixed scents, it quickly became chaotic. After trying a few times, he accidentally followed a scent straight to a beast and almost couldn't make it back. Overall, this layer was too dangerous and it was hard for him to keep up. So when those people offered to take him to level 3 and he only needed to follow one person without doing anything, he agreed without a second thought. In that case, you help me find something, and once you find it, I'll take you to level 4, Fongchan said grandly. Huang Xiaofeng was initially delighted, but then he froze. Almost got tricked. You don't even have level 4, yet you say you'll take me to level 4? No, that's not good. He dared not anger Fongchan and could only politely decline. What are you afraid of? This deal is a sure win for you. Helping me find something means you're following me too. They didn't say you couldn't, Fongchan said, wrapping an arm around Huang Xiaofeng's shoulder like long-lost brothers. Think about it. Even if I can't bring you to level 4, they can take you to level 3. You're guaranteed to profit. Huang Xiaofeng was silent for a moment. Okay, what do I need to help you find? Fongchan's eyes lit up with joy as he immediately pointed to his enclosure. Huang Xiaofeng was taken aback. Now Fongchan looked even more like a pervert. I like girls. Fongchan, what are you thinking? I'm not a pervert. I'm talking about this, the golden snake. Fongchan pointed at his enclosure. Really? Huang Xiaofeng looked at Fongchan's enclosure with suspicion. It was indeed made from the skin of a golden snake. Can you smell it? Fongchan couldn't possibly take the enclosure apart, so he had to make Huang Xiaofeng kneel down to smell it. You still say you're not a pervert. Smelling it is out of the question. Huang Xiaofeng felt a strong resistance inside. For a moment, the two were stuck, neither moving. I think I should know what kind of scent it is. Seeing Fongchan's fierce and perverted expression, fearing he might force him, Huang Xiaofeng hurriedly said. He remembered that besides Fongchan's scent, there was another beast scent, which should be the golden snakes. Although some time had passed, he would never forget that fishy smell. Really don't need it? Do you really want me to smell it? What kind of question is that? I'm just afraid you can't find it and waste time. With Huang Xiaofeng's addition, the two became much more purposeful, unlike Fongchan, who only engaged in futile efforts. It should be over there, the smell is very strong. Huang Xiaofeng pointed towards a small mountain. Let's go. This is snake dung. Sure enough, the two quickly discovered snake dung nearby. This finding excited Fongchan. This half-day was worth several days for him. After walking a bit more, Huang Xiaofeng pointed to a cave about half a person high. Ahead, there should be something inside. The smell is very strong. Okay. You team up with me, I'll go in by myself later, you stay here. Fongchan operated on his attribute panel, and Huang Xiaofeng immediately received a team invitation. Huang Xiaofeng thought for a moment there was no harm in it, so he agreed. The aura coming from inside was very powerful, and he really didn't want to go in. If it weren't for Fongchan's authority, he would have run away long ago. Now Fongchan's decision suited him perfectly. If anything went wrong, he would just run away immediately. Be careful, don't run too far. If you can't share the experience, don't blame me, Fongchan said before heading towards the cave. Huang Xiaofeng nodded but didn't have much faith in it. Judging by the smell, there were quite a few snakes inside, and going in would probably mean giving away experience. However, he also didn't plan to go far. First, what if he could actually share the experience? Second, those people had asked him to follow Fongchan, so how could he run away now? The cave was neither too big nor too small, surrounded by weeds. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't find it. If Fongchan had to find it by himself, he might not have discovered it. The cave was narrow, and Fongchan had to crouch to get in. The cave walls were sticky and disgusting. However, the more it was like this, the more it proved it was a snake den. Inside, it twisted and turned. Fongchan didn't know how far he had walked, only feeling that he had been walking for a long time. Finally, the cave was no longer narrow, and Fongchan could finally stand upright. However, at that moment he noticed some movement ahead. Before he could react, he saw several golden objects shooting towards him. Fongchan smiled. After searching high and low, he found it without any effort. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He wielded the small knife swiftly, and 3 golden snakes were instantly cut into dozens of segments. Hang in there, don't die. As he spoke, Fongchan had already put away the knife to heal. Awesome. Suddenly gaining 12 agility points, Fongchan felt his movements quicken significantly. Even more to his surprise, the snake den was filled with densely packed golden snakes. Goodness, each one was as thick as a thigh. Their vitality must be very strong. The golden snakes all turned to Fongchan, flicking their tongues, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. It was then that Fongchan noticed the largest one inside, which was even thicker than his waist. After this period of nurturing, Fongchan was no longer a skinny figure. His physique was comparable to that of an adult male. But even so, the largest golden snake could swallow Fongchan without any effort. Golden Snake Boss Elite LV5 possesses extremely high agility attributes. Sharp fangs contain venom. Hiss hiss. Fongchan could clearly feel the anger of these golden snakes. He couldn't help but frown. With so many, it was a bit tricky. If he accidentally killed them, it would be more painful than losing several hundred million. At that moment, the golden snake boss gave an order, and 7 or 8 golden snakes immediately flew towards Fongchan, moving even faster than before. With such an attack, there was definitely no time to heal and absorb attributes. Fongchan had a flash of inspiration, constantly changing his position, and shot out streams of water to repel the flying golden snakes. Watching him leap around, the golden snake boss showed no intention of attacking. Soon, the ground had turned into a pond. If the golden snakes could talk, they would surely say, "Fool, don't you know we golden snakes are faster in water?" Sure enough, their speed surged, and they were more agile in the water than fish. Seeing this, Fongchan not only felt no worry but instead revealed a barely perceptible smile. The timing was ripe. Electric shock. Fongchan's hands simultaneously emitted several streams of electricity, and in an instant the currents entered the water, darting around wildly. The paralysis effect of the electricity was quite effective. Several rapidly approaching golden snakes were rendered motionless. However, this was not enough. He needed to administer electric therapy to all the golden snakes. Just as he thought this, Fongchan immediately increased the current and his mental energy plummeted. His electric shock was still somewhat lacking to deal with the golden snakes, but it was no problem to keep them paralyzed. At this moment, although the golden snake boss did not understand Fongchan's intentions, it still swung its long tail down towards him. It was like a giant tree falling, and Fongchan quickly dodged, causing the ground to tremble. This amount of electricity was utterly useless against the Snake King, and Fongchan stopped using it. He drew a short knife and charged directly at the Snake King. The Snake King was very fast and powerful, and its target was large. Fongchan's knife struck its body, leaving a long trail of blood. However, this injury was insignificant to the Snake King. With a flick of its tail, it sent Fongchan flying far away. Fongchan glanced at the dent in the wall behind him. Fortunately, the water barrier had protected him, or he would have taken quite a hit. From the strength just displayed, it seemed to be at a similar level to a beginner human, and its overall attribute points might even be lower than his. It was likely due to the suppression of the beast's strength in the novice space. Just when Fongchan thought he had stabilized the situation, the tip of the golden Snake King's tail suddenly hardened, resembling a sharp dagger. Whoosh! In an instant, just as he was momentarily distracted, the tail tip was already in front of him. Bang! Fongchan barely dodged, but the tail tip deeply embedded itself into the cave wall. This power was clearly beyond what could be measured by attribute points alone. Pull it out. The Snake King flicked its tongue, and the next second, its tail moved again. This time, the tail transformed into dozens of afterimages like raindrops. Damn! Fongchan quickly ran away. This was something he could not withstand, even with the water barrier. The cave wall that was hit immediately showed dozens of small holes. Fongchan dared not slow down. If he got hit even once, his body would likely turn into a sieve, leaving no chance for healing. Whoosh! Fongchan also became an afterimage. This was the first time he had exerted all his strength since entering the novice space, his body turning into a phantom. His agility points were not lower than the Snake King's, but various physical limitations prevented him from reaching the Snake King's speed. He couldn't perform a machine gun-like attack, but single-target sprinting was still no problem. Slash! When Fongchan reappeared, he was already at the midsection of the Snake King, and his dagger plunged into it, drawing a long trail of blood. Hiss! The Snake King let out a wail, and even its tail slowed down a bit. Seeing this, Fongchan seized the opportunity and accelerated. Great strength brings miracles. Slash! The Snake King was suddenly split in two. Without the snake tail, the threat from the Snake King immediately diminished. Taking advantage of the Snake King's moment of confusion, Fongchan had already arrived at the snake's tail to treat it. The Snake King did not understand Fongchan's intentions, but it would not allow a human to humiliate it like this. It opened its massive, blood-filled mouth, wanting to swallow Fongchan whole. However, Fongchan was well prepared, having dismembered so many golden snakes he had experience. Spinning and leaping, I closed my eyes. The dagger landed precisely a few inches below the snake's head. Ah! Fongchan exerted force, and blood sprayed all over his face. Accompanying this was the heavy thud of the snake's head crashing to the ground, weighing hundreds of pounds. The Snake King looked at this human with unwillingness. Even its forked tongue lost its strength. It originally thought this human would kill it immediately, but unexpectedly he actually gave it a treatment. Human! If you moreover, during the battle with the Snake King, he drew a speed skill that could double his speed. Character: Fongchan level 4, Ordinary Realm, Strength 203, Agility 325, Spirit 199, Constitution 194, Main Talent God Level Healing SSS LV1, Passive Assimilate, Secondary Talent Electricity F, LV1 Water D, LV1 Talent Skills Healing Power, Control Electricity, Water Manipulation Passive, Equipment Heart of the Sea King Incomplete. Shadow Cloak Skills Super Healing Power Passive, Decompose, Speed Points to allocate 8 points 1995, Enter Shop, A Bountiful Harvest. With this agility combined with the speed skill, although it was instantaneous, it reached 650 agility, which might surpass even high-level Earth realm beings. If he encountered that group again, he was confident he could kill them all. After the golden snake boss died, a door leading to the next level appeared. What is that smell? Fongchan originally wanted to enter the next level directly, but suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrance that didn't belong to the snake cave. Following the faint scent, he discovered it was coming from a small hole pierced by the Snake King's tail. Fongchan leaned in to sniff, and the fragrance was so penetrating it shook him to his core. The Snake King even hid such a treasure? How shameless! He thought to himself, but his body was honest. Using a small knife felt slow, so he unleashed all his strength and punched down. The wall wasn't very thick, clearly a later addition, and couldn't withstand Fongchan's punch, exploding apart. Fongchan was taken aback. Is this a herb garden? Before him was an area of about 20 square meters filled with various types of herbs. These herbs were not the kind that nourished the kidneys or invigorated the blood, but rather herbs that could be used to create various enhancement potions. For instance, blood-invigorating grass could be made into healing potions, dragon power grass could be turned into a potion that permanently increased strength by 10, and moonlight grass could be used to create spirit recovery potions, among others. It was hard to understand why there was a patch of medicinal herbs here. However, this was probably similar to the appearance of a novice space. There would be no answer. But this explained why the Snake King's clan had mutated. It turned out to be for this reason. Who wouldn't mutate if they were constantly consuming drugs? But with so many herbs, Fongchan was troubled. He didn't have any space-type equipment and couldn't just wave his hand to collect all the herbs. If he packed them all up, it would probably take a large bag, definitely attracting countless prying eyes. Eating them all wasn't practical either. Not only would it be a waste, but it might not even be effective. If he encountered something with negative effects, wouldn't that be a huge loss? So he couldn't just eat them all. He didn't dare. I wonder if the passive skill works on these spiritual herbs. Thinking of this, Fongchan immediately began to consume those herbs. Assimilate activated, successfully converted 1 point of spirit. There's hope. The herbs that were absorbed immediately withered. Although it was a bit wasteful, it was better than rotting in the field. Fongchan successfully convinced himself. He continued to the next herb. Assimilate activated, successfully converted 1 point of spirit. Assimilate activated, successfully converted 1 point of spirit. Assimilate activated, successfully converted 1 point of strength. Assimilate activated, successfully converted 1 point of spirit. Transformed into my own, successfully converted 1 point of spirit. Transformed into my own, successfully converted 1 point of spirit. Transformed into my own, successfully enhanced talent quality. Transformed into my own, successfully converted 1 point of spirit. Transformed into my own, successfully converted 1 point of strength. It seems something got mixed in. Fongchan immediately opened the attribute panel to take a look. Sure enough, the electric talent was upgraded from F grade to E grade. Power increased by 10%. Experts have statistically shown that for the same talent, if SSS grade is set at 100% power, then F grade only has 30% power. Each upgrade increases power by 10%. Potions that can enhance talent quality are all extremely expensive. Fongchan quickly looked at the herb called Dragon Blood Grass. Dragon Blood Grass, a spiritual herb nourished by dragon blood with a chance to enhance talent quality. This is incredible. Fongchan looked at the dragon blood grass he had previously used up and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He glanced at these herbs, not in a hurry to dig them up, but instead ran to the Snake King and cut off a piece of complete snakeskin. That's right, the same as the surrounding barrier. Then he dug up the remaining dragon blood grass, radam and snakeskin, treating them like treasures. If absorbing them can enhance talent quality, then making them into potions would surely greatly increase the success rate. As for the other herbs, Fongchan began to check each one for its usefulness, and after finding nothing special, he started to use them up. An hour later, looking at this abandoned herb field, Fongchan left contentedly, twisting the snakeskin bag. Passing through the portal, a large moon hung in the night sky. The sky was very clean, without a hint of pollution, beautiful enough to feel like a painting. Moonlight penetrated the clouds and illuminated the earth. Many people, it was bustling, in stark contrast to the tranquil night sky. In front of him, people came and went in a very lively town. Fongchan even suspected he had teleported to the wrong place. His strange attire quickly attracted the attention of many. Has someone else teleported in? I wonder if they have any talent? Only one person? Maybe they got separated during the teleportation. Very strange attire. Is this a wild person? Looks like they might not be easy to talk to. I have to say, they are quite handsome. You just have a crush. Another person has arrived. Just then, the 3 portals behind Fongchan all lit up. About 10 people slowly walked out, looking a bit dazed, then surprised. Fongchan felt like he was seeing his earlier self. These 10 or so people didn't all look familiar. Welcome to Newbie City number 10015. A man approached enthusiastically, and, seeing this, others also came forward. We are from the Tianming Guild. Are you interested in joining? Joining us can help you quickly enhance your strength. We are from the Dark Knight Guild, with many strong members and great benefits. Joining us is definitely the right choice. The Nannan Guild is where you belong. Our guild leader is a great beauty. The Tianlang Guild is the top guild. You should join us. If you want to conquer the maze, you need our help. The 4 major guilds are starting to compete for members again. We need to hurry. Yes, if we can't recruit anyone, we'll be criticized again. A group of people chattered, leaving the 10 or so people confused. As for Fongchan, he was naturally overlooked, with no one asking him. Clearly, everyone thought the people behind him were easier to talk to. At this moment, a prompt appeared in the minds of Fongchan and the 10 or so people behind him. Welcome to the third layer, Newbie City No. 10015. The mall trading is officially open. Personal points trading system is open. Ranking system is open. Guild system is open. Fongchan opened the attribute panel, feeling more and more like an online game. He opened the ranking system. First place Zhang Tianlang, LV7. Second place Zhu Tianming, LV7. Third place Situnan, LV7. Fourth place Lian, LV7. Fifth place Sun Xiaoqing, LV7. Sixth place Wang Badian, LV7. Seventh place Fan Guangguan, LV7. 46th place Zhuge Ming, LV5. 88th place Fongchan, LV4. The displayed rankings only show the top 100. Fongchan was a bit surprised to find himself on the list, and even more so to see that the only acquaintance he encountered was Zhuge Ming. At this level, it was no longer possible to see the levels above everyone's heads, only the level information of the top 100 was displayed. Clearly, this was to protect the weaker players. The novice space was quite humane. Fongchan couldn't help but sigh. Hello, my name is Li Feina. Are you a wild person? A long-haired girl smiled as she walked towards Fongchan, followed by a rather arrogant girl with a ponytail. They were both wearing cloth armor and carrying weapons, clearly not their own. Fongchan shook his head. My name is Zhao Jiangshan. He's a rich second generation. She mimicked Zhao Jiangshan's tone. A few million is no problem. For me. You're really interesting, Li Feina chuckled. Ha 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 ha, are you an idiot? The ponytailed girl behind Li Feina laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Fongchan, are you polite? Don't mind her, Tongtong means no harm. Li Feina glared at the ponytailed girl. That useless person on the list can't be you, right? As soon as Fongchan finished speaking, the laughter of the ponytailed girl abruptly stopped, and the air fell into a dead silence. You're looking for death. Suddenly, a long spear was pressed against Fongchan's throat, the ponytailed girl filled with murderous intent. Fongchan, I really hit the nail on the head. Originally, he was just checking if Li Feina's name was on the list and found that she was ranked 20th, a big shot, level 6. Right behind her was also a level 6 Fantong, whose name was particularly memorable, so Fongchan remembered it right away. Therefore, when Li Feina called the ponytailed girl Tongtong, he blurted it out. Apologize, or I'll pierce your throat. Fantong did not seem to be joking at all. I'm tired. Fongchan stretched lazily, yawning, and directly walked around Fantong, completely ignoring her presence. Stand still. Clang. As soon as Fantong finished speaking, a crisp sound of metal hitting the ground followed. She realized her spear had been split in two. When did this happen? She was in disbelief, not even knowing when the other party had made a move, unable to see the action clearly. Zhao Jiangshan, someone not even on the leaderboard, had effortlessly destroyed her weapon. She simply couldn't accept this fact. Zhao Jiangshan. At this moment, Fantong was so furious that her teeth were clenched. She didn't believe this was Fongchan's strength. He must have used some kind of equipment, otherwise, how could she not even see the movement? Li Feina shook her head. She knew her best friend's character and understood how much she had sacrificed for that spear. She definitely wouldn't let this go easily. She sighed, lost in thought. Then she pulled Fantong along and followed after. The conversation is split into two parts. Zhao Jiangshan's side is quite miserable. Originally, he was teamed up with Song Qingling and leveling up was going smoothly. With his buffing skills and Song Qingling's explosive damage output, no monster could withstand a single hit. The two quickly reached the second level, but unfortunately, the teleportation points had no pattern, and they had no idea where Fongchan was. After searching for several days, they successfully leveled up to level 4. Estimating that Fongchan had likely gone to the next level, they entered the third level as well. Who would have thought that the teleportation portal would unreasonably separate them? Zhao Jiangshan found himself in this novice city, having neither seen Song Qingling nor found Fongchan completely in an unfamiliar place. Without Song Qingling's explosive output, his effectiveness was greatly diminished. His buffing talent was F grade, and initially he only had the buffing skill, which increased stats by a percentage. This meant that the stronger his teammates were, the more noticeable the buffing effect. If his teammates were weak, the buffing effect was hardly worth mentioning. But how many people were as abnormal as Song Qingling? So these days he was either looking for teammates or searching for the way to find them. Even with points, he dared not use them recklessly, living a hard life. Old Fong, where have you and your wife gone? A sneeze. Zhao Jiangshan, sleeping on the street, looked miserably at the bright moon in the night sky. At the same time, Song Qingling's days were completely the opposite of Zhao Jiangshan's. Her fire talent was originally a violent output talent. With a single skill, she could obliterate everything. Coupled with Pang Tong's guidance for a period of time, she was already adept as soon as she entered the novice space. The flame power skill was even more manageable in her hands. While others were still practicing fireballs, she could already shape the flames into whatever form she desired. The control ability of an S-grade talent was indeed incomparable to other qualities. With this, she quickly established herself in the novice city and gained a bunch of devoted fans. Her only goal now was the 10th level of the maze. You just arrived in the novice city, so you must have many questions. How about I be your tour guide? Li Feina followed behind Fongchan, her voice crisp and pleasant. She didn't mention Fan Tong's earlier incident at all, but anyone with eyes could see that it was because of that incident that she took the initiative to make this request. Fan Tong was fuming and naturally knew why Li Feina was doing this. But since she didn't say it outright, it couldn't be considered an apology and she couldn't explode in anger. Fongchan nodded. He was indeed in a fog. He had too many questions in his mind. Why are so many people sleeping on the roadside? Can't these houses be lived in? As Fongchan walked down the street, both sides were lined with completed standalone houses, and there were quite a few, yet many people were still sleeping on the ground. Some had even set up tents. They can be lived in, but you need to pay points. And different types of houses require different points. For example, this hotel-style one is 50 points per night. Li Feina pointed to a 3-story building, which indeed looked like a hotel. The simpler single-story ones are 100 points per night, while the villa-style ones are 300 points per night. What's the difference? Is it just the environment? Of course, it's not the same. The 50-point ones only have living attributes, the 100-point ones can provide double the mental recovery speed, and the 300-point ones have a recovery speed 3 times that of normal, can eliminate fatigue and slowly increase experience points, among other benefits. Originally, Fongchan thought 300 points per night was expensive, but with so many benefits it was quite worth it. With his current recovery speed, it would take about a day to go from 0 to full. If it was 3 times the speed, he could wake up fully energized after a good sleep. And as for eliminating fatigue, that was even more unnecessary to mention. Usually, he could only rely on sleep to rest, but if the house had such attributes, then the efficiency of doing anything would greatly increase. As for increasing experience points, this is optional. Even if it increases, it won't be much. As long as the house is empty, you can move in. When you enter, the system will prompt you to deduct points and bind information. No one else can enter without your permission. Li Feina saw Fongchan's expression and knew he was interested. And one more thing. The house's effects only apply to the person whose information is bound, it has no effect on others. Fongchan nodded, meaning that if others enter, they only have the living attribute. This system is truly cunning. Why is there a restaurant? Fongchan noticed a shop ahead, clearly selling fast food, with quite a few people in line. What a big deal, Fan Tong said disdainfully. Well, besides restaurants, there are other types of shops. These shops can be rented out. As long as you have a skill, you can do business, even in the information trade. Li Feina secretly glanced at Fongchan, finding he wasn't angry, and continued. Alchemists can sell potions, and blacksmiths can sell weapons, etc. There are also some system-specific shops, like skill book shops, material shops, and shops selling experience. As long as you can afford the points, you can basically buy anything. You can take some time to explore. Fongchan was somewhat speechless. This system is quite something, quantifying all data and even selling it. Truly cunning. However, this is indeed a good thing for those who are not good at combat, providing them with other ways to become stronger. He was thinking about whether he should open a healing shop. Other healers have low mental strength. Treating 2 or 3 patients a day is already the limit, and they might not even earn back the rent, but he doesn't have that problem at all. First of all, his SSS level talent has a recovery speed that is already faster than others, plus his current mental capacity is comparable to that of the Earth realm, so treating 30 to 50 patients a day is still feasible. He heard that a novice city can accommodate over 20,000 people. Even if only half of them come to him for treatment, he could gain over 10,000 attribute points. By then, Earth realm experts would have to offer him cigarettes and call him brother. It's worth noting that even Pang Tong, who is so strong, only speaks of the Void realm, while the Earth realm is above the Void realm. Who would dare to target him? It's getting late. Why don't we rest first and come to our guild tomorrow? I'll explain everything to you in detail then. Li Feina smiled, pure and cute, making one feel as if they were in a spring breeze, with an irresistible charm. Alright, you all go back first. I wasn't planning to find you as a tour guide. I spend some points, and there should be someone willing. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Li Feina's smile suddenly froze, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Was she being sarcastic about wanting to be this tour guide but not being professional? She couldn't tell if this person was emotionally or intellectually challenged. Fan Tong also thought he misheard. Could there really be such a fool in the world? That's Li Feina, the goddess of men. Not only not fawning over her but also being sarcastic? It's my first time being a tour guide. This job is indeed not easy. Li Feina stuck out her tongue and revealed a sweet smile again. Fongchan had to admit that Li Feina was indeed very beautiful, naturally exuding a gentle and cute aura, but compared to Song Qingling, she was still a bit lacking, and Song Qingling felt more natural, while Li Feina seemed a bit pretentious. I can tell. Li Feina, _ I will work hard. Alright, then I'll give you another chance. Li Feina, #th, thank you. Thanks to Fongchan giving this rare opportunity again during the following time, Li Feina completely became a tour guide. Whether it was due to a sense of competition or not, she explained everything in great detail and with professionalism. She covered every little thing, and who could listen without giving a thumbs up? Even Fongchan, who was visiting the novice city for the first time, felt as if he had settled here for a while. As dawn broke, the three of them had just finished a round in the novice city. Thank you both for your hard work tonight. I'll definitely treat you to a meal to repay you when I get the chance, Fongchan said, waving his hand and leaving without looking back. Fongchan's behavior of eating and running made Fan Tunghua so angry that she couldn't even speak clearly. Li Feina was also taken aback, completely not expecting it to end like this. She had originally planned to invite Fongchan to her guild as soon as it got light, hoping to persuade him to join. Unexpectedly, Fongchan hurriedly left, not even giving her a chance to speak, and his attitude seemed as if he was afraid she would cling to him. How infuriating. Li Feina wanted to explode in anger, but in the end, she held it in and turned to walk towards the guild. Feina, is that really it? I'm going to catch him back. Li Feina could hold her temper, but Fantong couldn't. Li Feina waved her hand, signaling Fantong to go back. She didn't want to say anything at that moment. Zhao Jiangshan, you wait for me. Watching Li Feina's back, looking like a jilted woman, Fantong clenched her fists, making cracking sounds. Would you like to pay 300 points? Yes. Fongchan looked at the points on his attribute panel and instantly 300 points were deducted. The house has been bound. Valid for 24 hours. If you need to renew, please pay in advance. Have a nice day. Each house had a similar access control setting on the right side of the door, where one could choose the rental time and date. After completing the payment, Fongchan twisted the doorknob and with a click opened it. Before paying, he had struggled immensely to turn that doorknob. The house was minimalist in style, fully furnished with appliances, as if he had returned to the real world. At this moment, Fongchan still had a little over half of his mental energy left, but the days of roughing it had made him somewhat fatigued. All he wanted now was to take a hot shower and sleep well. Ah, so comfortable. Lying in the large bathtub, Fongchan completely relaxed. Another benefit of this house was that no one could enter without his permission, not even a heavenly realm-level powerhouse. For more than 20 days, no, since waking up from his coma until now, this was the first time he could fully relax, not thinking about anything, and without worrying about being ambushed. He lay there and unknowingly fell asleep, waking up with his skin almost pruned. However, Fongchan didn't mind. With a healing spell, his body immediately recovered. No skincare product could compare. Fongchan moved his body a bit, feeling completely refreshed. The healing spell could heal every part of the body, but it couldn't heal the mind, so to Fongchan, those 300 points were truly worth it. It's time to go out for a stroll. Fongchan stretched his body, and when he walked out of the house, it was already night. The same moon, the same stars. There was an indescribable sense of unease. Fongchan renewed the 300 points for the house, confirming the safety of his dragon blood grass before he could leave. With peace of mind. First, I need to buy some clothes. His current outfit was still a bearskin jacket, a snakeskin wrap, grass-woven sandals, and a special cloak for perverts, which attracted a crowd wherever he went, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Soon, Fongchan arrived at a clothing store where the owner was a girl with long hair, not very tall, petite and delicate. According to Li Feina, this girl was named Sun Xielu, who didn't like fighting and had no awakened talent, so she chose to do business as soon as she arrived. On the 3rd level, her family is in the clothing business, so their craftsmanship and design are quite good. At first, she was always bullied and almost couldn't keep the business going. Later, after joining her guild, she received protection and her shop grew to this scale. When Li Feina talked about this, it was clear she felt quite proud. However, Fongchan did not express any opinion. In this space where order is lacking, sometimes collecting protection fees is a good thing. Boss, I want these 2 sets. Fongchan picked 2 sets of sportswear, each priced at 50 points, which made him wince for a while. After changing into the clothes, his whole demeanor was refreshed and he looked much more pleasing. A total of 100 points. Thank you for your patronage. Sun Xiaolu was very enthusiastic, always wearing a smile. Your business should be doing well, Fongchan asked while Sun Xiaolu was packing. Business is okay, but it doesn't earn much, Sun Xiaolu replied, having answered this question many times before. Really? Fongchan looked at the people still in line to pay, clearly not very convinced. At first, it was okay, but then more and more people chose to do business, the supply of raw materials couldn't keep up, and prices went up quite a bit. Now the membership fees are getting higher and higher, and what you actually earn is not much, Sun Xiaolu sighed, not caring whether Fongchan believed her or not. Thanks. Fongchan took the clothes and left. After he left, Sun Xiaolu looked at the sales figures, shaking her head and sighing. Maybe I should just go hunt monsters. The activity space on this level is actually about the size of a novice city. However, there is a temple in the center of the city, which has an entrance to a maze with a total of 10 levels. It is said that each level is quite large, at least each level has the size of 5 novice cities. This is quite exaggerated. The novice city can accommodate more than 20,000 people, and its area is even larger than some. University towns. Last night, they took a quick look around and only managed to cover a rough circle, with many places left unseen. According to the rules, one must find the boss on that level in the maze and defeat it to advance to the next level. Finding the boss in such a large maze is not an easy task. Moreover, the maze is filled with various exotic beasts, making it even more difficult to reach the 6th level in such a short time is indeed impressive. At this moment, Fongchan had already arrived at the temple, and he didn't visit the equipment or weapon shops, because after a brief look last night, everything was beyond his budget. Alchemists and blacksmiths are actually rare professions, and those who can craft weapons and potions at this level are even fewer, so the prices are not cheap. Additionally, the materials needed for crafting are hard to obtain, making the costs high. Many people are still using ordinary iron weapons. The temple is very large, about the size of 2 or 3 football fields, with no NPCs or anyone running. It just rows of upright devices. In the center is a 3-meter-high teleportation portal, with people constantly coming in and out. Even though it is already late at night, it is still quite lively here. Layer 1 material fast rush, those interested come 3 for 1. Layer 3 leveling team, 3 for 1. Strength talent, priority, need fire element mage, 3 for 1 departure. Tianming Guild Layer 6 strategy team recruiting, level 5 and above can join. Layer 2 mining team, come if you can pull monsters. Selling information on the hidden room in Layer 5, guaranteed to be real. Highest bidder wins. Fongchan arrived in front of an upright device, originally wanting to ask someone, but unexpectedly someone shouted loudly and most people ran over. Hidden room? Just the information alone is so attractive? Fongchan couldn't help but say, "Bro, you just arrived, right?" A man next to him heard Fongchan's words and asked. Fongchan nodded, and the man immediately had a look of as expected. Just like its name, under normal circumstances, it can't be seen. It needs to trigger specific conditions to appear. Some are at specific time points, some are certain mechanisms, and some require a specific number of people, etc. Anyway, the conditions are all different. Moreover, the number of hidden rooms on each layer is not many, and like the layer bosses, they cannot be refreshed. The rewards for hidden rooms are very good. I heard someone even got a talent fruit. The man looked full of longing. Then why don't you go take a look? Besides the man, there were also some people who didn't go over. Isn't it because I don't have any points? The man said with a bitter smile, this kind of information can sell for at least 1,000 points or more, and in the end, it might not even be accurate. Even if the situation is completely accurate, the difficulty of hidden rooms is very high, not at all easier than layer bosses. So this kind of information is generally fought over by major guilds and has nothing to do with us small fries. A boy still wearing a school uniform, hearing the discussion, chimed in. Bro, which layer are you planning to go to? Can you still choose which layer to go to? Fongchan asked curiously upon hearing this. Are you new here? The school uniform boy asked. Right, it should be my first time here. Before Fongchan could answer, the boy replied. No wonder, that device in front of you is what can be set, and we can record teleportation points in our panel. As long as you set it up here, you can directly reach the recorded point after entering that teleportation portal. The school uniform boy was quite enthusiastic. Fongchan reached out to the device, and after touching it, 2 light screens immediately appeared before him, one showing his attribute panel and the other showing the layer numbers. Layer 1, Layer 2, Layer 3, Layer 4, Layer 5, Layer 6, Layer 7, not opened, Layer 8, not opened, Layer 9, not opened, Layer 10, not opened. Clicking on the corresponding layer will display the recorded points, and each person can store up to 3 recorded points at the same time. It's just like a game, there will be the same device in the maze where you can set recorded points. In each layer's submenu, besides recorded points, there are tasks to choose from, some issued by the system and some published by others. Anyway, they can all earn points. Many people, before setting off, will casually take 1 or 2 tasks. While killing monsters and leveling up, they can also complete tasks. Fongchan looked and saw that many were material tasks, monster grinding tasks, and the rewards for points were not much, ranging from 10 to 200, but when materials are recycled by the system, they will also give some points accordingly. More difficult tasks will reward equipment, skill books, talent experience, etc. Talent experience? Seeing this term, Fongchan immediately became interested. It is well known that both talent quality and level can be improved. Quality requires rare materials, while level does not. As long as talent skills are effectively used, experience can be accumulated to level up. However, there is no detailed progress bar for this. According to expert statistics, it takes about 1,000 times to progress from level 1 to level 2, and it varies with different talents. The number of times required to advance from level 2 to level 3 increases even more. However, there are exceptions, mainly depending on an individual's understanding of their own talent. It's equivalent to whether one can develop their talent to a stronger stage, based on their level of understanding. Complete the talent trial in the 4th layer of the maze to gain talent experience points. This task can only be accepted once by each person. Fongchan originally wanted to ask the two boys who had just guided him, but they had already left. This kind of task is definitely worth taking. It feels like a benefit being offered, but one cannot accept it recklessly. To maximize the gains, it's best to understand it clearly first. According to Li Feina's introduction, the level of the beasts in each layer of the maze is fixed. The first layer has all level 1 beasts, the second layer has all level 2 beasts, the third layer has level 3 beasts, and so on. However, the beasts here are stronger than those in the previous 2 layers. Their strength is about 1.2 to 1.5 times that of the previous ones, and the experience points are relatively higher. To be safe, Fongchan decided to first check out the 5th layer. Since it was his first time entering the maze, Fongchan planned to scout the area and get a general understanding of the situation, so he accepted 3 monster hunting tasks. Of course, he could only accept a maximum of 3 at the same time. After setting everything up, Fongchan arrived at the teleportation portal and happened to see the 2 boys who had just guided him. They were just about to set off in a team and waved to greet Fongchan. When they saw him, "Have you decided which layer to go to?" After saying this, the boy in school uniform felt he had said something unnecessary. Which newcomer wouldn't start from the first layer? Arriving at the novice city at this time, he probably only had a level 2 or 3, and even if he were an experienced player, he wouldn't recklessly go to a higher level area without a team. Beasts of the same level are generally stronger than humans. This isn't a game. Who would play with their life? The 5th layer. Right, from the 5th layer? Are you crazy? The boy in school uniform seemed to have heard the biggest joke in history. A newcomer actually planned to go directly to the 5th layer. One should know that those on the leaderboard wouldn't dare to enter the 5th layer alone easily. Although the beasts in the 5th layer are all level 5, this layer also has many elite monsters, which are more than 3 times stronger than ordinary monsters. The strategy team tries to avoid elite monsters whenever possible. You're going to the 5th layer alone, you probably won't even know how you died. You must be mistaken, it's the 1st layer. The other boy laughed, patting Fongchan on the shoulder. No, it's the 5th layer, Fongchan said seriously. The 2 boys looked at each other, speechless, not knowing what to say. It was just too crazy. I advise you to reconsider. The 5th layer is really not as simple as you think. Hey, are you 3 going or not? If not, don't block the way. The 2 boys wanted to persuade him further, but the people behind were already urging them. Seeing this, Fongchan felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I'll go in now. You 2 don't worry, if there's danger, I'll come back out. After saying this, Fongchan directly entered the portal, leaving the 2 boys staring at each other in disbelief. The 5th layer? Hey, your friend went to the 5th layer by himself. Is he looking for death? After entering, the portal emitted a blue light. Those with experience knew this meant he had entered the 5th layer. The 2 boys felt helpless. They couldn't persuade him. He should know how to exit. Right, the boy in school uniform said, somewhat uncertain. I'm not sure. The other boy replied, feeling helpless. The 5th layer of the maze. After entering the 5th layer, the portal immediately disappeared, and the teleportation location was likely not fixed. Looking around, Fongchan felt a sense of familiarity. The environment was similar to when he first entered the novice space. It was composed of walls, and the ground was made up of large stone blocks. The ceiling here was probably just over 5 meters high, and the dim lighting made one feel tense and oppressed. Fire lizard, LV5. Fongchan didn't expect to encounter a lizard monster just 2 minutes after arriving. It was about the size of a crocodile, with a tail dragging dark red flames that illuminated the surroundings. With a flick of its tail, the fire lizard launched a fireball the size of a head, and it was quite fast. However, with a quick acceleration, Fongchan dodged the fireball and reached the side of the fire lizard. The fire lizard clearly didn't expect this and didn't react in time. With a punch, Fongchan sent the fire lizard crashing into the wall, and it struggled briefly before it was completely lifeless. He was momentarily stunned, not expecting it to be so weak, taken out with just one punch. Although it was also level 5, the fire lizard was evidently much weaker than the golden snake king. Soon, the fire lizard dissipated, leaving behind a small tail. Fire lizard tail material contains trace amounts of fire element. Points plus 50. It's getting more and more like an online game, Fongchan remarked as he picked up the fire lizard's tail. Goblin 2020 Centennial Tree Demon 10 Tense Poison Needle Giant B1515 finally finished the task. He was rewarded with a total of 200 points and 10 free attribute points. Fongchan stretched, feeling that in this dim environment he couldn't sense the passage of time. He had heard Li Feina talk about how vast the underground maze was. Unless one experienced it firsthand, it was hard to comprehend. This place was more than just the size of 5 novice cities. He felt like he could walk forever without seeing the end, not even a record point. In this situation, finding the boss's location would be nearly impossible without exceptional luck, relying solely on oneself. Character: Fongchan level 5, Ordinary Realm, Strength 255, Agility 345, Spirit 48/262, Constitution 231, Main Talent God Level Healing, SSS LV1, Passive Assimilate, Secondary Talent Electricity E LV1 Water D. LV1 Talent Skills Healing Power Control Electricity Water Manipulation Passive Equipment Heart of the Sea King Incomplete Shadow Cloak Skills Super Healing Power Passive Decompose Rapid Speed Available Attribute Points 20 points 56.95 Enter Shop. After glancing at his attribute panel, Fongchan was quite satisfied with his gains for the day. Not only had he completed the task, but he had also leveled up and increased his attribute points significantly. That's enough for today, I should head back and get a good night's sleep. Fongchan yawned, feeling utterly exhausted. At that moment, he realized a problem: how to teleport back. Opening the attribute panel, there was no teleportation option. Go back? Return to town? Open sesame? Quickly, hurry! Damn! Are you kidding me? This is way too much of a trap. Now I can only try to find a record point. Fongchan had no choice but to keep walking. He felt like he was in a desert, dying of thirst, wishing he hadn't pushed himself so hard earlier. Previously, he would rush to attack any beast he encountered, using up his stamina and spirit quickly. Is there a sound ahead? Fongchan was certain that the sound ahead was not from a beast but from a person. Finally, I found someone. Fongchan was so excited, like seeing water in the desert. Originally, the fifth layer had few people, and at night even fewer. The probability of encountering someone seemed about the same as winning back the cost after buying 10 scratch-off tickets. More than one person? As he got closer, Fongchan realized that the sound was not coming from one person, but from many. What's going on? Is it a recording point? The only possibility he could think of was this, because recording points are teleportation points, and it wasn't surprising for many people to teleport here. Soon, Fongchan saw shadows, and as he guessed, this was one of the recording points on the 5th floor. What puzzled him was that so many people had gathered here. Moreover, the number was still increasing. Li Feina? Fongchan spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Of course, Fan Tong was also beside her. What's going on? The crowd was bustling, divided into several groups, each one poised as if ready to fight. Taking advantage of the distraction, Fongchan secretly blended into the crowd. President, we've spotted the Nan Nan Guild members. They're all at recording point 3. Keep an eye on them, Li Feina nodded. This scene was playing out in other groups as well. Are all our people here? Li Feina looked at the people behind her, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with the number. Report. Everyone is set off. Those with this recording point have all arrived. There are still 5 at recording point 4, 3 at recording point 2, and 4 without a recording point. No more. Waiting, leave 2 people behind, the rest come with me to recording point 3, Li Feina said. At that moment, Li Feina also saw that familiar figure. Zhao Jianshan? Fongchan was taken aback, realizing that Li Feina was looking at him in surprise, and he remembered that he was called Zhao Jianshan. What are you doing here? Li Feina frowned. Just trying to take advantage of the chaos, Fan Tong said, not in a good mood upon seeing Fongchan. You shouldn't be here. Hurry back. Li Feina stepped in front of Fongchan. What happened? Still playing dumb. Fan Tong scoffed at Fongchan's words. How could an ordinary person appear here at this time? Are you saying you just want to hide in the room? Everyone here is for that reason. Your behavior of doing something but not admitting it is very unmanly. Fan Tong shot a disdainful glance at Fongchan. Coward. Tong. Li Feina felt that Fan Tong was being a bit excessive and immediately intervened. Apologize quickly. Fan Tong tightly gripped the remaining long handle of her spear and said, impossible, before walking away. I'm sorry, she's angry for a reason. That green satin spear cost her 5,000 points to exchange, and now it's broken, so she's in a bad mood, please understand. There was one more thing Li Feina didn't mention. This green satin spear was a bronze-level weapon, one of the few bronze weapons available at this stage, which couldn't be exchanged for money. At that time, in addition to giving points, she had helped the original owner farm materials for several days to get it. After obtaining the green satin spear, she was absolutely thrilled. Fongchan shook his head. He never cared about such verbal disputes unless the other party showed intent to kill. He found Fan Tong's behavior childish, but if she provoked him again, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. Seeing that Fongchan seemed genuinely unconcerned, Li Feina no longer continued the topic. Most of the people appearing here tonight are among the top 100 on the leaderboard. It might turn into a big fight. We can't even guarantee our own safety, so I advise you to go back first. Several guilds have tacitly agreed not to kill, but when it comes to a real fight, fists and feet have no eyes, and injuries are inevitable. Moreover, there are those lurking in the shadows. One careless move could cost a life. It's fine, I'll take care of myself. Li Feina sighed, unable to understand where Fongchan's confidence came from. Just because of his equipment that could cut through bronze-level weapons? But equipment is ultimately an external factor. It can't protect him for a lifetime. Then be careful. Seeing that her advice had no effect, Li Feina gave up. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a dead man. Let's go. The other guild members had already left, and Li Feina was unwilling to waste any more time. Thus, a small team of nearly 20 people disappeared at the end of the maze. Bro, are you close with President Li? Along the way, they had avoided fighting with the beasts to conserve energy and kept moving, which made everyone a bit bored. Fongchan had not been on the team list, naturally drawing the attention of others. If they hadn't seen him chatting so well with the president, they would have made a move long ago, wondering if he was a spy from another guild. Not really. She just acted as my tour guide for a night. Fongchan thought for a moment. He had only met Li Feina yesterday, and aside from her being a tour guide, they had no other interactions. The guy was instantly dumbfounded. Are you sure you're talking about the same person? He couldn't imagine the scene of the goddess being a tour guide. That must have been so cute. Big brother. The thick glasses on the boy couldn't hide the stars in his eyes. Fongchan was taken aback, not quite understanding why this boy was suddenly so excited. He leaned closer to Fongchan and lowered his voice. Can you teach me how you did it? I don't know. I told her I didn't need it, but she insisted on being my tour guide. Fongchan sighed helplessly. The boy's hand, which was about to open his notebook, suddenly froze in midair. That sounded oddly annoying. What's the deal with this hidden room? Fongchan was quite curious about the guild's arrangements. The nerdy-looking boy glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them before lowering his voice. I heard it's the room of the Thunder Tyrant. Thunder Tyrant? You don't know? That's a monarch-level beast. Monarch level. Upon hearing this, Fongchan was astonished. Beasts are classified into 5 levels: ordinary, elite, commander, monarch, and emperor. The golden snake king he encountered before belonged to the elite level, and the boss-level monsters in the maze were mostly elite as well. Normally, elite-level strength is more than 5 times that of ordinary level. Commander level is 5 times elite, monarch level is 5 times commander, and emperor level is 5 times monarch. This means that a monarch level beast could potentially have strength over 125 times that of an ordinary level. With such a power gap, even a level 1 monarch could easily take out a level 30 strongman. You don't need to be too nervous. After all, this is a novice space, and all beast strengths are significantly suppressed. According to our estimates, the Thunder Tyrant's strength should be about the same as a tier boss. No, it should be a bit stronger than a tier boss. Generally, the difficulty of hidden rooms is not lower than that of tier bosses, the boy added after some thought. Isn't it a bit outrageous for a monarch-level beast to appear on the 5th level? Fongchan still found it hard to believe. Not every level has this situation. The 6th level hasn't been discovered yet. I heard that similar situations have occurred in previous novice spaces, and the timing and location are random. It doesn't necessarily appear later. After all, if you can't beat it now, you can come back when you're stronger, right? But this opportunity only comes once. If someone else defeats it, it won't respawn or appear again, which is why the major guilds are so anxious. Hearing the say this, Fongchan actually believed him a bit. The reason the Thunder Tyrant appeared here was not because his strength suited this place, but because he wanted to be here. Very reasonable. Everyone hurry up. The people from the Nan Guild have already set off. We must catch up. Li Feina turned to everyone and said at this moment, the president is so cool. The eyes began to sparkle again. Fongchan. In the subsequent conversation, Fongchan learned that the main information about the hidden room had been bought by the Nan Guild. Meanwhile, some information regarding hidden guilds had been purchased by others. Fongchan couldn't help but marvel at that person's business acumen. The same thing could be sold separately like this. The intelligence capabilities of various guilds were not to be underestimated, and soon many people knew about the hidden room, but the only thing unclear was the specific location of the hidden room. This probably only the president of the Nan Guild, Situ Nan, would know. However, everyone was not worried. As long as they took action, it would be impossible to keep it a secret from everyone. On the other side, the Nan Guild. They were one of the top 3 guilds in this novice city, gathering over 50 people for this hidden room. When they learned about the hidden room information, they immediately spent a large sum to buy it and then began recruiting, busy for a whole day before they were ready. This time, the hidden room was a must-have. President, actually only we know the location of the hidden room. There's no need to act now. That is a fallacy. If Fongchan were present, he would recognize the boy speaking as Zhuge Ming. Only we know? Why are those people behind us here? The boy who initially spoke muttered, isn't it because you made such a big fuss? This is just one aspect. Even if we don't act today, they will still appear here. Do you think the other guilds will just let the hidden room be given to us? What if they don't want to? The information was bought by us. Zhuge Ming looked at the person in front of him speechlessly. How could someone who had also received 9 years of compulsory education be so pure and untainted by knowledge? We can buy information, why can't others buy it? Impossible, isn't he afraid of our revenge? How naive. This layer of the maze is so big. If they say they found it themselves, what can you do? Kill them? Do you dare? Can you kill one? Can you kill them all? Why not? Whoever dares to snatch my things, I'll kill them all. At this moment, a female voice said. Zhuge Ming was speechless, almost forgetting that there was also this untainted lady, President Situ Nan. If Fongchan were present, he would also recognize this president, the short-haired girl who had been robbed of the golden snake by him. Miss, people can indeed be killed, but the master won't be happy. The boy standing behind Situ Nan said, Zhuge Ming is right, information like this cannot be monopolized. What we bought is a first-mover advantage. As long as we are faster than others, the things are still the misses. Alright, you all hurry up. If those annoying people behind keep bothering me, I'll kill them all. Situnan glared at the annoying flies behind her and scolded. Zhuge Ming was very curious about who this fearless young lady was. However, from their conversation, it was certain that this person had an extraordinary background. The spacious maze corridor had become increasingly crowded without anyone noticing. At this moment, the members of the 4 major guilds had all gathered, though their numbers seemed rather small. Due to the Nan Guild's recent recruitment, the other 3 guilds had lost a significant number of strong members. Now, the Nan Guild had gained the momentum of the first guild, and if they were to obtain the hidden room as well, they would undoubtedly secure their position at the top. This was something the other 3 guilds were unwilling to see. Zhang Tianlang, Zhu Tianming, Situnan, and Lian all personally led their teams, making for quite a lively scene. Those oblivious beasts were immediately taken down as soon as they appeared. It seems we have arrived, Li Feina said, stopping to look at the crowd ahead that had ceased moving. Everyone be careful, a battle could break out at any moment. The atmosphere in the entire maze instantly became tense. Fongchan and his group stood further back, unable to see what was happening in front, but the commotion seemed considerable. Boom! Suddenly, a purple-blue lightning flashed, causing everyone's hearts to tense up. The rumbling sound continued, and even Fongchan and his group, standing so far back, could see a large door suddenly appear, slowly opening. Is that the hidden room? In response to Fongchan's question, the otaku didn't know how to answer. In his understanding, hidden rooms were always concealed within walls. How could they just appear out of thin air? This hidden room was clearly extraordinary. The area around the door was even surrounded by faint purple-blue arcs of electricity, looking both magnificent and solemn. Report. Members of the Nan Guild have already entered. I heard that a maximum of 20 people can enter at a time. Okay, I understand, Li Feina said, looking at the people behind her. Also counting who to arrange for entry. Time passed second by second, and the entire space was filled with tension and oppression. All the guild members were prepared, geared up and ready to go, unsure if it was to enter the room or to kill and loot. The solemn large door seemed to sense everyone's anxiety and didn't keep them waiting long. Before long, it opened again. This time, it immediately caused a huge stir. They failed. The voice carried both excitement and fear. The failure of the Nan Guild was uncertain for everyone. Was it a good thing or a bad thing? The good thing was that the hidden room was still there, and everyone still had a chance. The bad thing was that the Nan Guild, nearly the top guild, couldn't survive even 5 minutes inside. Just how strong was this thunder tyrant? Report. Only 7 out of the 20 members of the Nan Guild came out, and Situnan was severely injured. This news spread, shocking everyone. Situnan was ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, and his strength was beyond doubt. But if such a strong person was injured, just how dangerous was it inside? Some people were still skeptical, but when they saw the members of the Nan Guild carrying the injured out, everyone was convinced. A casualty rate of over 50%. The Nan Guild left only a few to guard the door, while the others had departed. The few who remained wouldn't hinder others. Rather than guarding, they were more like watching. Seeing the members of the Nan Guild leave, the other guilds hesitated. Some smaller guilds immediately began to retreat. Their strength was far inferior to that of Situnan and his group. Even entering would only mean death. However, the members of the other 3 major guilds did not leave. They were the most likely to pass through the hidden room, aside from the Nan Guild. If they left just like that, it would mean they had gained no intelligence at all. At the very least, they needed to know what kind of monsters were inside and what attack patterns they had, so they could devise appropriate strategies. We're going in. Zhang Tianlang, a handsome young man wielding a large knife that seemed mismatched with his demeanor, declared. Zhang Tianlang was clever. He reselected a group of people, this time focusing on agility and speed. He didn't expect to kill the Thunder Tyrant in one go, so this time it was primarily for testing. Soon, their group walked through the main gate. As the gate slowly closed, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire maze corridor. Inside the room, the space was vast, and several corpses lay on the ground. Everyone, stay alert. Follow my commands. Zhang Tianlong's expression immediately turned serious. A careless mistake could be fatal. Boom! Suddenly, a massive azure figure appeared, thunder and lightning crackling, filling the space with the scent of death. Is this the Thunder Tyrant? With a body as large as a building and enormous wings, it loomed over Zhang Tianlang like a dark shadow. Head to the safe zone immediately. Zhang Tianlang reacted instantly. Upon hearing this, everyone summoned all their energy and burst forth with tremendous speed. At this moment, they had given up on gathering intelligence. They had to escape as quickly as possible. As long as they reached the safe area, the boss wouldn't attack, and this would end in failure. Boom! Bolts of lightning struck down, producing a deafening roar. It was terrifying. Zhang Tianlang led everyone in retreat, not daring to slack off for a moment. The safe zone was just at the gate, less than 100 meters from their position. But even this short distance was enough to instill despair. In an instant, 5 people were shot dead. Roar! The Thunder Tyrant let out a mighty roar, and the ground seemed to tremble. Finally, when Zhang Tianlang and the others completely retreated to the safe zone, the figure of the Thunder Tyrant gradually faded away. I didn't expect to be unable to withstand even one attack, Zhang Tianlang said with a bitter smile. He had been too confident before. Crack! The gate finally opened, and everyone's hearts relaxed. The terrifying pressure they had just experienced would likely be unforgettable for a lifetime. They've come out. The appearance of Zhang Tianlang and the others immediately drew everyone's attention. They only lost 5 people. Upon hearing this, those preparing to enter felt a surge of encouragement. The Nan Nan Guild's loss rate of over 50% had indeed made them hesitant. Now, Zhang Tianlang proved with action that the loss rate could be controlled below 25%. If prepared properly, it could likely be reduced even further. In contrast to the excited crowd, Zhang Tianlang felt no joy. The Thunder Tyrant had completely shattered his confidence with just one move. He didn't know how to deal with the opponent. That kind of pressure could probably only be matched by someone in the Void Realm. He considered giving up on this hidden room and focusing on conquering the 6th level instead. The rewards for defeating the level boss wouldn't be too shabby. After making up his mind, he left 2 people to continue monitoring and took the others away. Subsequently, other guilds began to imitate Zhang Tianlang's personnel configuration. Are we going in? Li Feina was also uncertain at this moment. Their guild's strength was only average. With such a high loss rate even among the 4 major guilds, they had even less reason to proceed. Even if they entered, it would be a death sentence. But she was reluctant to leave just like that. Let's go. That place is not for you. Fongchan turned and left without a trace of nostalgia. Just from the few waves of people coming in and out earlier, Fongchan knew that the beasts inside were not simple. They were almost all instant kills. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone present should have sensed it, but they still held on to a glimmer of hope. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and his physical strength had seriously declined, making him unlikely to be a match for the beasts inside. Moreover, there were too many people now, and initiating a challenge would only attract widespread attention, which was not beneficial to his plans. As for Li Feina and the others, there was no need to mention it. Going in would only mean death, with no other choice. Coward. Looking at Fongchan's departing figure, Fan Tong was quite disdainful. Are we going in? After Fongchan left, Li Feina asked again. Of course we are going in. Didn't you see that other guilds have already gone in? Fan Tong pointed at the long queue at the entrance. But our strength. It's fine, we won't confront them head on. Our main goal isn't to kill the Thunder Tyrant. As long as we gather useful clues, we can make a fortune. Fan Tong was full of confidence. Li Feina thought for a moment. This was indeed very appealing. If they could grasp the Thunder Tyrant's attack patterns, it would definitely make the guild famous and earn them a lot of points. As long as they prepared adequately, there shouldn't be any major issues. In fact, almost every guild held such thoughts. Killing the Thunder Tyrant was unrealistic, but gathering some intelligence was still useful. After some hassle, Fongchan finally returned to the sanctuary. It turned out there were 2 ways to return. One was to directly use the recording points on each floor, where there were devices similar to those on the sanctuary side, which could teleport them back. The second was to register one of the sanctuary's devices as a recording point, allowing them to teleport back from the maze at any time. Leaving the sanctuary, it was already noon. Fongchan yawned. He originally wanted to go back and sleep, but after thinking about it, he headed towards the potion shop. Healing potion, beginner, 200 points per bottle. Strength enhancement potion, beginner, 100 points per bottle. Agility enhancement potion, beginner, 100 points per bottle. Berserk potion, beginner, 300 points per bottle. Looking at the few potions on the shelf, Fongchan couldn't help but sigh. It's really easy for potion makers to make money. Whether in the novice space or in reality, potion makers can earn a lot, especially in situations where healers are scarce. Who wouldn't buy a few healing potions for backup? Although they can't heal all kinds of problems like healers can, they are still very useful for treating superficial injuries and general internal injuries. As for the other enhancement potions, they are essential for leveling up by fighting monsters. Classmate, what potions do you need? These potions are all personally crafted by me, and their effects are absolutely top-notch. The owner was a boy wearing glasses. What effect does this berserk potion have? Of course, it raises all 4 attributes by about 10%. The owner was quite proud of being able to craft a berserk potion. This effect isn't particularly significant. With normal level 5 attribute points, it would be around 100 points, increasing each attribute by about 2 points on average, which doesn't seem very impactful. It would be more practical to enhance a single attribute entirely. Fongchan inquired further but ultimately didn't buy anything, leaving the shop under the owner's disdain. Folks, I will help you lower the prices. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the potions, Fongchan casually rented a stall. The location was a bit off, but it was cheap enough, 300 points a day. The shop didn't need decoration. They all had a uniform style. After preparing everything, it was already night, and Fongchan finally returned to his room for a good sleep. In the middle of the night, Fongchan felt that he had just fallen asleep when he was awakened by the noisy commotion outside. After understanding the situation, it turned out that those guilds attempting to conquer the hidden rooms had a large number of injured members, some of whom were in extremely serious condition. If they did not receive treatment, they could die at any moment. There were still some alchemists available, but due to limitations in technology and materials, the healing potions they concocted were very few and not very effective. For injuries that were a bit more severe, they were useless. Upon hearing this, Fongchan instantly became energized. Wasn't this a business opportunity? Changing into the clothes he bought in the afternoon and disguising himself a bit, Fongchan went to his shop and officially put up the sign "Healing Shop." At the entrance, he even set up a big sign that read, "No matter the size, one treatment only costs 100. However, he waited and waited, yet no one showed any interest. This shouldn't be. Wasn't the sign clear enough? Fongchan fell into deep self-doubt, but when he stepped out of the shop, he realized that his shop was indeed a bit out of the way. No, it seemed he had to take the initiative. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the main street, which was bustling with people, a necessary path to the temple. "Hey, little fatty, come here." Fongchan scanned the area and finally found a suitable candidate. The little fatty, hearing someone call him, was momentarily stunned. He didn't consider himself fat, at most he was just a bit stocky. He sized up the person calling him, dressed in a black robe, making it hard to see his face, looking quite mysterious. "What is it? Hurry up, I'm in a rush to buy medicine." Though little fatty was a bit impatient, the long bloodstains on his arm causing him great pain, and only healing potions could alleviate his suffering. It seemed that his efforts over the past few days were about to go to waste. "I can help you heal your arm." Fongchan pulled the fatty into a corner and lowered his voice. "Really?" The little fatty was skeptical. After all, he had been in the novice city for a while and had not heard of any healers appearing here. "What kind of talk is that? Give me your hand." Fongchan didn't waste time and took the little fatty's hand to start the treatment. The little fatty watched Fongchan's actions, his expression shifting from doubt to confusion and then to excitement. He didn't expect that in just a short while his arm would be completely healed. This was undoubtedly a healer. He finally understood why the other person dressed so mysteriously. If the identity of the healer were exposed, it would definitely bring a lot of trouble. "Thank you." The little fatty expressed his heartfelt gratitude, although he didn't know why the other person took such a big risk to help him. The fact that his arm was healed was undeniable. "No need to be polite, but you must not tell others that there is a healing shop on West Street, where any injury or illness only costs 100 for each treatment." After saying this, Fongchan hurriedly left, leaving the little fatty in a state of confusion. "Are you asking me to tell others or not?" However, he quickly became excited. The healing effect was several times better than that of the healing potions, and the price was only half. This was simply a blessing. He immediately thought of a friend he had teamed up with a few days ago who had a leg injury and still couldn't move. "He's my good friend, he shouldn't count as someone else." The little fatty nodded and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. "And I only told him, not anyone else, so no one would know." To prevent the little fatty from being too naive, Fongchan found a passerby and repeated the same operation. In fact, he also wanted to charge a fee, but face-to-face transactions would reveal the other person's name. Only operating in the shop could hide his information, which is why he didn't dare to set up a stall directly. Moreover, he didn't want to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives on the street, reducing unnecessary trouble. But in the shop, the owner is protected. Whether it's privacy or safety, anyone who dares to act will immediately face punishment from the system. Is there really a treatment shop? Is it reliable? 100 points is acceptable. It should be real. The little fatty told me himself. Listening to the voices outside the shop, Fongchan knew that the little fatty was indeed trustworthy. It hadn't been long, and he had already found customers for himself. "Is the boss in?" Two boys pushed the door open, one with a bandaged hand and the other with a bandaged foot. Both walked somewhat awkwardly. "Please sit." Fongchan gestured for them to take a seat. "One treatment is 100 points. The two hesitated for a moment but decided to pay. 100 points was not a small amount for them, but because of their injuries, they hadn't entered the maze for several days, losing more than just a few hundred points. After payment, a prompt immediately popped up in Fongchan's system indicating that the two had paid. Fongchan reached out, touching the leg wrapped in bandages, and the next second, a green light lit up. Then he signaled the boy to unwrap the bandages and take a look. The boy felt a cool sensation, and the pain in his leg disappeared. Even without unwrapping the bandages, he knew his leg was truly healed. However, when he did unwrap the bandages, he was still very excited. His leg showed no signs of having been injured, not even a scar. It should be noted that his wound had been a full centimeter deep, almost exposing the bone. If it hadn't healed, his beginner's space adventure would probably have come to an end. The boy next to him saw this and regained hope. He had only come to try his luck, not expecting that there was indeed a healer willing to come out publicly. "Your turn." Looking at the boy full of anticipation, Fongchan didn't waste any more words. The same operation took only a moment, and the boy's arm was as good as new. "That's great." The boy waved his arm, showing no signs of having been injured before. "Thank you." "Thanks. You're welcome, but remember not to spread the word. My mental power is limited, and it's first come, first served." Fongchan interrupted their polite exchanges, and after he finished speaking, the two left discreetly. Did you hear? A treatment shop opened on West Street, and each treatment only costs 100 points. Is that true? I haven't heard anything about it. It just opened. Do you remember Wang Bin? I remember, the one who got scratched by a beast a few days ago and almost ruined his leg. Yeah, I just saw him, and he's already healed. He told me about the treatment shop. That can't be fake. I saw him needing support to walk before. Exactly. Don't you have a teammate who was seriously injured? Why aren't you rushing to get him? Oh right, I'll go call him. Hurry up. The healer should be a newbie with low mental power. He probably can't treat many people each day. Right. I'm running back immediately. Did you hear? Did you hear? Did you hear? Did you hear? This spread like a virus, quickly circulating throughout the entire novice city. Whether sick or not, everyone wanted to check it out. Is what you said true? The previously quiet dormitory suddenly became restless. It should be true. It's already spreading outside. Great. This time Tong Tong is saved. Looking at Fan Tong lying on the bed, charred all over and unable to move, Li Feina felt very guilty. If it weren't for protecting herself, Fan Tong would never have been struck by lightning. Over 80% of her body was burned, and most of her bodily functions were destroyed. Unfortunately, she could do nothing. Immediately. Bring the healer here. No. I will go myself. No matter what, I must bring him back. Li Feina clenched her fists. No matter the cost, she was determined to save Fan Tong. At this moment, the healing shop could be described as bustling with activity. A long line stretched from one end of the street to the other, with no end in sight. If it weren't for the healers, no one would have known there were so many old, weak, sick, and disabled people. The appearance of the healers was like giving them a chance at rebirth. Even without stepping outside, Fongchan knew the situation out there because he hadn't rested since the two people left. Patients came one after another, either injured here or there, all seriously affecting their combat effectiveness. To avoid wasting mental energy, Fongchan focused on precise treatments, unlike before when he treated large areas. However, this also benefited from his deeper understanding of healing techniques. Watching his attribute points continuously rise, he was both pained and joyful at this moment. In fact, besides those waiting for treatment, many others were monitoring the place, even trying to gather information about the shop owner. Although Fongchan already knew, since the other party hadn't taken further action, he ignored it. Please step aside. I have an urgent matter. Who are you? Is that Li Feina? Everyone from the Feina Guild is here. Li Feina was very attractive, strong, and her reputation was even higher than that of Situnan. Fongchan frowned because he could hear the commotion inside and knew Li Feina had arrived. What does she want? Is she here to collect protection fees? Fongchan knew that protection fees were something he would have to face sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to come so soon, and he certainly didn't expect Li Feina to be the first. He had a good impression of her initially, but now it had plummeted. Hello, please help me save someone. As soon as Li Feina entered the shop, she appeared quite anxious. Fongchan was taken aback. He didn't expect her to come for this. Sure, you can bring him over, Fongchan replied before continuing to treat the person in front of him. She can't come. To be honest, she's seriously injured and her life is in danger. So I need to trouble you to go over. No way. If you want treatment, bring him here. Fongchan refused without a second thought. He could only ensure his absolute safety inside the shop. Moreover, he didn't want to set this precedent, no matter who it was. If they wanted treatment, they had to come to the shop. You bastard. A healer like you is so arrogant. A man behind Li Feina suddenly exploded in anger. Do you know? Before the man could finish, Li Feina shot him a glare, scaring him into silence. Fongchan remained silent. His attitude was clear. If you want treatment, come to the shop, but if you want me to make a house call, don't even think about it. Hurry back and bring Tong Tong over. Be careful. Li Feina didn't dare to waste any more time and quickly sent someone back, while she stayed here to watch Fongchan in case he tried to run. Although the possibility was slim, she still felt the need to keep a close eye on him. Fongchan was momentarily taken aback when he heard Fan Tong's name, but then he nonchalantly sent off the injured person next. His treatment speed was increasing and his control was becoming more precise, but he could only treat about 10 people in an hour. If he encountered troublesome cases, the number would be even lower. Doctor, let me help you, Li Feina said, unsure if she saw Fongchan was overwhelmed or if she wanted to gain some favor. She couldn't assist with the treatment, but making tea and maintaining order was no problem, and with his guild members present, no one outside dared to cause trouble, which actually sped things up quite a bit. After an hour, Fan Tong was finally carried over, bed and all. Doctor, please help Tong Tong first. She really can't hold on much longer, Li Feina said, her eyes welling up again upon seeing Fan Tong. Fongchan took a look and realized it was indeed serious. Her entire body was blackened, and it was hard to see any intact skin. The Thunder Tyrant was too fierce. Fongchan actually wanted to refuse this act of cutting in line, but seeing Fan Tong like this, he felt a bit reluctant to turn her away. Just as he hesitated, Li Feina quickly spoke to the next injured person. I'll buy your spot for 1,000 points. The person immediately nodded without hesitation. Even though their wound was still bleeding, the offer was just too generous. Doctor, please. Li Feina's eyes were red, almost on the verge of kneeling. Fongchan said, "Alright, you stay, and the others go out first." "Thank you. I can't repay you, Feina." After bowing in thanks, Li Feina immediately ushered the others outside. "Lift the blanket, and cut her clothes." Although Fan Tong had been struck by lightning, the issues with her body resembled severe burns. Her skin was all rotten, and her clothes were tattered, even sticking to the wounds. Li Feina frowned but complied. "The Tu quickly removed the clothes from Fan Tong, revealing skin that was charred and cracked. "You don't listen and still act tough." Fongchan couldn't help but comment upon seeing her injuries. However, Li Feina didn't hear him, as she had already been sent to fetch towels and water. He took a deep breath. This was the first time he was performing such extensive treatment. Moreover, it wasn't just the epidermis, even the internal organs were affected. That she could survive, this was already a miracle. Through the time spent learning, he understood that healing techniques were not miracles, they required a certain level of medical knowledge to support them. If you knew nothing and activated a healing technique, it would be ineffective. At the very least, one needed to understand the principles such as wound healing. When the human body is injured, platelets coagulate at the wound to stop bleeding and prevent further blood loss. At this time, T cells, B cells, and macrophages produce humoral immunity in cells, effectively performing immune functions to prevent viral and bacterial invasion. The body's injury signals are detected in various forms, prompting nearby cells to begin mitosis, leading to the growth of new cells and ultimately healing the wound. Knowing this allows one to mobilize the corresponding cells, which not only saves mental energy but also improves efficiency. If one knows nothing, it would be like Fongchan's previous experience in the hospital, simple and crude. Regardless of the ailment, he would treat everything haphazardly, mobilizing all the body's cells for a simple wound, wasting mental energy and exhausting the injured person's self-healing ability, which over time would not be beneficial. As he used the healing technique more frequently and gained deeper understanding, he accumulated a wealth of knowledge in this area. Healing techniques were not as simple as described in books, nor were they merely about repair. The first-level healing technique essentially utilized the injured person's self-healing ability, magnifying it 100-fold or even 1,000-fold to achieve rapid healing. So, the smaller the scope of treatment, the more precise the treatment, the fewer side effects it brings. It won't waste the vitality of the cells either. Fongchan had once thought about whether he could use this to kill, but the result was negative. Even if he continuously overdraws the vitality of the cells, they will still keep dividing and regenerating. Even if it could accelerate a person's death, to truly kill someone, he would have to wait at least 10 to 20 years, or even longer. Especially for awakeners whose vitality is so resilient, relying on this to kill is simply impossible. Fongchan cautiously first repaired the heart position, finally saving Fan Tong's life. He managed to prevent her from suddenly losing her breath midway. Next, he repaired her from head to toe, inch by inch. If he encountered someone who didn't understand the principles, he would directly perform a rough repair. After all, it was better to treat first and worry later. As long as she didn't die, that was enough. With the repair of her body, Fan Tong's complexion gradually regained its luster, and her previously muddled appearance returned to its original state. Usually dressed in cloth armor, one couldn't tell that Fan Tong had a very impressive figure. The kind that was hard to grasp with one hand. All done, help her put on her clothes. If experiences in dreams could be considered a lifetime, Fongchan had lived through 2 lifetimes as an old virgin. He had never seen such a scene. To avoid being discovered, he quickly turned around and stopped looking at this fair body. He couldn't even understand how he managed to endure when he was undercover in his dreams. God-level healing, SSS LV1 upgraded to LV2. A prompt suddenly appeared, and Fongchan couldn't believe it. This level actually increased. Immediately, a stream of information rushed into Fongchan's mind, knowledge about reattaching severed limbs, cell activation, and so on. At that moment, he felt he had a deeper understanding of his healing talent. The healing power skill seemed to have become even stronger. Acquired healing sprite skill. Healing sprite creates a sprite to follow the target, providing continuous healing for 60 seconds. What a continuous surprise. Fongchan didn't expect that with the talent upgrade he could also learn a new skill. Really? But why hasn't she woken up yet? Li Feina asked anxiously. Maybe she'll wake up after you take her back? Fongchan suppressed his excitement and waved his hand, no longer paying attention. Hurry up, don't delay my work. Hearing this, Fan Tong's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. Li Feina couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It turned out that her fearless friend also had shy moments. Li Feina was right. Fan Tong had indeed woken up while Fongchan was treating her, and she heard their conversation, fully aware of her current situation. But she was definitely not shy. She was afraid of social death, so she simply continued to pretend to be unconscious. Of course, such a small thought couldn't fool Fongchan. To punish her for her previous rudeness, he deliberately touched her a few times. Thank you, doctor. This time, I, Li Feina, owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me. After helping Fan Tong put on her clothes, Li Feina bowed again to express her gratitude. Fongchan stole a glance. Great beauty. With Li Feina and the others leaving, Fongchan's treatment shop returned to its previous bustle. Fongchan sighed. He should have let Li Feina stay to help maintain order. Next, Fongchan's business was booming while the outside world was equally turbulent, like a bomb dropped on a calm lake. It exploded. Intelligence agents were running back and forth, their legs nearly giving out. Speculations from all sides never ceased. To bring someone back from the gates of hell, that's not something a newcomer could accomplish. Moreover, having treated so many people without stopping, this level of mental strength was quite extraordinary, likely reaching level 7. Without a certain degree of proficiency, treatment couldn't be completed, and it might even require a level 2 talent. If that were the case, it would be quite astonishing. Everyone else was at level 7 or 8, and here you were with a level 2 talent. What difference was there between them and a waste? In an instant, everyone was speculating about the true identity of the treatment shop owner, and all eyes turned to the leaderboard. Another question arose. The healer clearly had weak combat power, and it was impossible to reach this level without someone leading them. So who brought them here? Initially, when they saw Li Feina appear, they suspected it was her, but upon investigation, it seemed there was no connection. Many people saw that Li Feina was extremely respectful towards this healer, afraid of provoking them. In the conference room of the Nan Nan Guild, all the high-ranking members were present, all at level 7, except for Zhuge Ming. He wasn't a high-ranking member but attended as a strategist and advisor. I just don't understand. What's there to think about? Just tie them up and bring them here. Who would dare stop us from the Nan Nan Guild? Said a muscular boy who looked quite mature. Situnan glanced at this boy, remembering that he seemed to be the captain of Team 3. Although her expression was emotionless, she strongly agreed with this statement. Who would dare stop Situnan from getting what she wanted? Who would dare resist? Discussing this for so long was less effective than just taking action. However, as the president, she couldn't say it outright. And couldn't be too dictatorial. She needed to wait for everyone to speak and go through the motions. Yet, she had already silently cast her vote for this captain in her heart. Others seemed to share similar thoughts, and the opinions raised were largely the same. It was unclear if they were just catering to the president's persona. After listening, Zhuge Ming couldn't help but twitch his face, knowing he had joined the wrong guild. The intelligence of these people was so low. If it weren't for Situnan's connection with Jian Xiong, he wouldn't have come to this guild even if he were killed. Zhuge the strategist. Aren't you usually the most talkative? Share your thoughts, Situnan said. Every time she called him Zhuge the strategist, she felt a sense of ruling the world. It was truly delightful. Zhuge Ming bitterly smiled inwardly, knowing this woman was calling on him again. It was always like this. When he spoke up, she acted as if she didn't hear, but later she would specifically mention him, which was incredibly boring. He had long prepared words that wouldn't offend anyone while not making himself look foolish. This healer, our guild indeed has its sights set on them, but we can't act rashly. Everyone knows that. Aside from Li Feina, no one from other guilds has taken any action. Why is that? After waiting a moment, Zhuge Ming felt helpless. It was always self-questioning and self-answering, far too dull. First, no one can figure out whether this healer has any backing, so they don't dare act recklessly. Second, everyone currently needs this healer. The first to act will surely incite public anger, and other guilds will naturally take advantage. Third, this person is hiding in the shop, making it impossible for anyone to act. So what should we do? Just ignore them? Zhuge Ming looked at the person who asked a question with satisfaction. This person was a good foil. Of course not. First, we must have the necessary surveillance and investigation. Second, extend an olive branch. If they can be recruited, that's best, but if not, it doesn't matter. Third, a sneak attack to provide some intimidation. Similarly, if they can be recruited, that's best, but if not, it doesn't matter. After failing the first 3 steps, we proceed to the 4th step, which is isolation. Isolation? Not playing with him? It was the same person who had just asked the question. Zhuge Ming silently gave this person a thumbs up. The intelligence of this comic relief was simply devoid of any performance traces. Yes and no. Everyone knows that the combat power of a healer is very weak. Without someone to guide them, they can't even level up. But if the healer grows stronger, trying to control them becomes very difficult. Or rather, it won't be our turn. To control a healer, one must act while they are still weak. This is almost a convention. So, we need to reach a consensus with other guilds. We can seek healers for treatment, but we must never team up with them to level up, and we can't allow others to take them along either. I believe that with the strength of each guild, achieving this is quite easy. But what's the point? That person asked again. Indeed, I didn't misjudge you. Zhuge Ming gave another thumbs up. Everyone should have a sense of this. From the first layer of the novice space to now, the number of people we encounter is increasing, and the regions are expanding. From school to city to province, step by step, I believe the next layer will be a place where all the people of Daxia, or even the whole world, gather. By then, with the strength behind the president, controlling a healer should be a piece of cake. Seeing Situnan nodding in satisfaction, Zhuge Ming knew he hadn't guessed wrong again. That's right, Zhuge Junshi has said what I wanted to say. Does anyone else have any objections? Situnan considered himself quite democratic. Perform well, and I will help you take revenge. Zhuge Ming was stunned upon hearing this. What revenge? I have no grudges. It was Jian Wenti who asked me to contact you to help him take revenge. What does that have to do? With me? Nevertheless, he still said thank you. You will be in charge of communicating with the other guilds, and as for the ambush, let Qingfeng handle it. Yes. The man who had been standing behind Situ Nan responded. Zhuge Ming glanced at him. He always spoke at critical moments, and Situ Nan would take his words seriously. Although this man was only level 6, his strength felt no weaker than Situ Nan's. Apart from the Nan Nan Guild, other guilds were holding similar meetings. The topic was their attitude towards this healer. At this stage, it was actually quite impossible for them to control the other party on their own unless several major guilds joined forces, but this involved many interests. Not to mention the conflicts between guilds. Even within a single guild, there were many conflicting interests, as they all had some forces backing them. How could they allow one to dominate? But as long as they clarified the identity, there would be plenty of time and opportunities later. So when Zhuge Ming contacted them later, they were all willing to cooperate. No one wanted to see an uncontrollable healer appear. That would disrupt the balance. Unknowingly, a week had already passed. Fongchan's life had surprisingly become more regular. He opened the shop during the day and occasionally went to the maze at night to hunt monsters and complete quests, which was quite relaxing. At first, he thought that business would only be good for the first few days, but he didn't expect it to keep increasing. After the news about Fan Tong spread, more people dared to venture into the maze. Even though small guilds were willing to challenge hidden rooms. As long as they didn't die, they could be healed, and the cost was only 100 points. Whether it was a major injury or a minor one, it was all 100, leading everyone to believe that major injuries were more cost-effective, making them more reckless while hunting monsters. Before this, everyone was very conservative, only daring to go to mazes lower than their level, but now, groups of 3 to 5 were hunting in higher-level mazes. Especially after the Wolf Guild successfully conquered the 6th level a couple of days ago, the system rewarded everyone in the Novice City with 50 free attribute points, making everyone braver. They were now exploring the 7th level, which was said to be filled with troublesome dark creatures, and those with light affinity would be particularly favored. After that, Fongchan became even busier, having no energy or time to hunt monsters at night, let alone explore hidden rooms. However, in this week, his gains were substantial. Due to the upgrade of his talents, his passive skills also improved, allowing him to absorb more attribute points. On average, he earned 150 attribute points daily, totaling over 1,000 points in a week. He also gained visual and fire talents. This significantly enhanced his combat power, but he was still far from his goal of 20,000 attribute points. One evening, at 8 o'clock, after sending off the last patient, Fongchan prepared to close the shop. Just as he was about to shut the door, a mysterious figure burst in. The person was about 1.5 meters tall, draped in a large robe, dressed similarly to Fongchan. This startled Fongchan. Was it a crazy fan? I'm closing the shop now. If you have something to discuss, please come back tomorrow, Fongchan said politely, as it was his fan after all. The mysterious person didn't speak and showed no intention of leaving. Fongchan frowned at the sight. After a while, the mysterious person finally spoke, seemingly struggling for a long time, their voice trembling slightly. See, can I trust you? A girl? From the tone, it was clearly a young girl. Of course. When a girl asks if she can trust you in a pitiful manner, as a man, you would undoubtedly respond affirmatively. The mysterious person was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a straightforward answer. I heard you have no guild and no power. Aren't you afraid? The girl asked softly, seemingly aware of her boldness, her voice growing quieter. I'm afraid. But I also need to become stronger, strong enough that others won't dare to target me. Fongchan didn't expect the girl to ask such a question, but he answered without hesitation. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to such lengths to conceal his identity. He wasn't afraid of being harmed, he was afraid that his family would be harmed. After hearing this, the mysterious girl thought for a moment, seemingly making up her mind. She extended her delicate, fair hand, and before Fongchan could react, she cut her skin with a knife. However, what she did next astonished Fongchan even more. She reached out with her other hand to touch the wound, and it gradually closed, eventually disappearing. It was a healing talent. At that moment, Fongchan finally understood the girl's intention. So, you are also a healer. How can I help you? I want to become stronger too. Can I follow you? The girl said softly. Fongchan was taken aback at first, but then he understood her thoughts, realizing that since they were both healers, they should be able to understand each other's situations, and she probably wanted to band together for support. Originally, he wanted to refuse. After all, he didn't know this girl at all. Moreover, he had been followed almost every day recently. Having one more person around would likely make things even more inconvenient. Besides, with his current level of attention, it would be easy for this girl's identity to be exposed. Unlike him, she clearly lacked the ability to protect herself. Yet, the words lingered on his lips, and he couldn't bring himself to say them. Given the difficulty of the novice space, it was unlikely she could survive on her own. She probably had no other choice but to seek him out. After all, living here required points every day, including for food and water. An ordinary healer, relying solely on herself, would find it nearly impossible to earn points. Okay. In the end, Fongchan agreed. He had another consideration, the frequency of treating The same injured people had noticeably increased recently, which meant fewer attribute points earned. After all, the same person couldn't absorb points twice. With this girl around, she could help him deal with those repeat cases, giving him more time to treat others. Although the girl's large robe concealed her face, Fongchan could clearly sense her excitement. But, Fongchan said formally, "You have to take off the robe now so I can know who you are." The girl stiffened for a moment. "If you don't take it off, then I'm sorry, I can't have a ticking time bomb by my side." The girl hesitated for a while but finally made up her mind. She pulled open the robe, first revealing her fair little calves. She kept pulling it up, exposing her knees and thighs. Fongchan frowned, feeling something was off. Wait. Just as he was about to call for a stop, the girl had already pulled off the robe in one go, revealing a t-shirt with a little bear pattern and a cute little A-cup. Fongchan's eyes widened. How could she not even wear proper clothes? The girl had a cute and sweet appearance, like a character straight out of an anime. Her face turned bright red, tears welling in her eyes, and her hands covered her two important body parts. Fongchan quickly reacted and urged her to put her clothes back on. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Fongchan turned around, not looking at her as she got dressed. It's fine." The girl finished putting on her clothes and wiped her tears. "You can turn around now. My name is Su Shui, and I'm from Yuecheng High School." The girl had put on the robe but hadn't put on the hood, allowing her features to be clearly seen. This outfit made her look even more like a little lowly. "What about your clothes?" Su Shui's little face flushed. "I changed into this outfit." Fongchan was somewhat speechless but understood her thoughts. If he refused to let her follow him, at least she wouldn't have exposed herself and would be safe. "What level are you now?" "Level 3. Su Shui unhesitatingly displayed her attribute panel. Character: Su Shui level 3, ordinary realm, strength 15, agility 15, spirit 71, constitution 15, talent healing D LV1, talent skill healing power, available attribute points 0 points 80. Enter shop. Su Shui finished displaying her attribute panel, her face flushed with embarrassment. What she did was no different from stripping bare, essentially handing her life over to Fongchan. Fongchan was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood why Su Shui acted this way. From the moment she revealed her healing talent, she had effectively placed her life in his hands. Even now, showing her attribute panel was merely giving him more leverage. However, it also brought about a greater sense of trust. One could say this girl was quite clever. But then again, in such an environment, those who were a bit foolish probably wouldn't survive. Moreover, from her attribute points, it was clear she understood how to maximize her advantages. It was just a pity she hadn't had the opportunity. It seemed she had come to find him not on a whim. "Alright, you can help me with healing during the day from now on. For each person you heal, I'll give you 50 points. Is that okay?" Fongchan said while gesturing for Su Shui to put away her attribute panel. "And no problem." Su Shui's eyes sparkled, not because Fongchan's offer was low, but because it was too generous. One should know that hunting a level 5 beast only yielded 50 points, usually shared among several people. Now, she only needed to heal one person to earn it, and there was no danger involved. Even in real life, it was unlikely for a boss to offer a 50% commission, let alone in this novice space. Even if he offered nothing but room and board, she would have no complaints. She felt increasingly certain that her decision was absolutely right. As long as she earned points, she could grow stronger. At this level, points could be exchanged not only for food but also for some simple potions, weapons, and experience orbs. Each experience orb could provide 200 experience points, priced at 500 points. She was currently level 3, and with about 4 orbs, she could reach level 4. In that moment, she saw hope once again. "If you have no place to stay, you can stay at the inn and take care of the hygiene." Okay, thank you." Su Shui was extremely excited, almost kneeling down. She had never imagined she could receive such treatment. "Alright, I should go back to sleep now." Fongchan waved his hand and left the inn, inwardly sighing, "What a good person I am." Even though his mental strength was now close to 500 points, the daily 1 or 200 healing sessions were still a bit overwhelming. Remembering his previous days at the state-run hospital, relying on mental recovery potions, working over 10 hours a day just to barely treat 100 people, now treating nearly 200 a day was no problem. How long had it been? 30 days? Fongchan sighed again. He wondered how Zhang Lan was doing now. The next day, Fongchan arrived at his small clinic and was stunned. Was this really his clinic? The floor and furniture were spotless, even the air felt cleaner. He nodded in satisfaction. Having a woman around was indeed much more convenient. At least it was no longer a mess, making work much more comfortable. "Put on your masks and hats, it's time to start working." After saying that, both of them donned their long robe hoods and masks, completely obscuring their faces. Soon, the first patient arrived. It was a boy, accompanied by a girl, both of whom had varying degrees of bloodstains on them. The boy's face was pale, his features twisted in pain. Most notably, his left hand was missing, wrapped in cloth that was seeping deep red blood. The severed hand was being preserved in ice inside a box held by the girl. Upon seeing Fongchan, the girl nearly fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "Doctor, please save my boyfriend." The boy gritted his teeth, the pain making it nearly impossible for him to speak. Please, please. One could imagine that without a hand, survival in this space would be nearly impossible. Listening to the two, Su Shui couldn't help but frown. She felt sympathy for the couple in front of her, but she knew very well that a first-level healing talent could not achieve limb reattachment. Their abilities were limited to simple repairs. Limb reattachment required nerve connections, muscle repairs, and so on. Even in modern medical systems, it was not an easy surgery. Come in. Fongchan gestured for them to sit down. Su Shui was quite surprised. She had thought Fongchan would refuse. After all, this was beyond their capabilities. Don't force it, she advised. It's fine. After saying this, Fongchan had the young man take off his shirt and then took out the severed arm. The wound was very clean, likely cut by a sharp instrument. Hold this arm steady. Fongchan ignored Su Shui's puzzled gaze and directly assigned her a task. He then extended his hands to the severed end. Fongchan took a deep breath, focusing his attention. This was his first time using the limb reattachment technique, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Soon, a ball of green light enveloped the entire wound, and within the green light appeared countless green threads, which continuously penetrated into every tissue and cell of the wound. It was like surgical sutures, connecting the cells on either side of the severed end. It looked as if he was stitching it up. Before long, the severed arm was reconnected to the body under the influence of these green threads. The light gradually shrank, continuously healing the wound, and when the light disappeared, the scar on the arm had completely vanished. The air was deathly silent. The few of them seemed to have stopped breathing, their eyes filled with disbelief. Although they weren't very familiar with healers, they had a basic understanding. Being able to perform limb reattachment meant at least a second-level talent. A person of their age had actually raised their talent to the second level. Not to mention that they didn't believe it. Even if they said it out loud, no one would believe them. Try moving it. Fongchan ignored their shock. Oh, okay. The young man finally came to his senses, almost forgetting that he was there for treatment. He wiggled his fingers, as nimble as before. The arm rotated twice without any discomfort. It was as if it had never been severed. This was something even the most skilled doctors in the world could not achieve. No wonder those powerful factions were eager to control healers. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. The couple kept expressing their gratitude. Fongchan waved his hand, not paying attention to their thanks. Limb reattachment 200. The young man was stunned, unable to believe it. That was too cheap. So he hurriedly made the payment, fearing that Fongchan would change his mind. After sending the couple away, Fongchan continued to call in the next patient as if nothing had happened. But Su Shui's heart was anything but calm. It was more like a raging storm. She understood better than anyone how difficult it was to elevate healing talent to the second level. This was not something that could be achieved by frequent use. It required a sufficient and profound understanding of the talent to have a chance to break through. Clearly, he was the same age as her, yet he seemed like an unfathomable master. What kind of monster was this? However, she soon became excited. She was lucky. Following such an impressive person, perhaps she would no longer have to be bullied in the future. After sending off the first patient, the other patients followed one after another, and Fongchan was likely to spend another busy day. Unlike the calm in the treatment shop, the outside world had erupted once again. This time, it was even more explosive than when Fongchan saved Fantong. All the guilds were almost unable to sit still. Who wouldn't want a second-level talent healer? But reason ultimately suppressed their impulses. Everyone knew that whoever acted first would be the first to be eliminated. If they didn't have complete confidence, they wouldn't act rashly. Everyone was well aware that the next level was the key to the final battle. Now was just the calm before the storm. There were open and covert struggles between the guilds. But others didn't think so complicated. They only knew that this healer who could reattach severed limbs was definitely a blessing for this novice city. Previously, everyone was unafraid of injuries, but now, they weren't even afraid of losing hands or feet. Thus, they strategized to conquer the underground maze, even putting in more effort when farming monsters, with a little less steadiness and a bit more aggression. It had taken 5 days to find the boss's location on the 6th level, but now it only took 3 days on the 7th level. Unknowingly, Fongchan had nearly increased the speed of the entire underground maze by half. Su Shui stretched, and this day finally came to an end. After sending off the last patient, she felt utterly exhausted. But she had only treated 10 people today. She couldn't imagine how the boss managed to treat nearly 200. Didn't he get tired? It's time to get off work, rest well. Your mental strength is still insufficient. I suggest you get some mental recovery potions so you can treat more people, she said. Due to Su Shui's lack of mental strength, Fongchan wasted some of his own mental energy and time treating those who had already been treated. Su Shui pouted. Did he think everyone was as abnormal as him? She even suspected that the boss was one of the top 10 on the leaderboard. Otherwise, how could he have so much mental strength? But the boss was busy treating patients every day. When would he have time to level up? Even if he did, how could a healer level up so quickly? Did he buy a lot of experience orbs? Ignoring what Su Shui was thinking, after giving her today's payment, Fongchan was about to leave the shop. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the door. It was Li Feina. She was followed by Fan Tong. When Fan Tong saw Fongchan, his face turned red. Let's team up. Li Feina's first sentence upon seeing Fongchan was this. Fongchan was initially taken aback, then asked, why? Why is there a reason? Just go. Fan Tong said angrily. Not interested. Fongchan waved his hand and was about to leave. Stop. What do you mean? Feina offended other guilds for you. What kind of attitude is this? Fan Tong was furious at Fongchan's indifferent demeanor. Although Fongchan spent all day in the treatment shop, he was somewhat aware of what was happening outside. It was simply a matter of uniting everyone to isolate him and not teaming up with him. He looked down on such tactics. I didn't ask for it. You. Fan Tong was so angry he couldn't speak. I'm sorry, sir. Li Feina pulled Fan Tong back. Don't take Tong's words to heart. But sir should have heard that all the major forces are eyeing you, especially after you showed your second-level talent. How many points can you earn by treating like this every day? Even if you have points, the usage of experience orbs is limited for everyone. If you keep this up, by the next level, we won't be able to help you. After hearing Li Feina's words, Fongchan silently looked at his nearly 100,000 points. It seemed they hadn't investigated how much he was actually earning. Seeing Fongchan silent, Li Feina thought he was moved. This time we are going to conquer the hidden room. As long as you team up with us, you will definitely gain a lot of experience after we succeed. Fongchan was taken aback. It turned out they hadn't given up yet. During this time, many guilds had been challenging the hidden room, and it was said that some guilds had found tricks to last for a while and had already mastered some bosses' attack patterns. But as for having any hope of killing the Thunder Tyrant, there was not a single one. Not interested, Fongchan shook his head, still ignoring them. This time is different, we are confident, Li Feina said. Fongchan looked at Li Feina with some curiosity, wondering how she suddenly became so confident. Wasn't it just a level up? Well, then I wish you good luck, Fongchan said before leaving. You're just like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Fan Tong scolded. Forget it, Tong. Since the gentleman has made up his mind, we don't need to force him, Li Feina said angrily, turning around and pulling Fan Tong away. She also had a temper. How could she not be angry after being rejected like that? Originally, she had planned to help this healer level up to repay a favor from that day, but she didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Inside, she was furious, cursing him for not knowing what was good for him. Su Shui, who was watching from behind, was almost shocked, speechless. She recognized Li Feina, who was now level 8 and ranked 10th. Such a strong person was actually inviting the boss to team up. Wasn't the healer unsuitable for combat? Who exactly was my boss? After returning to his residence, Fongchan took off his robe and changed back into sportswear. Tonight, he was also going to the maze. The goal was also the hidden room. Now that many people had reached level 8, it was estimated that level 9 would appear soon. By then, if they gathered more strong players, they might really be able to conquer the hidden room. However, before going to the hidden room, he planned to complete the talent task first. After some time of understanding, he finally figured out what the talent task was. It could be said to be a test, staying in a specific room and continuously completing the trials issued by the room. For example, the electric talent would start from simple to complex, requiring you to complete tasks related to the size, speed, power, deformation, and accuracy of the current. Each subtask had one chance for trial and error, and for each completed subtask, you would gain some talent experience. But if one of them was wrong, the task would automatically end, and you could not take it again. After completing all, you would be rewarded with extra experience points. Soon, Fongchan arrived at the temple, set everything up, and immediately teleported to the talent trial location on the 4th floor. This floor, like the 5th, was still very dim, and the environment resembled a cave. The talent trial point was not far from the recording point, and Fongchan had already prepared a strategy, finding it in no time. So many people. A long line was forming in front of the trial gate, about 10 people. He originally thought he would have to wait a while longer, but he soon realized he was wrong. After one person entered, the next could go in after about 10 seconds. After waiting just a few minutes, it was his turn. As soon as Fongchan entered, the surroundings immediately turned into a white room, and he could neither see the people in front nor the door behind. Detected that the player has multiple talents. Please choose one talent to undergo the trial. Note, this trial space only supports level 1 talents. Player? Fongchan noticed this term. It seemed that it hadn't been mentioned in the materials he had reviewed. What was going on? Did the others know? Please select quickly. Electric. The prompt sound urged him continuously, and after a brief moment of thought, Fongchan decided to choose the electric talent. Once the choice was made, a surge of information flooded into Fongchan's mind, all about the principles and usage of the electric talent. It was like a beginner's tutorial. The electric talent did not generate electric currents by itself, but instead manipulated the electric elements in the world to create currents. Fongchan had some understanding of this from previous discussions, but not as deeply as now. In fact, it wasn't just the electric talent. Any first-level elemental talent involved manipulating the elements of the world. Second-level talents, on the other hand, required not only element manipulation but Also the conversion of one's mental energy to create, enhance the corresponding elements. The next moment, a target appeared at the end of the room. As long as he hit the target, he could pass this small test. This was not a challenge for Fongchan. He had practiced aiming before entering the novice space, so he passed this small test in an instant. The next stage was the power test. This time, another target appeared, and he not only had to hit it but also control the power, ensuring it was neither too strong nor too weak, but within a specified range. At the same time, Li Feina and Fan Tong had already arrived in front of the hidden room, where the guild members had long been waiting. With Li Feina and the others, there were a total of 20 people, all at level 8. President, weren't you going to find that healer? Didn't come? What's going on? Our president personally invited him, and he still didn't come? Don't mention him, just thinking about it makes me angry. Fan Tong said angrily. His loss if he doesn't come. Everyone, get ready, our goal this time is to defeat the Thunder Tyrant. Li Feina was full of confidence this time. She believed she had done her homework, purchased a lot of information about the Thunder Tyrant, practiced multiple times, and most importantly, obtained this item on the 7th level some time ago. With it, they might really succeed. Final equipment. Adjustments. Upon hearing this, everyone began their last checks. Prepare. As Li Feina's voice fell, the door to the hidden room slowly opened again. The 20 people swallowed hard, forcing themselves to calm down. Go in. As the door closed, the 20 people disappeared from sight. It was unclear how long had passed. Fongchan felt as if he had lost all sense of time in the room, as if a long time had passed or time had simply stopped. Congratulations on completing the talent trial. With the prompt sound ringing out, Fongchan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been extremely cautious and dared not be careless. Then another massive influx of information surged into his mind, ultimately quantifying into experience points. Although he hadn't yet leveled up to 2nd level, Fongchan felt that his understanding of the electric talent was not much worse than that of the healing talent, as if he had used it countless times. With this experience, he felt he had a better chance against the Thunder Tyrant. This was also why he had chosen the electric talent. After leaving the trial space, Fongchan headed straight for the hidden room. Upon arriving in front of the hidden room, there weren't many people. Compared to the first day, it was nearly a 90% reduction, likely because many had given up. Boom! A loud noise erupted, as if the door to the hidden room had been struck by something, causing a massive tremor, and then it slowly opened. Run! The tyrant has gone out of control. 3 or 5 people helped each other, enduring the pain as they continuously moved toward the door. The crowd couldn't help but peek through the gap of the open door into the room, where a massive azure figure stood proudly in the sky. Its enormous wings flapped continuously, and even those outside the room could feel the powerful gust of wind. What's going on? The tyrant hasn't disappeared. Bystanders voiced their confusion. They had experience entering hidden rooms. When the room opened, it meant the challenge was over and the boss would disappear, only to reappear for the next challenge. But now, with the door wide open, the boss was still visible. Either the challenge wasn't over, or something had gone wrong, preventing the boss from vanishing. Roar! The Thunder Tyrant was furious, its body crackling with powerful lightning, leaving charred marks on the ground through the door's gap. Where's the president? Seeing only 3 or 5 people escape the room, others couldn't help but ask. They are still inside. Go! The person initially wanted to say to go save the president and the others, but the words stuck in their throat. With such a strong boss, who could save them? Anyone who went in would die. Everyone kept backing away from the room, not daring to approach, fearing the residual power would affect them. Although the Thunder Tyrant couldn't leave the room, the lightning could. Anyone caught in it would lose half their life. At that moment, a shadow flew in the opposite direction, and it wasn't an exaggeration, it was as fast as flying, entering the room in an instant. Fongchan could have ignored it, pretending not to see, but they had met before, and Li Feina and the others weren't bad people. They hadn't done anything wrong to him. They had even helped him get rid of several stalkers. Just this alone made it impossible for him to stand by and watch them die. Zhao Jianshan? Fan Tong recognized Fongchan at a glance. What are you doing here? Get out! Seeing that it was Fongchan, she felt despair. What was the difference between him and a death wish? Ka Long. The door started to close slowly again. Fongchan frowned. Li Feina was lying on one side, unconscious, and Fan Tong was seriously injured, unable to move. As for the others, those who could move had probably left, and those who couldn't were just waiting hopelessly for death. Anyone could see that the Thunder Tyrant was merely venting its anger at that moment. When the door closed again, those still inside would inevitably face another attack. Fongchan saw the enraged Thunder Tyrant and wanted to grab Fan Tong and ask what they had done. But the situation was urgent, and he couldn't think too much. He quickly grabbed the nearest person and hurled them out the door. Fongchan was fast, only when he stopped to grab someone could one see his movements clearly, as he ruthlessly threw each person outside. This action left Fan Tong dumbfounded. Is he a power talent? How else could he be so strong? Fongchan's method seemed simple and brute force, but at that moment it was the most effective. Each person was thrown precisely outside the door. It might Hurt, but it was better than losing their lives. What will you do after we leave? At that moment, Fongchan had reached Fantong's side. She could see that after Fongchan saved them, he wouldn't have time to leave. But time was of the essence, and Fongchan didn't waste words with her. He grabbed her and flung her out forcefully. In that moment, Fantong felt like she was flying in the air, her soul chasing behind her. He was taking revenge. Fantong was filled with anger, like a balloon. The previous people clearly hadn't used so much force. In fact, Fongchan hadn't thought that way at all. It was just that the gap in the door was getting smaller, and he hadn't controlled the force well for a moment. After throwing out 3 or 4 more, he finally reached the farthest Li Feina. Li Feina's clothes were tattered, exposing her fair skin. Unfortunately, at that moment he had no time to admire her. He grabbed Li Feina. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning locked onto them. Fongchan's hair stood on end. It was a strong aura of death. There's no escape. The speed of the lightning was simply too fast, far beyond what Fongchan could compare to. If he got hit, he would either die or be severely injured. Damn it! His brain raced. At that moment, Fantong was so terrified she couldn't speak. She never expected to see a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl heading towards Li Feina and the others as soon as they landed. She even imagined the scene of the two being blasted into meat paste, and her face turned pale instantly. But the next second, she clearly saw that the lightning disappeared the moment it touched the two. What was going on? Fantong rubbed her eyes again. Li Feina and the others were indeed safe and sound. Was it an illusion? Before she could think too much, a figure grew larger and finally crashed down on her. Zhao Jiangshan. Boom! The hidden room's door closed again. The outside fell silent in an instant. Looking at Li Feina. In her arms, Fantong, who had been angry, now felt worried. Her feelings towards Fongchan were extremely complicated at that moment. Please don't die. The door to the hidden room finally closed. Inside the room, only Fongchan and the Thunder Tyrant remained. At this moment, the Thunder Tyrant seemed to have lost its previous rage. It looked calmly at Fongchan. It never expected its lightning would be ineffective. Who are you? The Thunder Tyrant emitted an extremely deep voice. Fongchan did not answer. Instead, he looked at this boss, which resembled a giant dragon, in surprise. This was different from what the strategy guide said. The guide introduced that every boss was emotionless, like a programmed setting with fixed patterns. But now, it didn't seem like this Thunder Tyrant was programmed at all. Is it time? The Thunder Tyrant, not waiting for Fongchan's answer, continued to talk to itself. Human, I remember you. Come find me at the peak of Holy Thunder Mountain. After saying that, the Thunder Tyrant's eyes seemed to lose their luster, no longer possessing the previous spirit. At the same time, on a distant mountaintop, an ancient giant dragon, resembling a skyscraper, suddenly opened its eyes, gazing into the distance, then closed its eyes again. If Fongchan were there, he would definitely recognize that this was the Thunder Tyrant, only that the one in the novice space was shrunk down by more than 10 times. Surrounding it were thick bolts of lightning, connecting heaven and earth, as if anything daring to fly in would be instantly reduced to ashes. Are you still there? Don't go. What do you mean by that? At least tell me where Holy Thunder Mountain is. No matter how Fongchan shouted, the Thunder Tyrant remained silent. It felt like it was rebooting, staring blankly. Holy Thunder Mountain? Fongchan was quite sure he had never heard of this place. Is it abroad? Roar! The Thunder Tyrant had finished rebooting. Without saying a word, it unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Fongchan. Fongchan was taken aback. This dragon had a terrible temper, striking without warning. However, he didn't indulge this giant dragon. Raising his hand, the lightning disappeared again. This was his skill, decomposition. Previously, he wasn't sure if he could decompose spells, but the situation was urgent just now, and he had no choice but to take a gamble. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. When the lightning struck him, it was instantly decomposed back into elements. It was indeed cool, but it consumed a lot of mana. Using it twice had already drained half his mana. As he watched this, the Thunder Tyrant showed no signs of surprise. One attack failed, and another area attack followed. Thunder Electric Field. A bolt of electric arc spread out from the Thunder Tyrant, moving quickly, and Fongchan hurriedly jumped. But as soon as he landed, another electric arc struck. There was no way to avoid it, and Fongchan was directly shocked, feeling a tingling sensation. Fortunately, the power wasn't strong, otherwise his passive ability would have activated again. After casting a healing spell on himself, his body immediately returned to normal. Swiftly, Fongchan's speed erupted again, and he almost turned into a shadow. Boom! His speed, combined with nearly 600 points of strength, created an impact that ordinary beasts couldn't withstand. Even the massive Thunder Tyrant, as large as a building, had its huge belly instantly caved in. The Thunder Tyrant let out a terrible scream and staggered back a few steps before stopping. Thunder, natural disaster. After stabilizing itself, it gathered electric elements once more. Dense arcs of lightning formed above Fongchan's head. Bolts of lightning fell like rain. Fongchan's eyes widened. It could be played like this. There was no way to dodge such density. Healing spell. Healing spell. Healing spell. Fongchan prepared in advance. Basically, every bolt of lightning that struck him was closely followed by a healing spell. The feeling was quite unpleasant, like having a mouthful of sugar followed by a mouthful of excrement. His body was fine, but his spirit couldn't take it. At this moment he had no choice. He could only let the lightning strike him, but after dozens of times his body seemed to have gotten used to it, and the pain lessened significantly. His body's cells were continuously destroyed and reborn over and over again. Even his lightning resistance improved quite a bit. At this time, skill learned, charge. This time, when the lightning struck Fongchan, it no longer produced terrifying destructive power. Instead, it felt like energy was being injected into him. Comfortable a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, just like a great sword. However, soon he felt that his energy was fully charged, and he began to feel as if his body might burst. No, I need to release it. Just as he thought this, his entire body was immediately filled with electric currents. As the lightning fell, he focused his mind, and although his body didn't move, the lightning shot straight through him, striking the ground beneath his feet. He first dodged the lightning and then returned to his original position. It was so fast that it left an afterimage. This speed even left Fongchan himself dazed. The last time he saw such a move was in the anime from that world in his dreams. This wasn't just fast movement, even his reaction speed had improved several levels. If the Thunder Tyrant had consciousness, it would probably be dumbfounded, unable to believe that its lightning natural disaster couldn't even touch a mosquito, while this human was completely unharmed. Fongchan's figure flickered and darted through the lightning, once again appearing in front of the Thunder Tyrant, delivering another heavy punch to the previous spot. Boom! This punch was even stronger than the last, sending the giant dragon flying several meters away. Fongchan never expected that charging electricity could have such an effect. Seeing this, Fongchan pressed the attack. Before the giant dragon could steady itself, another earth-shattering heavy punch followed. It probably never imagined that in just a few seconds it would take 7 or 8 heavy punches, sending its several-ton body flying back and forth. Fongchan thought this situation would continue indefinitely, but suddenly he fell flat on his face. Fongchan never expected that the power would run out so quickly. His whole body suddenly lost control due to the power failure, and with his body paralyzed and unable to move, he lost control completely. He also didn't anticipate that running out of power would have negative effects. This skill probably inflicted quite a bit of damage on his body. However, for him this was not a big deal. Healing spell. Fongchan struggled to cast the healing spell on himself, and his body soon began to recover. Unfortunately, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to repair each cell one by one. The Thunder Tyrant finally stabilized itself, its eyes neither happy nor angry, as if devoid of emotion. If it had been before, it would have been shocked. Without the shock, it felt like something was missing. Its eyes fixed on Fongchan, it used its skill again, continuously shooting out huge balls of lightning from its mouth. The size of these lightning balls was one thing, but their speed was another, resembling cannonballs. So fast, Fongchan couldn't be sure if he could absorb such massive energy. With no other choice, he had to use his skill to dodge again. Boom! 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 The booming sounds continued, shaking the ground. However, outside the hidden room, it was unexpectedly calm. It's been so long, is he okay? After what had just happened, most people had left. Those who were seriously injured had been taken away, leaving only Fan Tong and a few others waiting. Fan Tong stared at the door, his eyes filled with self-reproach, guilt, and worry. Last time, he had almost lost his life. This time it was Feina's turn, and Zhao Zhongshan too. All because he had been too confident. I really deserve to die. Charging complete. Fongchan once again revealed an evil smile. As he moved, a long arc of electricity trailed behind him, his speed reaching its peak once more. Boom! He had been timid before, but now he struck back with full force. With the might of thunder, Fongchan no longer held back, continuously leaving dents on the giant dragon's body. Even so, for the tough-skinned giant dragon, the damage didn't seem as significant as it appeared. Fongchan realized this. Despite his many talents, he didn't have much in terms of attack power. Decomposition was one, but that skill consumed too much mana. He was no bigger than the dragon's toe, and if he drained all his mana, he probably wouldn't even be able to take a piece of its nail. His electric talent was another, but that talent was completely suppressed by the Thunder Tyrant's thunder, making it impossible to gather electric elements. Moreover, his ordinary electricity couldn't harm the Thunder Tyrant at all. As for the others, they were fine for dealing with small monsters, but against boss-level beasts, they were hardly effective. His mind raced, while his hands never stopped moving. During the charging and release phase, Fongchan felt much more alert, and his thoughts sped up significantly. Even better, his body could immediately follow his mental commands, allowing him to perform many actions that seemed impossible at ordinary times. Coupled with his enhanced dynamic vision, every movement appeared to slow down in his eyes. Even the giant dragon, facing a seemingly supercharged Fongchan, could only endure the blows. If it weren't for its tough skin, it would have already turned into a pile of mush. Healing spell. This time, Fongchan had experience. The moment the charging effect disappeared, the healing spell landed on him just in time, turning the charging skill into 0 hard value. Boom! Lightning struck down. It was the Thunder Tyrant's turn to attack. One action was forcibly turned into a turn-based game by Fongchan. Vice President, let's go back. Your injuries are severe and you need treatment as soon as possible. A woman walked up to Fan Tong, glancing again at the stretcher. That had been there for a long time. Aside from Fan Tong, the other injured people had already been taken out of the maze. It's been an hour, he might already be dead. But the door still can't be entered. It might be a bug, after all. It was like this just now, the woman said. But I can't forgive myself. Fan Tong naturally understood the woman's meaning. After a full hour, how could she still be alive? But without seeing it with her own eyes, she held on to a glimmer of hope. The president has woken up. She asked me to tell you that this is not your fault. It was her firm decision to do this. Go back. If you don't leave soon, you might not be able to keep your leg. The woman spoke earnestly. Fan Tong's injuries had been simply treated, but they were too severe. The wound on her leg was showing bone, and if emergency treatment wasn't done soon, it would really be useless. The guild had already sent someone to find a healer. Even if they couldn't find one, there were some who understood medicine. As long as they could manage emergency treatment and hold on until the treatment shop opened tomorrow, it would be fine. But the medical environment and tools in the labyrinth were extremely poor, so they had to get Fan Tong out of the labyrinth first before proceeding with further treatment. Seeing that Fan Tong remained unmoved, the woman said, the president said that if you don't go back, she will come down to accompany you. That won't do. Fan Tong knew that Li Feina's injuries were definitely not lighter than her own. If she didn't rest properly, the aftereffects would be just as bad. You know the president's temper, the woman said helplessly. Fine, fine. Fan Tong looked again at the hidden room and finally climbed onto the stretcher. Inside the hidden room, a healing spell was cast. The dragon's claws were repaired. Transform into your own activated, successfully converted lightning talent. Fongchan's eyes widened. It was worth the time he spent grinding. He finally took down the Thunder Tyrant. Detected a matching attribute talent about to merge. Merge successful. Added passive Thunder Mark. Character Fongchan level 5, ordinary realm, strength 577, agility 613. Spirit 34 554, constitution 526, main talent God level healing SSS LV2 passive transform into your own secondary talent lightning B LV1 passive thundermark water D LV1 vision E LV1 fire E LV1 talent skills healing power control lightning water manipulation passive vision enhancement control fire equipment heart of the Sea King incomplete shadow cloak skills super healing power passive decompose swift healing Spirit charge points to allocate 70 points 96295 enter shop Thundermark when a lightning talent skill hits an opponent it leaves a mark on them. Each mark lasts for 10 seconds and will cause a quantifiable explosive damage after that multiple marks stack and total damage increases geometrically. After reading the description Fongchan was stunned. This passive effect was too strong. If the damage of one thunder mark is 100 then with 2 the damage is 200, with 3 it's 400, with 4 it's 800 and with 5 it's 1600. As long as he kept stacking thunder marks before the first one exploded, he could deal massive damage. Originally, Fongchan wanted to test this on the nearly dying dragon, but his mana was almost depleted, and he might not even be able to cast lightning skills. In the end, he gave up the thought, took out a dagger, and put the dragon out of its misery. Congratulations to Fongchan for killing the Thunder Tyrant. Level 1. Reward for the killer, 400 distributable attribute points. Reward for everyone in the Novice City, 50 distributable attribute points. These 3 announcements were server-wide notifications, and everyone was taken aback when they saw them. Almost everyone instinctively opened the leaderboard to find this person named Fongchan. However, after searching around, they couldn't find him at all. This was truly bizarre. That's right, during this time, Fongchan had been neglecting his leveling up and had already dropped out of the top 100, so it was impossible to find him just by looking at the level rankings. Could it be a system error? This became a question in everyone's mind. A person ranked below 100 could actually kill a hidden boss that all the big shots couldn't defeat. It sounded unbelievable. Who is Fongchan? What about Zhao Jianshan? Is he dead? Fan Tong, lying in bed, also received this notification and his mind was filled with question marks. No, I have to go see. Fan Tong wanted to get up, but unfortunately, no one was there to help him and he couldn't rise at all. No need, others will go to verify it. Li Feina, in the bed next to him, revealed a meaningful smile. As for Fongchan, he saw these 3 notifications, but the rewards didn't excite him much. Instead, the first notification made him feel like cursing. After all this time, he had only defeated a baby. At level 1, what else could it be but a baby? At that moment, another notification appeared, but this time only Fongchan could see it. Killed the Thunder Tyrant, gained 10,000 points. Gained the Tyrant's Divine Thunder talent. Gained Tyrant's Claw. Detected the same attribute talent, merging soon. Merge successful. Additional talent effect, Shockwave. A series of notifications left Fongchan stunned again. The Thunder B LV1 passive Thunder Mark talent was directly upgraded to Tyrant's Divine Thunder. S LV1 passive Thunder Mark effect Shockwave. He never expected that killing the Thunder Tyrant would yield little experience but quite generous other rewards. Just this tyrant's divine thunder talent was already worth the ticket price. After the notifications ended, the corpse of the thunder tyrant dissipated, leaving behind a claw the size of a palm. Is this the tyrant's claw? Tyrant's claw can be used for weapon enhancement with lightning effects. This was also a good item. No wonder those people were eager to conquer hidden rooms, the rewards were simply too plentiful. Who wouldn't be envious after seeing this? The door to the room opened again, and Fongchan instantly activated his speed, leaving the hidden room in a flash. One could imagine the commotion that would ensue when others received the notification. He believed that his current strength was still not enough, and he had to keep a low profile and develop cautiously. Just as Fongchan thought, shortly after he left, a group of people arrived, but unfortunately they found nothing. Thus, the mystery of who is Fongchan was added to the novice city's list of unsolved puzzles following who is the healer. Back at his residence, Fongchan could finally let down all his defenses. Delighted, he allocated points to his attributes, and after thinking for a while, he decided to raise his agility to 1000 points. The remaining points were allocated to spirit and physique. Character: Fongchan. Level 5 Ordinary Realm Strength 577 Agility 1000 Spirit 607 Constitution 566 Main Talent God Level Healing SSS LV2 Passive Assimilation Secondary Talent Tyrant Thunder S LV1 Passive Thunder Mark Effect Shock Water D LV1 Vision E LV1 Fire E LV1 Talent Skills: Healing Power Thunder Control Water Manipulation Passive Vision Enhancement Fire Control Equipment Heart of the Sea King Incomplete Shadow Cloak Skills Super Healing Power Passive Decomposition Rapid Healing Spirit Thunder Accumulation Available Attribute Points 0 points 106295 Enter shop. There's still quite a distance to go before reaching 20,000 attribute points. I need to speed up the healing efficiency. With this thought, Fongchan immediately made up his mind. It seems he needs to help Su Shui improve her strength as well. Early on the first day, when Fongchan arrived at the shop, he saw Li Feina and others already waiting. Fongchan felt helpless. These people really knew how to stir things up. Thinking of this only strengthened his resolve to enhance Su Shui's abilities. He started treating these people early in the morning. Indeed, it was treatment, as each one seemed to be hanging by a thread, and Fongchan feared that if he was even a moment too late, they would kick the bucket. Thus, another busy day began. This day seemed even busier, perhaps spurred on by Fongchan. Those on the leaderboard were more active in tackling the maze, and others became bolder as well. However, by the end of the day, the income from attribute points surprisingly decreased instead of increasing. The same group of people kept coming and going, with some becoming regular customers. Throughout the day, whenever Su Shui had free time, he would impart healing knowledge to her, striving to enable her to share his workload as soon as possible. Su Shui's appearances in recent days had also attracted more and more attention. Although her abilities were not on par with Fongchan's, she had already caught the eye of many, even being seen as an easy target. If Su Shui couldn't improve her strength when they reached the next level, or if he wasn't around, she would undoubtedly become someone else's prey, at their mercy. Come with me to a place tonight, change into a different outfit, don't wear that big robe anymore, Fongchan instructed after transferring points to Su Shui. Ha! No more huss, hurry up and change clothes, I'll meet you at Newbie Street in an hour. With that, Fongchan left. What does the boss want? Su Shui's face flushed. There were many hotels on Newbie Street. She then shook her head. What was she thinking? The boss was so rich, what woman couldn't he have? But what if the boss just liked flat ones? Ugh, am I flat? Humph. Why should I listen to him? With that thought, she turned around, closed the shop door, and walked towards the clothing store. An hour later, precisely at 7 p.m., Newbie Street, the main road to the sanctuary, was bustling at this time, filled with hotels, restaurants, and various entertainment venues. Although everyone was still a student, where there are people, there's a world of its own. However, many shops were actually run by guilds or related to them. The points earned also became the main funding for guild operations. In the crowd, a petite and cute girl in a dress looked around, seemingly searching for something. Stupid boss. Newbie Street is so big, and he doesn't tell me where to wait. Su Shui pouted, clearly sulking. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of her. The man glanced at her. Dressed like this, huh? Forget it, come with me. Su Shui was taken aback. This voice felt inexplicably familiar. Looking at his back, is this the boss? Is he this handsome? After following the man for a while, Su Shui finally couldn't help but ask, are you the boss? Seeing that there were fewer people around, the man stopped, nodded, and then sent a party invitation. When Su Shui saw the name of the inviter, she almost screamed, you, Fong. Fortunately, Fongchan was prepared and immediately covered Su Shui's mouth and made a hush gesture. Su Shui opened her eyes wide and immediately understood what he meant. When Fongchan let go of her hand, she quickly covered her own hand, fearing that she would scream out. After calming down for a while, she still didn't quite believe it. Boss, are you really Fongchan? Although she doesn't talk much in the store, she is actually very gossipy. Every day, besides healing, she eats melons. The biggest gossip today is naturally Fongchan, who killed the Thunder Tyrant. She has heard rumors about Fongchan so many times that her ears are calloused. Some people say that this is a system character and does not exist. Others say that he is not a human and that one of the races was mistakenly assigned to the human novice area. What's even more outrageous is that the Thunder Tyrant's real name is Fongchan, and because of an unknown mistake, he wiped himself out. Now seeing this legendary character, it always feels a little unreal. Didn't you see it? Fongchan pointed at the team formation information. You can't lie here. But how can you be so good as a healer? Even so, Su Shui was still half believing and half doubting. There was nothing she could do. This was too weird. Isn't it okay to have hands? It's okay to have hands. Su Shui's face was full of black lines. The boss was really Versailles. This pretense was not smooth at all. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and level up. Boss, do you mean to take me to level up? If the information that the owner of the treatment shop was Fongchan surprised Su Shui, Fongchan's words just now made her unbelievable. This seemed to be the biggest joke in the world. Seeing that Fongchan's face was normal and didn't seem to be joking at all, Su Shui swallowed her saliva. Really? Aren't you talking nonsense? I came out in the middle of the night just to take you for a walk. Otherwise, I will be exhausted to death if I don't level you up as soon as possible. Fongchan thought to himself. Su Shui's eyes suddenly turned red. Since entering the novice space, except for her friends who took her to level up at the beginning, she was always disliked because of her incompetence. But after the two of them got separated, she could only rely on herself. Other teams would not want her as a burden. She thought this level was the limit when she met Fongchan. He gave her hope to survive. Now he has to help her upgrade. This was something she had never dared to think about before. Thank you. Su Shui choked. Thank you for nothing. You will have to work for me in the future. Fongchan's big hand originally wanted to pat Su Shui's shoulder but finally fell gently on her head and rubbed it. Let's go. Yeah. Su Shui nodded heavily as if she had made up her mind. After taking only 2 steps, Su Shui suddenly screamed again. What's wrong again? Fongchan was really scared. Why is this kid always startled? No, help me clear my memory quickly. Su Shui looked anxious. Fongchan? Boss, you have worked so hard to hide your identity. Now I know it. I am afraid I can't keep it. Su Shui was very flustered. It was impossible to say it on her own initiative. She was afraid that she would be caught or used other means to get out. Fongchan thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this. Since I have chosen to let you know, I am naturally not afraid of you making it public, but it is naturally a good thing to keep it a secret for a while. With his current strength, he can definitely say shamelessly, who else? Of course, it is limited to the novice space, and there are still many benefits to him. Hiding his identity, at least it will not affect his healing and attribute pulling plan. What's more, he does not make it public, in fact, for the good of those big guys, so that those blind people will not offend him and be easily killed. Oh, Su Shui nodded with relief. But Fongchan leaned closer to her, almost face to face, with a fierce expression. If I find out it was you who let it slip, then you will. He gestured as if to cut his throat. Su Shui immediately covered her neck and swallowed hard. Seeing Su Shui's flustered expression, Fongchan was quite pleased with his wicked sense of humor. After arriving at the temple, Fongchan found a device to check various tasks and information. He was mainly looking for tasks that could reward attribute points. These types of tasks were quite sought after and were usually snatched up as soon as they appeared. This also gave rise to a new profession called snatchers, who specialized in grabbing tasks. Since the task rewards were shared among the team members, these snatchers would find some capable people to complete the tasks together, allowing them to collect a fee while also leveling up and enjoying the rewards. Definitely a lucrative job. After looking around and not finding anything, Fongchan finally accepted 2 material farming tasks and 1 experience giving task. Is it just the 2 of us? Su Shui seemed to not have reacted yet and asked. Foolishly. She had been to the temple several times before, but no one was willing to team up with her. Except for some boss battles, most teams were made up of 3 to 5 people to maximize benefits. It was rare to see 2 people soloing. Fongchan shot her a glance, not wanting to explain at all. I can even slay a monarch-level beast. Do I need teammates? Although it was only level 1, don't underestimate it. A level 1 monarch is still a monarch. Su Shui then realized how foolish her question was. She also understood what Fongchan meant when he spoke earlier. It turned out she was just here to be a mascot. Thinking about her outfit and her previous thoughts, her face flushed red again. How embarrassing. Fongchan ignored what Su Shui was thinking and walked directly to the teleportation portal. Today's goal was to help Su Shui level up twice, and they had to hurry. According to unofficial statistics, it took about 80 level 5 beasts to level up from level 3 to 5, which meant 160 beasts for a duo. Zhao Jiangshan. Just as Fongchan was about to enter the portal, he suddenly heard that familiar name. For a moment he thought Zhao Jiangshan had arrived, but he quickly realized that he was Zhao Jiangshan now. Without needing to look, he already knew who was calling him. In such a large novice city, how could he keep running into them? Turning around, it was indeed Li Feina and Fan Tong. I want to talk to you, Li Feina said as she approached Fongchan. Hearing this, Fongchan realized it was not a coincidence, they were stalking him. There's nothing to talk about, Fongchan said, not wanting to deal with the 2 of them. Li Feina, however, did not seem surprised by his response. Instead, she leaned closer to Fongchan's ear and whispered, Fongchan. Fongchan's expression suddenly darkened, clearly displeased. What do you want? Don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. I just want to discuss a collaboration with you, Li Feina said with an innocent smile. Collaboration? That's right, I can guarantee that it will be absolutely beneficial for you. Fongchan thought for a moment and eventually nodded. Li Feina's face lit up with joy. Then let's discuss it in detail at our guild. She was afraid Fongchan would be put off. It's just a little further ahead, there at least won't be anyone to disturb us. Fongchan glanced at the crowd around him. Although he wasn't afraid of being exposed, the later the exposure, the more benefits there would be, so he agreed. Li Feina and Fan Tong led the way in front. Fan Tong looked puzzled. She had originally thought Zhao Jianshan would still refuse, but unexpectedly, because of Feina's words, his attitude changed. She was very curious about what her best friend had said. But she knew Li Feina well. If she didn't want to say something, asking wouldn't help, so she chose to remain silent. At the same time, she was also curious about when Zhao Jianshan had escaped from the hidden room and whether he had seen Fongchan when he came out. My head itches. Fongchan and Su Shui followed behind Li Feina, keeping a certain distance. Boss, you still call in Zhao Jianshan? Su Shui tried to lower her voice so that others wouldn't hear. I know. In the rivers and lakes, safety is very important, so you have to use a pseudonym? Fongchan didn't speak, just mouthed the words. Su Shui puffed her cheeks. You don't have to curse even if you don't want to listen. Soon, they arrived at Li Feina's guild. It was a 3-story small villa, quite spacious, with a large conference room on the first floor. That could easily accommodate 20 to 30 people. However, Li Feina didn't plan to talk there and went straight to a study on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was clearly the living area, furnished with many daily necessities. Tong Tong, please entertain this young lady outside. My name is Su Shui. Entertain little sister Su Shui. Li Feina smiled gently, then beckoned Fongchan to enter the study. Fan Tong was bewildered. Her best friend had never allowed a man to come up to the 3rd floor, let alone enter the study. What was going on with her today? A lonely man and woman, a spark of fire. No way? Fan Tong's gossiping heart was immediately ignited. She wanted to press her ear to the door to listen to the situation inside, but then thought that the young lady's girlfriend was still there, so it would be inappropriate. Reluctantly, she went to get some water instead. Inside the room, there were only Fongchan and Li Feina, the dim light filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Li Feina didn't speak, which made Fongchan feel awkward. Is that your girlfriend? Li Feina suddenly asked. No. Fongchan had no intention of explaining, and after he spoke, the room fell silent again. Li Feina nodded, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with this answer. How about you join our guild? Li Feina finally got to the point, but as soon as she said it, Fongchan felt uncomfortable. You don't have to rush to refuse. Sensing Fongchan's change in attitude, Li Feina quickly added, actually, joining the guild isn't a bad thing for you. Go on. Fongchan wasn't in a hurry to refuse, as long as the benefits were attractive enough. Joining the guild wasn't out of the question. Hearing Fongchan's words, Li Feina smiled again. She knew that as long as the conditions she offered were attractive enough, she could get him to join. Our guild has many resources, whether it's materials or equipment, even tasks. Anyone in our guild can purchase them at a low price. Completing strategy group tasks also comes with corresponding rewards. Do you think I need these? Fongchan's expression was blank. He wasn't interested in any of this at all. You don't have to test me, just say what you want. Li Feina was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, I need you to help us defeat a boss. Reason? Boss locations are extremely hidden. Without a strategy group, it's impossible to find them alone, and even if you do find them, it will waste a lot of time. We currently have manpower but lack the strength to clear the boss, so we need your assistance. After 2 narrow escapes, Li Feina had also seen some reality. Relying solely on their strength, they were almost destined to have nothing to do with the boss. Their guild indeed had quite a few people, but there wasn't much high-end combat power. Last time we conquered the hidden room, some people borrowed from other guilds. Seeing Fongchan silent, Li Feina continued, we'll help you find the boss's location, and you can take it down. What's in it for you? Killing the boss comes with substantial rewards. No matter how Fongchan thought about it, it seemed like it was all for Mingy itself. He absolutely did not believe that anyone would spend time and effort only to hand over the benefits. As long as you are in our guild, when you kill the boss, everyone in the guild will receive extra attribute rewards. Li Feina did not hide this, as it was common knowledge. Moreover, this was just what was visible. There were also unseen benefits. As the guild's reputation grew, it could attract more people to join, speeding up the conquest and obtaining more resources, definitely forming a good cycle. What else do I need to do? If possible, help bring some people to level up. Of course, this is not mandatory, it mainly depends on your mood. Li Feina had actually thought of many conditions, but at this moment, she couldn't bring any of them up. Even this suggestion was temporarily changed to non-mandatory, depending on Fongchan's willingness. She knew that now it was not Fongchan who needed them, but they who needed Fongchan. What if I don't agree? Fongchan said. Li Feina smiled wryly. That's fine, we can still be friends. Fongchan had considered the possibility of Li Feina using her identity to threaten him. If that were the case, he would not hold back. However, Li Feina did not, which was a saving grace for her. All right, Fongchan thought for a moment and agreed. Li Feina was taken aback, then immediately overjoyed. Great, let's cooperate happily. Don't be too happy yet. If I join, I have 3 conditions. Li Feina showed no displeasure but rather felt this was normal. Please, go ahead. First, even though I join the guild, I won't do anything for the guild and don't think you can use this identity to bind me. Li Feina nodded. As long as he was willing to join, this was not an issue. Second, I won't participate in management. Nor will I manage. Don't use workplace tactics to disgust me, otherwise I won't mind making this guild disappear. Li Feina nodded again. She knew Fongchan was absolutely capable of doing that. Third, this identity is limited to this level only. No problem. Li Feina agreed without hesitation. Happy cooperation. The two shook hands, officially reaching an agreement. Are all women's hands this soft? Wait. Seeing Fongchan about to leave, Li Feina quickly called out. Is there something else? Haven't we already agreed to cooperate? It's time to get to work. Li Feina revealed a triumphant smile. Fongchan. Damn it, no matter how I guard against it, I still got played. Actually, we already have the location of the boss room. Fongchan was taken aback, knowing that Li Feina probably wasn't lying. Aren't you going to try first? After all, if I take action, you won't be able to get the boss rewards. Li Feina shook her head helplessly. We wish we could, but we know our strength isn't enough. With our current strength, it's simply impossible to clear it. Li Feina was telling the truth. Their guild wasn't that big, both in terms of personnel and high-end combat power. It only belonged to the mid-tier. It might even be a bit lower. One more thing was that Fan Tong strongly opposed it. Since the last time, she had become much more cautious and no longer impulsive like before. Whether this change was good or bad was uncertain, but being cautious was never wrong. This wasn't a game, it was another reality where lives could really be lost. Then you can level up some more. If you can't beat level 8, then train to level 9. If level 9 doesn't work, then that's useless. Before Fongchan could finish, Li Feina interrupted. Not to mention how difficult it is to level up from 8 to 9 now. Other guilds will find it too during this long time. With the strength of the Tianlang Guild, if they find it first, we will basically have no hope. So, we only have one chance. After saying that, Li Feina was even more determined about this decision. She had to achieve a shortcut. And Fongchan was her drainage channel. If it weren't for Fongchan's appearance, she would have planned to sell this information to one of the guilds. Alright, give me the location. Fongchan thought for a moment. After all, it was also leveling up, and fighting bosses would level up faster and yield quite a few rewards. Wait a minute. Hearing Fongchan's words, Li Feina hurried to the desk drawer and pulled out a hand-drawn map. The map was small but looked quite detailed. This is the boss's room. Fongchan took the map and saw that the route was very clear, with detailed markings of what exotic beasts were there and what materials could be farmed. It was evident that a lot of effort had been put into it. Okay. After putting away the map, Fongchan left the study, only to see Fan Tong chatting and laughing, while Su Shui was listening with her head down, blushing. Let's go. After Fongchan finished speaking, Su Shui quickly followed obediently. Watching the two leave, Fan Tong asked, What do you think their relationship is? I'm not sure. Why? Are you jealous? I'm not jealous. I haven't even said anything about you. What could a man and a woman be talking about alone for so long? Secrets. Let me see if you've lost your virtue. No, I surrender. Haha. The room was filled with the ambiguous sounds of their playful banter, but unfortunately, Fongchan could no longer appreciate it at that moment. What were you two just talking about? Fongchan and Su Shui spoke almost simultaneously. Su Shui's face turned red. She asked. You didn't expose your identity, did you? No. Su Shui hurriedly replied. Good. Then let's go. Oh. Su Shui felt a sense of loss for some reason. Soon, the two of them arrived at the temple again and directly teleported to the 7th level. This is the 7th level? Su Shui finally realized she had never thought she would dare to come to the 7th level at only level 3. One should know that any random monster here could easily kill her in one hit. Don't be nervous, just follow me. The 7th level was still a maze, but the walls on this level were made of large bricks. The environment was very dark, with only an occasional glowing crystal embedded in the walls, which couldn't be pried out, otherwise it would have been taken long ago. Because of this, the brightness of the crystals was insufficient, and the range they illuminated was very small. In such an environment, being able to create a decent map was indeed commendable. Su Shui suddenly jumped. In fright, she was startled by the torch in Fongchan's hand. How did a torch appear out of nowhere? He hadn't had any tools when they came in just now. Don't be so jumpy. Fongchan was speechless. When would she be able to change this bad habit? Oh, Su Shui lowered her head in shame. Take this. Fongchan handed the torch to Su Shui while taking out the map himself. This torch looks really special. Su Shui took the torch. It didn't look like wood at all. What's so special about it? It's just a bone, Fongchan replied while looking at the map. When Su Shui realized that the torch was actually a bone, she was so scared that she dropped it on the ground. Fongchan. Come on, it was hard to light this bone. He speechlessly picked up a bone and lit it again. Su Shui knew she was overreacting and quickly took the torch back. Where did you find this bone? After calming down, Su Shui looked curious again. Just take a look at the torch, it's hard to see. Fongchan spread out the map, but the light from the bone torch was too weak to see anything clearly. Su Shui brought the flame closer to the map and only then could Fongchan see clearly. We're probably around this position. He found the marked point on the map. What did you just say? Oh, where did you find the bone? Is that hard to figure out? Fongchan didn't even look up. There are plenty right under your feet. Ha! Su Shui looked down. It was better not to look. Once she did, she couldn't stand it. There were bones everywhere, still attached to flesh. Ah! Su Shui was so scared she trembled all over. These were clearly human bones. Bones of people. The thought made her uncontrollably drop the torch. As soon as she let go, it fell right onto the map, instantly igniting. Fongchan was dumbfounded. Are you a clown sent by the enemy? He hurriedly tried to extinguish the flames, but unfortunately, a big hole had already burned in the middle of the map, right where the route was marked. Fongchan. What a disaster. Without the map, how long will it take to find our way? Going back now? Definitely not. He had just promised, and without doing anything, turning back now and saying he burned the map, whether Li Feina believed him or not, he couldn't face that. Besides, this hand-drawn map might not even have a backup. What do we do? Su Shui also realized she had caused trouble. What else can we do? We have to find our way ourselves, Fongchan replied irritably. I'm sorry. Su Shui quickly apologized. Fongchan waved his hand. Forget it, but you really need to change that jumpy personality of yours. Su Shui pouted but didn't argue. It was still your fault for scaring me. Fortunately, Fongchan had looked at the map a few times and still had some impression of it. Plus, only the middle part was burned, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Fongchan picked up the torch and the two set off again. He was still quite confident in his sense of direction. An hour later, Fongchan was looking at the map, glancing left and right. Where is this? After turning a few corners and going in circles, how could it be different from the map? Fongchan couldn't even figure out where he was. This underground maze all looked the same, every wall and every turn looked identical. After walking through a few places, it felt like he had just been there. He really admired those strategy teams. How about we go this way and take a look? Su Shui pointed to the left side of the fork ahead. The left doesn't look right. Fongchan picked up the map again. It should be the right side. This direction is definitely correct. Another fork in the road? Fongchan quickly dispatched a skeleton warrior and tossed it aside, staring at the fork ahead, feeling overwhelmed. It wasn't the strange beasts or the bosses that troubled him, but rather his teammates. Oh my god. Why don't we just go straight and take a look? Su Shui suggested softly, afraid of upsetting Fongchan. Let's go, I'll follow your lead. Fongchan, looking disheartened, put away the map. After all, he couldn't find his way anyway, so he might as well wander. He couldn't believe that this little maze could trap him. An hour later, that night, Fongchan led Su Shui through the 7th level, wandering around. I don't think we've been here before? Su Shui looked at the walls, still unable to find any markings. In previous areas, they had spotted signs left by others. Really? Fongchan took out the map again, trying to reconstruct it in his mind. This position? What's wrong? Su Shui asked. This should be in the part of the map that got burned. I remember there was a mark nearby, but I forgot what it was. Fongchan pointed at the black hole in the middle of the map. What kind of mark? Su Shui, holding a torch, continued to examine the ground and walls, thinking that if they found any signs left by others, they could also find their way. I think it was a human head? Fongchan pondered but couldn't recall. A skull? Su Shui asked. I think so, but I can't remember clearly. Just as Fongchan finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. How do you know? It's right here. Fongchan looked at Su Shui in confusion, only to see her bending down, reaching out to touch the skull. He rushed over, shouting, "Don't touch it." At that moment, he finally remembered what the map marked. It was a dangerous skull mark, with the words "trap" written beside it. What? Su Shui turned around, startled by Fongchan rushing towards her, and ended up sitting right on the skull. Crack! Before Fongchan could say anything, a black hole appeared in the ground, and they both fell through without even having time to react. Fongchan. On the 3rd floor of the Feina Guild headquarters. Li Feina had just finished her shower and was reading in her study, a bedtime habit of hers. For some reason, she couldn't focus on her book tonight, even though it was one she had spent a lot of points to acquire. She pulled out a drawer and took out a map. I wonder if he found the boss room. Oh no, I forgot to tell him about this. But with such an obvious mark, he shouldn't run into it, right? Even if he does, it should be fine, as long as he doesn't use too much force. It should be okay. Li Feina looked at the skull mark, feeling a bit uneasy. That place was an unknown trap, unlike the previous hidden rooms where one could still escape if they couldn't win. But this trap, anyone who entered had never come out, not even a corpse. It had already been designated as a forbidden area by all guilds. Boss? Is the boss there? The surroundings were pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Su Shui felt a surge of panic but didn't dare to shout loudly, only whispering, "I'm below you." Fongchan was speechless. He didn't understand why, despite falling at the same time, he ended up underneath, becoming a cushion. Ah! Sorry. Su Shui suddenly realized she was sitting on someone and quickly moved away. What is this place? Boss? Are you still there? Seeing Fongchan silent, Su Shui's heart began to race again. Shoo! Fongchan covered Su Shui's mouth. He could clearly sense that this place was very eerie. Suddenly, a torch lit up on the wall, followed by dozens of torches igniting, illuminating the entire area. The room was large, probably the size of a football field, and the ground was covered in skeleton bones. Besides the skeletons, there were also quite a few human corpses. At a glance, there were no fewer than 50 people. Even more terrifying was that not a single one was intact. They were all chopped into pieces. Su Shui was so scared that her mouth gaped open, desperately covering it to keep from making a sound. Be careful, Fongchan reminded. Creak crack. Creak. What's that sound? Su Shui's voice trembled. Fongchan remained silent, maintaining an extremely high level of alertness. Ah! Bones. The bones are moving. Su Shui's hands trembled so much they seemed to leave after images. Fongchan frowned. The bones on the ground really began to move automatically, assembling into a skeleton. These skeletons varied in height and did not resemble humans. A skeleton army. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was filled with skeletons, densely packed like a swarm of ants. Moreover, they all wielded weapons, knives, swords, and bows. This kind of configuration was even beyond that of humans. Suddenly, red light flickered in the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton heads, all locking onto Fongchan and Su Shui. We're doomed. I'm surrounded by skeletons. Stick close to me, don't get separated, Fongchan said hurriedly. Strike first. Fongchan dashed forward, arriving in front of a skeleton and then delivered a heavy punch. Boom! That skeleton instantly shattered, bones flying everywhere. Fortunately, these skeletons weren't strong. Just as Fongchan thought this, the bones he had just shattered began to gather again, reassembling into a skeleton warrior. Fongchan! Damn! He wanted to curse. Boss! At that moment, Su Shui was already surrounded by skeletons. Fongchan rushed over and with a single punch, he scattered 2 or 3 skeletons. He quickly opened a path, pulling Su Shui toward an open area. But there were skeletons everywhere. There was no open area. Fongchan moved at lightning speed, using both hands and feet to barely scatter the nearby skeletons, but it wasn't long before the bones reassembled again. What do we do? Su Shui, being a pure healer with no combat ability, was already scared out of her wits. Get a little closer to me. Fongchan raised his hand. Lightning strike. Boom! Several bolts of lightning, as thick as a bowl, continuously struck down, obliterating any skeleton that came near Fongchan into fragments. Ordinary lightning might not have much effect on these skeletons, but Fongchan's lightning had a shockwave effect. Each bolt caused spatial tremors, directly shattering the skeletons into dust. Seeing it was effective, Fongchan increased the power of the lightning, the room echoing with booming sounds. The once densely packed skeleton army was now being blasted into pits one after another. Their numbers drastically reduced. The room immediately felt more spacious. Boss, aren't you a healer? As the situation improved, Su Shui finally realized that her boss had healing abilities. How could he use electric skills? And not just any ordinary electricity. It's a long story, we'll talk about it later. Fongchan had no intention of explaining. Su Shui knew it wasn't the time for such discussions, but hearing it from her boss made it feel so unserious. Time passed second by second, and the room had unknowingly filled up with fragments of bones, yet the skeleton warriors only decreased in density, their numbers maintaining a constant balance. No matter how many times Fongchan killed them, it seemed he could never finish them off. By now, he could feel a hint of fatigue, marking the first time since entering the novice space that he had exhausted his mental energy due to battle. If this continued, it would only lead to his demise. What's going on? He couldn't believe that these skeleton warriors could endlessly resurrect. The room was simply too small to accommodate so many skeletons. Yet the reality was that these skeleton warriors kept appearing, far exceeding the room's capacity. Hold on tight to me. After saying this, Fongchan swiftly lifted Su Shui onto his back. Su Shui was startled by Fongchan's action but quickly reacted, holding onto him tightly. With great speed, Fongchan gripped the lightning, sparking and flashing as he charged from the South Heaven Gate to Panglai East Road, not even blinking. Look at why the skeleton warriors can keep appearing. Hearing Fongchan's words, Su Shui nodded heavily. As Fongchan cleared the skeleton warriors, he used their height to jump, allowing Su Shui to see more clearly. Jump again. To the 4 o'clock direction. Su Shui quickly instructed. Upon hearing this, Fongchan immediately utilized his jumping ability, combined with the leverage from the skeleton warriors, leaping 4 to 5 meters high. Looking in the direction Su Shui indicated, he noticed something unusual. The skeletons over there were particularly dense. Clearly, there was no passage. Yet skeletons kept pouring out. After landing, Fongchan drank the second bottle of mental energy recovery potion and charged towards the dense group of skeletons. The lightning in his hand kept shooting out, but the effect was diminishing. It wasn't that the power of his skills was weakening, but rather that the strength of the skeleton warriors was increasing. Just a Few simple encounters, and Fongchan determined that these skeleton warriors had basically reached level 7. The hardness of their bones had also significantly increased. Move a bit further away, don't stay too close to me. Fongchan set Su Shui down, raising his hand, lightning strike. Su Shui frowned. From Fongchan's previous attacks, it was clear that the effect of the lightning had diminished greatly. Previously, a single bolt could kill 7 or 8 skeletons, but now taking down 3 was barely manageable. A bolt of lightning struck down. Su Shui couldn't help but sigh. It seemed even the boss was at a loss. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were killed. She never expected that her first venture into a maze would end in death. Ha! Did he miss? Su Shui was clearly stunned. The direction of the lightning strike was not aimed at the skeleton warriors, but at Fongchan himself. Oh no! The lightning, as wide as a bowl, struck Fongchan directly, and Su Shui's heart nearly stopped. It wasn't until she saw Fongchan still standing, unharmed, that her heart finally settled. But at that moment, she heard another thunderclap, and for some reason, her heart involuntarily tightened. No, it can't miss again. Boom! Just as she feared, the lightning struck Fongchan again. But it didn't end there. One bolt after another fell, all landing on Fongchan. He's gone mad. He's gone mad. The boss has lost it. Su Shui felt utterly hopeless, nearly despairing, as even the boss had given up on himself. Charge the lightning. Release. Just as Su Shui was about to give up, she suddenly saw Fongchan enveloped in arcs of purple-blue electricity, as if he were immersed in lightning. What is the boss doing? Boom! Before Su Shui could react, she heard an explosive sound, and when she looked at Fongchan, she realized he had vanished without her noticing. In the direction of the explosion, rows of skeleton warriors were blasted to pieces. What filled the air was not dust, but bone fragments. Terrifying. Indeed. Su Shui's big, glamorous eyes widened in shock as she stood there, dazed, as if she had just been struck by lightning. Horror. Mouth opened, and for a long time, she couldn't utter a single word. She watched as Fongchan moved in and out effortlessly, like a bolt of lightning darting across the ground, leaving a trail of bone fragments in its wake. So strong. No words could describe Su Shui's feelings at that moment. She knew her boss was powerful, but she never imagined he would be this outrageous. The figure standing before her seemed not like a skeleton warrior, but like a bone Newbie brand. Not only Su Shui, but even Fongchan was a bit surprised. At that moment, he used his thunder charge skill, and its power was significantly stronger than before. Coupled with the shockwave effect of the lightning, it was simply unstoppable. The originally dense group of skeletons was instantly cleared away by Fongchan. And although more were still emerging, they clearly couldn't keep up with his killing speed. What is this? After clearing a large area, Fongchan vaguely saw a box, golden in color, emitting a faint glow. Around it, bone fragments continuously gathered, then reformed into bones and combined into skeleton warriors. He never expected the source to be this. Without a second thought, Fongchan charged towards the box. Just then, the box glowed brightly, and a wall made of bones suddenly rose from the ground, trying to block Fongchan. But this clearly underestimated Fongchan's current power. With just one impact, the bone wall exploded into pieces. In the next moment, before Fongchan could relax, all the skeleton warriors surrounded him, layer upon layer. Before he could disperse them, dozens more closed in, wrapping him into a large bone ball in less than a minute. Boss! Su Shui shouted in shock, but beneath the bones, there was no response. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and a pillar of lightning shot into the sky, scattering all the skeleton warriors in disarray. Fongchan crawled out from the pile of bones, his face already showing signs of fatigue. That last strike had consumed at least 60 to 70% of his energy, and his mental strength was nearly exhausted. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. He burst forth with speed again, instantly arriving in front of the box. The box floated in mid-air, made of golden material. At that moment, the box began to glow again, and Fongchan grabbed it with one hand. Shine all you want. Boom! Fongchan slammed the box down hard, creating a large pit. Crack! It sounded as if the box was splitting open. If the box had feelings, it would probably curse loudly. At this moment, the box began to glow again, and the surrounding bones seemed to line up, ready to gather together once more. Fongchan glanced at it, lifted the box, and with a powerful backhand, slammed it down again, causing the entire ground to shatter. The cracks in the box spread from the bottom all the way to the top. At that moment, the protective array on the box seemed useless. No one would have thought that someone could forcefully smash open the box's protective shield. With sheer strength, Fongchan struck again, and the box immediately split in two. This action left Su Shui completely stunned. Truly, a violent box opening. Only then did Fongchan satisfyingly open the box, revealing a pitch-black, gleaming dagger. Is that it? Fongchan picked up the pitch-black dagger, and a prompt immediately appeared. Greedy Grid LV0 provides attribute points to unlock upgrades, and a special ability provides 500 attribute points can be upgraded to LV1, unlocking the additional passive ability. Additional passive can attach any passive of the host to Grid, allowing it to have the same passive effect. Greedy Grid? Is that the name of the dagger? Fongchan held the dagger, a chilling sensation spreading throughout his body. The dagger had a very unique shape, with slight curve in the blade. Unlike traditional daggers, it seemed to be molded as one piece, without a handle, entirely pitch black, with a faint cold light glimmering on the edge. It felt very comfortable in his hand, as if it were custom made for him. Would you like to upgrade? With a thought, this prompt appeared immediately. The 500 attribute points should be deducted from his 4-dimensional attribute points. It really was, as the name suggested, greedy. But if, as the description said, he could attach his own passive to the dagger, wouldn't that mean he could activate the Take for Myself ability without needing healing? If that were the case, what would 500 attribute points matter? Thinking this, he immediately agreed to the upgrade. Fongchan suddenly felt as if something was being drawn out of his body, and the values on the attribute panel dropped dramatically. Strength 477, Agility 875, Spirit 502, Constitution 461. Looking at these values, he felt a pang of heartache. How many days and nights had he struggled to achieve this? Greedy grid upgrade successful. Please choose a passive to attach. Note that only one can be attached and cannot be removed. Please choose carefully. Take for Myself. If Fongchan hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to this passive. Attachment successful. Fongchan looked at the dagger. Aside from the level changing to LV1 and the quality becoming silver grade, there seemed to be no other differences. Boss, help! Fongchan suddenly realized something was wrong. He almost forgot about Su Shui. At this moment, Su Shui was already surrounded by skeleton warriors, but fortunately, the skeleton warriors were not fast, otherwise, she would have been dead. Fongchan accelerated and charged through the crowd of skeletons, creating a bloody path. Just right, he could test if this dagger was as magical as it seemed. Take for Myself activated. Successfully converted 1 point of Constitution. Take for Myself activated. Successfully converted 1 point of Constitution. Take for Myself activated. Successfully converted 1 point of Constitution. The prompts kept ringing in his ears, and Fongchan was overjoyed. It really worked. He then tested a few more times and found that the dagger needed to strike the opponent to trigger the passive. If he attached lightning or other effects to the dagger, it wouldn't activate unless the dagger made direct contact. This principle was similar to talent passives. The talent skill needed to be activated to trigger its passive. Now that it was attached to the dagger, it also needed to exert the dagger's damage effect to trigger it. However, Fongchan wasn't too concerned about this. After all, he wasn't very skilled in enchanting. In no time, he had cut down all the skeleton warriors surrounding Su Shui. He had to admit that this dagger was indeed sharp. With a single strike, it sliced through bones without any feeling of getting stuck. Without the box's effect, the skeleton warriors could no longer regenerate. A single stab would immediately split them in two, and even if they didn't die, their mobility would be greatly reduced. Coupled with his lightning finishing moves, the cleanup was quite fast. Even so, by the time he finished, he was exhausted and nearly collapsed. This was his first time fighting at such high intensity. He had even used up all 3 bottles of mental recovery potions he had prepared beforehand. So strong. Su Shui looked at Fongchan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. There must have been at least 200 skeleton warriors. If Fongchan knew what Su Shui was thinking, he would definitely retort that it was not just 200, it was almost double that. However, this is good. The attribute points just spent have already been mostly recouped. Su Shui suddenly exclaimed, I leveled up. Only then did she realize that her level had risen to level 7, jumping up 4 levels. The points had also exceeded 10,000. This is too fast. To think that in the past, she had to work herself to death just to earn 100 points. She originally thought that working for Fongchan would earn her 500 to 1,000 points a day, which was already terrifying, but she never expected that was just the beginning. This is the real deal. She earned over 10,000 in one night, while those big guilds might not even earn that much in a day. Boss, I'll give you all my points, Su Shui said, feeling a bit guilty about the sudden influx of points. After all, she hadn't done anything except shout for help in 666. You can keep them. Fongchan waved his hand, not caring at all. To him, both leveling up and points were small amounts. Leveling up only increased attributes by 22 points, and he exceeded 100 points in a day just from healing. The few points Su Shui had were not enough to make him think twice. Moreover, the purpose of bringing Su Shui along was to make her stronger and help share the healing pressure. Taking someone else's points back would be counterproductive, right? If he really had that idea, why not just farm monsters himself? That would be more efficient, wouldn't it? But I feel a bit uneasy about taking this. Su Shui suddenly brightened up. How about I dance for you? Fongchan. Or Bao. No, let's just eat some shit. Fongchan? He was instantly speechless, seeing that Su Shui was overly excited and was rambling incoherently. Let's go, we've wasted too much time here. Fongchan ignored Su Shui's nonsense and quickly found the exit not far behind the previous chest. The exit was quite obvious. They probably never thought anyone would come out from here. Back in the maze, the two finally found the boss room using the marks they had left and the incomplete map. This time, there were No surprises, upon opening the door, a skeleton king warrior, about 5 or 6 meters tall, appeared, wielding a large sword and a round shield, looking very formidable. At 3 in the morning, Li Feina had not yet fallen asleep, tossing and turning in bed. By her estimation, Fongchan should have already found the boss room. Why hadn't there been any defeat notifications? Could it be that he failed? That shouldn't be the case. He could defeat even the Thunder Tyrant, so a tier boss shouldn't be able to defeat him. Unless the Thunder Tyrant wasn't defeated by his own strength but with some kind of item? Before Fongchan, she had used a one-time special item called the Confusion Crystal, which could put the target into a brief state of confusion similar to a coma, rendering their body completely uncontrollable. This way, they could launch a fierce attack during that gap. But to her surprise, the Thunder Tyrant not only wasn't affected but became even more furious. If the previous Thunder Tyrant was like a programmed character in a game with a set attack pattern, then the later one seemed to have gained consciousness, with all attack patterns unrestricted and having its own thoughts. The difficulty between having autonomy and not having it was on completely different levels, with no comparability at all. So, there was no doubt that they suffered a crushing defeat, nearly costing everyone their lives. Fortunately, the tyrant didn't bother to deal with them and kept crashing against the room's door, which saved them. Li Feina got out of bed and looked at the moon outside. Am I really being too anxious? Congratulations to the Feina Guild for defeating the 7th layer Guardian. All guild members receive 50 free attribute points. Congratulations to the Feina Guild for defeating the level 7 Guardian. All members of the guild receive 50 points to allocate to their attributes. All players in the Novice City receive 50 points to allocate to their attributes. The notification sound kept ringing, and it wasn't just Li Feina who heard it. Everyone in the Novice City could hear it. Many were still asleep, but upon seeing the notification, they hurriedly got up. The most surprised were the members of the Feina Guild, as if a pie had fallen from the sky. They didn't even know there was an event to strategize against the boss that night and eagerly asked if it was organized by their guild leader. Li Feina smiled, quickly changed her clothes, and went out. On the other side, Fongchan had not only those 2 notifications but also a kill notification. The reward for defeating the level 7 boss was 400 attribute points for the team, meaning each person in a duo would get 200 points. There was also 1,000 points, with each person receiving 500. This meant that Fongchan and Su Shui each gained 300 attribute points and 500 points, and as the killer, Fongchan also received a pair of shadow boots that increased movement speed by 30% while in the shadows. Su Shui looked at her attribute panel, utterly blissful and dazed. If she had leveled up normally, even reaching level 10, she wouldn't have had 300 points. She had never imagined such a significant change could happen in one night. At that moment, her gaze towards Fongchan was filled with little stars. Let's go, stop daydreaming. Fongchan stretched lazily, as if what had just happened was merely a warm-up. In reality, this level of boss was indeed not that impressive. It was even weaker than the skeleton room. What puzzled Fongchan the most was that such a high-intensity room only dropped a dagger, and it wasn't even that strong. If the dagger hadn't fallen into Fongchan's hands, it would have likely been useless. Who could spare 500 attribute points to upgrade it? After upgrading, it would only add a passive ability. It seemed like the effort didn't match the reward. Without the upgrade, the dagger was just a bit sharper and practically worthless. When we get back, you should have Li Feina handle the weapons from the skeleton room. Fongchan yawned, as if it were an unimportant task. Seeing Fongchan's attitude, Su Shui couldn't be bothered to comment. If it were anyone else, they would treat it as a top priority, even handling it personally. But with Fongchan, it seemed perfectly normal. What about you? Of course, I'm going back to catch up on some beauty sleep. Su Shui. When they returned to the sanctuary, Fongchan and Su Shui didn't expect to see Li Feina. She had slightly disguised herself, and one wouldn't recognize her without a careful look. After a brief exchange, Fongchan left. Su Shui was left to coordinate with Li Feina. When Li Feina heard Su Shui's words, her first reaction was disbelief, but she had no reason to doubt her. Over 100 weapons. Li Feina never expected the surprises of the night to be so many. She immediately became anxious if what Su Shui said was true. Such a large batch of weapons would surely attract a lot of attention, and they had to guard against insider theft. Although they were just black iron equipment, they were enough to drive many people crazy. Fongchan trusted her so much, handing everything over to her, she absolutely couldn't make a mistake. Next, she needed to race against time to formulate a detailed plan before others discovered it. She immediately called all the high-ranking members of the guild for a meeting. In fact, they didn't need her to call them, as everyone hurried to the guild. After all, they hadn't received any plans for strategizing against the boss. How could they suddenly have succeeded in killing it? The most bewildered was Fan Tong, the vice president, who knew nothing at all. Others bombarded her with questions until she was speechless, but fortunately, Li Feina returned at that moment. Upon seeing Li Feina, Fan Tong's eyes were filled with resentment. Alright, I'll explain later. For now, let's gather everyone for the meeting. After saying that, she went to the conference room, where many were already waiting. Before long, all the high-ranking members arrived. Just as everyone was waiting for Li Feina to explain, she shot him with her words. Team Leader Chen Hongjun from Team 3, Deputy Leader Li Hui from Team 7, Deputy Leader Zhang Mingjun from Team 8. She named 5 people in a row, and those called looked at her curiously. From now on, you are no longer members of the Feina Guild. Please leave immediately. What? What do you mean? On what grounds are you kicking us out? Li Feina sneered. Just because you are undercover agents from other guilds. Is that reason enough? Upon hearing this, the few felt a jolt in their hearts, while the others looked at them in shock and then with anger. They had initially wanted to argue, but by now, someone had already surrounded them. Those who knew Li Feina understood that she wouldn't make baseless accusations. She must have had evidence to say such things. After sending off the 5, Li Feina officially began the main topic. That night, whether it was the Feina Guild or other guilds, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, Fongchan continued to open the treatment shop. Upon seeing Fongchan arrive, Su Shui immediately excitedly talked to him about last night's events, clearly having not slept at all, sporting large dark circles under her eyes. She rambled on about how Li Feina cleaned out the traitors, transported weapons, intimidated members, and deceived them with false promises. She chattered non-stop, still very excited, practically idolizing Li Feina. Hearing this, Fongchan nodded. It was evident that becoming the guild leader required certain skills. Do you want to take a break? No. Need. Su Shui immediately refused. Such a great opportunity to earn points could not be wasted on sleep. Alright. Fongchan opened the door and began another day of work. That day, the number of repeat customers was quite high, mostly handled by Su Shui, with Fongchan only helping with particularly tricky cases. He sat in a chair, sipping coffee, watching the busy Su Shui, feeling quite pleased that his efforts to train her the previous night were not in vain. However, this leisurely situation ended by noon, as Su Shui's mental energy ran out again. Fongchan sighed. Not enough yet. That day, aside from Fongchan's busy work, the entire novice city was in a state of hustle and bustle. After the Feina Guild seized the boss on the 7th level, other guilds became even more proactive in tackling the 8th level. They also actively recruited new members, especially after hearing that the Feina Guild had acquired a batch of new weapons. All guilds seemed to have experienced an earthquake. If this news was true, then the power dynamics in this novice city would be reshuffled. The happiest ones were undoubtedly the members of the Feina Guild, as the guild had obtained a large number of weapons, allowing them to exchange points for priority with the guild at lower prices than outside. Just based on this, many people were attracted to join the Feina Guild. The rise of the Feina Guild was already foreseeable. Thanks to the increase in members, their progress in tackling challenges could speed up significantly. Everything was developing in a positive direction, and all of this was because Fongchan had joined the Feina Guild. Thinking of this, Li Feina made up her mind to befriend Fongchan and meet all his demands. That night, after the treatment shop closed, Fongchan originally wanted to let Su Shui rest for the night, but Su Shui insisted she wasn't tired, so Fongchan had no choice but to continue leveling her up. When they arrived at the temple, they found Li Feina already waiting for them. She didn't know where Fongchan lived and had no contact information, but even if she did, it wouldn't have mattered. Fongchan wasn't even wearing clothes, let alone having a phone. In fact, when entering the novice space, aside from personal clothing, one could carry a small number of items, roughly within 1 kilogram. Because in the novice space, mobile phones could still be used in the same area, some experts believed that this space was actually also on Blue Star, but the most widely accepted theory was that the entrance to the novice space connected to every world, and since the entrance was in this world, the signal could be transmitted. However, the technological principles of this world were different from those in the dream world, and Fongchan was too lazy to investigate. This time, only Li Feina was present, and her purpose for finding Fongchan was simple: to return the points earned from selling the weapons. There are a total of 327 weapons, of which 121 are damaged. This part can only be sold for 100 points each, while the others are 300 points each. In total, I sold for 73,900 points. I'll transfer it to you now. After Li Feina finished speaking, she opened the trading system. Fongchan was taken aback. He didn't expect these pieces of equipment could sell for over 70,000 points and sell so quickly. Since they were all black iron equipment, they were just a bit sharper and had nothing particularly special. Moreover, those who needed weapons were generally those without talents who relied on them, while those with talents had a lower demand for weapons. This resulted in the selling price not being too high. If they were bronze level, they would generally be over 2,000 points. In fact, the classification of weapon equipment levels is quite simple. Whiteboard equipment is basically black iron level, while bronze level equipment has certain characteristics such as mental recovery, strength enhancement, agility enhancement, and so on. Silver level has passive skills, gold level has active skills or contains multiple passive skills, and platinum level has active skills as well as passive skills or certain effects. Above this are diamond and dark gold, both of which are extremely rare. Currently, the only known diamond equipment is owned by a powerful figure from the beautiful country. As for dark gold, it has been referred to as a divine artifact, but it has yet to appear. Transfer 60,000 points, the rest can be your reward for your hard work, Fongchan said. Li Feina was taken aback, then revealed a charming smile. Thank you, Boss Fong. Hearing Li Feina call him that, Fongchan's heart trembled. She couldn't have found out something, could she? But upon thinking carefully, it seemed he hadn't shown any connection to the treatment, so this title was probably just a coincidence. Under Li Feina's sly gaze, Fongchan maintained his usual expression, as if he hadn't understood the title. I've already transferred it to you. Next time, if Boss Fong has such good fortune, remember to find us, Li Feina said with a smile. No problem. After saying that, Fongchan took Su Shui to look for quests. Watching the two leave, Li Feina's expression was complex. Fongchan had indeed brought her many surprises this time. Besides defeating the level boss, he could also pass through the skeleton room. His strength was probably unmatched in the entire novice city. After other guilds received the news, they had similar thoughts to Li Feina's. Although Fongchan's ranking was still not high, his strength was beyond doubt definitely the top player. However, there were those who were unconvinced, particularly Situ Nan from the Nan Nan Guild. When she first heard Fongchan's name, she sought confirmation from Zhuge Ming. Of course, Zhuge Ming couldn't be sure either. He didn't know much about Fongchan's strength and had never seen him, so how could he know if it wasn't a case of sharing the same name? In recent days, they had sent many people to investigate Fongchan's whereabouts, but he seemed to have evaporated from the world until today, when there was news of him again. The news of killing the 7th layer boss has spread, and many people regard him as an idol. Upon learning that he joined the Fina Guild, even more rushed to sign up. Therefore, Situ Nan harbors a deep hatred for Fongchan. Regardless of whether he is the one who killed Jian Xiong, she will not let him go. In the conference room, Zhuge Ming frowned upon hearing Situ Nan and others' plans. To be honest, he did not want to offend Fongchan, whether he knew him or not. Anyone who dares to kill Jian Xiong is definitely a ruthless person, and he, an ordinary person, cannot provoke. The one in the novice city is even more formidable. Not only did he kill the Thunder Tyrant, but he also cleared the 7th layer boss, a level of strength that he cannot contend with. He believes he has no deep-seated grudge against Fongchan, so he unusually refrained from offering any opinions or plans during this meeting, instead thinking about how to extricate himself later. On Fongchan's side, he has already arrived at the maze. This time, he did not go directly to the higher levels but first went to the first layer. His thought was that whether it was low-level or high-level monsters, the attribute points he absorbed were the same. The lower the beast's level, the more he could kill. Secondly, after 2 days of contemplation, he felt he should enhance Su Shui's overall strength, otherwise, relying solely on himself to feed her attribute points would only lead to her being controlled when they went outside. Therefore, he also needed to teach Su Shui some combat skills, and the first layer was the best place for that. The overall attributes of the monsters here are only around 20 points, and standing still while they hit her wouldn't kill Su Shui. Upon reaching the first layer of the maze, Fongchan gave a knife to Su Shui, letting her try to kill monsters herself while he guided her from the side. Her hesitant movements were hard for Fongchan to watch. Even the girls fighting in his dreams were tougher than her. After some guidance, Su Shui's movements became a bit more normal. After observing for a while and confirming that Su Shui would be safe, Fongchan acted alone. This layer basically wouldn't have anyone else coming. The most crowded were the 5th and 6th layers, which were places for quick leveling and score grinding. So in this layer, no one was competing with Fongchan for monsters, making it very easy and casual for him, without any effort. In just over an hour, he had walked through this layer, killing nearly 200 beasts. It could be said that he had cleared this layer. If he wanted to continue, he would have to wait for them to respawn. When he found Su Shui, she was already able to handle level 1 beasts with ease, so Fongchan decided to go to the second layer. The second layer consisted of level 2 beasts, and the difficulty was similarly low. Following the same procedure, after confirming Su Shui was safe, Fongchan acted alone again. There were noticeably more monsters in this layer, and the space was larger. This time it took Fongchan over 2 hours to walk through it. However, the rewards were greater, converting over 400 attribute points. With grid, the efficiency had indeed increased significantly. However, the dagger was not very useful for frontal combat. It was more suitable for ambushes. When he was a thug in his dreams, he liked to carry a short knife, but when it came to fighting, a watermelon knife was much more effective. Provides 2000 attribute points, can be upgraded to LV2, unlocking sword form. Provides 2000 attribute points, can be upgraded to LV2, unlocking the sword form. It seemed that Grid sensed Fongchan's thoughts, and immediately a level-up notification appeared. Fongchan was taken aback for a moment, then cursed the greedy merchant. 2000 points. Do you think everyone can just pull that out? Just upgraded to level 2, and the offering has quadrupled. Even a black market can't be this black. As if ignoring Fongchan's complaints, Grid provided no further prompts. But the sword was indeed very useful. Glancing at the attribute panel, Fongchan gritted his teeth. It seemed he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. When he found Su Shui, she had also gotten used to this layer, so they headed to the third layer together. The third layer was filled with level 3 monsters, with total attribute points between 60 and 80. Below level 5, aside from the layer bosses, there wouldn't be any elite monsters, so he felt quite at ease in this layer. As long as Su Shui didn't recklessly pull 7 or 8 monsters at once, it shouldn't be a big problem. After teaching some basic skills, Fongchan acted alone again. This layer's maze was just as monotonous as the previous two, but the space was quite large, estimated to be twice the size of the second layer, and strange beasts began to appear in twos and threes, almost never seen alone. Fongchan felt bitter inside. How did it feel like he was working for someone else? In the early morning, Fongchan and Su Shui finally emerged from the temple, both looking utterly exhausted. Su Shui hadn't slept for 2 days, and after a night of intense activity, she was already worn out. However, she was proud that she had earned 350 points on her own. Originally quite happy when she saw the total points, she felt a wave of helplessness. Yesterday, Fongchan had helped her earn over 10,000 points in one night, and today she had only managed 350 points on her own. The gap was just too big. But thinking about it, this was the norm for ordinary people. Not everyone was as abnormal as the boss. Fortunately, Fongchan was unaware of her thoughts, otherwise he would definitely have discouraged her, saying that this was not the norm for ordinary people. At level 7, one could earn 500 to 1,000 points in a single night. If one worked diligently for a night, earning 70 or 80,000 points wouldn't be a problem. Tonight, he had hardly rested, grinding over 1,000 monsters in the third layer, earning over 30,000 points, then rushing straight to the fourth layer, where he had also taken down about 1,000, earning over 40,000 points. Adding the points from the first and second layers, he had roughly earned 80,000 points. At this point, his total points were nearly 300,000. But he had finally leveled Grid up to level 2, becoming gold rank, and unlocked the sword form. The sword form and dagger form could be switched freely. It was currently just a dagger, but as long as Fongchan wished, it could turn into a sword at any time. In addition, a new active skill called Blade Chi Slash was added. Blade Chi Slash, the blade is imbued with cutting sword energy, increasing attack power by 100% for 20 seconds. During this time, hitting the target increases the sword energy level, further increasing attack power by 100% for 10 seconds. If the target is hit again, the sword energy level reaches maximum, increasing attack power by 200% for 5 seconds, during which a sword energy can be released, with an attack power equal to 100% of the maximum sword energy. In this world, physical attack power is related to strength, and the general calculation method is self-strength plus weapon base attack power. Taking Grid as an example, in sword form, the base attack power is 200. When Fongchan wields the sword, his base attack power is 905 strength plus 200 attack, which equals 1105 attack power. However, the skill's enhancement to attack power applies to the weapon's base attack power. According to the skill description, in the first stage of sword energy, after the attack bonus, the attack power is 400. In the second stage, it is 800. In the third stage, it is 1600, while the released sword energy is 3200. Adding Fongchan's own strength attribute, the maximum power of this skill can reach 4105 attack power. To know the attack power of black iron weapons is generally around 10 points, silver around 50 points, and gold around 100 points. Yet you achieve over 4,000 points with a single strike. Even the Thunder Tyrant would likely be defeated in an instant. The only drawback is that it consumes 500 points of mental power. He currently has just over 700 mental power, and after using it, he can only enter a sage time. Let's take a half-day break and open the shop in the afternoon. Fongchan yawned, feeling exhausted from the night. He had originally planned to help Grid level up to level 3, but upon seeing the 8,000 points in attributes, he immediately lost interest and decided to wash up and sleep instead. Su Shui pouted, secretly cursing the unscrupulous boss. Nava City number 9764. Maze level 10. Dragon Flame. The giant dragon's fire engulfed the half-man, half-bull boss, delivering the final blow. The dual-axe bull demon fell to the ground amidst its cries. The woman controlling the flames finally breathed a sigh of relief. After tirelessly strategizing day and night, they had finally defeated the level 10 boss and earned the qualification to advance to the next level. As the boss vanished, a massive door appeared. After regrouping, the giant door slowly opened, and the blinding white light made it almost impossible to open their eyes. Looking at the scene before them, everyone couldn't help but rub their eyes in disbelief. This is Nava City number 10015. It was now noon, and Fongchan leisurely arrived at the healing shop. Ever since Grid joined, he had lost some enthusiasm for healing, especially after such a long time with only a few talents converted. So most of the time, he left it to Su Shui to handle, only stepping in when she was overwhelmed. In the evening, after changing into a new outfit with Su Shui, they headed to the temple again. That night, his goal was the 4th and 5th levels, but this might be a bit challenging for Su Shui. So he spent more time and energy guiding her, and it wasn't until late at night that he acted alone. In the 5th level, as long as they didn't encounter elite monsters, Su Shui could still manage, especially after Fongchan taught her many techniques. Su Shui didn't disappoint Fongchan. As long as she could effectively utilize her attribute point advantage, she could remain undefeated. However, the premise was that the opponent had no weapons. If they did have weapons, then she would flee without looking back. Those were Fongchan's exact words. That night, Fongchan's efficiency was a bit low. He only farmed less than 2,000 attribute points and just under 80,000 points. At this rate, he would need to farm for another 4 days to reach 8,000 points. However, his level had already reached level 8, ranking 62nd on the leaderboard. The top 10 had all reached level 9, and it was heard that the progress in the 8th level had already surpassed half. In these 2 days, those small guilds either disbanded or merged into larger guilds. Now, there were only 6 or 7 guilds left in the entire novice city, with the top few having over 2,000 members each. As the power became more concentrated, the progress of the strategy naturally accelerated significantly. Thus, 3 days passed unknowingly. This was the 37th day since arriving in the novice space. Finally, news of the level 8 boss came. This time it might be a bit troublesome. Besides our guild, everyone else knows about it. Now the members of the Serious Guild are attempting the challenge for the second time, and Zhang Tianlang is personally taking action, seeming quite confident. Li Feina had waited for Fongchan in the temple for a day and finally saw him arrive. At this point, she was already anxious beyond measure. Fongchan nodded. You lead the way. This time he had learned to be smart. Letting someone else lead was the fastest way. Follow me, Li Feina said. Fongchan was a bit taken aback, not expecting Li Feina to personally lead the way. It seemed this boss battle was very important to her. However, with Li Feina guiding them, they quickly arrived at the boss room. Fongchan couldn't help but glance at Su Shui, his eyes seeming to say, look at you. Su Shui immediately understood, snorting softly. Li Feina shot a glance at the two but said nothing. Outside the boss room, besides the members of the Feina Guild, there were people from several other major guilds filling the surrounding space to the brim. Ah, what are you doing here? Fantong saw Li Feina coming and immediately spotted Fongchan. Feina, weren't you supposed to call Fongchan over? Why did you bring Zhao Jiangzhan? He's also from our guild? Fantong's series of questions left everyone at a loss for words. Seeing that neither Li Feina nor Fongchan spoke, Fantong sized up Fongchan and quickly understood. Oh, I get it. Feina, you said you were good sisters, yet you kept this from me. Fantong puffed out her cheeks. Well, actually, I didn't know how to tell you, Li Feina said apologetically. What's there to not know how to say? Isn't it just that he and Fongchan are very familiar? Fantong said proudly, her wise eyes seeming to see through everything. You and Fongchan are close, right? Last time, it was Fongchan who rushed to save you. I'm not wrong, am I? Fantong stared at Fongchan, looking quite pleased. Fongchan. Li Feina. Fongchan felt speechless. Fine, whatever you say is what it is. Li Feina was extremely embarrassed. Her best friend was great in every way, except for a slight lack of intelligence. Just then, the boss's door opened and a group of people stumbled out, supporting each other. Leading them was Zhang Tianlang, his face full of regret and self-blame. From his expression, it was clear they had failed. Given their current situation, they wouldn't be able to attempt a second strategy in a short time. Both Zhang Tianlang and the others showed obvious injuries, and they looked mentally exhausted. Recovery wouldn't happen in a moment. Seeing them come out, there was both excitement and hesitation. The excitement was that they still had a chance, but with even such a strong team as Zhang Tianlang's having failed, could they succeed in one go? But upon seeing Li Feina, they immediately became nervous. Now, who didn't know that Fongchan was from the Feina Guild? As long as he was there, the others probably wouldn't have a chance. Ha ha, a female voice suddenly burst into laughter. You're actually here. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, which belonged to the president of the Nan Nan Guild, Situ Nan. She was now coldly staring at Fongchan, stepping forward. I really didn't expect this. I thought it would take a lot of effort to find you. Fongchan couldn't help but marvel at how strange fate was. He hadn't encountered so many people, yet he happened to run into her. President, do you know him? Zhuge Ming asked, looking confused and unable to grasp the situation. Of course. Even if he turns to ash, I will still hunt him down. Today, I will let you know the consequences of stealing my prey. Situ Nan's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Zhuge Ming never expected there was such a grudge between the two. After thinking it over, he decided not to reveal Fong Chen's identity. Given Situ Nan's attitude, whether he spoke or not, she wouldn't let Fong Chen go. If Situ Nan won, he could say he thought she knew. If Fong Chen won, he hadn't exposed his identity, at least he hadn't offended her, and this was Situ Nan's own trouble with Fong Chen, unrelated to him. With that thought, he unconsciously took a step back, standing behind Situ Nan's guard, Qingfeng, hoping Fong Chen hadn't seen him. Miss, this person is not simple. Qingfeng noticed Zhuge Ming's small movements and whispered beside Situ Nan. Hearing Qingfeng's words, Situ Nan was slightly taken aback. If it were anyone else saying this, she would dismiss it, but since it was Qingfeng, she had to consider it. Although Qingfeng's level was low, his strength was anything but. In fact, he was much stronger than her. Though he only had a visual talent, it was S-class and had reached level 2, awakening the visual superpower skill, allowing him to see all of his opponent's movements and even predict them. More importantly, his growth attribute had reached 18 points, nearly reaching the peak level known to humanity. Furthermore, she had to admit that his swordsmanship was far superior to hers, something she had envied since childhood. Therefore, among all the subordinates, she only listened to Qingfeng. If it were you, would you have confidence? Situ Nan asked softly. No, Qingfeng replied. If she was merely shocked before, now she was stunned. Even Qingfeng had no confidence? However, the words had already been spoken and there was no way to take them back, plus Qingfeng might not be correct. This person before her she had to kill. No one had ever bullied her and then continued to frolic about. Seeing Situnan's cold gaze, Qingfeng couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed the young lady had made up her mind. Miss, why not leave it to me? Qingfeng said. Situnan thought for a moment and agreed, okay, but I want to kill him myself. Miss, I have one request. If I lose, can this matter be dropped? Qingfeng asked. No, you can't lose. Qingfeng smiled. Helplessly, he knew it would be like this. Sorry, my friend. In an instant, Qingfeng's eyes turned sharp as he drew a sharp sword from his waist. Fongchan had remained silent, looking at them helplessly. It turned out he didn't want to complicate things or reveal too much of his strength. However, contrary to his wishes, the moment Qingfeng drew his sword, the crowd parted, instinctively giving the two enough space. Don't mind him. Li Feina stepped forward, standing in front of Fongchan. She knew Fongchan didn't want to reveal too much strength and she herself didn't want him to show too much, drawing attention. Seeing Li Feina's stance, Situnan frowned tightly, clearly displeased. You, a big man, how can you be so shameless? Oh, I almost forgot, you even rob women's things, so you don't count as a man at all. Sure enough, after Situnan finished speaking, many people cast disdainful glances. Before Fongchan could speak, Li Feina took the lead. I don't care what grievances you had before, now he is a member of our guild. If you trouble our guild member, shouldn't I intervene? Are you saying that protecting members has a distinction between men and women? You. Situnan was left speechless, so angry she called for Zhuge Junshi. Zhuge Ming's face immediately darkened. How could this happen to him? He had originally wanted to avoid it, but since Situnan called him out, he clearly couldn't escape. He stepped forward with an awkward smile. What orders do you have, miss? Orders? Aren't you usually so talkative? Go and retort her, make her regret it. Situnan was practically furious. Wasn't Zhuge Ming usually very clever? Why was he acting so foolishly now? Zhuge Ming found himself in a difficult position, his mind racing. He was certain that Fongchan and the Fongchan who killed the Thunder Tyrant were the same person. How could he possibly provoke such a big shot? All strategies were based on a similar level of strength. With such a vast difference, no amount of cleverness would help. How could he avoid offending both sides? Are you still going to fight? Don't delay us from defeating the boss. Just as Zhuge Ming was scratching his head in thought, someone in the crowd shouted, and soon more voices joined in urging. Zhuge Ming had a sudden idea, and immediately whispered a few words next to Situnan. It was clear that Situnan was struggling. She didn't want Fongchan to leave just like that. Qingfeng, what do you think? Situnan looked at Qingfeng. Qingfeng nodded. He was not a rigid person and would use an easy method to win if possible. To be honest, Fongchan gave him a very dangerous feeling and he didn't dare to act recklessly. If it weren't for Situnan, he definitely wouldn't want to face such a person. Situnan remained silent, her inner struggle evident, and after a long while, she turned and left. Once she was gone, Qingfeng and the others had no reason to stay and followed her out. The other guilds, who had originally wanted to watch the excitement, were left dumbfounded. How did they just leave like that? Is the person brought by Li Feina really that strong? Even the usually domineering Nan Nan guild is afraid of him? If Situnan knew how others viewed her, she would definitely return to fight to the death. But Zhuge Ming knew Situnan's character well, she would never let such a thing happen. He kept changing the subject to distract her. With no excitement to watch, everyone returned to what they were originally doing. As for what they were doing, naturally, they were queuing to enter the boss room. Zhang Tianlang glanced at Fongchan with a complex expression, sighed, and then left with his guild members. Challenging the boss usually meant sending out the guild's top combat power, a top-tier lineup. There was no way to send a few weaklings to test the waters. This isn't a game. Dying here means real death. Even Zhang Tianlang failed, so the Tianlang guild wouldn't be able to attempt the raid again in a short time. Just as they left, someone else entered the boss room. We're next, Li Feina. Had someone hold their position early on if they didn't succeed? Li Feina felt a bit anxious because the ones who just entered were the Tianming guild, led by Chu Tianming, their top combat power. They didn't split into two groups like Zhang Tianlang but gathered their strongest forces for an all-in attempt. Chu Tianming had long held the second place on the leaderboard. It was said he was the son of a military district big shot and favored a militarized management style, valuing quality over quantity in guild members. Although they had the fewest members among the four major guilds, their strength was formidable, especially their high-end combat power, which might even surpass the Tianlang guild. Of the first 7 levels, they had broken through 3, while Zhang Tianlang only claimed 2, with the remaining levels held by the Nan Nan guild and the Feina guild, each with 1. 20 minutes passed and Chu Tianming and his group still hadn't come out, making everyone on site tense. This duration made them uneasy. Even Zhang Tianlong's group only took 10 minutes, but Chu Tianming's group had held out for a full 20 minutes, suggesting they might really have a chance to clear it. Everyone thought this way in their hearts. The atmosphere on site became tense and oppressive. Clearly, if they cleared it, everyone could add attribute points, but everyone hoped it would be themselves who cleared it. Boom! At that moment, the door to the boss room slowly opened. No prompts. Everyone noticed this, meaning even Chu Tianming had failed. They were initially happy but then thought, if even Chu Tianming failed, did they have a chance to succeed? Chu Tianming walked out of the room with his group, each person severely injured, some armor pieces were heavily dented, and a few even needed to be carried out. Although they didn't see the process, it was clear that it had been quite intense inside. However, it was evident that Chu Tianming was not discouraged, his eyes showed excitement and regret. This failure was due to insufficient information, defeated by the boss's second phase. They were just a little short. Losing was indeed somewhat unwilling. But no matter what, they have already lost their qualifications in this competition. As he left, he glanced at the Fina Guild. If it weren't for Fongchan's sudden emergence, he would have been more cautious and wouldn't have been so reckless. Why do I feel like they're all looking at you? Do you know them? Fanton looked at Fongchan with clear eyes. Maybe they're looking at you, Fongchan replied casually. Humph. Fanton felt that Fongchan was just being dismissive. It's our turn, right? Fongchan said. Yeah, do you want to prepare a bit more? Li Fina noticed that Fongchan was empty-handed and wasn't wearing any gear, just a tracksuit. No need, don't waste time, Fongchan said, wanting to take Su Xuan. Li Fina hesitated but still called out to Fongchan and Su Xue. Wait. Fongchan looked at her. Li Fina felt a bit embarrassed, stammering before finally saying, can you bring a few more people? I won't let you take them for free. We can negotiate what you want, Li Fina quickly explained, fearing Fongchan would misunderstand. Fanton was confused. What did that mean? Wasn't he Zhao Jianshan? Fongchan thought for a moment. Alright, but let's be clear, the items that drop are mine. Really? That's for sure. Also, what do you want? Isn't it anything? Fongchan's lips curled up. Li Fina's face flushed, feeling a bit awkward. In the dream, Fongchan would have said, difficult? Then don't do it. But now he was the law-abiding Fongchan. Consider it a favor owed to me. Fongchan thought that Li Fina probably wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps she would be useful in the future. After saying that, he urged Li Fina to quickly arrange for people. Li Fina acted quickly, picking 4 people at once. Along with her and Fanton, there were a total of 6, all key members of the guild and her trusted aides. She knew Fongchan's strength. It didn't matter how many people he brought, but the more people there were, the thinner the rewards would be. Although others agreed, she couldn't be unreasonable. Fongchan looked at the few people. They were all women, and their figures were not bad. In fact, the Fina Guild was primarily female, with men making up less than a third. After glancing a few times, Fongchan sent out a team invitation. Fongchan? You are Fongchan? Aren't you Zhao Jianshan? Fanton looked at Fongchan in disbelief, his surprised expression completely genuine. Fongchan, you really are Fongchan? Good job, Fina. Not even telling me. When did you two get together? Let's go. Everyone was speechless as Fongchan walked directly toward the boss room, followed by the chattering Fanton. Boom! The heavy door slammed shut. Fanton's voice also abruptly stopped. It was very quiet. It seemed they could hear each other's breathing. Hiss hiss, a supergiant green snake appeared before them. Its flicking tongue was as tall as a person. Azure-winged green snake. Do you think the Fina Guild can do it? After Fongchan and the others entered the room, the others began to discuss animatedly. It definitely couldn't before, but now it's hard to say. Yeah, I heard Fongchan joined. Is that guy Fongchan? It should be. Look, there are only 6 of them. Are they really that confident? I think it's arrogance. I agree. Although I don't know how he defeated the Thunder Tyrant, it definitely wasn't just him. Yeah, he's ranked over 60. It's well known that ranking doesn't equal strength, it's just about the order of leveling up. I don't believe it. Let's bet. I bet they can't last 5 minutes. 5 minutes? You really overestimate them. Even if Fongchan is strong, they only have 6 people. I blindly guessed 2 minutes. The argument among the group grew more intense. Meanwhile, on the other side, Situnan and the others hadn't actually left, they were walking behind the crowd. After Fongchan and his group went in, they reappeared. Zhuge, this is different from what you said, Situnan said, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. If it weren't for Zhuge Ming saying there was a good plan, she would never have let Fongchan leave like that. Zhuge Ming was also a bit confused. It was indeed different from what he had imagined. Logically, shouldn't a full team of 20 enter the boss room? And it should be the guild's highest combat power. But Fongchan and his group only had 6 people. Although they were all top tier, 6 people were very different from 20. His original plan was to wait for Fongchan's group to challenge the boss. Regardless of success or failure, they would be the weakest when they came out. As long as his people seized the opportunity, they could definitely deal a heavy blow to Fongchan and the others. Although it was quite despicable, who cared in this world? The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. As long as they dealt with Fongchan's group and took in the members of the Fina Guild, their Nan Nan Guild would be the #1 guild. Who would dare say otherwise? With their guild's strength, it wouldn't be easy to take down the Fina Guild under fair conditions. But if the main force of the Fina Guild was injured, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to take them down? It's not a big problem, Zhuge Ming thought for a moment. Although only 6 people went in, they are all the highest combat power of the Fina Guild. If they get injured, their overall strength will be greatly reduced. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I just communicated with the Night Guild. If necessary, they will help us. As expected of Zhuge Ming, Situnan said, revealing a satisfied smile. Xingfeng sighed inwardly. After this, their guild would probably become the public enemy. Sneaking in attack, while others were challenging the boss at their weakest, was certainly not the act of a gentleman. But just as the master said, those who achieve great things cannot be overly compassionate. Boom! A loud sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. The boss room door slowly opened. What's going on? They just went in for less than 2 minutes? It really is just a false reputation. I knew he couldn't be that strong. So useless. Can't even last 5 minutes. How ridiculous, trying to bring girls along only to be taken out in an instant. Congratulations to the Fina Guild for defeating the 8th layer guardian. All guild members receive 50 points to allocate attributes. All players in the novice city receive 50 points to allocate attributes. The notification sound suddenly rang out, and everyone's words were abruptly cut off. Then there was a long silence. Everyone looked in disbelief at the direction of the door. It was as if they had seen a ghost. If the notification was correct, did that mean they killed the 8th boss in less than 2 minutes? How could that be possible? To know that Chu Tianming took 20 minutes and still couldn't win. Doubt, disbelief, and other emotions flooded everyone's minds. The door continued to open, and 6 figures walked out, light on their feet, as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? After seeing the few people, clearly, everyone was dumbfounded. Not only did they win, but they also came out unscathed? Oh my god, is this a dream? But when they looked at the attribute panel, the increased attributes clearly told them that this was real. Wow! After a moment of silence, there was an explosion of excitement. In fact, it wasn't just the people outside, even those who had entered the room with them were equally stunned. They hadn't even reacted to what had happened. They originally thought that with just 6 of them, they would definitely have to go through a tough battle, and they even believed it was impossible to win. Who would have thought that once they entered, Fongchan told them to stand aside and not move? They were still unconvinced and wanted to argue, but when they turned around, Fongchan had already rushed up and killed the boss with 1 strike. That's right, you heard it right, just 1 strike. In a single blow, the 10-meter-high azure winged serpent was split in half from head to tail. They didn't even see what happened. They didn't even see where Fongchan pulled out a dagger from. It was just a moment, a breath's time. If it weren't for the boss's appearance taking some time, it probably wouldn't have even taken a minute. Those people looked at themselves in disbelief. Weren't they the same? Only then did they realize that defeating the boss was this easy. No wonder that Su Shui had seemed like she was on vacation the whole time, without a hint of tension. If they had such a teammate, why would they be nervous? They would definitely be even more arrogant than her. Defeating the tier boss, in addition to the public rewards, their team also received 500 attribute points, divided among 6 people, each getting over 80 attribute points and more than 100 points. They hadn't even had time to shout 666 before it was over. This reward felt really unsteady. Should they just eat shit? Looking at her confused teammates, Su Shui secretly laughed. This feeling was familiar to her. In fact, in addition to these basic rewards, they also dropped an item called Azure Serpent Reverse Scale, a material that can be used to enhance equipment. Naturally, this item was collected by Fongchan, and no one had any objections. It's still early, let's go explore a bit. You guys can handle this, Fongchan said, completely unfazed by just finishing a big battle. Okay. Li Feina also just realized it was her first time seeing Fongchan in action, and she never expected such a result. It was really simple and brutal. Just how high were his attributes? Or was that weapon very strong? Everything happened so fast that she didn't see clearly what weapon Fongchan had in his hand, only knowing it was a black dagger. The sharpness could be described as cutting through iron like mud. Could it be that the Thunder Tyrant was also killed by this short dagger? She realized she couldn't see through Fongchan at all. A mysterious man. Tong. Li Feina pushed the still-dazed Fan Tong. Fan. Tong's face turned red in an instant, recalling how she had boasted before about taking revenge and wanting to kill Fongchan, feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. What a disgraceful fall from grace. Zhuge military advisor. Nan's eyes were filled with a cold killing intent. What do you think we should do now? Zhuge Ming was sweating profusely. He never expected Fong Chen's strength to be so overwhelming that he could instantly kill a boss. But he was also relieved that he hadn't completely offended Fong Chen. He's the one who killed Jian Xiong, right? Nan's tone was calm, yet icy. No wonder you're so afraid of him. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming panicked and hurriedly said, Miss, let me explain. No need. After I kill him, you can explain slowly, Nan said, then immediately walked to block Fong Chen's path. This move left Zhuge Ming dumbfounded. No, you know he's Fong Chen, who can take down an 8-layer boss in an instant, and you still want to provoke him. No matter how special your identity is, you have to consider who you're facing. Would Fong Chen indulge you? Zhuge Ming clearly thought not. But in this situation, he knew he couldn't persuade her. Stop. Seeing that Fong Chen ignored her, Nan immediately ordered her men to surround him. Nan, Don't go too far. At this moment, Li Feina and others rushed over and the two sides were on high alert. Li Feina, this is our private matter. I advise you not to interfere. He is a member of our guild. Heh, does your Li family really want to be enemies with our C2 family? C2 Nan sneered. Everyone had already investigated the identities of the major guild leaders, so there had never been a major conflict, as no one wanted to offend the other. Therefore, when C2 Nan said this, Li Feina clearly hesitated. Although the Li family had some power, it was nothing compared to the C2 family. C2 Nan's master was hailed as one of the strongest 24 constellations, the Sword Saint, and her father was one of the 12 Star Lords. One could say that a stomp from the C2 family would shake the entire Great Xia Empire. What do you want? Li Feina didn't directly answer C2 Nan's question, but she also didn't want to back down. Very simple, I just want him dead. Or help me do something. Fongchan and the others were taken aback. No one expected this young lady to make such a request. Zhuge Ming's eyes lit up. He had originally thought C2 Nan was just big-chested and brainless, but now it seemed she had some ideas. However, she was too naive. Impossible. Before Fongchan could speak, Li Feina spoke first. Li Feina, you have no say here. If you say one more word, don't blame my C2 family for being ruthless. C2 Nan blared fiercely at Li Feina. As soon as C2 Nan said this, Li Feina's expression turned ugly. She had originally wanted to argue a bit more but was immediately pulled back by Fan Tong. As Li Feina's close friend, Fan Tong knew far too well the situation at Li Feina's home, and if the C2 family set their sights on them, it would surely be a disaster. Not just for Feina, but for her Fan family as well. What if I choose neither? Fongchan said expressionlessly, coldly. Then I'll help you choose. C2 Nan immediately replied, this is our matter with Fongchan. If anyone else interferes, it will be against my C2 family in the capital. As soon as she finished speaking, the members of the Nan Guild quickly separated the others from Fongchan. Li Feina was pushed back several meters just for hesitating. Once a person loses their momentum, they start to consider more, and with concerns, they can no longer be as reckless as before. The C2 family in the capital was not just a simple family, it represented many things, and anyone who knew this name understood what it stood for. Even those who hadn't heard of it would be quickly informed. Everyone didn't need the Nan Guild members to take action, they instinctively stood far away. Don't push me. I won't leave. Su Shui pushed away the members of the Nan Guild and stood firmly behind Fongchan. Li Feina shook her head and did not dissuade her. C2 Nan was a bit curious about who this girl was and what her relationship with Fongchan was, but none of that mattered anymore. If she wanted to die, then let's die together. Originally, she didn't want to resort to such extreme measures, but once she learned that Fongchan could easily defeat a boss at that level, she realized that if Fongchan could not be used for her own purposes, then she could not be left alive. If she stayed, this person would surely become her great enemy in the future. Zhuge Ming sighed inwardly. His assessment of the young lady was that she was intelligent, but not very much. If it were up to him to take charge, he would never consider such a face-off unless he had absolute confidence in a decisive strike. Aren't you leaving? Fongchan looked at Su Shui with interest. I'm not leaving. Wherever the boss goes, I go, Su Shui said firmly. Fongchan smiled, unsure whether Su Shui was being clever or foolish. Just by looking at her current performance, he felt an inexplicable increase in trust. However, having been an undercover agent, he certainly wouldn't fully trust anyone. Xingfeng. Actually, there was no need for C2 Nan to call. Xingfeng was already prepared, holding his sword, his eyes slowly opening. He had been preparing since C2 Nan made her decision, continuously enhancing his focus. He understood the principle of using full strength even when fighting a rabbit, especially when facing a master like Fongchan. When his eyes were fully opened, Xingfeng's entire demeanor was completely different. At that moment, the sword in his hand seemed to emit a chilling light, as if it had come to life. This is sword intent? C2 Nan recognized Xingfeng's state at a glance. She couldn't help but praise him in her heart. No wonder he was brother. Xingfeng. Xingfeng was the name given to him by the Sword Saint and was one of his favorite disciples. Since childhood, Xingfeng had shown exceptional talent, learning faster than others. The Sword Saint had once said that he only comprehended sword intent at the age of 20, and now Xingfeng, at just 18, had mastered it. Sword intent was not a skill but surpassed skills. It was a realm that one could only claim to have entered the path of the sword after mastering it. So Xingfeng has been hiding his strength all along. She had initially worried that Xingfeng might not be Fongchan's opponent, but upon seeing him master sword intent, she was immediately filled with confidence. C2 Nan even felt that Xingfeng could easily defeat a boss at that level now. Mastering sword intent allowed one to unleash the sword's maximum power, to express the sword's inherent characteristics, to achieve formlessness that surpasses form, everything stemming from the heart, merging man and sword as one. Xingfeng's expression was cold, revealing nothing of his thoughts. He maintained his stance, seemingly waiting for Fongchan. Fongchan pushed Su Shui back a few steps and also noticed the change in Xingfeng, especially that sword, which had transformed from ordinary to radiating cold light, as if it had undergone a rebirth. The sword was still the same sword, but the aura was worlds apart. He drew a dagger from his waist, not daring to underestimate the person before him. Seeing this, Qingfeng sneered inwardly. It seemed he was still underestimated. Gathering strength. Ah! Qingfeng gripped his sword, and his aura surged once more. Situnan's mouth fell open, as if something had filled it. She had never seen Qingfeng in such a state, but she knew clearly that this was a skill in the way of the sword. Fongchan frowned. This person before him was not simple. Whoosh! Qingfeng launched forward, disappearing from his spot. So fast. Boss, be careful. So fast. Everyone was left with only this thought. The sword light swept through like a gust of wind, carrying a chilling aura. Put! A black object flew out, quietly spinning in the air. A pair of bright eyes flickered. The sky was turning. The earth was spinning. That familiar body suddenly fell to the ground, weak and lifeless. He lost. The price was his life. Qingfeng's head smashed to the ground without dignity, and until death, he never knew how his opponent had killed him. He couldn't even see the movements clearly. The gap in strength was too great. The scene was deathly silent, like watching a movie filled with anticipation, only for the opening credits to finish and the ending credits to roll. Who could bear such a disparity? Everyone thought it was a fierce battle, but in reality, it was an overwhelming victory, with no suspense at all. The gap in strength was more than just a few galaxies. Transform into one's own, successfully converting sword. Intent. Fongchan was slightly taken aback, not expecting even this ideological thing could be transformed. It must be the credit of his second-level talent. Qingfeng. Brother Qingfeng. Situnan was the first to react. She couldn't understand why this was happening. Clearly, Qingfeng had the advantage, so why was it him who died? Impossible. Impossible. Situnan screamed internally, but the head of Qingfeng, still not closed-eyed, told her this was the truth. What did you do? You must have used some despicable means. Otherwise, how could you have defeated Brother Qingfeng? Situnan suddenly seemed to lose his support, looking quite deranged. It must be that dagger. That's right. Your strength can't possibly surpass Qingfeng's. It must be that dagger's doing. After saying this, Situnan's eyes burned with intensity. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, others began to notice Fongchan's dagger. At first glance, it was clear this dagger was no ordinary item, at least bronze, no, above silver. Many people looked at Fongchan with a hint of greed. If it weren't for some reservations, they might have rushed forward to snatch it. Fongchan said nothing, coldly watching these people. If they dared to act, he wouldn't mind sending them to reincarnation. He admitted Qingfeng's strength was indeed formidable, but under the absolute suppression of attribute points, everything was just a fleeting cloud. Hand over the dagger. I can leave you with a whole corpse. Situnan shouted. Fongchan realized he couldn't understand this Situnan. Was she really that confident? Situnan drew a sword, clearly of much better quality than Qingfeng's, likely of silver grade. With the same silver equipment, she didn't believe she would lose to Fongchan. So that's it. Fongchan finally understood. Her confidence came from this silver weapon. Seeing Fongchan not respond, Situnan thought. He was afraid. Last chance, hand over the dagger. If you have the ability, come and take it. Fongchan wanted Situnan to know, and everyone else to be clear, that his things were not so easily taken. If they wanted to take it, they should be prepared to exchange their lives for it. Overestimating yourself. Situnan's stance was the same as Qingfeng's, but her momentum was not even half of Qingfeng's. Wind power. Wind surged beneath Situnan's feet, her speed not at all inferior to Qingfeng's. Unfortunately, no matter how fast she was, she couldn't escape his eyes. Bang! Fongchan seemed quite casual, the dagger firmly stopping the sword's attack. With just one collision, Situnan's sword was knocked away, spinning a few times in the air before firmly embedding itself in the ground. Everyone looked at the sword with envy, but no one dared to step forward. Ridiculous, to take it, one must have the life to use it. Fongchan shook his head. This strength was indeed too far from Qingfeng's, all speed and no stability, unable to even grip the sword properly. He casually thrust the dagger towards Situnan's throat. Stop! You can't kill her! Just as the dagger was about to reach Situnan's throat, that voice rang out in time. It was Li Feina speaking. She's from the Situ family in the capital. If you kill her, it will be a huge trouble. Li Feina rushed forward, fearing Fongchan would do something foolish. No matter how despicable Situnan was, she was not someone they could kill. The current head of the Situ family is one of the 12 Zodiac Lords, and her master is the Sword Saint of the 24 constellations. If you kill her in a moment of impulse, they won't let you off. Worried that Fongchan didn't understand the severity of the situation, Li Feina hurriedly explained again. I know. Fongchan said he knew, but his hand showed no sign of loosening. Ha ha ha. That's right. If you kill me, my father will definitely take revenge for me. By then, whether it's you, or your group, or your family, all of you will. Before Situnan could finish her words, she felt a surge of warmth gushing from her throat. Instinctively, she covered it with her hand, but no matter how she tried to stop it, the scalding blood wouldn't cease. She looked at Fongchan, whose face was filled with indifference, in disbelief. Didn't he fear retaliation? At that moment, she felt an immense regret. It turned out there were indeed people in this world who were unafraid of her. It's over. Everything happened too suddenly, blood splattered all over Li Feina's face, but she had no mood to deal with it. Watching Situnan slowly fall, unable to move, she felt herself collapse as well. Don't worry, this is my personal act, it won't implicate you. Fongchan flicked the blood off the tip of the dagger, not even glancing at Situnan, and walked past her. She shouldn't have used his family to threaten herself. He pulled out Situnan's sword and put it away, everything felt so natural. Then, he hesitated for a moment and began searching Situnan and Qingfeng. Many people watched in shock. Bastard. It's still warm. Although looting is a tradition, you shouldn't be so blatant about it. Fongchan naturally ignored the gazes of these people, he wouldn't miss anything worth taking. However, apart from a thumb-sized jade token, there seemed to be nothing else of value, which left him somewhat disappointed. After handling these matters, Fongchan left and others instinctively made way for him. Although Fongchan had many good things on him, they didn't dare to harbor even a hint of robbery. That was a ruthless killer. Boss, wait for me. Seeing Fongchan leave, Su Shui hurriedly chased after him. Fongchan noticed Su Shui had followed and said nothing more. He had intentionally not called her earlier, allowing her to choose for herself. After all, following him meant facing the retaliation of the Situ family. Li Feina reached out, wanting to call out to Fongchan, but the words stuck in her throat, unable to come out. There was nothing she could do, her concerns were simply too many. On the other side, Zhuge Ming's heart was extremely complicated at this moment. Fongchan's actions were indeed as he had anticipated. This person was completely unruly, not caring about how thick your background was, killing without hesitation. But thinking about it was one thing, witnessing it was another. This kind of shock was truly unforgettable. He looked at Fongchan, who was also looking at him. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. Sure enough, when Fongchan came to his side, he patted his shoulder with a blood-stained hand and said, "You've worked hard, brother." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming's heart instantly felt like thousands of grass mud horses were galloping. Zhuge Ming was completely at a loss. This is such a damn trap. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhuge Ming with wary eyes, and those nearby instinctively moved away from him. Zhuge Ming. Meanwhile, the instigator, Fongchan, had leisurely teleported back to the temple. Fongchan has left the guild. Su Shui has left the guild. Seeing the prompt in front of her, Li Feina felt a wave of bitterness, as if her heart had been emptied, leaving her with an indescribable discomfort. Feina. Fanton squatted down and hugged the dejected Li Feina. Did I really do something wrong? Tears were welling up in Li Feina's eyes. Fan. Tong shook her head. If it were me, I would do the same. From the moment they were born, they were destined to be unable to act freely. Everything they did was for their family. But why do I feel so uncomfortable? Sigh. Boss, what should we do next? Although they had decided to follow Fongchan to the end, Su Shui was also feeling lost. Pack up your things, from now on, we won't be leaving the maze. After killing Situnan and Qingfeng, a third of their points and experience directly transferred to him, instantly leveling him up to level 9. Now with nearly 400,000 points, opening a healing shop didn't hold much significance. With Grid, the efficiency of absorbing attributes from monsters was even higher, so he decided to spend the remaining time tackling the maze to quickly increase his strength. Su Shui nodded, not asking why. So the two of them went to pack their things, preparing the essentials for the next few days. Fongchan returned to his residence, took a shower, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. So much had happened today, he had completely offended the Sword Saint, and now there was also the Situ family to contend with. He urgently needed to become stronger, otherwise, the day he left the novice space would be his death day. After drinking a glass of water, he slumped onto the sofa, finally having the time to take out the jade piece from Situnan to study it. The jade tablet was slightly smaller than his thumb, engraved with strange runes. He had no idea what it was for, and when he tried to drop blood on it to recognize kin, there was no reaction. If only Song Qingling were here, she would definitely know what this was. Speaking of Song Qingling, he wondered how she was doing and hoped nothing had happened to her, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain it to his mom. Fongchan pulled his attention back to the jade tablet, feeling a cool sensation. He noticed that when his mental energy made contact with the jade tablet, it emitted a strange fluctuation. So he focused even more, his mental energy like wandering threads continuously trying to touch the jade tablet. Each time his mental energy made contact, the tablet would pulse, as if a great door was keeping it out. Each contact of his mental energy felt like it was crashing against this door. After repeated attempts, he gradually began to grasp the trick, transforming his mental energy from the initial branch-like approach into a trunk that slammed against the door. With his powerful mental energy, he let out a furious shout, gathering his strength, and the door of the jade tablet shattered with a bang. Space Jade. Fongchan was overjoyed. This jade tablet was actually connected to a small space, probably 3 or 4 cubic meters, containing quite a few potions, food, and daily necessities. No wonder he couldn't find anything on Situnan. It turned out it was all stored in the Space Jade. There were even snacks like chips and cola inside, which left Fongchan stunned. This was something that didn't exist in the novice space. The only explanation was that it had been brought over from the real world. Fongchan frowned. This space jade was most likely also brought in from the outside. It seemed that many rules of the novice space were unknown to ordinary people like him. No wonder those guild leaders, even those ranked at the top, were all descendants of certain prominent families. Humph, what a clever tactic. As someone from a grassroots background, he found such behavior extremely distasteful. After trying a few more times and confirming that the space jade was fine, Fongchan put all his belongings inside and then left the house. When he arrived at the temple, Su Shui was already waiting. Fongchan's appearance attracted a lot of attention. His notorious reputation as a killer had spread throughout the novice city, and everyone who saw him quietly made way, not daring to provoke him. Are you all set? Fongchan looked at a small backpack behind Su Shui. Su Shui nodded. She didn't have much to carry. If it weren't for needing to prepare some food, she probably wouldn't have brought anything at all. Alright, let's go. Fongchan approached the teleportation portal, just about to leave when he heard someone calling for him to wait. Ha? Zhuge Ming? Seeing Zhuge Ming, Fongchan was filled with confusion, unable to think of a reason for him to seek him out. Zhuge Ming, afraid that Fongchan would leave, hurried over, almost letting a moment of urgency ruin everything after waiting so long. Bro, how can you just leave like that without waiting for me? Zhuge Ming's hand naturally rested on Fongchan's shoulder. Who's your bro? Fongchan brushed Zhuge Ming's hand away, his expression dark. What? You said it yourself. Now in the entire novice city, who doesn't know I'm your bro? Zhuge Ming's tone was like that of a wronged woman. Now that you've run off, what am I supposed to do? Fongchan, speak up if you have something to say. Why are you crying? Hey! Seeing Fongchan turn to leave, Zhuge Ming quickly blocked his path. Take me with you. Not taking you. I'm a know-it-all. Not taking you. I can cook and do laundry. Not taking you. I'm a light type. I can protect her. At this, Fongchan finally stopped and Zhuge Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his gamble had paid off. Why do you want to follow me? Fongchan's tone was flat. Big brother, you got me into this mess. If I don't follow you, how am I supposed to survive? Saying this, Zhuge Ming was filled with grievances. His originally stable life had been thrown into chaos because of Fongchan's words. Although Situ Nan was dead, there were still many forces from the Situ family in the Nan Nan Guild. They didn't dare to trouble Fongchan, but that didn't mean they wouldn't come after him. Because of Fongchan's words, everyone in the novice city avoided him, even threatening to kill him to avenge the young lady. Now he didn't even dare to go out without dressing up. Fongchan, you have to take responsibility for me. Hearing this, Su Shui looked at Fongchan and Zhuge Ming with a strange expression. Fongchan didn't immediately agree. He was weighing the pros and cons. There was a possibility that someone from the Situ family had been sent as an undercover agent, but that didn't mean much. After all, once they left the novice space, they would all appear in their original places. If they wanted revenge, there was no need to specifically watch him. He couldn't run away anyway. However, even if it was an undercover agent, he wasn't afraid. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even if an empty realm appeared, he would still have the ability to fight. A mere Zhuge Ming was not something he took seriously. If he really was an undercover agent, perhaps he could extract some useful information. Moreover, he indeed lacked understanding of this world and needed someone to help him clarify things. He also needed someone to protect Su Shui. Previously, he had been grinding low-level monsters just to take care of her. Now that he wanted to tackle higher-level challenges, he naturally needed someone to protect Su Shui. After thinking it over, Fongchan agreed. Thank you, big brother. Zhuge Ming was overly dramatic. He could tell that Fongchan didn't trust him, but that was fine. He didn't trust Fongchan either. In this world, mutual exploitation was the most normal thing. Fongchan needed him, and he needed Fongchan. It was that simple. As for what would happen after leaving the novice space, he couldn't worry about that now. The most important thing was to survive. Thus, Fongchan led Su Shui and Zhuge Ming back into the maze. Fongchan did not immediately choose to enter the 9th level but instead went to the 4th level. His purpose was simple, to have Zhuge Ming and Su Shui cooperate a bit while also assessing Zhuge Ming's strength and to let Su Shui complete her talent trial. He lent the Qinghan sword to Su Shui, which was originally C2 Nan's, to enhance Su Shui's self-defense capability. The Qinghan sword was a silver-grade weapon and its attacks would inflict a freezing effect, slowing down opponents, which was quite effective in actual combat. Zhuge Ming indeed had a light talent. The light system had little lethality in the early stages, except against dark creatures, but his defense was quite good. Once Su Shui entered the trial room, Fongchan and Zhuge Ming acted independently. He was not worried that Zhuge Ming would take action against Su Shui alone, at least not for now. Moreover, they could see each other's status and approximate locations in the team interface. So if anything unusual happened, he could return immediately. After Fongchan left, Zhuge Ming found himself somewhat idle. The reason was simple. The monsters on this level were too low level, offering little experience, and grinding them was pointless. At his current level of 8, he would need to defeat hundreds or even thousands to reach level 9. He couldn't understand what Fongchan was aiming for. Zhuge Ming clearly saw that Fongchan was still on the 4th level. What the hell? Why had his points suddenly increased so much. It had only been a short time and his points had already increased by several hundred. It was important to note that this was still split among 3 people, which meant Fongchan had killed dozens of exotic beasts in just a short while. Even their guild's point strategy team couldn't achieve this speed. Truly terrifying. Zhuge Ming seemed to have a new understanding of Fongchan's strength. The next period was spent in exclamations of what the hell, impossible, and no way. The next day, the sun rose as usual. The incident between Fongchan and C29 had already stirred up a frenzy, and the seriousness of the situation continued to escalate. The Nan Nan Guild even offered a high bounty for the capture of Fongchan, Su Shui, and Zhuge Ming. While no one dared to touch Fongchan, Su Shui and Zhuge Ming were fair game. In no time, it seemed the entire city was searching for the 3 of them. Besides this, there was something even stranger. The healing shop had closed. There were no signs or reasons known, and these people seemed to have evaporated from the world. On the other side, at the Fina Guild. Fina, just as you thought, the healing shop is closed. Everyone outside is complaining. Many people lined up early, and now they still haven't seen a healer. In the study, only Fan Tong and Li Fina were present. Li Fina pondered for a moment. She did not believe that such coincidences could truly exist. Here's the plan: find 2 people who resemble the healers, dress them similarly, and have them appear around here. Then spread the rumor that the healers have joined our guild. WI. Fantong clearly did not understand Li Fina's arrangement. This plan was tantamount to pushing the Fina guild into opposition with everyone. Not only would other guilds come to recruit people, but even their own guild might want them. What would they have to offer then? Don't ask, just do it quickly, and remember to find 2 reliable and trustworthy ones, Li Fina instructed. Also, keep this a secret. Got it. Fantong left in a huff. Li Fina went to the window, sighed, I'm sorry. The 3 still in the maze were clearly unaware of what was happening outside, but even if they knew, they couldn't change anything. At this moment, the 3 were resting in the maze, preparing to head to the 9th level. Although Su Shui did not last until the end in this talent trial, she still gained a significant boost, and according to her, she was very close to reaching level 2. Speaking of this, Zhuge Ming felt quite proud. Not only did he successfully last until the end, but he also upgraded his talent to level 2. For this, Fongchan was somewhat surprised. This person's aptitude was quite impressive. After resting well, Fongchan directly arrived at the 9th level through the recording point. In this level, the space was clearly not as oppressive. It was significantly larger than before, which also meant that the space here would be vast. Let's go. Fongchan led the 2 and disappeared again into the long corridor. Meanwhile, on another front, the 4th level of the novice space. This was a gigantic city, a super city that could accommodate tens of millions of people. In the center of the city stood a steel prison resembling a giant beast. Surrounding the prison was a massive spatial magic array. Inside, it was not some super ferocious beast that was imprisoned, but rather humans with black hair and yellow skin. Shang Ling, I can barely hold on. A girl looked haggard, almost on the verge of collapse. Hold on, Brother Fong will definitely come to save us, another girl said. The first girl sighed, wanting to tell her that even if this Brother Fong appeared, he would not be able to save them. From the first day they were locked up, she firmly believed that the Brother Fong she spoke of would come to rescue her, but so many days had passed and more people from the Great Xia had been imprisoned, yet they had never seen that Brother Fong. With such a long time without entering the 4th level, their strength wouldn't be very strong, and even the novice city they were in had only average strength. But how could such strength possibly be a match for those demons? He will definitely come. The girl clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. Who are you people? At that moment, several more people from the Great Xia were pushed in. Aren't you afraid that our Great Xia Empire will declare war on you? A few blue-eyed, blonde foreigners laughed loudly at this. War? Your Great Xia is barely holding on as it is. Besides, let's see if you can leave alive first. Damn it! What is this? The Great Xia people struggled continuously, but it was of no use. It's useless. The foreigners roughly threw them into the prison. I advise you to behave, or I'll send you to meet God. Unknowingly, it had already been 3 days since Fongchan and the others disappeared. There were rumors that they had been seen in the 9th level. In fact, Fongchan was indeed in the 9th level. Even with Zhuge Ming's super brain, it took quite a bit of time to find the boss room. However, this was also related to Fongchan. He was not in a hurry to clear the level and had almost cleared all the monsters on the floor. Because of this, the levels of the 3 had increased, and on the leaderboard, Fongchan was already in first place, the only one at level 10, while Zhuge Ming and Su Shui were both at level 9. In these few days, Zhuge Ming's wow had been said so much that he was almost out of saliva. He never expected that in just 3 days he would gain nearly 100,000 points. The boss room door slowly opened, and Fongchan went in. Fongchan came out. It hadn't been more than a minute. This efficiency shocked Zhuge Ming to the point where he couldn't even speak. If it weren't for the notification prompt, he would have doubted whether Fongchan had actually gone in. It was truly terrifying. Was even the 9th level boss not worth his attention? Fongchan was not surprised by this. If he couldn't take it down in one hit, then he would really be useless. In these few days he had raised his total attribute points to over 9,000. With another day or two of grinding he could upgrade grid. He had actually thought about whether to help grid level up. After all, it required 8,000 points, and with that attribute he would become an attribute monster himself. But his current strength was physical strength, brute strength. His skill power was not enough. If he encountered those tough-skinned, muscular general level or even monarch level opponents, he might not even be able to break through their defenses. Take the Chi Blade Slash as an example. Even though his total attributes had reached over 9,000, with over 2,000 in strength, his maximum attack power with bare hands was only a little over 2,000. Before, his own strength was only over 900, but with the Air Blade Slash, he could unleash over 4,000 attack power. The difference was not trivial at all. So after thinking it over, he decided to help Grid level up to level 3 to unlock other forms and abilities. Greedy Grid has successfully leveled up. Unlock Bow Form. Unlock Skill, Spirit Arrow. Unlock Passive Skill, Spirit Devour. Spirit Arrow, a spirit arrow generated by mental power, shot from Grid's bow form, with a 100% hit rate. If the host has elemental affinity, the spirit arrow can change attributes according to the affinity, adding different effects, with an attack power 10 times the consumed mental power. Spirit Devour. When a spirit arrow kills a target, it extracts 1/10 of the target's current mental power, spirit, to replenish the host. After reading the skill introduction, Fongchan couldn't help but exclaim about the divine artifact. It was worth the 2 days he spent earning enough attribute points. The effect was quite valuable. If he used his current mental power limit of 935 points to launch spirit arrows, the attack power could reach 9,350. Who wouldn't feel uneasy facing such power? Even the strong in the void realm would seem like paper. Bow Form. With a thought, the dagger in Fongchan's hand immediately transformed into a strangely shaped bow, thick at the top and thin at the bottom, somewhat resembling the sword form, also entirely black, but the bow had some strange characters on it, like special runes. Just right, I'll use you to test my skills. Looking at the 10 or so flying shadow beasts moving agilely in the air, Fongchan sneered. These flying shadow beasts were extremely fast, as if all their attribute points were allocated to agility, and they could blend into shadows, making it quite a challenge for Fongchan. He drew the bow, and a black arrow automatically formed on it, but this was not a physical arrow, it was like countless black currents twisted together. Watching his mental power decrease continuously, the black arrow grew larger. When the mental power consumption approached 100, Fongchan immediately released it, and the black arrow shot out like a long rainbow. The flying shadow beasts were still in a teasing state, but when the black arrow was released, their expressions changed drastically. The terrifying pressure locked onto them, and they wished they could immediately dive into the shadows, but the speed of the black arrow was beyond their comparison. In an instant, it pierced through their bodies, leaving a large hole in the wall behind. The powerful impact shattered the flying shadow beast into pieces. Fongchan was left agape. This power was a bit excessive. The other flying shadow beasts quickly used shadow escape. But how could Fongchan let them go? His speed was extremely fast, and he didn't need to charge. Just 10 or 20 points of mental power were enough to kill these strange beasts. The black arrows were fired in rapid succession. Decades of hand speed were not in vain. Dozens of arrows were shot almost simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, all the flying shadow beasts were shot down one by one. Even those that had already blended into the shadows were not spared. A 100% hit rate. Truly terrifying. Character: Fongchan level 10, Mortal Realm, Strength 1040, Agility 1095, Spirit 939, 939, Constitution 1017. Main affinity: God level Healing, SSS LV2, Passive Assimilate, Secondary affinity: Tyrant Thunder, S LV1, Passive Thunder Seal, Effect Shock Water, D LV1, Vision, E LV1, Fire, E LV1, Strength, D LV1, Agility, D LV1. Affinity skills: Healing Power, Thunder Control, Water Manipulation, Passive, Vision Enhancement, Fire Control, Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement. Equipment: Heart of the Sea King, Fragmented, Shadow Cloak, Grid, LV3. Skills: Super Healing Power, Passive, Decomposition, Rapid Healing Spirit, Thunder Accumulation. Available attribute points 0 points. 623084. Enter shop. Opening the attribute panel, he found that the previously dwindling mental power was now full again. Truly absurd. Fongchan sighed. Sigh, how can others play like this? After trying the bow form a few more times and roughly mastering the technique, Fongchan put it away. Holding it for too long was too ostentatious. It would have a bad influence if others saw it. I really am a great benefactor. In the past 2 days, he had basically run through the 10th level and found no hidden rooms. It seemed that not every level had them. Since that was the case, staying here seemed to have little meaning. He realized that ever since his strength had surpassed his opponents by so much, he had not passively converted his talent again. He didn't know if it was his own illusion. Even the conversion of attributes had decreased. Originally, killing a single beast could convert a bit of attributes, but starting today, it took almost 3 beasts to see any highlights. Su Shuan Zhuge Ming's health is rapidly decreasing? Fongchan suddenly noticed in the team bar that Su Shuan Zhuge Ming's health was dropping quickly. He felt a surge of unease. Both Su Shuan and Zhuge Ming were level 10, and Zhuge Ming had super strong defense, so the beasts on This level shouldn't be able to deplete their health so fast. Even others wouldn't be able to. Moreover, Su Shui had healing spells, so it should be no problem to raise their health at a critical moment. But why was their health still declining? Had they suffered fatal damage? Fongchan ran wildly, his speed reaching its peak, darting through the maze like a flash of light. On the other side, deep in the 10th level of the maze, this was a huge open space in front of the boss room they had previously explored. This open space and found nothing special, so Fongchan let Su Shui and Zhuge Ming wait for him here. After all, bringing the two of them to farm monsters would affect efficiency. But Su Shui and the others could never have imagined that just because Zhuge Ming had to relieve himself, it would attract a giant beast that nearly cost them their lives. At this moment, Su Shui lay on the ground, motionless, her breathing weak, her body covered in a faint frost like a snow beauty. Su Shui, don't die. Zhuge Ming was half kneeling. In front of Su Shui, a layer of golden shield spread out in his hands, but his cries had no effect whatsoever. In fact, his condition was not much better than Su Shui's. His whole body was covered in frost, and even moving was extremely difficult. Right in front of them was an enormous white tiger, spreading its holy white wings like a divine angel. The white tiger opened its massive mouth. A beam of light gathering, aimed directly at Zhuge Ming and Su Shui. Damn it! Zhuge Ming cursed. The tiger's attack was so bizarre that it almost ignored his defense, directly attacking his soul. He now felt a splitting headache, as if his entire head was about to explode. If it weren't for his high mental strength, he would probably be lying on the ground like Su Shui, looking at the beam of light from the white tiger's mouth. He knew he couldn't block it with his abilities, but if he left, Su Shui would definitely die. Damn it! Zhuge Ming exerted all his strength to expand the shield, the headache nearly causing him to faint. Fongchan, this is your debt to me. Seeing that beam of white light shoot out, he closed his eyes, ready to accept death. Death, perhaps, was a kind of relief for him. Mom, are you here to take me? Ming, Mom, I'm sorry. Even if in the future it's just you left, you must live well. You're so smart, Mom knows you can do it. Silly child, don't cry. I'm going to accompany your dad now. Live well. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Zhuge Ming's head throbbed painfully and he finally collapsed. Just then, a large hand suddenly lifted him up as if he were a chick, and then he was whisked away at high speed. Zhuge Ming struggled to open his eyes, and there was that familiar yet detestable face. He soon fainted, completely losing consciousness. Fongchan immediately cast healing spells on the two, and their frost gradually disappeared, their skin regaining color. Seeing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but for some reason, the two still did not wake up. Roar! At that moment, the white tiger let out another roar, and Fongchan's act of saving the two right in front of it completely enraged. Fongchan knew this was not the time to check on their injuries. The giant white tiger before him exuded a power that was clearly beyond that of an ordinary boss. Hidden Boss Ice Flame Sacred Tiger. Level 5. Fongchan frowned. This Ice Flame Sacred Tiger felt very familiar to him. It had the aura of a sovereign. Its strength was probably even above that of the Thunder Tyrant. More importantly, its gaze was unsettling, filled with intelligence, unlike the dullness of the Thunder Tyrant. Human, you actually carry the aura of a sacred beast. Interesting. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger opened its mouth, and a deep voice like that of a middle-aged man came forth. Fongchan couldn't help but be taken aback. This was the first talking beast he had encountered in the novice space. It gave him a very dangerous feeling. But I dislike the aura on you, so die. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Roar! The ice flame beam began to gather in its mouth again. Fongchan furrowed his brow. From the traces of the previous attack, it seemed to lack power, but why did it give off a feeling that made one's soul tremble? Quick, use bow form. Fongchan was startled. Who was speaking? No time. Quickly use bow form. Hurry. Fongchan was confused but immediately drew his dagger. Bow form. A black longbow appeared in his hands. Aim at its mouth and use all your strength to shoot a spirit arrow. At that moment, Fongchan couldn't find a way to counter the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger's attack, nor could he dodge, as Su Shui and Zhuge Ming were right behind him. He didn't suspect a trick. The situation was urgent, and with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. Spirit arrow. Boom. Black and white. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger shot out its beam, and Fongchan had no choice but to fire the spirit arrow. The two powerful energies collided, and the surrounding air seemed to be sucked in, forming a bizarre turbulence. In an instant, it was like fireworks exploding in the sky, black and white light radiating out before dissipating into the air. Very strong. Although Fongchan had not charged long enough, he had consumed 300 points of mental power, equating to an attack power of 3,000 points. Any boss of any level would be easily killed by that. But this was nearly a tie. Grid. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger let out a low voice again. The legendary 7 Sin artifacts actually submit to a human. Ha! Fongchan? You don't need to pretend to be deaf and mute. I know you have already unsealed it. Old man, I don't need your guidance on how to choose. Fongchan was surprised. It turned out the voice just now had come from Grid. I only pity you. You just unsealed it and are about to fall asleep again. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger's tone was filled with disdain. Is that so? If you have the ability, show your true form. Haha, if my true form were here, you and your little master would probably be torn to shreds. Anyone can boast. Bring out your true form. I want to enter scythe mode and cut off your tiger balls. Fongchan. This guy was just a stubborn duck. Hee. You should focus on surviving first. I won't die. If anyone dies, it will be him. Fongchan. You listen for yourself. Is this human language? But if he dies, it will be troublesome for me too, so it's better for you to die, old man. Humph. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger stopped talking, seemingly realizing that arguing with this guy was pointless. How many more shots can you take from me? After saying that, the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger opened its mouth again. Fongchan frowned tightly. Just as the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger said, he really didn't have much mental energy left to take it. Kid, this time you must give it your all, or you'll die. Grid's voice appeared again, but this time only Fongchan could hear it. What should I do? Fongchan knew this well, but even if he fired with all his might, he might not win against the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger. Listen to me, Grid said seriously. Fongchan had no other choice at this moment. He gripped the black bow tightly, pulled back, and the black arrow immediately appeared. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger, seeing this, clearly showed a hint of a smile. Not enough, keep going. The black arrow grew larger, like a shell ready to be fired. Fongchan watched as his mental energy dwindled, but he couldn't see how much chance he had of winning. Prepare. Now, switch to lightning attribute. Fongchan instantly reacted, and the black arrow transformed into a purple-blue color. The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger showed a hint of panic, but Fongchan's timing was just too perfect. At that moment it was spewing a beam of light and couldn't move, unable to dodge at all. Boom! The two energies collided again, this time one white and one blue. This energy? The Ice Flame Sacred Tiger was shocked to find its own energy losing to the opponents. The purple-blue energy devoured the white energy like flames, crashing directly into the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger. Kid, I remember you. The lightning-infused spirit arrow not only had its own attack power but also carried the passive effects of the lightning talent and paralysis. The violent energy struck the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger, rendering it immobile. With over 6,000 spell attack power, it was enough to annihilate everything in this space. And with the divine lightning specifically targeting the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger, it had no room for resistance. After leaving behind a fierce remark, it vanished. Fongchan felt extremely wrong. The Thunder Tyrant had to remember him, and the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger had to remember him too. Damn it, this was something he used to say. Who dared to say it to him? Now, being remembered every few days, it seemed his strength was still lacking. Congratulations to Fongchan for killing the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger, level 5. Reward 500 distributable attribute points for the killer. Reward 50 distributable attribute points for everyone in the novice city. Seeing this prompt, Fongchan immediately became unhappy. Although it took a very short time to kill the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger, the difficulty was definitely much higher than that of the Thunder Tyrant. If he had reacted a bit slower just now, he might have been the one to die. But for such danger, the reward was only 100 more than that of the Thunder Tyrant. This was really too much. Activated Transform into my own. Successfully converted the Netherworld Ice Flame talent. Obtained Heart of the Sacred Tiger. If you have this, then I won't be troubled anymore. A long-lost talent. It really wasn't his misunderstanding. The gap in strength was too great, making it impossible to convert the talent. Regarding the talent of the Nether Ice Flame, Fongchan truly had no understanding at all. It was the first time he had heard of it. The Ice Flame was not like ordinary elemental talents, it seemed more like a mental-type talent. You really are lucky. Grid's voice rang out again. Do you know what this is? Fongchan had already adapted quite a bit to Grid's presence. Of course. The Nether Ice Flame and the Tyrant Divine Thunder both belong to the holy level talents, and only the 4 holy beasts in the world can possess them. The Nether Ice Flame is not an ordinary talent. All its skills target the soul, and it ignores any physical defenses. No matter how powerful the physical training is, it's useless in the face of the Nether Ice Flame. It's just trash. Just like the Ice Flame impact, it can not only cause freezing damage to the body but, more importantly, directly attack the soul. Upon hearing this, Fongchan gasped. He had no skills to resist soul attacks. If it weren't for Grid, he would already be singing a lament. Fongchan suddenly realized something, and his expression turned grim. What about them? Just wait to die, Grid replied coldly, like an emotionless weapon. Fongchan hurriedly cast healing spells on the two, but their bodies had no injuries, they just wouldn't wake up. No, there must be a way. Fongchan checked the two's bodies. All functions were normal. It can't be hopeless. You must have a way, right? Grid sighed. There is a way, but it's difficult. Hearing this, Fongchan immediately ignited hope. As long as there's a way. Tell me. There's a plant called Nether Soul Refining grass that can repair and strengthen the soul. If we were in the Nether King world, I might be able to find it, but in the novice space, I can do nothing. How long can they hold on? Given the current situation, probably less than 10 days, Grid answered truthfully. If they weren't primarily focused on mental power, they might not even last 3 days. Fongchan's expression grew even grimmer. It was just that they couldn't hold on until the novice space ended. Even if they returned to the outside world, he wouldn't be able to find the Nether King world. I heard that the novice space connects all worlds, so does that mean I can find people from other worlds in the novice space? Ask them for the nether soul refining. Grass? In theory, yes. The novice space was created by someone and the materials inside automatically adapt to the player's current world. So if you can find someone from the nether king world, you should be able to find this specialty, Grid replied after pondering for a moment. Good. As long as there was still a chance, Fongchan didn't want to give up. Are you serious? Are they that important to you? Grid asked, probing his soul. Indeed, he hadn't known Su Shui for long and he didn't even know her background. As for Zhuge Ming, there was even less to say. Just a few days ago, they weren't even acquaintances. Did he really need to take such a huge risk to save them? Rationality told him it wasn't worth it. Leaving them behind would go unnoticed. But he just couldn't make that decision. In his dreams, he was an undercover cop specializing in betraying friends and brothers. He remembered once, when the gang was making a big deal, he tipped off the police in advance and a shootout ensued. His brother was shot dead while covering his escape, unaware that the police wouldn't catch him. The escape was just a show. He could have saved that brother, but he didn't. The gang made him kill an unrelated mother and daughter on the street to prove his innocence. He could have saved that mother and daughter, but he didn't. Because it wasn't worth it. Because he had no choice. But now, he didn't need to choose, nor did he need to weigh whether it was worth it. As long as he wanted, it was worth it. Seeing Fongchan's resolute attitude, Grid sighed and didn't continue to persuade him. Actually, there is another way. After a moment of silence, Grid said, "What way?" The novice space is divided into small worlds and large worlds. The place we are in now is a small world, while the large world is actually a realm of its own. Even though it changes every year, the essence remains the same. The large world has almost replicated all the resources from various worlds and turned them into various task rewards, completion rewards, boss rewards, etc. As long as you can find the corresponding tasks, you can obtain what you want. However, all task clues are hidden, and it takes a considerable amount of time to find them. Fongchan understood Grid's meaning. Just like these hidden rooms and hidden bosses, they wouldn't appear directly and required a lot of time and resources to explore. If it was a task for a specific type of reward, it would be even more difficult, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Whether it was finding the Underworld King world or identifying reward tasks, it was almost impossible, which is why Grid initially said to wait for death. Fongchan nodded, then carried Su Shui on his back, lifted Zhuge Ming with his left hand, and walked towards the boss room. Grid sighed, truly greedy. Boom! The door opened, revealing another very spacious area. As Fongchan entered, flames lit up one by one, and in the center appeared a half-man, half-bull giant beast wielding a massive axe in both hands. 10th layer guardian, giant axe bull demon. The giant axe bull demon stood 7 to 8 meters tall, its body bulging with muscles, and its two axes were enormous, with the axe handles being as tall as a person. A single swing of the axe would likely leave a deep gash in the ground. Moo! The giant axe bull demon had no emotions, but that didn't stop it from attacking Fongchan. Sword form. 5 minutes ago. Congratulations to Fongchan for killing the Ice Flame Holy Tiger, level 5. Reward for the killer, 500 distributable attribute points. Reward for all in the Novice City, 50 distributable attribute points. Everyone in the Novice City received this notification. When they saw Fongchan's name, even their souls trembled. There was no way around it. The name of the Demon Lord left a deep impression on them. But after the fear, there was a wave of cheers. A reward for the entire city was a tangible benefit. Some were happy, some were worried, and the most worried were probably the Fina Guild. Originally, Fongchan was part of their guild, and besides the citywide reward, there would also be a guild reward. But now that Fongchan had left, the guild reward was no longer theirs. Ironically, they were in a meeting discussing how to mitigate the impact brought by Fongchan. Although Fongchan had already left, it was hard to guarantee that the Situ family wouldn't vent their anger on them. Everyone, stop thinking about it. Which is more important, a few dozen attribute points or our situation? The Nan Nan Guild has warned us several times. If Fongchan were still here, we would definitely be in trouble. Not necessarily. With Fongchan's strength, he could easily crush the Nan Nan Guild. As soon as this was said, more than a dozen people fell silent. Indeed. With such powerful strength, who would dare to cause trouble? Congratulations to Fongchan for killing the 10th layer guardian, rewarding all in the Novice City with 50 distributable attribute points. Congratulations to Fongchan for defeating the guardian of the 10th layer, rewarding all players in the Novice City with 50 distributable attribute points. Originally, they wanted to argue a bit, but upon seeing this notification, everyone fell silent again. If they had only felt regret before, now they truly felt remorse. They had missed out on a full 100 attribute points, which was equivalent to leveling up 5 times, not to mention other hidden benefits. If they had firmly stood by Fongchan's side, would he have taken everyone to grind for experience? Unfortunately, everything was just a fleeting thought now. Li Fein aside, she no longer had the mood to continue the meeting. Let's disperse. Congratulations to Novice City number 10015 for completing the maze exploration. The gate to the next layer is about to open. Please proceed to the next world within 5 days. This world will disappear at that time. Upon seeing this notification, everyone panicked. It meant that within 5 days they had to find the gate to the next world, which was the boss room of the 10th layer. Even if they didn't have to face the 10th layer boss, the beasts of the 10th layer were no pushovers. Tong Tong. Immediately contact other guilds. We need to unite, Li Feina said decisively. Standing before the gate to the next world, Fongchan was unaware that his rapid progress had thrown the entire novice city into chaos. But even if he knew, he would still proceed, as there was no time to wait. The gate slowly opened, blinding light flooding the room. Stepping through the gate, the view opened up before him. Sunlight hit his face, and his mood lifted considerably. Stand still. Don't move. Fongchan discovered that a wall had been built outside the gate, filled with armored figures. At a glance, they didn't look like people from the Great Xia. Besides them, several others emerged from the gate, some in small groups and others in larger ones, a mix of Great Xia people and quite a few foreigners. Don't move. The people on the wall shouted again, all raising their staffs, bows, and great swords, ready to attack at any moment. Everyone looked bewildered, completely confused about what was happening. This city now belongs to our beautiful country, Lord Decula. Everyone entering the city must pay points. Now, Great Xia people to the left, others to the right. The speaker was a blonde man, his level at least mid-tier in the Earth realm. The aura he exuded was comparable to Mo Xiaojun. Everyone was puzzled, but looking at the menacing figures on the wall, they dared not speak. Obediently dividing into 2 large formations. Very good. The blonde man was pleased with their cooperation. Those on the left each must pay half of their points to enter the city. Shit. Many shouted angrily. Why? Should I give you anything? In an instant, the noise erupted. The blonde man sneered, shoot. An arrow instantly pierced the head of the man who had just led the resistance, moving so fast that no one could react. The arrow vanished after passing through the man's head. The speed and power were clearly beyond that of bronze-level weapons, at least silver or higher. There were at least hundreds of people on the wall wielding such weapons. Some held staffs that emitted a faint glow, seemingly even more powerful. Who else opposes? The blonde man said again. This time, the voices of dissent were much quieter, but most people still felt unconvinced. However, despite their numbers, only those at the forefront had real strength, since even they did not resist who dared to speak up. Defeating the 10th layer boss relied entirely on these individuals. In truth, they also wanted to resist, but the man who had just been shot was one of their strongest. If he could be easily killed, they instantly lost the courage to fight back. Very good. The blonde man nodded in satisfaction again. Hey, foreigner, what do you want to do? Let us go. The people from Daxia could no longer hold back. As a Daxia person, being threatened by these foreign devils was an absolute humiliation. Ever since the rise of the Daxia Empire, Daxia's word was law, and no other country dared to contradict it. Over here, a team of well-equipped individuals from the foreign devils was already on their way to collect points one by one, and there was no room for deception. They would demand the other party to open their attribute panel. In other words, all your information would be laid bare. Fongchan watched the actions of these foreign devils with a frown. He could not possibly give up his points, nor could he allow them to see his attribute panel. Kill. At the command of the blonde man, several arrows appeared out of nowhere, striking the Daxia person who had just spoken, instantly killing him. Trash. The blonde man's gaze was icy. If you don't want to die, don't make foolish resistance. His disdain for the Daxia people was evident in his eyes. Foreigner, aren't you afraid of Daxia's retaliation? Kill. The blonde man remained expressionless, and several arrows simultaneously pierced the head of that person. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't react in time. The arrows seemed to appear out of thin air, killing whoever they wanted. The previously discontented crowd calmed down considerably upon witnessing this scene. Such power must be from equipment of silver grade or above. Moreover, all these people were above the Earth realm, while most of them were still in the mortal realm, their strength lagging far behind. Daxia pigs, hand over all your points and I might spare your lives. The blonde man looked at the Daxia side with disgust. Hearing the blonde man's insulting words, many people could no longer sit still and were ready to rush forward to fight, but suddenly an invisible force of gravity appeared, pressing everyone to the ground, unable to move. Of course, Fongchan was the exception. With his current attribute points, even 100-fold gravity might not be able to suppress him. However, Fongchan was quite curious about this talent. It should be the gravity talent, one of the legendary talents recorded in books. Overestimating yourselves, Daxia pigs, the blonde man said coldly. Kill all those people. The blonde man aimed to kill. Of course, the group at the head, although their deaths would result in a significant loss of points, killing them would make it easier for the Daxia people to submit. The blonde man suddenly noticed that there were still people standing among them. He had already used double gravity, which meant that a person weighing 100 pounds was under the pressure of 2 tons. How could they still be standing? 2 tons of pressure and lifting 2 tons of weight were completely different concepts. Even a peak Earth realm expert might not be able to do that. How did he manage it? Impossible. This person must not be left alive. Triple gravity. Triple gravity. The blonde man never expected that dealing with a newcomer would require triple gravity. Arriving at this level at this point in time, how could he not be a newcomer? The strongest group had already reached this place a month ago. Compared to them, he was indeed slow. Those who entered now had already been deemed trash, with no value for recruitment, so even though they were all from the same country, they had to give up 50% of their points to enter. As for the people from the Great Xia, they were not given such privileges. Cold sweat beaded on the blonde man's forehead. Triple gravity was indeed a huge drain. However, its power was also formidable, equivalent to double gravity's strength. If someone hadn't awakened, they would definitely be turned into mush under such pressure. Even for these ordinary beings, it was quite unbearable if they could barely move their fingers under double gravity. Under triple gravity, they could cough up several liters of blood, let alone move. Just as the blonde man was about to announce the deprivation of all points from the Great Xia people, he realized that the man was still standing. Still, he saw the man raise his hand, and suddenly a bow appeared in his grasp. He was astonished to be able to move freely under triple gravity. This strength was probably on par with that esteemed individual. How could that be possible? Fongchan was indeed very interested in the gravity talent, but time was short and he couldn't afford to waste any more. He drew his bow continuously, black arrows appearing one after another. These arrows formed from mental energy were unaffected by gravity, retaining their full power. After continuous battles, his mental energy was already depleted. Despite his high mental energy value, his recovery ability was only at level 10, and even with recovery potions, he couldn't keep up with the consumption rate. He had to end this quickly. The strongest arrow was aimed at the blonde man, while the others were shot at the archers guarding the city gate. The blonde man went from disdain to sheer terror. The speed of the black arrows was simply too fast for him to completely evade, and his left hand was hit, shattering instantly. He clutched his arm in pain, never expecting that with a total attribute of 2000, he would be so badly injured. Transform into one's own activated, successfully converting the gravity talent. When Fongchan saw this prompt, he was momentarily stunned. This was too lucky. However, he had no time to ponder too much. Sword form. As the gravity disappeared, Fongchan immediately carried one person and hugged another, charging straight towards the city gate. Although he had no mental energy, his strength was not lacking at all, and he directly split the gate open. Seeing this, the others began to resist. Asking them to hand over their points was more painful than killing them. If no one took the lead, they might comply obediently, but once someone did, they would definitely follow. Block them. The blonde man could no longer care about the pain. If these people escaped, he would face severe punishment. The other guards finally reacted, shooting arrows at the crowd and even using skills to attack. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Fongchan had long since vanished without a trace. As for the others, although they were also from the Great Xia, they were powerless at this moment. After a fierce battle, the chaotic fight finally came to an end. The blonde man's face was terrifyingly dark because the damage this time was too severe. Not only had many people on his side died, but over half of the Great Xia people had also perished. In this level, after killing someone, points would not transfer, and experience could only transfer 1/3. This meant that with so many deaths, all the points were wasted. It's all his fault. The blonde man was furious, veins bulging, and his previously stopped bleeding left hand began to ooze blood again. Tie up all these Great Xia pigs. Beat them hard for me. Don't kill them, I want them to wish they were dead. When Fongchan reappeared, he was already on a distant street, having changed into a loose robe. As for Su Shui and Zhu Gaming, he had found a house to hide in. This city is indeed very large, more than 100 times bigger than the novice city, divided into 5 major districts: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and the center. Each major district is further divided into 20 smaller areas, and each major district has a teleportation array that allows for transfer between the 5 major districts as well as teleportation outside the city. The place where they were just stopped was the central district, which is also the most prosperous area. Originally, there were no walls there, and anyone passing through the teleportation gate could enter the city directly, but it was surrounded by walls built by those foreign people, enclosing the teleportation gate. At this moment, Fongchan had already arrived in the eastern district. Of course, he did not use the teleportation array, otherwise he would have been discovered. Those foreign people seemed indifferent to the word east, and this district had fewer people, all with eastern faces. Thanks to this, he easily found an unoccupied room. Fongchan planned to take advantage of the time while his mental strength was recovering to gather as much information as possible about the current situation of the other people from the Great Xia. However, he was most worried about Song Qingling's situation. Judging by the attitude of the foreign people just now, he had a bad premonition. But he did not dare to inquire openly. His current appearance was too conspicuous and would easily attract attention. Although the eastern district was not very bustling, Fongchan encountered several teams of people in identical armor patrolling within just an hour. Seeing that it was impossible to gather much information now, he had no choice but to return and come out again at night. The place Fongchan found was an inconspicuous house. The rules here were the same as on the 3rd floor. One could reside here by providing points. However, the system shop no longer offered any food or water, making it impossible to stay here until the end. Nevertheless, the shop had unlocked many items for sale, including equipment, various potions, and even attribute points, skill books, talent, awakening books, and permanent growth attribute point enhancements. But the prices were not cheap at all. Just for attribute points, it was as high as 10,000 points each, and a basic skill book was 100,000 points, with no guarantee of learning it, as it was probabilistic. As for the talent awakening books, they were even more expensive, with a 10% awakening probability costing 500,000 each, and a 50% awakening probability costing 5 million each. Moreover, this was for ordinary talents. Rarer talents were even more costly. The permanent growth attribute point enhancement that Fongchan valued was even more expensive, requiring 500,000 points to increase by 1 point. Fongchan originally thought he had a lot of points, but after seeing the shop, he realized he was far from it. He simply couldn't afford to spend. Closing the panel, Fongchan looked again at Su Shui and Zhuge Ming. They still looked as if they were asleep, but after what had happened earlier, their breathing was noticeably weaker. Moreover, they were still in the mortal realm, with mortal bodies that would die after 3 days without water, and they couldn't last until 10 days later. This created a problem. He needed to find the Yinning soul refining grass, and it would be more convenient to act alone, but he couldn't leave Su Shui and the others without care. The best solution was to find someone trustworthy to take care of them, namely Song Qingling or Zhao Jiangshan. If not, Li Feina and the others would also do. But given the situation here, it was difficult to find even the great Xia people, let alone them. Therefore, the urgent task was to resolve the conflicts in this city. Just thinking about it made Fongchan feel overwhelmed. Time was extremely tight. Evening. Fongchan's mental strength had recovered quite a bit, and his actions were naturally bolder. Taking advantage of the dark night and strong winds, he quickly knocked out a lone patrol soldier and took them away, the entire operation taking less than a second, with no one able to notice. Back at his residence, Fongchan removed the hood of the patrol soldier, revealing a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign woman, which surprised him. They were all dressed in silver and blue knight armor, making it impossible to discern their gender from appearance alone. He had initially thought these armors were something special, only to find they were made of black iron. This set of equipment was not sold in the systems shop, clearly crafted by someone. Hiss-ah! The blonde woman finally woke up, feeling a throbbing pain at the back of her head. She had no idea what had happened, but when she saw the Dasha person in front of her, she was immediately startled. She wanted to scream, but when she felt the coldness pressed against her throat, she held it back. Fongchan was quite satisfied with her reaction. If she didn't cooperate, he wouldn't mind killing her and finding another to interrogate. After all, at this point, there was no need to consider international friendship anymore. Please let me go. I don't know anything, the blonde woman said, her face filled with terror. She realized she was in armor and had been knocked out, which proved this person's strength was immense. However, she was also an awakened one and wouldn't be easily frightened. She feigned weakness while secretly calculating how to counterattack. You don't need to rush to answer, Fongchan said as he grabbed the blonde woman's helmet with one hand and crushed it effortlessly. This action completely stunned the blonde woman. Crushing a helmet with one hand. It was already not an easy task to crush a helmet, let alone to shatter it. Even someone with the captain's strength might not be able to do it. If that strength were applied to her head, there would be no chance of survival. Realizing this, she immediately suppressed her thoughts. At least now was not the time. Fongchan nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to see. What is your name? Which country are you from? I am Lena, a beautiful country person, the blonde woman dared not hide. In fact, Fongchan could directly make her reveal her attribute panel, but he feared that in a desperate situation, she might act recklessly. He wouldn't mind killing her, but finding another would take time and be troublesome. Why are you patrolling? We are the Night Order, responsible for maintaining public order and what else? And capturing Daxia people. The blonde woman secretly glanced at Fongchan, noticing he didn't show much emotional fluctuation, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Who ordered you to capture Daxia people? Why are you capturing us? It was Lord Kara's order. As for the reason, I don't know. I just know that when I arrived in this city, it was already like this. Kira? Yes, he is the leader of our Night Order, also has golden hair. The one who uses gravity? Yes. The blonde woman wasn't curious about how he knew Kira, as he was the one guarding the city gate. Basically, everyone who entered had seen him. Where are the captured Daxia people? Fongchan's eyes clearly showed some killing intent. This was clearly targeting the Daxia people in the prison tower in the central area. After the blonde woman finished speaking, Fongchan remembered seeing a strange tower in the central area during the day, controlled by some special power. Tell me everything you know. Fongchan pressed the dagger further into the blonde woman's neck. The blonde woman was silent for a moment before finally saying, Actually, I don't know much. I only know this is all Lord Decula's order. Feeling the coldness from Fongchan's hand, the blonde woman dared not hide anything further. I heard that every 10 days, Lord Decula would kill a batch of Daxia people. As for the reason, I don't know. Fongchan frowned tightly. If what this person said was true, then this Dracula was clearly not just targeting the people of Daxia. If he really wanted to target them, he could just kill them directly. Why set a fixed time? Tomorrow just happens to be the 10th day. I heard that this time there are hundreds of thousands of people, the most ever, and Lord Dracula is said to be making an appearance. Speaking of this Dracula, the blonde woman also looked somewhat displeased. Although Dracula targeted the people of Daxia and took a lot of points, he was not very merciful to them either, having taken away half of their points. Then he coerced them into working for him, offering points as rewards. Rounding it off, it was like rewarding himself. Hearing the number of hundreds of thousands, Fongchan couldn't help but be stunned. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know what hundreds of thousands of people mean? I can believe that hundreds of thousands of people can't cut down a single penny from Pinduoduo, but you say hundreds of thousands can't defeat one person? How is that possible? Seeing Fongchan's disbelief, the blonde woman immediately said, "Don't doubt it. I heard that Dracula is already at the empty realm level and his attribute points are very high. There are even rumors that he is not human." Upon hearing this, Fongchan became even more unsettled. The empty realm is between level 30 to 50 with base attributes starting at 2,000 points. If the growth attributes are high, plus the rewards from the various levels of the maze, the total attribute points would be at least over 5,000. To think that he had worked so hard to grind his attribute points and only had over 4,000, this was terrifying. But that's not enough. That's a person, not an ant. Fongchan still didn't quite believe it. A sea of hundreds of thousands of people could exhaust him to death. Moreover, with so many people exerting force together, what iron cage could hold them? Is having more people useful? By your logic, what use is the prison in the Himalayas located in your country? The prisoners and exotic beasts there are not just hundreds of thousands, and their strength far exceeds ours. Fongchan was immediately dumbfounded by this question. The Himalayas she mentioned should be the Himalayan mountain range, but is there a prison there? And does it hold hundreds of thousands of criminals? Seeing Fongchan's expression, the blonde woman was also confused. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? As the largest member country of the Awakeners Association, Daxia naturally has the power to imprison criminals from all over the world. How is this possible? This is a world of high martial arts and supernatural abilities. Can the strong really be imprisoned? The blonde woman saw that Fongchan didn't seem to be pretending, so she said, "On the holy island, there is a rare mineral. After purification, the holy stone made from it can instantly empty an awakener's mental power. If arranged into a formation, it can suppress an awakener's abilities by over 90%. If one has the holy stone, wouldn't that be invincible?" The blonde woman rolled her eyes at Fongchan. "Do you think the holy stone is easy to obtain? Just to enter the holy island, you need to be at least at the empty realm level, and entering at that level is a 10 out of 10 chance of death. Moreover, the holy stone is very rare. There aren't many on the entire holy island. I heard that the holy stones in the prison of the Himalayas can only be found by entering the holy domain. Furthermore, there's the issue of purification. If the purity is not high, the effect will be greatly reduced. I guess the holy stones in the iron cage would have much less suppression on the earth realm. In short, this thing is valuable but hard to find. Even with the strength of the whole country, it might not be easy to find many." Fongchan nodded. This was in line with the setting. If anyone could obtain it, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. However, he also noticed that the blonde woman mentioned holy island and holy domain, terms that seemed not to be mentioned in the textbooks. That Dracula actually had such things, clearly indicating that he had long been plotting. He was probably after something significant. Originally, Fongchan wanted to ask more, but time was already late and there were less than 5 hours left until the execution time mentioned by the blonde woman. He confiscated all of her equipment and weapons, then bound her with rope and covered her mouth, leaving her in the corner. He couldn't release her yet, so he had to deal with her this way, even though it might not be effective. However, he didn't mind. The blonde woman was only at level 12 or 13, posing no threat. After handling these matters, he sat down on the ground and began to meditate. In fact, when he defeated the 10th layer guardian, his experience points had already maxed out, allowing him to break through to the earth realm, but due to the urgency of the situation, he hadn't rushed to do so. Now that he had some free time, Fongchan followed the tutorial in the book and began to attempt to break through the mortal realm. The mortal realm refers to the realm of mortals, where the body is still a mortal flesh. But the earth realm is different. The biggest distinction is the transformation of the body, becoming stronger and harder like the earth. In short, the body becomes more resilient. Each breakthrough in realm is also a transformation of the body, which requires time. Fongchan relaxed his entire body, but his mental energy was highly concentrated, an invisible mental force impacting his brain. He began to try to guide his mental energy, transforming it from formless to tangible. After a while, he could already feel the mental energy flowing through his body like blood. This was the signal of moving from the mortal realm to the earth realm, receiving the baptism of mental energy, and his body began to change, as if every cell was becoming stronger. The blonde Woman, feeling bored, curiously observed Fongchan, initially thinking he was doing something, but after watching for a while, she realized he was breaking through. Since she had just broken through a few days ago, this feeling was quite familiar. She couldn't be mistaken. Clearly, she was in the Earth realm, yet she had no power to counter in front of someone in the mortal realm. Who would believe that if she said it out loud? Just as she was thinking about how to sneak away, she noticed a vortex appearing beside Fongchan, and her mouth dropped open in surprise. When breaking through from the mortal realm to the Earth realm, a crucial factor in determining success is whether one can draw on the spiritual energy from the world. Here, spiritual energy refers to the aura of heaven and earth. After entering the Earth realm, the body will open up a new sea of chi, at which point it can absorb spiritual energy and store it as its own spiritual power. Spiritual power and mental energy are essentially the same, but mental energy is produced by oneself and cannot be provided by the outside world, while spiritual power is supplied by the external environment. The upper limit of spiritual power absorption in the Earth realm is the same as one's own mental energy limit, effectively adding an extra blue bar. When the spiritual power is depleted, one can directly absorb spiritual energy to recover, and the recovery speed is much faster than that of mental energy. However, if the mental energy is not full, one cannot directly recover spiritual power. One must first restore their mental energy to full before they can absorb spiritual energy to convert it into spiritual power. So when the blonde woman saw Fongchan dramatically absorbing spiritual energy, she couldn't help but be astonished. Just how high was his mental energy? After a while, Fongchan finally stopped absorbing, and the surrounding vortex disappeared as well. Character: Fongchan level 11, Earth realm, strength 1240, agility 1295. Spirit 1239/1239, Constitution 1117, Spiritual power 1239/1239, Main talent God level healing SSS LV2, passive assimilation. Secondary talent Tyrant Thunder SLV1, passive Thunder Seal, effect Shock Nether Ice Flame SLV1, Gravity A LV1, Water D LV1, Strength D LV1, Agility D LV1, Vision E LV1, Fire E LV1. Talent skills: Healing power, Thunder control, Ice Flame impact, multiple gravity, water manipulation, passive, vision enhancement, fire control, strength enhancement, agility. Enhancement equipment, Heart of the Sea King, incomplete, Shadowcloak, grid, LV3, skills, super healing power, passive, decomposition, swift, healing spirit, thunder accumulation. Allocatable attribute points, 204 points, 625084. Enter shop. From the mortal realm to the Earth realm, the free attribute points increased by 200, and the growth attribute points doubled. Originally, breaking through was a joyous occasion, but seeing the growth attribute change from 2 points to 4 points, he immediately felt less happy. The gap had widened again. He still had to keep working hard. However, aside from the change in attribute points, the most intuitive feeling was the enhancement of physical quality, giving him a sense of having broken free from shackles. As dawn broke, Fongchan left the room with Lina and seized the opportunity to snatch a set of knight armor. This knight armor had a helmet that almost covered his face, which suited Fongchan perfectly. Originally, Fongchan's plan was to kill Lina after the interrogation, but with Lina being so cooperative, he didn't even have the thought of doing so during his breakthrough, leaving him at a loss. Moreover, thinking that he still needed Lina to provide cover, he decided to keep her. Walking on the street with Lina as a knight, indeed no one paid them any mind. Due to time constraints, Fongchan planned to go directly to the central area via the teleportation array. The teleportation array in the East District was conveniently located in the center of the East District. It could not only teleport to various areas of the town but also outside the city. Outside the city was a vast world, with forests, lakes, mountains, deserts, etc., and it connected to other worlds. Of course, the outside was also filled with exotic beasts, with no level restrictions, and no longer subject to the suppression of the novice space, restoring normal strength and experience. This meant that the novice protection period had disappeared. So many people. Is it usually like this? Fongchan asked in a low voice. Lina shook her head. No, it shouldn't be. It must be because of today. That's why there are so many people. She didn't dare to say it, but Fongchan understood her meaning. Today, besides the onlookers, there were many so-called knights, all wearing the same equipment, making them easy to recognize. Be careful, they should be looking for you. Lina had already realized that the captain's mention of the Dasha people must refer to this man. Fongchan was taken aback. I didn't expect you to care about me. Who cares about you? If you get caught, I'm dead too. Lina knew she was in the same boat as this Dasha person. If Dracula and the others found out she was helping him, it would be the end for her. Although there were many people here, because of Lina's knight identity, they didn't need to queue and went directly to the teleportation array. 20 points each, the guarding knight said coldly. Lina skillfully paid the points, and the two entered the teleportation array. The teleportation array lit up, and the people standing in it were instantly enveloped in light, disappearing the next second. Fongchan felt a wave of dizziness. This sensation was different from the teleportation portals in the maze. The portals in the maze felt like two spaces stitched together, and opening the door would directly lead to another space. This teleportation array is more like a passage established between two spaces, connecting them with mysterious power. In Reality, the Instant Space Hall utilizes this kind of teleportation array to transport between different instant spaces, saving the trouble of long-distance travel. It is said that maintaining these teleportation arrays costs a huge amount every year. The city center is vast, with all the buildings designed in a grand and imposing style, making one feel small amidst them. At this moment, the entire central square is filled with people, and at the very center stands a towering iron prison. From below, one can see a dense crowd of people inside the iron prison. Besides these, the most eye-catching are the armored knights, forming circle after circle of human walls. More and more people from the Great Xia are being escorted into the iron prison. Fongchan, using visual enhancement, sees clearly that among them are Li Feina and Zheng Tianlang. Although these individuals possess decent strength facing knights of at least Earth Realm, they are clearly outmatched, and the number of knights is not fewer than theirs. Once they are sent into the iron prison, they immediately lose their ability to resist, which makes Fongchan very curious. Logically, such artifacts should not appear in this space. Whether it was prepared by Decula or modified by him, either possibility indicates that this person is not simple. Soon, a man draped in a black cloak appears on a high platform, and in that instant, it seems the entire space falls silent. Even Fongchan feels a slight pressure. This man's strength is likely not inferior to his own. Just as Fongchan is pondering this, the man reveals a strange smile. My subjects, I am very pleased that today you all join me in witnessing history. The Great Xia, a mere barbaric and backward land. A country without human rights and autonomy, yet it is arrogant and repeatedly interferes in our national affairs, attempting to eliminate and control us, which is truly despicable. They are nothing but numerous and lucky, having made contributions during the chaotic era, but now the times have changed. This is the era of elites. How can such an inferior race suppress us? How can they become the strongest nation? Our beautiful country possesses the only diamond-grade equipment, the strongest Heaven Realm Awakeners. What does the Great Xia have? Starting today, we will overturn the dominance of the Great Xia. Let the Great Xia pigs bow down to us in submission. Now, I will make you all noble bloods become the strongest race in this world. After he finishes speaking, everyone shouts Decula. Fongchan is speechless, unable to understand the thought process of these people, even feeling that their intelligence is questionable. Are they really this easy to fool? At this moment, red lights illuminate beneath the iron prison, and circular formations appear out of thin air. Ha ha, Gluttony Gretoni. I didn't expect to encounter him here. At this time, Grid's voice rings out, sensing the presence of his kind. Gluttony Gretoni? That's right, the waste who excels in barrier formations. Fongchan's brows furrow involuntarily. As Grid's possessor, he knows best how powerful the 7 deadly sins artifacts truly are. They are definitely not the waste Grid speaks of. The red lights beneath the iron prison resemble meteors in the deep night sky, flickering as they race along predetermined paths. Each of these circular formations seems to possess life, emerging from the void like ancient and mysterious runes, each radiating a powerful energy aura. Inside the iron prison, everyone looks on in astonishment. Their eyes are filled with fear and unease. At this moment, Decula leaps into the air, directly reaching the top of the iron prison. He is cloaked in black, with a deep-set face, a standard foreign visage. The people below, like fervent devotees, continuously shout, Lord Decula. Decula stands atop the tower, his gaze profound, his cloak billowing in the wind, revealing a ghostly smile. He looks down at the frenzied followers below, who are hoarsely shouting his name, their voices filled with admiration and awe. Lord Decula. Their cries seem to ignite the fervor within Decula, and he howls to the sky, his voice brimming with endless dominance. Ah! Ah! Inside the iron tower, a series of anguished screams echoed, as thin red threads seem to be drawn from their bodies, continuously gathering at the top of the tower. What is he doing? Fongchan suddenly had a bad premonition. Getoni is absorbing power. Life force is his source of strength. Grid's tone was icy, devoid of any emotion, as if it were the most normal thing. Ah! I am from the Zhang family of Daxia. You can't do this. Let me go. I don't want to die here. Please, just let me go. I can do anything. You can't do this. Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die here. Damn beautiful foreigners, our Daxia will not let you go. They shouted loudly, cried, and struggled, but no one paid any attention. The thin red threads seemed to be pulled out of their bodies, continuously gathering at the top of the tower. That was their life force. Pain. Distorted faces. Lord Dracula, please spare us. Someone shouted loudly, their voice filled with endless pleading. However, Dracula seemed not to hear, his gaze firm and cold. He continued to wave his fingers, drawing more life force from people. Meanwhile, those below kept shouting, Long live Lord Dracula. At this moment, a blood-red sphere rose at the top of the tower. Lowly humans, open your arms and accept this brand new power. Dracula laughed coldly, as if everything were under his control. He aimed to cultivate the strongest Blood Clan army to conquer this world of myriad heavens. The Blood Clan welcomes you. Another earth-shattering roar erupted, and Dracula's power completely exploded. The massive blood sphere burst forth with needle-like blood spikes, shooting towards everyone. Boom! Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, a blazing Firebird rushed towards the enormous blood sphere, its powerful impact instantly destroying the sphere, turning it into a sky full of blood mist. This sudden change made everyone's cheers come to an abrupt halt. They gasped in shock and fear, looking back with astonished expressions. At that moment, a voice shouted, "Who is it?" The voice was hoarse like a wild wolf, sending chills down their spines. Dracula's previously. Smiling face instantly stiffened, his gaze fixated on the knight holding the black bow. "Who are you?" The knights standing below did not hesitate to draw their weapons, pointing them at the knight with the black bow. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and hostility, as if they intended to take down this uninvited guest completely. "Daring to disrupt the master's feast, you truly do not know how to live," they roared. Their voices filled with threats and anger. "Take him down." In the end, they shouted in unison, their voices echoing in the sea of red light, as if wanting to engulf the entire world in this fierce conflict. Dracula quickly regained his cold demeanor, watching everything below without intervening. The armored knights surrounded Fongchan, afraid he might escape. "Are you crazy?" Lena looked at Fongchan in disbelief. "Do you have any idea how many people are here? To put it bluntly, there are at least hundreds of thousands gathered here. Among them, there are at least a few thousand knights. And they are all experts at the Earth realm. What does that mean? Just one of them returning to reality would be an elite presence. Even a celestial realm expert would be enough to make him drink from a pot." When thousands of Earth realm experts simultaneously unleashed their aura, Lena felt an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. Her legs weakened, almost buckling, her eyes filled with despair. Had she known this person was a madman, she would never have agreed to anything he said. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. She could already imagine herself being brutally cut down. However, the scene she imagined did not occur. Instead, she saw Fongchan's black bow continuously shooting white arrows, and those struck fell to the ground in pain, yet they bore not a single wound. In just an instant, a large number had already fallen. What kind of divine technique is this? Earth realm experts actually fear your spiritual arrows? Above the Earth realm, manifesting spiritual power is not difficult, but the damage is generally average because it requires compressing the spiritual power stored within the body before releasing it. The spiritual power of Earth realm experts is not high, so the power is naturally limited. But the spiritual arrows in Fongchan's hands seemed to be something else. At this moment, Fongchan was quite satisfied with Grid's bow form. It was worth all the attribute points he had spent upgrading it. Grid's spiritual arrows were certainly different from ordinary spiritual arrows. They only required a small amount of spiritual power to produce 10 times the power, and with the addition of the Nether Ice Flame talent, it was simply an invincible combination. The Nether Ice Flame ignores all physical defenses and directly attacks the soul. Although it cannot severely injure the soul like the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger, inflicting the pain of soul burning on the opponent is still easy. Moreover, it has a spirit-devouring effect, allowing for continuous replenishment of spiritual power, which is essentially equivalent to no consumption. Even more outrageous is that with each attack, he can absorb attribute points to enhance himself. While others grow more exhausted, he becomes increasingly relaxed. The knight's screams echoed, immediately calming others down, causing them to stop in their tracks, afraid to advance further. Useless. At that moment, a blond man stepped out from the crowd, his eyes almost spitting fire. "It's Harris." Lena felt even more despair. It was the son of gravity personally taking action. Fongchan recognized him at a glance. He was the man who had used the gravity talent yesterday. He clearly remembered that he had severed the blond man's left hand yesterday, but now he had both arms intact, indicating some kind of regeneration ability. "You dare to come? Very well." Harris laughed in anger. Because of Fongchan, he had lost his left hand, and to regenerate it, he had become a blood clan, a monster that feeds on blood. Worse still, his soul was enslaved by Dracula, losing his freedom from then on. It was impossible not to hate Fongchan. When he saw Fongchan appear again, he wanted to tear him apart with his own hands. "I want to try, you damn stop." Harris's eyes were blazing with fury. How could this guy be so despicable? While others were speaking, he continued to attack. Although Harris shouted for him to stop, Fongchan showed no mercy, his movements not slowing down in the slightest, arrows continuously shooting out. What a joke, these are all attributes. Everyone, disperse. Hurry up. Seeing Fongchan still attacking, Harris kept calling for people to move away, wishing he could drag them away himself. Fongchan didn't care. Those who moved slowly were shot down to the ground. Harris was so furious he was jumping up and down. How could this Fongchan be so shameless? He couldn't help but shout, "Stop." However, Fongchan seemed to have not heard, continuing to shoot arrows, coldly saying, "You say stop and I stop? Who do you think you are?" Harris was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. "I want to see how long you can keep that tough mouth up." The crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Fongchan and Harris in the large circle. Seeing that the knights had run far away, out of range, Fongchan had no choice but to stop helplessly. "Fourfold gravity!" Harris roared, finally. Unleashing his ultimate move, his patience with Fongchan had been completely exhausted. The original threefold gravity was already his limit, but after gaining the power of the Blood Clan, he had once again broken through his boundaries and could unleash fourfold gravity. When the gravitational field descended upon Fongchan like the weight of Mount Tai, the ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed, and the surrounding earth seemed to be violently struck, sinking dramatically. Standing aside, Lena could not withstand this force, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her whole body pressed against the ground, unable to move. The armor on her body was deformed and twisted, as fragile as if made of paper. In contrast, Fongchan was in much better condition. Although fourfold gravity was incredibly powerful, after the enhancement of the Earth realm, it did not feel much stronger to him than threefold gravity. He stepped forward firmly, each step causing the ground beneath him to sink instantly. He only stopped when Lena left the gravitational range. At this moment, Lena was motionless, her life hanging in the balance. She was so foolish. If she had pretended not to know Fongchan and dispersed with the other knights, this outcome would not have happened. However, at this moment, Fongchan had no time to care about her. "You are indeed strong," Harris said with a gloomy face, slowly speaking, "but do you think that's all there is?" Harris's face was dark. He had to admit that this person was much stronger than he had anticipated. But he could not afford to lose again. Harris extended his right hand, slowly forming a fist. In that instant, Fongchan felt the gravity on him vanish without a trace. He looked confused, unable to believe that Harris would withdraw so easily. Sure enough, at that moment, a smug smile appeared on Harris's face. Clearly everything was within his calculations. "This is my trump card. The gravitational field." After Harris finished speaking, a steel ball appeared in his hand, which he threw towards Fongchan all at once. Fongchan was truly bewildered. This light attack, who did it look down upon? However, in the next second, he realized he was wrong. Those steel balls suddenly accelerated, shooting towards him at bullet-like speed. Fongchan had no doubt that these steel balls would penetrate him upon impact. He could even imagine them piercing through his muscles. Just as he was about to move, he found his feet stuck as if glued with superglue, unable to budge. As the steel balls were about to hit him, the bow in his hand instantly transformed into a sword. Bang! It was not the sound of the steel balls hitting him, but the sound of the sword striking his own body. Only then did Fongchan realize that the gravitational field had not disappeared but had been transferred to him. Wasn't this the all things heavenly attraction? A bag of rice can carry how many floors? Fongchan realized that this was just a low-end version of the Wanshan Tianin, right? The only drawback is that it cannot be used at will. After all, this is the enemy's force imposed on him. At this moment, he couldn't think too much. The strength in his arm erupted, and Grid instantly broke free from the gravity, swiftly swinging his sword to strike at those steel balls. Fivefold gravity is indeed powerful, especially when it targets just one person. The sword in Fongchan's hand seemed to instantly become as heavy as 1,000 pounds. That weight seemed to pull his arm toward the center of the earth, greatly limiting the force with which he could swing the sword. With a series of crisp clashing sounds, one steel ball after another was blocked and fell to the ground. However, unexpectedly, these steel balls, after hitting the ground, bounced back up as if they had a life of their own and clung tightly to Fongchan's body. Although these steel balls no longer possessed their original power, the discomfort they brought to Fongchan was indescribable. Harris was only slightly surprised before returning to normal. Next, he would launch more marbles, even other weapons. What had just happened was merely an appetizer. Fongchan frowned deeply. When he saw Harris take out more steel balls, he felt a sense of foreboding. Power enhancement. His legs exploded with double the strength. He could no longer just stand there and take hits. Seeing Fongchan able to move and charge at him, Harris's expression immediately turned ugly. Fongchan raised the sword in his hand, pointing it at Harris. Suddenly, Harris was restricted by gravity. He wanted to run, but it was too late. Fongchan followed closely, giving him no chance at all. As the distance between the two grew smaller, the gravity Harris felt increased, and in the end, he was pulled toward Fongchan. Air blade slash. A white sword energy instantly enveloped Grid. Release. Seeing this, Harris turned pale, anxiously releasing the gravitational field around Fongchan. Fongchan immediately felt much lighter, revealing a smug smile. So cowardly. This was Fongchan's assessment of Harris. He would show Harris through his actions that releasing the gravitational field was his worst decision. After breaking free from gravity, Harris immediately exerted force, trying to escape Fongchan's attack range. Unfortunately, he was fast, but Fongchan was even faster. Bang! Harris was suddenly yanked hard. The tip of Fongchan's sword just pierced through Harris's armor, leaving a shallow blood mark on his chest. That's enough. 6 people appeared in front of Harris, one of whom had just pulled him away. These 6 wore the same armor as Harris, in blue and white tones, but much more advanced than Fongchan's outfit. 7 holy knights! Lena exclaimed. She never expected the 7 holy knights to mobilize at the same time. Get out of the way. Don't interfere. Harris shouted angrily at the 6. Ha, do you think I want to save you? You're no match for him. Impossible. I just made a mistake. The boss is watching. If you don't want to die, shut up. The boss has lost patience. He won't allow anyone to disturb the feast. Upon hearing this, Harris indeed fell silent, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness as he looked at Fongchan. This person is very strong. Let's attack together, said the tallest boy among the 7. So boring, we actually have to join forces, said a stunning woman with golden long hair and bright blue eyes. We've already lost enough face, said the tall boy. Hearing this, Harris's expression grew even uglier. It was clearly directed at him. Got it, be careful of his weapon. The tall boy looked at the sword in Fongchan's hand. The white sword energy had now turned yellow, giving off a very eerie feeling. This feeling was familiar, but he couldn't quite recall it. Oomph. Just that waste, give me another chance, and I can definitely kill him. Harris was clearly unconvinced, but he did not resist the boss's orders. They all took out their respective weapons, clearly ready to get serious. The tall boy's weapon was a giant hammer taller than himself, looking both massive and heavy, as if it were a destroyer's hammer capable of obliterating everything. The beautiful woman's weapon was a pair of ame daggers, which danced in her hands like a swift and agile poisonous snake, ready to strike at any moment. The other weapons were more conventional, some wielded staffs, others long swords, and some carried large shields. Each weapon exuded the unique pressure of silver-grade weapons, clearly indicating that they all belonged to that tier. When the 7 holy knights revealed their weapons, the atmosphere in the venue erupted, cheers rising and falling, with shouts of 7 holy knights echoing continuously. The alliance of the 7 holy knights left everyone both shocked and excited, reminding them of their last joint effort against the mountain beast. At that time, the mountain beast loomed like a mountain at the city gate, causing countless adventurer teams to perish at its feet, leaving everyone helpless and unable to exit the outer city. It was only through the combined strength of the 7 holy knights that they managed to slay the mountain beast, allowing them to embark on their adventure tasks outside the city. That experience was undoubtedly an unforgettable memory for all present. It was that battle that solidified the status of the 7 holy knights, now facing merely a low-level being. The need for the 7 holy knights to join forces left everyone puzzled and shocked. However, they also believed that since the 7 holy knights had intervened, it was time for this farce to come to an end. Seeing this, Lena couldn't help but worry. She didn't even understand why she felt this way, given that they were adversaries. Suddenly, Fongchan's figure flickered and appeared before the 7 holy knights in an instant, swinging his sword down without giving them any time to think. This action left everyone dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. How dare he? That was the 7 holy knights, the strongest warriors in this city, aside from Dracula. Everyone on the Iron Tower saw this scene and shook their heads. This person was simply too irrational. While it was good that someone dared to defy Dracula, being so impulsive was no different from throwing oneself into the fire. Even if they hadn't heard of the 7 holy knights' reputation, they could tell that these individuals were not to be trifled with, far beyond what one person could contend with. The hope that had just ignited in everyone's hearts was immediately extinguished. Boom! With a loud crash, a figure suddenly flew backward like a shooting star, tracing a long arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground in the distance. It wasn't Fongchan. It was Harris. He had only a single wound on his chest, but this time they could see his innards. The bright red blood instantly pooled on the ground. How is this possible? Everyone present gasped in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the scene in the center of the arena. Everything had happened too suddenly, leaving them no time to prepare. Psychologically, that was Harris, one of the 7 holy knights. How could he be hit one after another? Was he useless? Clearly not. Yet this unbelievable event had occurred. Harris hadn't even reacted to the speed of it all. You're seeking death. The tall man was now completely enraged. If he hadn't reacted quickly to push Harris away just now, he would have likely been split in two. However, at that moment, a cold voice rang out. Third stage, Blade unleashed. Success! The sword energy entwined around Grid had now changed from yellow to a dazzling red, exuding a suffocating pressure. When Grid leveled up to LV3, the basic attack power of his sword form also increased to 400, meaning that the power of that previous strike reached an astonishing 1600. Coupled with Fongchan's own strength, that was an attack power of 2800. If Harris hadn't been pushed away, he would have definitely been split in two. Now that the Airblade Slash had reached the third tier, any casual strike could exceed 4000 in attack power, and if he unleashed sword energy, it would surpass 7000. Terrifying indeed. Unfortunately, this state could only be maintained for 5 seconds, and Fongchan clearly wouldn't waste a single second. Just as the tall man cursed, Fongchan moved again. Be careful! The tall man shouted hurriedly, no longer daring to underestimate him. At this moment, Fongchan's momentum was like a rainbow. In his current state, he could arrogantly declare, who dares to take his sword? With a single slash, his target was the man holding the large shield, who moved the slowest but had the highest defense. Seeing this, the tall man sneered, thinking proudly, why hit anyone else when you choose the one with the highest defense, the Shield King? However, before he could revel in his thoughts for long, a spray of blood erupted, and the massive shield was torn apart as if it were made of paper, while the man was predictably split in two. His face was filled with terror, and he probably wouldn't believe this fact until the last moment of his life. How is this possible? The tall man was also in disbelief. But Fongchan wouldn't allow them to think for long. After taking care of one, he quickly moved in front of another person, a girl holding a staff that emitted a ghostly blue light. Her face was not ugly, but the freckles on it were somewhat regrettable. At this moment, her expression changed drastically from disdain to horror. She had thought that choosing to attack the Shield King was the most foolish decision, but who would have thought? The Shield King couldn't even last a second? She was still in a state of shock. Fast, it was incredibly fast. So fast that one couldn't even feel the pain. So fast that the vision could truly be split into 2 frames. Everything happened too quickly. The Shield King's body had just hit the ground when the freckled girl was already split in 2. Not to mention her, even the tall man probably couldn't react in time. Looking at the scene before them, they asked themselves if that sword struck them, could they block it? The answer was clearly no. Thinking of this, they felt a sense of having survived a disaster. However, their shock was not over. A blood-red sword energy was flying towards them. The target was actually the tall man. Just 3 seconds had passed, and Fongchan felt it was a pity, but there wasn't enough time, and he had no choice. The last sword energy was originally meant for Decula, but he was standing at the top of the tower, too far away to reach, so he had to settle for the next best thing and take out the seemingly strongest tall man. The tall man had now realized that the sword energy rushing towards him was incredibly fierce, and it was impossible to evade. He instinctively raised his large hammer to defend, but thinking of the Shield King's fate, he felt a sense of despair. The power of this sword energy was clearly far beyond the previous attack, leaving a deep trench in the ground wherever it passed. However, just as he thought he was about to meet his end, a twist of fate occurred. The man cloaked in black, like a messenger of the night, suddenly appeared before him and opened a golden barrier for defense at the critical moment. Bang! A deafening roar erupted as the sword energy collided with the barrier, creating a powerful shockwave that instantly sent dust flying around. The tall man felt a tremendous force hit him, his body being thrown back as if struck by a giant wave, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt dizzy, as if he had just snatched back a life from the brink of death. Dracula was not feeling well either. His figure swayed slightly, and his face was extremely grim. He never expected that even the golden barrier could hardly withstand this sword energy. Just how powerful was it? At the same time, he was filled with dread. If he had been even a moment slower, the tall man would likely have already met his end. At this moment, the sword energy had dissipated, leaving a deep gash in the ground several feet deep. The soil at the edge of the gash was blown outwards, revealing the grayish-white rock beneath. The sheer power of this sword energy was evident. The tall man slowly crawled up from the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He felt a mix of shock, guilt, and gratitude in his heart, as he never expected Dracula would save him. He lowered his head and said to Dracula, "I'm sorry, boss." "Waste. Step back." Dracula frowned, reluctantly cursing before deciding to ignore the tall man. If it had been anyone else, he would never have intervened to save them, but he needed manpower right now, and the Caesar family had considerable influence in the beautiful country. He still needed their help. Therefore, he had to endure for the time being. "Who on earth are you?" Dracula glared at the man in the lowest grade knight's armor, his expression extremely dark. Because of his appearance, the grand feast had to be paused. From the moment Dracula decided to save the tall man, the red formation had ceased to operate. The vast venue was now silent, partly due to Dracula's pressure. Secondly, they had not yet reacted to this sudden turn of events. Everything had happened too quickly. Although 2 chapters had already passed, the entire process had only taken about 10 to 20 seconds. Lena's heart was like a roller coaster, filled with various thrills and chills. She never expected that the man before her possessed the strength to confront Dracula. Even the 7 holy knights combined were no match for him. If she hadn't said anything, who would have thought this man had just broken through to the Earth realm last night? Their country already had a complex of worshipping the strong, which might be why they were willing to serve Dracula. Now, this man displayed unimaginable strength. Every move he made, every strike he executed, seemed so confident and composed. He was simply too strong, too handsome. At this moment, she even looked at Fongchan with a hint of admiration, forgetting her previous dissatisfaction with his threats. In the Iron Tower, without the torment of the Red Formation, everyone could finally see what was happening below. They never expected that the one who saved them from hell was a man in knight's armor. But who was this person? Everyone was stunned, yet no one recognized him, simply because he had been wearing that standard helmet from beginning to end. "Xingling, I must say, this is a real man, a man worthy of lifelong trust. Unlike your brother Fong? Where is he? When you were about to collapse, where was he?" After experiencing the gates of death, this woman looked at the man wielding the black long sword and found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. At the same time, she was even more dissatisfied with the brother Fong that Song Qingling spoke of. Both were men. How could the difference be so vast? At this moment, Song Qingling was on one of the floors of the Iron Tower, and she could see the situation below clearly. After listening to Su Xiaoping, who had just finished speaking, she felt a bit more dislike for the man below, whom she had initially found familiar. Show off. It was just too much. How could he compare to her brother Fong? Brother Fong must have been delayed by something, and Su Xiaoping, who had just criticized Fongchan, was also Song Qingling's close friend, comrade, and vice president. Hearing this, she immediately became dissatisfied. And what? Song Qingling shook her head. In the end, she still held back from mentioning that Fongchan was a healer and not suited for combat. Just excuses. I won't allow you to say that about brother Fong. Alright, the strongest and handsomest in the world is your brother Fong. Is that enough? Upon hearing this, Song Qingling shyly nodded. Seeing this, Su Xiaoping cried for help. She really wanted to meet this brother Fong and see what kind of person he was to have Song Qingling, this rich beauty, so infatuated. No, she couldn't let her friend continue like this, she had to let her know what a good man really was. At this moment, both the people in the Iron Tower and the onlookers were focused on the two individuals in the center. This decisive battle seemed to determine the fate of these people. Fongchan looked at Decula with a slightly surprised expression. This person could actually withstand this move, and his strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Was that defensive shield the power of gluttony? Fongchan was a bit surprised. Yes, including his sudden appearance, it's one of gluttony's abilities, Grid replied. Fongchan thought to himself, gluttony is quite strong, being able to teleport like that. What are you thinking about? Grid was now dissatisfied. This is just within his barrier range, so he can move freely, and this kind of teleportation consumes a lot of his energy. Hearing this, Fongchan felt a bit more at ease. If he could teleport freely, what was there to fight about? Has he awakened like you? After sensing for a moment, Grid said, no, the weapon level must reach LV3 for us to awaken. That gluttony guy is different from me. Every time he activates a skill, he needs to consume a large amount of energy, so naturally, he doesn't have enough energy to level up. Upon hearing this, Fongchan wanted to retort, you're not doing any better. Ask around, who in the world can spare 8,000 points to level you up? And the next level requires 32,000. With those attribute points, I could walk across the entire Blue Star. Grid snorted coldly. He didn't refute this point, as in Blue Star, an ordinary divine realm only had a little over 30,000 total attributes. But this world was not just Blue Star. In this multiverse, Blue Star could only be considered a weaker side. However, there was no need to mention this to Fongchan, as his perspective had not yet reached that level. Fongchan and Decula stared at each other, neither of them making a move easily. At this moment, Fongchan also looked at his attribute panel. When he attacked the tall man earlier, a prompt appeared, converting a talent called Giant Strength, which directly replaced the Strength talent. Character: Fongchan level 11, Earth Realm, Strength 1549, Agility 1395, Spirit 1339/1339, Constitution 1217, Spiritual Power 1339/1339. Main talent: God level Healing SSS LV2, Passive Assimilation. Secondary talent: Tyrant Thunder S LV1, Passive Thunder Seal. Effect: Shock Nether Ice Flame S LV1, Gravity A LV1, Giant Strength A LV1, Water D LV1. Agility D LV1, Vision E LV1, Fire E LV1. Talent skills: Healing Power, Thunder Control, Ice Flame Impact, Multiple Gravity, Water Manipulation, Passive, Vision Enhancement, Fire Control, Super Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement. Equipment: Heart of the Sea King Incomplete, Shadow Cloak Grid LV3. Skills: Super Healing Power, Passive, Decomposition, Swift Healing Spirit, Thunder Accumulation. Allocatable attribute points 0 points 625084. Enter Mall. Giant Strength A LV1 permanently increases strength attribute by 300 points. Super Strength Enhancement: any enhancement of strength attribute up to 3 times can be freely applied to any part of the body, consuming 200 spiritual power each time. After reading the introduction, Fongchan's expression changed. This talent is also very strong, not to mention the permanent increase in attribute points. Just the threefold enhancement is already terrifying, as the first level strength enhancement is only double. Moreover, strength enhancement cannot control which part is enhanced. It is a full body strength enhancement, while giant strength can be precise to a point. The same strength applied to a point and a surface is a completely different concept. I see you are a smart person. Put down your weapon, and I will spare your life. Seeing Fongchan silent, Decula continued. From that previous strike, he could be sure that this weapon must be of golden grade, otherwise it wouldn't have such power. If Fongchan knew Decula's thoughts, he would definitely say he had never seen the world. Grid at LV2 was already golden grade, and LV3 is platinum grade. In fact, this is not Decula's fault. How many platinum grade equipment are there in Blue Star? Any platinum grade equipment placed in Blue Star would be fought over madly. So in his perception, having a golden grade weapon with Earth Realm strength is already an incredible stroke of luck. That move you just used must have consumed quite a bit, right? At this moment, Fongchan slowly spoke. Decula frowned. How did the other party know? Every once in a while, he kills the people of Dacia, mainly to help gluttony replenish energy, right? This time, he made such a big scene. Besides enhancing his own strength, the main goal was to raise gluttony's level and make it stronger. However, he quickly regained his cold demeanor. It seems you are quite confident. He was confident that gluttony had consumed so much energy, and the other party's weapon must have consumed quite a bit as well. Moreover, he was even more confident in his own strength. He had reached level 31, a genuine sky realm. The total attribute points were as high as 4,600 points. Who among the same rank could be his opponent except for those freaks? I can't say I'm confident, I just can still use that move 10 more times. I wonder if you can withstand it. Fongchan was very confident, completely unable to tell he was making it up. Indeed, upon hearing this, Decula couldn't help but frown. He had a deep understanding of his own strength. However, the power of that move just now did exceed his expectations. That sword energy was unmatched. If it weren't for gluttony, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. If he really could use it 10 more times, Dracula was seriously considering this question. However, he quickly returned to normal. Then let's give it a try. Fongchan naturally didn't think he could scare him like this. As long as he planted this thought in his mind, every time he made a move, he would ponder this question. At the same time he spoke, Dracula also had a long whip in his hand. At a glance, it was clear that this whip was not ordinary. Long sword against long whip. The battle between Fongchan and Dracula is about to erupt. Bang! The long sword and long whip intersected in the air, producing a sharp metallic clash. Fongchan wielded the long sword nimbly, dodging Dracula's attacks while continuously launching counterattacks. Dracula swung the long whip, striking at Fongchan with the speed and cunning of a serpent emerging from its hole. The two moved at such incredible speeds that many could barely follow their movements. Dracula's long whip seemed to extend infinitely, each swing carrying an invisible force, as if it could tear through the air. Meanwhile, Fongchan's long sword sliced through the air like a dragon's roar, each movement imbued with a fierce killing intent. So strong. The thought echoed in the minds of everyone present. The four holy knights were left in shock, fully aware of Dracula's strength. Who could be said to be the strongest in the city? Yet now, this knight was actually trading blows with Dracula, even under the disadvantage of weaponry. The long whip was suited for mid-range combat, while the sword was only effective at close range. As long as the distance was maintained, the sword's advantages would be nullified. Moreover, due to the whip's flexibility, the sword could hardly defend against it. But this knight showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Fongchan suddenly feigned an attack, and Dracula's long whip instantly struck towards his right side. However, Fongchan had anticipated this. He quickly leaped to the left, closing in on Dracula, and swung his long sword fiercely. Dracula's expression changed in surprise, not expecting to be outmaneuvered, but it was too late to retract the whip. He hurriedly retreated, but how could Fongchan let this opportunity slip, controlling the distance to his advantage? Bang! The sound was crisp. This strike did not hit Dracula as Fongchan had expected, but was blocked by his barrier. Fongchan frowned but did not give up, his sword moving so fast it left after images, continuously striking against the barrier. Taking advantage of the moment, Dracula quickly retracted his whip, creating a flurry of whip strikes in front of him, forcing Fongchan to retreat repeatedly. Seeing his attacks yield no results, Fongchan had no choice but to step back and look for another opportunity. He realized that if he couldn't break through the glutton's defense, all his attacks would be in vain. Ha ha, you can't break my absolute defense like this. At that moment, Dracula smiled again, confirming his suspicion that as long as his sword couldn't hit the target, he couldn't unleash that fierce sword energy. Absolute defense, huh? Fongchan chuckled, a skill that brought back memories. However, the second pillar had already proven that there was no such thing as absolute defense. Fongchan positioned his sword in front of his chest, and his entire aura suddenly shifted. If Qingfeng were here, he would definitely recognize this stance. Charging up, Fongchan felt as if the sword was a part of his body. Dracula seemed to sense something, swinging his whip fiercely, not giving his opponent any time to prepare. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fongchan sidestepped the whip and attacked again with his long sword. This time, he seemed like a different person, moving with incredible agility, and the sword in his hand was exceptionally nimble. Dracula's assault intensified, the long whip twisting and turning like a swift serpent, like a raging storm. Yet even facing such an onslaught, Fongchan remained untouched, and each swing of his sword accurately struck the tip of Dracula's whip, preventing him from utilizing its advantages. Unbeknownst to them, Fongchan had once again closed the distance to Dracula. How is he doing this? The crowd's mouths hung open, seemingly unable to close. They couldn't comprehend how this knight had suddenly regained the upper hand. Is this your true strength? Li Feina, also trapped in the Iron Tower, recognized Fongchan's weapon, and her heart felt like a mix of emotions. Perhaps it was more regret. If on that day I had firmly stood by his side, would things be different now? Boom! This time, Fongchan's sword struck heavily against Dracula's shield. Crack! The shield actually made a sound like shattering glass. It's not that hard, Fongchan revealed, a triumphant smile. With this strike, he used the power of his immense strength talent to forcefully break the shield. Dracula's expression changed drastically as he staggered back, unable to comprehend how the opponent had managed to do that. But how could Fongchan let this opportunity slip away? One sword, two swords, three swords, bang! Absolute defense shattered. Fongchan sneered. This sword will turn you to ashes. Feeling the pressure of this sword, Dracula could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Teleport. Whoosh. Missed. In front of everyone's eyes, Fongchan's sword actually missed. Dracula vanished on the spot. Just when everyone thought Fongchan would fall into disappointment, he unexpectedly curled the corners of his mouth upward, wearing a slight smile. His figure instantly shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, aiming straight at that tall boy. The tall boy's face changed drastically in fear. He never expected that the opponent still had his sights set on him. Moreover, when did he get so close? No one noticed that just now, Dracula and the tall boy were perfectly aligned, and Dracula's sudden disappearance made the tall boy the immediate target. The tall boy couldn't help but want to curse. What grudge, what hatred. However, Fongchan would not give him any chance. By the time Dracula reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away, and he was powerless to save the tall boy. Moreover, teleportation could not be used multiple times in quick succession. He roared, "How dare you! This time, no one can save you, I mean it." Fongchan swung his long sword down, casting a cold glance at Dracula, more like a provocation, as if to say, "Come save him." The tall boy was in despair. He had no time to react, let alone defend himself, and even if he could defend, it would be impossible to block his sword. Whoosh! Split in two. Everyone was utterly shocked, especially those familiar with the 7 holy knights. Who would have thought that one of the strongest 7 holy knights would die like this, without any dignity? After dealing with the tall boy, Fongchan swung his long sword, and the blood splattered from the tip onto the ground, simultaneously glowing with a yellow light. Blade activated. Success! Fongchan said coldly. "I will tear you apart." At this moment, Dracula's mood could be described as extremely furious. He realized that he had been schemed against from the very beginning. The true target of the opponent was not him, but Caesar. This feeling of being toyed with made him extremely uncomfortable. He swore to make this person suffer more than death, to make life worse than death. Fongchan's actions were undoubtedly a provocation to Dracula, as if to say, "The one you want to save, I will kill." At this moment, Dracula's anger had reached its peak, and a red mist emanated from his entire body. This time, Dracula flew directly towards Fongchan, taking the initiative to attack. Indeed, he was flying, his cloak spread wide, like a great wing, soaring just a few centimeters off the ground at an incredible speed. Fongchan raised his sword to meet him. This was exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately provoked Dracula. After all, the second-tier chi blade slash only lasted for a brief 10 seconds and could not be wasted. Dracula's long whip danced, each swing accompanied by a chilling whistle. Suddenly, he exerted force, and the tail of the whip struck back with the agility of a venomous snake, swiftly attacking Fongchan. At this moment, Fongchan was also unwilling to back down. Completely unyielding, he seized the opportunity and struck forcefully at the tail of the whip. With a loud bang, a fierce collision occurred. Fongchan's hand was jolted, feeling a slight numbness. Under equal force, the whip's explosive power was even stronger. However, its drawback was also evident. It required a process and time to build up power. Just like after that collision, the whip would lose its strength and need to be recharged. Fongchan quickly closed in, and this sword struck directly at Dracula, but unfortunately, his reaction was also extremely quick, leaving only minor injuries. Transform into my own activated, successfully converting shadow talent. The prompt sounded, and at the same time, his third-tier blade was successfully activated again. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Fongchan launched another attack, with only 5 seconds left. Faced with Fongchan's fierce assault, Dracula could not evade and forcibly activated the ability of the gluttony barrier. At this moment, the wound on his chest was visibly healing at an incredible speed. Fongchan frowned at the sight. Soon, Dracula felt it was unbelievable. He was like a false void, being pushed to such a desperate situation by a mere earthly being. What was even more terrifying was that he found his speed was actually inferior to his opponent's. It should be known that he was a noble bloodline, and aside from his regenerative power, his speed was his greatest pride. But now he was being ruthlessly crushed by a human. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame and anger. Damn! I am the noble prince of the bloodline, Dracula, the messenger of the night. How could I lose to a mere ant like you? Bang! The barrier shattered. At the same time, his hands formed complex seals, and a powerful dark force surged from his body, instantly enveloping the surrounding space in darkness. That power was strong and evil, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. Fongchan felt something was wrong and began to distance himself while unleashing his sword energy. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Dracula not only merged into the darkness, but the surrounding area, spanning several kilometers, was also shrouded in darkness. Not only Fongchan, but even some onlookers were engulfed by this darkness. What happened? From the iron prison tower, they could see clearly. The people on the ground were suddenly sucked into a black sphere. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even those following Dracula had no idea he possessed such an ability. Inside this dark sphere, there was not a glimmer of light. Even with Fongchan's visual enhancement, he could not see clearly. Fongchan tried to leave, but no matter which direction he took, he remained within this dark range. Moreover, despite having absorbed many people inside, he could not hear any other voices. What is going on? Fongchan guessed that Grid should know something. No need to search, there is no exit. After a while, Grid's voice slowly sounded. This is also one of the abilities of gluttony, which can combine the user's talent/ability to generate a barrier. So what should we do to leave this barrier space? Only by defeating the user can we leave. Fongchan felt speechless. Such things were easy to say, but now he couldn't even find a shadow of the user. How could he defeat it? You need to move faster. Gluttony is already draining your life force, Grid said with a bystander's attitude. It was then that Fongchan realized his mental energy was continuously depleting, and his body was starting to feel fatigued. However, he wasn't panicking. I know you have a way, just say it. You little brat, is this how you ask for help? Grid was furious. As one of the 7 sin artifacts, wasn't every user supposed to treat him with utmost respect? Fongchan was actually a bit dissatisfied with Grid too. Although he sometimes provided key information, most of the time he just watched, as if Fongchan's life or death had nothing to do with him. We are in a cooperative relationship. I provide you with attribute points and you provide me with power. There's no question of who was begging whom. Grid was taken aback. Ha, who do you think you are? You think you can stand on equal footing with me? Hearing this, Fongchan simply sat down on the ground. If he didn't teach Grid a lesson today, would he still have a place to speak? In the future? What are you doing? Grid was confused by this. I have no way out. I might as well wait to die. Fongchan spread his hands, giving up the struggle. What do you want? Grid realized Fongchan was negotiating with him. It's simple. I give you attribute points and you give me all the power, including what you know. We are in a cooperative relationship. Fongchan emphasized this. Aren't you afraid I won't care about you? It wouldn't be hard for me to replace you. Grid was unconvinced. What does it matter? If you want to replace me, go ahead. If I'm not mistaken, once I die, you can change owners, right? But you will also fall into a deep sleep again until you reach LV3. Grid had no rebuttal because Fongchan was right. After the user died, they would become unbound again and all abilities would be cleared, falling into a deep sleep until the next user appeared. Moreover, this next user had to gain their recognition to bind with them. I believe it won't be hard to elevate you to LV3, but to reach LV4 or even LV5, there's hardly anyone else in this world who can do it besides me. Taking out over 10,000 attribute points should be something many could do, but if it were over 30,000 or even over 100,000, who could come up with that many attribute points? Fongchan's words indeed struck a nerve with Grid. He didn't know how many years he had been asleep, simply because he couldn't find a suitable person. At his strongest, he had only been raised to LV4, but due to losing a large number of attribute points, the user's strength had greatly diminished, unable to support his power. It didn't take long before he was killed by other strong beings. Although many had obtained him afterward, none were willing to provide attribute points, and he didn't know how many hands he had passed through before being tossed into the novice space by those guys. In the novice space, he had existed for countless years, and now he had finally encountered a user who was a perfect match. If he were to part ways with Fongchan, who knew how many more years it would be before he woke up again? Thinking of this, he felt a bit intimidated. Alright, seeing as you are sincere, I will acknowledge your status as a collaborator. Fongchan grinned and immediately jumped up. Then hurry up and tell me the method. My mental energy is almost gone. Grid cursed inwardly. It's simple. I can sense the location of gluttony. It's very simple. I can sense the location of gluttony. And you have shadow abilities, so naturally, you can blend into this darkness. Grid's voice was clearly a bit proud. Now you understand, right? Understood. But I understand too well. I can find you, but you can't find me. The roles of offense and defense have switched. No. Isn't this inside his barrier? How could he possibly not find me? Fongchan thought carefully, but it seemed wrong again. You're really stupid. This is gluttony's barrier, not that blood clan's barrier. To create such a large barrier, at least a level 3 talent is needed. That blood clan fears others knowing he has shadow abilities, so how could he possibly have level 3? You've been in here for so long, have you seen him ambush you? Isn't it all relying on gluttony's ability to wear you down? After Grid said this, Fongchan immediately understood. He knew best how difficult it was to raise talent levels in this long time. His healing talent had only reached level 2, while the others remained at level 1. Those so-called experts were just talking nonsense. If gluttony awakens, then you can only wait to die, but he hasn't awakened, and that's your opportunity. But you really need to hurry. The reason you don't feel much now is because there are many people. As the number of others decreases, your consumption will increase. Gluttony's absorption rate is fixed. When there are many people, it gets shared, and each person only loses a little. When the weakest batch dies, the consumption for the remaining people will naturally intensify. And my sensing range is only 500 meters. Fongchan was instantly speechless. This isn't my fault. Gluttony hasn't awakened yet, and his aura is too weak. Grid hurriedly explained, fearing Fongchan would scold him for being useless. At this moment, Fongchan had no other choice, and in the next second, he slipped into the darkness and disappeared. At the same time, in the real world, at the Qingqing Sword Pavilion, Jian Wenti had just hung up the phone, and his expression immediately turned cold. Master, what happened? The higher-ups want me to support the coastal war. Jian Wenti stood up and walked to the window, looking towards the coastal direction. For the past month, the sea monsters had suddenly launched a fierce attack for some unknown reason, and it wasn't just in their southern sea area. The entire day, Xia Empire's waters were under heavy attack. The reason was unclear, and it was said that the higher-ups had even dispatched 24 constellations for this matter, with the more serious areas arranging for 12-star lords to provide support. What a coincidence! The news of Pangtong going to support just got announced, and the higher-ups arranged for you to go too? Yeah, I suspect this old bastard Pangtong is behind it. The more Jian Wenti thought about it, the angrier he became, but he had no way to deal with it. The Jian family had some influence in Xinjiang, but on a national scale, they were nothing. In the entire Disya Empire, aside from a few noble families, who would dare openly defy the will of the state? Even if he wanted to seek help from chasing wind, he couldn't, because chasing wind was also overwhelmed with the sea monster issue. Moreover, troubling his senior brother for such a matter would make others look down on him. Forget it, what did you find out just now? Did Master not ask the subordinates to investigate the whereabouts of that healer? Is there news? The man shook his head. No, but the subordinates discovered something very bizarre. What is it? It's about the timing of his appearance and disappearance. Please elaborate. The subordinates found that the healer's first appearance was not at Rend Hospital but near Renji Hospital. Continue. Jian Wenti couldn't help but become serious. The day before the healer appeared at Rend Hospital, he had treated a little girl near Renji Hospital and charged a reward of 100,000. Impossible. Jian Wenti instinctively said, how could a healer charge so little? Is this true? Absolutely true. The subordinates have verified. That father and daughter couldn't possibly be lying. And my subordinate also confirmed with the director of Renji Hospital that on that day there was indeed a man dressed in a long robe, behaving strangely, who came to discuss cooperation. For some reasons, the two sides did not successfully cooperate. Jian Wentian's brows furrowed even deeper. This was truly abnormal. Did the therapist really need to actively seek cooperation with the hospital? Clearly, he was trying to conceal his identity, but why did he dare to openly treat patients at Rend Hospital afterward? Was it because of Pang Tong? Jian Wentian's eyes suddenly widened. Are you saying this person actively sought out Pang Tong before appearing at Rend Hospital? Exactly. The master is remarkably insightful. When the therapist appeared at Rend Hospital, someone noticed that Pang Tong was also there, which can confirm the master's speculation. Jian Wenti waved his hand. Continue. Additionally, the therapist's disappearance was also very sudden. After Hong Tao's death, he vanished without a trace, and no one has seen him since. Jian Wenti nodded. He was aware of this. They had previously speculated that the therapist was afraid of retaliation, which was why he had not shown up. I wonder if the master has noticed that the day after Hong Tao's death was precisely the 100-day trial. Jian Wenti trembled all over. This speculation was simply too insane. Moreover, the first time the therapist appeared was exactly the day after the outdoor training at Xincheng No. 1 High School ended. Impossible. Jian Wenti almost blurted out. My subordinate also discovered that the suspect who killed the young master has no medical records of visiting any hospital. Upon hearing this, Jian Wenti immediately understood what his subordinate was implying. Fongchan had sustained such serious injuries, but had not gone to the hospital for treatment. The only explanation was that he had already healed, but the therapist invited by Pang Tong only helped Song Qingling and did not assist anyone else. This meant that Fongchan had healed himself. Previously, when my subordinate was investigating Pang Tong in this direction, he found that Fongchan's mother also started working at the school. At first, my subordinate was uncertain, but Pang Tong had just been transferred, and the master left right after, so my subordinate can be sure that Pang Tong was protecting this woman. As far as my subordinate knows, Fongchan and Pang Tong did not know each other before. Jian Wenti slammed his palm down, and the solid wooden desk shattered into pieces. One incident could be considered a coincidence, but when everything points to the same person, it is no longer just a simple coincidence. My subordinate suspects that the young master was killed because he knew Fongchan's identity. The grass he held represents green, which is the color of healing talent. Very good. Very good. Fongchan, Pang Tong, do you think there is no one in the Jin family? Jian Wenti laughed in anger. Everyone in the Jin family, follow my orders. Let's go kill that old bastard. Master, absolutely not. This is all speculation, and there is no substantial evidence. What more evidence do we need? Given the current situation in the country, plus Pang Tong is a commander appointed from above, if the master goes to kill him now, regardless of whether he succeeds or not, it will lead to endless troubles. Then what should we do? Should I just watch my enemy live freely? Master, I believe now is not a good time, and the 100-day trial has not yet ended. If we cause trouble for Pang Tong, it will only alert him. More importantly, this will give Pang Tong the opportunity to frame us, and then we won't be able to kill Fongchan. There is still half the time left in the 100-day trial. We can plan carefully. Moreover, Pang Tong has already left, which is the best time to capture Fongchan's mother. Once Fongchan comes out, with his mother in our hands, he will have no choice but to surrender. Jian Wenti fell silent for a moment before nodding. At this moment, he had also become much clearer. Be careful, there is only one chance. That old bastard Pang Tong must have a backup plan, so you must not expose yourselves. Do not act rashly without absolute certainty. I will try to hold Pang Tong back and not let him leave the battlefield. Yes. At the same time, in a certain place on Blue Star. This was a steel castle resembling a secret chamber, filled with various experimental devices, and people in white lab coats and masks were constantly coming and going. Additionally, many individuals in black suits stood by, monitoring those in white. At that moment, a man in white was walking towards the castle's entrance, eager to leave this place. Dr. Song, have you really thought this through? A person in loose black clothing with their face covered slowly followed him, and from the voice, it seemed to be a mature woman. Hearing this, Song Jianha paused for a moment, his heart sinking. What do you need to let me go? I really can't do this research. Dr. Song, is it that you can't do this research or that you don't want to do it? The voice of the person in black was alluring yet carried a chilling tone. Song Jianha remained silent, continuing towards the main door. Since Dr. Song has made up his mind, we won't stop you. After saying this, the person in black waved a hand, and the impenetrable door slowly opened. Blinding light and a bone-chilling wind rushed in as the door opened. When he saw outside, Song Jianha trembled. The outside was a vast expanse of white, with no end in sight. Where is this? Song Jianha suddenly had a bad premonition. Why pretend to be confused, Dr. Song? Isn't this what you wanted to confirm? The highest point of your great Xia Empire. The person in black spoke calmly, as if they had anticipated Song Jianha's reaction. Insane. Truly insane. Song Jianha cursed. What a bunch of lunatics to build an experimental base on the Himalayas. This was the site of the so-called most solid and heavily guarded prison in the world, the Himalayan prison. If discovered. Wait. Song Jianha's pupils dilated, and he immediately turned to the person in black. Are you from the World Awakeners Association? Hee, it's better not to ask too many things you shouldn't know, it could bring you disaster. I'm really foolish. I should have guessed long ago. With so many human test subjects, how could a mere cult organization manage this? Song Jianha suddenly laughed, but the tone of the person in black suddenly became serious. I wonder if Dr. Song has ever entered the sacred domain? No. Song Jianha didn't understand why the person in black suddenly brought this up. Unfortunately, I have entered it once, the person in black said. Upon hearing this, Song Jianha's expression became grave. He had never been to the sacred domain, but he knew it was a rift space that appeared on the sacred island. Many believed the sacred domain was named after the sacred island, but in fact, it was the opposite. The sacred island was named after the sacred domain. The sacred island was an island that suddenly appeared in the center of the Western Ocean, surrounded by prohibitions, and those below the void realm could not enter. But even for those in the celestial realm, entering the sacred island was fraught with danger, let alone the sacred domain. If the person in black wasn't lying, then she was at least above the celestial realm. It truly is a sacred place, gathering species from various worlds, but in front of these monsters, we are like ants. They could kill us with just a finger, and we have no power to fight back. The person in black became more and more agitated as they spoke. Upon hearing this, Song Jianha's expression also grew serious. If those above the celestial realm had no power to fight back, just how strong were those monsters? What do you think? If those monsters attacked our world, how long could we hold out? Song Jianha did not answer, for the answer was too terrifying. If that day ever came, humanity might not last even a quarter of an hour. People call us a cult, but how many know that everything we do is for the future of humanity? For our world. At that moment, Song Jianha hesitated. He didn't know if what the other party said was true, but if that day ever came, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for humanity. But if the research on the guiding substance is successful, it would be like opening Pandora's box, triggering more unknown risks and disasters. He now feels a bit regretful. If he hadn't published that paper on the connection between talent and character, if he hadn't proposed the concept of the guiding substance, then old Fong wouldn't have found him. If old Fong hadn't sought him out, he wouldn't have received that USB drive, wouldn't have discovered the secret of the guiding substance, and wouldn't have been targeted by those men in black. If none of this had happened, if he knew nothing, could he have peacefully lain at home enjoying the afternoon sun? But everything happened, so who can he blame? Blame old Fong? He merely stumbled upon that USB drive, not knowing whom to give it to, and ended up giving it to himself. Old Fong lost his life because of this, and he lost his freedom. Thinking of this, Song Jianha couldn't help but smile bitterly. They were truly kindred spirits. But if the guiding substance really succeeds in research, then human talent would no longer awaken randomly, nor would it only awaken in the novice space. Moreover, it could stimulate those who have already awakened to gain new powers, stronger powers. This would undoubtedly be a revolutionary change for humanity. The problem is, this guiding substance is extracted from the human body. It requires the sacrifice of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of innocent people to extract just a little. This is something Song Jianha cannot accept, and because of this, he gave up on the research. Dr. Song, you should know that the data in your hands is what we lost here. If you don't research it, we can arrange for others. It's just that. At that time, you won't have a say in who becomes the test subject, the man in black said casually, but his tone was filled with a sense of threat. I heard your daughter is also an early awakener. I wonder. I'll do it. At this moment, Song Jianha gave up struggling. Very well. Although the man in black was masked, one could sense her smile. The door then slowly closed, and this experimental base disappeared once again into the vast white snow. In the novice space, 4th level, town center. At this moment, everyone was focused on the huge black sphere. On the iron tower, Su Xiaoping clasped her hands together, constantly praying, please don't die, handsome. Song Qingling was speechless. You've never seen him. How do you know he's handsome? Do I need to say? A person this strong must be very handsome, Su Xiaoping asserted. I think you're just lovesick, Song Qingling scoffed. I admit it, who wouldn't? Like someone this strong? Should I like Brother Fong instead? Brother Fong, he is also very strong. When Song Qingling said this, the figure of Fongchan appeared in her mind, one from her childhood who had protected her from a vicious dog and another who had bravely shielded her from an attack by a sea monster. Fongchan's strength might not be great, but he gave everything he had. Su Xiaoping rolled her eyes. She couldn't understand Song Qingling's feelings. For Fongchan, only thinking she was foolish for ignoring all the handsome and powerful men in the world and being infatuated with this powerless, insignificant man. With a sigh, she turned her attention back to the black sphere. In the dark barrier, all human perception seemed to be stripped away. Whether it was hearing, sight, or other senses, those within felt as if they were submerged in a silent ocean, surrounded by nothingness. Here, people seemed to lose all sense of direction and existence, as if only endless darkness remained. Finally caught you. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Immediately after, a dull thud echoed, as if something had been heavily dropped to the ground. Ah! Following that was a piercing scream, and the black sphere burst like a balloon, instantly vanishing without a trace. It's out! As the dark barrier dissipated, everyone immediately turned their gaze to the scene. However, the sight before them was hard to believe. They saw a knight holding a long sword, having directly pierced through Dracula's body, pinning him firmly to the ground. Apart from these two, the others lay motionless on the ground, unsure if they were dead or alive. Dracula struggled madly, but at that moment, the knight wielded another sword, plunging it directly into Dracula's heart. Ah! The extreme pain twisted Dracula's face. I will not let you go. With Dracula's bloodline abilities, this level of injury could be quickly healed. It wouldn't take his life, just a bit of pain. Fongchan, however, remained expressionless. Do you think I can't kill you? Dracula did not admit it, but instead threatened, if you kill me, you will be at odds with the entire beautiful country. Our kin will avenge me. Foolish thing. After saying this, Fongchan stepped on Dracula again. If others had heard Dracula's words, they might have been frightened, but this was Fongchan. He had more enemies outside than mosquitoes. Who the hell did Dracula think he was? Besides, I am in the Great Xia Kingdom. Can your beautiful country really cross the ocean to kill me? Do you really think strong people can enter without reporting? Moreover, let's take a step back. Do you even know who I am? I have never shown my face. Go ahead and seek revenge on your mother. Dracula felt his insides churning, several ribs broken, and he immediately became much more obedient. This was simply a devil. Don't give me a chance, otherwise I will make sure you die a terrible death. I'll give you a chance, Fongchan suddenly said with a smile. Dracula's eyes lit up at the words, though he also expressed disbelief. Transfer all your points to me, and I won't kill you. Impossible. Dracula rejected without a second thought. You will agree. With that, a white flame rose in Fongchan's hand. Dracula's pupils contracted. This flame felt extremely strange. To him, clearly fire, yet it seemed to have no temperature at all. But upon seeing this flame, a deep-seated fear began to stir within his soul. What do you want? Dracula's voice trembled slightly. Of course, I want you to experience the feeling of your soul being burned. Remember to thank me later. Fongchan said the most terrifying words in a harmless tone. Although Dracula could not see Fongchan's face, he felt that the other was smiling in a truly terrifying way, like a real demon. Compared to him, he considered himself kind. At least he killed people quickly and did not torture them, aside from bloodsucking and gluttony. Moreover, everything he did was for the beautiful country, for righteousness, the work of angels, let alone demons. Unlike this person, who acted purely out of selfish desire. What a fool, still acting foolish at this time. Fongchan directly shot the icy flame into Dracula's body. Ah! Dracula suddenly suffered from intense headaches, as if some force was continuously tearing at his soul. He really wanted to curl up his body, to twist left and right. But the two swords embedded in him held him firmly in place. He wished he could tear his body apart to break free, as if only then would he feel a little better. He kept slapping his head with both hands, wishing he could dig his fingers into his skull and rip open a crack to let his soul escape. This feeling of pain was simply incomparable to any physical agony. Dracula's screams sent a chill through everyone present. Just hearing his voice made one feel that extreme suffering. Looking at the knight now, their eyes were filled with a bit more awe. After several minutes of torment, Dracula finally freed himself from the agony of his soul being torn apart. He felt as if he had died once. That pain had brought him to the brink of unconsciousness multiple times. However, each wave of pain stimulated him, making him feel worse than death. How is it? Not so bad, right? Fongchan's voice was like that of a devil, making Dracula feel even more terrified. You are a devil. A demon. You are really rude. Not even a thank you, and you curse? After saying that, Fongchan unhesitatingly sent another blast of ice flame towards Dracula. Dracula's face changed drastically, and then he felt another heart-wrenching pain. Does he even know what he's doing? Others have already surrendered, yet he continues to torment. Doesn't he fear affecting the reputation of our Great Xia Empire? Some people on the Iron Tower were actually indignant at Fongchan's actions. They even believed it was harming the interests of the Great Xia nation. The opponent is a blood clan from the beautiful nation. His actions will only provoke their wrath against us. Fool! Does our great Xia Empire fear the beautiful nation? Someone immediately opposed. This isn't about fear. It's about us needing to be magnanimous, to show the demeanor of a great nation, but that person is simply a petty man, the person continued. Slap. Why did you hit me? Aren't you supposed to be magnanimous? Slap. You hit again? Magnanimous. Slap. You. Demeanor. Slap. Enough. Enough of your mother. I'll beat you to death, you fool. To hell with your mother's magnanimity, to hell with your mother's demeanor. That person directly threw a punch. Originally being locked up was already infuriating enough, and now encountering such a fool, they wouldn't feel relieved without beating him to death. How about it? Aren't you going to say thank you to Brother Fly? Fongchan asked with a concerned tone, while the ice flame in his hand unconsciously rose again. Dracula seemed to have exhausted all his strength, like a dead dog, yet when he saw that ball of ice flame, his body instantly tensed up. Thank you, Brother Fly. Good. Fongchan smiled with satisfaction. Can the points be transferred now? Upon hearing this, Dracula felt as if he was already dead, but he knew that the other party wouldn't let him die so easily. If I give you the points, will you really let me go? Dracula asked weakly. At this moment, he no longer wanted to experience that kind of pain. As long as he didn't have to endure that pain again, he would be willing to die. Of course, that tall guy knows best. I am the most trustworthy. Fongchan pointed to the tall man who had been split in two. Dracula's mouth twitched. Fongchan's smile was filled with murderous intent, and he was growing impatient. Dracula's heart sank, and he quickly said, I believe. Smart. Then why the hell aren't you showing your attribute panel faster? Dracula felt a wave of suffocation, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. But he didn't dare to resist and had no choice but to obediently display his attribute panel. Character, Dracula level 31, Empty Realm, Strength 957. Agility 1268, Spirit 782/1529, Constitution 986, Spiritual Power 0/3058, Talent Shadow LV2, Talent Skills Shadow Escape, Shadow Control Equipment Gitoni LV2, Blood Whip Skills Regeneration, Passive Bloodburn, Transformation Bat Bloodsucking, Mental Manipulation. Allocatable attribute points 0 points 1871845. Enter Mall. After displaying the attribute panel, Dracula felt as if he had stripped naked, with no secrets left, especially when he saw the other party staring at him. It felt as if all his secrets were laid bare. After Fongchan finished looking, he couldn't help but exclaim, what a guy! What monsters are you hunting? It's not even as fast as robbing others for points. Nearly 2 million points, and it was all left over. What a waste! Fongchan immediately operated the mall and listed a potion. Buy it. His voice was unquestionable, and Dracula trembled all over. Also operating the mall, he spent nearly 2 million points to buy a potion. Upon reaching the 4th level, the mall function was further opened, allowing for online anonymous transactions, which made things much easier. Seeing his points break 2 million, Fongchan's mood improved significantly. Just then, with a puff, Dracula's large body transformed into a bat the size of a palm, frantically flapping its tiny wings. Fongchan sneered, casually unleashing a lightning bolt the size of a bowl, hitting its mark steadily. What speed could surpass lightning? Even if he used teleportation, as long as the distance didn't exceed the casting range of the lightning, it would still hit without fail. The bat struck by the lightning froze completely, its little wings unable to flap anymore, and it fell to the ground, emitting faint black smoke, directly transforming back into human form. Dracula trembled all over, clearly shocked by the electricity. He scratched his head but couldn't figure out why the other party had lightning skills. Fongchan drew 2 swords, walked over to Dracula, and stabbed him again in the same spot. The wound that had already begun to heal was torn open wider by Fongchan's action. Not being obedient, After saying that, Fongchan unleashed another ice flame on Dracula. Dracula's soul already felt like it was on the verge of collapse. After Fongchan's strike, he let out a miserable scream and then fell silent. Is that it? Fongchan was slightly surprised, not expecting the other party to be so easy to deal with, collapsing completely after just a few hits. Dracula's condition seemed more severe than Su Shui and the others, but Fongchan didn't plan to leave him be. After looting the supplies, he directly set him ablaze, turning him to ashes. Everyone present was stunned. It was fine on the Dasha side, but Dracula's camp was truly shocked. They were all too clear about Dracula's identity. He was one of the oldest families in the beautiful country and a controller behind the scenes. Dracula's status was akin to a prince of this family, the biological son of the current head of the family. Killing Dracula would likely send shockwaves throughout the beautiful country and even the entire world. Has he gone mad? Is he really not afraid of the Dracula family's revenge? However, they quickly came to their senses. This was not the time to worry about others, but rather to worry about themselves. Yet some remained calm. There were at least hundreds of thousands of spectators present, including about 20,000 knights. If they really killed all these people, the beautiful country would definitely go insane, and it would be a frenzied revenge. This is a rage that no one can bear. Besides, no matter how strong he is, with so many people here, can he kill them all? After Dracula's death, the onlookers were also preparing to disperse. After all, no one wanted to gamble on whether the other party dared to kill them, especially those knights who were already sneaking away. Did I say you could leave? Fongchan's cold voice rang out, echoing in the air, sending a chill through everyone present. They were intimidated by his aura, and no one dared to take a step forward. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Fongchan. Fongchan looked at the knights. Please line up and transfer your points to me. His tone was calm but left no room for doubt. He did not force everyone to hand over their points. After all, there were really hundreds of thousands of people here, and united, they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, with so many people, he couldn't collect them one by one. In fact, those onlookers had already been stripped of most of their points by Dracula and his group, and they didn't have much left themselves. Excessive pressure might push them into despair, leading to irrational actions. Impossible, a knight immediately protested loudly. Why should we transfer to you? If you have the ability, kill us all. He pointed at the people around him, trying to drag them down with him. Yeah, I'm not transferring. If you can, kill us all, another person echoed. In no time, many people were opposing. Fongchan coldly looked at these people. Anyone could feel the killing intent emanating from him, yet he did not stop them. Although there were quite a few dissenters, they were mostly those knights. The joys and sorrows between people are not interconnected. Respected everyone, are you all done speaking? Fongchan's voice revealed a cold seriousness with no signs of an outburst. Everyone present fell silent, not daring to respond to Fongchan. All points from those who opposed just now must be transferred, while others will enjoy a 30% discount. Sure enough, when Fongchan said this, everyone stared at each other, and the voices of opposition immediately decreased significantly. No, it's unfair. I'm not transferring. This time, it was still the initial knight who protested. Although they all knew that the other party couldn't possibly kill everyone, who could guarantee that it wouldn't be themselves who died? Why choose to die when they could live? Just as he finished speaking, a lightning bolt as thick as a tree trunk struck down, leaving that person nothing but ashes. Fongchan spoke again. Do you all understand? I don't want to say it a third time. He looked at those who were hesitant. The first 100 to transfer will get a 50% discount, the first 200 will get a 40% discount, and the rest will get a 30% discount. As soon as he finished speaking, after a second of silence, everyone immediately rushed forward in a frenzy. Everyone line up properly. Fongchan shouted angrily, a faint arc of lightning swirling around him. Seeing this, everyone indeed quieted down, each one like a frightened kitten, obediently lining up. Fongchan was quick with his hands, putting a bunch of junk on the shelves in the mall. While only a few people remained, those who transferred their points fled as if afraid the other party would go back on their word. The other onlookers also left in droves, equally worried about this relentless killer's dissatisfaction. Points 148574838 over 100 million points. A fortune beyond measure. Looking at this score, Fongchan's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. It's all from the people's hard work. If it weren't for that bunch of bastards using a lot, it would definitely be far more than this number. However, what's left is enough for him to squander for a while. After collecting these knights' points, Fongchan couldn't be bothered with them anyway. There would be plenty of people to clean up afterward. He arrived in front of the iron tower, which was completely wrapped in a barrier, making it impossible to enter or exit. Is this also Jertoni's barrier? How do I it? When in doubt, ask Grid. It's very simple. Break it violently, and when the energy is exhausted, it will naturally dissipate. Jertoni will unlock it himself. No need to think about the first method. This is one of Jertoni's best barriers, and with your current ability, you can't break it. Fongchan was somewhat surprised. Grid meant that even a third-tier chi blade slash couldn't break it, which meant it was quite solid. Grid continued, creating. This kind of barrier consumes a lot, but maintaining it requires very little energy, and given Jertoni's character, he must be absorbing the life force of the creatures inside to maintain the barrier, which means as long as the people inside don't all die, the barrier won't be. Seeing Fongchan silent, Grid added, then there's only the last method left. You need to subdue Jertoni. Fongchan took out the necklace he found next to Dracula but didn't know what to do with it. The necklace hung around blood-red gem surrounded by tiny, sharp claws, teeth. It looked like a black, gaping maw biting the gem. At this moment, the gem showed no reaction, looking just like glass with no special features. What should I do? Like subduing? No, like getting my approval. Smash it hard onto the ground? Grid was speechless but couldn't refute. It was indeed like that. At the time, he never expected someone could smash open a treasure chest. Of course, it wasn't that he was weak, it was just that it consumed too much. Yes, that's it. But this method clearly wouldn't work on Jertoni. Why? Don't you try communicating with him? Persuade him to recognize you. Isn't he still not awake? Even if he's not awake, he still has consciousness. Fongchan felt it was a bit of a joke, just say a few words. But now he had no other choice. He held the gem, focused his energy, and tried to connect with it. Gluttony? Jertoni? Is anyone there? Are you there? No response. I killed Dracula. Still no response. Grid has already submitted to me. At this moment, Fongchan clearly felt a slight fluctuation. He was overjoyed. There was a chance. He has awakened since he has been following me. You should come with me too. I guarantee you will have a life of luxury and wealth. No response. After coaxing for a while, still no response, and Fongchan had lost his patience. Gluttony. Don't think you can ignore me. I'm saying this today, you either come with me or die. Don't think that just because I can't break your gem now, I have no way. Once grid levels up, I will definitely shatter your gem. At this point, the gem emitted a very obvious fluctuation. Not convinced? Then I'll throw you into storage space and break you, making sure you can't get out for eternity. The gem's fluctuation became even more pronounced. At this moment, Grid spoke. Brother Gluttony, do you think my older brother can't handle you? The gem's fluctuation stopped, and after a while, it jumped once. What does this mean? He agreed. Fongchan was overjoyed and soon saw a prompt. Gluttony Jertoni, LV0, providing energy can unlock upgrades in one ability. Provide a certain amount of energy to upgrade to LV1 and unlock the barrier ability. Barrier, consuming energy can form a specific barrier. Energy, Gluttony can absorb various forms of energy such as life force, mental power, and spiritual power for its own use, and can also convert its stored energy into specific forms of energy for the user. Awesome. This is simply a mobile power bank. Mom no longer has to worry about my blue bar running out. Fongchan immediately provided all his remaining mental and spiritual energy to Gluttony. Gluttony's Tony upgrade successful, barrier ability unlocked. As expected, the energy required to level up from 0 to 1 is not much. He returned to the iron prison tower, touching the red barrier, release. Immediately, the entire barrier transformed into specks of light and vanished. The people inside the iron prison tower were all overjoyed. After waiting for so long, they thought that the knight would no longer care about them, leaving them to fend for themselves. Many even started cursing. But in the end, he really did break the barrier. They immediately felt their strength returning significantly. A huge cheer erupted. Seeing this, Fongchan prepared to leave, but at that moment, a transparent stone the size of an egg fell from the sky and he caught it. Upon touching the stone, Fongchan suddenly felt a wave of weakness. Is this a holy stone? Fongchan was overjoyed. Although the stone was small and its suppressive power was not strong, combined with Gluttony's ability, it was simply an extraordinary existence. Hundreds of thousands of people were suppressed to death. He quickly stuffed the holy stone into the spatial jade and left, letting them resolve the remaining grudges on their own. Great God! Great God! Wait for me. Lina saw Fongchan about to leave and hurriedly followed. Fongchan paused for a moment. He originally didn't want to pay attention to Lina, but after thinking it over, he decided to take her with him. Now only Lina knew his identity, and leaving her here was dangerous for both her and himself. He had to wait until things calmed down before letting her go. Moreover, Su Shui and the others still needed someone to take care of them, so it was necessary to bring her along. Soon, the two disappeared from everyone's sight. Who on earth is that great god? After the people of Daxia left the iron prison tower, their physical and mental strength began to recover, and they started discussing the identity of that powerful knight. Those who originally entered the fourth layer with Fongchan should have been able to guess something, but most of those people were killed by Harris, and the remaining ones were not very sure and chose to keep quiet to avoid trouble. Thus, the knight's identity became a mystery. Of course, aside from Li Feina and a few others who had deep contact with him, they chose not to speak, as they naturally had their own plans. Damn beautiful country people. Shameless foreign devils. I won't let you go. More and more people began to curse, although the instigator was already dead. His subordinates were still alive, and those people had bullied them quite a bit. Especially having all their points taken away, this was something they could not tolerate. Thus, a new storm was about to break out. At this moment, Fongchan and Lina had returned to the Eastern District, and after taking off their knight armor, they were no different from ordinary people. The news of Decula's death had spread, and to avoid retaliation, everyone had taken off their knight outfits. Returning to the room, Fongchan checked on Su Shui and the others. There was nothing unusual, just that they seemed a bit weaker than before. Fongchan looked at Lina. Do you know why I brought you with me? Yes, to protect me, Lina replied after a moment of thought. Fongchan smiled, secretly thinking that this woman was indeed clever, knowing what to say and what not to say. His murderous intent was so heavy that it was almost written on his forehead. It was impossible for her not to feel it. So what are you going to do? Upon hearing this, Lina felt a bit relieved, knowing there was still hope. Stay here and don't leave until you receive further instructions from the great god. Very good. You know, I want to kill, and I don't even need to do it myself. So you'd better not have any crooked thoughts. Lina nodded heavily. She had no doubt about Fongchan's words. If his identity were exposed, it would definitely be her who died, not him. With his strength, who would dare to trouble him? At least not at this stage. But she was different. She was now a traitor, and as a foreigner, she wouldn't be accepted by either the beautiful country or the great Xia. Therefore, her best refuge at this stage was with Fongchan. With Dracula's interference gone, it was time to start looking for the soul-refining grass. Fongchan was unfamiliar with this layer and had to ask Lina. She thought for a while but had no impression. You can check the information exchange and the task hall. Information exchange? Yes, it's a unique place. On the 4th layer where everyone can buy and sell information. If you have any special insights, you can sell them there. The system will automatically verify their authenticity and importance, granting corresponding points. If someone is selling, then naturally you can buy. Besides the information posted by everyone, the system will also refresh various types of information from time to time. Many people have found great opportunities through this information. So when you have no leads, you can go there and try your luck. As for the task hall, it's actually quite similar to the temple on the 3rd layer. Besides the tasks released by the system, there are also tasks from other people. There might be tasks related to the items you are looking for. Fongchan nodded. It was indeed possible to try his luck at the information exchange, but he didn't hold much hope for the task hall. The soul refining grass was clearly not an ordinary item, so the chances of it being listed as a task item were low. After confirming the places, Fongchan sat down to rest. He had consumed quite a bit today and needed to recover. Moreover, with so many points, now he naturally had to plan well. He opened the mall and first found the growth attributes page. Growth attribute points 500,000 points /point dot. It was indeed very expensive, but for him now, it was just a drop in the bucket. Let's start with 30 points, 15 million points. For Fongchan, the most important aspect of growth attributes now was the learning threshold for skills, so he wouldn't be unable to comprehend skills because of this. Additionally, growth attributes would also be very important later on. As his realm increased, the growth attributes would also soar. After completing the operation, Fongchan felt as if nothing had changed, yet everything had changed, giving him a mysterious feeling. He used to call this feeling a psychological effect or self-comfort. After that, he spent 23 million to upgrade the 4 talents: Tyrant, Divine Thunder, Nether, Ice Flame, Shadow, and Gravity to SSS level. Upgrading a talent from level 1 to level 2 required 1 million points. Cheap. Fongchan did not hesitate to directly upgrade all talents to level 2, spending 9 million points. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 required 10 million points. Fongchan. He calculated and found that he didn't have enough points, so he had to upgrade Divine Healing, Tyrant, Divine Thunder, and Nether Ice Flame to level 3 first. Comprehended Divine Healing. Divine Healing cures all negative effects, restoring the body to peak condition, consuming 1000 spiritual power. When Fongchan saw this prompt, he wondered if he could exploit a bug and thought he should find time to experiment with it. Then the prompt continued to sound. Lightning control enhanced. Comprehended Magnetic Storm Field. Magnetic Storm Field generates an electric field with a certain range of paralysis. Using lightning skills within the magnetic storm field increases power by 150% and additionally causes explosive damage. Ice Flame Impact Enhanced. Comprehended Ice Flame Protection. Ice Flame Protection generates a protective shield for the target's soul, capable of negating 80% of soul-type attack power, can negate 3 attacks, consuming 500 spiritual power. Other talent levels increased and skills changed accordingly, the most obvious being the understanding and control of the talent improved by 1 level. Taking elemental talent as an example, at level 1, control talents are mostly broad and unrefined, but at level 2, they can be more precise. After handling all this, Fongchan turned his attention to the skill book section. He indeed had quite a few skills, but they were mainly talent skills, mostly basic skills, with very few advanced ones. Therefore, Fongchan did not consider the beginner skill book, focusing mainly on the intermediate and advanced ones. The intermediate ones cost 500,000 each, while the advanced ones cost 1 million each. The base probabilities are 20% and 10%, respectively. If there is a corresponding talent for the skill, the probability increases by 10% to 70%. Fongchan looked and saw that if he learned the skills of Divine Healing, Tyrant, Divine Thunder, and Nether Ice Flame, the probabilities could reach 90% and 80%. For Shadow and Gravity skills, it would be 80% and 70%, all quite high probabilities. As for the growth attribute restrictions, they were completely outside of Fongchan's consideration. Fongchan flipped through and found that there were surprisingly few skills related to healing. Healing Ray, intermediate, fires a ray connecting to target units up to 5, providing continuous healing, consuming 300 spiritual power. Purification Aura, advanced, purifies the target's negative effects and grants immunity to negative effects for a period, consuming 300 spiritual power. Life Grand Technique, divine, stimulates the body's potential, comprehensively enhancing overall strength, but causes varying degrees of damage to human cells, consuming 1000 spiritual power. First stage, 50% strength increase. Second stage, 100% strength increase. Third stage, 200% strength increase. Fourth stage, 400% strength increase. Fifth stage, 800% strength increase. Note, once this stage is activated, all cells will rapidly die after 1 minute. Fongchan was taken aback. 8 Gates of Duanjia? This is a transcendent divine skill. Without hesitation, Fongchan bought these skill books. He could do without Life Grand Technique, but he couldn't be without this. He spent 4,500,000 points, and as expected, it was not wasted. Then, he bought Lightning Skills, Body Technique. Lightning Flash Intermediate consumes 100, Divine Thunder Punishment Array Advanced consumes 800, Lightning Chain. Intermediate consumes 300, Annihilation Thunder Dragon Divine consumes 3000. Also Shadow Skills, Shadow Binding Intermediate. Variable Cost Dark Realm Advanced consumes 1000, Mark Beginner consumes 50, Shadow Clone Advanced consumes 500. Shadow Biomimicry Divine Variable Cost. This time he spent over 2000 points, and surprisingly there were failures in the Shadow Skills. Unfortunately, there were no purchasable skills for Nether Ice Flame, not even a beginner one. This round of enhancement cost nearly 100 million points. Originally, Fongchan wanted to continue enhancing, but the other categories had low ranks, making failures likely. So he decided to hold off and see if he could awaken some stronger talents before upgrading. Character Fongchan level 13 Earth Realm Strength 1849 Agility 1397 Spirit 1339/1339 Constitution 1219 Spiritual Power 1339/1339. Main talent God Level Healing SSS LV3 Passive Assimilation. Secondary talent Tyrant Thunder SSS LV3 Passive Thunder. Seal Effect Shock Nether Ice Flame SSS LV3 Shadow SSS LV2 Gravity SSS LV2 Giant Strength A LV2 Water D LV2 Agility D LV2 Vision E LV2 Fire E LV2 Talent Skills Healing Power Thunder Control Shadow Bird Ice Flame Impact Gravity Manipulation Water Control Vision Enhancement Fire Control Super Strength Enlargement Agility Enhancement Equipment Heart of the Sea King Incomplete Shadow Cloak Grid LV3 Skills Super Healing Power Passive Decomposition Rapid Healing Spirit Thunder Accumulation Holy Healing Magnetic Storm Field Ice Flame Protection Healing Light Purification Aura Life Magic Thunder Flash Divine Thunder Punishment Array Lightning Chain Annihilation Thunder Dragon Shadow Binding Dark Realm Mark Shadow Clone Distributable Attribute Points 0 points 49474838. Enter Mall. Fongchan put away the attribute panel feeling quite satisfied. Besides the giant strength increasing by another 300 points, the other attributes did not improve, but his strength had definitely undergone a qualitative leap. As for the equipment, he hadn't bought any. The items sold in the system mall were all standard products with little advantage. If he encountered Dakura now, he could think of 100 ways to ensure the other party wouldn't survive such arrogance. Fongchan then set up a barrier around Su Shui and the others, which should last for about 2 days. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lena, but one must always be cautious. He also promised Lena that as long as she took good care of these two, she would definitely reap the benefits. I've left a mark on you. No matter where you go, I can find you, so it's best not to have any crooked thoughts. After saying this, Fongchan left, believing that Lena was a smart person who knew how to choose. The information exchange was located in the central area, not far from the Iron Prison Tower. Fongchan quickly arrived using the teleportation array. Along the way, anyone could feel the low-pressure cyclone, the opposition between the Daxia people and the foreign country. The foreign country people dared not move against the Daxia people now, fearing the Black Sword Knights, while the Daxia people couldn't act against the foreign country people due to insufficient strength. The Daxia people currently had the numerical advantage, but lacked top-tier strength, while the foreign country people were the opposite. However, this situation should gradually change as the Daxia people became familiar with this environment. At that time, a new storm would officially begin, likely extending into the real world. However, Fongchan naturally couldn't concern himself with so much. If he wanted to intervene with a single command, he could immediately replace Dakura, but that was not what he desired. He wanted to be free and unrestrained. The information exchange was very similar to the third layer's temple, filled with many computer-like devices that could automatically connect to the user's system during transactions, directly deducting the corresponding points. Inside the exchange, most users were Daxia people. After a period of waiting, Fongchan finally found an available machine. The interface of the machine was simple and clear, mainly divided into two functions: purchase and sale. The sale function was similar to posting news. Users only needed to fill in the title and content, and the system would automatically recognize keywords, extract useful information, and determine the selling price. Users could choose whether to accept it. If not, the system would price it according to the original draft and the seller's intention, but would be marked as unverified, meaning that even if the price was low, no one would buy it. Fongchan entered the purchase page, where the interface resembled a forum, displaying countless titles, each followed by the corresponding price. The buyer can only view specific content after making a purchase. This information is divided into two types: regular and one-time. One-time information will automatically disappear after purchase, while regular information can be bought by different people. Due to the overwhelming amount of content, Fongchan couldn't check each item one by one, so he entered the search page and typed "soul refining grass." And soon only one piece of information appeared. This was an entry that the system refreshed regularly, priced at 20 points. Soul refining grass commonly grows in areas rich in dark energy, can be used for soul repair and enhancement, effectively boosting mental strength. A specialty of the underworld, now also transplanted to other worlds. After purchasing, this information appeared on the interface. Fongchan then typed places rich in dark energy. The top result was Dark Abyss. Dark Abyss, located 300 kilometers south of the city, it is a vast canyon stretching for thousands of miles, perpetually shrouded in darkness due to the lack of sunlight reaching the bottom, hence the name Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss, extreme cold peaks, magma caves, and desolate desert are known as the 4 major dangers of the novice space. Fongchan frowned and casually checked the other 3 places. The nearest desolate desert was over 2,000 kilometers away. Fortunately, the Dark Abyss wasn't too far, otherwise, he would have to give up on going there. He then looked at other entries, and it was clear that the other places rich in dark energy were not as reliable as the Abyss, and the distances were not close. If he could only choose one place, he believed the Dark Abyss was more likely to yield soul-refining grass. Decided, Fongchan stopped looking at other places and continued searching for information about the Dark Abyss. There wasn't much information about the Abyss, but one entry titled Dracula's Observations in the Dark Abyss caught his interest. 1,000 points. After purchasing, the content was immediately displayed, presumably written by a subordinate who accompanied Dracula. They passed through the outskirts, the illusory forest, and the scorching rock land before reaching the Dark Abyss, which was 200 to 300 meters wide, with an unclear length and unknown depth. There was a steep cliff path on the east side of the Abyss, passing through a strong wind layer. The strong winds carried wind blades, not very powerful but extremely dense, suggesting that those with wind affinity or defensive talents should accompany. They could then descend to the middle of the Abyss, a weak wind layer area, which was a very long slope, extremely dangerous, inhabited by numerous beasts. Above level 20. Further down should be the no-wind layer and the dark layer, but they turned back before reaching the no-wind layer because their supplies had run out. After that, the person briefly introduced the situation of the outskirts, the illusory forest, and the scorching rock land. After reading, Fongchan felt that this information was indeed worth 1,000 points. Just the method to enter the Abyss saved him a lot of time. If Dracula hadn't died, he would have wanted to ask about the specifics, but unfortunately, this information was sold anonymously, and he couldn't find the seller. He then checked other information, which wasn't very useful, mainly about directions, time, and distance to the Dark Abyss. After looking through these, he had a rough idea in his mind. Brother Fong? Brother Fong. Just as Fongchan was leaving, he heard a familiar voice calling him. Fongchan turned around to look, but he actually didn't need to. He already knew it was Song Qingling. Besides her, almost no one would call him that. He saw Song Qingling running over, her face full of excitement, and he felt a slight stir in his heart. I finally get to see you. Song Qingling hugged Fongchan, her voice a bit choked. Fongchan's hand was about to stroke Song Qingling's head, but suddenly he stopped and pushed her away. I'm really not your brother Fong. In fact, he wasn't wrong. The brother Fong that Song Qingling thought of should have already been replaced by him. He didn't know if it was a form of male chauvinism, but he always felt like he was being called another man's name. Moreover, he really couldn't reveal his identity to Song Qingling yet. After all, he still hadn't figured out the purpose of the Men in Black, and exposing his identity could easily put Song Qingling in danger. However, Song Qingling didn't know any of this. After being pushed away by Fongchan, her body stiffened for a moment but quickly returned to normal. Humph. If I'm not, then I'm not. A hint of sadness flashed in Song Qingling's eyes, and then she puffed out her cheeks like a sulking Deng Ziki, muttering to herself, don't say later that I didn't keep my promise. Fongchan smiled helplessly and didn't respond. Wow, so you are the legendary brother Fong? 3 little friends walked up, one girl scrutinizing Fongchan closely, her eyes revealing a hint of defiance. Besides being a bit handsome, there's nothing special about him. How did he manage to charm you so much? Song Qingling's cheeks turned as red as a blooming peach blossom. She hurriedly reached out a hand to cover Su Xiaoping's mouth, her eyes filled with panic and embarrassment. But soon, she let go, seemingly forcing a smile. It's not him. For some reason, Fongchan felt as if his heart had been pricked. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoping stopped joking. Her impression of Fongchan worsened. Clearly, just a moment ago, Qingling had been very excited and happy. The man who had come along noticed Song Qingling's reaction, and a hint of displeasure crossed his face as he said unhappily, Qingling, why don't you introduce us? Upon hearing this, Song Qingling instantly turned cold as ice, replying lightly, I'm not familiar with you. Addressing me like that will lead to misunderstandings. The man's expression darkened instantly, like a sky suddenly covered with dark clouds. But soon, he returned to his original cheerful demeanor, a slight smile on his lips as he said, we have shared life and death moments together, gone through hardships together. How can you say we aren't familiar? This made Song Qingling frown even deeper, clearly not wanting Fongchan to misunderstand, and she immediately explained, we were just locked on the same level in the Iron Prison Tower. Don't say such ambiguous things. The man was even more pleased. Doesn't that just prove we are fated? Song Qingling wanted to refute him, but the man didn't give her a chance and directly looked at Fongchan, this friend. Which level were you locked in? I wasn't locked up. Fongchan was a bit speechless. Was this something to boast about? So this friend is new here. I'm Wang Zitsong. What do you go by? The man smiled even more broadly. Previously, All the people from Daxia had been locked in the iron prison tower. If someone wasn't locked up, they must have just arrived today. Moreover, the stronger the person, the higher the level they would be locked in. At that time, he was locked on the top level, with Song Qingling and some others, which just proved they were the strongest group. This person had just entered the 4th level. Today, he was no different from trash. Fongchan said flatly, "Friend, you just entered the 4th level today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. Being a bit weaker doesn't matter. I hope you can keep working hard and catch up with us soon," Wang Zitsong said with a smile. "Idiot," Fongchan replied. Song Qingling had intended to scold Wang Zitsong, but Fongchan's sudden remark made her laugh and her face regained some color. "You, a lowly person is just a lowly person without any quality." Wang Zitsong's face turned ashen. Having received a high-level education since childhood, he never expected someone would utter such vulgar words in public. Song Qingling's expression immediately soured upon hearing this. "We've played together since we were little. If you say he has no quality, then I also have no quality and am unworthy to speak with you. Please step aside." After saying this, she directly pulled Fongchan away. Fongchan smiled wryly. This girl had already decided that he was her childhood playmate. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to clarify that the childish words spoken in their youth shouldn't be taken seriously, lest she become too entrenched in it. He couldn't understand why. In his memories, they mostly played together, helped her chase away dogs a few times, but most of the time, he was the one being bullied. Many times, they even fought over who was the older brother or sister. How did feelings develop for him as they grew up? However, Song Qingling was indeed very beautiful, lively, and charming. The only downside was that he had been bullied too harshly in childhood, as if there was a kind of bloodline suppression. "Fongchan, team up with me." As soon as they left the information exchange, Song Qingling spoke up, her voice tinged with a bit of anger, though it was unclear if it was directed at Wang Zitsong or Fongchan. I still have some things to do." Before Fongchan could finish his sentence, Song Qingling's expression changed slightly. "Are you going to refuse me again? How did it turn into a refusal again? Didn't he just wish her away? Do women's thoughts really jump around like this?" Su Xiaoping immediately became displeased. "Qingling, we're going to the fiery rockland. It's very dangerous there. Bringing him along is just a hindrance. I know you want to help him level up, but it depends on the timing. Wouldn't it be better to help him level up after we come back? Are you guys really going to the fiery rockland?" Fongchan's brows furrowed instantly. He had seen information about the fiery rockland. Although it wasn't as dangerous as the dark abyss, it was still a perilous place. All around, there were level 20 beasts. Moreover, the levels here were not the same concept as the previous layer. The 3rd layer still had newbie protection, and the strength of the beasts was suppressed, but this layer had no protection. However, the points and experience gained would be significantly higher. Furthermore, this layer had elite, commander, and even lord level beasts, any one of which would be beyond what Song Qingling and the others could handle. "Where are you going and for what?" "Shut up. What does this have to do with you?" Su Xiaoping was very dissatisfied with Fongchan not knowing his true strength. At this moment, Fongchan's visible level was only 13. He had clearly killed Dakura, and even if he only received a third of the experience, it should be enough to level up to 20. According to Grid, Dakura had absorbed a lot of energy from gluttony, leading to his inflated strength. Experience was also a quantifiable energy value. At that time, Fongchan was puzzled about why Dakura seemed to lack strength, especially in the dark area, where he had no power to fight back. It turned out he had overused gluttony. Thinking of this, Fongchan felt a bit anxious when he looked at the gluttony necklace. No need to say, "I've already decided." At this moment, Song Qingling looked at Fongchan. "You tell me, are you going or not?" Her voice was very cold, but Fongchan detected a hint of humility in it. Su Xiaoping sighed softly. She knew Song Qingling had entered competitive mode again. Once she entered this state, it was impossible to pull her back, no matter how strong the force. So, with a somewhat dissatisfied gaze, she looked at the source of the problem, Fongchan, secretly hoping he would have some sense and withdraw voluntarily. "Today, I went out for aerial surveying. The plane flew over the mountains. Sigh, tomorrow morning I still have to go up the mountain to find the plane. Not in the mood at all." "Go," Fongchan blurted out, not wanting to refuse Song Qingling any longer. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Song Qingling's face, but soon after, she regretted it. "Actually, you shouldn't go." Once her mind cooled down, Song Qingling realized how unreasonable her request was. The fiery rockland was an extremely dangerous place for her, and bringing Fongchan along would only put him in peril. Su Xiaoping was overjoyed to hear this. Her best friend had finally come to her senses. "I told you, that Fong whatever should stay here. This time, it's just the two of us going on the mission. Next time, we'll bring you along when it's simpler." "Just the two of you?" Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping's levels were only around 16 or 17, which made Fongchan uneasy about letting them go. "What? Do you look down on us? With my wind and Qingling's fire, taking on monsters beyond our level is no problem at all." Su Xiaoping was very proud. The two of them had relied on this combination to defeat most of the bosses on the previous level. "Qingling, I'm really sorry. Wang Zitsong didn't mean it. He wasn't targeting you. At that moment, Wang Zitsong and another girl walked over and the girl helped to apologize. This girl was named Chen Farong, whom they had met while trapped on the same level. She was said to be a rich heiress, but she was very easy to talk to, which was why they had become friends. Qingling, I didn't mean it. I really didn't know. Wang Zitsong looked guilty, but a hint of malice flashed in his eyes when he looked at Fongchan. Qingling, didn't you say you wanted to go to the fiery rockland? Coincidentally, Wang Zitsong and I are going too. Let's team up. It'll be safer that way. Chen Farong timely took Song Qingling's hand, her voice a bit sweet. Let's go together, don't be fooled by how Wang Zitsong and I look. We're both very strong. I'm a light talent, good at defense, and Wang Zitsong has lightning talent with incredible attack power. We definitely won't hold you back. Fongchan. Yeah, Qingling, it's too dangerous for just the two of you. Wang Zitsong chimed in. Song Qingling frowned. Chen Farong's words did make sense. With their help, the success rate would definitely increase. Su Xiaoping then said, Farong has a point. More people means more strength. Just the two of us is indeed a bit risky. Then she whispered, Wang Zitsong is a bit annoying, but his strength is real, and Farong specializes in defense, so she could save us in a critical moment. Song Qingling fell silent. The optimal choice was indeed to bring them alone. But the fiery rockland was just too dangerous. One misstep could cost them their lives. She had originally planned to go alone, but had agreed to go with Su Xiaoping due to her insistence. She was considering not because she disliked Wang Zitsong, but because she didn't want to involve too many people in her own matters. If it were just the two of them, their level of understanding could help them escape even in danger, but adding two strangers made things uncertain. Forget it, let's not go after all. Song Qingling forced a smile. Fongchan, let's go level up. Instead, why not go? Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger quickly to help your father? Su Xiaoping hadn't finished speaking when Song Qingling covered her mouth and shot her a glare, causing her to obediently fall silent. Fongchan noticed the change in their expressions. Could it be that something had happened to Song Jianha? Actually, why do you want to go to the fiery rockland? Fongchan asked calmly. Su Xiaoping sighed. We found out that the flame heart will appear in the fiery rockland in the next few days, which can significantly boost Qingling's combat power. Flame heart? Wang Zitsong and Chen Farong's eyes lit up at the mention. Fongchan understood as well. This item had been mentioned in books before, capable of greatly enhancing the quality of fire element talents and even providing passive benefits, making it extremely valuable. Qingling, if you don't go, the two of us will have to go by ourselves. I really don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Chen Farong said without any concealment. Yeah, even if we can't get it, it's good to see it, Wang Zitsong added. Go ahead, you'll regret missing this chance, Su Xiaoping said. It is indeed dangerous. There, let me help you bring it back, Fongchan said just as the three of them looked at him with disdain. A few dishes? Drinking like this? No need, Song Qingling shook her head. She knew that it was no longer up to her to decide not to go. More and more people would likely head there in the coming days. After some discussion, they finally decided that the five of them would go together. The reason for bringing Fongchan was that he was adamant, and Song Qingling was also afraid he would sneak off by himself. They each made their preparations and agreed to meet at the South City Gate. Fongchan's destination was not just the fiery rockland, but the Dark Rift, so he needed to prepare well. It was said that once they left the city, the system shop would not be able to trade. Whether it was true or not, they at least needed to prepare enough food and water, as well as various potions. The system shop didn't sell food, making things less convenient. He then returned to his room in the East District and bought a few experience stones to maintain the barrier's operation. No wonder Dakula consumed so much. Even maintaining such a small barrier required top-level experience stones, which were much more expensive than experience beads or balls. After giving Lena a few instructions, Fongchan headed to the South District. When he arrived at the city gate, Song Qingling and the others were already there. If it weren't for Song Qingling's insistence, they would probably have left Fongchan behind and run off by themselves. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were the main force, Wang Zitsong mocked. Seeing that Song Qingling seemed displeased, Chen Farong quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, everyone, let's set off. Thus, the group headed south outside the city. Su Xiaoping deliberately slowed her pace to walk alongside Fongchan. Are you really Qingling's childhood friend? She asked. Curiously. Fongchan smiled but said nothing. Anyway, I don't care what your relationship is, just don't let Qingling be put in a difficult position. If you encounter danger, you need to run first, understand? What about you guys? You don't need to worry about that. I've teamed up with Qingling many times, we know how to handle danger. The other two guys are stronger than us, so you don't need to worry about them either. Just take care of yourself and don't be reckless. Got it? Su Xiaoping reminded him again, but Fongchan didn't respond, which annoyed her. The group continued on, soon arriving outside the city. There was a wide expanse of grassland, a suburban plain, the best leveling area in the mortal realm. The monsters here were generally low level, mostly below level 10, and occasionally they would see elite monsters, but their strength wouldn't be too outrageous. Beyond the suburban plain was the slightly more dangerous illusory forest, a large area somewhat similar to the second layer of the world. The monsters here weren't very strong, below level 20, but the danger lay in the fact that the trees looked almost identical, shrouded in mist year-round, making it hard to tell directions. The plane finally found it. That feeling was better than a big sword. Otherwise, they would have to pay a lot of money. The workers worked hard. Without them climbing the mountain, it would have been impossible to find it. In front of the illusory forest, Song Qingling and the others took a deep breath. The next step would lead them into a dangerous place where they could not only be attacked by strange beasts but also risk getting lost inside. Let's go. Before setting off, they had all prepared mentally. However, upon entering the illusory forest, they were still taken aback. From the outside, the mist didn't seem that thick, but once inside, they realized how naive they had been. The fog was so dense that even 10 meters away was a white blur. This was still during the day. What would it be like at night? No wonder it was called the illusory forest. Everyone stay close and move quickly. We need to leave before dark, Chen Farong said, her playful mood gone. Earlier, she had been laughing and joking as if they were on a picnic. The others nodded, all aware of the seriousness of the situation. Chen Farong led the way, her light guiding them and her defenses providing protection. However, Chen furrowed his brow. Hadn't these people heard of the dark forest rules? In the illusory forest, under Chen Farong's leadership, they moved quickly yet cautiously. However, this speed was relative. In an hour, they might not have covered even 20 kilometers. Chen Farong was indeed strong, but she was still human, and using her skills continuously would eventually wear her out. Fongchan, at the back, had quietly dealt with 5 strange beasts, each around level 15, not particularly strong, all taken down with a single blow. Chen Farong, you should take a break. I'll take the lead, Song Qingling said softly as she approached Chen Farong. Chen Farong nodded. Be careful. Song Qingling glanced at Fongchan, noticing nothing unusual before moving to the front. Earlier, Fongchan had reminded her about the forest rules, but after much thought, she decided to light a fire, worried that Fongchan might get lost. She knew Fongchan's strength was primarily in healing. With almost no offensive capability, just reaching this 4th level was already a stroke of luck. If they were ambushed, there might not even be a chance to heal, so she initially wanted to place Fongchan in the middle, but he had refused, giving that position to Wang Zitsong instead, due to his strong destructive lightning talent and speed, which would allow him to support both front and back in time. Fongchan didn't bother to argue and took his place at the back of the line. Chen Farong stepped down from the lead position, intending to stand at the back, but was called by Wang Zitsong to take the middle position. Farong has exhausted too much energy and needs to rest. Standing at the back won't ensure everyone's safety, Wang Zitsong continued. I'll take the back. Chen Farong initially wanted to refute, noting that Fongchan had been fine at the back for so long, but after being glared at by Wang Zitsong, she fell silent. Upon hearing this, Song Qingling naturally agreed. She didn't want Fongchan at the back, as that position was just as dangerous as the front. After some discussion, the lineup changed to Song Qingling at the front, followed by Su Xiaoping, Chen Farong, Fongchan, and Wang Zitsong. After persuading everyone, a cold smile flashed across Wang Zitsong's face. Fongchan noticed and internally scoffed. If this guy wanted to court disaster, so be it. After reorganizing the team, they continued on, but hadn't gone far when a giant snake, as thick as a human, lunged out, almost biting Wang Zitsong. Wang Zitsong had some strength and managed to dodge with an unusual movement, but the others, except for Fongchan, changed their expressions as they hadn't sensed anything beforehand. This giant snake was only level 15, not particularly strong. It had succeeded in its ambush due to the advantage of the terrain. Of course, from Fongchan's perspective, if he had acted, the giant snake wouldn't have even had the chance to appear. Although Wang Zitsong had dodged, his expression was still grim. If he had reacted just a moment slower, he would have become the giant snake's dinner. He angrily summoned a bolt of lightning that struck the giant snake, which instantly became paralyzed and slowed down. Following that, Song Qingling unleashed a flame, and the giant snake was immediately roasted into dried snake meat. Song Qingling's fire talent was indeed much stronger than her fire affinity. Both the intensity and temperature of the flames were significantly higher, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to burn the giant snake to death so quickly. Prince Song, not bad, your reaction is quick enough. Chen Farong praised, giving a thumbs up. Prince Song, recovering from his lingering fear, immediately brightened up. Of course, if it weren't for someone, I would have been eaten just now. Ha, luckily I switched places with you, Chen Farong laughed. I wasn't talking about you, Prince Song said, looking embarrassed. It's fine, speaking of which, you saved my life too, Chen Farong laughed heartily, clearly not taking it to heart. We need to leave here quickly, the noise just now was a bit loud and might attract other beasts, Su Xiaoping urged after exchanging glances with Song Qingling. Hearing this, everyone hurried on their way. Fongchan glanced at the panel, seeing no kill notifications. He had heard that the experience rules for this level had changed to be based on contribution, which explained why no one reacted when he killed a few beasts earlier. This rule made it feel like they were in a carefully designed game. Simply being a slacker was destined to lead to failure. It ensured both survival rates and elite rates. Next, it seemed like their team had run out of luck, encountering attacks at every short stretch of road. Although they could handle it, the frequency was becoming annoying, and the constant use of skills was quite draining. It's getting dark, we should find a place to rest soon. Looking at the fading light through the mist, Song Qingling had to stop. It was no longer suitable to continue. The forest at night was the most terrifying. Naturally, no one disagreed. They hadn't expected the second half of the journey to be so difficult. It was strange. It seemed that since Prince Song had taken the last position in the team, things had been going wrong continuously. Prince Song's luck was really terrible. The three girls exchanged glances at Fongchan and Prince Kong. Just looking at appearances, Fongchan was indeed much more handsome than Prince Kong. Brother Fong, you're more skilled in outdoor survival. Where should we camp for the night? This was naturally said by Song Qingling. She could see that the others were quite dissatisfied with Fongchan, especially since he hadn't lifted a finger during the previous encounters, merely watching the show. She wanted to change everyone's attitude by showcasing Fongchan's strengths. Fongchan had excelled in outdoor survival training, which was why she made this suggestion. Just him? Before Fongchan could speak, Prince Song scoffed. This is the illusory forest, not a child's play at school. Look at him, he can't even move when he sees a beast. How can he be good at outdoor survival? I don't trust the places he finds. If you don't trust him, go find a place yourself. Song Qingling frowned. She was increasingly annoyed with Prince Kong Qingling. Although Prince Song's words are harsh, he does have a point. Besides, we haven't found a good place yet. Let's brainstorm together and see if there's a suitable spot, Su Xiaoping said. I'm fine with anything. I'm almost dead tired and really want to rest. Chen Farong stretched her arms and yawned, revealing her impressive figure. I noticed a small lake over there. The terrain is flat, so camping should be fine, Prince Song said. Song Qingling looked at Fongchan, who shrugged, indicating it didn't matter to him. Normally, when camping in the wild, one should look for a place near water, with an open view, downwind, and flat terrain. But as Wang Zitsong said, this is the enchanted forest, not an ordinary campsite. Being near water means other strange beasts will also come here to drink and rest. An open view means it's easy to be spotted and hard to hide. Flat terrain means there's no obstruction to enemy attacks. This is simply the three essential elements of a bad spot, yet the place Wang Zitsong mentioned perfectly fits all three elements. Anyone with a brain wouldn't choose this location. This place is really beautiful. It's so comfortable. Hearing Chen Farong's praise, Wang Zitsong immediately felt confident. Of course, you should see who found this place. According to me, this is the perfect resting spot. Su Xiaoping nodded. A place with water is indeed much more convenient. Their space and position are quite limited, and their food supplies are scarce, so saving is essential. Song Qingling looked at Fongchan again, waiting for his opinion. If Fongchan opposed it, she would definitely follow him immediately. Fongchan understood Song Qingling's thoughts, but he didn't want to put her in a difficult position. Even if it came down to a vote, he had no advantage. Since that was the case, he would just let them be. After all, the strange beasts here couldn't harm him in the slightest. He nodded, thinking that since this place could attract strange beasts, he should find a way to make good use of this advantage to gain some attributes. The first level passive ability converts a little attribute point each time. At the second level it occasionally produces a critical hit that converts 2 attribute points, and now at the third level it has stabilized to convert 2 attribute points consistently, which made Fongchan even more eager to gather attributes. Alright, let's stay here tonight and discuss the night watch schedule, Song Qingling said. Upon hearing Song Qingling's words, Wang Zitsong became even prouder. Surviving in the wild isn't that hard. Chen Farong rolled her eyes at him, then took out a tent, a very small one, priced at 20 points in the shop. The others also took out their tents, leaving Fongchan standing there in a daze. The shop sells this? Seeing this, Song Qingling immediately walked over. Fongchan, you can use mine. I'll squeeze in with Xiaoping. I don't want to squeeze. Su Xiaoping grinned. Song Qingling's little face instantly turned red to her ears, and without caring whether Fongchan agreed or not, she tossed the tent aside and chased after Su Xiaoping to play. Fongchan. Chen Farong watched the two frolicking, her expression revealing a hint of sadness as she sighed. Being young is great. In another month, I'll be 19. Fongchan. Wang Zitsong glared at Fongchan angrily, muttering, is the tent really that expensive? Can't even afford a tent? Sometimes you should reflect on yourself. Have your points increased at all after so many days? Have you been serious about grinding monsters? Fongchan. What kind of people are these? As the sun set, the entire forest suddenly darkened, eerily quiet. The group didn't dare to start a fire. After arranging the night watch schedule, they returned to their respective tents to rest. Taking advantage of the night, once back in the tent, Fongchan vanished into the darkness. Yan Su Xiaoping sat in front of several tents fishing. Ah, who is it? She suddenly felt something tap on her head, but when she turned around, she saw nothing. Can fatigue cause hallucinations? It felt so real. Su Xiaoping rubbed the back of her head, unable to understand, and continued to daydream. At that moment, a shadow quietly entered the forest behind her. More than an hour later, Song Qingling replaced Su Xiaoping. She glanced at Fongchan's tent, then looked up at the pitch-black sky, lost in thought. This night seemed excessively quiet. Since entering the novice space, it felt like she had never experienced such ease in the wild. The entire night passed without seeing a single strange beast, not even larger animals. She widened her eyes, focusing on the night sky, as if the whole world had disappeared. She didn't know how long It had been when suddenly a figure sat down beside her, startling her so much that she almost jumped up. "Wow, Fongchan, you scared me to death by suddenly appearing," Song Qingling exclaimed. "Ha, I called you and you didn't respond." "I thought you were asleep," Fongchan laughed. But, how can you scare people like that?" Song Qingling's cheeks flushed, clearly embarrassed by her own oversight, not even realizing someone was approaching. "Ha, I'll definitely do it next time." Fongchan couldn't help but laugh at Song Qingling's cute appearance. He had indeed approached using shadow concealment on purpose, and this silly girl thought it was her own negligence. "Humph, you're still as annoying as before." Song Qingling pouted. Fongchan smiled and didn't respond. The two looked at the night sky, not speaking, feeling quite awkward. They quietly gazed at the night sky, the silence creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Suddenly, Song Qingling broke the silence in a relaxed tone. "You've changed a lot." Fongchan nodded. He had indeed changed a lot since the first time he met Song Qingling. Back then, he was malnourished and thin like a monkey, but now he had recovered and even seemed to have grown a bit taller. "You too, you've matured quite a bit." Fongchan secretly glanced at Song Qingling's figure, which had also grown a lot. Song Qingling fell silent for a moment before speaking. If one day I offend a certain power, would you still consider me a friend? Or would you help me?" Fongchan shook his head, and he saw a hint of gloom in Song Qingling's eyes. He quickly added, "I would destroy that power so that everyone knows the consequences of offending you." Song Qingling's cheeks flushed again, and she gently flashed a smile, then huffed lightly, as if expressing her dissatisfaction. She playfully said, "I don't believe you, always acting so unserious." She then continued, "You've really changed. If it were before, you would definitely say." She switched her tone, "Unless you agree to be my husband, then I'll help you." Let's do it the other way around?" "Forget it, I'm going to sleep." Song Qingling pouted. "Sleep in my tent, I'll wake you up when it's time," Fongchan said. This tent was quite small, it was barely enough for one person, and two would definitely be cramped. Song Qingling thought that Su Xiaoping had just fallen asleep, and if she squeezed in, she would wake her up, so it was better to let her sleep a little longer. After entering the tent, she quickly fell asleep. For some reason, even though Fongchan's strength wasn't strong, his words made her feel very at ease. It wasn't until the next morning that she woke up in surprise. "Where's Fongchan?" Song Qingling hurriedly walked out of the tent and found Fongchan washing up by the lake. She finally calmed down and walked behind Fongchan, complaining, "Why didn't you wake me up? Where did you sleep last night?" Before Fongchan could respond, the lively Chen Farong beside them revealed a mischievous smile. "He didn't need to sleep, being a flower protector is enough." Wang Zitsong, standing nearby, was very dissatisfied. "Simp." He then picked up a bucket of water and handed it to Song Qingling. "Qingling, I prepared water for you, here you go, simp." Fongchan and Chen Farong said in unison. Song Qingling coldly said no, then squatted down beside Fongchan and used her hands to scoop some water to wash her face. "Qingling, where did you sleep last night? Did you go find someone to squeeze with?" Su Xiaoping said with a mischievous smile. "Was it Brother Fong?" Song Qingling's face immediately turned red. "You want to die?" Being young is so good," Chen Farong sighed. "I'll soon be a 19-year-old old aunt." Fongchan. Before long, the group set off again towards the hot rockland. After the morning setback, Wang Zitsong continued to boast, "That's why I said the place I found is good. There was no danger all night. If you ask me, just tying up a dog would be enough. What dangerous illusory forest? It's just a rumor from others. Don't you all agree?" Wang Zitsong noticed everyone had stopped and looked puzzled, but when he followed Chen Farong's finger to look, he was immediately stunned. Dozens of corpses larger than bears were lying around haphazardly. They were less than 300 meters from where they camped last night. What happened? The group felt a chill. If these exotic beasts charged towards the camp, they wouldn't be able to handle it at all. Su Xiaoping immediately clasped her hands together. "Thank heavens for the protection." Fongchan muttered under his breath, "I wouldn't dare to bless you." That night, he had killed nearly 100 exotic beasts, almost clearing out the beasts in the area. Otherwise, how could they have slept so soundly? However, what Fongchan didn't know was that his actions would lead many people into the hot rockland. After a moment of daze, Wang Zitsong excitedly said, "We struck gold, let's see if there are any valuable materials." But when he rushed over to check, he found that anything worth a bit of money had already been dug up, and he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, not even a drop of soup left." Fongchan secretly laughed behind him. "If the bodies could be moved, not even a hair would be left for you. This wasn't ours to begin with. Let's hurry and leave before someone finds us." Song Qingling urged everyone to leave quickly, understanding the principle of having a jewel is a crime. If someone saw them now, it would definitely bring trouble. Except for Wang Zitsong, who was a bit reluctant. Everyone else agreed and quickly left. Chen Farong quietly slowed her pace, walking alongside Fongchan. She smiled and asked, "Do you think this could be the work of some lovesick flower protector?" Upon hearing this, Fongchan's expression changed slightly, but he soon laughed. "Do you think that's possible?" "True, the only ones capable of such things, besides Decula, would be that Black Sword Knight." "What are you guys talking about? I think I heard Black Sword Knight?" Su Xiaoping's eyes lit up, as if she had heard something incredible. "Oh?" The two women immediately found a common topic and began to chat enthusiastically, while Fongchan seemed to have become heir In the next half day, their pace quickened significantly. They encountered fewer exotic beasts than they had in just 1 hour the previous afternoon. Gradually, they reached the edge of the illusory forest, where the mist had noticeably decreased, and visibility was much clearer, along with a significant rise in temperature. After walking a bit further, they left the forest area, immediately entering a desolate zone filled with crimson rocky land, devoid of any greenery. The two different terrains connected in such a strange way. As soon as they entered the hot rockland, they could immediately feel the heat hitting them. So hot it must be around 40 degrees. Chen Farong quickly took off her jacket, leaving only a thin shirt. The others followed suit, as if they had instantly returned to midsummer. Fongchan couldn't help but sigh. Song Qingling had indeed changed a lot. Yes, a lot. Chen Farong is not bad either. Her figure is top-notch, and her facial features are quite attractive, but she has many spots on her face, which deducts quite a few points. As for Su Xiaoping, she can also score an 8 in looks, but her figure, true to her name, is small and flat. Feeling as if someone is staring at them, the three women almost simultaneously turn their heads. Bro, you're too creepy, your eyes are about to pop out, Fongchan disdainfully said to Wang Zitsong. Hearing Fongchan's words, Wang Zitsong was dumbfounded. Wait, what right do you have to say that? Who was the one drooling just now? Just as Wang Zitsong was about to argue, he felt the three women's disgusted gazes, as if they were looking at a pervert. You go to the front. I didn't. Don't talk. With Song Qingling's sharp command, Wang Zitsong immediately shut up and unwillingly walked to the front. They then turned their attention to Fongchan, who smiled and said, if you don't want me to look, I'll just stand in front. Looking at Fongchan's sincere gaze, Song Qingling glanced at the other two women and said, alright, you can stand at the back. They weren't even wearing anything revealing. Just ordinary summer clothes, but perhaps the sweat made the clothes a bit see-through. It wasn't like they were in a women's boxing match. It wasn't like they would scold someone for just looking a few times. However, Wang Zitsong's gaze was indeed a bit creepy, making people uncomfortable. Wang Zitsong originally wanted to see Fongchan make a fool of himself, but as soon as Song Qingling said that, he immediately exploded with anger. It's not fair. He was clearly looking too. Looking at what? Looking at the chest. As soon as Wang Zitsong said this, the three women immediately covered their key areas with their hands, their gazes towards him filled with disgust. Fongchan looked at Su Xiaoping's actions and couldn't help but scoff in his heart. What are you blocking for when you don't have anything? Wang Zitsong. He glared fiercely at Fongchan, knowing he had fallen into a trap. Just you wait. According to the system introduction, the area of the fiery rock land is several times larger than the illusory forest, and the closer one gets to the central area, the higher the temperature. When will this flame heart actually appear? Chen Farong said, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the heat. Song Qingling shook her head. I don't know the exact time either. The news only said it would be within these 5 days. We spent 2 days in the illusory forest, so it should appear within these 3 days. Still 3 days. I can't stand this damn weather for even a day. Chen Farong was already drenched in sweat. Besides Fongchan and Song Qingling, who had fire attributes and some resistance, everyone else was in a similar situation, drinking bottle after bottle of water. Fongchan frowned. This heat was definitely abnormal. If an ordinary person came here, they would have collapsed long ago. By his estimation, they still had quite a distance to the central area. Moreover, the information they had was still too limited. Where the flame heart would appear, how it would appear, all remained unclear, and even the time of appearance was only a range. Let's go check the central area. The birth of such heavenly materials and treasures will definitely cause some kind of phenomenon, Fongchan said. You're right. Alright Ajk, look at you being so capable. Run in different directions. The Blaze Wolves excel at teamwork. We can't defeat them when they're together. Prince Tsung shouted loudly as he ran in another direction. In front of him were at least 7 Blaze Wolves, almost 2 for each person. And it was simply impossible to win. Moreover, he wasn't wrong. Blaze Wolves are pack creatures skilled in team combat, and their fighting power can multiply when they are together. As he ran, he silently hoped that not too many would follow him, and that they would all chase Fongchan instead. Turning his head, he saw only one following him, and he instantly smiled, grateful that he was clever enough to be the first to run. Seeing this situation, the others also realized that scattering was their only choice. Without Prince Tsong, they were even less likely to contend with 6 Blaze Wolves. Fongchan, come over here. Song Qingling shouted loudly, but Fongchan seemed not to hear and ran straight in another direction. Just as Song Qingling was about to chase after Fongchan, a Blaze Wolf suddenly blocked their path, cutting off her way. This group of Blaze Wolves was quite intelligent and clearly understood their plan, but they were confident enough that even if they separated, they wouldn't lose to these humans. The Blaze Wolves displayed a high level of intelligence, evidently seeing through their tactics. Even when scattered, they firmly believed they could still defeat these weak humans. As level 18 Blaze Wolves, their speed and strength far surpassed that of humans of the same level. Get out of the way. Song Qingling shouted angrily, then unleashed a fiery fireball. This battle was initiated by her. Fongchan sped away, cleverly keeping the Blaze Wolves at a certain distance. Once he successfully broke free from the other's line of sight, he immediately stopped, exuding a chilling aura. The 2 Blaze Wolves thought they were about to catch their prey, but when Fongchan released his powerful presence, they too hesitated, even considering fleeing. Too late. Fongchan said coldly, then swiftly slashed through their bodies with a black sword, blood splattering everywhere. The two massive creatures fell heavily, the entire process taking less than 2 seconds. The Blaze Wolves could never have imagined that this seemingly weakest human could unleash such power. On Song Qingling's side, the firepower was fully unleashed, various fire attacks raining down on the Blaze Wolves. At this moment, Su Xiaoping also joined Song Qingling, entering the fray and releasing powerful wind blades. The perfect combination of wind blades and flames significantly increased the speed of the flames, forming highly lethal fire wind blades. They attracted 3 Blaze Wolves, but the two showed no fear. Not only could they slice through the enemy's bodies, but they also triggered fiery explosions and continuous burning damage. Even fire attribute beasts found it hard to endure such pain. Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping coordinated seamlessly, their attacks growing increasingly fierce. Flames and wind blades intertwined, creating a sky full of fire blades that tightly restrained the 3 Blaze Wolves. The 3 Blaze Wolves roared in anger, struggling madly and constantly attempting to attack. However, no matter how they struggled, they could not escape the pursuit of the fire wind blades, nor could they come within half an inch of the two. The coordination between Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping became sharper, continuously unleashing more powerful attacks. Fire tornado. The 3 Blaze Wolves were sucked into the terrifying flames, rising high into the air, where they were continuously scorched by the high temperatures. Like chicken in an oven. Finally, the tornado dissipated, and the 3 wolves crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a fragrant aroma of roasted meat. The two took a breath. Although their previous attacks were strong, the consumption was also considerable. Quick, you go help Farong, I'll find Fongchan, Song Qingling said urgently. However, at that moment, Fongchan and Chen Farong ran over. Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping were quite surprised. They remembered that Fongchan had drawn away 2 Blaze Wolves, and Chen Farong was also dealing with one. How could these two be faster than them? When asked, Chen Farong half-jokingly said that she had used up all her hidden treasures. Song Qingling nodded in agreement, but Fongchan was skeptical because he had seen Chen Farong summon a huge light sword to pierce through the explosive flame wolf, killing it instantly. It was so easy, how could she have used up everything? As for Fongchan, he was even more ridiculous, claiming he ran fast and shook off the 2 wolves. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their expressions dark. This excuse was indeed absurd, but they didn't pursue it further. We need to leave here quickly, I just heard other wolves howling, Su Xiaoping said. The faces of the group changed dramatically. Clearly, the wolf pack was calling for reinforcements. If they didn't run now, they would be facing not 6 or 7 explosive flame wolves, but 60 or 70. Hurry! This way! Chen Farong led the group away swiftly. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, finally taking care of the explosive flame wolf. Wang Zizong looked proudly at his achievements, thinking that his speed must be the fastest. With a heart full of pride, he envisioned a glorious scene of heroically saving the beauty as he hurried in the direction where Song Qingling had escaped, but unfortunately, he saw no one. Where did Qingling go? Hasn't she started fighting yet? Just as he thought this, a thunderous rumble suddenly came from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance, a large group of unknown creatures rapidly approaching. Wang Zizong's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but curse, clearly terrified to the extreme. He had stirred up a wolf's den. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, unaware that this direction was exactly where Song Qingling and the others had left. Fongchan and the others had been running for a short while, and, due to the heat in the air, they soon began to pant. Chen Farong wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "We should be safe here, right? They definitely can't catch up, they can't see our figures, so they probably gave up," Su Xiaoping said, with a sly smile, feeling the thrill of a successful escape. But at that moment, Fongchan's expression suddenly changed. With his keen eyesight, he could see things at an extremely long distance. A cloud of dust was rising in the distance, gradually revealing a dark mass of strange beasts. "They've already caught up," Fongchan said. The others looked at him in confusion, not believing him because they couldn't see anything. But it wasn't long before they could feel the ground shaking, and the dust in the distance became clearly visible. Soon, they also felt the ground tremble, and the dust loomed like dark clouds, blocking out the sun. The 3 of them showed expressions of terror. Oh my, so many strange beasts. Was it 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? Chen Farong was so angry she jumped up and down. Wang Zizong, that big idiot. How could it be him? The others wore dark expressions. Now it was all his fault. Let's split up and escape. Everyone be careful. Don't get caught. Meet in the central area, Fongchan decisively said. The 3 girls were also panicking. Seeing Fongchan come up with a plan, they immediately agreed. Given the current situation, running together was too conspicuous, and they definitely wouldn't escape. Splitting up was indeed the only option. Help! Wang Zizong shouted. Run! Everyone be careful! Wang Zizong's voice acted like a signal, and upon hearing it, the 4 immediately fled in different directions. Seeing everyone fleeing in all directions, Prince Tsong's face immediately darkened with malice. All of you are worthless women. And that Fongchan, just wait for me. His sharp gaze fixed on the direction Fong Chen had escaped. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. You brought this upon yourself. After saying that, he ran towards Fongchan without hesitation. the army of explosive flame wolves behind him followed closely. Soon, Prince Song caught sight of Fongchan's back and a sinister, cold smile crept onto his lips. This time you're dead. Daring to compete with me for women, this is your fate. At this moment, Fongchan had already stopped. The reason he had everyone scatter was naturally to deal with this army of explosive flame wolves. Seeing this, Prince Song thought Fongchan was too scared to move, so he quickened his pace and charged directly at Fongchan, showing no pretense. Go die. Remember not to offend anyone with the surname Wang in your next life. At the same time, the jade stone he held shattered instantly, and he provocatively looked at Fongchan. However, Fongchan showed no signs of panic on his face. Instead, he coldly stared back at him. He was truly insane. Prince Song cursed himself inwardly, as he had actually felt a bit afraid of Fongchan just now. In the next moment, a bright light enveloped him, and he vanished from the spot. Foolish thing, Fongchan said lightly. He had never intended to pay attention to Prince Kong. Unexpectedly, the other party had used a teleportation jade worth 10,000 points, which could instantly transport him 300 meters away, a true life-saving artifact. However, this item was one-time use and quite expensive. Fongchan did not pursue him. Although Prince Song was already on his kill list, his life was not worth more than a single explosive flame wolf. He couldn't just abandon these explosive flame wolves to chase after Prince Kong. In the next second, the dagger in his hand suddenly transformed into a longbow. For multiple targets, using a bow was much more effective. He pulled back the longbow, and purple-blue arrows immediately materialized. As he released, the arrows, accompanied by the unique rumble of thunder, streaked across the sky like meteors, hitting the explosive flame wolves with precision. With a howl of anguish, an explosive flame wolf fell to the ground, not even struggling. An ordinary explosive flame wolf at level 18 had a total attribute of just over 800 points, while Fongchan's spirit arrows, made with 100 points of spiritual power, reached a power of 1000 points, easily killing an explosive flame wolf, especially with his level 3 lightning talent. Fongchan stood still, continuously drawing and releasing arrows, as if the Grim Reaper had descended, mercilessly reaping the lives of the explosive flame wolves. Devour. Absorbed to your heart's content. He continued to shoot down the explosive flame wolves while urging the devourer to absorb their souls. It is well known that souls are elusive entities, difficult to collect without a specific container. However, the devourer was different. It possessed the unique ability to directly absorb various forms of energy and convert them into its own power. After absorbing the souls and converting them into spiritual power, the devourer transmitted it to Fongchan, providing him with a continuous supply of spiritual power. The spiritual arrows flew out as if they were free, and one by one, the explosive flame wolves fell. The once ferocious and aggressive explosive flame wolves now paused, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Fongchan. His arrows were like the scythe of death, each strike took away a piece of life. They were afraid, truly afraid of being killed. Alas, the wolf pack actually wanted to retreat. However, it was already too late. Fongchan, facing this army of explosive flame wolves, would not show any mercy, and all of them were attribute points. Resources for grid and Tordney to level up. How could he let them escape? He smiled coldly, drew back his longbow once more, the bowstring trembling, and a volley of lightning arrows whistled towards the pack of explosive flame wolves. The explosive flame wolves had lost their will to fight and were fleeing, but it was too late. The arrows streaked across the night sky like meteors, accurately piercing through their bodies. Fongchan didn't even need to aim, hitting 100% was no joke. The piercing screams echoed in the air, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Fongchan's gaze held no trace of mercy, only endless indifference and killing intent. The explosive flame wolves gradually fell apart, looking at this human with terror and despair in their eyes. They could never have imagined that a battle that originally had the advantage of time and place would turn into a one-sided massacre. Finally, the last explosive flame wolf collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. At this moment, the system also sent an upgrade notification. He directly leveled up to level 15, gaining over 3,000 attributes and more than 500,000 points. It had been over half an hour since he had separated from Song Qingling and the others, and finding them was nearly impossible now. As for Wang Zitsong, he had already left a dark mark on him, so there was no rush to find him. Thus, he took out his dagger, the flame sacks of the explosive flame wolves were valuable items, only the size of a fist, with a drop rate of about 1%. They could be used to forge fire attribute equipment, brew fire resistance potions, or even enhance fire skills. Even if he didn't sell them, keeping them for himself would be good, and at the very least, he could give them to Song Qingling. After another half hour of busy work, he was lucky enough to dig up 20 flame sacks, which could sell for several tens of thousands of points. After handling these, Fongchan finally felt that the temperature was a bit problematic. It was ridiculously high. He could even smell the aroma of roasted meat coming from the explosive flame wolves. Today was the 4th day since their departure, and according to Fongchan's estimation, they had actually entered the central area, where he could vaguely see a towering mountain in the distance. It seems these explosive flame wolves didn't gather here for no reason. It must be due to the climate change in the central area. Just by looking in that direction, Fongchan could already imagine the heat there. he suddenly noticed that Wang Zizong also seemed to be moving towards the center. A cold smile flashed across Fongchan's face. What a narrow path for enemies. On the other side, Song Qingling had already reunited with Su Xiaoping while they had not found Chen Farong and the others, and it was unclear whether they had gone to the central area or left. The two thought for a moment and decided to head directly towards the central area as they also sensed the abnormal weather, fearing that the flame heart was about to emerge. In fact, they were not the only ones. Others also began to head towards the scorching rocky land, and those with slightly stronger abilities had already entered the scorching rocky land, estimating that it wouldn't be long before they reached the central area. Mr. Kenjiro, this flame heart must belong to you. A group had already arrived at the edge of the central area, not far from a towering volcano. The man named Kenjiro carried a long sword on his back. If Fongchan were present, he would recognize this sword as one of the weapons of the 7 Holy Knights. After Dakura's death, the Knight Order immediately disbanded, and when the Black Sword Knight collected points, he and 2 other Holy Knights took advantage of the chaos to escape. It turned out they had made the right bet. The Black Sword Knight would never give up the points of tens of thousands of people for the sake of the 3 of them. Now, reclaiming their identities, many continued to follow their lead due to their strength, and this force had already begun to rise in the shadows. Kenjiro smiled. As long as I obtain the flame heart, my fire talent will become even stronger. At that time, the benefits will be yours. And those great Xia pigs, they must pay the price. Kenjiro paused for a moment. He originally wanted to say that the Black Sword Knight was nothing special, but after thinking it over, he couldn't bring himself to say it. The 12 of them were all from Sakura country, previously members of the Dracula Knight Order, and had naturally witnessed the strength of the Black Sword Knight, a man who could easily rub Dracula into the ground. If he were to say such a thing, it would not only fail to enhance his own prestige but would also lead to disdain. Everyone, don't worry. We will definitely reclaim our former glory, Kenjiro encouraged, as the people of Great Xia had been too arrogant lately, targeting them at every turn. That's right. We must make those Great Xia pigs pay. After this person spoke, he was immediately met with disdain. Did he think the Black Sword Knight was dead? That was clearly a person from Great Xia, otherwise they wouldn't have been so tolerant of the Great Xia pigs during this time. Ahem. Kenjiro said formally, it's getting late. We need to quicken our pace and not let others get ahead of us. Kimura, you continue to scout ahead. Tara, you keep gathering intelligence. Yes. As they got closer to the central area of the volcano, the terrain rose higher, and it was evident that they were climbing, with the ground temperature likely exceeding 60 degrees. Except for a few fire-loving creatures, everything else was fleeing outward. Prince Song was currently with Chen Farong. He had originally intended to find Song Qingling but unexpectedly ran into Chen Farong. Knowing that they were all heading toward the central area, he followed alone. You idiot! Do you know you almost got us killed just now? Chen Farong, who knew Prince Song in reality, was not so polite in her words. Chen Farong, am I giving you face? What of it? Do you want to fight me? Others may fear your Wang family, but I don't, Chen Farong retorted angrily. She had previously helped him speak up, but at a critical moment he sold out his teammates and put them in danger. Horror. Parents had said how good Prince Song was, and it was truly a waste of their eyes. Isn't it fine now? Prince Song's momentum immediately deflated. He and Chen Farong were both from small families in the capital, not major powers. Bullying commoners was one thing, but against someone of similar status, he really had no way to deal with it. If I don't chase you, I'll chase someone else. Chen Farong had seen the explosive wolf pack charging fiercely. How could she let it go? You won't. Chen Farong suddenly thought of something. Use Fongchan as a scapegoat, right? So what if I do? He deserves it. Prince Song showed no shame, instead revealing a ruthless expression. A useless person still wants to compete with me for women. You really are a pervert. Stay away from me. Chen Farong's face was filled with disgust. She felt she had been blind, previously helping him pursue Song Qingling. No wonder she didn't like him. Who the hell would like such a lowly man? You turn against me for a useless person? Heh, am I very familiar with you? We've only met a few times at family gatherings. Don't act like we're close. Prince Song's face immediately darkened. He didn't speak, but in his heart he cursed, ugly freak, stinky whore. Just wait, there will come a time when you kneel and beg me. Boom! The volcano trembled and a crack appeared on the surface. The ground temperature had reached 70 degrees, not to mention ordinary people, even those at the earth level felt uncomfortable. Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping were already sweating profusely, their clothes soaked as if they had been caught in the rain. Xiaoping, you should go back, your constitution can't take it. Song Qingling said. Su Xiaoping gasped for breath, her throat burning like fire, and said with difficulty, what will I do if I leave you? I have strong fire resistance and can hold on. For now, there won't be any problems for the time being. If I feel I can't take it, I will leave immediately, Song Qingling replied. And when you see Fongchan and the others, tell them not to come up. They were now on the volcano, still some distance from the mountainside, but the temperature was already unbearable for most. Su Xiaoping thought for a moment. Actually, Yan Xin might not be up there. We don't need to take the risk, we can still leave now. Song Qingling shook her head. I can feel a powerful force up there. It's a very pure fire element. I really need this power. Su Xiaoping sighed. At this moment, no one could persuade Song Qingling. There was still one person, and that was Fongchan. Remembering how Song Qingling had decided to cancel their trip to prevent Fongchan from taking risks, Su Xiaoping suddenly had an idea. Be careful. I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. After saying this, Su Xiaoping began to walk down the mountain. She really couldn't stand the temperature here and wanted to find Fongchan quickly to talk some sense into this stubborn girl. Father, what exactly happened? Song Qingling's eyes immediately became resolute. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened to her father, his strange behavior the day before he left made her feel that he was hiding something from her. Later, finding that threatening email on her father's computer made her even more certain that something was wrong. So she had to become stronger, much stronger, to help her father. Boom! The entire volcano shook again, and then a fireball the size of a truck came crashing down. It created a deep pit in the ground, with flames still hanging above it. They're fighting up there. As long as one stood a little farther away, they could see at the mountain's peak a fire giant, a firebird, and a fiery rock serpent were engaged in battle. In an instant, flames rained down from the mountain, and those beasts that couldn't escape were accidentally killed. Kenjiro and the others looked grim. These giant beasts were at least at the commander level, and their strength was terrifying. Mr. Kenjiro, do we have no chance left? Kenjiro looked at the mountain, showing his unwillingness. No. We'll wait for them to weaken each other before we strike. The final victory will definitely belong to us. Mr. Kenjiro is wise. You can't withstand this heat. Go down the mountain first and keep an eye on the others. Don't let them get the treasure first. From the information obtained from Terra, 2 women had already gone up, and a man and a woman were on their way. As for the other teams, they were at a considerable distance and posed no threat. Yes, we won't let them interfere with your grand plan, sir. After saying this, the few quickly left, and soon only Kenjiro was left. He sneered coldly. In other places, he might not be the strongest, but here, he was sure that even Dracula might not be his opponent. This place was simply the best venue for fire talents. After spending some time here, he could feel his fire talent growing stronger. This was the benefit of elemental talent. As long as one was in an area rich in elements, the corresponding elemental talent could also be enhanced. If it weren't for the time constraint, he would have liked to cultivate here for a while. Black Sword Knight? Humph. One day, you will die at my hands. Kenjiro sneered. A treasure that could be fought over by 3 commander-level beings was definitely something good, which filled him with confidence. Booming sounds echoed as the volcano continued to rumble. Black ash floated in the sky. The surface temperature near the volcano reached a terrifying 80 degrees. Non-fire element users could not approach the volcano at all and could only watch from the edge. Is that Su Xiaoping? Why is she alone? Chen Farong squinted her eyes, seeing someone coming down from the mountain. Not good. Her eyes suddenly widened. There were about 10 people following Su Xiaoping. Hurry, save her. Chen Farong glared at Wang Xiaosong, but he showed no reaction. You. Chen Farong was extremely disappointed in Wang Xiaosong. Save what? We won't even make it in time. The one leading is from the night order. Wang Xiaosong recognized the leader immediately. It was he who had locked him in the Iron Tower before. Chen Farong frowned. Not every member of the Night Order was strong, with some as weak as level 10, but the one who made Wang Xiaosong fearful was definitely stronger than him. Su Xiaoping used her wind ability to continuously accelerate, but the opponents seemed to have wind abilities as well, and the distance between them kept closing. Chen Farong felt anxious. She knew that although Su Xiaoping was quite powerful, her chances against the Night Order members, especially the one leading, were slim. No, if this continued, she would be caught. Chen Farong gritted her teeth. A crystal stone appearing in her hand, and she ran towards Su Xiaoping. Wang Xiaosong shook his head. He didn't want to go to his death and immediately turned to flee, not wanting Chen Farong to drag him into this. At this moment, Su Xiaoping's speed had reached its limit, but the leader was still hot on her heels. The pressure emanating from him made it hard for Su Xiaoping to breathe, and a wave of despair surged in her heart. Just then, a light barrier appeared right behind Su Xiaoping, and she felt a surge of joy, instantly pushing her speed to the limit. Tiao Yi and the others were alerted by the barrier. This way. Su Xiaoping called out to Chen Farong, waving her hand, and immediately ran towards her. Chen Farong quickly took out a teleportation jade and threw it to Su Xiaoping. The latter understood immediately, and both of them crushed the teleportation jade at the same time. As the light enveloped them, the two disappeared without a trace. Tiao Yi seemed to realize something. He roared in anger and quickened his pursuit. Unfortunately, it was too late. The two had already increased the distance, making it nearly impossible to catch up. Upon reaching the edge of the volcano, they stopped. They had to guard this spot, otherwise, they might not be able to catch up. Baka. Seeing the two women getting further away, Tiao Yi couldn't help but curse, seemingly losing a lot of fun. Thank you. Su Xiaoping gasped, relieved that those people hadn't caught up. I'll return the points to you? No need to be polite, but you really have to return the points. I usually don't even want to use this stuff, Chen Farong replied with a smile. Su Xiaoping made an okay gesture but then became troubled again. What are those people doing at the foot of the mountain? Wang Xiaozong said those are former members of the Night Order. I suspect they want to act as a trap. Chen Farong pondered for a moment before speaking. Then isn't Qingling in danger? Su Xiaoping immediately became anxious. Are you saying Song Qingling is up there by herself? Chen Farong showed a look of surprise. Sigh, she's just a stubborn bull. Su Xiaoping regretted not forcibly bringing her back. What do we do now? We're no match for those people. Chen Farong no longer had any teleportation jades left. Buying those two had exhausted her points. Didn't you just mention Wang Xiaozong? Where is he? Su Xiaoping was now thinking about having more people to share the burden. Don't mention it, Chen Farong briefly explained Wang Xiaozong's situation. Scum! After hearing this, Su Xiaoping gritted her teeth in anger. You were so good to him before. Chen Farong? Is there some misunderstanding here? Chen Farong was about to retort, but her expression suddenly changed. She quickly sidestepped and jumped, swiftly drawing a short knife. No need to be nervous, it's me. Fongchan slowly emerged from behind a large rock. Upon seeing Fongchan, Chen Farong's expression shifted from tension to terror. Su Xiaoping also just realized, are you a person or a ghost? Just a moment ago, Chen Farong had said that Fongchan was Wang Zizong's scapegoat, but the next second, seeing Fongchan, no one would dare to believe it. Aren't you dead? Chen Farong asked. Dead? It's not that easy. If anyone's going to die, it will be him first, Fongchan replied with a smile. Still joking, it seems you're really fine, Chen Farong sighed in relief. Fongchan sneered inwardly, joking? No, I'm serious. What were you just talking about? As Fongchan approached, he was noticed by Chen Farong, indicating that this woman was indeed very sensitive to light and shadow. Su Xiaoping recounted everything about Song Qingling and what had just happened to Fongchan. Even though she knew Fongchan wasn't strong and couldn't help, she just couldn't help but want to tell him. Fongchan frowned. I'm going to find Qingling now. No way, if you go over like this, you'll be caught by the little sun people. Su Xiaoping immediately opposed, and the temperature up there is too high, you won't be able to handle it. Don't worry, they can't catch me, Fongchan said lightly. Su Xiaoping frowned, seeing Fongchan's indifferent expression. She felt a bit of anger. How could he still act cool at a time like this? Those are the knights. Even Wang Zizong isn't their match. How are you going to hide? I have my ways. You all just wait for me here, Fongchan said and tried to leave. No, I want to go with you. Su Xiaoping clearly wasn't reassured. You don't even have any mental strength. What can you do? By going? Fongchan said bluntly. Su Xiaoping immediately fell silent. She had indeed exhausted herself. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Chen Farong. Maybe he really has a way. No way, even you believe him? Su Xiaoping was quite surprised by Chen Farong's words. What else can we do? Chen Farong couldn't see through Fongchan's strength. She remembered that night in the forest when Fongchan didn't keep watch and disappeared. Moreover, he had just approached her silently, indicating that his strength was not as others said. Su Xiaoping frowned. You, be careful. Don't let Qingling get hurt. Fongchan made an okay gesture and ran towards the volcano. In just a moment, he disappeared from sight. He runs so fast? No wonder he could evade the wolf pack's pursuit. Su Xiaoping was quite surprised. Haven't you seen his strength? Chen Farong was a bit curious. No, Su Xiaoping thought for a moment. It seemed that everything she knew about Fongchan came from Song Qingling, and she hadn't seen Fongchan make a move during this time. Chen Farong was a bit speechless. How could they keep saying he was weak? Wasn't that ridiculous? She observed Fongchan's expression just now. If he wasn't arrogant, then he had absolute confidence in himself. She suddenly became curious about Fongchan. Where did his confidence come from? In no time, Fongchan had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as Su Xiaoping had said, a group of little sun people were guarding the place. If one were to set off from the city towards the volcano, they would basically pass through here. Unless they took a long detour to approach from the other two sides of the volcano, but that would waste quite a bit of time. Naturally, Fongchan wouldn't do such a foolish thing. He charged directly towards these little sun people. Stop! Who are you? Tiao Yi was the first to notice Fongchan. Seeing him foolishly charging from the front, he thought he was an idiot who didn't understand the concept of a sneak attack. However, while the other side was foolish, they were not. They all took out their weapons. Go! Tiao Yi shouted. Suddenly, a black sword appeared in Fongchan's hand, momentarily stunning Tiao Yi and the others. This black sword looked too damn familiar. A man holding a black sword, about 185 centimeters tall, a daxiao person. Male. This instantly gave Tiao Yi and the others a bad premonition. It can't be that coincidental, right? Everyone, don't be afraid. Even if it's the Black Sword Knight, so what? We have so many. Puff. A head flew into the air, and he hadn't even finished his sentence. The ridiculous part was that he actually thought that having numbers could defeat the Black Sword Knight. He didn't even consider that back then tens of thousands of knights couldn't do anything to Fongchan and were instead pressed to the ground and rubbed against it. Here, there were only 11 people. How much had they drunk to say such things? The other 10 were stunned. This speed, this strength, it was undoubtedly the Black Sword Knight. In just A moment of distraction, several more heads fell to the ground as easily as stepping on ants. Damn it! Despair, anger, regret, powerlessness. Various emotions flooded their hearts, and it was laughable that they had previously thought about reviving the Night Order and exterminating the Black Sword Knight. It turned out that the other party hadn't killed them back then, they just didn't want to waste their energy. They picked up a life but didn't know how to cherish it. This time, they gained nothing and had to pay with their lives. They wanted to kneel and beg for mercy, but Fongchan gave them no chance at all. In just a short while, all 11 were dead. After cleaning up these, Fongchan's mood wasn't very good. He killed 11 people and only got 1 win talent. If it wasn't because he was unlucky, it was because his strength was too much stronger than the opponent's. If it was the latter, he probably wouldn't be able to convert talents soon. As Fongchan hurried up the mountain, he thought about how to balance his strength. If he wanted to upgrade grid, he needed 32,000 attribute points, which was really too far off. If he wanted to upgrade gluttony, he didn't have that much energy to provide. It was really annoying. While he was thinking, he soon saw the alien beasts fighting on the mountain. Commander level? If he absorbed their souls, gluttony should be enough to level up to level 2, right? Fongchan looked at the 3 commander level alien beasts, revealing a greedy expression. I really am a great boss. Grid. The closer he got to the mountain top, the more he could feel the pressure of the commander level. The ground shook, which was to say the state of the volcano. At this moment, where does this cave lead to? Genjiro reached the mountainside. He didn't dare to go further up, fearing to be affected. He wanted to find a place to hide, but unexpectedly, this cave seemed to have a different world inside. The further he went in, the narrower the cave became, and eventually, it was only half a person high, requiring him to crouch to walk. It's so hot. Genjiro felt his whole body was as hot as steam, as if he were at the exit of a boiling boiler. With scorching waves of heat constantly assaulting him, he hurriedly urged the spiritual power within him, trying his best to protect himself, lest he be roasted to perfection in this steaming heat. He didn't know how long he had trekked, but Genjiro gradually felt that the heat wave was becoming increasingly intense, almost overwhelming him. He concentrated on urging his spiritual power, straining to move forward. In an instant, a blinding red light flashed before his eyes. Who dares to be reckless? A deafening roar thundered in his ears, causing Genjiro's heart to tremble involuntarily. Crossing through the red light, Kenjiro's vision suddenly cleared. A massive cave unfolded before him, filled with flowing magma, unbearably hot. In the center of the cave floated a glowing sphere, burning fiercely like a blazing sun. A glimmer of greed flashed in Kenjiro's eyes, but he quickly concealed his inner excitement and cautiously probed. May I ask your esteemed name? You are not qualified to know. As long as you help me break the seal, I will grant you endless power, the voice replied in a deep tone. Kenjiro's heart surged with joy, but he maintained a facade of calm, not allowing his elation to cloud his judgment. I mean no disrespect, but how can you prove your strength, senior? You dare to doubt me, young one? I will make you submit willingly. As soon as the words left the voice, a point of light split from the glowing sphere and shot straight towards Kenjiro. Could this light sphere be the true form? Kenjiro had no time to think. The point of light merged into his body, and a tremendous power surged throughout him in an instant. His innate qualities continuously climbed until they peaked at SSS level. Incredible! Feeling this powerful force, a proud expression appeared on Kenjiro's face. He felt that his current strength was already on par with Dracula. Thank you for your grace, senior. How may I serve you? Kenjiro was naturally not satisfied with his current strength. His goal was to surpass Dracula and the Black Sword Knight. He yearned to become the strongest being and regain control of this city. Black Sword Knight, you can only wait for death. All the pigs of the Great Xiao will become my slaves. Kenjiro thought arrogantly. The voice snorted coldly. Humans are indeed greedy vermin. Kenjiro felt no displeasure at this remark. You only need to. On the other side, a surge of power was also being born at the mountain's peak. The 3 commander-level beings were going wild, holding nothing back. Previously, they had only been testing each other, but now they were truly going all out. They knew that whoever won would gain this power. A few kilometers from the mountain peak, Song Qingling furrowed her brows. She sensed that Yenqin was about to appear. But in this situation, she couldn't get close at all. Did she have to watch them take it away? Song Qingling felt an overwhelming anxiety. I'll draw them away. You go and collect Yenqin. Who is it? Song Qingling's heart skipped a beat as she quickly turned around and assumed a defensive posture. When she saw it was Fongchan, her heart settled and she scolded, You scared me to death. Fongchan smiled wryly. This time he truly hadn't meant to. He had called her twice without a response before approaching. What's wrong? Nothing. This is too dangerous. Song Qingling expressed her disagreement. Don't worry. Trust me. Fongchan's gaze was firm. Seeing that Song Qingling was still hesitating, it's not like we're fighting them, just drawing them away. I won't be in any danger. But, no buts, time is running out, be careful. After Fongchan finished speaking, he ran towards the mountain peak. Seize the opportunity. Fongchan, you always act on your own. As Song Qingling was about to chase after him, she found that Fongchan had already vanished. His speed was absurd. His strength? Song Qingling looked up at the mountain peak, her heart surging like waves, torn between wanting to stop Fongchan from taking risks and feeling an indescribable anticipation. Is this really going to succeed? Song Qingling exclaimed, realizing that the three commander-level figures had indeed turned and left, heading down the mountain. What on earth is going on? How did he manage to do this? Song Qingling was filled with confusion. They were commander level, how could they just walk away so easily, so readily led away by Fongchan? When the other side perceives you as no threat, they won't pay you any mind, and a single skill could take you out in an instant. She simply couldn't fathom how Fongchan had accomplished this. But now, there was no time for her to think too much. After the commander-level figures left, she immediately rushed up the mountain. She could already feel that surging power beginning to form, and at the same time, the ground was shaking continuously, as if something enormous was about to break through the earth. At the summit, just as they had envisioned, there was a massive volcanic crater. Looking down from above, the bubbling magma resembled fiery red snakes writhing. Within the roiling magma, streams of hot air began to gather, coalescing into a bright point of light. That light point was like a black hole, drawing in all the heat around it. The surroundings, which should have been scorching hot, surprisingly felt a hint of coolness near that light point. Is that the flame heart? Song Qingling's eyes lit up, her full attention captivated by that mysterious point of light. In no time, the magma in the crater had cooled, turning into black stones, and Song Qingling dashed over in just a few steps. She reached out, only to find that the flame heart had a powerful suction, drawing in her strength. Not good. Song Qingling's face changed dramatically as she struggled to control her spiritual power, preventing it from leaking away. Damn it! At that moment, she felt two forces tugging at her. Father! Fongchan! Roar! The three commander-level figures let out a furious roar. Looking up at the mountain peak, they finally realized they had been played by this human before them. He was stealing their flame heart. At this moment, they no longer wanted to deal with Fongchan. After exchanging glances, they seemed to reach a consensus and rushed towards the summit, determined to eliminate all thieves. Too late. Fongchan sneered, having guessed that Song Qingling had begun to interact with the flame heart. Holding the black sword, he swiftly arrived before the flame rock serpent. Air blade slash. A series of slashes. 3 swords struck the flame rock serpent, transforming into red air blades. Yet even so, the flame rock serpent did not die. It merely gained a long crack on its body. Fongchan took a deep breath. The commander-level figures were indeed powerful. Although they were only level 15, their total attributes could exceed 10,000 points, which was double that of Fongchan. If it weren't for his abnormal skills, he might not even be able to break through their defenses. Transform into my own, successfully converting rock talent. Boom! The flame rock serpent was clearly enraged. Its long rocky tail swung towards Fongchan, creating a massive pit upon impact. Yet even so, it chose to ignore Fongchan as the firebird and flame giant continued their ascent up the mountain, showing no signs of stopping. Its eyes were filled with fury. They had agreed to unite against outsiders, yet here they were, stealing from home. Super strength giantization. Sword chi. The red sword chi shot forth, flying straight towards the flame rock serpent. At this moment, fear appeared on the flame rock serpent's face. It had no choice but to abandon the chase, its entire skin turning into hard stone. But the sword chi, enhanced multiple times, had a power exceeding 10,000. Even if the flame rock serpent had reinforced all its attributes in defense, this attack could still break through with a large opening. Moreover, that was impossible. As the sword chi swept past, the flame rock serpent's eyes finally lost their luster. It couldn't comprehend how this human could unleash such terrifying power. Gluttony. The ruby necklace emitted a glow, and a powerful suction directly absorbed the soul of the flame rock serpent. Gluttony's upgrade successful. Transfer. Spend a certain amount of energy within Gluttony's barrier to perform spatial transfer. Talent barrier. Generate a barrier formation corresponding to the user's talent. Gravity barrier. Fongchan had no other choice but to activate Gluttony's talent barrier. With a loud roar, a powerful barrier formation instantly sealed the firebird and the flame giant tightly. Fongchan's gravity talent was pushed to the limit under Gluttony's ability, causing the gravity within the barrier to surge to more than 10 times its original strength. The firebird could not withstand this immense force and crashed heavily to the ground. The flame giant was also forcibly suppressed into the mountain, unable to move an inch. Seeing this scene, Fongchan was dumbfounded. So strong. However, the cost was also great, as it directly consumed all the energy absorbed from over 1,000 explosive flame wolves. What surprised him even more was that when he stepped into the barrier, he found himself unaffected in the slightest. However, the next moment, Fongchan's expression began to grow serious. He realized that his spiritual power was rapidly depleting. He had to resolve this quickly. But this was a commander-level being. It wasn't something that could be resolved just like that. Just as he was feeling a headache, Grid said, "You can severely injure their souls with the nether ice flame, and then let Gluttony absorb them." You can absorb them without killing them? Fongchan was immediately puzzled. If that were true, wouldn't Gluttony be invincible? Of course not, but after the soul is severely injured, it can be done. Don't underestimate Gluttony's ability. Although Fongchan didn't fully understand at the moment, he could only continue to follow the instructions. The third-level nether ice flame combined with a tenfold power spiritual arrow had an extremely tremendous impact on the soul. This was no child's play, it was a severe blow to the depths of the soul. Fongchan drew back the longbow heavily, continuously infusing spiritual power, and a pure white flame arrow shot out rapidly, instantly startling the Firebird into a pale expression if it had one. Amidst the roar, the Firebird desperately flapped its wings, clearly suffering immense internal damage, wishing for death. At the same time, another spiritual arrow followed closely, aimed directly at the flame giant. The latter also felt the power of the arrow, its soul trembling violently. The Firebird and the flame giant cried out in pain. Although their exterior showed no scars, the internal suffering was no less than a severe physical injury. This power far exceeded their imagination. They were commander-level beings, the overlords of this land. When had they ever thought of being killed by a human? But at this moment, their souls trembled, feeling unprecedented pain. Meanwhile, their power was fading, their life force was draining away. It was as if something was siphoning their bodies, but due to the pain in their souls, they could not resist. At this time, Gluttony's glow grew even stronger, seemingly very excited, and the suppression of the Firebird and the flame giant became even more intense. Finally, under Gluttony's overwhelming consumption, their life force was completely drained, turning into tiny sparks and disappearing without a trace. Transform into one's own, successfully converting the skill Burning Fist. After witnessing the powerful abilities of Gluttony, Fongchan couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Indeed, none of the 7 sin artifacts were to be underestimated. If he hadn't had the shadow talent, the guidance of grid, and if Dracula hadn't consumed too much energy in the iron prison tower, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Dracula in the end. He asked himself that if he were trapped in this barrier, he would definitely not be able to escape. However, Gluttony also had its drawbacks. It couldn't directly absorb life force or souls, needing the opponent to be significantly weakened or consumed, and only when their will was unsteady could it absorb. Just like the blood-red barrier set up by Dracula in the iron prison tower, it first wore people down to a certain extent before starting to absorb their life force. Fongchan took a breath and realized that his mental and spiritual energy were nearly depleted. It seemed that Gluttony's consumption was indeed exaggerated. However, after Gluttony absorbed the souls of the Firebird and the flame giant, it could convert them into mental energy for Fongchan to use. But at this rate, he didn't know when he would be able to elevate Gluttony to level 3. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the ground and a powerful energy surged continuously. Fongchan turned his gaze to the mountain peak. The energy fluctuations he had sensed earlier had vanished, and now a new force was emerging. What was going on? Had Song Qingling already been defeated? Thoughts raced through his mind, and Fongchan immediately dashed toward the mountain peak. Soon, he discovered Song Qingling lying in the center of the volcano, the surrounding black rock gradually turning red. Speed up! Fongchan instantly accelerated, his body turning into an afterimage as he rushed to Song Qingling's side, scooping her up and quickly leaving the volcano's mouth. However, just then, the power from below finally reached its peak and erupted instantly. It was like a giant magma dragon soaring into the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. Fongchan. Song Qingling weakly opened her eyes, realizing she was being held by Fongchan. What happened? Shoo, don't talk. The magma dragon behind them seemed to have locked onto them, continuously launching attacks. Fongchan held Song Qingling tightly, with no time to explain further. His figure kept shifting, but the scorching magma poured down like a torrential rain, each drop forming deep, fiery pits. His speed was incredibly fast, but the magma dragon seemed to possess life, relentlessly following and launching fierce attacks. Damn it! Fongchan cursed, but he didn't dare to slow down. The magma was targeting him. Fongchan, over here! Fongchan looked over and saw it was Su Xiaoping and Chen Faron. He immediately ran toward them, shouting, "Catch!" Su Xiaoping was startled but quickly caught the person Fongchan threw over, which was none other than Song Qingling. Indeed, he tossed her over like a sandbag. Chen Faron was a bit speechless. Weren't these two a couple? So rough? Run! Fongchan urged loudly while raising his fist, fire elements continuously gathering in the air. Burning Fist. Suddenly, a massive fiery fist appeared out of nowhere, as if it had drawn power from the sun, incredibly powerful. With a loud bang, the magma giant snake was smashed hard into the ground by this enormous fiery fist. Su Xiaoping noticed the commotion behind her, her eyes wide open in disbelief. He's a fire talent? Didn't you say he was weak? Chen Faron was dumbfounded. How could this be called weak? They had just witnessed the terror of the magma dragon, which was the lava spewing from the volcano, over 100 meters long, turning everything it touched to ashes. That kind of frenzy was like a mad beast, yet Fongchan had forcefully slammed it into the ground with a single punch. This strength was probably beyond what Song Qingling could match. If this is called weak, then what are they? Trash? Quick, take Qingling and leave here. Before Su Xiaoping and the others could react, Fongchan urged them to leave again. What about you? Su Xiaoping said. Don't worry about me, just take her away. Otherwise, none of us will get out. Fongchan clearly felt that this thing was being controlled, unsure if the target was Song Qingling or himself. If the two of them left together, they would definitely not escape. You said it yourself. After saying that, Su Xiaoping quickly pulled Chen Farong away. You really won't care about him? Chen Farong asked. How can I care? Is your fist bigger than his? Or can you stop that lava? Weren't you just worried? That was my ignorance. Don't worry, without us he can escape more easily. Su Xiaoping recalled how Fongchan was chased by the explosive flame wolf earlier. Chen Farong thought for a moment, and it was indeed the case. With the strength Fongchan had shown, it would only be a burden. Just as they left, the scattered lava once again gathered together, reforming into a lava dragon. The lava at the volcano's mouth continued to erupt, making this lava dragon even more formidable. Fongchan frowned tightly. At this rate, wouldn't the lava dragon be impossible to kill? Ha ha ha. This is power. Great Xia. Pigs. Today is your day of death. At this moment, someone actually walked out from the lava dragon, completely wrapped in lava, like a flame demon. As the lava receded, a face of a young man appeared, laughing wildly. The feeling of being filled with power was simply wonderful, as if everything in the world was under his control. No wonder Dakura was willing to offend the great Xia Empire to gain power. Kenjiro looked at Fongchan with disdain, as if he were looking at an ant. Hand over the flame heart. The power of the light sphere had basically been unleashed, now it just needed the flame heart as the key. Once he obtained the flame heart, the light sphere could be completely released from its seal. At that time, he would gain even greater power. Fongchan said nothing, only made an international gesture at Kenjiro. Kenjiro's face darkened instantly. He never expected that this person would dare to provoke him in the face of such terrifying power. However, he quickly realized that the flame heart was not with this person. Ant, he said coldly, raising his hand, and the lava dragon instantly transformed into a massive palm, moving in sync with his actions. With a casual wave, the lava giant hand suddenly struck towards Fongchan. Burning Fist. Fongchan's fire control ability was naturally not as strong as Kenjiro's. After all, his fire talent was only E rank. He could have easily dodged. But this way, he had already fallen behind in momentum. The massive fist collided with the lava giant palm, and a scorching wave of energy erupted. What happened up there? Su Xiaoping and the others had been walking for a while, yet they could still feel the terrifying energy wave. What a terrifying power. Is he really the waste you said? Chen Farong looked at Su Xiaoping. I don't know. Don't ask me. Su Xiaoping replied like a wronged woman, feeling that her best friend had outdone her, and the dumbest part was that she had believed it. Saying that his combat power was not strong, his talent was average, and he was not suited for battle. Do you even want to look at what you just said? Two forces collided wildly, ultimately scattering to the ground like fireworks. Kenjiro looked at the man before him, his face unable to hide his astonishment. He never expected that someone could actually withstand his move. Besides the enhancement of his fire talent, this magma was also one of the powers granted to him by the light orb. Who are you? In his memory, there didn't seem to be any fire talent awakeners as strong as this on this level, because if there were, the 7 holy knights wouldn't have their place. What does it matter who I am? Kenjiro stood atop the magma pillar, looking down from above, arrogant. Since you refuse to speak, then die. Ever since he gained power, his mindset had changed. He felt that everyone was trash and must obey his commands. Even now, with Dakura before him, he wouldn't regard him highly. With a lift of his hand, the scorching magma gathered again, splitting into countless arrows. The arrows shot forth, and the air seemed to ignite, carrying high temperatures and scorching winds that made it hard to breathe. Fongchan remained unfazed, his foot striking the ground as he shot out like a sharp arrow, a black sword appearing in his hand, clashing with the magma arrows. Boom! The sound of explosions rang out continuously, shockwaves rolling. With each collision, the surrounding air evaporated instantly, and Fongchan was quickly closing in on Kenjiro. Kenjiro's expression changed drastically. He recognized the black sword immediately. Black Sword Knight. He was first terrified, then immediately turned excited. Do you remember me? Fongchan, who? Kenjiro's face darkened as he drew his long sword. Do you remember now? Seeing Fongchan frown, Kenjiro's expression eased a bit. Looks like you do remember. I can't remember. Kenjiro's face darkened to the point where it could squeeze out ink, then remembered that it was the Flame Wanderer Kenjiro who killed you. Heavenly Funeral Flame Rain. He then roared. This was his newly acquired skill, and the air around him instantly churned and boiled, an endless wave of scorching heat pouring toward Fongchan. Sheets of fire rained down from the sky, mixing with the magma arrows, creating a scene where the sky was entirely red. Ah, let's see how you block this. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions continued, and terrifying shockwaves spread outward. It felt as if the entire mountain was about to be flattened. Fongchan's expression changed drastically for the first time. He wanted to use his shadow skill to dodge but found it impossible as there wasn't even a shadow to hide in. Thunder Flash. Although this was a mid-level movement skill, it had low consumption, high speed, and penetrative ability. If there were obstacles in its path, it could also generate some lightning damage. However, the downside was obvious. Each use could only move about 100 meters. Fongchan transformed into a bolt of lightning, weaving through the flames at high speed, avoiding Kenjiro's onslaught. Kenjiro furrowed his brow tightly. How many talents did the opponent have? Why could he use fire attribute skills and also lightning attributes? It seemed there was also a shadow attribute. Multiple talents? How is that possible? But at this moment he couldn't think too much. Fongchan continuously used Thunderflash and was already close to him. However, he was well prepared. With a lift of his hand, magma fire pillars erupted from the ground, constantly exploding beneath Fongchan's feet. In just a few seconds, the ground turned into a magma hell. Although Fongchan also had fire talent, he couldn't withstand such high-temperature magma. He had to admit that this was the most troublesome enemy he had encountered so far, as most of his skills were rendered useless. Even the opportunity to use his spirit arrows was denied by the opponent. Kenjiro's attacks were simply too dense. Besides his own skills, there was also the onslaught of magma, making it even harder than a one-on-two fight. Damn it! I'll go all out. Life Grand Technique. Fongchan felt his body emit a loud boom and all shackles were released. First stage. Second stage. Fongchan's body immediately radiated a white mist as if it were evaporating. Strength 5730, agility 4978, spirit 3926, 3926, constitution 3530, spiritual power 2926/3926. He leaped high, but Kenjiro sneered. This was simply asking for death. A ground-level being, unable to fly, unable to change position in the air, was practically a living target. But in the next second, Fongchan suddenly charged towards him, the black sword in his hand exuding a chilling aura. How is this possible? Kenjiro, taken aback, controlled the magma pillar to change position. But what shocked him even more was that his speed was actually slower than Fongchan's. Fongchan was not truly flying. He was using the wind ability to create a wind cannon behind him, utilizing the explosive force to move in the air. A normal person would not dare to do this. To push someone with a wind cannon required considerable power, which could easily injure oneself, but with Fongchan's current attributes, that level of damage was no different from a tickle. After multiple accelerations, Fongchan arrived in front of Kenjiro and slashed down with his sword, but it felt like cutting through air. Kenjiro sneered. His body had transformed into flames. He had become a true fireman. At that moment, Kenjiro's magma dragon also suddenly appeared, crashing violently into Fongchan's back. Boom! Fongchan was struck, completely losing control, and was violently smashed into the magma, billowing thick black smoke. Now you should learn your lesson, Kenjiro said coldly. Black Sword Knight? One hit was all it took. The next second, he flew towards the flame heart, not believing that a ground-level being could survive in magma at over 1,000 degrees. Holy healing! Body repairing, body tempering, gluttony is absorbing energy. Damn it! I was careless. If it weren't for the life enhancement technique strengthening his body, and the fact that he had used wind, fire, and water skills in succession to cushion the blow, this strike would have definitely knocked him out. Fongchan crawled out of the magma pit. Aside from being naked, his body had no injuries at all. Losing Kenjiro's control, Gluttony was also happily absorbing the power of the magma. He quickly put on his clothes and immediately rushed in the direction Kenjiro had left. However, due to that last strike, his life enhancement technique's second stage had been interrupted, but he had also confirmed one thing: his holy healing seemed to be able to heal the side effects of the life enhancement technique. Did this mean that aside from the uncertainty of the fifth stage, he could freely use the first four stages? Another point of regret was that the spiritual power consumed by holy healing could not be replenished, which meant he couldn't exploit a bug for infinite recovery. Hand over the flame heart. Kenjiro, looking like a fiery demon king, approached Su Xiaoping and the others. Su Xiaoping and the others were shocked. Someone could manipulate fire abilities to such an extent. Song Qingling struggled to open her eyes. For some reason, her power had been continuously draining, and her body seemed to be summoned by something. Especially upon seeing Kenjiro, this feeling intensified. Her body involuntarily floated up, flying towards Kenjiro. What are you doing? Su Xiaoping tried to stop her, but was blasted away by a fireball flying several meters. Consider yourselves lucky, Kenjiro said disdainfully, directly taking Song Qingling and flying into the cave. Where's Qingling? Fongchan chased all the way, not seeing Jian Jilong, but he saw Su Xiaoping and the others. Su Xiaoping and the others were slightly injured, but it was nothing serious. Captured by the Flame Man. Over there. Su Xiaoping pointed in another direction, where clear traces of flowing magma could be seen on the ground. What happened? Chen Farong asked. I'm not sure either. You all hurry and leave here. Leave Qingling to me. After saying that, Fongchan transformed into a shadow and headed towards the magma. Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong. The two exchanged silent glances, helplessly smiling, not knowing what they were thinking. Fongchan followed the traces of the magma and soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. The cave gave an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Monarch level. This feeling was too familiar. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was sure that the monarch inside was much stronger than any he had encountered before. Master, I have brought Yinxin. Inside the cave, Jian Jilong stood respectfully to the side, and in the center was a phoenix over 10 meters tall. Too slow. The phoenix, radiating intense heat, seemed somewhat displeased. Forgive me, master. I encountered a small problem, but it has been resolved. Jian Jilong immediately knelt down upon hearing this, without any complaints. Song Qingling was extremely surprised by this. She knew the power of this flame man, yet he was as humble as an ant before this phoenix. How powerful was this phoenix? Are you satisfied with this power? The phoenix's tone carried a hint of mockery. This person had pretended before, but now he was directly submitting. It seemed he had experienced the might of this power. Satisfied. Far beyond my expectations. Jian Zhilang could hardly hide his excitement. He was simply too satisfied. How could he not be satisfied? Did you not see how the Black Sword Knight was pressed to the ground and rubbed against it? He was like a stray dog, while I stood high above, controlling his life and death. This feeling was simply exquisite. He had thought reaching the level of Dracula was the peak, but it turned out this was just the beginning. After helping the Phoenix unleash its power, the latter granted him new strength. Although his realm was only mid-level in the Void Realm, it had not improved much compared to before, but both the power of his fire affinity and his control had increased several levels. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to merge with the fire. Not to mention several divine skills and the ability to freely manipulate magma. Very well, then unseal it. I grant you even greater power. Yes. After saying that, Jian Zhilang was about to throw Song Qingling into the magma below the Phoenix. The Phoenix looked at Yenqin about to fall into the magma, suddenly revealing an unusual light, also a long-suppressed excitement. Heavenly Dao Dog. What if you sealed me for hundreds of years? Today I will still come out. You wait for me. Hundreds of years ago, he was defeated and severely injured by the Heavenly Taoist, and then he was sealed here, treated like livestock, his strength falling from emperor to monarch, and his realm level had dropped to the current Earth realm, even weaker than the human before him. This grudge was irreconcilable. He could never forget it for all eternity. He was constantly thinking about how to break the seal, and Yenqin was his only hope. Yenqin was the power that the volcano had nurtured over these hundreds of years. As long as it was placed at the core of the seal, its power combined with his would surely be able to destroy the seal. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and at the same time, a figure rushed past and took Song Qingling away. Who is it? The Phoenix was almost about to explode, just a little more. He angrily shouted at Jian Zhilang, "Is this the small problem you have already solved?" When Jian Zhilang saw that figure appear again, his heart was filled with horror. Wasn't this the Black Sword Knight? Wasn't he already dead? You're seeking death. Jian Zhilang almost shouted out. At this moment, Fongchan was enveloped in a red mist, a symbol of having used the fourth tier of the Life Grand technique. 1 minute, the Phoenix said indifferently. Kenjiro's heart tightened, fully aware that the Phoenix's dissatisfaction had reached its peak. If he couldn't defeat his opponent within 60 seconds, the Phoenix would likely retract the power granted to him. No need, just give me 10 seconds. Kenjiro said confidently, determined to strike with all his might to prove his worth. Boom! His entire body ignited with blazing flames, while magma gathered around him, forming an indestructible magma armor. At this moment, he displayed an unmatched strongest form. Ice Flame Impact. Fongchan had no intention of chatting with him and directly launched an attack. With a lift of his hand, a beam of white flame holy light struck Kenjiro, who was clearly taken aback, completely unprepared for defense. This skill was deeply etched in his memory. It was the very skill that had caused Dracula immense pain, and it seemed even more powerful this time. He didn't think he could dodge this move and was ready to scream, but when the light passed through his body, nothing happened, which made Kenjiro feel a bit awkward. You actually have a tiger's skill? But unfortunately, it's too weak to break my ashen armor. The Phoenix looked both surprised and disdainful. The tiger's greatest strength was its resistance to physical attacks and its ability to directly attack the opponent's soul, yet he specialized in magical attacks and possessed the ashen armor that could counter the white tiger's attacks. Among the 4 sacred beasts, he and the Ice Flame Sacred Tiger were natural enemies. Ha ha! Kenjiro laughed upon hearing this, feeling that his choice of side was truly wise. Even the Black Sword Knight was helpless against him. This world was still under his control. But suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of Kenjiro, too fast. Kenjiro couldn't react again. Screw you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fongchan's fist, as big as a sandpot, struck him, sending him crashing into the air. With a 400% enhancement and super strength amplification, who could withstand his punch? Moreover, Fongchan's attack didn't stop. He leaped after Kenjiro, using the cave walls and the power of the wind to continuously change direction and attack Kenjiro, landing dozens of hits in just a few seconds. The seemingly indestructible ashen armor began to crack and fall apart layer by layer. Impossible. The one who exclaimed was not Kenjiro, but the Phoenix. How could magical and physical attacks be cultivated to such a formidable level simultaneously? The principle of the ashen armor was to use extreme domineering flames to repel all non-fire elements, rendering them ineffective and achieving resistance against magical attacks. Physical attacks ignored this rule and could be destroyed by physical means. Because of this, he had enhanced the physical defense of the ashen armor, which was not something that could be easily broken. This person had actually shattered the ashen armor with just a dozen punches. How terrifying was his strength. However, thinking deeper, it was still Kenjiro's incompetence that made him useless. After the ashen armor shattered, Fongchan immediately used Ice Flame Impact, causing Kenjiro to scream in agony as the flames on his body all receded, and he fell heavily to the ground in his flesh form. In this state, he could not don the ashen armor again, as it required enduring extremely high temperatures. Kenjiro, in immense pain, looked at Fongchan in despair, all his fantasies shattered in that instant. At this moment, his heart was incredibly complex, filled with unwillingness and regret. What's your name? He didn't want to die without knowing his opponent's name. That would be quite undignified in the land of cherry blossoms. Moreover, he hoped to buy some time, wishing the phoenix would intervene to save him. Foolish killer, Fongchan. Put. Kenjiro still couldn't react in time as a black sword pierced through his forehead. 10 seconds. Fongchan pulled out the long sword, utterly cold. 10 seconds. Phoenix. He knew the other party was provoking him, and he immediately formed a judgment about this person's character in his heart, very vengeful. Kenjiro would never have imagined that he would die so hastily, and it was all because of this sentence. I am one of the 4 holy beasts, named the Burning Phoenix. The phoenix slowly opened its mouth. Without Kenjiro to assist, it needed to quickly find a replacement, and this person in front of it was the best choice. As long as you are willing to help me. Shut up. Fongchan hugged Song Qingling and set her aside, then gave himself a divine healing. Are you okay? After applying healing to Song Qingling, Fongchan found that it had no effect. Her body was not harmed. Song Qingling was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a long time, staring wide-eyed at Fongchan. She couldn't believe that the person in front of her was still the Fongchan she knew. Although she hadn't experienced it herself, the power Fongchan had just displayed definitely surpassed that of most Void Realm experts. But wasn't he only at a dozen levels? How did he do it? Looking at Fongchan's eager eyes, Song Qingling finally managed to say, I'm fine. Her body was indeed unharmed, but her flame heart was extremely unstable and needed her full effort to suppress it. Moreover, influenced by the phoenix, it seemed that the flame heart was about to explode from her body, forcing her to expend even more energy to contain it. Suddenly, just as she finished speaking, she let out a painful scream and then collapsed unconscious. Qingling, don't worry. She's fine, I just made her sleep for a while. The burning phoenix's tone was slightly dissatisfied. What did you do to her? Just let her sleep for a while. This way, she won't be able to interfere with our communication. Fongchan looked coldly at the burning phoenix, spit it out. The burning phoenix's face turned extremely ugly. No one had ever dared to disrespect it like this. If it weren't for needing this person's help, it would have killed him. Without hesitation. Let's make a deal. You help me lift the seal, and I will grant you power. How about it? The burning phoenix knew this person was different from the previous one and couldn't use force. No, how about it? Fongchan remained cold. Why? The burning phoenix's expression turned cold. It didn't expect that there would still be a human who would refuse its request. If I'm not mistaken, lifting the seal requires the flame heart, but she needs it. Fongchan's meaning was clear. He would not hand over the flame heart. Foolish. What is a mere woman? If you need her, I can easily capture a saintess for you to toy with. Fongchan naturally wouldn't believe the other party's nonsense. Just because they needed something from him now didn't mean they would keep their promises later. His life and death would probably depend on the other party's mood. Moreover, from Kenjiro's battle, it was clear that this kind of power, while strong, was unstable and could not be fully controlled. Furthermore, there was a risk of the granted power being taken back. He didn't need such methods to become stronger. You don't want to become stronger? I do, but you can't satisfy me. Fongchan's latter half of the sentence made the burning phoenix's expression darkened terrifyingly. This was a clear disdain for its power. Ignorant human. Since you are unwilling, then go die. The burning phoenix knew that this person was different from the previous minor characters. It was impossible to easily make him submit with just a few words. To make him willingly obey, it had to let him taste enough suffering. The burning phoenix's size was not particularly significant compared to the thunder tyrant. It was clearly a bit smaller, however. When it vibrated its wings, the entire cave seemed on the verge of collapse, its power not to be underestimated. Just that momentum was enough to instill fear. Fongchan's expression turned grim. He realized that the opponent's strength might far exceed his expectations, truly terrifying. The burning phoenix let out a low roar, flame of ashes. Then, a miniature phoenix soared into the sky from its body. This phoenix radiated a chilling power, clearly possessing extreme destructive force. Barrier. Without a second thought, Fongchan activated his devouring ability, wrapping himself and Song Qingling in a barrier. The next second, a deafening explosion echoed. Even the devouring barrier dimmed slightly. It was too terrifying. If he had been even a moment slower, Song Qingling might have vanished without a trace. He never expected the opponent to be so despicable. You actually possess a sin artifact, but unfortunately, it will only be wasted in your hands. The burning phoenix's expression was calm, showing little surprise. Although the sin artifacts were powerful, the cost of using them was too great. Even the celestial Taoists were reluctant to touch them. What could a mere human do, even if they possessed a sin artifact? Whether they could awaken the artifact was still uncertain. Even if they did awaken it, how much power could it unleash was also a mystery. Fongchan ignored him, coldly stepping out of the barrier. The devouring energy was insufficient to maintain such a high-intensity barrier for long, so he had to end this quickly. Annihilation Thunder Dragon. Boom! Suddenly, the cave was filled with lightning and the violet electricity formed the shape of the Thunder Tyrant. A massive azure figure descended like a deity, the powerful thunder force rampaging through the cave, seemingly intent on destroying the entire world. This was one of Fongchan's strongest skills. Normally, he wouldn't have enough mental energy to use it, but after the quadruple enhancement of the Life Grand technique, using this skill was naturally no problem. At this moment, the burning phoenix's expression finally changed from calm to astonishment. He never expected a human could use such a powerful skill. He could no longer care about his dignity and hurriedly controlled the magma to form the armor of ashes. In an instant, it was as if he had donned a mech suit filled with a sense of technology. Fongchan frowned. This firebird was truly a nuisance. The armor of ashes was far superior in both appearance and quality compared to Kenjiro's. He knew without trying that he could not possibly break through it now. However, his Annihilation Thunder Dragon was not merely a spell attack. Due to its accompanying shockwave effect, its physical attack power was also formidable. Boom! The raging lightning converged into a beam of light capable of destroying heaven and earth. The Ashen Phoenix did not dare to take it head-on. At the same time, he gathered a violent flame power in his mouth. Boom! The clash of red and blue shook the earth and mountains. If it weren't for the seal, this volcano would likely be leveled. Fongchan thought it was bad he hadn't positioned himself well. Since ancient times, facing waves, one must lose if on the left. Sure enough, the Ashen Phoenix's ash impact was a bit stronger. He decisively leaped into the air and threw a punch at the Ashen Phoenix's abdomen. Bang! A powerful punch. A long crack immediately appeared in the ashen armor. The Ashen Phoenix's face darkened. Although this attack couldn't harm him fundamentally, it was still quite irritating. With a flap of his wings, his feathers flew out, transforming into fiery arrows. Fongchan was in the air, unable to dodge in time. He could have activated the Water Guardian passive to create a water curtain for defense, but in a battle of this level, such a defense would be useless and would only waste spiritual power. Just like when he was ambushed by Kenjiro before, he didn't use that skill. He assumed a defensive posture and took the hit. With his current attributes, it wasn't enough to cause serious injury. After a healing spell, his condition immediately recovered. The Ashen Phoenix was surprised. What was this human? How could he master so many different talents and skills? Perhaps he could shake the position of the celestial Taoist. However, he quickly shook his head, thinking he must be crazy. How could he have such thoughts? But if humans could really threaten the position of the celestial Taoist, then the celestial Taoist's expression would surely be quite interesting. Kid, as long as you submit to me, I will take you to dominate the myriad realms in the future, said the Ashen Phoenix. I have an idea. Why don't you become my mount, and I will take you to dominate the myriad realms in the future. Upon hearing this, the Ashen Phoenix immediately flew into a rage. Impudent. You dare to suggest that I become your mount? How arrogant. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Whether you exist or not, I can still lift the seal. Since you are unwilling to submit, then die. He roared, and a dazzling shockwave directly obliterated the silent thunder dragon. At the same time, the magma beneath him surged as if alive, transforming into 9 giant dragons soaring into the sky. Fongchan's expression changed drastically. A muffled sound echoed within him, and all shackles were completely released. The red mist turned into a red-black color, and Fongchan's face twisted in pain. His entire demeanor transformed, resembling a crimson beast. 5th stage. Boom! Fongchan suddenly stomped down, leaping high, and the ground's rocks instantly shattered. Holding the black sword, he resembled a beam of rainbow light. The 9 magma dragons, with their intense heat, continuously lunged at Fongchan. But in the 5th stage, Fongchan's attributes were enhanced 8-fold, with total attributes exceeding 90,000. His strength had undergone a qualitative change. To him, the magma dragons were no different from mosquitoes. He swung his long sword, as if even space was being torn apart, and in an instant, the 9 magma dragons fell one after another. However, using the magma dragons as stepping stones, he was already close to the Ashen Phoenix. Chi Blade Slash. With a single strike, the ashen armor was directly broken, revealing the Ashen Phoenix's true form. The Ashen Phoenix was internally shocked, constantly flapping his wings to evade, but unfortunately, the space here was limited, and he couldn't create distance. No matter how much his strength decreased, he was still a level 15 monarch, with total attributes exceeding 80,000, and with the protection of the ashen armor, his defense was terrifyingly formidable. To break through his ashen armor with a single strike, even a celestial Taoist might not be able to do it. Who on earth is this person? The Ashen Phoenix appeared cold on the outside, but internally he felt immense pressure. He could say that he had never felt such pressure even when facing the celestial Taoist back then. He wanted to create distance for a ranged attack, but Fongchan would not grant him that wish, continuously flying in the air with powerful strength. With each sword strike, the sword energy changed color. In just a few seconds, the ashen armor was already full of cracks, pieces falling away. At this moment, the Ashen Phoenix looked at Fongchan, and it was like staring at a demon more terrifying than the celestial Taoist. Fongchan could feel his life force continuously draining away, as if he would die in the next second. The next sword would be the final one. Either the opponent would die or he would perish. The red sword energy, combined with the 8-fold enhancement of the Life Grand technique, brought an attack power of nearly 30,000. He had no idea what the consequences would be after he unleashed it. Boom! The red sword energy burst forth, radiating a black glow, even larger than the body of the phoenix. The ashen phoenix continuously manipulated the magma to attack the sword energy, but it was all in vain. Wherever the sword energy went, everything turned to dust. This sword energy seemed to have a powerful attraction. The ashen phoenix felt as if it were locked on, the terrifying aura of death rushing towards him. He finally panicked. No! No! I shall be your mount. Too late. Fongchan's entire face aged a few years, his voice weak and feeble. The sword energy sliced through the ashen phoenix, and it felt as if the world had gone silent. Transform into my own activated, successfully converting the talent Ashen Flame. Detected a similar attribute talent about to merge. Merge successful. Additional talent effect explosion. A series of prompts sounded, and Fongchan felt his body growing weaker, his consciousness seemingly pulled into a void, his body gradually slipping out of control. Super healing power activated, body repairing. Fongchan's eyes brightened. Upon hearing this sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had gambled correctly once again. People say that gamblers never win against the house, yet everyone is a gambler. This time, the repair took a long time. Fongchan felt power being injected into his body bit by bit, his cells slowly repairing. He didn't know how long it had been, but he finally regained control of his body. He moved slightly and found nothing unusual, finally feeling at ease. This magma? Fongchan noticed that the temperature around him had not decreased due to the disappearance of the ashen phoenix. Instead, it had risen significantly, and the magma below was rising at a terrifying speed. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. If his repair time had taken any longer, he would have been scalded to death by the magma. Realizing this, he immediately picked up Song Qingling and secured her. Due to the rising magma, the previous exit had been sealed off, so he had to search for an exit upward. The magma quickly submerged the spot where they had just stood. What is that? Fongchan discovered a white object floating in the magma, which had not melted despite the high temperature. It was definitely not an ordinary object. He kept searching for a foothold, even using the power of the earth to create temporary ones. Is this an egg? Picking up the white object, he found it was a human head-sized egg. Fongchan didn't care what kind of egg it was, he simply wrapped it in a piece of clothing and hung it on himself, immediately quickening his pace to escape to the mountain top. It seemed that the magma, having lost its ceiling suppression, was about to erupt completely, its speed increasing, forcing Fongchan to not dare to stop for even a moment. Boom! The volcano erupted, and the magma surged into the sky, its grandeur akin to thunder shaking the heavens. Such a scene is truly rare. Even from a distance, one can clearly witness this extraordinary natural wonder. What happened over there? Is the flame heart appearing? The edge of the scorching rocky ground was filled with people. Due to the high temperature, they could not enter the interior, and could only wait at the edge. Some had ventured into the depths but could not endure and ran back out. What an exaggerated volcanic eruption! So hot! Waves of heat rushed towards them. They did not expect to feel the heat even from so far away. If they were at the center, wouldn't they evaporate on the spot? Do you think those who went in can escape? I don't know, but those people have fire affinity and high fire resistance. Maybe they can get away. Who has the flame heart? Can our plan really work? When I left, only a dozen people had gone up the mountain. I guess it will end up in the hands of one of them. Can this plan really work? Don't worry, I know those people, their strength isn't too great, and with so many of us, are we afraid they won't succeed? Then it's all up to Brother Wang. As long as we get the flame heart, we can definitely sell it for a good price. But I have one condition, a woman must be left for me. No problem. I didn't expect Brother Wang to be such a sentimental person. The other women can be played with by our brothers, right? Of course, but those two aren't much, they're either plain or ugly. No problem, the brothers aren't picky. A little earlier, Fongchan rushed out of the volcano with Song Qingling on his back, running down the mountain. Run! What are you doing? Didn't we tell you to escape? Quickly? Why are you still here? Upon reaching the mountainside, Fongchan discovered that Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong were still there. Aren't we worried about you? Worried my ass. You're just making things worse. Fongchan was furious. At that moment, with a loud rumble, the entire volcano shook violently, followed by a burst of red light shooting into the sky, and black dust fell like rain. Fongchan's expression changed drastically. He quickly grabbed one in each hand and tucked them at his waist like a person who had already boarded a departing train, with bags on both sides and one on his shoulder. Speed up! His speed increased significantly, kicking up thick dust beneath his feet. Isn't this the wrong direction to the city? Su Xiaoping looked at Fongchan as he gradually moved away from the direction of the illusory forest. What city are you going back to? Look at that magma. Su Xiaoping turned back and saw that indeed, the magma was primarily flowing toward the city. Fongchan felt helpless. He wished he could take these burdens into the city, but after such a huge expenditure, his mental energy was already depleted, and he would eventually be caught by the magma. Moreover, judging by the volcano's condition, it would erupt for some time. If the magma cut off their path, he didn't know when he could cross the scorching rocky ground to reach the dark rift again. 5 days had already passed, and time was running short. It proved that Fongchan was right to go this way. Although the volcano was still erupting, the magma flowing toward this side had slowed down. After running for a while longer, they were finally safe. Can you put us down now? Chen Farong's voice was a bit weak, as if shy. Oh, right. With Fongchan's current strength, lifting a few people was like lifting a few human-shaped balloons. Aside from taking up space, it had no other impact. Speaking of which, Fongchan felt a bit embarrassed because, in the heat of the moment, he had just picked up 2 people and left without adjusting their positions. They must be in an uncomfortable posture that they could endure until now was already considerate of the overall situation. However, he quickly noticed something was off. The sensation in his right hand felt different, seemingly too soft and too large. Instinctively, he squeezed it. Slap. A crisp and decisive sound echoed. The air suddenly became awkward as Chen Farong blushed while adjusting her clothes, and Su Xiaoping looked at Fongchan with a half-smile. Why yes, I'm sorry. Seeing the palm print appearing on Fongchan's face, Chen Farong felt even more embarrassed. Humph, you're still apologizing to him? He grabbed you. Su Xiaoping was truly exasperated. It was better if she didn't say anything, but once she did, Chen Farong's face turned beet red. He didn't mean to. Who knows? It looks intentional to me. Wasn't it enough to just touch you all the way? He had to grab you too. When Qingling wakes up, I must tell her to be careful of this pervert. Fongchen. God, can someone please sew her mouth shut? Ahem. Let's see how Qingling is doing. Chen Farong, blushing, walked behind Fongchen and picked up Song Qingling. I checked earlier, she should be fine, just don't know why she hasn't woken up yet, Fongchen said. Su Xiaoping, feeling uneasy, checked again, and indeed, Song Qingling was not injured, but why does she look like she's in so much pain? It might be related to Yenqin. Fongchen wasn't very sure. His healing talent could only treat physical injuries, not mental ones, so he couldn't judge. You mean she got Yenqin? Su Xiaoping's voice rose a few pitches. Fongchen nodded. Su Xiaoping became excited and firmly said, then she will definitely be fine. She knew her best friend's desire and obsession for this power. Since she had obtained it, she wouldn't let herself die just like that because there were still important things waiting for her to accomplish. Fongchen and Chen Farong both felt a bit confused, but when they wanted to ask, Su Xiaoping chose to remain silent. I've been paying attention to this for a long time. What is it? Su Xiaoping changed the subject, pointing at the round bundle next to Song Qingling. Right, I don't know either. As Su Xiaoping picked it up, Chen finally had time to investigate. Opening the cloth, there indeed appeared a white egg, shaped almost like a goose egg, just a bit larger. Is this an egg? Chen Farong gently touched it. The texture was indeed similar to that of an egg. An ostrich egg? It's huge, Su Xiaoping drooled. I wonder if it's good to eat. I haven't had an egg in a long time. With Su Xiaoping's comment, the 3 of them unconsciously swallowed. It had indeed been a long time. Unknowingly, half of the novice space had passed. In the earlier layers, only some simple food was available for sale. To eat meat, they had to hunt for it themselves. By this layer, the food was abundant, but it was still basic food. Compared to the various delicacies in reality, this place was simply a food desert. Fongchen picked up the egg, looking at it from left to right, swallowing. It looks very nutritious. Just then, the giant egg began to emit a dim red light, pulsing like a breathing lamp. At the same time, a wave of intense heat came, a very familiar feeling. Phoenix egg. The thought flashed through Fongchan's mind immediately. At that moment, the temperature of the egg was rising higher and higher, like a red-hot stone, so hot that Fongchen had to let it go. However, as soon as he let it go, the egg immediately cooled down and stopped glowing red. Fongchen. No doubt about it. It really is a damn phoenix egg. It still harbors hostility towards me even in egg form. Very well. Fongchen sneered. I was still thinking about whether to eat it, but now, no. It's too hot. Before he could finish, he saw Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong pick up the phoenix egg together. They had no fire resistance. And with the high temperature of the phoenix egg, it could instantly burn them through. This egg is so cute, how can you eat it? The 2 women held the phoenix egg with affectionate expressions, not feeling the heat at all. Fongchen. This egg is targeting me. Clearly, when Su Xiaoping and the others touched the phoenix egg, it did not emit high temperatures. This egg is an old man, how is it cute? Fongchen was speechless. Nonsense. You're the old man, a grumpy old man. Su Xiaoping said. You just said you wanted to eat it. I didn't know there was life inside. Su Xiaoping retorted. Aha, there's a baby inside. Chen Farong hugged the egg even tighter. No, that old man is not a good thing. Fongchen thought for a moment, although the phoenix had now turned into an egg, keeping it was still a danger. This, Su Xiaoping, fearing Fongchen would snatch the egg away, directly stuffed the egg into Song Qingling's arms. Qingling won't agree either. You can't eat the egg. I can at most let you hold it for a bit. Chen Farong said, blushing, looking pitiful. Fongchen. Grid, what's the situation with this phoenix egg? Seeing he couldn't argue with the 2, he walked away to communicate with Grid. Just as you think, this is the phoenix egg. The phoenix is one of the 4 sacred beasts that is immortal and indestructible. Every time it dies, it actually is reborn. This left Fongchen confused. If it is immortal and indestructible, then why was it Afraid just now? Immortal and indestructible refers only to its physical body. Every rebirth is a complete new life, including body and memory. So the reborn phoenix is no longer the original phoenix. It's strange if it isn't afraid. With this explanation, Fongchan suddenly understood. But why does this egg still harbor hostility towards me? It should be a feeling. Perhaps in the last life it harbored great hatred towards you, and just after being reborn, that feeling still lingers. Over time, it should fade away, Grid replied after thinking for a moment. Then, doesn't that mean I can train it to be my mount? In theory, it should be possible, but the 4 sacred beasts are extremely proud and may not agree, Grid said. No problem, if it doesn't agree, I'll make it agree. Having a phoenix as a mount would be so impressive. Grid. Hey, Fongchan, come over and take a look. Su Xiaoping suddenly exclaimed. Fongchan's heart sank. Something strange wouldn't have happened, would it? But when he saw the others, he found that nothing had happened. What's going on? Look. Su Xiaoping pointed at Song Qingling. Her complexion is much better. Fongchan looked and indeed saw that Song Qingling's complexion had returned to normal, and the previous look of pain was gone. Is it because of it? At this moment, Fongchan also noticed that the phoenix egg was in Song Qingling's arms, emitting a breathing light in red. Yes. I just tried it. As soon as the egg was taken away, Qingling started showing signs of pain again, but once it was placed back, she was fine. Fongchan frowned and remained silent. Given the situation, the phoenix egg definitely couldn't be killed now. It seemed he could only keep it for observation for a while. He looked at Chen Farong. What you just said counts, right? Chen Farong. Su Xiaoping. Ahem, just kidding. Su Xiaoping, I don't think so. Chen Farong. Ahem. Fongchan turned his head. Since you all are fine, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. You can go back after those magma cools down. Ha! Su Xiaoping exclaimed. You're just leaving like this? One is unconscious, one is a brainless bear, and another is an idiot. You want me to take care of them in such a dangerous place by myself? Fongchan looked him over. Su Xiaoping had a point. With one lacking intelligence, it was indeed quite dangerous here. What do you want? Take us with you. No way, I'm going to the Dark Rift. Taking you along would only make it more dangerous. Are you serious? This time, not only Su Xiaoping but even Chen Farong was quite surprised. They had heard of the Dark Rift's notorious reputation. It was one of the most dangerous places, but at the same time, it was also one of the places with the most treasures. This place was definitely somewhere every aspiring adventurer wanted to visit at least once. Seeing Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong's eyes light up, Fongchan suddenly had a bad premonition. What do you mean by this? Big brother, no, great God. Please take us with you. Su Xiaoping excitedly grabbed Fongchan's hand, almost kneeling. No, you will die. Fongchan refused. This is the junction of the scorching rockland and the Dark Rift, with level 20 and above monsters everywhere. If you're not here, we will die too. That makes a lot of sense. Rather than that, it's better to follow you. There's at least a glimmer of hope. It can't be that serious. Su Xiaoping became even more excited, pointing at herself and the others, lacking intelligence, brainless bear, unconscious idiot. Where's the seriousness? Fongchan. So reasonable. I'm left speechless. At this moment, Chen Farong also nodded along. Yes. Afraid that Fongchan wouldn't agree, she added. How about I let you grab me again? Right. You can grab her again. If that's not enough, you can grab mine too. You can grab Qingling's as well. Fongchan. What kind of wolfish words are these? Am I really that kind of person? Is that why? It's really dangerous there. Just 2 times. I really didn't mean that. You misunderstood. 3 times. No more. Fongchan. Good brother, don't push me. Sigh, since you insist, just remember not to say I didn't warn you when danger comes. Also, you must listen to me in all actions. No problem. Su Xiaoping quickly agreed. They had all witnessed Fongchan's strength and were already convinced. She raised an eyebrow at Chen Farong, as if to say, look how clever I am. I knew he was that kind of person. Chen Farong lowered her head in shame, secretly thinking, God, 3 times, his grip is so strong, it won't get deformed, will it? The Dark Rift is less than 50 kilometers away from the hot rockland, which can be said to be in a connected state. There are indeed many strange beasts between the 2 places, and they are quite strong. I don't know if it's because of the volcanic eruption, but the frequency of strange beasts appearing is much higher than what the states. For Fongchan, they are just a bunch of weaklings, unable to withstand even a single sword strike, but for Su Xiaoping and the others, they are formidable foes. This doesn't mean that Su Xiaoping and her companions are weak, rather, these strange beasts always appear in groups of 3 or 5, which is extremely disadvantageous for them who lack the ability to kill instantly. Once it turns into a war of attrition, they would only be at the mercy of their enemies. Therefore, Fongchan secretly rejoiced at his decision. If he had left these few behind, they would probably have been picked clean by now. Soon, they saw the Dark Rift. Seeing it in person was far more shocking than the written descriptions. The bottomless chasm seemed like an insurmountable barrier, tearing the 2 continents apart. Standing at its edge, humans appeared so insignificant, like mere dust. Wow! So big! So deep! Chen Farong exclaimed like a little girl, her eyes sparkling. It really is big and deep, Fongchan said. Even after living 2 lives, he was seeing such a shocking sight for the first time and couldn't help but exclaim, "Pervert!" Su Xiaoping glanced at herself and muttered softly. The group walked along the eastern edge of the rift. Although it was just the edge, it was quite exhausting to walk. The rift had a strange phenomenon where the winds around it constantly blew into the chasm, as if it were a black hole sucking in the surrounding air. As they walked along the edge, they were constantly affected by this wind. If they were not careful, they could be swept away and fall into the rift. "Look, is that the path?" Su Xiaoping pointed ahead, very excited. However, at that moment, a strong crosswind blew through, and Su Xiaoping's face changed dramatically as she felt her feet leave the ground, losing weight entirely. She hurriedly used her wind manipulation to resist, but it was too late. Her whole body was lifted into the air. She was only about 10 meters away from the rift, and in just a second or two she would be flying into the abyss. She could already imagine the terror of falling into the dark rift and couldn't help but scream. Suddenly, a large hand firmly grabbed her. "Brother, can you be a little more considerate?" Fongchan pulled Su Xiaoping down with force. Thank you." Su Xiaoping squatted on the ground, taking a while to recover. Hearing her words, Fongchan felt a bit unaccustomed. This woman actually didn't retort. It seemed she was really scared. "Are you okay now? Do you still want to go down?" "It's not too late to regret now," Fongchan said. As soon as he finished speaking, he rarely heard the two rebutting him. Instead, there was a moment of silence. The outer area was already so dangerous, so one could imagine the situation inside. But if they left just like that, they would feel unwilling. Despite their appearance, they had all been at the top of the pyramid in terms of strength, and they felt a bit proud. Without Fongchan reminding them, they all knew the dark rift was dangerous. Not just them, everyone knew, but everyone also knew there were plenty of opportunities inside. Just the wind stones alone could significantly enhance their wind affinity, not to mention other known and unknown treasures. After a mental struggle, the two finally nodded heavily. "Of course we're going down. We paid the protection fee." "Fongchan, I warn you not to talk nonsense. I'll sue you for defamation. Do you know that? I'll sue you for defamation." The small path that Su Xiaoping discovered should be the cliff path mentioned. The path was only about 2 meters wide, which was quite wide for flat ground, but here it felt very narrow, and the two of them walked side by side, afraid of falling off. Just as the strategy suggested, having a teammate with wind or defense abilities would make things much easier. Su Xiaoping, wanting to showcase her role, took the initiative to raise the banner and skillfully constructed a wind barrier, successfully redirecting the strong winds blowing from above, significantly reducing the pressure on the team. After walking for a short while, they officially entered the strong wind layer. How did they know? Because the wind direction had clearly changed. The previous downward gusts had now shifted to sweep from east to west. Strangely, this wind direction was not constant but kept switching between east and west. The variability of this wind direction posed a severe test to the caster's ability to perceive wind strength. If they misjudged the wind direction, the entire team could be instantly blown away by the strong winds. Su Xiaoping indeed had some strength. She wasn't just talk. In terms of perceiving wind elements, Fongchan admitted he was not as good as her, so when she suggested taking over, he did not object. The howling winds echoed like ghosts around them, giving a chilling feeling. Several wind blades swept past, carving deep marks into the rock wall, clearly visible. At this moment, Su Xiaoping was no longer her previous playful self. She was highly focused, and because of this, she quickly broke into a sweat, her spiritual energy depleting rapidly. "You take a break. Let me handle it," Chen Farong said. Chen Farong's talent was light-based, specializing in defensive skills, so this was right in her area of expertise. Su Xiaoping thought for a moment and nodded, knowing this was not the time to show off. Her wind barrier retracted, and Chen Farong's light shield immediately appeared, blocking all the wind outside. They continued to descend, feeling as if they had been walking for a long time, yet they hadn't covered much distance, still remaining in the strong wind layer. "What is that? Gale bird?" Fongchan squinted, noticing something in the distance that seemed to be approaching rapidly. Su Xiaoping and the others changed their expressions upon hearing this. Gale birds typically ranged from level 15 to 20, belonging to the wind attribute, and their individual strength was not outstanding. However, they were known for their group behavior, being aggressive and fearless. These avian beasts often employed radical tactics in battle, attacking opponents recklessly, hence they were also called mad birds. In the real world, gale birds were not common, so it was surprising to see them here. It really is a gale bird. Once they saw clearly, the hope in their hearts vanished. Moreover, it wasn't just 3 or 5 of them, but a dense swarm. "Stick to the wall," Fongchan commanded, and the group quickly pressed against the wall. He then immediately used his earth ability to create a wall to shield them. "Don't speak." Seeing Su Xiaoping and the others looking at him in surprise, seemingly wanting to ask many questions, Fongchan immediately gestured for silence. Avian beasts were usually very sensitive, and any slight noise could attract their attention. Fongchan had just managed to see clearly that there was a cave a few hundred meters away, which should be the habitat of the gale birds. How many gale birds there were, Fongchan couldn't really see clearly, but he knew there were many, a vast number. If they were on flat ground, he would have unhesitatingly attacked these flocks, but they were currently on a narrow path. less than 2 meters wide. If the other side kept bombarding their landing spots, it wouldn't be long before this cliff would turn to dust and they would immediately fall into the abyss, certain to die without the ability to fly. So Fongchan thought about hiding, waiting for them to leave before coming out. But after waiting for a while, he gradually sensed something was off. Why was the noise getting louder? Had they been discovered? A series of dull rumbling sounds came from around him. The cliff behind him seemed to tremble slightly. Fongchan secretly peeked through a crack to look at the sky, and as soon as he looked, his scalp went numb. In the sky, flocks of gale birds were swirling and flying, blocking out the sun. There was indeed a fierce battle breaking out among them, but it was not infighting, nor was it directed at them. Fongchan focused his gaze and noticed a group of figures dressed in exotic attire at a similar position. On the opposite cliff, about 7 or 8 of them. This fierce battle was taking place between them and the gale birds. Magical lights flickered in the air, and from time to time, a gale bird would fall, disappearing into the deep darkness. Those people were also under heavy pressure, suffering fierce attacks from the howling winds and tornadoes, and the cliff was on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, Fongchan's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Run!" A huge fireball that was originally aimed at the flock of gale birds changed its trajectory under their powerful winds and charged straight towards Fongchan and the others. The rock barrier instantly dissipated, and they hurriedly fled downwards. The fireball crashed into the cliff, creating a tremendous noise, and debris began to fall continuously. Chirp! A crisp call rang out, followed by a series of echoes. The flock of gale birds suddenly turned their attention to Fongchan and the others. These big idiots. Fongchan cursed loudly, not knowing if the people on the opposite side heard him, but at that moment, they all looked towards Fongchan. He made a universally recognized gesture, and the people on the opposite side clearly froze for a moment. The gale birds then split into 2 groups, one continuing to attack the other side, while the other began to attack Fongchan's side. Fongchan and the others immediately found themselves in a predicament, having to defend against the sweeping winds, dodge the attacks of the gale birds, and pay attention to their footing. As they ran, the gale birds chased and attacked, clearly not intending to let them go. "You guys run first. Damn it, you've really pissed me off." Fongchan was furious with his strength. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Su Xiaoping wanted to say something, but upon seeing Fongchan's expression, she decisively fell silent. Be careful. After the two spoke, they continued to run down with Song Qingling on their backs. Lightning chain. Seeing the gale birds still wanting to chase down, Fongchan decisively struck. A bolt of lightning shot out like a chain, bouncing back and forth among the gale birds, connecting at least 7 times before stopping. The power of the lightning chain wasn't very strong, but it could attack multiple targets simultaneously, and the more concentrated the targets, the more times it could attack. Coupled with the paralyzing nature of lightning, it could instantly slow down the movements of the gale birds, and with the effects of the thunder seal and shockwaves, the damage was quite considerable. At the same time, Fongchan also took out the grid ball form. His hand speed was quick, and with just a small amount of spiritual energy, he shot out spiritual arrows. The mental energy he had previously consumed had not fully recovered, so he conserved it as much as possible. His spiritual arrows were merely to absorb attribute points and stack thunder seals, not a finishing move. Fongchan's attacks weren't very strong, but they infuriated the gale birds like a mosquito, buzzing around them incessantly. The people on the opposite side looked at Fongchan, seemingly surprised. They couldn't understand why such a weak person would dare to come to the Dark Rift. Or was it that people from the opposite world were generally this weak? But now, they had little mind to pay attention to the people across from them. Although those people attracted some of the firepower, the pressure they bore was still immense. The relentless bombardment of the gale bird forced them to find a way to change. And the best way was to divert the enemy's attention to others, with the people across being the best bait. Fongchan continuously calculated the lightning marks on the gale bird, crazily attacking with lightning chains and spirit arrows, stacking at least 3 layers, but it was clearly still far from enough. At that moment, a sphere of light suddenly appeared in front of Fongchan. After a startled exclamation, the sphere of light directly adhered to him. He couldn't shake it off. He simply couldn't shake it off. Fongchan instantly became the brightest figure on this street. Shining brightly, he seemed to possess an inexplicable allure. With all the gale birds fixated on him, as if enchanted in the dark. "But please, don't do this." Lingering in the gaze, "You will realize I am utterly lonely." Fongchan felt uncomfortable under their gaze, but he had no way out, for he was now a firefly in the darkness, so vivid, so outstanding. Chirp! Suddenly, all the gale birds charged towards Fongchan, as if demanding him to settle last night's bill. Lightning chain. Fongchan continuously unleashed lightning chains, and at this moment he could not afford to slowly consume his energy. The spirit energy he had just managed to absorb was now depleted by more than half. After slowing down the gale birds, he used spirit arrows to stack the lightning marks. Bang! A lightning mark on one of the gale birds suddenly burst into blue light, exploding like it was rigged with explosives. This explosion was devastating, even startling Fongchan. With the first explosion, others followed in quick succession, like a chain reaction. Yet even so, Fongchan still dared not stop his attacks, as more gale birds flew towards him, and the people across, where did they go? Damn it! They all ran away. Fongchan silently noted this. Grudge in his heart, hoping not to encounter them below. Transform into my own activated, successfully converted skill Gale Blade. Transform into my own activated, successfully converted skill Wind Tornado. He didn't know how much time had passed. Fongchan had lost count of how many notification sounds he had heard. He had become numb, but he still felt a bit excited upon hearing that he had converted skills. The gale birds kept falling, like rain, a scene that was both terrifying and spectacular. Fongchan had no idea how many gale birds he had killed. He only knew that the sky, once dark and oppressive, now resembled a balding man's head, sparse enough to be painful to behold. Chirp fearless. Of heaven and earth, the gale birds, which dared to peck at even the leaders, now showed signs of retreat. They were terrified by Fongchan's relentless killing, scared to the core. If they didn't run now, they would face extinction. The light on Fongchan finally disappeared, and the gale birds no longer attacked, fleeing in all directions. He had no desire to chase after them. Even if he wanted to, he lacked the conditions to do so. At this moment, his body was already covered in various wounds, and the surrounding ground had been plowed full of pits and hollows, with several paths completely vanished. After applying a few healing spells on himself, his body finally recovered, but the fatigue in his hands could not be dispelled, as if a craftsman had completely drained himself. After resting for a while, Fongchan set off again, needing to be more cautious, even using his rock affinity to create footholds for passage. Fortunately, the next stretch of time was uneventful, and after walking for a while, he finally caught up with Su Xiaoping and the others. Damn! Upon seeing Fongchan for the first time, Su Xiaoping was startled, as he looked like a blood-soaked person entirely covered in red. Where are the gale birds? Su Xiaoping took a defensive stance, looking around, and only relaxed when she found no gale birds pursuing them. You need to rest, I'll get something to stop the bleeding. However, seeing Fongchan like this still panicked them. With this amount of blood loss, even a bull would die. Fongchan waved his hand. Don't worry, the gale birds are all dead. This is all their blood. The two women's mouths dropped open. In shock, no wonder the gale birds had fallen like rain earlier, they had all been killed. He was incredibly strong. Who were those people on the other side? When they left, they had seen someone on the opposite side dealing with the gale birds and naturally assumed it was them who had taken them down. Fongchan looked at his own appearance, which indeed was quite eerie. So he used water manipulation to wash himself off and then used fire to dry himself. The two women, watching Fongchan's series of actions, they were truly speechless, as if they had 1,000 words but didn't know where to start. Why you have 3 types of affinities? Su Xiaoping had wanted to ask this when Fongchan showcased his rock affinity, and now with the addition of water affinity, she was indeed shocked. It wasn't unheard of to have dual affinities, but it was extremely rare. As for having 3 affinities, that was even more of a rarity. There were also those who purchased affinities later, but that was definitely harder than being born with them. 500,000 points could only buy a 10% awakening rate affinity awakening book, and that was for a common affinity. How many could even have 500,000 points? And with that many points, what wouldn't be better to buy? So in any case, having 3 affinities was exceedingly rare. If people found out, it would definitely lead to a scramble. Fongchan nodded. There's nothing to be surprised about. My affinities are just a bit more than 1 billion. Looking at his nonchalant demeanor, Su Xiaoping suddenly felt like she wanted to punch him. How could he be so pretentious? Of course, she wanted to punch Song Qingling even more. This brother Fong was clearly incredibly strong, yet he acted as if he were weak. Hadn't she always said brother Fong was strong? Just didn't believe it herself? Damn, those colored glasses. You seem to have gotten stronger again? Chen Farong scrutinized Fongchan. Fong Chen nodded again, somewhat surprised by Chen Farong's keen observation. He had just leveled up 1 level, and she had noticed. You level up way too fast. At this moment, Su Xiaoping also noticed Fongchan's change. She remembered that before they set off, he was only around level 13 or 14, and now he felt about the same as her. What was even more infuriating was that he had 3 affinities. Leveling up a few levels posed no problem at all. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior. Fongchan smiled helplessly. In fact, given his monster killing rate, it would be unreasonable not to level up a couple of levels, but he had to allocate some energy to gluttony, which resulted in his experience being reduced. However, Fongchan didn't feel it was a pity. As long as he was well fed most of the time, he wouldn't fall short at critical moments. A few people did not rest much and continued to head towards the lower levels. Before long, they could finally feel the wind weakening, clearly indicating that they had entered the weak wind layer, which is also the middle of the dark rift. Here, a section of the path widened, significantly resembling a large platform. According to the guide, the weak wind layer is extremely dangerous, with a large number of beasts above level 20, so it becomes even more perilous after dark. Their current location is at the boundary between the strong wind layer and the weak wind layer, which is relatively safer. After a day of intense battles, Fongchan still had mental strength, but the fatigue in his body was quite evident. Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong were even more exhausted. They had been the ones resisting the crosswinds all the way. Seeing that it was getting dark, they discussed and decided to rest for the night and continue after dawn. Once the tent was set up, they began to arrange for night watch. Fongchan approached Song Qingling and found that her body seemed fine, yet she remained unconscious. What's going on? He couldn't figure it out. However, it was clear that the phoenix egg had indeed alleviated some of Song Qingling's suffering. She seems to have a fever? Su Xiaoping touched Song Qingling's forehead. Fongchan shook his head. It shouldn't be. He had used healing magic earlier and found that everything was normal with Song Qingling's body. This heat was not due to a fever. Wow, so hot. Is she going to be okay? Chen Farong also touched her, and Song Qingling's body felt scalding. Fongchan couldn't be certain. The only thing he was sure of was that her body was fine, and the heat seemed to indicate that some kind of change was occurring within her energy. He comforted the two for a bit, and then everyone rested. Qingling, you must be okay, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain it to Zhanglan, Fongchan whispered. The next day, the sun rose. Fongchan and the others were in the weak wind layer, which is the middle of the rift, and the sunlight that streamed in was not much, making it not very bright. After packing up, Fongchan once again carried Song Qingling on his back. At this point, the temperature radiating from Song Qingling's body had reached a terrifying state. Apart from Fongchan, the others could not bear it. Because of this, Fongchan was even more convinced that under the influence of the flame heart, Song Qingling was undergoing some kind of transformation. They continued along the small path, and the surrounding scenery gradually became peculiar and spectacular. The airflow in the weak wind layer seemed to be constantly shaping the environment, creating many strange landscapes. Sometimes huge stone pillars appeared on both sides of the rift, and at other times they encountered patches of mist as if entering another world. Are these wind stones? Suddenly, Su Xiaoping's eyes lit up. She discovered that the ground was covered with green stones, and as soon as she touched one, she felt a familiar sensation. This is definitely wind stone, no doubt about it. Su Xiaoping was extremely excited. Compared to Su Xiaoping, Fongchan remained much calmer. He remembered that Dakura and the others had reached the weak wind layer, so they must have passed through this section as well. It was impossible that they would not take the wind stones when they encountered them. How could so many be left for others? Dakura was not that kind of soft-hearted person. Could it be a trap? The wind stone is a natural stone that can enhance wind affinity, containing varying degrees of wind elements. However, the cheapest ones cost 50,000 points each, which is even higher when converted to the currency of the Great Xia. In the real world, such things can only be obtained in other worlds or dungeon spaces, and the danger level is no less than here. If it weren't for the restrictions on strong players in the novice space, it would actually be easier here compared to other channels. Su Xiaoping saw these wind stones and was so excited that she could hardly move her legs. This was what she had been longing for. Chen Farong was equally thrilled, even if she didn't use it herself. Selling it for other resources would be great. Be careful, Fongchan said. Seeing Fongchan's serious expression, Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong became much more cautious. The two of them walked along, picking up the wind stones from the ground, while Fongchan closely followed, ready to act at any moment. Fongchan carefully observed the surroundings. This path seemed unremarkable, so why were there so many wind stones here? He looked up and suddenly felt it was familiar. Was this the resting place of the gale bird? Boom! The sound came suddenly, just as Fongchan was looking up. The rocks on the cliff actually began to move. Wind Rock Beast LV-25 Elite, a giant rock beast, jumped out from the cliff, and the system promptly displayed a notification. Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong were momentarily stunned. They clearly saw the notification. It was an elite level. The overall stats of an elite level are 5 times that of a normal one. A level 25 elite has total attributes exceeding 6,000 points. However, they barely had around 2,000. How could they fight against such a huge gap? The Wind Rock Beast opened its massive mouth, aiming to swallow the two women whole. Its movements were incredibly fast, executed in one fluid motion, as if it had practiced a million times, leaving no chance for its prey to react. Despair filled the hearts of the two women. That bite, made entirely of rock, would surely hurt a lot. However, suddenly a loud crash echoed, and the Wind Rock Beast's head was violently thrust upward, deeply embedding itself into the cliff. This sudden turn of events made time seem to stop, an eerie silence enveloping the area. What are you dazed for? Hurry and get out of here. Fongchan stood in front of them, shaking the dust off his hands. The scene left the two women utterly shocked. They had just seen Fongchan, with a single punch, send the giant beast comparable to a large truck flying, and it was still an elite level. No matter where it was an extremely troublesome existence. Are you even human? Are you really only around level 10 and not 30? The two women had no idea how they moved to a safe place. They were simply in a state of shock, even thinking they were dreaming, and slapped each other to confirm. Is this really an elite level? The two watched in disbelief as Fongchan pummeled the Wind Rock Beast to near death with just 2 or 3 punches, and finally, with a dagger, delivered the fatal blow. It looked nothing like a fierce battle. It was completely one-sided suppression. If it weren't for the system notification stating it was an elite level, they would have thought it was just an ordinary beast. But even an ordinary beast was still level 25, a whole tier above Fongchan. The key was that Fongchan hadn't used any abilities. He was fighting barehanded. Is this really something a human can do? After collecting the attribute points, Fongchan was finally satisfied to let the Wind Rock Beast die. His strength attribute was nearly 4,000. Even if the beast's skin was tough, it couldn't withstand his strike. Sometimes, not wanting to appear too monstrous, he had to hold back a little. How did you do that? This beast must weigh several tons, right? Only after confirming the wind rock beast was dead did the two women dare to approach and inspect it. Its size was no different from a heavy truck, standing tall like a transformer. My strength has just increased a little bit. If you both work hard at training, you can achieve it too. Fongchan spoke as if it were a trivial matter. I can do it too. Seeing Fongchan's sincerity, Su Xiaoping began to doubt whether her worldview was flawed. Chen Farong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Xiaoping then realized she had been played by Fongchan. Damn. You said the upper part is the nest of the gale bird? When Su Xiaoping and the others were picking up the wind stones, Fongchan shared his guess. These wind stones didn't just appear here for no reason, they were dropped by the gale birds. But why do they do that? Su Xiaoping was skeptical. It's simple, the wind stones help the wind rock beasts attract prey, and the wind rock beasts help them fend off other beasts from climbing up. It's a mutual benefit. Su Xiaoping thought carefully, and it indeed made sense. The gale birds' nests were located halfway up the cliffs. The only way to get in was to fly or climb the cliffs, so they needed the wind rock beasts to intercept others. The wind rock beasts were too large, slow, and not suited for hunting, so they naturally needed bait, which is why the two worked together. However, she didn't expect that this long-standing arrangement would be completely undermined by Fongchan. Actually, I'm not saying their ecosystem is so great, I just want to say that there should be more windstones in the gale birds' nests. The two women? Wow, you even want to dig into their family treasures? However, Fongchan also looked a bit regretful. It's a pity I can't fly, climbing up from here is too risky. Just as he said, the gale birds' nests were located in the strong wind layer, and a moment's inattention could get blown away. Falling from such a height would mean certain death for him. Moreover, time was tight, so they could only think of a way later. After collecting all the wind stones on the ground, they continued downwards. The winds in the weak wind layer were gentle, like a pair of hands softly caressing, but from here on, the path became quite steep. Walking on it felt like being on a slope. In such a place, even without beasts, it was incredibly dangerous. And indeed, beasts kept appearing along the way. If it weren't for Fongchan, Su Xiaoping, and the others would have died countless times. In this regard, the strategy was not wrong. Entering here without being in the empty realm was practically a death sentence. Below the weak wind layer was the windless layer, where very little light penetrated. At that time, Dakura and the others hadn't come to this area, so everyone was completely unaware of the situation here. Try to see if you can use wind skills? Fongchan felt something strange here, an indescribable sensation. Su Xiaoping was momentarily stunned but quickly understood what Fongchan meant, so she tried. But no matter how she tried, not a single wind element gathered in her hands, and she couldn't use wind skills at all. As expected, this is truly a windless layer. No wonder I felt uncomfortable as soon as I came in. Su Xiaoping had a wind affinity and was quite sensitive to wind elements, so she felt strange when entering the windless layer, but she wasn't as quick to react as Fongchan. Wait, you don't have a wind affinity, how do you know that? I'm the kind of person, I'm quite sensitive, yes, quite sensitive, so I sensed something unusual. Facing Su Xiaoping's question, Fongchan's mind raced. In fact, with Fongchan's current strength returning to reality, he would belong to the top tier. At least he wouldn't be afraid of Pangtong, but there were still many stronger individuals above him. It wasn't that he didn't trust Su Xiaoping and the other two, but it was better to avoid trouble. If he could act low-key, he would try to do so. Being cautious and developing steadily was the way to go. Sometimes having too much talent and too many skills, when instinctively used, could lead to exposure, and there was no helping it. After all, it was better to be late than early. Pervert. Su Xiaoping cursed and didn't pursue the matter further. The calm layer, aside from having no wind, was also quite different from the two layers above. The cliffs above were relatively smooth due to wind erosion, but in the calm layer, the entire terrain became irregular. The cliffs were pockmarked, with sharp spikes protruding from time to time, and absurdly, there were no small paths to walk on. They could only climb along the cliffs. Even more absurdly, because there was no wind, the air here was much thinner, making it considerably more exhausting than usual. Although the terrain in this area was difficult to navigate, it also meant that there were pitifully few strange beasts. Fongchan and the others continued to climb down the cliffs, and before long, they entered the dark layer, where not a single ray of light could penetrate. In a place where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face, climbing such uneven cliffs was simply impossible. Fortunately, Chen Farong had a light talent and could steadily create a small light ball for illumination, otherwise, they would truly be in the dark. However, this also posed a significant problem, as it was easy to attract monsters. But Fongchan couldn't worry about that, he could only proceed step by step. Pick up the pace, I feel something is approaching us. Fongchan frowned, a very bad premonition stirring in his heart. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoping and the other two turned pale. They knew Fongchan wouldn't joke about such matters. Just as Fongchan's words fell, they heard a tap-tap sound. The sound seemed to come from all directions, sending chills down their spines. Chen Farong, quickly, light up the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Chen Farong decisively threw out a light. ball which suddenly exploded, illuminating the surrounding area for dozens of meters like a flashbang. They were shocked to see that they had been surrounded by spiders without realizing it. It was a swarm of densely packed large spiders. Each one was about the size of 3 lions, and their legs were even longer than a person's height. There were so many that they couldn't even count them. Just a simple glance was enough to make one's scalp tingle. What do we do? Su Xiaoping trembled all over, her voice shaking. Chen Farong didn't speak, but she was equally terrified. She had never seen such a scene before. Those spiders were supermassive, and their numbers were explosive. In comparison, the fierce wind bird swarm they encountered earlier seemed weak. If this were a game, it would definitely be a scene that would burn out graphics cards. For Fongchan, dealing with 1,000 or so strange beasts was routine, but now the terrain was unsuitable. They were climbing on cliffs with very few footholds, making it impossible to move flexibly. What was the difference between this and being a live target? Fongchan quickly climbed. To the two of them, hold on to me. We're jumping. Jump down here? The two women were startled by Fongchan's words. They had no idea how many meters above the ground they were. Jumping down recklessly was no different from seeking death. If you don't jump, how will you deal with them? Su Xiaoping fell silent. Although she couldn't see the number of spiders clearly, there were definitely a lot, as the entire cliff was filled with spider figures. Don't say she can't use her talent skills now. Even if she could, dealing with 1 or 2 would be fine, but facing hundreds or thousands is simply impossible. Don't worry, I just tested it. We should be close to the bottom, Fongchan said, not lying. He had thrown a stone down earlier and heard the echo. The time interval wasn't long. Then there's no other way. Chen Farong nodded, then hugged Fongchan tightly, hanging onto him. Seeing this, Su Xiaoping had no other choice. Hold on tight, Fongchan shouted, then made a stylish leap of faith. Ah! The two women suddenly felt weightless and screamed in fright. Hold your breath, Fongchan shouted, then reached out. Water control. A large water ball instantly enveloped them, like a giant inflatable shield tightly protecting them. In this pitch-black environment, it felt as if all their senses had been stripped away. They only knew they were continuously falling, unclear about what lay below or when they would hit the bottom. At that moment, it seemed that holding onto Fongchan tightly was the only source of safety. Bang! The water ball crashed to the ground, scattering countless water droplets. Fongchan landed steadily with the 3 of them in his arms. At that moment, he felt as cool as a superhero, but unfortunately, there were no spectators or applause. Cough, cough. Fongchan let the 2 women down, and they immediately collapsed to the ground, coughing continuously, likely choked by the water. So good, it's like coming back from the dead. Su Xiaoping felt a sense of survival. Chen Farong nodded heavily, fully agreeing. With this statement, her chest rising and falling rapidly, clearly still not calmed down. Compared to this time, all those previous adventures felt weak, even less than playing house. At the same time, her gaze towards Fongchan changed a bit. Don't celebrate too early. As soon as Fongchan said this, the 2 women were immediately frightened and pressed closer to him, almost instinctively. Seeing this, Fongchan could only smile wryly. We made such a big commotion just now, it will definitely attract a lot of beasts. Upon hearing this, the 2 women leaned in even closer, wishing they could hang onto Fongchan. With one side being a washboard, the other a balloon, and one a hand warmer, surrounded on 3 sides, Fongchan felt quite helpless. We need to leave here quickly. After saying that, they quietly and swiftly left the scene. At the same time, Fongchan also quietly used Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone is a high-level skill in the Shadow talent, capable of creating a Shadow Clone that possesses 1/10 of the original's attributes but cannot use any skills. The Shadow Clone completely obeys the original and is mentally connected to it. Everything it experiences, the original will know. This skill is very suitable for scouting here, and since it's shadow-based, there's no worry about being discovered. Just as the clone had left for a while, Fongchan heard a tap-tap sound coming from behind. The faces of the group changed dramatically, and at that moment, a new change occurred. Song Qingling's body temperature suddenly rose, emitting a red glow, as if wrapped in flames. What should we do? Su Xiaoping became tense all over. Fongchan remained silent, first placing Song Qingling on the ground. Her flames were quite strong at this moment. Continuing to carry her could very well burn his clothes and hair. After all, that wasn't his flame and it was uncontrollable. He quickly sensed spiders approaching from all directions. If it were just him, he wouldn't fear the multitude of spiders, but now there were 3 others. If he moved too far away, they would likely be attacked. Chen Farong, you protect them. Upon hearing this, Chen Farong quickly raised a defensive shield. Fongchan, feeling uneasy, added another layer of barrier and instructed his shadow clone to protect them in the dark. The barrier was quite concealed, and Chen Farong didn't notice it. After doing all this, Fongchan charged directly into the darkness, and the next moment, the sounds of battle erupted. He wielded the black sword, aiming for one-hit kills, not wanting to attract more beasts. Qingling. On the other side, Song Qingling seemed to be undergoing another change. The flames around her grew even stronger, as if they were going to burn everything to ashes. Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong were unable to approach at this moment. Tap, tap. Through the faint light, they could already see some spiders drawing closer to them. Chen Farong looked at the spiders, her palms sweating with anxiety. She didn't know how long her defensive shield could hold. At this moment, all hope rested on Fongchan. Fongchan sensed this as well, but he was also stretched thin. These spiders were at least level 20, not elite, but their numbers were overwhelming, giving a feeling of an endless slaughter. Just as he cleared one area, more would immediately fill in behind. Magnetic storm field. Boom! A blue light array resembling a magic formation unfolded beneath Fongchan's feet. The array wasn't large, with a radius of about 10 meters, and arcs of lightning could be clearly seen jumping within its range. With the magnetic storm field activated, Fongchan effectively had a domain. Within this range, all his lightning skills would be enhanced, and enemies would not only be slowed by the electric force but would also explode like corpses upon death. Coupled with his passive lightning mark, it was definitely a harvesting tool. On the other side, the spiders were continuously attacking the barrier. Although Chen Faron couldn't see what was blocking the spiders, she felt no sense of security. The crackling sound seemed to challenge their psychological endurance, making their hearts beat wildly like drums. Ah! A sudden muffled sound from behind startled the two, nearly making their hearts leap out of their throats. They hurriedly turned around to see Song Qingling suddenly open her eyes wide, standing up like a zombie, extremely eerie. Qingling, you woke up? Su Xiaoping asked, somewhat shaken. However, Song Qingling seemed to be trapped in her own world, indifferent to everything around her. The fire elements all over her body began to gather, transforming into a pair of dazzling fiery wings. The next moment, she appeared outside the protective shield amidst the swarm of spiders and the fire dragon in her hand surged forth like a raging wave, illuminating the entire battlefield. Boom! 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 The sound of massive explosions rang out as flames intertwined with black mist, forming a doomsday scene. Chen Faron and Su Xiaoping's eyes widened, unable to believe this was Song Qingling's power. Song Qingling continuously unleashed fire dragons, weaving through the night, igniting flames wherever she went. One spider after another was burned to ashes in their painful struggles. The number of spiders rapidly decreased, and the swarm that had heavily surrounded them was suddenly reduced by more than half. Ha! Seeing this, Chen Farong finally let out a breath, able to relax her tense nerves a bit. Is this the power of the flame heart? Su Xiaoping marveled. It's truly powerful. After a while, Song Qingling descended from the air, and the fiery wings behind her gradually disappeared. Song Qingling half knelt on the ground, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she gasped for air. Qingling, what's wrong with you? Su Xiaoping hurried to Song Qingling's side and helped her up. Where is this? Song Qingling's eyes regained some light. Clearly her consciousness was much clearer than before. It's a long story, but how do you feel? Is your body okay? Song Qingling shook her head. I just can't control my strength a bit. I should be fine after a rest. Hearing this, Su Xiaoping finally breathed a sigh of relief. You were so cool just now. Song Qingling forced a smile. That power was indeed formidable, but she knew in her heart that with her current abilities, she couldn't fully control it yet. Tap tap. The familiar sound came again. Before the three could feel happy, their expressions immediately darkened. Chen Farong reacted quickly and immediately opened the defense shield again. Why can't we kill them all? Su Xiaoping was on the verge of breaking down. Clearly, Song Qingling had already killed so many. Were these spiders truly endless? You all, step back. Song Qingling struggled to stand up. Although she still didn't understand what was happening, she had to step up now, or they would all die. But, Qingling, your body. Song Qingling waved her hand, signaling that she was fine. She adjusted her breathing with effort, gathering fire elements in her hands. But the next second, all their faces were filled with fear. In addition to those small spiders, there was actually a supergiant spider in the middle. Its size was even larger than the Wind Rock Beast. This was the Spider Queen. A commander level. It was actually commander level. The three of them gasped in unison, instantly filled with despair. What the hell kind of place is this? Wu Chen Farong suddenly started crying. Are we going to die here? I don't want to. Wu, I've never tasted the bitterness of love. Wu, I don't want to die looking ugly. I don't want to die and be considered a hideous monster. Chen Farong really broke down. That was commander level, a dominant existence that even experts in the void realm would avoid. She cried while wiping the spots off her face, and miraculously those spots could all be wiped away, revealing a delicate face. At that moment, her appearance was not much inferior to Song Qingling's. Before entering the novice space, her family had repeatedly warned her that human hearts are unpredictable and she shouldn't wipe off the spots but should learn to protect herself. But thinking that she was about to die and still die looking so ugly, she immediately became unwilling. Am I pretty? Chen Farong forced a smile. Pretty. As fellow girls, Su Xiaoping and the others clearly understood Chen Farong a bit. If Fongchan saw you, he would definitely regret acting like a gentleman. Every time I see him looking at you, he's staring at your big chest, but he doesn't dare to touch, so hypocritical. Su Xiaoping's teasing eased everyone's despair a little. Chen Farong blushed at this, muttering softly, if he could save me, it wouldn't be bad to let him grab a few times. Song Qingling. She felt confused, as if she had missed something. But was this really the time to talk about that? The Spider Queen approached the three, its sharp claws wildly swinging, as if it wanted to tear them to pieces. Song Qingling furrowed her brows tightly, her hand gripping the flames, ready to attack at any moment. However, she understood in her heart that even if she attacked, it would be futile. The power of a commander level was enough to completely tear them apart in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, a fiery red orb descended from the sky. It pierced through the silent night sky, like a burning meteor, heavily smashing down on the Spider Queen. A fiery red orb descended from the sky. It crashed heavily onto the Spider Queen. The powerful shockwave instantly spread out and immense energy erupted around the Spider Queen, igniting the surrounding air and creating a sea of flames. The Spider Queen's massive body was instantly shattered under this force, blood and flesh flying everywhere. This strike not only took the Spider Queen's life but also left a deep hit several dozen meters deep in this desolate land. The surrounding plants and stones were all reduced to powder under this force, disappearing without a trace. Song Qingling, Su Xiaoping, Chen Farong. This scene was like a meteor strike, leaving the three of them in shock for a long time. It was simply too overwhelming. What kind of divine technique is this? A general level. A general level that instills fear. That is a general level that dominates a region, the leader of thousands of alien beasts. To die like this. To die without any dignity. How could this not be shocking? The three of them trembled as they looked at the terrifying giant pit. Are you all okay? At that moment, a male voice came from the pit, a voice so familiar it felt unreal. Fongchan? Why is it you? Su Xiaoping's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide. Chen Farong was much calmer, muttering softly, he shouldn't have heard, right? Compared to the two, Song Qingling didn't show it on her face, but inside she was extremely shocked, feeling that the Fongchan in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar. Aren't you a healer? How can you use fire? What happened in the cave? She was filled with doubts, feeling that a lot had happened during her days of unconsciousness. It all felt very strange to her. However, she didn't speak up, fearing it would expose Fongchan's secret. Su Xiaoping, observing her best friend's reaction, became even more certain that she knew about Fongchan's triple talents. No wonder she trusted him so much. But she immediately had new doubts. If Fongchan was so strong, why did he arrive at the 4th level so late? After all, the Black Sword Knight was still stronger. What should I name the child of the Black Sword Knight and me? What are you all thinking about? Fongchan cleaned the dirt off himself and noticed the three women standing there dumbfounded, not knowing what they were thinking. He realized he might have overexerted himself. It was his first time using the Ashen talent, and its power exceeded his expectations. This was still the most basic skill. If he learned advanced fire skills, wouldn't the power be even more explosive? Just now, he had also stolen the poison talent from the Spider Queen, but he hadn't had time to study it yet. He jumped out of the deep pit, and the remaining spiders stayed at a distance, not launching any further attacks. Clearly, with the Spider Queen dead, their desire to attack had diminished. Do you want to continue? Fongchan faced the spiders, his tone extremely cold, carrying an inexplicable authority. The spiders did not respond or attack, merely watching from a distance. Fongchan's gaze turned slightly cold. These spiders were indeed clever. They seemed to have changed their strategy, no longer attacking directly. He had felt this when facing the swarm of spiders. Later on, the spiders no longer entered his magnetic storm field, causing his monster-killing speed to slow down significantly. Let's leave here first. Although he wasn't sure what these spiders were planning, it was best to stay away from their control range. The three of them agreed and immediately headed deeper into the dark chasm. Even though they had reached the bottom of the valley, the terrain seemed to extend endlessly downward, making one curious about just how deep this chasm was. After a while, those annoying spiders finally stopped their relentless pursuit, and everyone's hearts relaxed a little. Actually, why did you come to the Great Chasm? At that moment, Su Xiaoping curiously asked. She also voiced the doubts of others. The Dark Rift could be said to be the largest dungeon here, and at their current levels, it was impossible for them to access it. At this moment, Fongchan took the opportunity to let everyone rest for a bit and then revealed the matter of the soul-refining grass. To be honest, he himself wasn't sure where this grass actually grew, but with many people, they could keep an eye out. The others nodded in agreement, indicating they would pay attention. After escaping danger, everyone finally felt like chatting. Su Xiaoping also told her everything that had happened after Song Qingling fell unconscious. After listening, Song Qingling looked at Fongchan with her big, watery eyes, puzzled, and, after a while said, "So, does that mean I still owe you 3? Fongchan? You listened for so long and only caught that?" "Ahem, well, you know, I'm a gentleman," Fongchan said, maintaining a straight face. "Is that so?" Song Qingling's gaze clearly showed disbelief. When they were kids, he had to threaten her to be his wife just to help chase away a dog. When she refused, he even said he could be the wife. That statement had no persuasive power at all. "I was thinking I didn't want to owe you anything, so I thought I'd let you touch a few times, but since you don't need it, then forget it." Song Qingling teased Fongchan with a look of regret. Fongchan. He wasn't a child, he didn't believe such fishing nonsense. Despite Song Qingling's light-hearted tone, she was actually a very traditional woman. If you really believed her and went to touch, you would definitely end up getting hit. He likes the big ones, Chen Farong suddenly said shyly. "Everyone?" Song Qingling's expression turned cold. "No wonder you don't want to, it turns out mine isn't big enough." She emphasized the word big. Fongchan. He felt a bit out of sync with their thinking. Ahem, it's getting late, let's continue to look ahead. Although Fongchan had never been in a relationship, he had seen enough on social media, such life-threatening questions couldn't be answered directly. So, he chose to ignore it. Song Qingling seemed a bit displeased. Scumbag, Su Xiaoping said. After that, the atmosphere among the four became somewhat awkward, mainly because no one was talking much. Song Qingling seemed to still be angry. In reality, she was indeed angry, but not over that small matter. She and Fongchan had practically grown up together. If it weren't for that car accident, they wouldn't have been separated for these years. She naturally understood Fongchan's character. On the surface, he seemed unreliable, but he was actually very dependable. He had repeatedly risked his own safety to save her, and just for that, she couldn't be angry. What made her angry was herself, angry at her own helplessness, why she always needed others to save her. Why, despite having obtained the flame heart, she couldn't unleash its power. If Fongchan had obtained the flame heart, he would definitely be able to control it completely. Although she didn't say it, she felt very unwilling. As she watched Fongchan grow stronger, it also stirred her inner competitive spirit. The bottom of the dark rift is over 100 meters wide, extending downward like a long slope. Apart from some hidden caves, there is only one path. The group walked for quite a while without encountering any major dangers, but they also did not find the soul-refining grass. However, they were not completely empty-handed. This place was indeed a treasure trove, and they picked up quite a few herbs, spirit stones, and materials like the bones of large exotic beasts along the way. In any case, even if they returned now, they wouldn't be at a loss. This egg is really sticky to Song Qingling. Su Xiaoping initially thought the egg was cute, but as soon as she tried to hug it, it became hot and wouldn't let her hold it, which was extremely annoying. I should have let Fongchan eat you back then. I told you, eating it would be a great supplement, Fongchan said with great disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, the egg emitted a red light, seemingly protesting. The phoenix egg was indeed only sticky to Song Qingling. The other two women who tried to hug it were burned by its heat. Although Fongchan could tolerate the heat, he had no desire to hold it, feeling as if there was an old man inside, which made him uncomfortable. Song Qingling was also quite helpless. After learning about the phoenix egg's origins, she wanted to return it to Fongchan, but he didn't want it, and the phoenix egg didn't like Fongchan either, so she had to take care of it instead. She felt that the phoenix egg wasn't as disgusting as Fongchan said. In fact, it was somewhat cute. What's wrong? Not convinced? Do you believe I can smash you? Seeing the phoenix egg glowing, Fongchan threatened it fiercely. In the next second, the light of the phoenix egg dimmed considerably, but it still flickered, both cowardly and unwilling to back down. Look, it's cursing you, Su Xiaoping said. Phoenix egg. Suddenly, it completely went dark, playing dead. Little cutie, Fongchan said dismissively. Song Qingling, Chen Farong. They didn't expect that the phoenix egg would be so afraid of Fongchan. What exactly had Fongchan done to it? Is there a sound? Suddenly, Fongchan stopped in his tracks. His hearing seemed to be better than the others. The others also stopped, holding their breath to listen. Sure enough, they faintly heard a weak sound. Let's go take a look. Fongchan led the group forward quietly. As they gradually approached, the sound became clearer, a chaotic clamor. In the pitch-black rift, a glimmer of light gradually appeared. The group quickly recognized that it was the light emitted when combat skills were released. Are there other people? The group exchanged glances and immediately realized it must be the people they had seen on the opposite cliff earlier. Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong's expressions changed slightly. They knew those people's strength was formidable, capable of taking down the gale birds like rain. If they encountered them, would they be able to fight back? However, they did not notice the flicker of ruthlessness that passed over Fongchan's calm face. The four slowly approached and finally saw the situation ahead. Those people did indeed resemble humans, but they were definitely not from Blue Star. Their ears were long and pointed, and their eyes emitted a faint blue light at night. They were tall, with the shortest among them being at least 2 meters high, and their skin had a pale blue hue. Their clothing was brightly colored and full of exotic flair. Now Fongchan could confirm that it was the same group of people. Very good, he thought to himself. At that moment, the 8 tall individuals were engaged in battle with a reptilian exotic beast. This beast was massive, entirely black, eyeless, and its mouth was filled with dense sharp teeth. What made it even more troublesome was that this beast's body could secrete a slippery mucus that would quickly solidify once it left the body. This was Fongchan's conclusion after observing for a while. Overall, its strength was not strong, but the mucus was quite a hassle. The 8 people were facing 5 of these beasts but were unable to achieve victory, mainly due to the mucus. These slimes seemed to possess a certain elemental resistance, able to withstand some elemental damage. It's hard to tell how long this battle has lasted, but it certainly hasn't been short. The surrounding beasts seem to have been attracted by the commotion here. Their expressions are growing increasingly grim as they chatter nervously among themselves. Fongchan vaguely feels that these few people are glancing over at them from time to time. Sure enough, the next moment, they begin to move towards Fongchan and his companions. They do it cleverly, as if it were unintentional, but how could such a trick possibly fool Fongchan? In fact, whether they are intentional or not, in Fongchan's eyes, it is all deliberate. The reason he hasn't made a move is that he wants to see how strong these people really are. They are getting closer to us. Su Xiaoping has clearly noticed the situation as well. Suddenly, a mysterious light envelopes Fongchan and his companions. Through the light, Fongchan sees that the 8 people have also gathered together, similarly surrounded by the light. When the light dissipates, Fongchan feels a strong dizziness. He struggles to steady himself and discovers something astonishing. His position has actually swapped with that of the 8 people. Teleportation. Ah! The 3 women almost simultaneously let out terrified screams as the giant beast that appears before them is utterly unexpected, leaving them in extreme shock. They were just hundreds of meters away. How could they suddenly be here? The giant beast before them resembles a reptile, its massive mouth wide open, with densely packed and terrifying teeth, as if it could easily tear a person apart with a single bite. Boom! The giant beast suddenly flies high into the air and then crashes heavily against the cliff, producing a deafening roar. Fongchan's entire body suddenly ignites in a blazing fire, illuminating everything around him. His expression is calm, but anyone can feel the fury emanating from him. A very strong flame. Song Qingling's mouth drops open wide. This flame is probably even stronger than her flame heart. Fongchan's flame is the flame of ashes, the fire of the phoenix, one of the most powerful flames in the realm of fire elements. The tremendous noise causes the 8 people to stop their escape, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. That human actually managed to knock the giant beast away with a single punch. At this moment, he resembles a fire demon. They can't help but sneer inwardly. Flames are useless against these giant beasts. However, the next second completely overturns their understanding as the fire demon charges at the giant beast again, delivering another heavy punch, engulfing the beast in raging flames. How is this possible? They know all too well about such giant beasts. The slime on them has the property of reducing elemental damage, especially fire, which cannot ignite at all. Yet, the scene unfolding before them refreshes their understanding. Who on earth is he? Their expressions immediately shift from lust to fear and unease. Quick, lure the other beasts over. Quick, draw the other beasts over here. A man looked at the flame demon, his expression extremely tense. The other 7 team members were initially bewildered but quickly regained their composure. They felt somewhat dismissive. Wasn't it just a low-level species? They didn't believe this human could maintain such a state for long. Surely he had used some secret technique. Besides, there were 8 of them. Could they not handle a nearly exhausted opponent? Moreover, among them was someone with spatial abilities. If they couldn't fight, they could at least run. It seemed unnecessary to go through all this trouble to draw the other beasts over. Whether they could escape when the time came was another question. But in the end, they didn't oppose it, because this man was the captain and a member of a prominent family, and they couldn't afford to offend him. Hurry up! What are you waiting for? The man urged again. Only then did the 7 reluctantly run out. After a few left, the man's expression remained tense. He didn't want to gamble on whether the opponent would seek revenge. He needed to eliminate this potential danger as soon as possible. On the other side, Fongchan's brutal attack methods made the 3 women frown. Although this method of attack was simple and effective, it was also immensely draining, and they worried that Fongchan's spiritual energy and stamina would not keep up. But seeing those giant beasts fall one after another, they knew their worries were unnecessary. Because at this rate, Fongchan would resolve everything in no time. What is that sound? Song Qingling suddenly became alert. Her intuition told her this was not a good omen. The pattering sound grew louder, sending chills down their spines. Not good. The other beasts are coming this way. Song Qingling's expression changed drastically, and Su Xiaoping and the others finally saw it clearly. It was a dense army of beasts. Fongchan, retreat quickly. A group of beasts is approaching. Song Qingling shouted anxiously, but Fongchan seemed not to hear, continuing his fierce assault on the few slime giants. This is bad, he's in trouble. Su Xiaoping said in despair. Once surrounded by this army of beasts, they would have no way to escape. Soon, the last giant beast was sent flying by Fongchan's fiery punch, crashing heavily in the direction they had originally stood. With a loud bang, the beast, engulfed in flames, landed firmly, precisely blocking the path of the otherworldly beings, their faces instantly turning ashen. This was a provocation. A warning. What does he mean? Soon, several otherworldly beings were furious. A low-level species dared to challenge them so brazenly. Did they not understand the consequences of their actions? The leading man's face darkened. He had thought the matter was settled and they could leave quietly, believing the other side would not react. However, the reality was that the other side had long since noticed and even looked down on their little antics. The other side's actions clearly told them that they could do as they pleased, but escape? No way. Fongchan coldly stared in the direction of the otherworldly beings. The leading man knew he couldn't hide, so he stepped out fearlessly. Amid the chaotic chatter of the otherworldly beings, their gazes turned to Fongchan, and after switching through several languages, Fongchan finally understood their words. The army of beasts is rapidly approaching. If you don't want to die, let us go, one of them said coldly. You still have time to leave now. Fongchan showed a disdainful expression, and in the next second, he appeared before the speaking man like a flash of lightning, grabbing his throat with one hand. Then, with a loud crash, the man was violently smashed into the ground. You. The man felt a sweetness in his throat, blood gushing out, his entire body feeling as if his bones had shattered. Shut up! Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, Fongchan punched the man's head, and in that instant, red and white splattered everywhere. Upon seeing this, the otherworldly person's face instantly turned as pale as paper. This person is a devil. The leading man was instantly furious. Do you even know what the hell you are doing? We are from the elf realm. As soon as the man finished speaking, the expressions of Song Qingling and the others, who had initially felt relieved, changed drastically. This is the elf realm. The elf realm is one of the few otherworldly spaces that can connect directly with Blue Star. It is an independent world, though not as large as Blue Star, but rich in spiritual energy, and its overall strength is far superior to that of the people of Blue Star. During the Great Chaos Era, the people of the Elf Realm took advantage of their connection to Blue Star to plunder and kill on a large scale, causing countless people from Blue Star to perish at their hands. It wasn't until the rise of the Great Xia Empire that the situation improved somewhat, but they could never completely drive the people of the Elf Realm out. Ultimately, under the leadership of the Beautiful Country, they ceded the southern border of the Rainbow Country, which was connected to the Elf Realm, and signed an unequal treaty which brought an end to the era of chaos. Although they subsequently surrounded that border heavily to prevent the people of the Elf Realm from entering other parts of Blue Star, this matter can be said to be a disgrace for all the people of Blue Star. Even now, there are still detailed records in the history books of Blue Star. No person from Blue Star may enter the jurisdiction of the Elf Realm in any form. The people of the Elf Realm may enter the Blue Star area with relevant documentation. No person from Blue Star may harm or kill the people of the Elf Realm in any form. If the people of the Elf Realm violate the laws of Blue Star, they must be submitted to the Elf Realm for handling. If a person from Blue Star violates the treaty, the people of the Elf Realm have the right to demand a reasonable explanation from the person of Blue Star and may station troops in the Blue Star Realm. The people of the Elf Realm have the final right of interpretation. These are the clauses in the unequal treaty signed back then, a humiliation for all humanity. At that time, the Great Xia Empire, as the largest member of the Awakened Association, strongly opposed it, but unfortunately, surrounding member countries and some member countries could not withstand the pressure, and it was ultimately passed with a majority vote. After that, although the Great Xia Empire remained the largest member, its voice had subtly tilted towards the Beautiful Country. In recent years, the Beautiful Country has even begun to unite with other member countries to marginalize the Great Xia Empire. Therefore, when the people of the Elf Realm are mentioned, the expressions of Song Qingling and the others change drastically. This is a hurdle that all people of Blue Star cannot overcome. They are still in existence that the people of Blue Star cannot afford to offend. Chen Farong gently pulled on Fongchan, fearing that he might impulsively do something foolish. As a member of the nobility, she naturally knew the terror of the people of the Elf Realm and understood things that ordinary people were unaware of. If they truly offended the people of the Elf Realm, it would be them who would regret it. At that time, the whole world would go to great lengths to appease the anger of the people of the Elf Realm, and whether the Great Xia Empire would spare no expense to protect them was uncertain. Seeing the fearful expressions of Song Qingling and the others, the leading man's expression softened a bit. People of Blue Star, if you don't want to see another otherworldly war break out, then behave and listen to me. Kneel down. I want to kill you. At this moment, they finally regained their arrogance, and the earlier fear had completely vanished. Get down on your knees. I'm going to kill you. The speaker was a woman, her eyes filled with an unusual anger mixed with sadness, seemingly connected to the man who had just been killed. The leading man wore a strange smile. You three look pretty good. From now on, you'll be my playthings, and I can spare your lives. He then coldly looked at Fongchan. As for you, you heard that, just accept your death, or the Blue Star Realm will have to consider whether it can withstand our wrath. Are you done talking? Fongchan's expression remained unchanged, his voice still icy to the core. What? The man was taken aback by Fongchan's words, almost thinking he had misheard. The woman stepped in front of Fongchan, raising her hand to slap him. Trash. What do you think you are? However, before she could finish her sentence, her entire head spun like a top, finally hanging at a bizarre angle. Her eyes widened, staring blankly at the several people behind her. Are you done talking? Fongchan's voice was frozen, as if he had just casually killed a chicken. You. The leading man had intended to say a few more harsh words, but upon seeing Fongchan glaring at him, he immediately shut his mouth. Chen Farong was also startled by Fongchan's behavior. She never expected him to be so impulsive, daring to act against the elves despite knowing who they were. Her mind raced, thinking about how to handle the situation properly. But in the next second, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest as she saw Fongchan suddenly grab the man's head and slam it hard against the ground. I fucking asked you if you're done talking? Fongchan suddenly roared, completely different from his earlier calm demeanor. The man had never expected the other party to be so unreasonable, and he had no reaction at all. At this moment, he was in the empty realm, with physical qualities and strength that were absolutely top-notch, yet he couldn't move at all under this person's grip. What kind of power is this? I fucking asked you if you're done talking? Are you fucking deaf? Fongchan lifted the man's head and slammed it down again, causing the entire ground to tremble. Are you fucking deaf? Are you deaf? The man did not answer, and Fongchan lifted his head again, slamming it down hard. Yes, I'm done. The man finally realized that this person was simply a madman. Xing Ling, hurry up and talk him down. Chen Farong was truly anxious now. If this got out, it would be a small matter for them to die. It might implicate the entire Blue Star. But when she looked closely, she found that Song Qingling's expression showed no signs of panic. Instead, she smiled. He's gone mad. Chen Farong looked at Su Xiaoping. Xiaoping, you quickly talked them down. Talk them down? I've wanted to beat them up for a long time. Fongchan is doing great. Su Xiaoping not only did not persuade them but was even more excited. She had never felt so relieved before. What should we do? Chen Farong was in despair. They would definitely become the sinners. Don't worry, just kill them and it'll be fine. Song Changling's voice was somewhat cold. Upon hearing this, Chen Farong's expression gradually cooled down. Indeed, they had no other options left. Today, it was either they die or the others perish. At this moment, the three of them wore extremely serious expressions. No matter the cost, they could not let anyone of the other party escape from here. I fucking asked you if you're deaf. Fongchan slammed the man down on the ground once more. The man's front teeth were shattered. The other six gradually shifted from anger to terror. This person was completely unreasonable. He had to be killed, otherwise, they would all die. Kill him. The group suddenly erupted, their skills glowing continuously, but seemingly wary of injuring the man, they did not use large area skills. Go! Song Qingling and the others also reacted, charging in to start a chaotic battle. Song Qingling's strength was not weak, and with the power of Yanqin, she was surprisingly able to exchange blows with her opponent. Su Xiaoping couldn't use her skills and could only rush forward to engage in close combat. Chen Farong's light talent was not advantageous in battle, but her defense was extremely strong, and for a short time, her opponent couldn't do anything to her. You mother. The man's companion resisted, seemingly gaining him some confidence, but before he could finish, he was once again pressed to the ground by Fongchan, causing the pit on the ground to expand a few more inches. Fongchan looked at Song Qingling and the others, his expression somewhat complex. He wasn't unaware of the people from the elf realm, he just didn't care. Originally, he intended to bear the consequences alone, so he hadn't asked Song Qingling and the others to intervene. But if it really came to that, he would feel quite disappointed. Humans were truly strange creatures. Clearly, he didn't want to involve them, yet seeing them take the initiative to act brought him some comfort. This world wasn't entirely hopeless. Suddenly, Fong Chen's gaze sharpened. The three opponents surrounded Song Qingling to attack. They already had the numerical advantage, and their strength was not weak at all. Song Qingling quickly began to retreat. One person saw an opening in Song Qingling's defense, wielding lightning to pierce her chest, but the next second he froze, unable to move. Song Qingling's reaction speed was extremely fast. The opponent was only delayed for a second, and she seized the opportunity, her flames transforming into a phoenix that pierced through the man's heart. The other two were utterly confused. How did it suddenly turn around? However, just as they were about to attack, their bodies also stiffened, as if bound by something. Although it was only 1 or 2 seconds, Song Qingling seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. The two seemed to see a ghost. Why did their movements stiffen every time they attacked? It may have seemed like just a moment, but it significantly affected their offensive. Soon, Song Qingling, as if aided by a divine force, turned the absolute disadvantage into victory. Song Qingling looked at Fongchan. She naturally knew this was not something she could achieve alone, and someone must be secretly helping her, most likely Fongchan. The question was, how exactly was he doing it? Seeing Song Qingling look over, Fongchan gave a thumbs up, appearing very calm, without explaining anything. Since Fongchan was unwilling to speak, Song Qingling didn't press further. She turned around to help Su Xiaoping and the others. The two of them faced 3 opponents, having no chance to counterattack except to take hits. Fortunately, one of the opponents also had a light talent and was good at defense, which was why they hadn't been defeated immediately. With Song Qingling's addition and Fongchan's interference, the battle situation quickly turned around. Fongchan did not engage directly in the fight because he knew this man had spatial talent. As long as he relaxed even slightly, this person would definitely escape. So he kept a firm grip on him. Although the man seemed to have sustained quite a bit of injury, Fongchan was very clear that only the first hit had actually hurt him. The subsequent ones were all just for show. Boom! Boom! The man revealed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Boom! The ground was actually shaking. The army of strange beasts in the distance was gradually approaching, clearly visible, and the beasts on the cliff were also continuously crawling down. Upon seeing this scene, not only did Song Qingling and her companions change their expressions, but even the 3 from the opposing side turned pale. If it weren't for these low-level races blocking their way, they would have fled long ago. However, now, surrounded by enemies, they had no chance of escape. Ha ha ha, let's all die together. The man who had been suppressed and beaten by Song Qingling and her group suddenly burst into loud laughter, giving up all resistance. You trash really think that if you kill us, no one will know? The man continued to laugh arrogantly. My clansmen will definitely find out. Chen Farong's expression changed slightly. Upon hearing this, Oh really? Then let them find out. Song Qingling remained calm, not considering whether what the other party said was true or false. At this point, there was no other choice. The flames in her hand struck the man directly, burning bones. After the flames hit him, they seemed to vanish instantly, but the next second, they began to burn from the inside out. The man was in excruciating pain, feeling as if his internal organs were burning violently. Before long, the man completely lost consciousness, leaving only the flames slowly burning until he turned to ash. After losing one person, the other two were quickly dealt with as well. What do we do now? Returning to Fongchan's side, the three women finally felt a bit of safety. But facing so many strange beasts, Fongchan was probably at a loss as well. Ha ha, now you. No fear? The man suddenly became arrogant again. Let me go now, or I can take you away. Shut up. Fongchan pressed him back to the ground again. This time, the man stopped pretending. You can't hurt me at all. Even if Charles is dead, it might not be found out, but if I die, it will definitely be discovered. Let me go now, and I can let the past be the past. Really? Chen Furong's eyes flickered uncertainly. False. Chen Furong's moment of hope was shattered by Fongchan's merciless response. How old are you? Still believing this? The man's face turned cold. Are you really planning to go down this dark path? Didn't I tell you to shut up? Fongchan suddenly had a dagger in his hand, stabbing it directly into the man's body. However, at the moment the dagger touched the man's skin, it could no longer penetrate even a bit. Fongchan was not surprised by this, it aligned with his suspicions. The man had applied a layer of spatial power to his body, forming a protective shield. Haha, I told you, you can't hurt me. The man laughed loudly. Oh really? Fongchan's eyes were calm yet ruthless. I wonder if this punch of mine can break your spatial defense. After saying that, a powerful aura emanated from him and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. The flames on his body continuously gathered at his fist. Life-enhancing technique, first level. Super strength amplification. This punch had over 30,000 points of power attribute. Around the fist, it seemed as if even space was distorted. The man's laughter abruptly stopped and he looked at Fongchan in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could you possibly have this kind of power? The man's face finally lost its previous calmness. This time he was truly afraid. He even began to regret why he had to provoke this demon god. Now tell me, what are you doing here? Fongchan's tone was indifferent, yet there was an undeniable momentum. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let you go. The man hesitated for a second, fearing that if he said something wrong, that fist would come crashing down on him. I heard there is a stone here that can enhance spatial power. Where is it? I don't know. Is that so? Fongchan said, and then his fist slammed violently into the ground. The ground instantly cracked and the powerful shockwave caused the surrounding trees to sway wildly. Now, tell me. The man's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he finally realized that the spatial power he had relied on before seemed insufficient in front of this demon god. In the underground cave, the man swallowed hard and said with difficulty, very good, so obedient. The man almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never experienced such humiliation, for he was a high-ranking being from the elven realm. Then, can you let me go? No matter how dissatisfied the man felt, he did not dare to show it, his voice carrying a hint of flattery. I promise not to pursue this. Fongchan sneered. How old are you? Still believing in these things? The man's expression changed, his eyes hardened, and he roared, don't go too far. I am from the elven realm. Idiot. I am the flame wanderer Kenjiro. Come find me if you have the ability. I'll remember that. Before the man's words were finished, a powerful force surged into his back, the immense pressure instantly shattering his spatial defenses. Poof. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His entire body sank into the ground in a strange position, as if he could no longer feel the existence of other parts. Flame Wanderer Kenjiro. With every breath, the man felt excruciating pain, yet even so, he kept reciting that name. Are you done? Fongchan's devilish voice came again, and the next second, a black dagger pierced directly through the man's throat. The man glared at Fongchan in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that this person would still stab him at such a moment. However, it was not over yet. A ball of flame fell upon him again. The man was in immense pain but could not make a sound. His entire being was instantly engulfed by the flames. A burnt smell spread through the air, making one feel nauseous. Moments later, the flames gradually dissipated, and the man's body had turned into a charred corpse. At the same time, the army of strange beasts had also arrived in front of Fongchan and the others, less than 20 meters away. Song Qingling and the others had complex expressions. Although they had anticipated this, they were still at a loss when faced with it. The momentum was truly terrifying. As far as the eye could see, it was all densely packed strange beasts. They all suspected that the strange beasts from the entire Great Rift Valley had gathered here. You all protect yourselves. Fongchan had just mastered the spatial talent, but he was not familiar with it at all and needed some time to practice. During this period, he could not guarantee everyone's safety. Upon hearing this, Song Qingling and the others' expressions instantly became serious. Fongchan's gaze turned cold. Taking advantage of the effect of the Life Grand technique, he charged directly into the beast horde, while Song Qingling and the others formed a triangular formation back to back. These beasts had varying strengths, with the lowest at level 15 and the highest at 25. Most were ordinary beasts, not overwhelmingly powerful, but their numbers were staggering, densely packed to the point of being endless. As Fongchan entered the beast horde, he was instantly engulfed like a cow sinking into the sea. The hearts of Song Qingling and the others tightened, but the next second, they saw flashes of fire and heard screams rising and falling one after another. The three let out a sigh of relief, and Su Xiaoping couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly monstrous." At that moment, they had no time to pay attention to Fongchen anymore. Even though Fongchen's shadow clone was secretly assisting, their situation was still far more dangerous than his. Song Qingling served as the main artillery output, Chen Farong focused on heavy defense, and Su Xiaoping drew her longsword to prevent enemies from closing in for close combat. The three gradually developed a tacit understanding. While the situation wasn't completely improved, it wasn't getting worse either. Fongchen wielded the black sword, constantly weaving through the beast horde, feeling an exhilarating rush. Before the life grand technique ended, his mental and physical strength were both abundant and continuously replenishing, allowing him to slay gods and Buddhas alike during this period. Fongchen utilized the ashen flames for wide area damage, then used grid to read the rewards, causing the beasts to fall in droves, transforming the once densely packed horde into mountains of corpses. However, Fongchen's attributes were also rapidly increasing. Truly monstrous. Song Qingling and the others were stunned. As they looked at Fongchen, they had barely managed to take down a few beasts, while Fongchen had already felled groups of them. Even more absurdly, due to Fongchen's ferocity, the beasts kept gathering towards him, significantly reducing the pressure on their side. "Everyone, keep it up," Song Qingling encouraged. The others nodded, but their hearts were heavy. Clearly, their levels were higher, yet their combat power was far inferior to Fongchen's. At first, they thought Fongchen was weak, but in reality he had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all along. The gluttonous Tanya has successfully leveled up. Ability transformation. Absorbed energy can be converted into more forms. Multiple barriers can simultaneously generate up to 5 different types of barriers. Barrier enhancement increases casting distance and barrier range. Ha ha ha, I have finally awakened. A hearty laugh echoed from Fongchen's necklace. Fortunately, the noise here was loud, and apart from Fongchen, the others could hardly hear it. "Ah, so many souls. Give them all to me. All of them." Jertoni drooled uncontrollably, making one think he was the greedy one. "If you want to eat, then you need to take care of them for me," Fongchen said without any leniency. Jertoni fell silent. Wasn't this putting me in a difficult position? Jertoni was skilled in barrier formations, and at this stage, they were mostly functional. He couldn't yet create high-damage formations. "If you can't do it, then shut up," Fongchen said. "Ha ha ha ha." Grid burst into laughter. He had also faced many setbacks at Fongchen's hands, and now seeing Jertoni in a bind made him feel great. Besides eating, what else can you do? Say something useful. Fongchen knew it was time to assert dominance. If he didn't train this guy properly, he would definitely dare to defy him in the future. After a long silence, Tiny finally spoke slowly. I can help you enhance your talent quality." "Really?" Fongchen was pleasantly surprised. He currently had a range of talents, but most were D&E grade, and there would be even more in the future, making upgrading them a challenge. If he could truly enhance his talent quality, he would be invincible. That's right, enhance talent quality. Although he couldn't see Tanya's expression, Fongchen could feel his nose had already risen to the sky. "So what should we do?" "We need to absorb a lot of souls." "How many do we need to go from F to E?" Tanya paused for a moment. 100. "That's too many," Fongchen decisively rejected. 50? 20? Fongchen said. "Impossible. It has to be at least 30. Alright, then 30. Fongchen smiled. He had just converted an F-level auditory talent, which he could use for experimentation. "Tanya, this kid is much more cunning than you." Grid laughed. In the blink of an eye, Fongchen had cleared another batch of exotic beasts, and the number had already exceeded 30. Tanya watched in astonishment, having never seen anyone kill exotic beasts as if they were chickens. Moreover, they were several levels higher than him. At that moment, green light spots the size of a thumb began to float up from the corpses of the exotic beasts. Is that the soul? This was the first time Fongchen had seen a soul. Although he had absorbed them before, they had never materialized, and he only felt he was absorbing some kind of energy. Now he could visibly see the green light spots continuously being drawn into the gem of his necklace. After the awakening of gluttony, his absorption efficiency and speed had significantly increased. Soon, this batch of souls was completely absorbed. Choose a talent to enhance. Let's go with auditory. Fongchen didn't even think about it, as only the auditory talent was at F level. Alright. After gluttony agreed, Fongchen instantly felt a surge of power entering his body, constantly impacting his bodily meridians, finally settling in his ears, feeling like he had just had his ears cleaned, a ticklish sensation. In the next moment, the talent section changed from auditory F LV1 to auditory E LV1. It was indeed useful. Fongchen was overjoyed. It seemed that an all SSS level talent was just around the corner. Thinking of this, Fongchan felt a surge of power throughout his body, as if he had endless strength. He had originally thought about using spatial power to teleport away, but now it seemed, leave? Leave what? These are all treasures. After casting a healing spell, Fongchan collected some mental power from Tani and immediately activated the second stage of the Life Grand technique. The sword in his hand instantly spun like a fan, continuously whirling. Wherever he went, he killed. The dense army of exotic beasts was actually cleared out by him. Why have you all stopped? Song Qingling frowned as Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong suddenly stopped attacking. What's the point of fighting? Fongchen has already killed them all. Su Xiaoping pointed towards Fongchen. He was practically a human slaughterhouse, taking down a group in just a few minutes, far more efficient than the three of them combined. In comparison, the three of them were just chickens pecking at each other. They were sitting at the children's table for the feast. Yeah, Chen Farong looked at Fongchen, not knowing what to think. Song Qingling sighed. She understood their feelings well, as she was the one most affected. She had barely survived to gain the power of the flame heart, yet she didn't feel any stronger at all. Forget it, comparing oneself to others is infuriating. No way. I have to go and leech some experience too. No way. I have to go and gain some experience. Su Xiaoping slapped her thigh and charged directly into the beast horde, wildly slashing. The damage she caused was naturally not much, and the experience she gained wouldn't be significant either, but with so many of them, it added up to quite a bit. Be careful. Just as Su Xiaoping was happily slashing away, Song Qingling quickly reminded her. She turned around and saw a giant claw swooping towards her. She was so scared that she hurriedly retreated, barely avoiding being turned into mush. It was a close call. If she had been a moment slower, she would have been meat paste. Seeing Fongchen kill so easily gave her the illusion that these beasts were quite weak. Most of the beasts here were at level 20, yet they could easily take her out. After dodging that claw, she quickly ran back to Song Qingling's side, her face pale, clearly still shaken. Forget it, I'll just pick up some trash later, Su Xiaoping said, still feeling a bit rattled. Seeing her like this, Song Qingling couldn't help but find it amusing. At the same time, she gained a new understanding of Fongchen's strength. Time passed and Fongchen's killing speed finally slowed down as most of the beasts were already dead. The remaining ones had lost their will to fight and began to flee. Seeing this, Fongchen couldn't be bothered to chase them. Besides, with the bodies piling up like a mountain, it wouldn't be convenient for him to pursue. After this wave, Fongchen's level rose to 17, and he also gained the sense of smell talent and the skill Dark Erosion Withering, which was a decent haul. However, he was still far from the 32,000 attribute points needed for Grid to level up. Those beast hordes looked numerous, but in total, there were only a little over 1,000, just at a higher level. Let's clean up here, and then we'll leave, Fongchen said, glancing around the scene. He certainly couldn't clean it all up by himself, leaving it would just be a waste. Plus, he was worried that such a commotion would attract stronger beasts. Sure. No problem, you take the good stuff and we'll just grab some trash, Su Xiaoping quickly agreed. Soon, the group took out their weapons and began digging through the beast corpses. Little corpses drop little claws, big corpses drop big teeth. Su Xiaoping took out her sword and elegantly started digging. Fongchen and the others. The originally terrifying and disgusting scene felt like a kindergarten with Su Xiaoping singing as if the corpses were just fertilizer for planting flowers. Before long, they had collected the more valuable materials, but they had no space left for anything else. Ah, what a pity. Looking at the many materials left on the ground, Su Xiaoping felt a pang of regret. She had never experienced such abundance before. Back then, their guild spent day and night in the maze for just a few materials, even collecting a single beast claw, and now there were materials everywhere, but no space to store them. Don't feel sorry, these aren't worth much. Together, they might not even add up to 100,000 points. Just taking up space, Fongchen said nonchalantly, not even glancing at them. Hearing this, the three women simultaneously shot him a glare. Is this even human talk? What do you mean not even 100,000 points? Do we look like we have 100,000 points? Don't you? The three women were instantly speechless, deciding not to talk to this guy anymore. He was infuriating. The four of them walked silently for a while, and suddenly, a pile of windstorm bird corpses came into view. Have we just arrived here? The four exchanged glances, shocked and unable to close their mouths. It turned out they had just reached the spot where they had encountered the windstorm birds before. You didn't kill all of these, did you? Chen Farong stared at Fongchen with wide eyes. Fongchen calmly nodded, showing no signs of hiding. Damn! Su Xiaoping then realized that she had misunderstood before. It wasn't the people from the elf realm who had done this, but it was all the doing of this guy. Chen Farong let out a bitter laugh. I should have guessed it long ago. The elf realm people couldn't last even a quarter of an hour in Fongchen's hands, so what did this little gale bird count for? I just want to be quiet. Su Xiaoping had a face full of despair. What's wrong with her? Fongchen was a bit confused. Maybe you hit her too hard. Song Qingling covered her mouth and chuckled. Actually, she also wanted to find some peace. The longer she stayed with this guy, the more she felt like a useless person. Perhaps it was because Fongchen had been too ruthless earlier. Now they were moving smoothly, hardly encountering any strange beasts. Is this the end? After a day of trekking, the group found that there seemed to be no way forward. The terrain gradually narrowed like the end of a rift valley. It shouldn't be. Fongchan scratched his head. There were no underground caves here, nor any soul-refining grass. The situation was indeed a bit awkward. It was one thing not to have underground caves, but without the soul-refining grass, Su Shui and Zhuge something would be in trouble. It would be fine if that Zhuge something died, but Su Shui couldn't have any accidents. She had healing talent and might be very useful in the future. Fongchan pressed against the rock wall, knocking left and right, thinking that maybe he could find some secret door. He can't really think this is a plot from a novel, can he? This is clearly a natural formation. How could there be a secret door? Su Xiaoping complained. Let's look around too. Song Qingling mimicked Fongchan's actions to check. I mean, this is a natural formation. Having a secret door would be too unscientific. Not necessarily. After all, this is a beginner's space. The entire space is artificially created, Chen Farong said after some thought. Sigh, you guys are really. Su Xiaoping felt that these three were a bit delusional. Where's Fongchen? After Chen Farong came back to her senses, she glanced around and surprisingly didn't see Fongchen. Hearing Chen Farong's words, the three immediately looked around. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Su Xiaoping counted several times, and there were only 3 people. Fongchen was really gone. Did he really find a secret door? Big brother, can you not slap my face every time? Su Xiaoping complained weakly. What should we do now? With Fongchen gone, both Chen Farong and Su Xiaoping looked at Song Qingling. Song Qingling sighed as she also didn't know what to do. Unknowingly, she had come to rely on Fongchen. I just followed the places Fongchen had searched and didn't find any secret doors, Song Qingling said. I told you so. Su Xiaoping perked up upon hearing this. Wait, if there are no secret doors, then where did Fongchen go? Or it could be that certain specific conditions are needed to open it. Or it could be said that one can only enter by meeting certain conditions, Song Qingling added. Just because he has the key? Where is this? Fongchen squinted his eyes, realizing that everything around him was pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly. He had just been pressed against a wall, so how did he suddenly end up here? There seemed to be no walls at all around him. No matter which direction he walked, he couldn't seem to hit a wall. Fongchen carefully conjured a flame, and only then could he see that there were indeed no walls. The ground was still muddy, but the surroundings seemed unusually vast. Is this the soul-refining grass of the underworld? Fongchen quickly discovered that a patch of special grass was growing on the ground, exactly as described by Grid. Yes. Grid quickly provided the answer. What is this place? How can there be so much soul-refining grass of the underworld? Tanyi was also somewhat surprised. In his impression, the soul-refining grass of the underworld was quite rare even in the underworld. Such a large patch was basically unseen unless specially cultivated. At least, he had never seen it. Fongchen opened his spatial jade, which was already stuffed full with a bunch of materials like the heart of the white tiger, the reverse scale of the green snake, and so on, some of which could be sold for a high price, while others could be used to forge equipment. He was reluctant to just toss any of it aside. He had no choice but to return to his old profession, taking out the shadow cloak to wrap up some of the less important items and hang them on his back. The shadow cloak was too recognizable, so he had stopped wearing it a long time ago. After clearing some space, Fongchen immediately began to pull out the soul-refining grass of the underworld one by one. Don't be too greedy. Suddenly, a voice startled Fongchen. He hurriedly quickened his pace, pulling faster. He thought to himself, damn, someone is coming so soon, I need to hurry. Impudent. The owner of the voice seemed to be furious. But even so, Fongchen didn't stop his hands and feet, his speed only increased. Grid shook his head at the sight. Rodent! Hurry up and leave. A massive figure gradually appeared in Fongchen's line of sight. It was a black dragon over 10 meters tall. Its entire appearance was strikingly similar to the crimson-eyed black dragon from a certain animation. A powerful aura emanated from its body. Sky Rift Shadow Dragon Elite Level LV30. Seeing the system prompt, Fongchen was momentarily stunned, then continued to focus on collecting the soul-refining grass of the underworld. The total attributes of a level 30 elite were around 30,000, which should belong to the hidden boss level. But compared to the Ashen Phoenix, it was still lacking a lot. With Fongchen's normal strength, he was indeed not its match. But with the Life Overlord skill, which was a bug skill, he was already comparable to it at the 2nd tier, and at the 3rd tier, he would easily overpower it. As for the side effects, as long as he didn't activate the 5th tier, it was all irrelevant. So Fongchen was not afraid of the Sky Rift Shadow Dragon at all. In fact, in his eyes, the soul-refining grass of the underworld was even more important. Seeing that Fongchen was still not stopping, the Sky Rift Shadow Dragon roared, and Fongchen was suddenly knocked back as if he had been hit by something flying over 10 meters away. Spatial power? Fongchen immediately deduced the opponent's skill. As long as you hand over the refining grass, I can leave you with a whole corpse. Are you stupid? If a person is dead, what use is a whole corpse? As a specimen? Fongchen scoffed. Sky Rift Shadow Dragon? Since this person entered, it had felt that he was very strange, with a bizarre aura. It turned out to be the aura of a fool. The Sky Rift Shadow Dragon nodded, its eyes showing a bit more sympathy and a bit less caution. Fongchan looked at the Sky Rift Shadow Dragon and felt that this dragon's intelligence didn't seem very high. Sky Rift Shadow Dragon, put down the items and I will spare your life. Fongchan, give me the items and I will spare your life. The Sky Rift Shadow Dragon was instantly enraged. This human was simply unaware of the heavens and the earth. You are seeking death. As soon as the words fell, a massive dragon breath was spewed from the Sky Rift Shadow Dragon's mouth, instantly engulfing Fongchan. But Fongchan was already prepared. At the moment the dragon breath came, he directly activated the 4th level of the Life Grand Technique, instantly quadrupling his power. With just a light palm, that dragon breath exploded like fireworks, making a sharp turn and flying towards Fongchan's left rear. A loud bang was heard from behind, creating a large pit and emitting wisps of green smoke. It was truly spectacular. The Rift Shadow Dragon was dumbfounded, its pupils instantly widening, completely stunned. This kid had clearly been as weak as a chick before. How did he suddenly become so fierce, with a momentum far more intimidating than its own? In a battle between experts, one could tell immediately whether there was a threat. It was certain that the opponent could easily kill it. After the previous battle, Fongchan's 4th level Life Grand Technique had nearly reached the level of the Burning Phoenix. Dealing with a mere Rift Shadow Dragon was as easy as dealing with a child. How about it? Who's looking for death? The Rift Shadow Dragon's expression changed, its eyes flickering. Ha, I was just joking. Then can you give me those things? The Rift Shadow Dragon was taken aback. What are you talking about? Those were originally yours. No one else can use them. Fongchan rolled his eyes. This dragon was so shameless. However, since the Rift Shadow Dragon had said that, Fongchan became even less polite, and soon gathered all the nether refining soul grass into his possession. By the way, have you seen a type of stone that can increase spatial power? After putting away his things, Fongchan looked at the Rift Shadow Dragon again. The Rift Shadow Dragon broke out in a cold sweat, hesitating for a long time. Oh dear, look at my memory, your spatial stone is still with me. Saying this, it pulled out a fist-sized transparent stone from who knows where. With its 2 giant claws, it cautiously handed the stone to Fongchan, looking somewhat comical. Fongchan was speechless. How afraid of death was this dragon? Upon receiving the stone and taking a look, he immediately felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if it contained some kind of spatial law. How do you use this? The Rift Shadow Dragon was stunned. You don't know? It suddenly felt a sharp pain in its heart, but still maintained a respectful demeanor. As long as you place it beside you, when you cultivate spatial power, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort, and there's a chance to comprehend spatial laws, etc. The spatial laws mentioned by the Rift Shadow Dragon, when quantified, were skills related to the spatial system. So it's for assisting cultivation. Fongchan nodded, understanding its purpose. Alright, one last question. How do I leave here? The Rift Shadow Dragon was overjoyed internally. It had finally sent this father figure away. However, its face showed a hint of regret. There's a teleportation portal behind me. You can leave from there. Fongchan sighed. Inwardly, this dragon was so cooperative that it was hard to bring himself to attack. Seeing the look in Fongchan's eyes, the Rift Shadow Dragon shivered all over, unaware that it had just escaped death. Fongchan walked around the Rift Shadow Dragon and indeed found a slightly glowing teleportation portal. He paused. There are no resources left here. Do you want to come with me outside? Upon hearing this, the Rift Shadow Dragon was caught off guard by Fongchan's sudden suggestion. It frowned tightly, not because it didn't want to, but because it couldn't believe it. I want to. Of course I want to. I want it so damn much. The Void Shadow Dragon's heart was almost roaring. It had been imprisoned in this dark, sunless space for countless years. Who the hell wants to stay in a place like this? This was its most genuine cry from the depths of its heart. It could no longer remember when it had started being locked up here, only recalling that it had been at level 10 when it was brought in, with only a few soul-refining grass and a space stone by its side. From that day on, it had done nothing but cultivate day after day, year after year. It had no idea what the outside world had become. At first, there would occasionally be 1 or 2 people who came in. They said this was a dungeon, some said it was a hidden space, and others said they came here to complete tasks. But without exception, those intruders were all weaklings easily crushed. It had looked down on those hurried figures, effortlessly eliminating them. However, as time passed, it grew stronger, yet the number of intruders dwindled until, finally, they disappeared completely. Before the man entered, it could no longer remember how many years it had been alone. It had once harbored fantasies, believing that if it became strong enough, it could tear apart space and fly away. However, reality had splashed cold water on its dreams. It knew its talent was not great, just reaching its current level had consumed countless years. Now, with its strength increasing, this place could no longer satisfy its desire to grow stronger. Leaving this space seemed like an unattainable dream, but as long as it was alive, there would be hope. So when the man proposed leaving, it felt more disbelief than anything else. The Void Shadow Dragon's heart was only excited for a brief moment before it calmed down. This space cannot be destroyed. The cold words revealed a hint of despair. The man smiled. You don't need to worry about that, just tell me if you are willing or not. Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flashed in the Void Shadow Dragon's eyes. Although it was filled with doubts and unease, the man before it seemed to offer a glimmer of hope for escaping this cage. After a moment of silence, it replied, I am willing. If you can take me out of here, I am willing to serve you. Good. Fongchan smiled, but you're too big, it won't be convenient outside. Is there a way to shrink a bit? That's not a problem. The void shadow dragon smiled and quickly shrank until it was about the size of a doll. Fongchan was slightly shocked. Its appearance was almost identical to a chibi version of a crimson-eyed black dragon. If that doesn't work, I can also hide in your shadow, the void shadow dragon continued when it saw the man didn't respond. How do you hide? Upon hearing the man's words, the void shadow dragon immediately transformed into a shadow and flew into the shadow behind Fongchan, merging instantly like a drop of ink into a pool of ink. Aside from the shadow being a bit darker, nothing else was noticeable. Not bad. This is much more convenient. Fongchan hadn't expected the void shadow dragon to have such an ability. The void shadow dragon flew out from Fongchan's shadow. Your shadow is very special. It has a strong power with a similar aura to mine. I feel that being in your shadow can make me stronger. Fongchan smiled. Of course, his shadow talent was SSS level, the strongest rank. Are you ready to leave? Fongchan felt the void shadow dragon was like a child. Can you really take me away? The void shadow dragon still felt a sense of unreality. Of course, but after leaving here, you must stay by my side for these few days and follow my orders, otherwise. Fongchan casually took the void shadow dragon away, not wanting it to cause any trouble in this final stretch. Moreover, the void shadow dragon was quite powerful. Having multiple henchmen was also convenient, and more importantly, it could fly, which would definitely save a lot of time on the journey. The void shadow dragon quickly nodded. No problem, master. I'll do everything you say, master. Fongchan. No need to call me master. My name is Fongchan. From now on, you can call me Little Black Dragon. Okay, Master Fong. Fongchan. How shameless. I really like it. The rest of the matters were left to Tordney. He had previously secretly learned from Tordney that this was a spatial sealing array, a type of barrier, which was nothing to Tordney, who was skilled in barrier formations. Even if the void shadow dragon didn't tell him how to leave, he wasn't afraid. Ah, what a pity. It feels like his soul would taste really good. Tordney sighed. Hearing this, the void shadow dragon broke out in a cold sweat. This person really wanted to kill him before. Luckily, he had learned this set of skills among those humans, otherwise he would have been doomed. What was that person's name again? Shen something Tang? He was a good person, but unfortunately too weak, not suited for this world. When he came back to his senses, he noticed the necklace in Fongchan's hand was shining with a dark red light, like fireflies in the night, mysterious and enchanting. Suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to shatter like glass, with clear cracks appearing. Then, with a loud bang, the entire space instantly broke apart, and his and Fongchan's bodies twisted as if experiencing an illusion. His heart sank. Could he be tricked? However, this doubt lasted only a moment before a bright light suddenly appeared before him. The surrounding environment had changed drastically, with steep cliffs rising into the clouds on both sides. It was fresh air. Although the air was a bit musty, that didn't matter. What mattered was, I am finally free. The void shadow dragon excitedly flapped its wings and soared high. I'm free. Who the hell wants to? However, when he turned back and saw Fongchan's cold, murderous gaze, the words that had originally slipped out were stuck in his throat. In the end, it turned into, who the hell wants to leave Master Fong? In the next second, as if some mysterious force was pulling him, the harder he flapped his wings, the lower he flew, and then he slowly descended, returning to the same height as Fongchan. Very lively, Fongchan said with a somewhat cold voice. I've been trapped for too long, the void shadow dragon awkwardly explained while marveling at Fongchan's mysterious power. Seeing the void shadow dragon's expression, Fongchan knew it must have misunderstood. But he wouldn't explain. The air here was thin, making it hard to breathe, let alone fly. Fongchan, what is this? So cute. Upon seeing Fongchan appear, Song Qingling and the other two rushed towards him, originally wanting to express their concern, but as soon as they saw the void shadow dragon, the three beauties' eyes lit up. The void shadow dragon blinked its big eyes. Cute? Is it talking about me? Stop it, but it's a domineering dragon that can tear through space. It struck a fierce pose, its little claws outstretched, its small wings flapping. Oh my, so cute. The three beauties seemed to have stars twinkling in their eyes. Can I hug it? Su Xiaoping looked at Fongchan with a face full of desire. Ask him, Fongchan shrugged. Upon hearing this, the void shadow dragon immediately refused, of course. However, before it could finish, it was tightly embraced by a pair of soft arms. So hard, so comfortable. Su Xiaoping pressed her face against it. I want a hug too. Chen Farong, seeing this, was not to be outdone. Snatched it away and buried the dragon in her ample bosom. Song Qingling looked on enviously and weakly suggested, Can I have a hug too? No way. You already have eggs. Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong said in unison to stop her. So, women like the hard ones, Fongchan thought to himself. This scene looked just like children fighting over toys. Master Fong, help! The void shadow dragon quickly wriggled free and pitifully hid behind Fongchan. Fongchan smiled, realizing that the joys and sorrows of people truly do not connect. Let's go, we need to leave here. Hearing Fongchan's words, the others were even happier, finally able to leave this cursed place. Although this trip had yielded a lot, the long outdoor life was truly a torment for the beauty-loving girls, especially in such a slippery gorge. On the way back this time, Fongchan was not in such a hurry as before and had more time to search. Soon, all four of them were carrying large bags, their harvest plentiful. Did you all kill these? Looking at the corpses of the exotic beasts scattered everywhere, the Void Shadow Dragon's expression was strange. It could sense that these beasts were not weak when alive, and with so many of them, if it were itself, it would probably be overwhelmed and killed. Impossible. Su Xiaoping's words made the Void Shadow Dragon feel much better, but the next sentence made it shut down on the spot. He killed them all by himself. The Void Shadow Dragon looked at Fongchan with an even stranger expression, realizing that its earlier decision was indeed very wise. At the same time, it felt a bit more wary of Fongchan. After passing through the windless layer, they arrived at the weak wind layer. Once here, Fongchan was too lazy to continue walking and directly had the little black dragon transform into a big black dragon, carrying them all into the sky. Sitting on the back of the shadow dragon, Fongchan thought back to when he envied the flying eagles. It had only been 2 months, and he already had a flying dragon. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Fongchan smirked, wondering what expression Zhao Jiangshan would have upon seeing this. Oh no, I really want to show off in front of him. On the other side, Zhao Jiangshan was feeling incredibly powerful. He arrived at the 4th layer like a star surrounded by the moon. When his talent upgraded to LV2, he gained an almost bug-like skill, Enhancement Aura. This was a highly durable skill. As long as he was in a team, everyone within a 50-meter radius would benefit from the Enhancement Aura effect, with no limit on the number of people. A group enhancement aura that was all-encompassing, with an increase of over 1.5 times. It could be said that he didn't need to do anything, just standing there would cause a qualitative change in the team. After acquiring this skill, he was immediately besieged by all the guilds. He was also clever, not directly joining any guild but instead setting a clear price for teaming up with him for a day, specifying how many points he would get and how the loot would be divided. Even so, a large number of people sought him out. With him around, efficiency noticeably increased and the casualty rate plummeted. Even more astonishingly, the drop rate could be increased. This directly made Zhao Jiangshan a hot commodity. By the time he reached the 4th level, he was still surrounded by admirers thanks to this halo. The only regret was that he couldn't find Fongchan, and he felt extremely upset, wanting so much to show off in front of him. Back with Fongchan, they were riding the sky-splitting shadow dragon away from the Great Rift Valley when Fongchan's eyes suddenly lit up, directing the dragon to fly. Stop here. Fongchan pointed at a cave halfway up the cliff. Is this the nest of the Gale Bird? Su Xiaoping instantly realized. You all wait for me here, I'll be back quickly. With that, Fongchan leaped up and jumped directly into the cave. Su Xiaoping was speechless. This person really never missed an opportunity. Seeing Song Qingling looking confused, Su Xiaoping explained about the Gale Bird. Fongchan entered the cave and sure enough, it was just as he thought. This was the nest of the Gale Bird. Although the entrance was small, the inside was quite spacious. No wonder it could accommodate so many Gale Birds. As soon as he stepped into the nest, he was greeted with a warm welcome. He immediately transformed into the Thunder Demon King, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning that awakened the Gale Birds' indelible fear. Caw! Within just a few minutes, the Gale Birds immediately stopped their attacks and flew far away from Fongchan. A much larger Gale Bird flapped its wings and flew in front of Fongchan. It was imposing, clearly the Gale Bird King, but unfortunately it was only elite level. Just as Fongchan was about to engage in battle again, the Gale Bird King plopped down in front of him, adopting a pitiful begging posture. Fongchan, wasn't it supposed to be unruly with a violent and fearless personality? He suddenly remembered that song, how lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible. In this situation, he really couldn't go on a killing spree. After a sigh, he began to walk deeper into the cave, carefully examining whether there were any valuable items. The wind stones here were indeed of superior quality, much better than those on the ground before, which was why Fongchan looked down on those ordinary wind stones. Sigh, it seems I need to find a larger space gem. Fongchan had previously tried to create a storage space to store items, but with his current strength it was simply impossible. After trying, he realized how difficult it was. Not only did he need to create a sufficiently large space, but he also had to ensure that the space was stable and not torn apart, not to mention marking a spatial coordinate for easy access. None of this was within his current capabilities, so he had to temporarily give up on the idea. After picking and choosing, Fongchan was a bit annoyed and directly called the Gale Bird King over. He was afraid the Gale Bird King wouldn't understand human language, so the lightning in his hand kept flickering. The Gale Bird King was about to curse. Giving up its treasure was such a humiliating thing. Then it took out a stone emitting green mist, also a windstone, which looked much more advanced at first glance. The vengeful windstone can enhance wind affinity and add passive effects. Do you want to absorb it? Before Fongchan even touched the stone, he felt something extraordinary. However, as soon as he made contact, a system identification prompt popped up, asking if he wanted to absorb it. At that moment he looked at the Gale Bird King and felt a twinge of sympathy in his heart. It was like an old father watching his cherished cabbage, nurtured for over a decade, being pushed around by a rude pig. Thinking of this, Fongchan chose to absorb it without hesitation, even feeling a bit excited. In his previous life he had read many novels where rare treasures were guarded by powerful beasts. Why didn't these beasts use these treasures directly? The reason was simple: the author wouldn't allow it. Similarly, the Gale Bird King couldn't absorb this stone, clearly because the creator of the novice space didn't permit it. It was meant for the players. In the next second, Fongchan's wind affinity immediately jumped from E rank to B rank, a leap of 3 levels. Acquired passive wins revenge. When the user receives an attack that causes bodily harm, a poisonous wind blade will automatically form and retaliate against the attacker. The higher the damage received, the stronger the poisonous wind blade will be, with the minimum power related to the user's mental strength and affinity strength. Poisonous wind blade carries poison attributes. Upon hitting, it will inflict a continuous poisoning effect. If the user has a poison affinity, this poisoning effect will synchronize with the affinity. This effect was quite good. Fongchan nodded, not expecting that he would link his newly acquired poison affinity with other affinities so soon. However, looking at it this way, this passive seemed not too strong, but as his mental strength increased and his affinity grew stronger, the passive effect would also strengthen, meaning this passive was developmental. Moreover, when his poison affinity became stronger, this passive effect would become even more powerful. Fongchan then looked at the Gale Bird King. Are there any other good things? The Gale Bird King shook his head frantically, afraid that the other party might misunderstand, adopting a casual, searching posture. Fongchan searched with half-belief and ultimately found nothing else of value, reluctantly pocketing a bag of premium windstones before leaving. The Gale Bird King's heart was bleeding. This was almost all his possessions, but he didn't dare to show it, respectfully seeing Fongchan to the cave entrance. Alas, brother bird, you're so enthusiastic, it's a bit embarrassing. No need to see me off, just go back. Fongchan waved his hand and turned to jump onto the Rift Shadow Dragon, which was still flapping its wings in the air. The Gale Bird King originally had a lot of grievances, but upon seeing the majestic black dragon, all his dissatisfaction vanished instantly. He didn't even dare to raise his voice, fearing that the black dragon might be displeased and wipe them out with a single breath. If such a powerful dragon was serving this human as a mount, what right did he have to be dissatisfied? He waved his wings wildly, respectfully sending Fongchan off. What did you do to it? Seeing the Gale Bird King so respectful, Su Xiaoping doubted her eyes. Maybe it sensed my kingly aura, Fongchan replied. The 3 women were speechless, rolling their eyes at him. How shameless. What the master said is absolutely right. Who would dare not submit to your kingly aura? The Rift Shadow Dragon even chimed in. The 3 women. Oh my god, how could such a cute dragon say such shameless things? There's no saving it. The Rift Shadow Dragon was indeed fast. A journey that took more than half a day was completed in no time. Soon, they saw the tall volcano, with the surrounding lava already solidified into blocks. There were many more people here, as if the temperature had returned to normal. Then they passed through the illusory forest, and from the sky, all they could see was a thick fog. After crossing the illusory forest, they entered a vast plain, where the number of people was the highest. It seems some people had also noticed the presence of the black dragon, continuously pointing at the sky. Fongchan pondered for a moment, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had the Void Shadow Dragon land in a sparsely populated area. After completing the task, the Void Shadow Dragon immediately transformed into a shadow and merged into Fongchan's own shadow. The 4 of them, filled with excitement and carrying large and small bags, quickly arrived at the city gate. With the night order gone, there was no one guarding the gate, but Fongchan noticed that someone seemed to be secretly watching him. Since that person was distractedly doing other things while looking at him, he was very unprofessional. However, Fongchan didn't want to pay too much attention and just hope these people wouldn't cause trouble. He didn't want to go on a killing spree in the city. These people are exactly as described by young Master Wang. Hurry and inform the others. I'll quietly follow behind them. As soon as Fongchan and the others stepped through the city gate, the person who had been spying on them immediately took action, carefully following behind them. Once inside the city, Song Qingling and the others knew Fongchan had matters to attend to, and they also needed to digest their spoils, so they decided to temporarily part ways. After bidding farewell to each other, Fongchan quickly returned to his residence in the eastern district. Counting the days, he had been away for at least 8 days, if not 9. Upon opening the door, he saw Su Xuan and Zhuge Ming still lying quietly there, being looked after by Lina. Only then did Fongchan feel relieved, fearing that something might happen as soon as he opened the door. You finally returned? Upon seeing Fongchan, Lina's previously tense expression gradually turned to excitement. They probably won't last much longer. For the past few days, it had been Lina taking care of the 2, and she had watched their faces grow worse day by day. I understand. Fongchan nodded and hurried to their side. Their faces were indeed very pale, devoid of any color. He immediately took out 2 ghostly soul refining herbs, but the next second he froze. What should I do? Normally, refining them into pills would be the best option, but it might be too late for that now. Just grind them into powder and mix it with water for them to drink, Grid replied. Upon hearing this, Fongchan quickly took out several ghostly soul-refining herbs, rubbed them vigorously in his hands, and they immediately turned into powder. Lena was momentarily stunned when she took out the grinding vessel. It could be done this way? It seemed he hadn't washed his hands. Lena then handed a cup to Fongchan, who skillfully divided the powder into 2 cups and added water. Come help me. Fongchan handed 1 cup to Lena for her to give to Zhu Gaming. Lena looked at the cup of water with a strange expression, recalling Fongchan's earlier actions, feeling as if drinking it would give her diarrhea. Oh well, it's not like I'm drinking it. Soon, both of them finished every last drop and their faces visibly improved. This is truly amazing, Lena exclaimed. Of course, this stuff not only repairs the soul but also strengthens mental power. According to your terms, 1 herb can enhance by 50 points, Grid said. Damn, I was careless. After feeding Su Shui and Zhu Gaming their medicine, both of them began to look better, their breathing steadying, but the repair of their souls still required some time, and they did not wake up immediately. Fongchan opened the shop and, this time he had gained quite a bit, deciding to buy something else. Opening the talent section, there were combat talents and life talents. He could acquire combat talents passively, but life talents were much harder to obtain. Those who possessed life talents generally did not participate in battles, rarely needing Fongchan's healing, and it was even less likely they would engage in combat with him. Moreover, good life talents were also quite rare. Professions like alchemists and blacksmiths were extremely uncommon, as their uniqueness made it difficult for them to be nurtured by large families unless sufficient money and status were provided. Alchemists, needless to say, had passive abilities akin to being invulnerable, making them untouchable. Blacksmiths also possessed enough combat power to level up solo in the novice space, so very few could threaten them. Generally, top-tier blacksmiths were experts, often equipped with luxurious gear. Thus, he decisively checked the life talents, which, as he expected, belonged to the legendary tier. The Talent Awakening book with a 50% success rate required 20 million points. Just looking at it made him feel like he was about to disintegrate. With his points, he could only afford 2 books. One can imagine how difficult it was to awaken a legendary level talent or above relying on points. After some thought, he decided to purchase the alchemy talent, as he really needed the invulnerability skill. Moreover, he had so many other soul-refining herbs on hand, rather than letting others profit from the price difference, it was better to refine them himself. Let's start with 1 book, and may it enter my soul. Fongchan washed his hands and wiped his face, trying to pump himself up in a rather juvenile manner. Lena looked at Fongchan's appearance, somewhat speechless. She roughly knew what he was about to do, but washing his hands only now while preparing medicine was quite unrefined. However, the next second, Fongchan's face turned as dark as ink, muttering a curse. Then he took his clothes and went to the bathroom, bathing and burning incense. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Do people from the Great Xia really pay that much attention to such things? About half an hour later, Fongchan slowly emerged from the bathroom, exuding a faint scent of shower gel. Lena was surprised. There was clearly no shower gel for sale, so where did he get it? Fongchan did not notice Lena's expression and sat down in the most comfortable spot in the room, sincerely praying in his heart. After doing all this, he opened the shop interface again, silently chanting, "Non-lucky retreat, lucky king possess me." Taking a deep breath, he nervously clicked on the Talent Awakening book. Successfully awakened talent alchemy. Gained skill resilience passive. Character Fongchan level 17 Earth Realm Strength 47-45 Agility 48-48 Spirit 41-33/41-33 Constitution 38-48 Spiritual Power 41-33/41-33 Main Talent God Level Healing SSS LV3 Passive Assimilation. Secondary talents Tyrant Thunder SSS LV3 Passive Thunder Seal Effect Shock Nether Ice Flame SSS LV3 Flame of Ashes SSS LV2 Effect Explosion Shadow SSS LV2 Gravity SSS LV2 Giant Strength A LV2 Space B LV1 Wind B LV1 Water D LV2 Agility D LV2 Rock D LV1 Poison D LV1 Alchemy D LV1 Vision E LV2 Hearing E LV1 Smell E LV1 Talent Skills Healing Power Thunder Control Shadow Bird Ice Flame Impact Gravity Manipulation Water Control Vision Enhancement Fire Control Super Strength Enlargement Agility Enhancement Rock Power Wind Control Space Power Hearing Enhancement Smell Enhancement Poison Erosion Toughness Passive Equipment Heart of the Sea King Incomplete Grid LV3 Tiny LV3 Skills Super Healing Power Passive Decomposition Rapid Healing Spirit Thunder Accumulation Holy Healing Magnetic Storm Field Ice Flame Protection Healing Ray Purification Aura Life Magic Thunder Flash Divine Thunder Punishment Array Lightning Chain Silent Thunder Dragon Shadow Binding Dark Realm Mark Shadow Clone Dark Erosion Decay Gale Blade Wind Tornado Distributable Attribute Points 0 points 102458885 Enter Mall. Oh yeah. Fongchan excitedly waved his fist. Thanks to Ms. Situnan's shower gel. As expected, you don't believe in metaphysics until you experience it. My god, is this really effective? Lena could tell from Fongchan's expression that he had succeeded, and she couldn't help but marvel at this mysterious Eastern power. Ha, you wouldn't understand. Fongchan was in a great mood. With the alchemy talent, things would be much more convenient in the future. Now, he didn't have to sell the materials he had on hand to the system, he could keep them for alchemy. Having left the novice space, he couldn't spend points to buy attribute points or improve talent quality anymore, he had to rely on his own comprehension or pills. More importantly, this could quickly accumulate wealth. The number of people he offended was increasing and it wouldn't decrease in the future, so besides improving his strength, he also needed to have his own power to protect the people around him. These are for you, consider it your reward for these days. Fongchan casually tossed a few materials to Lina. He didn't care much about their value, after all, with so many materials, he didn't know the value of each one. Lina took a look and saw a windstone, flame bag, rockworm's hard shell, etc. Each of these was worth thousands of points. Really, for me? Do you know the value of these things? She was a bit flabbergasted, unable to believe what was happening. Take it, it's just small change. Fongchan was quite extravagant. These things might be valuable to others, but to him, they were just a drop in the bucket. After all, he didn't complain about losing 20 million points. I feel a bit uneasy accepting this. Lina really wanted to refuse, but there was just too much, she couldn't bring herself to say no. If she really refused, that would be foolish. How about I dance for you, the striptease kind? Lina was very excited, completely ignoring Fongchan's hesitant refusal. Fongchan sighed, being too charming wasn't always a good thing. Lina's dance was beautiful, clearly practiced. But gradually, the atmosphere became ambiguous, and Fongchan felt his face turning a bit red. I am a gentleman. I wouldn't go to Pattaya if I went to Thailand. Ahem, a sudden cough interrupted the special atmosphere. Ah! Lina blushed and wanted to find a hole to hide in, quickly running into the bathroom. Boss, I didn't mean to, I just couldn't hold it in, Su Shui said, looking embarrassed, then kicked Zhuge Ming beside her, and he's to blame too. What happened? I just woke up and can't see anything, Zhuge Ming said with an innocent expression. Actually, it's not what you think. You know I'm a gentleman. I agree, Zhuge Ming said seriously. I also agree, Su Shui said. It seems you still don't quite believe me, let me explain it to you seriously. Fongchan raised his fist, which was as big as a sandpot. I believe. I really believe. On the other side, Song Qingling, Su Xiaoping, and Chen Farong returned to their respective homes as if they shared a telepathic connection. The first thing they did was rush to the bathroom eagerly. 10 days had passed, and they felt as if they were about to turn into pickled vegetables, desperately in need of a refreshing bath. To save points, Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping chose to share a rental, but the place they rented was still comfortable and convenient, even equipped with 2 luxurious bathrooms. Just as Song Qingling was about to enjoy a cool shower, Su Xiaoping suddenly poked her head in and mischievously asked, Qingling, has your bathing journey begun? Yes, it has. What's up? Song Qingling replied. Then I'm coming in. I'm a bathing expert, with 18 years of back scrubbing experience, Su Xiaoping announced proudly. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Song Qingling laughed and shook her head vigorously, thinking this girl was still so shameless. But Su Xiaoping paid no heed to Song Qingling's refusal and barged in, looking like a creepy uncle. Beautiful lady. Uncle will take you to see the goldfish. Su Xiaoping grinned wickedly. She had always been an optimistic and cheerful person. Even during her training days, she could always find joy. This personality made Song Qingling feel very close to her. After Su Xiaoping came in, the two began to play and tease each other. If anyone else saw this scene, they would surely have a nosebleed. Qingling, have you known Fongchan for a long time? After tiring from their playful antics, Su Xiaoping leaned against the edge of the bathtub to rest. Yes, our families have been friends since childhood. I heard that my father and Fongchan's father met in the novice space, Song Qingling recalled. The two families later moved closer together, so we interacted even more frequently. I really envy you for having such a strong childhood friend. Su Xiaoping sighed, as she had always longed for such sweet and affectionate stories since she was little. You don't know, he was a crybaby when he was young and always teased me. It was so annoying. He's not as great as you think, Song Qingling said, but a hint of a smile appeared on her face. You're just being contradictory, Su Xiaoping pouted. It's true. Every time he teased me, I would hit him, and when we got home, Auntie would hit him too. Haha, speaking of which, I haven't seen Auntie in a long time. She was so good to me when I was little, but I couldn't help her. Thinking of the last time she saw Zhanglan, how helpless and heart-wrenching it was, and how she couldn't help at all. Song Qingling's expression dimmed. She really wanted to see Zhanglan again, but she was also very anxious, unsure if it would be awkward when they met again, or if she would blame herself. Don't worry, Auntie won't blame you, Su Xiaoping comforted her. You said he's so strong now, could it be because of that car accident? Song Qingling shook her head. I'm not sure, but my talent awakened after a car accident too. I wonder if there's a connection. She recalled the previous incident with the sea monster. It seemed Fongchan's abilities were more than just healing, but that was Fongchan's secret, and she wouldn't tell anyone. Let's not talk about that. Honestly, do you really like him, or is it just the filter of childhood friends? Su Xiaoping asked curiously. Song Qingling's face turned red instantly. She hadn't thought about this question before. She admitted that when she first reunited with Fongchan, her enthusiasm was due to their childhood memories and the promise made in the hospital. Later, knowing that Fongchan saved her in the car accident and then during the sea monster, incident, he risked everything to save her, how could she not be moved? And then there was the volcano incident. It was as if as long as he was there, she wouldn't be in danger. Apart from her father, she had never felt this way about any other man. I think you're just lovesick. After hearing Song Qingling's words, Su Xiaoping initially thought she was just being romantic, but if she encountered such a man, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist either. It's no wonder this best friend, everything is destined. You need to be careful of Chen Farong, she's really something, Su Xiaoping said seriously. Seeing Song Qingling's silly expression, Su Xiaoping suddenly made a playful gesture. Ah, what are you doing? Song Qingling quickly covered her chest, submerged in the water. But yours are a bit more prominent, better shaped, that lecherous guy definitely won't be able to resist. Su Xiaoping commented with a serious face. He's not a lecher. There's no saving you. After that, the two chatted about many private matters, which aren't for everyone's ears. After the bath, they returned to their respective rooms to digest the gains from these 10 days. Although selling many materials to the mall would be a bit cheaper, it was quick and safe. If placed in a personal mall, they would have to wait for a fated person, and the price wouldn't necessarily be much higher. To quickly become stronger, they chose to sell to the mall in exchange for points to buy what they needed. After handling all this, it was soon time to meet, and they headed to the central area, the agreed meeting place. Farong, how long have you been waiting for us? When they arrived, Song Qingling saw that Chen Farong was already there. Not long. I just arrived. Looking at you all, it seems you've gained quite a bit, Chen Farong said with a smile. Su Xiaoping, you're not bad either. They were all perceptive people, just a simple interaction could reveal the changes in each other. All thanks to Fongchan, but where is the main character? Chen Farong laughed. Doesn't he know it's impolite to keep girls waiting? Su Xiaoping gave Song Qingling a look, meaning she should be careful. Men like this kind of thing. It's not the clingy green tea that's scary, but the beautiful and clingy green tea. Obviously, Chen Farong belonged to the latter. Qingling Farong. Long time no see. Just as the three were chatting and laughing, a cheerful voice came, and when they looked, it was Wang Zitsong. What is he doing here? Wang Zitsong approached the three as if he had amnesia, acting as if nothing was wrong. Wow. Farong, you've become much prettier. Wang Zitsong's eyes lit up instantly. Chen Farong had many spots on her face before. Her skin was yellow. Apart from her good figure, there was nothing beautiful about her. But just a few days later, her spots were gone, and her skin was flawless, not much worse than Song Qingling. He pounded his chest inwardly. How did he not notice this before? If he had known, he would have pursued her first. But it doesn't seem too late now. Both women are mine. What do you want to say? Chen Farong's voice was icy. She hated cowardly people the most, and Wang Zitsong's image in her heart had long fallen to the bottom. I think there is some misunderstanding between us. Wang Zitsong did not get angry at Chen Farong's attitude. Instead, he displayed his gentlemanly demeanor. How about we find a different place to talk? There's nothing to discuss here, and there is no misunderstanding between us. Chen Farong felt even more disgusted with Wang Zitsong now. He had always ignored her before, but now that he saw she was beautiful, his attitude had completely changed. This place isn't very convenient. I assume you wouldn't want others to know about Yinxin, right? Wang Zitsong's lips curled up, but his gaze was as cold as frost, sending chills down their spines. Upon hearing this, Song Qingling and the others' expressions immediately turned icy. Wang Zitsong noticed but didn't care at all. Don't worry, do you think I'm going to eat you? I just want a little hush money. The three hesitated. Regardless of how Wang Zitsong knew about Song Qingling obtaining Yinxin, if others found out, they would definitely face endless trouble. Others wouldn't care whether Yinxin could be retrieved, they would just want to take some benefits from them, just like Wang Zitsong. If Wang Zitsong were a gentleman who kept his promises, giving him some benefits wouldn't be a problem, but they feared he might be greedy. Song Qingling felt that she needed more time to fully control the power of Yinxin. Even if she gained complete control, she didn't think she would be invincible. She understood the principle that a common man could be punished for possessing a treasure. As for killing to silence, it seemed that had never appeared in Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping's dictionary. Chen Farong's eyes were cold, but a killing intent rose in her heart. Alright. When Song Qingling and the others heard Chen Farong's response, they were initially surprised, but upon reflection, it seemed they could only go along with the other party for now. The three of them were not weaker than Wang Zitsong. Even if he had lightning talent, he couldn't do anything to them. How refreshing. Wang Zitsong laughed, as expected of the Chen family's young lady. Less nonsense. Chen Farong's tone remained icy. Wang Zitsong maintained a cheerful smile, but as soon as he turned around, he became extremely cold. You may be arrogant now, but just wait and see how I will silence you. The four walked in a line, with Wang Zitsong occasionally chatting with Chen Farong and sometimes with Song Qingling, but he never acknowledged Su Xiaoping. However, it was always him talking to himself, receiving no response. The more this happened, the more twisted his heart became, wishing he could pin the two women beneath him right now. Gradually, they walked out of the city gate, and there were fewer and fewer people around. Where exactly are you taking us? Chen Farong's killing intent grew stronger, already planning where it would be convenient to strike. With their combined strength, Wang Zitsong had no chance of survival. There's no rush, there are still other people here. Wang Zitsong said. Enough, let's just say what we need to say here. Song Qingling felt something was off, and although this was an open plain outside the city, there were very few people passing by, and no one would care about their conversation. It seems Qingling doesn't trust me very much. Wang Zitsong mocked himself. Of course, you only just realized that, Su Xiaoping said. Wang Zitsong's expression instantly turned cold, and he didn't even pretend to be polite to Su Xiaoping. You have no say here. Still pretending, huh? Su Xiaoping naturally wouldn't indulge Wang Zitsong. Speak, what do you want? Chen Farong said. Wang Zitsong knew they wouldn't follow him anymore, but it didn't matter. He had already notified others, and he believed they would arrive soon. Very simple, just bring out the benefits. Wang Zitsong smiled. Upon hearing this, Chen Farong immediately sneered. It turned out this guy really knew nothing. What benefits? Wang Zitsong's face darkened. Don't pretend with me. Of course, it's Yenqin and other materials. What did you say? I don't understand. Alright, so you're going to play dumb with me, huh? Wang Zitsong's face was as dark as ink. Even without Yenqin, everyone can put out 50,000 points, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, if I say you have it, then you have it. Chen Farong had anticipated that Wang Zitsong would act this way, which is why she pretended to cooperate. 50,000 points? You really dare to think that? How many people don't even have 5,000? Su Xiaoping thought Wang Zitsong was truly insane. Most people's points had long been squeezed out by Decula, and it was only after the appearance of the Black Sword Knights that they slowly started to accumulate. Even so, many people's points were only in the thousands, as the difficulty of this level had increased significantly, making it even harder to earn points without some strength. But for the strong, earning points had actually become easier. They originally did have tens of thousands of points, but they had spent them all. Now, let alone 5,000, they couldn't even come up with 500. I don't care about that. Anyway, everyone needs to put out 50,000 points, or no one gets to leave. Wang Zitsong finally revealed his true colors. Are you really that funny? Just because of you? Su Xiaoping scoffed, as they were no longer afraid of Wang Zitsong after a round of enhancements. Was the lightning talent really that impressive? It was indeed impressive, but could you outdo the three of us? Wang Zitsong's smile gradually turned cold. Of course not. Upon hearing this, Song Qingling and the others' expressions changed drastically as dozens of people began to appear around them. They were surrounded from all sides. So, how do you feel now? Do you still think 150,000 points is too much? Wang Zitsong sneered. You are truly a despicable person. Chen Farong said fiercely, regretting having wasted so much time talking. To him, she should have just killed him. Clearly, it was too late for regrets now. Thank you for your compliment, but soon you'll know I'm a despicable big person. Wang Zitsong leered at Chen Farong and the others. Upon hearing this, Chen Farong felt disgusted. Although she liked to make crude jokes, it had to be directed at someone. As for Wang Zitsong, she just wanted to say, nuclear alert. Young Master Wang, you have a good eye. A man with gray hair and tattoos all over his arms looked at Song Qingling and the others, also revealing a greedy expression. Tiger brother, how can this trash catch your eye? Wang Zitsong laughed. Stop wasting time. It's been a long time since the brothers had some fun. Tiger brother showed no signs of concealment. Yes. Wang Zitsong felt somewhat dissatisfied. He had heard about Tiger brother and his gang style, which could only be described as lawless. In the real world, they were a bunch of thugs. It was better when there were legal constraints in the real world, but in the novice space, they completely let loose and committed all sorts of evils. He had heard that not long ago, they had played with a woman until she died, so others avoided them like the plague. The reason he sought them out was out of necessity. The stronger group looked down on doing such things, and the weaker ones were useless. Only Tiger brother and his gang had decent strength and specialized in this kind of thing, making them a perfect fit. But Tiger brother, can I have the first taste? I've been craving it for a long time. Wang Zitsong said, but what greeted him was a merciless slap. You dare to let me pick up your broken shoes? You dare let me pick up your broken shoes? Brother whose eyes were icy. Wang Zitsong covered his face, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his smile. I wouldn't dare brother who. You go first, haha. People from the capital? Nothing special. Brother who sneered coldly, I'll give it to you flat. Wang Zitsong did not refute, still wearing a smile on his face, but secretly vowed to kill brother who when he returned to reality. Song Qingling and the others immediately took a defensive stance, feeling a wave of disgust as they listened to the conversation between the two. You don't need to be afraid, brother who was very gentle. But if you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless. Brother who smiled as he looked at Song Qingling and Chen Farong, becoming more and more satisfied. Such high-quality girls he had never encountered before. It must be very comfortable. The more he thought this way, the more impatient he became. Flame Dragon Cannon. Suddenly, Song Qingling formed a triangle with her hands and a fireball seemed to blast out from it, charging straight at Thunder. Roaring Tiger. Thunder Roaring Tiger curled his lips, not taking it seriously at all, showing no intention of making a move. While his little brother shouted, Rock Shield. The ground suddenly bulged up as if it had a life of its own, firmly blocking Song Qingling's fireball. Just as the little brother was about to mock the fireball's weak power, his expression changed. The next second, the fireball actually shattered the rock shield. Moreover, it did not stop there. Seeing this, thunder-roaring tiger's expression finally became serious. Ice shield. Boom! The two forces collided violently. It was hard to say who restrained whom, but the fireball, having lost much of its power earlier, did not cause much damage when it hit the ice shield. Ice, thunder, and flame all belong to secondary elemental talents, all strong combat talents. Seeing thunder-roaring tiger display his ice talent, Wang Zizong frowned slightly, seemingly displeased that the opponent had a talent of the same level as his own. Very spicy, I like it. With a glance from thunder-roaring tiger, dozens of people moved simultaneously, and in an instant, light burst forth, various elemental powers intertwining. Light shield. Seeing this, Chen Faron quickly used her light skill, and a bright light instantly enveloped the three of them, protecting them thoroughly. But at the same time, the attacks from the little brothers became increasingly fierce, crashing down like a storm. Chen Faron's expression had lost its previous calm. She realized these people were not weak, although they were not as strong as the exotic beasts they had encountered before. Their numbers made their concentrated firepower quite terrifying. Bystanders thought something big had happened, but when they saw thunder-roaring tiger and his group, they all moved away. These people were just reckless, and no matter what family or background you came from, if you provoked them, you would be killed without hesitation. Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping exchanged glances, and a fire dragon and a wind vortex formed simultaneously, creating a fire tornado. This was their usual combination. Powerful, wide-ranging, and very effective. However, this time it failed. Thunder-roaring tiger sneered, and an ice wall suddenly rose, cutting off the formation of the wind vortex, while the fire dragon crashed into the ice wall, its power instantly diminished. Song Qingling and the others were simultaneously astonished. This thunder-roaring tiger was very strong. They felt a surge of indignation. Why could those who bully and rob be so strong, while they, who practiced diligently, progress so slowly? Thunder-roaring tiger was unaware of their thoughts, otherwise he would definitely laugh, as he was merely following the game rules. The system allowed personal trading behavior, which implicitly allowed for robbery. Just look at Decula and the Black Sword Knight, who didn't engage in robbery. With dozens of people bombarding them in turns, Chen Faron's expression grew increasingly grim, nearing her limit. Song Qingling's face was serious. She knew that if this continued, they would be the first to collapse. I can only use that kind of power now. She still couldn't fully control the power of the flame heart. Once used, it would definitely go out of control, and when the power faded, she would be severely drained and exhausted. But there was no choice now. Dragging it out would only deplete her mental energy. Boom! Flames immediately erupted from Song Qingling, and her aura surged in an instant. Chen Faron looked at the flames suddenly igniting on Song Qingling, and that momentum instantly skyrocketed, giving her a familiar feeling. Save some mental energy, take good care of Qingling later, she said to Su Xiaoping. Once she and Song Qingling were completely exhausted, only Su Xiaoping could save them. Hearing this, Su Xiaoping couldn't help but complain in her heart, "You really think too highly of me." However, she also understood the situation and was already thinking about how to escape later, hoping that Song Qingling could clear out more people, increasing their chances of getting away. The flames blazed fiercely, soaring into the sky, and Song Qingling looked like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. However, she also began to feel the loss of control over her power. 9 flame dragons. Song Qingling rotated her hands in front of her chest, and a strong firelight burst forth, splitting into 9 giant fire dragons, bearing their terrifying fangs, as if they were about to devour a person. One of them charged directly at thunder-roaring tiger, while the others scattered in all directions, attacking anyone they saw. What terrifying power! The moment the 9 flame dragons appeared, the temperature around them skyrocketed. Thunder-roaring tiger finally lost his previous calmness, spreading his hands and clapping them together fiercely. Triple ice gate. Boom! 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 3 massive ice gates rose from the ground in succession. The thick ice gates exuded a chilling aura. Chen Faron was momentarily stunned. This skill was not a basic one. Just looking at the momentum, it was clear it was not simple. How could someone with such strength not have been seen in the Iron Prison Tower before? A bold and terrifying thought flashed through her mind. He and Decula must have reached some kind of agreement. Even more chilling to think about was that there might be more than just thunder-roaring tiger with such power. Boom! The huge impact interrupted Chen Faron's thoughts as the fire dragon crashed through the first ice gate, ice shards flying everywhere. At the same time, the other 8 fire dragons charged at the other minions, who all dodged, but Chen Faron reacted extremely quickly, immediately creating a light barrier to obstruct them. One by one, the fire dragons fell, and dozens of people were instantly turned to ashes. Seeing this, thunder-roaring tiger felt powerless. He was also under immense pressure. That one fire dragon, not satisfied with breaking the first ice gate, charged directly at the second. This time, the power finally weakened, but the second ice gate couldn't hold up either, turning into tiny ice dust. When the fire dragon crashed into the third ice gate, it finally came to a stop, and thunder-roaring tiger let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't imagine what would happen if all 9 dragons charged at him. If that happened, Song Qingling and the others would definitely be ambushed by his minions, but he wouldn't fare any better. Fortunately, the other side didn't have the idea of trading one life for another. Thunder-roaring tiger wiped the cold sweat from his brow and was about to mock the three with a victorious pose when he discovered they had actually run dozens of meters away. Those minions had scattered long ago to save their lives. What are you standing there for? Hurry and chase. Su Xiaoping and Song Qingling had collaborated so many times that she could roughly guess the latter's intentions with just a flick of her fingers. When she saw Song Qingling not directing the 9 dragons towards Thunder Tiger but instead spreading the attack, she knew that Song Qingling was not thinking of a mutual destruction but rather creating an opening for them to escape. So, at the moment of chaos on the opposite side, she picked up Song Qingling and quickly fled with Chen Farong. With the power of wind applied to them, their speed increased significantly. At this moment, Song Qingling was completely drained. The power of this move exceeded her expectations, and so did the consumption. That feeling of losing control over her strength made her very uneasy, as if all her energy had been instantly siphoned away. It seemed that mastering this power completely would take some time. Ha ha ha, where do you think you're going? A figure suddenly appeared, blocking the way of the three. Wang Zitsong. Chen Farong shouted angrily, never expecting him to show up at this moment. Surprised? Unexpected? Wang Zitsong revealed a cold smile. Thunder Tiger? A big-headed brute, just a lackey. In the end, it all relies on me. Wang Zitsong had long considered this possibility, and the facts proved he had bet right. Although Song Qingling and the others wouldn't admit it, he knew that Yinxin must be on Song Qingling. And how could someone with the power of Yinxin be so easily overwhelmed? He hadn't made a move from the beginning. Was it not for this moment? Thunder Tiger? Go pick up my broken shoes. Do you know what the consequences of this will be? Our Chun family will not let you go. Chun Farong threatened. Ha, if I were afraid, I wouldn't be here. Wang Zitsong didn't care about Chen Farong's words at all. Once I've had my fun with you and torn you to pieces, who will have any evidence? You're insane. Chen Farong realized that Wang Zitsong had completely lost his mind, no longer restrained. In fact, every year there were many such people, used to being lawless in the novice space but unable to adapt back to reality. Clearly, Wang Zitsong had gradually broken free from constraints and started to let loose. Just surrender, I don't want to hurt you. Two delicate skins. Wang Zitsong said with a wicked smile. Su Xiaoping. The lightning in Wang Zitsong's hand crackled. Chen Farong had very little mental energy left, and Song Qingling had completely lost her fighting ability. Now only Su Xiaoping remained, facing Wang Zitsong with no chance of victory. The suppression of a second-level element over a first-level element was quite obvious. Put me down, you all run away quickly. Song Qingling knew that if this continued, all three of them would not escape. Now facing only Wang Zitsong, if Su Xiaoping and Chen Farong split up and ran, they would definitely be able to get away. Do I even need to say that? Chen Farong and Su Xiaoping exchanged glances, and the two immediately split up and ran in different directions. Wang Zitsong was momentarily stunned. These two were really decisive. Su Xiaoping was holding Song Qingling, but she had enough spiritual power, while Chen Farong was alone and had none. Without a second thought, Wang Zitsong directly chased after Song Qingling. On one hand, he was still a bit wary of Chen Farong, and on the other, he was most eager to play with Song Qingling. Seeing this, Thunder Tiger immediately split into two groups. Damn it! Chen Farong saw Thunder Tiger leading a group of people chasing after her, and her heart couldn't help but tighten. They were almost at the city gate. Hold on. Chen Farong kept encouraging herself. Unfortunately, it was still a bit short. As she saw Thunder Tiger's men about to catch up, Chen Farong's expression darkened. However, a figure that was too familiar suddenly appeared. Fongchan? Wait, who are you? Chen Farong came to her senses and realized that the person in front of her was someone she didn't know, feeling a bit disappointed. I am Zhao Jiangshan from Qingcheng. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Thunder Tiger shouted angrily at the man in front of him. Zhao Jiangshan wanted to say something, but suddenly he saw a sharp ice pillar shooting towards him. Lei Minghu sneered, in a street fight, there are no rules. Not attacking you in the lower regions is already the greatest courtesy. However, in the next second, the ice pillar was caught by a hand, stopping in midair, and then shattered into ice fragments. How does it feel to be saved by a hero? The person said to Zhao Jiangshan. It feels great, but can you show up a bit earlier next time? Zhao Jiangshan almost wet himself. He had no defensive skills at all. Fongchan. Seeing the person, Chen Farong confirmed she wasn't mistaken and immediately hugged him. Zhao Jiangshan? This script is wrong. Lei Minghu's face darkened. Being able to catch his ice pillar barehanded showed that the strength was not simple. Leave the woman behind, you all go, and I won't hold it against you. Lei Minghu said. Fongchan released Chen Farong, looked at Lei Minghu, and then at the others who had surrounded them. What about you? Do you think the same? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Who are these idiots daring to block Brother Tiger? Everyone nodded in agreement. Fongchan smiled, his figure moved, and suddenly a long sword appeared in his hand, as if a shadow had passed, catching everyone off guard. In street fights, there are no rules. If you can fight, don't talk. Wherever the long sword went, heads flew and blood sprayed. Lei Minghu stared wide-eyed at Fongchan, and before he could cover his wound, his body was already severed. Fongchan sheathed the long sword, turned his back to these people, and in just an instant said lightly, "If you all think this way, then I didn't kill the wrong people." Zhao Jiangshan. Chen Farong. Coming back to her senses, Chen Farong realized that Fongchan's sword looked somewhat familiar, but she wouldn't ask further. You all, how did you get here?" she asked. "I didn't see you at the gathering, so I came out to take a look. Where are Song Qingling and the others?" Fongchan didn't mention leaving a mark on Wang Zitsong. He indeed hadn't seen Chen Farong and the others, but sensed that Wang Zitsong had been there, so he followed to check. As for Zhao Jiangshan, it was even more coincidental. He happened to see this guy surrounded by a bunch of people begging to form a team in the central area. Knowing that Fongchan was going out of the city to find someone, he insisted on following. Originally, he had seen Chen Farong earlier, but since Zhao Jiangshan was still shamelessly begging for a chance to show off by being a hero, he let him go first. Hearing Fong Chen's words, a hint of disappointment flashed in Chen Farong's eyes, but she quickly said, "They ran that way, it's very dangerous. Wang Zitsong is chasing them, we need to hurry." Fongchen nodded. He sensed Wang Zitsong's position, just confirming. "Wait for me to activate a buff aura, we can catch up soon." Zhao Jiangshan finally seized the opportunity to show off. Fongchen waved his hand, "No need. Come out." Rift Shadow Dragon. Chen Farong? Why does Fongchen feel strange today? Very flamboyant. Very greasy. Come out. Sky Rift Shadow Dragon. Fongchen's shadow suddenly swelled up as if blown by the wind, transforming into a massive black disk, its edges crackling with lightning. A gigantic figure slowly emerged from the shadow. In his mind, a familiar background music seemed to play. "My heart is that light energy messenger casting magic, reaching the wondrous world to create the unknown, creating unknown space, blazing flames condensing in my chest, condensing. Zhao Jiangshan's eyes sparkled with stars. This entrance was simply too cool. The black dragon, over 10 meters tall, looked like a mech warrior from a future world. The visual effect was absolutely explosive. It left people speechless with shock. "Master, the sky Rift Shadow Dragon crouched down, emitting a deep and authoritative voice. Holy crap! Zhao Jiangshan could hardly believe what he was seeing. Chen Farong? What's going on? Wasn't it just a few hours since they last met? How did it even have an entrance animation? And was this really necessary? She found it hard to understand. Fongchen remained calm. "Get on." The group jumped up and quickly landed on the back of the Sky Rift Shadow Dragon. The dragon flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind. "The summoner is so damn cool. I wish I had summoning talent." Bystanders marveled, their eyes wide open, utterly envious of it all. "Don't be silly, how could normal summoning talent achieve this?" As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Summoning talent wasn't about conjuring battle pets out of thin air, it required capturing real-world exotic beasts and signing contracts to enter the summoning space for use. Moreover, a level 1 summoning talent could only contract one exotic beast, and without the help of a strong person, it was impossible to contract a powerful exotic beast. So, this thing actually required background and wealth to play with. The country also realized this, which is why they trained a large number of Sky Eagles to attract those with summoning talent. As long as you joined, you would be given a Sky Eagle, and it was a formal position. Any normal person would prioritize that. Other major forces weren't too interested in summoning talent because the Sky Eagles were controlled by the state and they couldn't raise them freely. Other exotic beasts were hard to tame, weak exotic beasts were useless, and strong ones were difficult to recover. Overall, the cost-effectiveness was still low. At this moment, Fongchan and the others were already in the air, and the Sky Rift Shadow Dragon was many times cooler than the Sky Eagle, making Zhao Jiangshan extremely envious. The Sky Rift Shadow Dragon soared high, as if leaping hundreds of meters. Fongchen was also somewhat surprised. The strength of the Sky Rift Shadow Dragon had actually increased in less than a day. Moreover, he noticed that the dragon's flight combined spatial power, which gave the sensation of covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. "We're here." In just a moment, Fongchen had already spotted Song Qingling and Su Xiaoping. Wang Zitsong had intercepted the two, continuously launching lightning attacks. Zhao Jiangshan. How long had it been? 2 seconds? Or 3 seconds? Was it really necessary to summon the dragon for such a short distance? Zhao Jiangshan looked at Fongchen, who wore a calm expression, and suspected that this guy was doing it on purpose. This distance, with their strength plus his own enhancement aura, wouldn't it only take a few dozen seconds? Ha ha, run away. Escape. Wang Zitsong's eyes revealed a greedy glint. Su Xiaoping had just been struck by lightning and was barely standing. She had exerted all her strength but still couldn't outrun the lightning. Now, her whole body was numb and it was extremely difficult to even carry Song Qingling. "If you surrender early, you won't have to suffer the pain. If I'm happy, maybe I'll even let you enjoy it a bit." Wang Zitsong casually walked towards the two, lightning crackling in his hands. Why has the sky turned dark? Prince Song was just about to look up when a sudden gust of wind kicked up a cloud of dust, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. However, when he finally saw clearly, a massive black figure loomed before him, resembling a building. A giant dragon. Prince Song was so frightened that he stumbled back several steps, nearly falling to the ground. It's the little black dragon. Su Xiaoping, recognizing the familiar figure, sighed in relief and collapsed to her knees. Song Qingling also felt a great sense of relief upon seeing Fongchan, but when Prince Song saw Fongchan, he was filled with terror. Why you're not dead? He had never imagined that Fongchan could survive in such a situation. Deal with him. Fongchan had no intention of wasting words with him. He had almost forgotten this person's existence, but who knew he would jump out to seek death, so he couldn't be blamed. Upon hearing this, Prince Song burst into wild laughter. Deal with me? Who the hell do you think you are? He was well aware of Fongchan's strength, which was nothing but trash. How could he command a giant dragon? And if Fongchan could command the dragon, how strong could it possibly be? Just a facade. However, the next second, it was not Fongchan who answered him, but the terrifying breath of the black giant dragon. With a loud boom, Prince Song didn't even have time to react before he vanished without a trace, not leaving a single speck behind. Unlike the calm expressions of Fongchan and the others, Zhao Jiangshan was utterly shocked. He had thought this dragon was just for show, but its strength was indeed formidable. How could the others survive this? Are you okay? Fongchan helped Song Qingling up while quietly channeling healing power into her body to repair the damaged cells. Song Qingling felt this power, surprised at first, but quickly returned to normal, whispering a thank you. Stop whispering. Can you all consider me for a moment? I'm still kneeling here. Su Xiaoping tried to stand up, but her body was completely unresponsive. I'll help. Zhao Jiangshan hurried over. Hello, I am Zhao Jiangshan from Qingcheng. May I ask how to address you, miss? Su Xiaoping. No wonder everyone had a good impression of Fongchan. Truly, there was no harm without comparison. Let's head back to the city, Chen Farong said. Fongchan nodded, and the group climbed back onto the back of the Rift Shadow Dragon. This time, Zhao Jiangshan was extra careful, afraid of hurting the dragon, especially after seeing it obliterate others with a single breath. Upon returning to the gathering place, they were greeted by Su Shui and Zhuge Ming. Zhuge Ming recognized Zhao Jiangshan and naturally approached to greet him. You dare to show up. Zhao Jiangshan wanted to punch Zhuge Ming as soon as he saw him. It was he who had tricked him on the deserted island, leading to a beating. Zhuge Ming smiled helplessly, raising his light shield and allowing Zhao Jiangshan to attack. With Zhao Jiangshan's strength, even if he hit for a year, he probably wouldn't break the shield. Sure enough, after a while of hitting, Zhao Jiangshan was left panting and with sore fists, but no other effect. He angrily walked over to Fongchan, who was chatting with the others. Why is he here? Isn't he Sword Hero's dog? It's just a collaboration. Didn't you also collaborate with Fongchan back then? Are you also Fongchan's dog? Zhuge Ming said with a faint smile, but his tone was far from polite. We're brothers. Zhao Jiangshan retorted. So are we. Zhuge Ming pointed at Fongchan. He said so himself. Impossible. How could Fongchan be brothers with a dog? That's what I thought too, Zhuge Ming chuckled. Fongchan smiled helplessly, no longer wanting to pay attention to these two. Today, I actually want to say goodbye to everyone, Fongchan said seriously. Where are you going? Everyone was puzzled upon hearing this. Nowhere, I just want to go somewhere far to take a look. Fongchan did not hide it. In fact, this place could no longer satisfy his desire to continue leveling up and becoming stronger. Alright, so we can only say goodbye in the real world? Chen Farong smiled. I guess so, there aren't many days left, Fongchan replied with a smile. After a moment of silence, Fongchan looked at Song Qingling. What are your plans? Your power seems unstable. Song Qingling nodded. She knew she couldn't hide this from Fongchan. I plan to go to the Iron Tower to train. Iron Tower? Yes, the Iron Prison Tower. It was originally a place for training spiritual power control, but later it was occupied by Dracula. After he died, it returned to normal. Upon hearing this, Fongchan finally realized why Dracula could suppress tens of thousands of people with just a holy stone and a level 2 gluttony. He had thought that the power of gluttony wasn't that outrageous. It turned out it was because the Iron Tower originally had the effect of suppressing mental power. Be careful then. Song Qingling said. You too, Auntie is waiting for you. You too. At this, a hint of sadness flashed across Song Qingling's face. Boss, are you really leaving? Can I come with you? Su Shui said. Softly. Now, apart from Fongchan, she didn't know who else to trust. The place I'm going isn't suitable for you to come along. You can follow Qingling, you can trust her. You can also come to Qingqing to find me later, Fongchan comforted, stroking Su Shui's head. Su Shui nodded, holding back her tears. Song Qingling didn't understand why Fongchan said that, but she still held Su Shui's hand and said to Fongchan, don't worry, she will be fine. Fongchan nodded. Old Fong, we just met and you're leaving. Again, Sai Zhao Jiangshan said. You can't blame me, it's not my fault you're too weak, Fongchan shrugged. Zhao Jiangshan, did you pick up the wrong script? Fongchan didn't linger any longer. After saying goodbye to a few people, he rode the Void Shadow Dragon and left. The others watched Fongchan's back, feeling a sense of emptiness in their hearts. Although they hadn't spent much time together, he had already become their pillar of support, and without him, they suddenly felt at a loss. They exchanged smiles. They had all gathered together because of Fongchan. Friends of friends are friends. As they got to know each other, with Zhuge Ming around, the atmosphere quickly became lively. On Fongchan's side, he was already soaring in the sky, and this feeling of being unrestrained and free was something he truly enjoyed. He had wanted to experience the creatures of other worlds and was even more eager to see the 4 great dangerous places. However, due to geographical restrictions, he couldn't go, but now with the Void Shadow Dragon, these were no longer problems, which was why he had thought of bringing the Void Shadow Dragon out. Master, where should we go first? To the desolate desert, about 2,000 kilometers to the east. Okay. The Void Shadow Dragon flapped its wings vigorously and immediately disappeared into the sky. In the days without Fongchan, things seemed quite calm, except for several major battles between the Dasha people and the foreign invaders within the city. It seemed that a force was secretly pushing things along, constantly stirring up trouble. And eventually, a great war was on the verge of breaking out. This had never happened before. Song Qingling and the others didn't have much time to enjoy peaceful training before they were swept into the war and became the main force in the conflict. Of course, there were also people Fongchan knew, like Zheng Tianlang, Chu Tianming, and Li Feina. The novice space was embroiled in constant warfare, while in the real world, the situation on Blue Star was equally turbulent. The Elven realm was constantly clashing with the Rainbow Nation, and the situation was very tense, even leading the Rainbow Nation to seek help from the Awakeners Association, requesting assistance to deal with the invasion of the Elven realm. And with this action, everyone's gaze focused on the Great Xia Empire. As the largest member state, everyone hoped that the Great Xia Empire would provide sufficient support. In addition, countries like East Africa also erupted into civil war, and the beautiful country intervened several times, stabilizing the situation somewhat. The Nordic continent seemed to have made an unspoken agreement, suddenly hit by a once-in-a-century cold wave, with vast areas of land covered in ice and snow, and a series of unknown beasts appearing. Other smaller countries were either attacked by unknown creatures or faced internal issues, resulting in small-scale conflicts. All of this seemed to point to one place, the Great Xia Empire. Some had calculated that the countries experiencing disasters all had certain friendly ties with the Great Xia Empire. All nations sought help from the Great Xia Empire. However, at this moment, the Great Xia Empire was facing enormous challenges. In recent days, all coastal cities of the Great Xia Empire seemed to have agreed upon it, as heavy rains poured down, and many cities had already experienced flooding. Although Xinjiang was not a coastal city, being over 100 kilometers away from the sea, it was still affected by the rain, with light drizzles continuing for several days. However, since tomorrow marked the end of the big exam, everyone's mood seemed unaffected by the rain. Restaurants were preparing for the peak period tomorrow. Similarly, every school was increasing staff and making final preparations, as there were too many things to record the next day. The equipment originally on the playground was being moved into the gymnasium, and national recorders were arriving at various universities on this day. Jiangchang, the city where the Wilderness Survival Island was located, was now in a dire situation. That island had fallen again, once more in the hands of the sea monsters. The border of Jiangchang had changed from the seaside to a newly built city wall, which was part of the land defense line unifiedly constructed by the entire Great Xia Empire in recent times, stretching thousands of kilometers. At this moment, Pang Tong stood on the city wall, his expression grave. Tomorrow marked the end of the novice space, and he longed to return to see those students and his disciples, but unfortunately, it was just a thought. The current situation did not allow him to leave the border. Beside him stood Jian Wenti, who was also anxious about tomorrow, but unlike Pang Tong, he only wanted to personally kill someone. However, he too could not leave, and that plan had yet to succeed, which made him restless. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a single message containing just 2 letters, "Okay," which instantly lifted his spirits, making even the rainy day seem a bit more poetic. Report. A large number of sea monsters have been spotted gathering 10 kilometers away. Novice space. Novice space countdown 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. A message suddenly popped into Fong Chen's mind, but at this moment he had no time to pay attention to it. Currently, he found himself in the far north of the novice space, in the first danger zone known as the Forbidden Zone of Life, the extreme cold peaks. This was a towering mountain, more than half of its surface covered in ice and snow. There was no sign of life here, only bare rocks scattered across the summit, thick layers of ice covering the stones. After leaving the novice city, Fongchan had successively ventured into the desolate desert and the magma caverns, facing the ferocious sand crocodile and tens of thousands of flame ants, but the harsh environment of the extreme cold peaks still left him in awe. The climate here was severe, even the rift shadow dragon could not endure it, with low temperatures conservatively estimated to be below -300 degrees, though this was merely Fongchan's speculation. If he were an ordinary person, he would likely freeze instantly. Even with his current physique, if not for relying on his fire affinity to maintain his body temperature, he would also struggle to survive here. It was indeed called the Forbidden Zone of Life for a reason. At least so far, Fongchan had not encountered any living creatures. But this was more difficult for him to accept than encountering a beast. After spending considerable time, Fongchan finally reached the summit of the mountain. The surroundings of the peak were shrouded in a sea of clouds, obscuring the view below. It was not a sharp peak but a flat expanse, with a magnificent ice crystal palace standing in the center. Faced with this palace, Fongchan felt no desire to admire it, only a terrifying sense of murderous intent locking onto him. Strangely, the temperature here was much better than in the lower regions, yet Fongchan felt an overwhelming chill. The ice crystal palace suddenly shattered, and in an instant, the light dissipated, turning into countless ice particles. Then, a pair of cold and deep large eyes gradually opened. Its form slowly became visible, resembling a gigantic bird, with a pair of strong, pure white wings poised to take flight, its overall image akin to the mythical vermilion bird, but in the sacred color of ice crystal white. Extreme cold sacred beast, Sanyue, monarch level, LV30, each prompt that appeared made Fongchan's heart race. This was a true monarch level. There was no suppression whatsoever, and its level was the same as his. A rough estimate showed that its total attribute points exceeded 230,000. With a single strike, this creature could obliterate a towering mountain. Meanwhile, he didn't even have 20,000 attributes, a gap of over 20 times. The scattered ice crystals spread out, constructing an unbreakable giant cage, sealing Fongchan and the sacred beast Sanyue together. Only one could survive. Fongchan's adrenaline surged. He knew that with such a vast disparity in strength, being hit even once would mean instant death. This should be the biggest boss in the novice space. At this moment, he naturally dared not be reckless and directly unleashed the fourth tier of his life skills. His overall strength instantly quadrupled, but compared to Sanyue, the gap was still immense. The red mist evaporating from his body contrasted sharply with Sanyue's white icy breath. Sanyue seemed to detest the aura emanating from Fongchan, suddenly unleashing a beam of extreme cold light. Where it passed, ice spikes shot up. Fongchan had no doubt that being hit by this would instantly turn him into an ice sculpture. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, moving rapidly across the ground, dodging the beams of light. Just as Sanyue prepared for the next attack, Fongchan burst from the ground, swinging his fist, 9 flame dragon fist. 9 fire dragons erupted from his fist, coiling and opening their mouths wide, all crashing toward Sanyue in an instant. However, the opponent simply folded its wings, effortlessly blocking all the fire dragons. The faint scorch march showed no sign of effort. Fongchan's expression turned extremely grim. He had anticipated Sanyue's strength, but he never expected it to be this formidable. This move cost him quite a few points to acquire. At first, it had sent the sand crocodile flying with a single strike, but now he couldn't even break through its defenses. Sanyue looked sharply at Fongchan, lost in thought. With a flap of its wings, dozens of ice spikes shot out in an instant. Seeing the ice spikes coming, Fongchan immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning. His body darted through the air like a current. Thunder flash. The lightning pierced through the ice spikes, shattering all the ice shards in its path. Fivefold gravity. In the next moment, an invisible force pressed down on Sanyue, causing its feet to sink into the ground. But this clearly had little effect on Sanyue. A faint circular array appeared before it. Ice spikes shot out wildly from within. Damn it, ice spikes Gatling. Fongchan cursed loudly, quickly dodging. In just a short while, the once smooth ground was covered with countless small pits. He was still unwilling to give up, continuously chaining various skills together like a terrifying magical machine. All sorts of spells bombarded Sanyue, raising thick clouds of smoke. Although Fongchan was mentally prepared, when the smoke cleared and he saw only a few faint scratches on Sanyue, he still found it hard to accept. Sanyue's eyes were filled with arrogance, letting out strange cries as if mocking Fongchan. Ha, let me show you my power. Grid's hearty laughter rang out. It's still your fault for taking over 30,000 of my attribute points, Fongchan retorted, feeling indignant. His original 50,000 attribute points had been reduced to nothing after Grid leveled up overnight. However, even without giving Grid any points, defeating Sanyue was still going to be tough. Ah, you didn't say that last time, Grid chuckled. Forget it. Fongchan took out Grid's dagger, Scythe of the Reaper, unleash. The black dagger instantly transformed into a scythe over 2 meters long, glinting with a cold light. The red mist surrounding Fongchan was now thickened with a heavy aura of death, black and red intertwining like a messenger from hell. Sanyue watched all of this, the ease on its face long gone, replaced by deep seriousness. It flapped its massive wings, moving as fast as lightning, and suddenly launched an attack at Fongchan. Fongchan's gaze sharpened, the scythe of death swirling like a dance of black death. Death waltz. Death waltz. The scythe released a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. A beam of black light shot into the sky, as if the night had been torn apart, chilling to the bone. Sanyue instantly felt an unprecedented crisis. Frantically halting its forward momentum, never expecting that the human before it could unleash such terrifying power. As the black light was about to strike, its skin instantly emitted a bright glow, transforming into hard, unyielding ice crystals, resembling a massive ice sculpture. This was Sanyue's strongest defensive skill, known as absolute defense, with no dead angles. A significant part of its confidence stemmed from this skill. However, when the black light made contact, it could no longer maintain its composure, and its heart was filled with extreme terror. The black light sliced through its body without the slightest pause. It wanted to struggle to escape, but that black light seemed to possess a terrifying attraction, making it impossible to break free. In an instant, Sanyue was split in two. The mountain was split in two. The sky seemed to be instantaneously torn apart by an invisible crack, the sea of clouds rolling, brilliant light bursting forth from within the scenery. At the mountain's base laid bare. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, everything appeared to hold its breath just to witness this astonishing strike. Ha ha, I won't hold back. The voice of gluttony echoed as a massive point of light was slowly absorbed by it. Transform into one's own, successfully converting the talent extreme cold ice. Seeing this prompt, Fongchan's heart was excited, but unfortunately his body showed no reaction. The Death Waltz was the Grim Reaper's side's strongest skill, converting all the energy in the body into power, then releasing it with 10 times the force, ignoring any physical defenses. In numerical terms, it meant converting all attribute points of the four-dimensional attributes into power points, multiplying by 10 to unleash the strongest strike. With Fongchan's current attribute points, this strike could deal 200,000 points of true damage. Even if all attribute points were 0, it could still deal a minimum of 30,000 points of true damage. It was precisely because of this that Grid dared to be arrogant. However, this four-dimensional attribute referred to the base attributes, not including the amplified power. Thus, every time it was used, there would be a fatigue period of 10 to 30 minutes, during which the entire person would be in a weakened state, unable to move, and healing would not restore anything, as this was a period for the four-dimensional attributes to readjust and recover, unrelated to physical damage. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Fongchan would not easily use this skill. The base attack power of the Grim Reaper's scythe was also 800 points, but aside from Death Waltz, there were no other skills. However, the attacks of the Grim Reaper's scythe dealt true damage, ignoring physical defenses. Fongchan finally regained control of his body, immediately casting a healing spell to repair the cells that had just been frozen. This time he lay down for nearly 30 minutes. The higher the attribute points, the longer the fatigue period, which was also a downside of the Grim Reaper's scythe form. According to Grid, he still had the strongest fifth form, but it required 128,000 attribute points, and even he himself was unclear about what this form was like, as no one had ever activated it. Asking himself if it weren't for his nearly bug-like passive ability, he wouldn't even be willing to spend over 30,000 points to upgrade, let alone 12,000. Even now, he was reluctant. With over 100,000 attribute points, the Death Waltz could deal 1,000,000 true damage. Wasn't that power enticing? Countdown to novice space closure, 0 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. World rankings are about to be announced. This was the system popping up the final prompt, indicating that the novice space was about to close. Fongchan glanced at the attribute panel. The points that had originally been reset to 0 had increased by several thousand, but it was already useless, and there was nowhere to spend it, as the nearest town was thousands of kilometers away, making it impossible to reach. Tearing Void Shadow Dragon. Finally, he summoned the Sky Shadow Dragon, saying, "I am about to leave here. Our agreement has come to an end. From now on, you are free." He had thought the Sky Shadow Dragon would be happy, but to his surprise, it fell silent. The Sky Shadow Dragon had thought a lot during this time and had come to understand what kind of world this was, a mere space for beginners to level up. What significance did his existence here hold? Was it just to help every year's newcomers gain experience? Clearly, his ideals did not lie here, and he sensed a suppression in this space that prevented him from breaking through his strength. Moreover, during the time spent with Fongchan, he had indeed been quite happy. Although Fongchan was a bit of a scoundrel, he treated him fairly well, at least not letting him become cannon fodder. After much consideration, the Sky Shadow Dragon finally made up his mind. "Can I leave with you?" Fongchan was somewhat taken aback by the Sky Shadow Dragon's words, yet it made sense. The Sky Shadow Dragon also had a heart to grow stronger, and this world could not satisfy him. "Have you thought it through? If you want to leave with me, you can only sign a contract and become my summoned beast," Fongchan said. The summoning talent was something he had obtained a while ago in a city full of beastmen. Yes, it had only emerged after he had defeated over 1,000 beastmen. "I've thought it through. The world is vast, and I want to see it." The Sky Shadow Dragon nodded heavily. "Good, I believe you won't regret it," Fongchan said with a faint smile, and then a silver light circle opened beneath the Sky Shadow Dragon's feet. Suddenly, a silver light appeared in Fongchan's mind, as if connecting him to the Sky Shadow Dragon. In the next moment, he could sense the Sky Shadow Dragon's emotions, and likewise, the Sky Shadow Dragon could feel his. Thus, the summoning contract was formed. After this, the Sky Shadow Dragon could not only enter Fongchan's shadow but also into his summoning space. The summoning space was different from the space created by spatial talents. It was a kind of spiritual space. Here, battle pets could receive nourishment from the contractor's mental power and grow stronger. "Welcome aboard," Fongchan said with a smile. At that moment, Grid transformed into a small black fox and jumped onto Fongchan's shoulder, acting all wise. "I'm the boss. You're the second, right? I don't want to be the third," Tan Yi protested. Grid replied, "You can't even transform. Do you have a say?" "Grid, just wait. Once I transform, I'll definitely take you down." "Oh really? Who was it that I pinned to the ground back then?" This times have changed. Yes, I have transformed, and you're still a stone. You're even weaker than before. Once I transform, I will tear your mouth apart." "Come on. Are you trying to test the power of decomposition?" Fongchan could no longer stand their bickering. It was not only pointless but also buzzing in his ears. As soon as Fongchan said this, they indeed fell silent. Ever since these two had witnessed the decomposition skill, they had become much more respectful in their speech. Come back, he said, recalling the Sky Shadow Dragon in grid, and then Fongchan saw the system countdown end. Beginner space. Closing. All players will soon be teleported. World ranking 1. Name Fongchan, level 30, talent healing 2. Name Emotion, level 29, talent space 3. Name Luli, level 28, talent shadow 4. Name Yalarid, level 28, talent lightning. Seeing the system's ranking, Fongchan was momentarily stunned. It shouldn't be. How did he end up in first place? Although he had indeed killed many exotic beasts, most of the experience had been devoured by gluttony, and his leveling speed was clearly very slow. As long as others put in a bit more effort to kill monsters, they could definitely surpass him. After all, there were countless geniuses in the entire Blue Star. How could the first place fall to him? He was utterly perplexed. However, at that moment, a beam of light descended, bringing with it that familiar sensation. In the real world, Blue Star. Today, almost everyone in the world was waiting for news of the end of the novice space. According to past customs, world rankings would be released at the last moment. Although only the top 100,000 would be announced, these individuals were very likely to become the leaders of this world in the future, naturally attracting great attention. All leaders, institutions, and media were nervously staring at their attribute panels. Once the time was up, everyone would receive a prompt, and there was no room for error. World ranking. Seeing the prompt, everyone's eyes lit up. Then came a long string of ranking information, and they all clicked to expand and view the more complete information, a habit everyone had developed. 1. Name Fongchan, level 30, talent healing information Qingcheng, Great Xia Empire 2. Name Emotion, level 29, talent space information Magic Capital, Great Xia Empire 3. Name Luli, level 28, talent shadow information Capital City, Great Xia Empire 4. Name Aliride, level 28, talent lightning information Beautiful Country, Deluo State 5. Name Halooker, level 28, talent lightning information Beautiful Country, Huazhou 6. Name Song Qingling, level 27, talent flame information Qingcheng, Great Xia Empire 7. Name Bo Aaron, level 27, talent ice information New Delhi, India. When everyone saw this information, they were left in confusion and disbelief. What on earth had happened? In previous years, who was ever ranked first? That wasn't above the empty realm? Even the top 10 had all reached the empty realm. But this time, the highest level was only 30, just at the peak of the Earth realm, not even the empty realm. Thinking of this, the media had already begun editing their articles, with titles like A Decline in This Generation? Or The Most Difficult One and the Worst Generation, Who's to Blame? Many also noticed that the first place Fongchan actually had a healing talent. It was said that healing talents had no combat power, leveled up slowly, and couldn't survive without relying on strong individuals. But what was going on with this person? How did he achieve world first? In Jiangcheng, Pang Tong finally got a breather and was opening the panel to check the information, but when he saw the world ranking information, his eyes widened in shock. He kept rubbing his eyes, thinking he was seeing things due to presbyopia. But after looking closely several times, the first place was indeed Fongchan, the Fongchan from Qingcheng. And he had a healing talent. It couldn't possibly be a case of the same name. Song Qingling 6? When he saw Song Qingling's name, Pang Tong was also dumbfounded. He knew Song Qingling had talent, but it couldn't be to this extent. That was the 6th in the world. What on earth had happened? A small Qingcheng had actually produced 2 world-class powerhouses at the same time. Everyone unconsciously turned their gaze to Qingcheng. Wasn't it just a resource-poor small town? As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the trick. Commoners laughed it off, gaining some conversation fodder for tea breaks. But the major powers, upon seeing these names, couldn't help but furrow their brows. The first place was actually a healing talent, and he had reached level 30. This was hard for them to accept. Every time a breakthrough in realm occurs, the growth attributes will double. Once breaking through to the empty realm, even the worst growth attributes can reach 4 points, which can meet the learning requirements for many skills. As long as one endures, like rolling a snowball, over time, one will inevitably become stronger. Therefore, having other skills and not having other skills as a healer are 2 different concepts. In other words, to control a healer, the best timing is before level 10, and secondly before level 20. After that, the attribute points are too high, making it relatively difficult to control. As long as the control methods are clever in the early stages, no matter how they level up later, they cannot escape control. Currently, a common method is soul manipulation, which can directly control their mind, making them like puppets. Another method is curse control, which also targets the mental aspect. This method retains the healer's will and has a certain chance of being lifted. If none of the above conditions are met, then physical freedom is used to restrict them, focusing on confinement and torture. If they disobey, they get beaten, and anyway, they are not afraid of being killed since they have healing spells and strong self-healing abilities. Now, seeing a healer about to break free from control, there is a heart-wrenching feeling as if a beloved treasure is being snatched away. At the same time, the Holy Dragon Hall is holding an emergency meeting. The 5 elders, 12 star lords for ancient families for major organizations, 12 legendary families and several representative families must all be present. However, the purpose of the meeting seems to point towards the worlds. Number 1. Fongchan. At this moment, an old man sits at a large desk which has detailed information about Fongchan from birth to the present. Car accident, comatose for 7 years. The old man frowned. Normally, in such a situation, it might take months to recover, yet he managed to participate in training just a few days later and even escaped from the sea monster. It seems this kid has hidden quite a few secrets. A faint smile appeared on the old man's lips, and he then looked at the secretary, set his information as read confidential. The young and handsome secretary was taken aback. Read confidential means that anyone wanting to view his information must get approval from the Holy Dragon Hall. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? However, he still smartly nodded, asking no questions. The old man glanced at the time on his watch. It should be time. He looked out the window. Beams of light falling down. I hope you don't disappoint me. Fongchan's appearance might be an opportunity to change this distorted society. At this moment, the same thing is happening all over the world. Beams of light are falling, and those who disappeared for 100 days are reappearing. All organizations and forces are moving, and messages are about to be transmitted to the upper echelons. Fongchan opened his eyes. The room before him was the same as when he left, and he was standing on the bed, still wearing the beginner's gear from the novice space, which had not been cleared. He frowned, realizing there was no one else in the room. With such a commotion, Zhang Lan couldn't possibly be unaware. Could she have gone to the playground? Fongchan thought for a moment. It was a possibility. Everyone should be gathered there for level and talent assessments for university applications. The instruments are all connected in real time, making cheating unlikely, and once fraud is discovered, it is deemed illegal, with extremely severe penalties for both students and accomplices. Therefore, no teacher dares to do such a thing. However, if one does not want to attend university, they can choose not to register. At this moment, Fongchan was in the school staff dormitory, not far from the playground. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard a huge cheer, as if celebrating something. However, he roughly guessed it was in celebration of Song Qingling. Song Qingling's ability to control the power of Flame Heart would inevitably lead to a surge in strength, although her leveling speed was somewhat slower than he had anticipated. Although level does not completely represent the strength of power, those with strong abilities level up quickly, and those who level up quickly are naturally strong. Therefore, although the world rankings are only arranged by level, they have gained the trust of the vast majority. However, this time is different from the past, as many voices of doubt have emerged, especially after everyone learned about the battles in the novice space. It is a microcosm of the competition between nations concerning the dignity and reputation of the country. Yet, on such an important battlefield, the world number 1 Fongchan has never appeared. Almost everyone claims they have never seen a healer, and as a result, many have died due to untimely medical assistance. If Fongchan had appeared, the people of the Great Xia would surely have been able to end the war quickly, and many lives could have been saved. Within half an hour, the internet was already flooded with insults directed at Fongchan. Most of the comments online are criticizing Fongchan for his inaction. While everyone else is fighting for the honor of the country, he selfishly focuses only on leveling up for himself. People were already dissatisfied with the fact that healers only serve the powerful, and now this incident has become a vent for everyone's frustrations. Originally, it was a problem among various factions, but at this moment, Fongchan seems to be the truly wicked villain. It is impossible to say that there is no one behind the scenes pushing this narrative. At this time, foreign powers need to divert the attention of the Daxia people, and the powerful factions do not want to see the rise of healers. In this regard, the interests of all parties are surprisingly aligned. Only by smearing Fongchan can they have a chance. The only ones who know the truth are Song Qingling and a few others, but they promised Fongchan not to speak out. Moreover, they are insignificant, and even if they did speak, they would be instantly drowned out by the online trolls, and no one would see it. Besides, Fongchan did leave the novice city to level up in other areas, mentioning it would only serve as solid evidence, providing no help at all. Mo Huiman looked at the information in his hands trembling with anger. Do they even know what they are doing? They are even helping foreigners slander their own people. Are they all crazy? Do they really think this country is going to die? These tigers, if they still don't know when to let go, don't blame us for forgetting past kindness. Aren't they here yet? The secretary in professional attire trembled at his words. He had never seen Elder Mo so furious. The 12-star lords have already arrived. The representatives from the other families are still on their way. Mo Huiman nodded. Let the 12-star lords in. The 12-star lords are a special organization, arguably the strongest armed force of the Daxia Empire, specifically tasked with executing extremely difficult missions and possessing numerous privileges. Yet even such individuals dared not breathe too loudly in front of Mo Huiman. I don't care which family you come from or who your backing is, today you all better stand on the side of national interest. Mo Huiman and his father, Mo Shu, are significant contributors to the rise of the Daxia Empire. With great achievements, it can be said that without them, there would be no current Daxia Empire, nor the world as it is today. Regardless of whether the 12 Star Lords are willing or not, they must appear willing on the surface. In the conference room, other elders entered one after another. Old Mo, still as fiery as ever. Look, you've scared the Star Lords into silence. The speaker was Li Guangxiang, one of the senior elders, the second generation of the Li family, known as the Guardians of Daxia. Most of the legends from the previous generation either died in the chaotic times or retreated from the world due to their overwhelming influence. In fact, hardly anyone knows how many of those legendary figures are still alive. Mo Huiman chuckled. Which of those present isn't an old hand? If they could be easily scared, that would be great. Elders, rest assured, as members of the Holy Dragon Hall, we will prioritize the country in everything. A tall man with a scruffy face said respectfully. Mo Huiman nodded in satisfaction. With the tall man's opening, others began to express their stance. This meant that during the upcoming negotiations with various families, no matter what disputes arose, they must stand on the side of the elders. Soon, representatives from the 4 major institutions, Demon Slayer Division, Military Division, Awakeners Association, Adventurers Guild, appeared one after another. The Demon Slayer Division is the national armed organization, the Awakeners Association is the management body for Awakeners established by the state, while the Adventurers Guild is a global civil organization that, although it must comply with local regulations, also enjoys a certain degree of freedom and privileges. The head of the Demon Slayer Division is a small-statured man, probably in his 30s, who looks a bit unruly. The clean black uniform he wears gives him a somewhat offbeat vibe as he enthusiastically greets everyone. The director of the military department was a tall, middle-aged man with a square face, dressed in a dark green uniform, looking like someone who was not good with words. He looked sternly at everyone, nodded silently, and then walked to his seat. Representatives from the Awakener Association and the Adventurer Guild also took their seats in succession. After that, representatives from other major family factions appeared one after another, and the atmosphere gradually became more lively. Many people, if not for this occasion, probably wouldn't see each other for years. The reason for gathering everyone here, I believe you all have a vague idea of what it is for. Mo Huiman, the host of this meeting, slowly began. On the way here, everyone must have understood what happened in the novice space, so I won't beat around the bush. I hope that Fongchan, who is ranked first, will not join any family faction. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the faces of all the family representatives turned sour. Although they had considered this possibility before, expressing it so directly was indeed unexpected. What if he volunteers, said the head of the Ma family. He. Mo Huiman sneered. Do you think I would believe that? The head of the Ma family suddenly felt a bit awkward. Elder Mo, there are no absolutes in the world. The head of the Ma family is not entirely unreasonable. Perhaps Fongchan thinks the conditions we offer are superior and generous, and he would voluntarily join? The head of the Chen family smiled at the head of the Ma family. Everyone is an adult. Please think before you speak. Do you believe that? Yourself? Saying it out loud will only make you a laughingstock. Mo Huiman was not polite at all. The head of the Chen family immediately turned a shade of liver color but did not dare to retort. If anyone still thinks of everyone as fools, please leave on your own. There is no need to participate in this meeting. Mo Huiman's words were heavy, and everyone understood that leaving this meeting meant the family would be disqualified. If the 4 ancient families had raised this issue, Mo Huiman might have given them some face, but for others, even the 12 legendary families, he would scold them just the same, let alone other representative families. The head of the Situ family glanced at everyone and then respectfully faced Mo Huiman. This is naturally not a problem, but I would like to know why the Holy Dragon Hall values Fongchan so much. He is just a healer. The head of the Situ family was clear-minded. The 4 ancient families present were indifferent to worldly matters, and their participation in the meeting was merely a formality. The 12 legendary families would never openly oppose the Holy Dragon Hall, and the 4 major institutions would not affect their interests. Therefore, this meeting was entirely aimed at these emerging families. If they disagreed, they would likely face the dire consequence of being uprooted without hesitation. Just a mere healer? Mo Huiman looked at the head of the Situ family, smiling instead of getting angry. Is this really what you all think? A few people immediately felt ashamed. Of course, they wouldn't think that way. Would they spend such a great cost to obtain a healer? If he were truly useless? You all need not say more. His refusal to join any family forces is actually a good thing for you. Mo Huiman waved his hand, indicating that this matter need not be discussed further. Also, everyone, keep your little tricks to yourselves. I do not wish for infighting to occur at such a critical moment. The others pondered Mo Huiman's words, and it did seem that way. As long as Fongchan did not join another force, it would have no impact on them. It was only if he joined one that the consequences would be significant. This matter is settled. Now, let us move on to the main content of the meeting. Mo Huiman said seriously. Everyone should be aware that the Americans have instigated conflict in the novice space, wantonly killing our citizens. I wonder what everyone thinks about this. Time rewound to earlier. Fongchan could not find Zhanlan at school and even his phone calls went unanswered. This immediately gave him a bad premonition. Fongchan, where have you been? Come and register. Mo Xiaojun rushed over to catch him upon seeing Fongchan. This was the world's #1, the world's top scholar. Although she did not know what had happened inside, rankings and levels did not lie. She believed that any university would be eager to have him, and as his homeroom teacher, she would naturally receive a lot of attention. Teacher, have you seen my mom? Fongchan asked. You didn't find her? Mo Xiaojun was puzzled. I saw her yesterday. She said she wanted to buy some good things to supplement you. When was that? It should have been in the afternoon. I looked for her in the morning but couldn't find her, thinking she had gone out again. Mo Xiaojun thought for a moment and felt something was off. Given Zhang Lan's character, how could she not be here waiting for Fongchan at the first opportunity? Don't worry, I'll ask the other teachers. Okay. Fongchan nodded. You are Fongchan? After Mo Xiaojun left, a man suddenly approached Fongchan. Who are you? Fongchan recalled but did not recognize the man. The man's eyes held a hint of disdain, exuding an air of superiority. I'm here to tell you your mother's whereabouts. Fongchan's expression instantly turned cold, filled with killing intent. However, the man seemed oblivious, still speaking in an arrogant tone, believing that Fongchan was doomed this time. What if he was the world's #1? He was just a healer, probably couldn't even win against himself. He truly did not understand what kind of useless people this generation was. If you want to save your mother, go to the Qingqing glass factory. In less than 10 minutes, just before the man could finish his sentence, he felt a powerful force grip his head, instantly losing control of his body. Boom! With a loud bang, the porcelain tiles on the gym floor shattered, revealing a 3-meter wide pit, and in the center lay a man, his body mangled, his head nearly turned into a puddle of flesh. But apart from that, no one else was seen. All the students looked over, their faces filled with terror. Seeing this, Song Qingling furrowed her brows. This method was too much like what Fongchan would do. Mo Xiaojun was also drawn to the loud noise. Wasn't that where Fongchan was just standing? She hurried over to take a look, relieved to find it wasn't Fongchan, but the next second her brows furrowed again. Did Fongchan do this? If he really did, his strength was likely beyond the peak of the Earth realm. Qingling, can you tell me about Fongchan? Teacher, have you seen Fongchan? The two spoke simultaneously. Mo Xiaojun nodded. He was just here, but he disappeared as soon as he turned around. Song Qingling was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't even get in touch with him. I'm sorry, I promised Fongchan I wouldn't say anything. After saying this, Song Qingling left the school to search. She was the first to register, so her absence from school no longer mattered. Qingcheng Glass Factory, Fongchan had no impression of it at all. After asking a few passers-by, he learned it was an abandoned factory. Qingcheng Glass Factory. This used to be a well-known factory in Qingcheng, but due to mismanagement, it went bankrupt and has been idle ever since. It wasn't very large. Located in a remote area, surrounded by overgrown weeds. Inside the factory, a fat man was spewing filthy insults. You motherfucker, you've made us suffer so much. A woman was hanging in midair, her body covered in whip marks, almost no unscathed skin left. The woman's eyes drooped, her breath faint. Please, let Fong Chan go. Let him go? Ha ha ha. Are you still dreaming your spring and autumn dreams? He offended Jian Wenti. Death would be too light a punishment. The fat man laughed wildly. Please, I beg you. Damn it. Is that all you can say? The fat man's face twisted in rage, and a long whip struck the woman again. Seemingly unsatisfied, he kicked her in the stomach. The woman felt her insides churn, blood gushed from her mouth, splattering the man's face. Ah, you motherfucker! The fat man roared, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on the woman. She wanted to apologize, but no sound came out, as if she saw a familiar yet strange face waving at her. Enough, killing her won't be easy to explain. A tall man sitting nearby said. Hearing this, the fat man reluctantly stopped. This damn bone is really tough. Send the video to the master. The tall man smiled. The fat man was only at level 7 or 8, weak in strength. If he took action, a single punch would probably blow the woman apart. He really didn't understand why they needed him to deal with a rookie. Wasn't that overkill? Has someone notified that Fong something? It's already arranged. The tall man nodded. Even if he didn't come, with 30 people here, they couldn't possibly fail to deal with a rookie. He was uninterested in this matter, but there was no choice. It was personally arranged by the master of the sword, and he had to do it beautifully. Killing Jian Shao and offending the master while expecting to get away with it was truly wishful thinking. I wonder who will be first this year. Who else could it be? It's always been those few families coming and going over the years. I don't know how they manage it. Ha, you're wrong. The first place is called Fongchan? That name sounds familiar. Upon hearing Fongchan's name, the tall man suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Ha, isn't the one the master wants to teach a lesson to also called Fongchan? How funny, they share the same name. The tall man opened the panel and saw Fongchan, healing talent from Qingcheng. He frowned. This was not just a shared name, this was the real deal, wasn't it? The tall man felt a moment of panic but quickly regained his smile. If it were any other talent, he would probably have to run away by now. But the other party happened to have a healing talent with no offensive capability, making it impossible for him to fight back. In the novice space, exchanging experience levels through some kind of trade is quite common. Sometimes, levels don't necessarily represent true strength. Besides, he was already level 33, so there was no reason to fear a healer who was only level 30. The overweight man didn't know what the tall man was thinking, but he thought of another insult and quickly picked up a whip. Other people's son is named Fongchan, and you dare to call your dog son Fongchan. As the whip fell, the overweight man looked excited, enjoying the feeling of tormenting others. However, at the moment the long whip came down, he suddenly felt his arm go out of control. The overweight man suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain as his right hand flew into the air and exploded into a mist of blood. A man picked up a woman, cut the ropes, and gently set her down. Who the hell are you? The overweight man nearly lost his mind. The tall man frowned. He hadn't even noticed the man's arrival. What kind of movement was this? Little brother, you'd better not interfere in our business, the tall man warned in a hostile tone. But the man before them didn't take them seriously at all. A green light shone in his hand, as if he were magically injecting it into the woman. Astonishingly, the scars on the woman's body began to heal as if by magic, returning to normal in just a few seconds. Healing talent. You are Fongchan. The tall man immediately recognized the man before him and exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that this man was their target this time. Seeing that Zhang Lan was safe, though still unconscious, Fongchan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been any later, he would have had to use Resurrection of the Dead. After releasing Zhang Lan, Fongchan turned around, his gaze coldly sweeping over these people. Who did this? It was me. What can you do about it? The overweight man picked up an iron knife, his face twisted. Upon seeing this situation, the tall man wanted to curse. You lost your hand, not your brain. How could he not see the opponent's strength at this point? Fongchan's figure flashed, and with a bang, the man was violently slammed to the ground. The tall man widened his eyes. This speed was too fast, he hadn't even seen clearly. By the time he saw Fongchan again, he was already stepping on the man's chest with one hand twisting the man's left arm. Is it this hand? Without waiting for the man to answer, Fongchan yanked hard, and one hand was brutally torn off. The man let out a scream of extreme pain. Does this foot count too? Fongchan's tone was cold to the point of being chilling. Crack. He seemed to think that directly tearing it off was too bloody, so he changed to twisting it off, grabbing the man's foot and spinning it until it broke. The man's screams echoed through the heavens. What is 978 plus 14? Fong Chen's indifferent voice rang out again. The man was in so much pain that he couldn't hear what the other was saying. Just when everyone thought Fongchan was going to tear off his leg again, they found he was just taking off the man's shoes and socks. Then he directly tore off one of the man's toes. What is 978 plus 14? I fuck your grandpa. The man, in pain, saw stars and cursed loudly. Fongchan remained expressionless, pulling hard again, and another toe fell victim to his cruel hands. What is 978 plus 14? To prevent the man from passing out, Fongchan used healing magic to stop the bleeding and help him regain consciousness. The man's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Fongchan. This demon. Crack. Another crisp sound of breaking. Another toe was brutally torn off. What is 978 plus 14? Fongchan's voice was as cold as death itself. 992. The man was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, and he could only obediently respond. Correct answer. Crack. Fongchan smirked, pulling hard, and the last two toes were ripped off, skin and all. The man's scream was deafening, and everyone else covered their ears in terror. They wanted to escape, but their feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, afraid to attract Fongchan's attention and become the next victim. Again. What is 1 plus 1? For a full 10 minutes, not a single bone in the man's body remained intact. Even so, Fongchan did not let him die immediately. Instead, he tossed him aside like a pile of mud, allowing him to continue struggling in pain. The tall man no longer had his previous arrogance. Although he had a level 33 strength, he knew he could not match Fongchan's speed or power. Even if he fought with all his might, he didn't know if he had a 50% chance of winning. Grievances have their source, debts have their owner. We are just following orders. This has nothing to do with us. If you want to find someone, go after Jian Wenti. The tall man hurriedly argued, not wanting to fight to the death. Fongchan sneered. Don't worry, I will naturally go find Jian Wenti. As for you, sorry, I prefer to uproot everything. The tall man was stunned for a moment, immediately realizing that Fongchan had no intention of letting them go. Are you really going to fight me to the death? The man roared, but all he received in response was Fongchan's cold laughter. Fongchan instantly appeared in front of the man, grabbing his head and slamming it hard into the ground. Bang! The watermelon burst, juice splattering all over Fongchan. A level 33, a master of the empty realm, was thus smashed into the ground and had his head exploded. The remaining people were all dumbfounded, not expecting the gap to be so enormous. They didn't even have the strength to react, yet they foolishly spoke of fighting to the death. Everyone quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Their strength was about the same as the fat man's, let alone compared to the tall man. Fongchan sneered. If begging for mercy worked, what use would there be for the constables? What use would there be for the law? What use would there be for money? What use would there be for technicians? His expression turned cold, and in just a few seconds, all 28 heads fell to the ground. Clean and swift, this was the best mercy for these people. Where is Jian Wenti? Fongchan coldly asked as he approached the fat man, who was now left with only his last breath. At this moment, he had no need to hide. He had ended up like this, all thanks to Jian Wenti and this person, right? You better perish together. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Jiang Chang. After saying this, he officially breathed his last. Picking up Zhang Lan, Fongchan set everyone ablaze, turning them to ashes. Xingqing No. 1 High School. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Covered in blood, it was Fongchan carrying Zhang Lan, startling Song Qingling greatly. What happened to you? Song Qingling exclaimed. Help me take care of my mom. Fongchan handed Zhang Lan over to Song Qingling. Seeing Zhang Lan's clothes covered in blood, Song Qingling quickly checked and found that she was not seriously injured, which relieved her. Thank goodness, Auntie is fine. I am a healer, can you not trust me? Where are you going? Song Qingling's expression suddenly became serious. Are you going for revenge? Fongchan shook his head, his gaze icy. No, I'm going to kill. No. This is no longer a beginner's space. Killing will be punished. You can't go. Song Qingling hurriedly advised. Sanctions? Hearing this word, Fongchan only felt an immense sense of absurdity. Is it Jian Wenti? You can't find him. Killing him will only bring you endless trouble. Seeing Fongchan's expression, Song Qingling knew she had guessed correctly. If you were me, would you still be so calm? Fongchan's voice was flat, yet it left Song Qingling speechless. If it were her, could she still be this calm? Looking at her aunt, whose clothes were completely torn and stained, red with blood, now unconscious and unresponsive. Right now, everything seems fine, but that's because Fongchan arrived in time. He is a healer. If even one thing had gone wrong, what lay in her hands would likely be a cold corpse. Would she still be able to speak of grand principles like she is now? Is it really fine if nothing is wrong? Song Qingling felt a bitterness in her heart, and when she came to her senses, Fongchan had already disappeared. I'm sorry. In Jiangcheng, the rain poured down. Inside and outside the city walls, it was a vast ocean. Yet this water was red. Now it was so quiet that only the sound of rain could be heard, a rare moment of calm. Just moments ago, the sea monsters had stopped their attack, retreating to 10 kilometers offshore. The battle had lasted a day and a night, and everyone could finally catch their breath. Some people were so exhausted that they leaned against the wall to rest, disregarding the heavy rain. During the fight, they might not have felt tired, but once they rested, it was as if all their strength had drained away, and they no longer wanted to move. Damn sea monsters, how long are they going to keep attacking? I'm afraid the sea monsters won't stop until this heavy rain does. The speaker looked gloomily at the sky. The rain was getting heavier, as if the heavens had been pierced, showing no signs of stopping. With this heavy rain assisting them, the sea monsters were no longer affected on land. However, on the human side, their fire abilities were greatly suppressed, and overall combat power was declining, the situation seemingly tilting towards the sea monsters. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before the city walls were breached. Sigh, I hope this heavy rain stops soon, or we'll all die. I don't want to die. My son just finished his big exam today. I really want to go back and see him. Above the city walls, it felt as if a layer of gloom had enveloped them. The morale of the troops was low, creating a stifling atmosphere. Pang Tong was in the lounge, his face grim, his armor battered and scarred. It was hard to imagine how he would fare without this armor. Damn rain! Pang Tong cursed under his breath. This heavy rain was too suppressive for him. He couldn't even exert half of his usual strength. He had a feeling that the next attack from the sea monsters would be unprecedentedly fierce. Earlier, he had tried to request reinforcements, but it was utterly futile. He himself had been hastily appointed due to a lack of personnel. They had no extra hands to spare, and now it was up to those old foxes to see if they could force the tiger to exert more effort. As for Jian Wenti, his strength was indeed impressive, but he always seemed to put in the bare minimum. Normally, Pang Tong would have long since lost patience with him and sent him away. But now it was different. Jian Wenti was a rare combat asset. Even his lackluster performance was stronger than many others. Not to mention, changing commanders during wartime was a major taboo. The morale of the troops absolutely could not be disturbed at this moment. Furthermore, if he returned to Qingcheng, he would definitely go find trouble with Fongchan, only adding to the chaos. Thinking of Fongchan, he still couldn't understand how this guy became the world's #1. Did he really have that capability? Didn't he know that everyone was eyeing healers with envy? How could he still be so high profile? This series of questions left Pang Tong utterly perplexed. Report: the sea monsters are gathering again. Suspected to have high-level elite. Conservatively estimated to be more than 3. Upon hearing this report, Pang Tong's entire being jolted awake. It was truly a case of fearing what would come. What a grand move. High-level elite. Hearing this term, Pang Tong couldn't help but gasp. The high-level exotic beasts correspond to the human empty realm, between levels 30 and 50. Based on the battle experience of the past 2 days, they are definitely above level 40. A level 40 elite exotic beast has a combat power of at least 20,000, while he himself only has a little over 10,000, which is still one of the top strengths in the empty realm. If it weren't for this rain, dealing with a high-level elite exotic beast wouldn't be completely hopeless. But now there are 3 of them, and it's pouring rain, which he hates the most. How on earth should this battle be fought? Send the order down, everyone enter a state of war at any time. And call that damn Jian Wenti over here. At this moment, Pang Tong could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and no matter how hard the rain fell, it could never be washed clean. Everyone stood on the city wall, ready for battle. Below the city, waves continuously crashed against the city gate. At this moment, everyone finally realized that the land outside the city seemed to be submerged by the sea. So they were waiting for this. Pang Tong suddenly understood, but his eyes were filled with helplessness because he knew that even if he had known this earlier, he couldn't change the outcome. Let all the women and children in the city evacuate quickly, and the rest, with combat capability, pick up your weapons and prepare for battle. Pang Tong's command was like a flash of lightning cutting through the darkness, instantly waking everyone up. The soldiers in military uniforms quickly sprang into action upon hearing this, their faces showing both shock and determination. With everyone becoming soldiers, it meant that the moment of life and death for this city had arrived. Soon, they saw the army of sea monsters advancing through the waves. Among them, 3 giant beasts resembling octopuses were particularly conspicuous. Even before they arrived, they stirred up massive waves as if wanting to destroy the city wall. Water Guardian, activate. With a loud shout, hundreds of soldiers with water affinity instantly unleashed their water manipulation powers. They faced the enemy as if in a dire situation, neutralizing the surging giant waves one by one, reducing their power to the lowest level. However, these sea monsters were not to be underestimated. With the first giant wave gone, the second one immediately followed. They were naturally adept at controlling water flow, and each giant wave was filled with violent power. Pang Tong's expression was grave. The number of sea monsters was definitely in the tens of thousands, otherwise they wouldn't have such power. And they only had a few thousand people. From the very beginning, they were at an absolute disadvantage. Generally, the sea monsters were not of high level, but with the advantage of timing, location, and numbers, they were definitely a tough opponent. Jian Wentian, you see for yourself, if we lose this battle, both our heads will roll. I hope the sword master will do his best. Pang Tong pointed at the 3 giant octopus beasts not far away. Jian Wentian moved his mouth but ultimately said nothing. The war officially begins. The Sea Demon Vanguard arrives first at the foot of the city wall, constantly using the waves to batter the wall, controlling the water while hurling spears. This attack is similar to previous tactics, and everyone can handle it relatively easily. However, gradually, smiles begin to fade. The spears they throw are no longer simple but infused with water power, wrapped in a layer of water film, significantly increasing both speed and power. Moreover, this layer of water bursts upon impact, creating lethal droplets. A careless move could result in injury. Fortunately, this type of attack seems to have limitations. Without the suppression of fire affinity, the sea demons become rampant, their attacks growing fiercer. Worse still, due to the continuous rain, the city wall seems to have softened, and with each strong assault from the sea demons, large amounts of soil are dislodged from the wall. If this continues, it may not even require the sea demons to attack. The giant waves could directly wash the wall away. Master of the sword, it's time. Pang Tong shouted, stepping onto the waves, and with his empty realm strength, hovering in the air is not a challenge. He resembles a master of lightness from ancient times, skimming across the water's surface, directly penetrating the heart of the sea demon army. Now, they must use the overwhelming strength of their empty realm experts to carve a bloody path through the sea demon forces, applying enough pressure to alleviate the situation at the wall and give others enough time to provide support. Pang Tong's great axe whirled wildly, unstoppable. But soon he realized that the sea demons had clearly grown stronger. He had reached the heart of the sea demon army, the main force. These sea demons were comparable in strength to the soldiers at the wall, roughly at levels 20 to 30. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and for every batch he killed, another would come. From a distance, it looked as if he were being submerged by the sea demons. Master of the sword? Pang Tong was taken aback, realizing that Jian Wentian had not followed him at all. He vaguely saw Jian Wentian on the city wall, wearing a faint smile. Pang Tong was instantly furious. What time is it? Still trying to play tricks on me? He wished he could rush up the wall and tear Jian Wentian to pieces. Unfortunately, he was too preoccupied with his own survival. One misstep could lead to his demise. Pang Tong swung his giant axe violently, venting his pent-up rage on the sea demons. The sea demons were clearly not just standing there like wooden stakes, they nimbly darted through the water, using their powers to control water attacks, forcing Pang Tong to dodge constantly. The more this happened, the deeper Pang Tong's hatred for Jian Wentian grew. Boom! The sound of drums echoed. Pang Tong's eyes lit up. All the residents had gathered and joined the battle. Most of these residents were below level 20, but there were also quite a few above level 20. With their numbers, they could form a powerful force. Pang Tong's giant axe swept across, and a powerful invisible wave instantly pushed the sea demons back several meters. Seizing the opportunity, he walked on the waves, flying swiftly towards the city wall. Roar! The giant octopus beast let out a thunderous roar, and a massive water column shot towards Pang Tong like a shockwave. Pang Tong was alarmed. Although he was at the peak of the empty realm, he was still not at the heavenly realm and could not fly. Without support in the air, he was a living target. Explosive flame. A scorching fireball exploded beside Pang Tong's right hand, the force of the explosion instantly changing his direction. Unfortunately, he still couldn't completely evade the water column's attack. The powerful impact slammed into his right shoulder, sending him tumbling through the air for dozens of rotations before crashing heavily into the water. At this moment, he was only a few dozen meters away from the city wall. A group of sea demons, seeing this, crazily pounced towards him like sharks drawn to blood. Quick! Save General Pang! A group of water affinity soldiers jumped down from the city wall, recklessly charging towards Pang Tong. They were racing against time with the sea demons, engaging in a fierce life and death competition. On the city wall, various spells continuously attacked to cover Pang Tong and the soldiers. Jian Wenti watched coldly, as if he were an outsider. If it weren't for Pang Tong, he would never have stepped into this perilous situation. From his experience, the outcome of this great battle was already determined. Whether he intervened or not, those present would ultimately meet a tragic end. Therefore, he decided to conserve his strength and wait for the moment the city wall was breached to escape swiftly. As long as he didn't flee during the battle, he wouldn't be considered a deserter, and Pang Tong would have no choice but to accept it. After the sea monster realized Pang Tong's importance, the fighting in the sea area intensified. Soldiers pressed forward one after another, and even when they fell, they hesitated not to rise again, using their last ounce of strength solely to cover the safe retreat of others. After a relay of life, Pang Tong was finally rescued safely. However, the soldier team originally meant for the rescue was severely weakened, with barely 1 in 10 remaining. Pang Tong suffered serious injuries, with his right shoulder blade severely damaged, almost pierced through. He stubbornly endured the excruciating pain, dragging his weary body, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Jian Wenti. Why? Faced with Pang Tong's overwhelming fury, Jian Wenti was not afraid. Instead, he wore an innocent expression. I don't know why you rushed out. Upon hearing this, Pang Tong immediately exploded with rage. This was clearly the strategic plan set in the lounge, and now he was pretending to be clueless. What a good I don't know. How many brothers have died because of your ignorance? General Pang, you mustn't speak nonsense. Those people were killed by you. Jian Wenti deliberately emphasized the latter part, like a knife stabbing into Pang Tong's heart. I will definitely report this matter. Pang Tong knew that arguing further was pointless. He had to suppress his anger and heal quickly because the battle was not over yet. Jian Wenti sneered coldly, naive. He didn't have to worry about punishment at all. As long as he shifted the blame to Pang Tong's poor decision-making, he might even turn it against him. It was ridiculous that someone in their 40s still couldn't see through this. He had initially thought of pleasing him. The battle continued, and with the residents joining in, the pressure on the city wall eased considerably, but they lacked high-end combat power. After the sea monsters launched a frenzied attack, they still retreated step by step. Morale began to crumble little by little after Pang Tong left. On the city wall, soldiers continued to resist, but their hearts were already filled with despair. Countless sea monsters, once they broke through the city wall, would bring devastation within. Boom! Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the city wall. Not far in front of Jian Wenti, this made him furrow his brows and suddenly draw his sword. Enemy attack? The guards on the city wall panicked, raising their weapons and nervously looking towards the sudden sound, only to see a pit opening up on the wall, cracking outward. Jian Wenti, finally found you. A figure emerged from the giant pit, revealing an extremely cold smile. Is it you? Jian Wentian's eyes turned cold. Fongchan. He couldn't understand why Fongchan would appear here, but he would never forget the man before him, even if he turned to ash. Surprised? Fongchan's voice was icy to the extreme, as if a force was about to explode at any moment. Jian Wentian's eyes narrowed. It was indeed surprising. Since the plan was already in motion, Fongchan shouldn't have appeared here. Just a short while ago, he had received a video from Lily, and the plan couldn't possibly fail. Did he not know? Or did he know but not care? He felt the latter was more likely, and then he sneered coldly. Indeed, you have the potential of a hero, but you are too arrogant. You're smart to know how to strike from my side, but you underestimate me. Jian Wentian's tone was dismissive yet carried a hint of anger. Fongchan's gaze was cold, and he remained silent. It seemed Jian Wenti still didn't know about the glass factory incident. Do you think being number one in the world makes you invincible? A mere peak in the realm, and you dare to look down on others? The reason you are first is not because you are strong, but because others are too weak. After seeing the rankings, Jian Wenti was also puzzled and ultimately came to this conclusion. Even if you were at my level, you would still be nothing but an ant. However, if you are willing to submit to me, I can overlook the past and even let you enjoy wealth and honor for the rest of your life. Jian Wenti smiled coldly. Fongchan truly didn't expect that at such a moment Jian Wenti could still have the audacity to say such things. Of course, he would never believe it. Anyone who did would be a fool. However, he didn't directly refuse but instead said with interest, "Really?" Jian Wenti smiled. He was indeed still a student, easily swayed by a little sweet talk. Of course, I, Jian Wenti, have always kept my word. He patted his chest, full of smiles, but when he saw Fongchan pull something out from his pocket, his smile instantly froze, replaced by extreme anger, yet he still restrained himself. "What do you mean? Ha, you can't possibly not recognize this item, right?" Fongchan said playfully. "Can we still overlook the past now?" Jian Wenti could not possibly not recognize this item. It was the protective talisman he had personally given to Jian Xiong, Divine Shield Slash. "It really is you." He suppressed his anger, but his eyes could not hide the killing intent. "As long as you know your place, my promise still stands. The Sword Master is truly magnanimous. I really admire you. You truly deserve the title of Gentleman Sword. Unlike me, a narrow-minded person who seeks revenge for the slightest grievance." Jian Wentian's eyes turned slightly cold. Gentleman Sword was his nickname, but he did not believe Fongchan was praising him. Fongchan's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Whoever dares to touch my people, I will make them regret coming into this world." Jian Wentian was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Young people were just young people, easily hot-headed, and even in this situation, they still couldn't see the reality. "In that case, I can't let you go." He drew a green sword from his hand, which was his weapon. "Gentlemen." Jian Wentian's killing intent erupted. He no longer needed to hide. Killing classmates, intruding into military camps, Sea Demon accomplice, any one of these charges would be enough for Fongchan to die 10 times over. "What a Sea Demon spy, daring to appear here, die!" Jian Wentian shouted. Fongchan's appearance had already attracted a lot of attention, but everyone was too busy dealing with the sea demons to pay attention. In a tense atmosphere, even a casual mention of sea demons could provoke a strong reaction, let alone a sea demon spy. This directly made Fongchan the focus of the entire scene, with some people even aiming their weapons at him. Fongchan smiled coldly. What? A hypocritical fox, clearly wanting to tear him to pieces, yet still pretending to place himself in a position of righteousness. He asked himself, he certainly couldn't do that. First, he would sweep through 2 streets, then plant a flag and talk to them. That was his style. Fongchan crushed the Divine Shield Slash in his hand, provocatively looking at Jian Wentian, completely dismissing any argument with him. Jian Wentian instantly erupted in anger. This Divine Shield Slash was a birthday gift he had given to his son, and he remembered how excited he was when he received it. It could be said that this item carried many of their memories, but Fongchan actually destroyed it, leaving him with not even a final thought. "Fongchan, you're seeking death." Jian Wentian thrust his sword. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, thunderous and powerful. This strike was full of might, with strength definitely above level 40. Everyone was taken aback. It was the first time they had seen Jian Wentian display his true power in days. With such strength, he was only willing to face the Sea Demon Vanguard. Damn it! The soldiers present were instantly filled with rage. But as Jian Wentian was the vice commander, they dared not voice their anger. Ding! A crisp metallic clash rang out, and Jian Wentian's sword energy was actually forcefully blocked. Jian Wentian was clearly stunned. He had anticipated countless responses from Fongchan, but he had never imagined this situation. Fongchan had actually used the tip of his sword to meet his. The two forces collided, and his sword bent into a large arc, yet the opponent's sword remained straight and firm. Jian Wentian was extremely disdainful. Using brute force with a sword was simply an insult to the sword. He twisted his wrist, and the iron sword coiled around Fongchan's sword like a silver snake, sneering, "Foolish." Then, Jian Wentian pulled hard, wanting to disarm Fongchan. He noticed that Fongchan wielded his sword like a novice, without any sword intent. To think he wanted to clash swords with him was simply courting death. However, the next second, Jian Wentian's brows furrowed tightly as he realized he couldn't pull it away. Not even a bit. How could this be? All show and no substance. Fongchan exerted force with his wrist, and with a bang, Jian Wentian's sword exploded, the blade dancing wildly like a mad snake. Jian Wentian quickly retreated, releasing his sword, which immediately spun wildly in the air. His eyes narrowed, and he gripped the hilt again, finally stopping it. Impossible. Jian Wentian's face turned ashen. Although it was just a simple test, he couldn't even gain a slight advantage. If the opponent were also a sword master, he could accept it, but Fongchan was clearly just a novice who probably didn't even know what a sword was a few months ago, yet now he was evenly matched with him. This was something he could not accept no matter what. Moreover, Fongchan was only level 30. In terms of pure strength, he was inferior to him. How on earth was this possible? The soldiers were so shocked that their mouths hung open. Jian Wentian was almost a household name in Xinjiang, and his strength ranked among the top, which was one of the reasons they dared not voice their anger when facing him. Just now, many of them felt they couldn't even match his strike. But the young man before them not only caught it but also made Jian Wentian suffer a setback. Wasn't this a student? Fongchan sneered. Is that all? Is that all? Jian Wentian's face instantly darkened like ink. Arrogant. Presumptuous. How dare you say that? Good. 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 If you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. Jian Wentian's aura suddenly changed, no longer the calm and restrained demeanor from before, but like a sword with its edge fully revealed. Let me show you what the way of the sword truly is. His sword suddenly produced afterimages, yet his body remained completely still, an eerie sight. Seeing Fongchan's calm expression, Jian Wenti felt a surge of anger rushing to his head. He moved like a bolt of lightning, and the long sword in his hand instantly transformed into dozens of sword shadows. His face was filled with mockery, as if to say, if you have the ability, try to take it again. The sword danced like dragons and snakes. This time, all the soldiers changed their expressions drastically. The sword energy was so overwhelming that even they could feel its terrifying power. Bang! A shockwave spread outward like ripples, scattering even the spears thrown by the sea monsters. So strong. Everyone's mind seemed to be filled with this single thought. And in the center of the shockwave, the two remained locked in their swords, but this time they did not separate at the first touch. Instead, it was a clash of light and shadow, black and white intertwining. Jian Wentian's long sword danced like a silver dragon, splitting and multiplying, 1 into 3, 3 into 9, with so many afterimages that it dazzled the eyes. It was impossible to see clearly. However, under such speed, Fongchan remained calm and composed. The more they fought, the worse Jian Wentian's expression became. The person before him did not seem to possess the strength of a level 30, but could easily be believed to be at the peak of the empty realm. If it weren't for knowing that the system wouldn't make mistakes, he would even suspect that the system had been paid to fake it. Bang! Jian Wenti was knocked back, and the long sword in his hand emitted a faint silver light. You forced me. He charged at Fongchan again, the sword's momentum like a rainbow, sharp and unmatched, as if a lightning bolt had split the sky, terrifying and heart-pounding, like a violent storm, leaving no place to escape. No one doubted that if this sword struck the city wall, it would immediately create a large crack. If it fell upon them, it would be certain death, not even leaving time for a last word. Stop. What are you doing? If you have the strength for this, why not go kill the sea monsters? At the critical moment, Pang Tong appeared just in time, shouting angrily. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jian Wenti sneered, not taking Pang Tong seriously at all. He could retract his sword move, but why should he, just because of your one sentence? Don't be foolish. The level 45 strength was fully displayed by Jian Wenti at this moment. It could be said that at least 80% of people could not reach this height. Seeing that Jian Wenti had no intention of retracting his move, Pang Tong's face darkened like ink. At this moment, he had no time to save Fongchan. Fongchan naturally felt the might of this sword, but he had not moved a single step from the beginning. With his current strength against Jian Wenti, moving would be truly bullying. He raised grid and held it in front of him. Seeing this, Jian Wenti immediately sneered, thinking it was too naive to believe he could block it like this. To put it bluntly, my gentleman's sword is a golden level weapon. What is yours? Trash. You can't even block the same level of power, let alone now. It's simply seeking death. Boom. The shockwave surged again, and everyone around was actually blown away. This was the first time Pang Tong witnessed Jian Wentian's true strength. He even doubted whether he had any assurance of victory against Jian Wenti. Jian Wenti sneered, watch me break your sword. He pressed down hard, and a crisp crack echoed. The sword broke. Jian Wentian's smile instantly froze. The one that broke was his own sword. How is that possible? The gentleman's sword is a golden level weapon. How could it not even cut through a piece of trash? What on earth did you do? Jian Wentian's expression shifted from shock to anger, then to fear. At this moment, Fongchan's sword fell, aimed directly at his head. Jian Wenti suddenly turned around, barely avoiding a fatal blow, but a long bloodstain was left on his body. As expected of a Void Realm expert, terrifying indeed, Fongchan said, his tone showing not a hint of shock. If it were a Earth Realm level, it would have been absolutely impossible to avoid in this situation. But the Void Realm is different. It has the ability to suspend in the air and change direction, so avoiding this sword was not out of the question. Just an ordinary sword, Fongchan didn't think it would take his life. A smirk appeared at the corner of Fongchan's mouth as he sneered. Soon, you will regret dodging this sword. All the soldiers, including Pang Tong, couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Pang Tong questioned whether he could even take this sword head-on, yet Fongchan managed to do it effortlessly. Is this really the healer Fongchan? At level 30, he displayed strength surpassing level 50. Yes, Pang Tong even doubted whether he was Fongchan's match. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he saw Fongchan raise his sword, ready to charge at Jian Wenti. Pang Tong hurriedly shouted that it was bad, but unfortunately, Fongchan seemed not to hear. In a moment of desperation, he shot a fireball directly at Fongchan. Fongchan swung his sword, slicing the fireball in half, and at that moment, Pang Tong seized the opportunity to save Jian Wenti. You can't kill him. Pang Tong said, he is the vice commander of the battlefield. If you kill him, it will be a grave sin. Fongchan coldly replied, so he can kill me? Pang Tong opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Perhaps deep down, he subconsciously believed that Jian Wenti was now the vice commander, backed by the Sword Saint and other forces. His death would be quite troublesome. But Fongchan was different. He was just a powerless student, and his death wouldn't cause too much of a stir. Although I also want him dead, I can't, at least not now. Hand him over to me, and I will definitely give you an explanation. Pang Tong said. Ha ha, an explanation? I don't need that. Fongchan's tone was icy. He must die today. Do you know how big of an impact it will have if you kill him? Right now, we are at War with the sea monsters. If the vice commander is killed, can we still fight this battle? At that time, all the responsibility will definitely fall on you, and you will become a historical sinner. If you kill him now, it will relieve your anger. But what about the consequences? Can you bear it? Pang Tong spoke earnestly. He didn't want Fongchan to ruin his future. With the strength Fongchan was showing now, given time, he would surely shine. But if he killed Jian Wenti now, it would be a challenge to the powerful forces. If it were usual times, the Holy Dragon Hall might have spared Fongchan due to his potential, but now, in this tumultuous period, they needed him. To quell their anger, they would inevitably hand Fongchan over, leading to either death or loss of freedom. Pang Tong felt helpless about this. As someone from a humble background himself, he naturally didn't want Fongchan to end up like this. Ha ha, Pang Tong is right. If you kill me, you won't escape either. Jian Wenti suddenly laughed, pointing at the black sword in Fongchan's hand. Your mother is still in my hands. If you don't want her to die, hand over the sword immediately. Put. An arm suddenly flew up, without any warning. You. Jian Wenti could hardly believe what he was seeing. His arm had been severed without any warning. The pain of the severed limb was nothing compared to the shock and anger surging within him. Pang Tong was completely dumbfounded, standing right next to Jian Wenti. If Fongchan's sword had been aimed just a bit off, he might have been in danger too. He trembled with rage. So foolish, so impulsive. He could foresee what would happen next. Fongchan's strike was exhilarating, but it was a direct slap to the face of the Sword Saint faction. The Jin family would not let him off, the Sword Saint would not let him off, and the Sword Saint faction would definitely not let him off. At that time, even the Holy Dragon Hall might not be able to suppress it. Even he would be blamed for poor management. What are you all looking at? Get ready to defend against the sea monsters. If they come up, we all die. Pang Tong shouted at all the soldiers. Only then did they realize, right, they were still resisting the sea monsters' attack. Coming back to their senses, they found the sea monsters were almost climbing up. They instantly perked up, casting various spells and throwing stones down recklessly, and after a while, they managed to stabilize the situation. But they all knew this was merely a desperate struggle for survival. Looking back at Fongchan, if that sword had been aimed at the sea monster instead of Jian Wenti, Pang Tong would have clapped his hands in approval. That strike had no sword momentum, nor any sword intent. It looked like an ordinary strike, yet he was completely unaware until it fell. One can only imagine how fast it was. Jian Wenti also sensed this, which was why he was so shocked. He was certain that the opponent was a novice in swordsmanship, completely ignorant of sword momentum and intent. That strike was entirely based on his speed, yet it was even more terrifying than a master swordsman's strike, utterly silent and colorless. Fongchan, do you not care about your mother's life? Looking at the man before him, who was acting like a madman, Jian Wenti knew he would kill him without hesitation, so he could only threaten, if I die, your mother will die too. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, that sword came down mercilessly, and one of his ears fell to the ground. Ah! This time, Jian Wenti finally screamed. The injury was not severe, but the humiliation was extreme. His cry was filled more with anger. Do you know what you are doing? Pang Tong's voice was somewhat cold. The nature of torture and killing was completely different. Killing in public was already bad enough, but the nature of torture was 100 times worse, especially when the opponent belonged to a prominent family. This would definitely provoke relentless revenge, with no possibility of reconciliation. Of course I know, it's just a method learned from the Sword Hallmaster, Fongchan replied coldly, tossing a mobile phone into Pang Tong's hands. Jian Wenti suddenly had a bad premonition. That phone looked very familiar. Pang Tong's face darkened as he opened the phone and quickly discovered something unusual. It was a chat conversation between the phone's owner and Jian Wenti. He found a video segment and played it. In the footage, a woman was suspended in mid-air, enduring the torment of being whipped. The woman was already bloodied and barely conscious, her clothes stained red with blood, yet the whipping did not stop. Instead, it became more vicious. Each strike made the woman convulse, and the man's laughter grew more excited with each lash, the beatings becoming more frequent. Pang Tong's hands trembled, and his face grew increasingly grim. Principal Pang, do you remember our agreement? Fongchan's voice was calm, but anyone could tell it was on the verge of exploding. Is this how you protect her? Fongchan knew deep down that this matter could not be entirely blamed on Pang Tong. After all, Pang Tong had been reassigned from Qingcheng and had taken Jian Wenti with him, but he just couldn't contain his anger. Hearing this, Pang Tong felt as if he were a deflated balloon, losing all his previous momentum. He naturally recognized that the woman in the video was Fongchan's mother, Zhan Lan, who had reminded the teacher to protect her when they left Qingcheng, and had also told Zhan Lan not to leave the school if there was nothing urgent. He just didn't expect that in the end, Jian Wenti would succeed. Now, when he looked at Fongchan again, there was an added sense of guilt in his eyes. Master Jian, what do you have to say for yourself? Pang Tong glared at Jian Wenti. Previously, he had no idea of the specifics and only guessed that Jian Wenti had said something to anger Fongchan, leading to her series of reactions. But now it was different. There was concrete evidence, and the nature of it was severe. Anyone who saw this situation would find it impossible to remain calm. So, Fongchan could be exonerated. Pang Tong's eyes lit up. As long as He could get Jian Wenti to admit his guilt. Even if Fongchan was guilty, it wouldn't be serious, and the forces behind her wouldn't be able to say much. Jian Wenti, of course, realized this too and immediately said, "I don't know what you are talking about." Pang Tong sneered, displaying the chat records in front of Jian Wenti, still trying to argue. Jian Wenti pretended to be surprised. "I was unaware, it was someone else acting on their own." At this moment, Jian Wenti had already realized that the plan might have failed, otherwise the phone wouldn't have ended up in Fongchan's hands. As long as he denied everything, it would be impossible to implicate him. Pang Tong's face twitched. This old fox was indeed cunning. But it didn't matter. As long as he had the person in his hands, he would find a way to make him confess, provided that the people from the Sword Saint faction didn't find out. "Fongchan, hand him over to me, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the outcome." Pang Tong was full of confidence, even thinking he could give the Sword Saint faction a little warning not to be too arrogant. The Holy Dragon Hall wouldn't blame Fongchan, instead, they would protect him. "No need." Fongchan's voice remained cold. Pang Tong was taken aback. It was clear that Fongchan no longer trusted him. He shook his head helplessly. "What do you gain from killing him, other than venting your anger? We need to consider maximizing our benefits." Jian Wenti was delighted to hear this. He knew that as long as he still had value, he wouldn't die. As long as he didn't die, the Sword Saint would definitely save him, and then he would make Fongchan and Pang Tong pay the price. Fongchan smiled. "That's right, adults only look at benefits." Pang Tong nodded, feeling that Fongchan had finally come to his senses, but Fongchan's next words made his expression change drastically. Fongchan's smile gradually turned sinister and terrifying. "But I'm still a child." Another sword fell on Jian Wenti, and the latter's body was immediately split in two. Jian Wenti fell to the ground, left with only his left half and head. The only thing he could do was twitch continuously. His body seemed to have lost all sensation of pain, yet his brain remained clear, feeling his body gradually dying bit by bit. Is this death? Jian Wentian's eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the sky. If it weren't for his body still twitching, he wouldn't even know he was still alive. Seeing this, Pang Tong said nothing more, just shook his head helplessly. "Report. The Sea Demon Elite has begun their attack. Our forces can't hold on any longer." "Report. The Sea Demon Elite has begun their attack. Our forces can't hold on any longer." Upon hearing this, Pang Tong's face changed dramatically. He suddenly remembered that the sea demons had 3 high-level elite creatures. At this moment, he could see the 3 giant octopuses without even getting close to the city wall. Their massive heads were taller than the wall, and their large eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. Their enormous tentacles slammed against the city wall, as if the entire earth was shaking. "Everyone, hold the line!" Pang Tong shouted. At this point, he could no longer rest. He charged directly to the edge of the wall with the others, unleashing fiery punches, hoping to drive the giant beasts back. However, the heavy rain diminished the power of his fire punches, and they couldn't harm the beasts at all. This action seemed to enrage the giant octopus, which suddenly swung a massive tentacle towards Pang Tong. He leaped into the air, flying directly towards the tentacle. Behind him, besides the city wall, were dozens of soldiers. If he dodged, the wall would be destroyed, and these soldiers would be crushed into pulp. In an instant, Pang Tong's entire body transformed into a flame, and compared to the giant tentacle, he looked like a thumb next to an arm. Seeing his tiny figure, the giant octopus seemed to emit a cold laugh, mercilessly slamming down. Boom! The flash of fire exploded like fireworks, and the tentacle changed direction under the tremendous impact, crashing into the water's surface. Meanwhile, Pang Tong fell like a meteor, crashing heavily against the city wall, embedding himself within it, nearly creating a hole. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all his bones had shattered, completely unable to move. A deep sense of powerlessness surged within Pang Tong. This was just one giant octopus. The other 2 seemed to be continuously attacking the wall, and he could only feel the wall shaking incessantly. As a peak realm expert, he was utterly powerless against the high-level sea demons, feeling more helpless than ashamed. The rain had a tremendous impact. It was likely that the entire coastline of the Great Xia was suffering. Without the fire element to counter them, humanity's overall strength was simply no match for the sea demons. In the next moment, another tentacle of the giant octopus came crashing down, its massive shadow lingering like dark clouds in the sky. Pang Tong knew that under this strike he would undoubtedly die, but the city of Jiang would also fall, and it wouldn't just be his life at stake, but the lives of countless people in Great Xia. The sea demons would penetrate deep into the Great Xia Empire. It could be said that any breach would drag the entire Great Xia Empire into an endless quagmire of war. By then, the country would be filled with suffering, and the people would be unable to survive. This was no exaggeration. The successful invasion of the sea demons was like a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon rainforest, shattering all balance, leading to chaos far beyond a mere tornado. Pang Tong let out a bitter laugh, never expecting to become famous for eternity in such a way. Just when he thought he was doomed, a familiar figure appeared, wielding a black sword, leaping high, and striking continuously. The massive tentacle instantly exploded, turning into countless chunks of flesh that fell onto the city wall, no longer posing any threat. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of speed was this? No one could achieve this even after decades of training. Pang Tong's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had witnessed Fongchan's strength before, but this performance once again reshaped his perception of Fongchan. Although he didn't want to admit it, Fongchan's performance, in terms of both speed and power, far surpassed his own. Was this really a healer? He began to doubt whether the system had made a mistake. The only thing he could be sure of was that Fongchan was indeed only at the Earth realm, not yet at the Sky realm, as he couldn't stay suspended in the air. This is ridiculous. This is called the weakest generation? Clearly, Pang Tong had also noticed the news online and scoffed at those media people in his heart. Fongchan's figure disappeared again, and from his perspective, he could no longer see him, but he felt that Fongchan was fighting the sea demon, and each strike seemed to elicit a gasp. He didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly a cheer erupted from the city wall, a joy of surviving a disaster. Pang Tong was slightly taken aback. All 3 high-level elites had been killed? The cheers didn't sound fake. No way? They really killed them? All by Fongchan? His mind seemed to be filled with question marks, completely unable to comprehend. General! General! We won! We won! Many people finally remembered Pang Tong and rushed to the pit to cheer, but no one thought to pull him out. Whether it was intentional or out of fear, it wasn't. Until Fongchan said, "First, get him out," that they began to act. Watching all this, Pang Tong showed an expression that was a mix of crying and laughing. In the military, strength was usually respected. When he had parachuted in, he had relied on his strength to gain the soldiers' trust, which had taken quite a bit of effort. But now, in less than half a day, Fongchan had made every soldier completely convinced of him. This was the gap in strength. However, he also speculated that Fongchan's power was not his own but that of the Black Sword. The terrifying aura he sensed from the Black Sword must be above platinum level, possibly even diamond level. Soon, Pang Tong was finally pulled out by the crowd. Fongchan checked him over. Aside from dozens of broken bones, a few ruptured organs, and some torn muscles, he was otherwise fine. He wouldn't die. After casting a healing spell, Pang Tong felt much better. With his body healed to about 70 or 80%, he could move freely, and he was incredibly shocked. Healers were truly a miraculous existence. No wonder various factions wanted to obtain them. However, he immediately had a question. Why didn't you heal me completely? Fongchan shrugged. No mana. It wasn't that he didn't want to heal Pang Tong, but, well, he just didn't want to. He still remembered what had happened before, so let Pang Tong suffer a little. Upon hearing this, Pang Tong felt relieved. It was normal for him to be exhausted after dealing with the Sea Demon elite. Why are you still here? Hurry up and stop the other sea demons. Pang Tong suddenly looked anxious. What's wrong with you? Is it over just because the Sea Demon elite is dead? What about the other sea demons? However, the response he received was not decisive action but 100 confused faces staring at him. No, there are no more sea demons, one person said. What do you mean there are no more sea demons? Aren't the thousands of sea demon vanguards sea demons? Pang Tong pointed towards the wall but suddenly found it particularly quiet. What's going on? He walked to the edge of the wall and looked down at the city, his face instantly stiffening. Countless sea demon corpses were floating on the sea. This is all you killed? Did you kill all of this? Pang Tong almost shouted in shock. Yes, this was all done by Mr. Fong alone. The soldier speaking had shining eyes filled with admiration. Pang Tong was left speechless. He finally understood why everyone revered Fongchan so deeply. Even if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could imagine Fongchan just now slaughtering enemies like a deity descending from the heavens. If this wasn't convincing, what could possibly be? He couldn't help but sigh. Sword Wenting, why did you provoke someone like this? Perhaps Pang Tong himself didn't realize that in just a few short hours, his attitude towards Fongchan had undergone a complete transformation. Looking back at Sword Wenting, he found that even the corpse was gone, not a single piece of flesh left, only a pool of blood that belonged to no one he could identify. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that Sword Wenting had just been lying here? Pang Tong pondered for a moment and suddenly felt that Fongchan's previous excuse wasn't too bad. Let Sword Wenting become a hero in people's mouths, just like his son. He gathered all the soldiers and unified the narrative about Sword Wenting. He knew this couldn't be hidden for long. But others had no evidence. Just like back then with Jin Xiong, everyone knew Fongchan was talking nonsense, yet they were helpless against him. He then arranged for personnel to clean up the battlefield. There were still many valuable items on the sea monsters, especially the high-level elite corpses, which definitely couldn't go to waste. With the war over, Pang Tong felt relieved, but the strange heavy rain continued to fall, making him uneasy. Pang Tong felt at ease, but Fongchan was quite displeased. His divine healing had reached level 4, and each passive activation could convert 4 attribute points, but now his strength was too great, far surpassing those sea monsters, resulting in no attributes being converted at all. So after all that effort, he only converted 12 points from the giant octopus. Even the gluttonous beast of gluttony was somewhat disdainful. The quality of the sea monster souls, worth 1 or 2,000, was still inferior to that of a commander-level being. It seemed he couldn't waste time on low-level beasts in the future. What are your plans after this? Pang Tong looked at Fongchan, recalling their first meeting, which had only been a little over 100 days ago. At that time, he was just a young lad, utterly powerless against Sword Wenting, but now not only had he personally killed Sword Wenting, but his strength also far exceeded Pang Tong's. Now he found it hard to see through Fongchan. More precisely, he couldn't see through that black sword of Fongchan's. If a major power took notice of this black sword, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for Fongchan. But persuading him to give up the sword was impossible. He couldn't do it himself. Today's news cannot be completely suppressed. Although there is no evidence, the Sword Saints faction won't let you off easily, especially once they learn about the black sword. Pang Tong sighed. This was the curse of possessing something precious. No one would care how Sword Wenti died or why, but countless people would come under the banner of avenging him to seize things. A powerless person like Fongchan could never resist. Why don't you join the Demon Slayer Division or the Military Division? These are two of the four major institutions controlling the national military power, and no family would dare to offend them lightly. Especially the Military Division, they only look at results, not background or influence. As long as you have strength, you can stand out. I heard. The director of the Military Division, Daiguojun, also rose from an ordinary person to his current position step by step. With your current strength, being a small squad leader should be more than enough. The rest will depend on your military achievements. I will consider it. Fongchan nodded. This was indeed a viable option, but he wanted to go to university. He had never graduated from the police academy in his previous life before being arranged to go undercover, which was his regret. If possible, he would prefer to spend a peaceful campus life at university. He really doesn't like fighting and killing. It's just that one cannot help but get involved in the world. Just like that saying, why force me to take action? Seeing Fongchan's lack of interest, Pang Tong didn't say much more. The path was Fongchan's, and he could only let him choose. However, if he knew Fongchan's thoughts, he would probably say a few more words. Most of the good schools and noble families in the country have intricate connections, and given Fongchan's current situation, it would be very difficult for him to enter these universities. Just then, an urgent phone call changed Pang Tong's expression dramatically. It was a call from the Coastal War Command Center, and upon hearing that Jiangchang had been secured, they were obviously overjoyed, far beyond their expectations. They then informed Pang Tong of the subsequent plans, which was precisely why Pang Tong's expression changed. After hanging up the phone, Pang Tong looked at Fongchan with a serious expression, appearing quite troubled. I might be a bit thick-skinned saying this, but it seems this matter can only be helped by you. Seeing Pang Tong's serious face, Fongchan felt that this matter was probably not simple. Let's hear it. Come with me. Pang Tong led Fongchan to the lounge, closed the door, and it was just the two of them in the room. Seeing Pang Tong's mysterious demeanor, Fongchan did not urge him to speak. Pang Tong hesitated for a moment, looked at Fongchan several times, and finally shook his head helplessly, organizing his words. The command center has probably found the cause of this rain. Fongchan was taken aback. Was this a good thing? It was precisely because of this rain that the sea monsters were so rampant in attacking human territory. About 200 kilometers off the eastern coast, there are several water tornadoes connecting the sky and the sea, continuously delivering seawater to the sky, which has caused this abnormal rainfall. As long as this rain continues, the sea monsters will launch endless attacks. Don't be fooled by the current calm. The sea monsters will soon return. Pang Tong sighed. But the area around the water tornadoes is guarded by powerful exotic beasts. As soon as anyone approaches, they will be alarmed, making it impossible to destroy the water tornadoes. Fongchan nodded. He understood this naturally, but he didn't understand why Pang Tong was telling him all this. Did he think he could deal with those exotic beasts? Pang Tong cleared his throat. Tomorrow, the 12 Zodiac Lords and various families will send people to the water tornadoes. Isn't that good? Fongchan said. With such strong combat power, it should be fine, right? No, they are only responsible for drawing the sea monsters away. The task of destroying the water tornadoes can only be entrusted to others. What do you mean? Pang Tong sighed. This time, guarding the area near the water tornadoes are not only monarch level but also general level exotic beasts. As soon as they approach, they will be met with fierce attacks, making it impossible to get close to the water tornadoes. Observers have found that awakened beings below the sky do not trigger a reaction when approaching them. Only when they get close to the water tornadoes will they take action to stop them. So the command center has decided to send ground-level experts to destroy the water tornadoes. When the sea monsters are about to strike, the 12 Zodiac Lords will take action to hold them back, giving you enough time to destroy the water tornadoes. You guys? Fongchan was taken aback, so they were just waiting here. This plan seems reliable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it's riddled with pitfalls. What if there's more than one monarch level? Moreover, what if those monarchs ignore the 12 Zodiac and come straight for us? And what if we can't handle that water tornado? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? The most terrifying part is, what if we finally manage to deal with it, but the monarchs still pursue us relentlessly? There are countless such questions. To put it bluntly, this isn't a plan at all, it's simply a gamble. Seeing Fongchan's expression, Pang Tong also looked awkward, but what could be done? If there were truly other options, they wouldn't be risking their lives like this. After all, these are the 12 Zodiac, losing even one would be a significant loss. It's likely that the people in the command bureau are also at their wits' end. Yes, this battle against the sea monsters has been going on for nearly 2 months, and both domestically and internationally, everything is in chaos. If this continues, our country will inevitably be dragged into the quagmire of war, and will never find peace again. I've heard that a certain force has been stirring up trouble domestically, causing quite a few incidents. It's probably because of this that they're forced to take risks. Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be me, right? Fongchan said. Pangtong nodded slightly. With 50 battle zones, at least one member must be dispatched from each zone. Among them are the elites of the military and the geniuses of the academy. But I don't trust them at all. This operation is not an exam, nor is it an ordinary task. It concerns the fate of the Great Xia Empire and the safety of millions of people, so it cannot afford any mistakes. That's why I thought of you. I know this is inappropriate, but if this matter can only be accomplished by one person, that person must be you. Fongchen forced a smile. You really think too highly of me. Pangtong shook his head. If it were before, I definitely wouldn't let you go, but now, besides you, I can't think of a more suitable candidate. Whether it's because of the black sword or your own strength, you are undoubtedly invincible at the same level. Fongchen was indeed a bit surprised by Pangtong's praise. Could this guy be trying to butter him up? You don't need to rush to refuse. We're not leaving until tomorrow morning. Pangtong patted Fongchen on the shoulder and then left. Get some rest first. After the war, he still had a lot to do, like clearing the battlefield, counting casualties, and rearranging troops. After all, the sea monsters had only temporarily retreated and would return. As long as this rain doesn't stop, this war cannot end. Fongchen nodded, said nothing, and left the lounge to return to the city wall, gazing out at the boundless sea, seemingly trying to see that towering water tornado. He then looked towards the city. At this moment, Jiang City had already been flooded beyond recognition by the heavy rain, and many residents had been evacuated to other places. He leaped into the air, turning into a shadow that blended into the backdrop of the city wall, disappearing from sight. In Qing City, the rain was also gradually intensifying, and the entire city seemed shrouded in unease. Most of the residents of Jiang City had been relocated to Qing City, so many people were aware of the situation at the seaside battlefield, and many were worried that Qing City would follow in Jiang City's footsteps. After all, Qing City and Jiang City are two adjacent cities, with a straight line distance of over 100 kilometers. If Jiang City falls, the next city to suffer will definitely be Qing City. Some wealthy and powerful individuals have already begun to arrange their relocation to the inland. At Qing City No. 1 High School, the data entry for the final exam had entered its final stages. This year, over 1,000 people participated in the exam, but only a little over 600 returned, less than 60%, and this is still the highest survival rate in recent years. As time passed, the media uncovered more and more information, and the mysterious veil of this year's final exam gradually lifted. One of the major highlights, of course, was the appearance of the Black Sword Knight. If it weren't for the Black Sword Knight, the people of the Great Xia would likely have been slaughtered by Dracula. However, after that, the Black Sword Knight vanished, becoming a mystery of this session. Additionally, there were two mysterious healers this time, one tall and one short, but by the fourth layer of space, only the short one remained, leading many to speculate that the tall one had already died. Due to his stature, it was also denied that the short healer was Fongchan, as he had guessed. In the capital, a middle-aged man from the Situ family listened to the reports from everyone, veins bulging on his hands. With a single slap, the entire marble table shattered instantly. The middle-aged man, combining various pieces of information, had a more accurate understanding than the media. He could confirm with 100% certainty that the world's number one, Fongchan, was indeed the one who killed Situnan. Moreover, the healer appearing in the novice city was undoubtedly Fongchan himself. He also speculated that the Black Sword Knight might be Fongchan, and it was precisely for this reason that he felt apprehensive. It must be said that the Black Sword Knight was undoubtedly a godlike presence among this batch of candidates with terrifying popularity. He tore Fongchan's photo into pieces, saying, "Contact all the major families, we must suppress Fongchan's information and cannot dig any further." Continuing to dig into Fongchan's information would only solidify the identity of the Black Sword Knight, which would be extremely disadvantageous for them. At the same time, the Holy Dragon Hall had also consolidated a lot of information about Fongchan, and several elders couldn't help but frown. They truly did not expect Fongchan to cause so much trouble, but his strength was indeed formidable. He could even defeat the hidden rune boss. No wonder he became the world's number one. It seemed he had obtained some powerful opportunity. Otherwise, with his healing talent, it would have been impossible to achieve this. Because of this, they were even more troubled. Fongchan had indeed shown some value, but that value was still not significant enough. However, with his growth rate, given enough time, he would definitely grow into a towering tree. But before that, it was likely that various families would not let him go. The rise of a healer would undoubtedly overturn their current structure, especially seeing the cooperation among healers. The authority of the Holy Dragon Hall still existed. These families would not act recklessly in the open, but it was hard to say what they would do in secret. They could only arrange for someone to protect him in the shadows. First, suppress all information about Fongchan, Mo Huiman said after pondering for a while. The Black Sword Knight had disrupted the plans of the beautiful country. They could not just let it go, and they would not allow such a strong individual to emerge from the Great Xia Empire. They would definitely find a way to eliminate him. So, Fongchan's identity as the Black Sword Knight could be concealed for the time being. Contact all major media, aside from the beautiful country's misdeeds. Downplay everything else as much as possible to reduce discussion, especially regarding Fongchan. We will reveal it when the time is right. Also, the Holy See has caused quite a stir worldwide, and now they have set their sights on our country. Have the Demon Slayer Division keep a close watch and ensure the safety of the people. Lastly, I want to meet Fongchan in person. After Mo Huiman finished speaking, he looked at the other elders, and it was clear that everyone had no objections. Returning to Qingqing No. 1 High School, Fongchan immediately found Zhonglan, who was already awake and chatting with Song Qingling. Seeing this, Fongchan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Song Qingling was also relieved to see Fongchan return safely. She pulled Fongchan out of the dormitory and whispered, "Auntie seems to have forgotten about being captured." "She didn't ask, so I didn't bring it up." Fongchan nodded. "If Auntie really doesn't remember, then let's not mention it, so she won't worry," Song Qingling said. Fongchan nodded again. "Now that we've talked about Auntie, should we talk about you?" Fongchan was taken aback. "I don't have anything going on." Song Qingling shot him a glare and lowered her voice as much as possible. "What about Jian Wenti?" Fongchan smiled. "He died for the country." Song Qingling froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, unable to help but smile again. It was the same excuse. However, she soon became serious again. "You really know how to stir up trouble. You should think about Auntie as well." Fongchan naturally thought of this issue, especially considering the enemies he seemed to have made in the novice space. "Yeah, so after this, I will try to keep a low profile for a while and settle my mom first." Then Fongchan smiled again. "So for the next few days, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after my mom. We should be leaving tomorrow." "Damn Fongchan, do you think I'm your maid? Aren't you? You're asking for it." Seeing Song Qingling raise her fist to hit him, Fongchan quickly dodged into the dormitory. "Mom, look, Qingling is going to hit me again." As soon as Song Qingling opened the door, she heard Fongchan's words, and her face turned bright red, her little fists hiding behind her back. "Ha ha, you should hit him. This little monkey is very naughty." Zhonglan seemed to be in a better mood and burst into laughter. "Seeing you two still like when you were kids makes me feel at ease." I've changed a lot," Song Qingling said, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Changed? You're still that tomboy." Fongchan. Song Qingling's defenses crumbled in an instant, her lips forming words that seemed to say, "You're asking for it." Zhanglan grabbed Fongchan's ear. "Can't you speak properly? Look at how delicate and beautiful Qingling is. Even if she were a man, you should still marry her." Fongchan. Song Qingling. Qingling, Auntie didn't mean it that way. Auntie just wants you to be my daughter-in-law for a bit." Zhonglan's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment but quickly returned to a smile. Song Qingling's face turned into a red apple. I have something to do. I'll leave first. See you tonight. I'll come back tomorrow." After saying that, she ran out as if escaping. "Mom, what are you doing? We're only 18. So what if you're 18? If you don't seize the opportunity with such a good girl like Qingling, you'll regret it when someone else takes her away." "What's so good about her?" Fongchan said stubbornly. "Humph." Zhanglan grabbed Fongchan's ear again. "You don't know, when you had that car accident and were in the hospital, Qingling cried so sadly, it broke my heart to see. She thought I didn't see, and secretly said that if you woke up, she would agree to call you Brother Fong and even said she would agree to be your wife. Such a kind girl, what's wrong with her?" Zhonglan looked at him as if he were hopeless. Fongchan was taken aback, recalling how they often argued as kids about who would be the older sibling, and since Song Qingling was taller back then, neither would admit to being younger and refused to call Fongchan brother. As for being a wife, they did often say that when they were young, but Song Qingling never agreed and would hit him instead, turning it around and forcing him to be her husband. But that was all in the past. He didn't expect she would still remember. Fongchan suddenly bent down and broke free from Zhonglan's grip. "Then we can't delay her any longer. That was all just childish talk. It can't be taken seriously. You little brat, you're driving me crazy. I'm going to register." Seeing Zhonglan about to hit him, Fongchan quickly found an excuse and rushed out. After leaving the dormitory, Fongchan sighed. This Fongchan is not the same as that Fongchan on the other side. "Hello? Is this Director Chow from Yanjing Academy?" "Yes." "Is this Song Qingling?" "Yes, I would like to postpone my registration for a few days." "Is something wrong?" "No, I just have some urgent matters to handle." "Alright, but I must remind you that other students will be registering tomorrow, and once they register, they can immediately enjoy the high-quality resources of Yanjing Academy. If you delay too long, you'll only be caught up by others." "I understand, thank you, teacher." At this time, Fongchan also arrived at the gymnasium, where there were not many students left, and the registration was nearing its end. Under Mo Xiujuan's guidance, the information registration began, similar to the system announcement, only requiring the recording of level and talent, as other aspects could not be tested. In fact, apart from the level, with current technology, even talent cannot be detected. It must be actively demonstrated by the students. Those with good talent can be admitted to good universities, so naturally, no one would hide it. Fongchan did not need to register again, he only needed to verify his identity, as those displayed in the system rankings were almost all like this. Once the registration was completed, it would immediately show in the national examination system, and all universities could pre-admit students here. If no admission call was received in advance, one would have to wait for the unified admission notice, during which one could also go for interviews at their desired universities. Anyway, there are many ways here. With strength, financial resources, or power, one can enter top universities. However, those with a level too low, below level 10, cannot enter the Awakener University and can only go to some ordinary cultural universities. Why haven't you received an admission call yet? Did you fill in the wrong number? Mo Xiaojun waited with Fongchan for quite a while and found it strange that no university had contacted him. Even if Fongchan's phone number had issues, those schools trying to recruit would still call the school. Look at Song Qingling. As soon as she filled in her information, she received 7 or 8 calls at the same time. If the 6th in the world is like this, shouldn't the first be even crazier? But after waiting for half an hour, there wasn't even a single message. This was truly strange. Mo Xiaojun looked at Fongchan's information, checked it several times, and confirmed there were no mistakes. Wait a moment, I'll contact the principal to check. Maybe those schools don't dare to take me, Fongchan speculated. It goes without saying that it likely has a lot to do with those so-called families and powers, but he also did not deny other reasons. No wonder Pang Tong recommended him to the military department first instead of top universities. He probably foresaw this situation. Originally, whether or not to go to university didn't matter much to Fongchan. But now he felt very displeased. Whether to go or not is my freedom, but you can't use tricks to prevent me from going. Before long, Mo Xiaojun returned from the phone call, but her expression was quite grim. She looked at Fongchan, hesitated for a while, and finally said, "Let's wait a bit longer." "You don't have to hide anything from me, just say it directly," Fongchan replied. "Well, actually, it's not a big deal." Mo Xiaojun tried to change the subject, but upon seeing Fongchan's calm gaze, she said directly, "It's pretty much what you think, but it's not that those schools don't dare to take you, it's that they won't take you." She sighed. The top colleges in the country were all established during a chaotic period, so these colleges have a characteristic of once being affiliated with certain families. Fongchan had previously learned about this aspect of history. Many universities were founded by legendary figures and naturally became affiliated with their families. After so many years of development with factors like profit input and profit exchange, although today's universities are no longer affiliated with a single family, they are connected to multiple families, even dozens of them. Even when the state intervened later, it only accounted for a small portion and had no decision-making power. Ironically, these universities, due to the many families involved, have more resources and thus more strong individuals emerge. The strong individuals then give back resources to the school, which further strengthens the school, ultimately becoming prestigious institutions. What's even more frightening is that it's not just one university. Almost all well-known universities are in this situation, differing only in the proportion of influence. Not to mention well-known universities, even those less known but profitable universities have this situation, just with fewer and weaker connected families. So when these families have a common interest and unite to exclude Fongchan, he can be said to be utterly helpless. Unless he chooses not to attend these universities and instead go to state-owned universities. But these universities often lack resources. Not only are the faculty poached, but even excellent students are taken away, and every year they get worse, relying solely on state subsidies to keep operating. However, this cannot be blamed on the state. Besides the Awakener Academy, even ordinary universities need state subsidies, so naturally, the resources allocated are fewer. In summary, it's a vicious cycle where the good get better and the bad get worse. After explaining, Mo Xiaojun also felt indignant on Fongchan's behalf. Fongchan smiled. "Teacher Mo, I heard that universities hold a league competition every year?" Mo Xiaojun was puzzled as to why Fongchan asked this but still answered seriously, "Yes, it officially starts a month after the school year begins, first with school preliminaries, then the national competition. I heard there's even a world competition this year." "That's good. Do you know which university is the worst?" Fongchan smiled, already formulating a plan in his mind. "Why do you ask that?" "It's nothing. Do you know? I'm not quite sure which is the worst, but I heard that the public universities in Magic City are almost unable to continue. They can't even make it to the national competition in the University League every year," Mo Xiaojun said. "Alright, got it. I'll apply to that university," Fongchan said with a smile. Mo Xiaojun looked puzzled. "You can't be serious, right? That kind of school has no resources, and they might not even provide the most basic skill books." Fongchan had already made up his mind. "It's fine, that's the one." Mo Xiaojun, "I really don't understand what you're thinking. If the university isn't good, you can join the military, and if you feel there's no freedom, you can go to the Demon Slayer department. There's no need to go to that kind of university." Fongchan smiled and didn't explain. After saying goodbye to Mo Xiaojun, he returned to the dormitory. After telling Zhang, she surprisingly did not object. "As long as you're healthy, everything else doesn't matter." "Yeah, I need to go out tomorrow, and after I come back, we can go to Magic City together." Zhang nodded. "Xiaozhang, Mom can actually be here too. Don't let me hold you back." No way. I feel even more uneasy with you here. Fongchan dared not leave Jian behind. What if something happened? Jian sighed and didn't say anything more. That day, Fongchan finally enjoyed a long-lost family life. In the evening, he and Zhang Lan specially went to find Song Qingling, giving her a surprise that moved her to tears. Just as Fongchan had thought, Song Jianghe did not appear, and Song Qingling only vaguely brushed past the topic of his whereabouts. Seeing the lonely Song Qingling, Zhang Lan immediately decided to move in with her, saying it would be more convenient to take care of her. Song Qingling's house was large enough to accommodate a few more people, and they were naturally very welcome. However, the thought of living under the same roof as Fongchan made her feel a bit shy. That night, the three of them chatted late into the night, reminiscing about many past events. Fongchan felt as if he had personally experienced it all. It was very wonderful and warm. The next day, a phone call abruptly woke Fongchan up. Hello? Who is it? Fongchan. Didn't you promise me yesterday? A loud voice came from the phone. Hearing this, Fongchan immediately became more alert. Damn, I overslept again. The person on the phone was speechless. How could someone oversleep for something so important? Are you a reincarnated pig? However, Pang Tong didn't curse. Where are you? I'll have Tianing come pick you up. It's definitely too late to gather in Zhangcheng. Now, just head directly to Hangcheng from your side. No need, just send me the address. I can go by myself. What? You're going by yourself? How will you get there? You don't need to worry about that. I might even arrive faster than you. You just keep bragging. What could be faster than Tianing? How about a bet? Bet on what? If you win, I can agree to one of your requests. If I win, you have to help me get a new identity. Pang Tong was clearly taken aback. What do you need that for? Fongchan replied irritably. No need to ask. Of course, it's to evade my enemies. Alright, regardless of win or lose, as long as you come back alive, I'll help you get an identity. But if you lose, you have to join the military or the Demon Slayer division. How about that? No problem. Zhangcheng City Wall. After hanging up, Pang Tong smiled. He didn't believe Fongchan wanted a new identity just to evade enemies. He must have some bad idea in mind. However, this wasn't difficult to accomplish. Many people died in each major exam. Finding someone with the same name might be a bit challenging, but finding a suitable identity was a piece of cake. As for Fongchan wanting to win, that was basically impossible. Tianing was already the fastest among the trainable exotic beasts. Flying at full speed was even faster than a helicopter. Nevertheless, he still wore a mischievous smile, and with a command, 2 Tianyings took off with 4 soldiers simultaneously. It would be quite enjoyable to see Fongchan lose once. After hanging up the phone, Fongchan slowly got out of bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and had breakfast without missing a thing, and finally took a big leap before heading out. Xinchang was indeed far from Hangchang, over 1,000 kilometers away. It was estimated that the Tianying would need to rest several times, while the Laikong Yinglong could reach there in just over an hour at full speed. There were planes in this world, but airports were few and far between, with fixed flights that weren't very convenient. Sitting on the back of the Laikong Yinglong, Fongchan boredly scrolled through his phone. He had created a small space on the back of the Laikong Yinglong, much like a cabin, unaffected by wind resistance. Quite comfortable. Fongchan noticed that news about himself had mysteriously disappeared, replaced by many articles analyzing university choices. One popular piece was an interview video featuring Lu Mo, the dean of the Awakener Academy in the Magic City. In the video, when the reporter asked whether they had admitted Fongchan, who was ranked first in the world, Lu Mo showed a disdainful expression and did not give a clear answer, only stating, "Our academy always upholds the principle of fairness and transparency, only admitting students with strong overall abilities and potential. Admission is not primarily based on ranking." When the reporter pressed further, asking, "Does this mean Fongchan does not meet your admission standards?" Lu Mo merely smiled and offered no further response. As one of the top 10 Awakener universities in the country, it already had a high profile, and with the connection to the world #1 Fongchan, it quickly shot to the top of trending searches, with other top academies giving it likes, keeping the video's popularity high. It immediately attracted widespread attention. Some said Lu Mo was subtly mocking Fongchan's ranking as unjust and unworthy, further ridiculing his actual strength and lack of potential. Coupled with the fact that no major universities had information about admitting Fongchan, it solidified those claims. Fongchan's lips curled into a malicious smile. In just over an hour, Fongchan had entered the airspace of Hangchang. To avoid causing a stir, he found an unoccupied spot to jump down, transforming into a shadow and merging into the darkness upon landing. At that moment, Hangchang, like Zhangcheng, was experiencing a torrential downpour, with water on the ground already up to the knees. Fongchan moved quickly and soon arrived at his destination. The closer he got to the city wall, the fewer people there were, leaving behind only vacant houses. Stop. Ahead is a military restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Just as the city wall came into view, Fongchan was stopped by 2 soldiers in military uniforms. Fongchan had no choice but to call Pang Tong. Upon hearing this, Pang Tong thought he had misheard. How could he have arrived so soon? If it weren't for the 2 soldiers asking for proof, he would have thought Fongchan just found a random place and claimed he was there. Wait a moment, I'll contact someone from the Hangcheng Military Command to take you in. Pang Tong hadn't expected Fongchan to arrive so quickly, and since he hadn't gone to Jiangcheng, he naturally couldn't provide proof. After waiting for a while, a man in military uniform in his 20s finally arrived. He looked Fongchen up and down. I'm Lu Shijuan. Are you Fongchen from General Pang's side? Fongchen nodded, and after Lu Shijuan greeted the two guarding soldiers, they headed towards the city wall. You're quite young, are you a new recruit this year? Lu Shijuan asked curiously. No, I'm not from the military command. Lu Shijuan stopped in his tracks. Not from the military command? Are you General Pang's disciple? Not really, I'm his student. Student? What do you mean? Yes, isn't Pang Tong the principal of Qingcheng No. 1 High School? I'm a student there, so naturally, I'm Pang Tong's student. You mean to say, you're still just a high school student? Lu Shijuan was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself what was General Pang doing, not knowing this task was very dangerous? Fongchen nodded. Wait, you said Qingcheng? Your name is Fongchen? Yes. You are the world number 1 Fongchen? Lu Shijuan suddenly realized why. He felt so familiar with this name the first time he heard it. It's me. Fongchen also admitted it openly. Lu Shijuan was even more speechless now. He remembered Fongchen had healing talent, but this mission didn't require healing abilities. Given the danger of this task, failure meant death. There was no chance for healing. He shook his head, but that wasn't something he needed to worry about. Soon, the two entered the city wall and arrived at a large room similar to Pang Tong's lounge but a bit larger. The room was situated between two city walls, and the light was not very bright. When they arrived, there were already 30 or 40 people inside, but since everyone was squatting on the ground, it didn't feel too crowded. General Li, Fongchen has been brought here, Lu Shijuan said, stepping back a few paces. When he saw the man in front of him didn't give any further orders, he found a corner to sit down and rest like the others. General Li was a robust, middle-aged man with a big beard, looking like a gorilla. He sized up Fongchen and then told him to find a place to rest. He then took his phone and left the room. Pang Tong, what the hell are you doing? You brought a kid who hasn't even taken off his training wheels. Fongchen. This gorilla was quite particular. General Li's voice was loud. Even though he had already left the room, everyone heard him clearly. Before Pang Tong heard Li Xiong's words, he was still somewhat skeptical, but once Li Xiong said that, he knew Fongchen had really arrived. If Fongchen wasn't cheating, then his speed was indeed terrifying. The others probably hadn't even covered half the distance. Pang Tong took a deep breath and roughly recounted Fongchen's situation, of course omitting the matters regarding Jian Wenti and the Black Sword. Li Xiong's first reaction after hearing was, did this old man drink too much? You don't have a grudge against him, do you? Pang Tong's face darkened. Li Xiong, am I that kind of person? You should know the danger of this mission, right? It's a life or death situation, even 10 deaths with no life. Even if he is the best in the world, having only healing talent is still a dead end. After talking for so long, do you think I'm talking nonsense? Pang Tong was so angry on the other end of the phone that his beard almost stood up. Isn't it? Do you believe your own words? A sea beast that you can't handle at level 50, and he, a level 30 novice, can kill it? Or take down 3 at once? Pang Tong was stunned. It did sound like bragging, but the fact was, even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, thousands of soldiers had witnessed it. Could it still be fake? Did he get some kind of powerful weapon? But using such a weapon must come at a great cost. Are you sure you want him to participate? Li Xiong's words made Pang Tong much more alert. He knew Fongchen indeed had a very strong black sword. He hadn't thought about it carefully before, but now that Li Xiong reminded him, he immediately realized that such a powerful weapon must come with a significant cost. From their years of experience, the more powerful the weapon, the greater the consumption. Some consume spiritual power, some strength, and some vitality. With Fongchen's current strength, using a weapon above golden level would drain him completely in no time. Thinking of this, Pang Tong fell silent. After finishing the call with Li Xiong, Pang Tong fell into a dilemma. This task was undoubtedly of nightmarish difficulty. Even if he took it on himself, it would be a matter of life and death. Moreover, what chance did those young people have? Yet, it was precisely these youngsters who had the opportunity to complete the task. He was sure that Fongchen's strength could increase the chances of success for this mission, but he was also worried about Fongchen's unstable abilities, fearing that it could even cost him his life. He dialed Fongchen's number. What do you think of this task? The difficulty is very high, Fongchen replied frankly, admitting that he had no confidence himself. Pang Tong was silent for a moment, then sighed. If it really doesn't work out, just come back. No one will blame you. Fongchen countered. So what do you think? Do you want me to go or not? After a long pause, Pang Tong said, I want you to go. But, isn't that enough? Why so many buts? Let me ask you, what will happen if this task fails? Pang Tong wore a serious expression. This is probably the only opportunity. If we fail, the sea monsters will strengthen their defenses, making it even harder to approach the water vortex. By then, our country will fall into a prolonged war with the sea monsters, rain will fall incessantly, and the sea monsters will gradually come ashore. The coastal defenses will eventually be breached, and the country will once again enter a period of chaos. The current peace will gradually crumble and everyone will live in dire straits. What Pang Tong said was not mere speculation, it was a conclusion reached after thorough discussions in the command bureau, a situation that was bound to occur in the future. That was why they dared to propose this plan. Who among them was not a promising elite? Yet, to complete this task, they had to send these people out, even if it meant risking total annihilation. But they had no choice, this was the only opportunity. Then tell me, if I'm not here, what are the chances of success? Pang Tong answered without hesitation, 0. And if I am here? I don't know. Pang Tong truly did not know Fongchan was a variable, and with him, the chances of success would increase. Then it's settled. But you might die. Fongchan retorted, what, the others won't die? Don't say it's because they are soldiers and should die first, that's nonsense. Though I'm not a paragon of virtue, I'm not a coward either. I can't hide behind someone weaker than me. After saying this, Fongchan hung up the phone directly, muttering, so wishy-washy. He sighed inwardly, knowing that he couldn't change his character, otherwise he wouldn't have been an undercover agent for over a decade. Was it really just for that meager salary? It was for the sense of justice in his heart. Seeing Fongchan return and sit down, Li Xiong was slightly surprised and walked over to squat in front of him. Have you thought it through? Fongchan looked at the man before him, who resembled a mountain, and nodded. Li Xiong sighed, all right then, all good men. He then returned to his large chair, sitting expressionlessly on the city wall of Jiangchang. Pang Tong listened to the busy signal on his phone, wearing a bitter smile. He turned to the old man beside him. Elder Mo, you heard just now, Fongchan won't be able to come see you. The old man waved his hand. It's fine, there will be opportunities to meet in the future. This kid is not bad, he has guts. This is what our great Xia's men are like. Pang Tong was taken aback, not expecting Elder Mo to hold Fongchan in such high regard. Was everything you just said true? Absolutely no falsehood, Pang Tong answered earnestly. The old man nodded. If he needs anything, do your best to fulfill it. As for the academy's matters, we shouldn't interfere. If he has that kind of strength, those schools are not worthy of him. When he returns, give him a first-class merit award and open all dungeon privileges to him. Hearing this, Pang Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Let's put it this way, if Fongchan could come back alive, with Elder Mo's words, he could basically walk sideways in the country. A first-class merit is like an ancient death exemption medal. What about the matter with Jian Wenti? Just do it your way. On the walls of Hang City, as time passed second by second, more and more people gathered here. The 4 people arranged by Pang Tong also arrived, and when they saw Fongchan, they all looked incredulous. They were riding the Sky Eagle, and apart from large airplanes, there was no other means of transport faster than it. However, there were no airports within hundreds of kilometers around Jiang City. To take a plane, they had to go to Yang Market, and the flights were fixed, with no direct route to this side, so the total time would definitely be much longer than the Sky Eagle. This was truly bizarre. The 4 had witnessed Fongchan's strength, and although they were surprised, it seemed not too hard to accept given that they had seen even more outrageous things. Hello, Fong Dada, I'm Sun Bin. You were really amazing yesterday, said a relatively small boy. The 4 of them, apart from Fongchan, didn't know each other, so they naturally clustered around him. I'm Zhou Mingliang. I saw it all yesterday, it was incredible. Yeah, I'm Zhang Hui. I'm Chen Hongjian. You're my idol. They all chattered and introduced themselves. Humph. You've really embarrassed our military division, said a crewcut man sitting not far from Fongchan and the others disdainfully. What do you mean? Chen Hongjian shouted angrily. Did I say something wrong? To actually treat a student as an idol is just laughable, said the crewcut man, a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Who the hell are you? Did we offend you with our conversation? Now the other 3 were also unhappy. The crewcut man arrogantly said, look at what you all are like, bowing and scraping to a student. Do you deserve those uniforms? Did you eat shit or something with a mouth so foul? Zhou Mingliang also lost his temper and directly retorted. You dogs are the ones who eat shit. The crewcut man's companions also joined the verbal battle. For a moment, the 2 groups were at each other's throats. What are you all doing? Do you have too much energy? Li Xiong heard the commotion and walked in to see the 2 groups about to fight, immediately shouting loudly. I told you to rest, not to argue. If you have so much energy, go kill sea monsters. Do you know how many people above have no time to eat? You all are fine, still have the energy to argue here. Well, since you have so much energy, then go kill sea monsters, 20 each. If you can't finish, don't participate in the mission. Li Xiong pointed directly at everyone in the room. We didn't do anything. Those who were just watching immediately protested. What do you mean didn't do anything? Didn't stop it? As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. The discipline in the military division was very strict, and not stopping it was, to some extent, also a fault. In the military camp, if one person makes a mistake, the whole team is punished, which is common. So they didn't refute anymore. Arguing would only worsen the punishment. What are you still dawdling for? Go now? You only have 1 hour. After Li Xiong finished speaking, he immediately started timing. Seeing this, everyone rushed up the city wall. In less than an hour, more than 200 people quickly completed their tasks. They were mostly the elite of the military department, and 20 sea monsters were not difficult for them, especially since they were all low-level creatures. However, clearing out several thousand sea monsters at once significantly reduced the pressure on the city wall's defenses. Seeing this, Li Xiong's lips curled up like a 180-pound child. Everyone knew he was physically strong, but few realized his cleverness. Generally, you should put away those little thoughts of yours. A tall man with a square face slowly approached. Upon hearing this, Li Xiong immediately wiped a smile off his face and respectfully replied, "Hello, director." The square-faced man nodded. "Gather them." "Yes." Li Xiong saluted and immediately called for the assembly. Soon, more than 200 people gathered on the city wall. These individuals were mainly the elite from the military department, with only a few geniuses from the academy. They all shared one characteristic: they were young. The square-faced man solemnly scanned everyone present, his expression deep and complex. "I am Chen Guorong, the director of the military department. To be honest, I did not want you to participate in this operation because each of you is a valuable talent for our country. I believe you all understand the severe situation we face with this task. It is a matter of life and death. However, for the sake of our compatriots, friends, family, and parents behind us, we have no choice but to move forward resolutely. Regardless of the final outcome of this operation, you are all the pride of this country." Chen Guorong's voice echoed on the city wall, each word filled with determination and resolve. His gaze was sharp, as if he could see through people's hearts, perceiving their fears and courage. Hearing the director's words, everyone looked serious. They had already known the dangers of this task before coming and were even prepared to face death. However, Fongchan appeared much more relaxed. Death was impossible for him, as with his strength, even if he couldn't destroy the water vortex, escaping would not be a problem. "Now, I will briefly introduce the specifics of this operation," Chen Guorong continued. "Our goal is to destroy the water vortex 100 miles away. Unfortunately, we do not know how to destroy it, as none of our scouts have returned." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "If possible, I would prefer to act with ample preparation, but unfortunately, we cannot wait. The sea monsters will not wait for us. Therefore, the method to destroy the water vortex must rely on your adaptability in the field. If it is truly impossible to destroy it, I hope you can return safely. That is not a disgrace. As long as you bring back intelligence, we can formulate the next steps of our action plan." At this point, he stopped, his gaze sternly fixed on everyone. "Are you willing?" As soon as this question was posed, the atmosphere became tense, filled with unease, anxiety, and excitement, while only Fongchan remained indifferent, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. After a few seconds of pause, they all straightened their chests and answered firmly, "We are willing." Seeing everyone's determination, Chen Guorong nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Next, General Li will elaborate on the action plan." Subsequently, Chen Guorong stepped into the lounge, where the 12 Star Lords and 6 powerful family members had gathered. Upon seeing Chen Guorong return, everyone saluted him. They had already thoroughly discussed the battle plan in advance and now only needed to make final confirmations. "Is everyone ready?" Chen Guorong asked. "I have only one request. If possible, please do your utmost to ensure the lives of those children." Chen Guorong's expression lost some of its solemnity and gained a bit of gravity. More than 200 people were almost all elite, carefully selected from the military department. If they were to be completely wiped out, the impact on the military department and the country would undoubtedly be devastating. The 12 Star Lords all nodded, but their expressions were not very relaxed. After all, this time they were facing high-level monarchs estimated to be above level 50, with combat power likely exceeding 700,000. One misstep could lead to their deaths. In such circumstances, considering others was indeed a high difficulty. Combat power assessment is a reference standard for measuring overall strength, calculated from the four-dimensional attributes. Although it cannot fully represent actual strength, it is sufficient as a basis for judging the strength of power. The other 6 family experts also reluctantly nodded in agreement. They did not want to participate in this operation, but there was no choice. The state issued orders, and they could only represent their families on the battlefield. These family experts were all over 60 years old, with cultivation at the initial stage of the heavenly realm. Although they were already strong in their own right, they still fell short compared to the 12-star lords. In front of these people, they naturally did not dare to engage in any small tricks, as the impact would not be limited to just a few of them, but rather to the families behind them. Half an hour later, everyone was ready for battle. According to Li Xiong's plan, groups of 4 to 5 would set out, forming more than 40 groups. Moreover, they would not set out in the same direction at the same time, but rather attack from all directions, giving a sense of a human sea tactic. In any case, as long as one group successfully entered the range of the water vortex, it would be considered a success. Although Chen Guorong said he did not know how to destroy the water vortex, there was still a general direction. Such a powerful water vortex could not be generated naturally and must be driven by some exotic beast or treasure. This was likely to be at the center of the water vortex, so their primary task was to approach the range of the water vortex before attempting to destroy it. Fongchan naturally teamed up with several soldiers from Jiangchang, as they were familiar with each other and would cooperate better. Li Xiong also followed this principle when assigning groups, with talent matching being the second consideration. Dozens of giant sky eagles descended, filling the entire city wall. These giant sky eagles were quite rare, all elite level, several times stronger than ordinary sky eagles, and their cultivation difficulty far exceeded that of ordinary sky eagles. Those who rode the giant sky eagles were all experts in the air realm, each one a treasure of the nation. Fongchan did not expect this operation to be so extravagant. Looking at these giant sky eagles, everyone shifted from their previous tension to excitement and envy, even taking out their phones to take pictures as mementos. After all, these were usually strategic level assets that would not be easily deployed, and it was hard to even see them. For this, Chen Guorong and the others did not stop them, and their eyes held a hint of guilt. "Who is that kid? Who is that guy?" Chen Guorong asked, pointing at the young man in casual clothes with a youthful face. Li Xiong glanced over and replied, "That's Fongchan from Pangtong's side." "Fongchan? The number one in the world?" "Yes. Isn't he a healer? What's Pangtong thinking?" Chen Guorong's expression darkened a bit. "Yeah, both of them said there's no problem. Who knows what they're thinking," Li Xiong said. Chen Guorong pondered, "Has this been mentioned to the Holy Dragon Hall?" "Yes, Elder Mo. Just said I know." "Oh?" Chen Guorong didn't expect Elder Mo to be aware of this matter and even tacitly approve of it. It seemed he had high hopes for Fongchan. Thinking of this, when Chen Guorong looked at Fongchan again, he found that this person was indeed somewhat different. Any other young person would be thrilled to see the great sky eagle, but he showed no interest at all, even disdain. At 18, he seemed like an old hand, lacking any of the naivety of a student. "Quite interesting." Chen Guorong checked the time and announced, "It's time to set off. I wish you all a triumphant return." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, and then they all jumped onto the back of the great sky eagle. Under the owner's control, the great sky eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Sitting on the back of the great sky eagle, one could clearly feel the thrust. It was much stronger than an ordinary sky eagle, but compared to the Rift Sky Shadow Dragon, it still lacked quite a bit of power. There was still a gap between elite and elite. Before long, they had already flown to several thousand meters in the air. But wanting to go further became incredibly difficult. What's going on with this cloud layer? The cloud layer resembled the edge of a massive vortex. It didn't look so obvious from below, but as they approached, it became clear that the clouds were flowing. Between the clouds, a powerful current of water continuously surged, like an invisible barrier sealing off the area above. Fongchan was sure that this was definitely not a barrier, but real flowing water. However, if they forced their way in, they would likely be torn to pieces by the current. After reaching this height, the great sky eagle began to scatter and fly away. The 12 star lords flew straight toward the water tornado. Once they reached the heavenly realm, they could fly without needing to ride the sky eagle, greatly increasing their mobility. Soon, only their group remained. Under the constraints of the rain, the great sky eagle's speed slowed considerably. At this moment, the distant water tornado was already clearly visible, like a giant water pipe connecting heaven and earth, instilling fear in those who beheld it. "Brother Fong, do you think we can succeed?" Sunbin asked, clearly a bit anxious. The others also looked at Fongchan nervously. Before they set off, they felt that Chen Guorong and the others were exaggerating, but seeing it for themselves, they no longer thought that way. Just the power of this water tornado made it sound like a life or death situation. Fongchan furrowed his brows. He wasn't confident either. Was it really possible to handle such a strong water tornado? Even if they got close, how would they get in? With such strong wind pressure, wouldn't it sweep people up into the sky in an instant? "I don't know. If the situation looks bad, let's just escape." Fongchan shook his head. The others looked at Fongchan in surprise, clearly not expecting him to say that. "How can we escape? This is our duty. Even if we die, we must complete it. Anyway, I won't gamble my life." Fongchan didn't care about their attitudes. "You're not from the military, so we respect your decision," Zhou Mingliang continued, "but we are soldiers with our own responsibilities, and we will not back down." Everyone nodded, but the admiration in their eyes when looking at Fongchan had faded. Fongchan shrugged, not caring. "Woo!" A deep, low call sounded, and suddenly, huge waves surged on the sea's surface, revealing the head of a giant beast, like a small island. A terrifying presence. The great eagle trembled all over, its body uncontrollably starting to fall. "Don't be afraid. It can't hurt you." The great eagle's owner kept soothing it, allowing it to stabilize and ascend again. That was close. The owner of the great eagle was a man with thick eyebrows, still stroking it. His clothes were already soaked, but it looked more like his cold sweat. If they dropped any lower, he had no doubt that the giant beast would take them out in one blow. Fongchan's heart was not as calm as it appeared. He could sense the fear of the shadow dragon, even though it was only in the shadows, still feeling the terror of that deep sea monster. Is this what a high-level monarch is like? Although humans could learn various skills and awaken talents, they were still far too inferior compared to the strange beasts. Fongchan even doubted that the 12 zodiac would withstand a single strike from it. "It's starting," the thick-browed man suddenly said. Immediately, he saw a dozen small black shadows rushing towards the deep sea monster. Compared to the size of the deep sea monster, humans were truly insignificant. Even the thunder tyrant seen in the novice space was less than a tenth of its size. Boom! A water cannon shot out, soaring into the sky. The 12 Zodiac's faces changed drastically, dodging at incredible speed. Then came their counterattack, a sky full of ice. Spikes appeared in an instant, all piercing towards the deep sea monster. The latter slapped the sea surface, creating towering waves that blocked the ice spikes one by one. Fongchan couldn't help but shake his head. The deep sea monster had too great an advantage in its home turf. However, their attacks had not stopped. The brilliance of spells flickered continuously. Powerful spells flew from their hands, accurately hitting the deep sea monster. The deep sea monster roared again. This time it seemed truly enraged, controlling the waves to continuously crash into the people in the air. The thick-browed man kept an eye on the battlefield and suddenly said to Fongchan and the others, "Are you ready?" Suddenly, countless rays of light pierced the sky, forming a dazzling light curtain. These lights stabbed towards the deep sea monster like sharp swords, completely provoking its fury. At this moment, the 12 Zodiac faced the deep sea monster, fighting while retreating as the latter began to chase after them. The strong members of several families faced the other commander-level beings, which was quite difficult, and several times they nearly lost their lives. Seeing the 12 Zodiacs starting to retreat, they also began to lure the commander-level sea monsters away. The thick-browed man saw this and began to control the great eagle to approach, while at the same time, other great eagles were also nearing the water vortex. "Put on your water god blessings, we're going to rush through." Upon hearing this, everyone checked the rings on their hands, which were given by Chen Guorong before departure, one for each person, allowing them to breathe underwater for 10 minutes after activation. The great eagle accelerated its dive, trying to get Fongchan and the others to a position near the water vortex before the deep sea monster and other sea monsters returned. Suddenly, the sea surface shot out another water cannon, heading straight for the great eagle. "Be careful!" The thick-browed man suddenly pulled the great eagle to dodge. "Be careful!" This time it was Fongchan who spoke. The man with thick eyebrows was too focused on dodging the water cannon and didn't notice the wind blade hidden behind it, which struck directly at the abdomen of the great eagle. The great eagle let out a terrible scream, its body swaying uncontrollably as it began to descend. Immediately after, it was locked on by countless water cannons. The man with thick eyebrows changed his expression drastically. "Quick, you all jump down now." A few people's faces stiffened. What kind of joke was this? This was hundreds of meters high, and they were still over 1,000 meters away from the water vortex. Jumping down now was no different from sending themselves to their deaths. "There's no time. We are locked on. It's impossible to get close. If you jump down now, I can still help draw fire. If you wait any longer, it will only lead to total annihilation." After saying this, he steadied the great eagle's body. Sun Bin and the others exchanged glances, seemingly making a significant decision, and then without saying a word, they jumped down. Fongchan had a dark expression. What the hell was going on? "What are you still thinking?" The man with thick eyebrows glared at Fongchan, clearly thinking that Fongchan was hesitating. Before Fongchan could respond, a large loop sent him tumbling down. Who the hell thought of this ridiculous battle plan? Fongchan felt utterly speechless, thinking he would definitely beat up the fool who made the plan in the future. It was a complete mess. Fortunately, the man with thick eyebrows really did go to draw fire as he said, otherwise, with their strength, they would be sitting ducks in the air. After a while, Sun Bin and the others landed in the sea one after another, creating splashes several meters high. If they were ordinary people, they would have been turned to mush. However, they were not safe yet. The entire sea surface was filled with sea monsters. Although they were all ordinary sea monsters, their sheer number was terrifying. Sun Bin and the others immediately activated the water god's blessing, wrapping their bodies in a layer of water membrane, allowing them to move freely underwater. But just as they steadied themselves, they saw countless sea monsters charging towards them, like cold water splashing into a hot oil pot, instantly boiling over. The few of them turned pale, having never seen such a scene, facing tens of thousands of sea monsters attacking the city. Before had already been the largest scene they had ever witnessed, but that was from behind city walls, looking down. Now they were heavily surrounded, like sugar in a swarm of ants. In an instant, the calm sea surface erupted with countless waves. "What do we do? What do we do?" They momentarily forgot to attack, only looking around in despair at the approaching sea monsters. Bang! Suddenly, another figure fell down, but he did not sink to the bottom. Instead, he stood firmly on the surface of the sea. Fongchan drew his long sword, moving as if on solid ground, and with just one sword strike, he claimed the lives of several sea monsters. The sea monsters, instead of retreating, charged forward with a splashing sound. However, the place where he stood was like a domain. Wherever the sword tip pointed, that was the boundary of the domain. Anyone who entered the domain was doomed. "Leave this to me, you all go to the water vortex," Fongchan said. Upon hearing this, Sun Bin and the others finally reacted, looking at Fongchan again, but their expressions were complex. A few minutes ago, although they hadn't explicitly stated it, anyone could hear their dissatisfaction with Fongchan's cowardice, but now, the person they thought was cowardly was risking his life to save them, while they were too scared to move. "Brother Fong, just now. Hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Before they could finish, Fongchan interrupted urgently. Seeing that Fongchan wasn't taking This to heart, the others felt a little better, but they could only smile wryly at Fongchan's urging. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but they were surrounded by sea monsters and couldn't run away at all. However, the next second, Fongchan faced the direction of the water vortex. Ready. Boom! The black sword in his hand glowed red for some unknown reason, and then a sword energy sliced through the sky as if an invisible blade had broken through the air. Wherever the sword energy passed, the seawater was instantly cut apart, forming a deep rift. The seawater on both sides of the crack was pushed apart by a powerful force, as if revealing the deep blue seabed. Under the impact of this sword energy, the surface of the sea surged violently, and all the sea monsters on this line did not escape. All were slain by a single sword. The few of them stared wide-eyed, their minds left with only the words, "What the hell?" These sea monsters were as fragile as paper. Compared to what they had seen on the city wall, they were even more overwhelming. So this is Brother Fong's true strength, they sighed. Hurry! Upon hearing this, they immediately put away their shock and swam desperately towards the passage that Fongchan had painstakingly opened. Brother Fong, you have to hold on, they silently urged in their hearts, wishing they could stay and fight alongside him. However, thinking of their own strength, they feared they would only become a burden to Fongchan and quickly dismissed that thought. They swam forward desperately, not knowing how long they had been swimming, and finally broke free from the encirclement of the sea monsters. When they looked back, the original position was once again churning with waves, as if boiling in parts. Brother Fong. Sun Bin wiped away his tears. Brother Fong won't sacrifice himself in vain. Zhou Ming's eyes were firm. Let's go. The other three nodded, and then the four of them immediately plunged into the sea, swimming fiercely towards the water vortex. With the blessing of the water god, they moved freely in the water, their speed incredibly fast. On the other side, Fongchan watched as the gap that had just been opened closed again, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Finally gone, blocking me from unleashing my full power. Fongchan's expression changed. Magnetic storm. An invisible lightning net instantly spread out. Oh, fighting sea monsters, what's there to be afraid of? The next second, Fongchan transformed into a beautiful monkey, no, the lightning tyrant, his whole body surrounded by purple arcs of electricity. Crackle! Crackle! Lightning continuously darted among the sea monsters, each one getting fried to a crisp. Using lightning to fight sea monsters in the sea was simply exhilarating. Every skill could directly harvest a group of sea monsters, no matter how many there were. Under this terrifying lightning, they were simply not enough to see. These sea monsters were far weaker than him, unable to transform their attributes, and he was too lazy to chop them down one by one with grid. However, their souls were still useful for gluttony. Tani and Fongchan estimated that Tani should be close to level 4 as well. By then, he would also transform, forming a chattering trio with Grid and the little black dragon. Just thinking about this made Fongchan furrow his brows. It was too damn troublesome. Unknowingly, this group of sea monsters had been mostly cleared out, as if the entire sea surface was floating with sea monster corpses. The remaining scattered sea monsters no longer dared to approach and all dove into the sea. Fongchan had no way to deal with this. The sea monsters had the advantage in the water, moving extremely fast. Even if he wanted to chase, he couldn't catch up, and with the seabed so vast, he had no way to start. Suddenly, Fongchan's hair stood on end, as if a powerful killing intent was fixated on him. Fongchan suddenly shivered, realizing that he might have gone too far. He immediately dove into the sea like a siren, swimming as fast as he could. It must be said that the heart of the Sea King is indeed a good thing. Underwater, he didn't have to worry about breathing at all. His body felt as if it had no resistance, merging seamlessly with the seawater. After a while, he finally shook off that murderous intent. Where is this? The light in the sea was very dim, surrounded by water, and he couldn't even see the seabed from his current position. Everything around looked the same. This is awkward. It should be this way, right? Fongchan thought for a moment. The current seemed to be flowing in this direction. The seabed is truly a magical and splendid world. The closest Fongchan had been to the seabed was at an underwater world in a theme park, where he really thought it was a miniature version of the underwater world. However, when he actually reached the seabed, he realized how naive he had been. Even what he saw on television was just a tiny fraction of the underwater world, incomparable to what he was witnessing with his own eyes. The imagined seabed was filled with schools of fish darting around, and the colorful corals were exquisite and beautiful. But in reality, that was all nonsense. The entire underwater world seemed boundless, especially at his current location, where there was no sunlight, only the faint glow emitted by living creatures flickering in the darkness. The surroundings were incredibly lonely, and he could hardly feel the passage of time, as if he had been forgotten in a corner of this silent world. As the speed of the water flow increased, he finally felt that he was not just spinning in the same place. On the other side, Sun Bin and the others finally approached the water vortex, but before they could rejoice, they felt the powerful current swallowing them like a black hole. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape the grip of this suction. Zhou Mingliang steeled his heart. Let's charge in. Maybe we can find a way to break free. After thinking for a moment, the others agreed. Struggling would yield the same result, so it was better to take a chance, and if they waited any longer, they wouldn't be able to escape from the sirens either. Weighing the pros and cons, the four decisively gave up struggling and swam resolutely toward the water vortex. The power of this water vortex was immense, easily sucking seawater into the air, forming a massive water column thousands of meters high. Its outer diameter could reach over 1,000 meters, and any object that came close, whether on the sea or in the air, was swallowed whole. Soon, Sun Bin and the others felt their speed increasing. At this point, stabilizing their bodies was impossible. The water flowed rapidly, constantly rolling, tossing the group around like dumplings in hot soup. It was then they realized how naive their earlier thoughts had been. Facing such a powerful water vortex, they had no ability to resist at all, only able to let the water flow crush them. Without the blessing of the water god, they truly felt the terror of the sea. Even those among them with water affinity could do nothing to counter it. In the ocean, they felt unprecedented pressure, as if the entire world was squeezing them, and the seawater constantly tried to surge into their lungs. They were like socks in a washing machine, continuously rolling and spinning, being pressed from the surface of the sea down into the water, then pushed back up to the surface, repeating this process over and over. They didn't know how long it had been, only that their bodies were constantly battered by the seawater, nearly on the verge of breaking. Suddenly, they felt their bodies lighten as the powerful suction forcefully pulled them from the seabed, lifting them into the air. At this moment, the four had already scattered in all directions, not even a shadow to be seen. Sun Bin was spinning in the air, thinking that once he left the surface of the sea, his wind affinity would stabilize his body, but unfortunately, he was overthinking it again. In this water vortex, there is no trace of wind. It feels entirely like seawater, merely transformed from a flat surface into a three-dimensional one. Moreover, the powerful impact makes his body feel as if it is about to be torn apart. He has no idea how such a strong water vortex can be stopped. Even in the heavenly realm, it might not be able to withstand it. Is there still a chance for this mission to succeed? His eyes have long since lost their luster, as if resigned to fate, allowing himself to spin and leap in the air. Suddenly, his pupils dilate, as if he has seen a ghost. That figure looks so familiar. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but every time he turned in that direction, he could see it. Fong. Gurgle gurgle. Just as he opened his mouth, a large amount of seawater surged into his mouth. He never expected that after spinning in the sea for so long without dying, just opening his mouth would cost him his life. Gurgle. Gurgle. He felt increasingly uncomfortable, and his body gradually lost strength. Just when he thought he was about to die, a large hand suddenly grabbed him, and his body immediately stopped spinning. More surprisingly, the powerful, oppressive water flow also vanished at the same time, causing his body to lose support and drop as if in zero gravity, landing just a fraction of a second later. It was no different from falling off a bed. Dazed, Sun Bin finally focused his vision, and before him stood Fongchan. You, how are you here? Sun Bin's eyes were filled with endless surprise, but when he saw the situation around them, his heart surged with waves of shock. They were still in the water vortex, yet the water flowed around them as if it had a life of its own. Anyone unaware would think they were encased in a glass dome. But he knew very well that this was impossible, yet he couldn't explain the bizarre situation before him. Where are the others? Fongchan had no intention of explaining, so he casually brought up a topic to distract Sun Bin. Unexpectedly, as soon as Fongchan asked, Sun Bin's expression dimmed again. The others had long since disappeared, and whether they were alive was a mystery. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and neither of them spoke. Seeing this, Fongchan felt powerless. He wanted to help but couldn't. After all, he couldn't even see the others. If he hadn't happened to see Sun Bin, he wouldn't have been able to act. Have you found anything? Upon hearing this, Sun Bin's expression became serious. This was their mission. But upon reflection, it seemed that from the beginning until now, aside from spinning, he hadn't done anything. He shook his head in embarrassment. Fongchan understood, as he himself had discovered nothing either. Once they entered the water vortex, they were immediately pulled in by a powerful suction. Although he didn't lose control of his body, he wasn't much better off, still being sucked into the center of the whirlpool. It was only when he was flung into the air that he remembered to try using his spatial talent to stabilize himself. Although he looked relaxed now, this space of only about 2 cubic meters had consumed a lot of his spiritual power, and the powerful water flow seemed ready to break through at any moment. Since there are no clues, let's go back. Fongchan thought for a moment. Staying here was meaningless, and his proficiency in spatial abilities wasn't high enough. This spatial prison could shatter at any moment, and he wouldn't be able to escape the control of the water vortex then. Sun Bin wanted to say something but stopped himself. He wanted to do something, yet he realized he couldn't do anything at all. Others claimed they were elites, the hope for the future of the military, but the reality was that they were nothing. All right, we've done our best, Fongchan said, patting Sun Bin's shoulder in comfort. Sun Bin. Those words made him feel even more ashamed. He wished he could just die like the others. Living on like this would only be a disgrace. Suddenly, he thought of something. I don't know if this counts as a discovery, but when I was in the sea just now, I was being pulled down by the current, but it seemed like after reaching a certain depth, I stopped sinking, as if there was a force pushing me up, while the water above was pressing down. At that moment, I thought I was going to die. In the end, it seemed like I was bumped by something, which broke that balance, and then I was brought to mid-air. Fongchan fell into thought upon hearing this. He hadn't encountered such a situation because after being swept in by the current, he hadn't let the water carry him away but had stayed closer to the surface. Sun Bin's situation should be the intersection of two currents flowing in different directions, one going down, the other going up. To say there was no force controlling it would be foolish. And in that place, one should be able to see the true form of the water vortex. Then you go back first and I'll investigate, Fongchan said after pondering for a while. Sun Bin was taken aback. He had initially wanted to say they should go together, but with his strength, he seemed unable to do anything other than spin in place. How do I leave? Fongchan thought for a moment. The spatial prison couldn't be moved, it could only solidify the space at a certain location, just like now. However, he immediately thought of another method. You stay here. And don't move, I'll send you out. Sun Bin felt quite uncomfortable at this moment. Previously, he had thought like everyone else, believing Fongchan was just afraid of death, but every time there was danger, he was always the first to charge forward. If this was called being afraid of death, then what were they? He wanted to apologize but didn't know how to start. After 1,000 words, he finally managed to squeeze out, "Brother Fong, be careful." Fongchan nodded, jumped forward, and left the spatial prison. As soon as he came out, he immediately felt the powerful water pressure. Even though he was prepared, he almost got swept away. Spatial transfer. After stabilizing his body, Fongchan's gaze sharpened. The space where Sun Bin was seen to emit a glow, and in the next second, it disappeared. This move was the skill used by the elves from the Dark Rift, and Fongchan had practiced for a long time to master it. It was similar to spatial teleportation, but the latter was simpler. Spatial teleportation only moved one side, while spatial transfer was bidirectional, switching both spaces simultaneously. At that moment, Sun Bin felt dizzy, and when he came to his senses, he was already in midair outside the water vortex. What? The power of space? Even if Sun Bin was slow, he realized what this ability was. But even so, switching two spaces was a relatively advanced skill. But isn't he a healing talent? Dual talent. No wonder he can take first place in the world. Those families are really ridiculous, thinking they can suppress Brother Fong. Just relying on the spatial talent alone made it impossible to suppress him. While he was thinking about this, the spatial prison suddenly disappeared, and Sun Bin instantly fell freely. Sun Bin's eyes widened. Below him was still the range of the water vortex, and the speed of the water flow was extremely fast. If he fell into the sea, wouldn't that be an infinite loop? At that moment, a large eagle swiftly flew beneath him and caught him steadily. Sun Bin once again had no idea this would happen. He suddenly felt as if he were the child of destiny. The goddess of fortune had once again grasped his lifeline. Brother, are you okay? This time, the owner of the large eagle was not the thick-browed man, but a relatively tall middle-aged man. No, I'm fine, Sun Bin said, grabbing the eagle's feathers to steady himself. After saving Sun Bin, the middle-aged man immediately controlled the eagle to ascend, and it was then that Sun Bin noticed that besides this large eagle, there were others circling near the water vortex. What about the others? Sun Bin asked. The middle-aged man shook his head. So far, you are the second one to be rescued. Hearing this, Sun Bin felt as if his heart was being gripped, and he was extremely uncomfortable. I want to see Director Chen, Sun Bin said. There's another colleague alive. He was the one who saved me. Please keep an eye out for him. The middle-aged man was already planning to take Sun Bin to see Director Chen, and regardless of whether they had found anything, they had to report the situation inside one by one. However, Sun Bin's latter statement made him take it seriously, so he immediately contacted the commander to alert others to pay attention. But the middle-aged man didn't hold out much hope. Unless that colleague could come out right now, even if they could escape the water vortex, it would only lead to a dead end. At this time, it had been over half an hour since the deep-sea monster had left, and it could return at any moment. By then, even if they wanted to save someone, they would be powerless. Back on Fongchan's side, after sending Sun Bin away, he immediately borrowed spiritual power from Gluttony to recharge the battery again. Gluttony was quite puzzled. Just as the power bank was about to reach 100%, it was taken away to charge again. At this rate, when would he ever level up to 4? However, Fongchan couldn't care less. Wasn't this how a power bank was supposed to be used? Continuous spatial teleportation quickly brought him back to the sea. This time, he no longer resisted the water flow but simply steadied his body, allowing the current to push him into the sea. The water flowed in a counterclockwise direction, continuously moving toward the depths of the ocean. Soon, the underwater world became dim again, with not a hint of light, leaving him completely unaware of his location. Gradually, he felt the water pressure increasing, and discomfort began to set in. Suddenly, he felt his body being pulled down on one side while being pushed up on the other. If he resisted forcefully, he would likely be torn in two in an instant. As he relaxed, his whole body spun like a top at high speed. This should be the place Sun Bin mentioned, but everything around him was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. He probably needed to go deeper. Thinking this, he immediately used spatial teleportation and, in the blink of an eye, sank down several dozen meters. This time, he was no longer at the boundary of the water flow but leaned to one side, using spatial power to resist the water pressure, preventing himself from being swept away. After several consecutive teleportations, he had probably sunk over 1,000 meters. Even with the protection of the heart of the Sea King, his body could feel the immense water pressure. The deeper he went, the faster the water flow and the stronger the pressure became. Just then, Fongchan's whole body jolted as if a familiar force was calling out to him. At the same time, he noticed a glimmer of light deep in the ocean, on the border wall of Hangzhou City. In the lounge, there were only Chen Guorong and Sun Bin. After a moment of silence, Chen Guorong asked, "Is everything you said true?" Sun Bin nodded heavily, "Absolutely true." He recounted everything that happened after their departure, naturally including Fong Chen, but when it came to Fong Chen, he embellished quite a bit, making his entire image seem grand and mighty. If Fong Chen heard this, he would probably blush, even he didn't know he was so great. To possess both spatial and healing talents is indeed a rare talent. Chen Guorong was much calmer compared to Sun Bin. In his position, he had seen many with dual and even triple talents. Even he himself had dual talents, but spatial talent was a mythical level talent, extremely rare, and became even more powerful later on, which was why he was surprised. No wonder Pang Tong dared to send him here. After saying this, Chen Guorong couldn't help but shake his head. It was too eager for quick success. If Fong Chen were given a few more years to develop, he would surely be able to carry the banner of the Guardian Army in the future, which would be a blessing for all humanity. I hope that kid can be smart and not be too headstrong. After hearing Sun Bin's account of the water vortex, Chen Guorong's judgment was the same as Fong Chen's, but with his peak Earth realm strength, it was impossible to break through that water barrier. As long as he knew when to retreat, escaping the water vortex shouldn't be a problem. The only concern was that he might waste too much time and not leave before the deep-sea behemoth returned. "You can go out first. Let's not make a big deal out of Fong Chen's matter for now." "Yes." After Sun Bin left, Chen Guorong took out his phone and dialed a number. "Old Pang, what the hell are you thinking?" A few minutes later, Pang Tong listened to the busy tone on the phone, looking bewildered, having been scolded for no reason and unable to retort, feeling extremely wronged. After venting, Chen Guorong called Mo Huiman and recounted Fong Chen's situation. Again. After a moment of silence, Mo Huiman said, I understand." After hanging up, he suppressed his anger and dialed another number. "Old Pang, what are you thinking? You dare to hide this from me. If Xiao Zhang dies, you will be fully responsible." "Pang Tong? Xiao Zhang?" On the other side, Fong Chen had already arrived at the bright spot at the bottom of the sea, and this proximity left him speechless for a long time. The center of the vortex was actually a huge bubble, with seawater entering from the bottom of the bubble and spraying out from the top. And controlling all of this was a palace at the center of the bubble. The palace wasn't large, but it was absolutely dazzling. The light Fong Chen saw was emanating from this palace. Crack! At that moment, the spatial prison Fong Chen was in suddenly made a sound like shattering glass. The next second, the powerful water pressure directly broke through the space, and seawater surged in. Roar! The deep-sea behemoth let out a huge roar. In the sea, it was the king, but when facing an opponent in the air, it felt somewhat helpless, being toyed with by the 12 Star Lords like a kite. But now, it no longer wanted to play and swam directly towards the water vortex. The 12 Star Lords couldn't help but frown. The worst thing they feared had happened. They weren't afraid of clashing with the deep-sea behemoth. They could fight while retreating to avoid direct confrontation, but if the opponent ignored them, they would be helpless. If the distance was too far, their attack power would be insufficient. If too close, they would easily suffer a counterattack. Especially when the deep-sea behemoth dove to the bottom of the sea, they were utterly powerless. "Not enough, we need to thoroughly provoke it," one person said. "Just what I want, why not leave it to you, Star-Lord Situ?" another snorted coldly. The man who spoke first immediately darkened his face and said coldly, "What do you mean by that?" "Literally, I mean for you to provoke it. You really have a good plan. The full force strike of the deep-sea giant beast cannot be resisted even by the combined strength of the 12 of them, let alone by him alone. Provoking the deep-sea giant beast to the limit would surely mean death for himself. What good plans do I have?" It was the Star-Lord Situ who proposed it. "First, you can't possibly be unaware of the consequences of completely angering the deep-sea giant beast, right?" Upon hearing this, the man fell silent. "I suggested that you all go, not that I should go myself." After this remark, everyone fell silent. No one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. With their current strength, as long as they didn't act recklessly, living to 200 years old would be no problem, and they could enjoy endless wealth and glory without needing to risk their lives. Just then, a man sighed and said, "I'll go." This person was Lu Yin, known as the Guardian of the Earth and also the son of the war god Lu Chen. His words took everyone by surprise. However, considering he was Lu Chen's son, it seemed reasonable. After speaking, Lu Yin ignored the expressions of the others and unleashed a sound like breaking wind, flying straight toward the deep-sea giant beast. The deep-sea giant beast seemed to have plans to dive into the sea, so he had to act quickly. Giant rock spear. Suddenly, a massive rock spear over 100 meters long appeared in the air, its sharp tip aimed directly at the deep-sea giant beast. Lu Yin knew that his talent was not particularly strong. If it weren't for his father cultivating him with countless resources, he would never have reached his current height, nor could he have become a Star-Lord. However, since his father was willing to invest so many resources in his cultivation, it was not for him to enjoy a life of leisure. Images flashed through his mind, and the Only regret was that his father had lost contact after entering the sacred domain, and he had no idea how he was doing now. Boom! The giant rock spear fell, causing even the surrounding air to tremble violently. The deep-sea giant beast appeared somewhat flustered in the face of this sudden attack, instantly raising towering waves. The giant rock spear sliced through the giant waves and struck the deep-sea giant beast, creating a massive splash. The entire sea surface was lifted by this tremendous force, forming towering waves. The deep-sea giant beast roared again, forcefully slapping the sea surface, and the splashes suddenly transformed into countless water arrows. However, this was not the end. Its tail swung violently, directly forming a tornado. Within the tornado were water arrows more terrifying than bullets. Luin felt bitter inside, unable to believe that such a powerful move of his could not even harm the beast's fur. However, this was not the time to be disheartened. He quickly fled, rapidly gaining altitude. The others changed their expressions drastically upon seeing this. Although Luin was not the strongest among them, he was of medium strength, and such power had no effect at all. Too strong. Star-Lord Situ secretly rejoiced that he hadn't been the one to stick his neck out. His strength was considerably weaker than Lu Yin's. Quick! Go support Luin! Someone shouted immediately. A few others quickly reacted. As long as Luin was alive, the deep-sea giant beast would definitely pursue him. The terrifying water arrow tornado kept chasing Luin, and with his speed, he couldn't shake it off. The high-level monarchs were simply too strong for them. He didn't even have time to cast a skill. Wood Dragon! A massive wooden dragon crashed into the water arrow tornado, instantly weakening the fierce winds, while the wooden dragon was pierced by countless water arrows. Thank you, Sun Xingjuan, for your help. Be careful. The one who intervened was a voluptuous woman with fair skin, dressed in a qipao, exuding charm, making it hard to believe she was over 50. Luin saw a water cannon rushing towards him and immediately dodged. If he had reacted even a moment slower, he would have definitely been hit. Keep drawing it away, it's only focused on you now, the woman said. Luin understood and thanked her again before flying off. As the deep-sea behemoth continued to chase him, it relentlessly fired terrifying water cannons. The others saw this and realized their plan had succeeded. At least they could delay for another half hour. But just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they discovered countless sea demons swimming towards the coastline. Are they launching a full-scale attack? Several people's faces changed dramatically. These sea demons weren't just low-level. There were many elite, commander, and even monarch-level ones. Although the monarchs here weren't as terrifying as the deep-sea behemoth, they still possessed monarch-level strength, which ordinary heavenly realms couldn't handle. If these sea demons reached the shore, the coastal defense line would be instantly destroyed. Within a day, all coastal cities would be reduced to rubble. No, we must go back and inform everyone to prepare, one person said. Everyone glanced at the water tornado and then at the direction of the sea demon's attack. Even if they destroyed the water tornado now, it would be of no use. The prolonged rain had already been enough for them to walk on land. With this in mind, they quickly finalized their plan and flew off in different directions. They not only needed to inform the city defense generals but also to become part of the fighting force, otherwise they would definitely not hold out. Luin gradually realized the problem, but with the deep-sea behemoth hot on his heels, he couldn't fly towards land anymore. Why did these sea demons suddenly launch a full-scale attack? Did they sense our plan? Lu Yin's expression grew serious. This sudden attack by the sea demons was completely unexpected, perfectly timed to exploit their defensive vulnerabilities. They had caught them completely off guard. Or is it that someone informed the sea demons of the plan? Lu Yin's gaze sharpened. He didn't want to believe it was as he feared, but he couldn't overlook any possibility. This plan had been hastily formulated and was in a semi-secret state. Even he had only learned about it yesterday, and other relevant personnel should have found out around the same time. So who could it be? The 5 elders, the 12 Star Lords, the United Front Command Bureau, the military commander, the generals of various cities, and so on, all were possible culprits. Luin shook his head, completely at a loss. The scope was too broad, and the implications too vast. He cursed the United Front Bureau in his heart for being a bunch of fools. However, he knew this wasn't the time to ponder that. He needed to shake off the deep-sea behemoth as soon as possible. Just then, the deep-sea behemoth stopped chasing, leaving Luin momentarily stunned. What was going on? In the next moment, the deep-sea behemoth plunged into the sea, creating a massive whirlpool on the surface due to its forceful entry. The deep-sea behemoth left decisively, completely ignoring Luin, leaving him with a head full of question marks. Well, it's fine if it doesn't chase me. With that thought, Luin immediately flew towards land. At this time, based on the reconnaissance soldiers' intelligence, Shen Guorom also learned about the sea demon's full-scale attack and had to adjust the plan, canceling the rest period for all personnel. Even the Great Sky Eagles were all recalled. Compared to the water tornado, the sea demon's full-scale attack was the most critical matter. Subsequently, the Demon Slaying Division also received related news and began dispatching reinforcements. Other awakened ones had no choice but to pause their work and throw themselves into this battle. For a moment, the entire country seemed to tense up. The joyful atmosphere after the big exam was instantly shattered by this great war. The last time such a tense situation occurred was during the Great Chaos period. Coincidentally, that time was also a full-scale war against the sea monsters, but last time it was a battle for the entire Blue Star, and humanity ultimately emerged victorious. It was also after that war that humanity discovered the Holy Island and the Holy Domain, and the legendary figures of that era gradually disappeared. The sea monster army had actually been plotting for a long time. Their previous gathering on the coast was merely a disguise to mislead everyone into thinking that a large-scale gathering of sea monsters would take time. However, in reality, they had been secretly preparing at the bottom of the sea for quite some time. To avoid exposing their whereabouts, the sea monsters had been quietly moving in the ocean until they could no longer hide and surfaced. Although the 12 zodiac signs discovered it slightly earlier than the scouts, it was already too late. Chen Guorong quickly realized the problem and discussed countermeasures with Sun Xingjuan. Are the sea monsters this clever? Sun Liming asked in confusion. Chen Guorong smiled wryly. He was also unclear, but he remembered that in the last great battle against the sea monsters, they did not have such miraculous operations. What bad luck! Why are they targeting our great Xia again? Sun Liming complained. Chen Guorong's gaze turned cold. It's the work of someone with ulterior motives. Sun Liming's expression was equally serious. If I catch them, they will definitely be executed. Chen Guorong shook his head. This was not the time to discuss that. The traitor needed to be caught, but not now, as it could affect the morale of the troops. You go set up the battlefield. There should still be about 20 minutes. Chen Guorong said. Sun Liming waved her hand. No need. Then she stood on the city wall, her magical light shining brightly, and the ground rumbled as sharp wooden spikes burst forth from the earth. Even the city wall was not spared, with sword-like wooden spikes protruding from it. All the soldiers gasped at the sight, instantly gaining a lot of confidence. Chen Guorong could only smile helplessly. She was still as simple and brutal as ever, truly envious of her abundant mental strength. Back to earlier. Fongchan's spatial prison was breached, and the seawater instantly submerged him. The powerful current immediately pushed him to the bottom of the bubble, and Fongchan struggled continuously but could not escape the terrifying gravitational pull. He had a feeling that the pull was directed at him. The closer he got to the bubble, the stronger it felt. Moreover, this bubble gave him a familiar sensation. Heart of the Sea King. He finally remembered why it felt so familiar. When he obtained the Heart of the Sea King, he had broken through a layer of such a membrane. However, the current membrane was much larger than before, clearly prepared for many years. While he was thinking about this, his body had already passed through the bubble membrane. There was no sense of obstruction, nor was it particularly pleasant. But strangely, aside from himself, all the seawater was isolated outside the bubble and could only be drawn in through the passage at the bottom. The palace was located in the center of the bubble, with nothing around it, like a castle in the air. From a distance, Fongchan had thought this palace was not large, but now he found that reaching the palace from the bottom of the bubble required him to teleport 4 times in a row, about 100 meters. The palace was even more magnificent, at least the size of 2 football fields. Looking at this magnificent palace, Fongchan immediately thought of the Dragon Palace. But it was clearly not. Although the palace was dazzling with gold, the construction quality was not high, and it exuded a cheap feeling. Everywhere, the outer walls of the palace were covered with mottled marks, and colorful corals and seaweeds grew in the crevices of the stones, adding a touch of vitality. The columns were carved with rough patterns, now covered by seaweed and corals, revealing only faint traces. The main door was a huge red wooden door, riddled with cracks, yet it had a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. Pushing open the door, it let out a creaking sound. It was hard to imagine that outside this quiet environment was the surging sea. On the other side of the door was a spacious hall, with nothing else but this. In the center of the hall stood an enormous transparent pillar, connecting the floor and the ceiling of the palace. In the middle of the pillar was a pearl the size of a human, shaped like the lower half of a heart. Heart of the Sea King? Both the shape of the pearl and the feeling it emitted were very familiar. However, at that moment, a pair of bright large eyes was staring at Fongchan, and the movement of its hands abruptly stopped. It was lying on the ground, propping its head with one hand, while the other hand moved back and forth between its legs. Clearly, it hadn't expected anyone else to barge in, and for a moment, the entire hall was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Fongchan also looked at this artisan with great speechlessness. It had limbs like a human, a slender figure, and webbing between its fingers and toes. The surface of its skin was smooth, as if covered with a thin layer of water film, presenting a deep blue hue, reminiscent of the color of the ocean's depths. Its eyes were particularly large, a deep sea green, bright and profound. Its ears were flat, with a pair of gills, and its hair was thick and long. A long tail swayed in the air like a whip. The overall image resembled that of an avatar from a movie. The avatar that opened Pandora's box. Avatar, the merman, upon seeing the newcomer, also looked at itself, quickly withdrew its hand, and stood up as if nothing had happened. But its erect third leg betrayed it. %Yuan hashtag at Yuan % hashtag and Fongchan? Completely incomprehensible. The merman also seemed taken aback for a moment, then waved its hand in the air as if operating something. Then, it spoke again. Who are you? Why are you here? Damn. Fongchan was surprised. This artisan actually understood the Great Xia language? Merman, damn person? Fongchan? I don't care if you're a damn person or whatever. Barging in here means death. Suddenly, a trident appeared in the merman's hand and its whole body was enveloped in flowing water. It felt that communication with the other party was not going well, so it decided to kill first and talk later. After all, its task was to protect this place from any destruction. At this moment, Fongchan also had a sword in his hand, and with a swift step, he slashed at the merman. The merman hesitated for a moment, not expecting the other party to be so shameless, attacking before even getting into position. Where was the warrior spirit? Clang! The trident blocked Fongchan's attack. The merman sneered, too many flaws. Immediately, the water flowing from its body shot towards Fongchan at high speed. Fongchan's eyes narrowed, and a spatial wall directly blocked the merman's water flow. In the next second, the merman's water flow dispersed like Dr. Octopus, with each stream avoiding Fongchan's defensive attack. Fongchan's expression changed. This guy was very strong. Teleport. At the moment the water hit him, he shifted behind the merman and slashed down with his sword. Another clang. The merman had somehow turned around, and the trident just managed to block Fongchan's sword. Fongchan quickly jumped back a few steps to create distance. The merman's strength gave Fongchan a great shock. This was unlike any opponent he had faced before. Using spatial power on you is truly a waste. The disdain in the merman's eyes was evident. With such a large fluctuation in space, who wouldn't know your intentions? Fongchan frowned. This merman should be like those from the Elven realm, also a player, possessing a system and talents. What is your purpose? Why are you attacking the Great Xia? Heh, I have no obligation to tell you. Fongchan was taken aback. This merman was not as foolish as he appeared. You will speak. Fongchan's aura erupted, the sword light like a rainbow, charging straight at the merman. The merman, however, remained unhurried, coldly watching Fongchan, and also picked up his trident to counter. With another clang, this time the merman's brow furrowed. The force was clearly much stronger, causing his arm to feel somewhat numb. Fongchan continued to wield the black sword, relentlessly attacking the merman, who was also extremely powerful, easily blocking Fongchan's strikes each time. Suddenly, the merman's water flow transformed into a large net, enveloping Fongchan. Fongchan shouted loudly. The power within him surged rapidly, a formidable aura erupted from his body. Break! The black sword danced swiftly, instantly tearing apart the merman's water net. The merman's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Fongchan to break through his blockade in such a short time. However, his attack was not over. The dispersed water flow transformed into countless droplets, shooting towards Fongchan like bullets from all directions. This artisan's control over his own talent was truly masterful. Fongchan marveled internally, then looked at the merman. Universal attraction. Suddenly, all the water droplets turned and shot towards the merman. The merman was shocked, wanting to dodge, but found his feet stuck as if glued to the ground, unable to move. As he saw the water droplets spiraling out of control towards him, he trembled and shouted, "Scatter!" In an instant, all the water droplets, along with the water flow around him, vanished. After the exchange, both stood in place, their hearts profoundly shaken. Very strong. Fongchan didn't know how to classify the other's realm, but his strength was clearly beyond the empty realm, seemingly stronger than the 12 Zodiac Lords. The merman's expression also grew serious. The initial disdain was gone. He had thought the other couldn't even communicate, surely not exceeding level 30. But the strength displayed was clearly above level 50. He was beginning to doubt the rumor that humans are the weakest. You are strong. As long as you leave on your own, I won't kill you, the merman said. His task was merely to protect the water vortex from being destroyed. Killing was not a necessary job. If it came to killing, it would require extra payment. Fongchan shook his head. You are also strong. As long as you leave on your own, I won't kill you. The merman frowned, clearly not expecting the other to be so arrogant. You can't do that. Just now, I only used 50% of my strength. Coincidentally, I only used 10% of my strength. It's a coincidence. I've only used 10% of my strength. Fongchan thought to himself, I've only used my spatial and gravitational talents, along with Tyrant Divine, Thunder, Nether Ice Flame, Ashen Fire, Shadow, Extreme Cold Ice, Giant Strength, Wind, and a dozen other talents that I haven't even touched. Saying I've only used 10% of my strength isn't an exaggeration. Arrogant. Damn it. So damn arrogant. The merman thought he was already a boastful and arrogant person, but he didn't expect the other party to be even more arrogant, even more boastful. If you really only use 10% of your strength, I'd flip you over and kick you away. Spit. I'd flip over and take a dump. He suddenly had an idea in his heart, this time killing someone for free. Since that's the case, let's use all our strength, the merman said coldly. And then a stream of water appeared out of nowhere, surging into his body, causing his muscles to swell, rendering that bit of gravity ineffective. Alright, since you asked. Fongchan's eyes also sharpened. The fourth stage of life's grand technique erupted, red mist rising from his body, his overall strength quadrupling. Merman? Scythe of Death, unleash. The long sword instantly transformed into a 2-meter-long scythe, a black, eerie aura of death immediately enveloping Fongchan. Merman, God of Thunder, descend. A bolt of lightning appeared from above, striking Fongchan, and in the next second he was surrounded by lightning, his overall strength surging once again. The self-sufficient enhanced version of the God of Thunder's descent. Merman. I report. He's cheating. I said 50% is really 50%. You damn said 10% is also really 10%. Do you have to be so honest? Seeing Fongchan still not stopping, the merman hurriedly said, I think we don't have any great enmity. There's no need for us to fight to the death. Our meeting is also fate. I hope you can keep your promise. Let's end it here today. Don't come over. Before he could finish, he instantly transformed into a stream of water and flew towards the palace, moving so fast that even his shadow couldn't be seen. By the time Fongchan reacted, he had already passed through the bubble membrane and disappeared into the vast ocean. So speechless. It feels like an uncomfortable sensation of forcibly cutting off a poop. If it weren't for the lack of options, he would definitely chase after the merman and give him a good beating. Sigh, forget it. Fongchan arrived in front of the transparent pillar, clearly feeling the water flowing continuously through it. Obviously, this pillar was not an ordinary one. Such strong water pressure didn't break it. He swung his sword with all his might, but the pillar didn't budge, not even a scratch. Is this a barrier? No. Gluttony replied affirmatively. As expected, Fongchan didn't sense any barrier aura from the pillar. It felt more like an ordinary object. Do you know what this is? Grid and Gluttony fell silent. Grid said, there's no entity in the world I can't cut through. Gluttony said, there's no energy in the world I can't consume. Bullshit. It's just that you didn't use it. This is an energy body. You're the useless one. This is a physical entity. Fongchan. Impossible. I can chop you to pieces. I can eat you in one bite. Come on. Grid instantly transformed into a black fox. Let's have a one-on-one. Gluttony. Fongchan, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Can you be a bit more diligent? Look at how embarrassed I am right now. Fongchan. You should be glad you can't transform, otherwise, if I pressed you to the ground and rubbed you, you'd be the one with no face. Grid said while mimicking the action. When the time comes, I'll let you experience my whirlwind kick. I'll kick you into the wall. Shut up. Fongchan's head was buzzing from the noise. I'm asking you for advice, not to bicker. The advice I'm giving is that it's definitely Gluttony who's useless. It's you, the stinky fox, who's useless. Help. After the merman left the bubble, he didn't leave immediately. After thinking carefully, he realized that with that little reward, there was no need to risk his life. However, if this mission failed, he definitely couldn't return to the merman realm. Why not go to the human world for a look? I've heard it's quite interesting there. With this thought, he immediately dove into the sea and swam towards the continent. On the other side, the full-scale war between humans and sea monsters had completely erupted. The sea monsters' attack was exceptionally fierce, as if they wanted to capture the city in one fell swoop. The humans were also fighting back desperately, with not only the military and demon-slaying divisions but also many students and members of other organizations. In Hang City, Chen Guorong was personally commanding, along with strong figures like Li Xiong and Sun Liming, so the pressure was relatively small. But facing two high-ranking generals and a mid-ranking monarch at the same time was still quite strenuous. Several times, Chen Guorong had to personally step in to suppress the monarch-level threats. However, the most despicable thing about the sea monsters was not their numbers, but their cunning. As soon as the situation turned unfavorable, they would immediately escape into the sea to recover, and when they were ready, they would come back to join the battlefield. This created the illusion that the sea monsters were endless and could not be killed. But even knowing this, they had no way to counter it. The sea was the sea monsters' home ground, and humans entering would only lead to death. At this moment, Sun Bin was also on the battlefield. His strength was already at a mid-high level within the military division, making him one of the main forces. He felt immense guilt, especially knowing that the war against the sea monsters had fully erupted and that the Great Eagle had returned. After learning that the deep-sea behemoth had returned to the water vortex, he regretted it deeply. He shouldn't have told Fongchan about that issue, then the two of them could have left the water vortex together instead of leaving Fongchan to investigate alone. It could be said that he was the main culprit in Fongchan's death. Everyone, get your spirits up. Your only goal now is to kill the sea monsters. As long as we win, the rewards afterward will be plentiful. Not a single one will be missing. Chen Guorong's voice boomed, reaching everyone's ears. Sun Bin's gaze suddenly sharpened. That's right, humans cannot lose, otherwise Brother Fong's sacrifice would be in vain. He made up his mind that his military achievements in this war would be Fongchan's achievements, and he would definitely ensure that the higher-ups recognized Fongchan. With Chen Guorong's words, everyone's morale surged again, and the battlefield became tense once more. Chen Guorong knew that this kind of motivational speech would have diminishing returns the more it was used, but it was necessary. He looked towards the water vortex. As long as this rain didn't stop, this war wouldn't end. But could this rain stop? Fongchan, are you still alive? As long as you succeed, you will be the hero of this country. Are you still alive? Damn it, what use are you? It's always me doing the work. In the underwater bubble palace, Fongchan was cursing at Grid. 4K, explode. 45,678. Go. Report. The little black dragon looked at the last card in his hand, speechless. How could he lose with this? Master, are you cheating? The little black dragon said. It's impossible for him to have a bomb every time. I'll tell you, don't say random things. Am I the one who cheats? Why don't you shuffle the cards? Do you think I enjoy shuffling the cards? Grid and the little black dragon looked at their little claws, cursing in their hearts about the shamelessness. I'm not playing anymore, it's boring. Seeing the little black dragon trying to shuffle the cards with its tiny paws, Fongchan quickly put the cards away. Aren't you ready yet? This was directed at Gluttony. Gluttony pouted. You guys are playing cards, and you still have the nerve to complain about me being slow? It's ready. Upon hearing this, Fongchan immediately perked up. He had previously searched the entire palace but couldn't find a way to enter the pillar. Even the bottom was sealed, seemingly allowing only seawater to pass through, while other fish were blocked outside, crushed into chunks of rotten flesh. After some research with Gluttony and Grid, they concluded that this pillar was neither an energy body nor a physical entity. It should be a passage, opened up by spatial power. That's why there appeared to be a small pillar, yet it could suck in massive amounts of seawater. At first, Fongchan thought this was right up his alley, but little did he know that his abilities were insufficient to disrupt this space. He also tried using his decomposition skill, but it was of little use, and since this wasn't a material, the difficulty increased. Although decomposition was a divine skill, it consumed a lot of mana. With his current proficiency, he could only manage a sequential decomposition from the outside in, which took quite a while. Previously, decomposing. The corpse of Sword Asking Heaven had consumed nearly 4,000 spiritual power, which was related to Sword Asking Heaven's strong physique. Therefore, he rarely used this skill in actual combat, saving it as a trump card for surprise attacks. Finally, Gluttony suggested trying to construct a similar spatial barrier, opening a gap between these spatial pillars. So, the task was handed over to Gluttony, but it ended up taking half a day. Following Gluttony's instructions, Fongchan arrived right in front of the pillar, directly facing the big pearl inside. Are you ready? Gluttony asked. Fongchan nodded, and it seemed a 1-meter-long crack had appeared on the pillar. Gluttony shouted, "Open!" The crack immediately expanded into a diamond shape. Damn! As the crack opened, Fongchan was suddenly pulled in by a powerful suction force. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, bracing himself with both hands and feet against the pillar, otherwise he would have been sucked in. What's going on? The suction was incredibly strong, and Fongchan struggled with all his might to hold on. However, Grid and the little black dragon, who were standing together, felt no effect at all. The three exchanged glances as they felt no suction. In their view, it was Fongchan who inexplicably jumped onto the pillar, pressing his belly against the crack, going in and out. It should be because you have a fragment of the heart of the Sea King inside you. The two are attracting each other, Gluttony said, being sensitive to energy and able to sense the attraction between them. What should I do? It's simple, either you absorb it or it absorbs you. Gluttony thought for a moment. There's another way, which is to let me eat it, but then it would just turn into an energy body. No need for that. Fongchan immediately rejected Gluttony's third option, without a second thought. Are you kidding? How powerful is such a large portion of the heart of the Sea King? Giving it to you would be a waste. Think carefully. Right now, it's like a tug-of-war. If you lose, you'll become part of it, trapped in the middle of the pillar. Then if I win, it will submit to me, right? You could say that. Treasures of this level usually possess a certain level of intelligence. They can't just be absorbed at will. The fragment Fongchan obtained before was just a tiny part compared to this, which is why it was so easy. Come to me. After a moment, he made a decision immediately, gathering his strength, bracing all four limbs against the pillar to prevent himself from being sucked in. Then he exerted force with his limbs and waist, simultaneously trying to move his body as far away from the pillar as possible. It's moving. Grid clearly saw the big pearl shift a little towards Fongchan. Fongchan's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was hope. Then the body immediately pressed against the pillar, pushing outward with force once again. Sure enough, the big bead moved outward a little. Fongchan then continued to perform Aluba a dozen more times, his limbs feeling somewhat weak. Master, it's back in its original position, the little black dragon exclaimed. Fongchan's face instantly darkened. After all that effort to push it out just a few centimeters, and after resting for just a few seconds, it returned to its original position? At this rate, it seemed there was a force keeping the heart of the Sea King fixed in the center. Damn it! Motorized electric butt. Aluba plus. Fongchan went all out, feeling as if he was in a fight to the death. The coastline city wall was in an exceptionally fierce battle. The sea monsters were completely going mad, launching fierce attacks without regard for casualties. The pressure on Hang City was also increasing, with attacks from the Lord-level creatures that had claws like lobsters. Several huge cracks had formed in the wall. If it weren't for the timely reinforcement from Rock's talent, this side would have likely fallen. Chen Guarong had just come down from the battlefield, having nearly been killed by the giant claw lord, but fortunately, Sun Liming had acted in time, using a wooden dragon to block the fatal blow. At this moment, Sun Liming and Li Xiong were holding off the giant claw lord, giving him time to rest. He gulped down a high-grade recovery potion, his wounds and spiritual power quickly recovering. This was already the third time this had happened, and Chen Guorong had to admit he was getting old. Once he had recovered enough, he stood up, ready to continue dealing with the giant claw lord. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Mo Huiman. He knew that Mo Huiman wouldn't call him unless it was urgent, so he quickly answered. I've arranged for a batch of healers to head over. I'll give you the list and you can distribute them as soon as possible. Mo Huiman spoke quickly, shocking Chen Guorong right from the start. In his impression, the country had no healers available. For mobilization, these were all private resources from those families. What's the cost? We can't intervene in Fongchan's matter anymore, Mo Huiman said. This, Chen Guorong never expected those families to be so obsessed with. Fongchan, if Fongchan can survive and come back, won't we care? Mo Huiman was silent for a moment. He's already dead. Chen Guorong was clearly stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to terms with it. Regardless of whether Fongchan returned or was still alive, the identity of Fongchan had already become a thing of the past, at least until he could stand on his own. In fact, he had thought before about whether there was a way to make all the families and domestic and foreign forces dare not touch Fongchan, but clearly that was impossible. Even if he publicly revealed his identity as the Black Sword Knight, even if he successfully destroyed the water tornado, no one would believe it. Plus, with the smear campaigns from those online trolls, his reputation might plummet, and at that point, those identities would not only fail to protect him but would also hold him back. Once those people made their move, they would definitely be top-tier powerhouses. Even if the country wanted to send someone to protect Fongchan, they wouldn't find suitable candidates, especially since he had already offended one of the 12 Zodiac Lords. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Ginger is indeed still spicy when old. After hanging up, Chen Guorong immediately received Mo Huiman's list. He just needed to allocate these people reasonably to various battle zones. After reading it, he clenched his fists, veins bulging. There were a full 30 people here, with the strongest only at level 19, not even reaching level 20. He believed there were definitely more than 30 in reality, with some still hidden by them. What a bunch of tumors. Chen Guorong was quite furious, but there was nothing he could do. Unless he could break the shackles on these people, they would only claim it was voluntary. That's why Fongchan, as a wild healer, seemed so precious. His appearance would break this balance. As long as he was willing to help others heal, the families hoarding so many healers would lose their significance, which was why those families were so eager to deal with Fongchan. On the other side, Fongchan was still diligently working on Aluba in the palace, unaware of what was happening inside the city walls, and even less aware that he had already been marked for death. Even if he knew it wouldn't matter, he originally wanted to change his identity for a while, mainly considering Zhang Lan's situation. Whether abroad or domestically, he had offended too many people. He wasn't afraid, but Zhang Lan was. Moreover, he believed those families definitely had more strength than what was visible on the surface. Even the 12 zodiac signs were not as simple as they appeared. Until he had absolute confidence, it was better to act low-key. After much effort from Fongchan, the big pearl was now less than a meter away from him, but at that moment, its movement had also come to a halt. The suction he felt was unprecedentedly strong, pulling half of his stomach in, his body bending in a strange way. Faster. My barrier can barely hold on. Life Grand Technique, 4th stage. Great strength. Fongchan activated 2 skills simultaneously, his power surging. Instantly, his body, which had been sucked in, was gradually pulled back out. The big pearl began to shake violently, seemingly dissatisfied with Fongchan's cheating behavior. However, Fongchan couldn't care less about that. He needed to pull the big pearl out first. Master, almost there. Keep it up. The little black dragon immediately transformed into a cheerleader. Suddenly, Fongchan reached one hand into the pillar, bracing against the immense water pressure, and grabbed the big pearl. Get the hell out of here. Veins bulged on Fongchan's forehead as he exerted all his strength. With a loud bang, he yanked the big pearl out, but the force was too much, causing him to fall to the ground and create a large pit. Once the big pearl was out, it hesitated for a moment before immediately flying back toward the pillar. Gluttony was quick to react, shutting the passage the moment Fongchan emerged, and the big pearl crashed against the pillar with a bang. The next second, the big pearl stopped mid-air, seemingly unsure of what to do with the pillar. Fongchan, stop it. It's trying to get back in. Gluttony immediately sensed the big pearl's intention. This pillar should be connected to it and could be operated to open. Hearing this, Fongchan dared not rest, leaping up and sprinting forward, grabbing the big pearl and turning around to throw it down. Boom! The big pearl was heavily slammed into the ground, leaving a massive deep pit. The big pearl was momentarily stunned. Everyone else was afraid of damaging it, treating it with utmost care, while this person was so rough. Fongchan jumped into the pit, grabbed the big pearl, and coldly said, I have always looked down on those who gamble and refuse to lose. The big pearl shook violently, seemingly protesting against the cheating. Fongchan sneered, we never agreed not to use skills. Even if I cheat, it's still a form of strength. In his past life, he had gambled a lot and managed underground casinos. He wasn't opposed to cheating as long as it wasn't discovered. But if it was found out, then it was sorry. Choose between losing a hand or a foot. Upon hearing this, Grid looked at Fongchan with disdain. If he said he hadn't cheated at poker, he would immediately use sewage to temper it. At this moment, the big pearl was firmly held by Fongchan, finally quieting down. Big pearl. You're bullying a pearl that can't even talk. If you're not satisfied, then let gluttony eat you. Really? Gluttony instantly became excited. If it transformed, it would definitely be unable to stop drooling. This was a great tonic. The big pearl seemed to sense this and, without saying a word, instantly burrowed into Fongchan's body, merging with the previous fragments, becoming one of his pieces of equipment. Heart of the Sea King. 52% contains the power of the Sea King, permanently increases the owner's four-dimensional attributes by 520 points, improves physical constitution, allows the owner to operate underwater, grants the skill Sea King Summon, enhances the owner's water resistance by 50% and provides boundless water, which can completely block one mental attack, cooldown 12 hours. Boundless water affinity ability, even without water elements, can use the power of water, increasing the power of water skills fivefold. Sea King Summon, able to communicate with sea creatures, enhances the caster's authority and affinity, can compel sea creatures to obey the caster. Cooldown 120 hours. Water D, enhanced to boundless water SSS. Super healing power, a passive skill derived from the heart of the Sea King combined with the owner's talent, activates when the owner suffers a fatal blow. Can heal all negative effects, cooldown time 60 hours. Looking at these prompts, Fongchan instantly felt it was worth it. Each one was an invincible skill. Just the halved cooldown time of super healing power was worth the ticket price, not to mention the others. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to obtain the complete heart of the Sea King. However, he also knew that the hope was slim. This item was probably in the hands of the merfolk. If the merfolk found out he had taken half of the heart of the Sea King, they would definitely fight him to the death. Thinking of that skilled merfolk, he couldn't quite guess their strength. He indeed had many talents, but the only one he could call proficient was the healing talent, which had already reached LV4, even mastering the skill of resurrecting the dead. The other talents could only be considered half-baked compared to the control a skilled artisan had over their talents. He was far behind. Suddenly, at that moment, Fongchan heard that familiar cry, and he couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, having lost the power of the heart of the Sea King, the pillar could no longer draw in seawater, and it seemed unable to maintain its state, starting to make the sound of glass shattering. Outside the palace, also due to the loss of the heart of the Sea King's power, the bubble membrane suddenly burst and a powerful current rushed in. Fongchan was quick to react, instantly putting away Grid and the little black dragon. As for Gluttony, it was still worn, so he wasn't afraid of being swept away. In just a few seconds, this palace, which had existed for who knows how many years, was destroyed and completely sank to the seabed. The deep-sea giant beast had clearly also detected Fongchan's position and was swimming towards him at high speed. Before he could see the figure of the deep-sea giant beast, Fongchan already felt a pressure of water pushing towards him. Fongchan was also unsure if the heart of the Sea King had any effect on a monarch-level being. He couldn't afford to gamble and hurriedly fled. Who would have thought that in the next second, in the pitch-black sea, a huge bloody mouth suddenly opened and swallowed him whole. The rain fell in a steady drizzle. Above, the sky was shrouded in persistent dark clouds. Below, a heavy scent of death lingered. The city walls, stained with blood and in a state of disrepair, looked as if they had been newly built just months ago. Outside the walls, corpses piled high, rivers of blood flowed. A massive general had already fallen, becoming a stepping stone for the sea monsters' assault. Yet, the sea monsters showed no signs of retreat, their attacks only growing fiercer. The giant claw monarch climbed onto the city wall, nearly crushing half of it. Chen Guorong's left hand was nowhere to be found, yet he still faced off against the giant claw monarch. Sun Liming lay on the city wall, behind her a deep pit, her chest rising and falling as she gasped for breath. All the soldiers defending the city looked on in despair. Even with healers present, their casualty rate continued to rise sharply. However, the sea monsters relentlessly attacked, as if they could never be killed off. Can we hold on? Many had already lost hope. Even though Li Xiong kept encouraging them, morale remained low, simply because the number of sea monsters was overwhelming. They watched their comrades die one by one, their hearts filled with fear. Day and night, the sea monsters did not cease their assault, nor did they stop defending. Originally, 2 squads took turns resting, but now only 1 squad remained. There was no more time to rest. Exhaustion, hunger, and panic bred negative emotions. Especially with the continuous rain, which left everyone feeling dispirited. Is it just my illusion? The rain seems to have lessened? One person wiped the rain from their face and looked up at the sky. You're imagining things, huh? It does seem to have lessened. Another seemed to notice as well. Everyone looked up at the sky. Despite the worry etched on their faces, their eyes revealed a glimmer of doubt and hope. They longed for the rain to stop, even if just for a moment. However, the dark clouds gradually dispersed and sunlight streamed through the gaps, illuminating the ground. The rain has stopped? The rain has stopped. The rain has stopped. The rain really has stopped. A cheer erupted among the crowd. They desperately needed clear skies, even if just for a little while. Rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, brightening the previously gloomy sky. The warm sunlight shone on everyone's faces, as if the dawn of hope had arrived. May the heavens bless Daxia. May the heavens bless Daxia. As the clouds gradually cleared, the sky transformed from deep blue to bright yellow, finally presenting a clear azure. A flock of small birds joyfully soared in the sky, their songs drifting with the gentle breeze filling everything with vitality. The attacking sea monsters noticeably slowed, clearly caught off guard by the sudden cessation of rain. Without the moisture that kept their skin wet, they felt particularly uncomfortable, especially in the dry environment, which would significantly diminish their strength. This pause in the rain had the greatest impact on the sea monsters attacking the city. They immediately felt unwell. The others still in the water, yet to climb the walls, hesitated. As well. Brothers, kill them. Heaven bless us. May the heavens bless Daxia. Feeling the warmth of the sunlight, a surge of strength seemed to rise in everyone's hearts. The soldiers' morale gradually increased, becoming more excited and proactive. No one knew how long this clear weather would last, and they had to seize the moment to deal a heavy blow to the sea monsters. Fire elementals. Intensify the attack. Water elementals drain the water below immediately. Earth elementals raise the battlefield terrain. Li Xiong seemed to see the dawn of victory and became excited, continuously assigning tasks. Damn sea monsters. Try my fireball technique. Raging flame dragon. Blazing fist. A group of fire element awakeners continuously unleashed their skills, venting all the oppression they had previously endured. With the suppression of flames, the sea monster was immediately forced to retreat step by step. Chen Guorong's eyes lit up. The strength of the giant claw monarch had clearly diminished significantly. Suddenly, a fierce wind rose around him, gathering in one place, and with a loud bang, it pushed the giant claw monarch off the city wall, crashing into the ranks of the sea monsters, causing chaos. Sun Liming also knew that the opportunity was fleeting. She struggled to get up and rejoin the battle, dozens of wooden spikes continuously shooting from around her towards the sea monsters. In just that moment, humanity surprisingly gained the upper hand. Hold on, victory is within reach. Li Xiong shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Upon hearing this, everyone worked even harder. When the fire talent joined the battle, the entire situation was completely reversed. The battlefield on Pangtong's side was particularly evident. With this arsonist joining, the ordinary sea monsters were utterly suppressed, and the pressure on the other soldiers was greatly reduced, gradually regaining the advantage. Director, you should rest for a while. I'll get the healer to come over. Chen Guorong originally wanted to continue holding on, not wanting to miss such a good opportunity, but his mental energy was already exhausted, and he had sustained quite a few injuries. As he relaxed, he could hardly move at all. Don't worry, Director, once this rain stops, we can't possibly lose. Supporting Chen Guorong was his aide, Zhu Chenggong. Chen Guorong looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had dispersed, but previously faintly visible water flow was gone, and the fierce sunlight made it hard for him to open his eyes. Yet even so, he continued to gaze at the sun, feeling that in all his decades of life, he had never felt the sun was so beautiful as it was now. Did you do this? You are the benefactor of this country, Chen Guorong silently thought. Not long after, a middle-aged healer, dragging his weary body, arrived beside Chen Guorong. As soon as he saw the condition of Chen Guorong's left hand, he frowned. Director, is your left arm still there? Chen Guorong shook his head helplessly. His left arm was not severed but was smashed to pieces by the giant claw monarch, and it was likely that not even fragments of flesh could be found. Then I'm afraid I can't help you, the middle-aged man said helplessly. Zhu Chenggong immediately became displeased. Aren't you able to regenerate severed limbs? The middle-aged man was even more helpless. That's a level 3 talent ability. How many of us can reach level 3? It's fine, just help me treat the wounds first. I'll think of another way for my left hand. Chen Guorong waved his hand. He understood the situation of these healers. There were those who had reached level 3 talent, but they were all treasures of powerful families and wouldn't lend them out casually. I wonder if Fongchan's healing talent has reached level 3, he thought, but the next moment he denied his own idea. Since Fongchan had spatial talent, his focus in cultivation was naturally on spatial talent, and healing talent was merely auxiliary. Moreover, raising talent levels was extremely difficult, especially after level 2. Being able to elevate talent to level 3 at the Earth Realm stage was a rare occurrence. Thinking of this, he immediately instructed Zhu Chenggong, send a team of great eagles to the location of the water vortex. No matter the cost, as long as there are survivors, bring them back to me. Zhu Chenggong paused for a moment, as everyone knew that the deep-sea behemoths had already returned to the water vortex location, and under these circumstances it was impossible for there to be any survivors. He didn't understand Chen Guorong's intention but still nodded in agreement. In the deep sea, a giant beast continuously swayed its tail, swimming deeper into the ocean, the depth already exceeding 10,000 meters. The beast's mouth was tightly closed, but inside sat a person, Fongchan. At the moment he was swallowed by the deep-sea giant, Fongchan was fully armed, with grid transformed into scythe form, ready to strike with all his might. However, after being sucked into its mouth, the deep-sea giant did not take any further action. It merely cleared the water from its oral cavity, leaving enough space for Fongchan. Hello! A deep voice suddenly came through. Fongchan was momentarily stunned before responding. Are you the deep-sea giant? The voice continued. I am Taladil Mujidparl. Kosi Yimawale. And Flo? Fongchan only remembered the last 3 words of the entire statement. The deep-sea giant said, "You can call me Taladiel Mujidparl Kosi Yima. I'll just call you Yima Whale, it's easier to remember." The deep-sea giant fell silent for a while before giving a reluctant him. Fongchan didn't care whether it was satisfied or not. "What do you want to do?" He didn't sense any killing intent from Yima Whale, but its actions were puzzling. He felt Yima Whale was continuously sinking, not knowing where it was headed. "Have you gained the recognition of the heart of the Sea King?" Yes, Fongchan did not hide it. After the sea god died, his power was sealed in the heart of the Sea King. The sea tribes fought countless internal wars to obtain this power. To quell the wars, the sea god's princess divided the heart of the Sea King into countless pieces, scattering them across the ocean. Without the power of the heart of the Sea King, most sea tribes began to degenerate, losing their intelligence. But because of this, the seabed regained peace. Fongchan was suddenly astonished. Seafood came from the degeneration of sea tribes? Yima Whale. My point seems to not be this. More than 100 years ago, the world underwent a great change. Spatial passages appeared in the underwater realm, and the merfolk invaded, our kin, suffered ruthless slaughter. Hearing this, Fongchan's eyelid twitched. It shouldn't be hinting at me, right? I haven't eaten seafood since coming to this world. Yima Whale continued. We were forced to become their slaves, becoming their tools of war, so we secretly gathered the heart of the Sea King to resist the merfolk. Not long ago, we finally gathered the heart of the Sea King, but found one piece missing. For some unknown reason, this matter was discovered by the merfolk, who then seized the heart of the Sea King, causing our plan to fail. Fongchan. Then why is the heart of the Sea King here now? This is all part of the merfolk's plan. Their goal is to conquer this world. The merfolk took half of the heart of the Sea King to execute this plan, while the other half remained in the merfolk territory. Fongchan, those sea monsters attacking the city are part of the plan? Yes, they are our kin. The merfolk captured the sea god's princess and used the heart of the Sea King to command us to invade the land. With the heart of the Sea King, they can command the sea tribes we cannot disobey. No, but you are a monarch-level being, a high-tier one at that. How can you just watch the merfolk take the heart of the Sea King? And they even captured the princess? But the heart of the Sea King is not complete. Can we really not resist? The princess is gone, we can just choose another. Yima Whale was clearly somewhat dissatisfied. The sea god's princess is a descendant of the sea god. We will not abandon her, and only she can recombine the heart of the Sea King. Then I now also possess the heart of the Sea King. You should retreat immediately. Fongchan said. After you obtain the heart of the Sea King, the command will disappear. They have lost half of the heart of the Sea King and cannot issue such large-scale commands. So that means you will retreat? No, the princess is still in the hands of the merfolk, and they will continue to attack. Fongchan immediately wanted to curse. Now the merfolk only have half of the heart of the Sea King left. Can't you go save the princess? Yima Jing fell silent for a moment and said, their king is very powerful, possessing strength beyond that of an emperor. Damn it! Fongchan felt completely numb. It turned out that all this talk was in vain. Even if he obtained the heart of the Sea King, he couldn't stop the sea monsters' attack. Forcing an order might make some sea monsters retreat, but that would only be a temporary solution. Unless he could rescue the so-called princess, but that was simply impossible. What about that merfolk king? With such strength, wouldn't it be faster to sweep through this world directly? Why does he need to threaten you to act? The specifics are unclear, but it is said that their leader rarely shows up and seems to be located in the holy domain. Upon hearing this, Fongchan estimated that this merfolk king didn't value Blue Star much, not worth expending too much energy on. The best outcome would be for their own people to fight each other, ultimately benefiting him, the fisherman. You won't let your troops retreat. Then where are you taking me? I still need to go back. Fongchan finally reacted, realizing that after all this talk, nothing had changed. Since you have gained the recognition of the heart of the Sea King, I hope you can help us retrieve the remaining heart of the Sea King and rescue the princess, Yima Jing said. You must be crazy. What strength do I have? What strength do they have? I can't even defeat you. How can I fight the merfolk? Fongchan felt completely numb. Even if his aunt came, she shouldn't go crazy and treat him as a savior. Yima Jing fell silent for a moment. I'm not asking you to go now, just that in the future, when you have strength, you can help us. Why didn't you say that earlier? Damn, you scared me. Fongchan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Future matters could be discussed later. The merfolk knew he had obtained the heart of the Sea King, and they probably wouldn't let him go, so he already had a conflict with the merfolk, but the longer it took for things to explode, the better. Going now would be no different from seeking death. Once he had strength in the future, casually retrieving the remaining heart of the Sea King would be no problem. After all, they had sincerely asked for his help. He couldn't just refuse. Yima Jing, is this really someone recognized by the heart of the Sea King? The princess wouldn't make a mistake, would she? So where are you taking me now? Although you have obtained part of the heart of the Sea King, you still cannot fully exert its power. There is an underground spring in our clan that can help you enhance your strength. If the princess is in danger, and if you have enough potential, we will obey you, and retreating will naturally be no problem. What if the potential isn't enough? A hint of killing intent flashed in Yima Jing's eyes. kill you, take back the heart of the Sea King, continue the attack on land, and secretly gather strength to rescue the princess. You Sea tribe are really clever. Fongchan knew that this ant whale had no intention of letting him choose. He was truly like meat on the chopping block. Yima Jing. According to Yima Jing, this would take some time, and with nothing to do, Fongchan called out the little black dragon and the others. Let's play cards. The loser has to do the laundry. The little black dragon and Grid simultaneously looked at their own bodies. Do I have clothes on? Can you not be so ridiculous? I don't know how long it has been, but my phone has run out of battery. Fongchan took a nap and then played a bit of dodiju with the little black dragon and the others. 8910 JQKA. Report single. The one speaking was Grid, who had only one card left in his hand, smiling proudly. Surely he couldn't lose this round. Fongchan was taken aback. Old cat burning whiskers, he hadn't even shuffled the cards once. How could such a good hand end up with him? Boom! The Yima whale seemed to have bumped into something, suddenly shaking, causing everyone to almost fall over. 4 fours, 3 fives with a pair. I win! Fongchan quickly played all the cards in his hand. Grid looked confused. How did you win as soon as you turned around? Didn't you play a 4 earlier? The little black dragon tilted its head, trying to flip over the cards to see. We're here. The voice of the Yima whale suddenly rang out. We're here, no more playing. Upon hearing this, Fongchan ignored the little black dragon's paw and quickly put the playing cards away into the space jade. The little black dragon and Grid. Damn, this guy definitely cheated. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and go, don't keep them waiting, it's rude. Fongchan said sternly. The two little creatures jumped onto Fongchan's shoulder in silence. The Yima whale slowly opened its huge mouth, and its voice came at the same time. I can't go in ahead, I'll wait for you here. Once you see the spring of the sea, just soak in it. After saying this, Fongchan walked out from its mouth. It was a huge cave, and the immense water pressure made him feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, he soon passed through a layer of bubble membrane which kept the seawater out and prevented it from entering. The cave was large and spacious, yet very damp, with a smooth path underfoot, clearly well maintained. Moving forward, there were no twists and turns inside, and soon he saw the spring of the sea in the mouth of the Yima whale, which was only about the size of half a basketball court. The spring water was light blue but crystal clear. Fongchan touched it with his hand. It was icy and very comfortable. He then took off his clothes and soaked in. The icy sensation rushed to his brain, incredibly refreshing, and he instantly relaxed as if all the accumulated fatigue had vanished. Soaking in the spring water, he felt all his pores opening up as if a magical force was drilling into his body, activating all his cells. Then, suddenly, he felt a change in his chi-si. The spiritual energy entering the chi-si actually compressed into liquid automatically. Fongchan exclaimed, "What the hell? Isn't this a sign of breaking through to the void realm?" His experience points had long been maxed out, but he had been unable to break through. One reason was lack of time, and the other was that his mental strength was too high, making it very difficult to compress the spiritual energy into liquid. He had originally planned to wait until things were over to cultivate properly and slowly break through this bottleneck. He never expected that soaking in this spring water would break the bottleneck. Fongchan lay comfortably in the spring water while his chi-si continued to work, converting spiritual energy into spiritual liquid. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is how simple cultivation can be." Soon, his level automatically jumped from 30 to 31, Void Realm. His four-dimensional attributes each increased by 100 points, and after that, each level up would increase each attribute by 40 points, which was 4 times that of the Earth Realm. However, the growth attribute also doubled, changing from 34 points to 68 points. The spiritual power value also became double what it was before, and Fongchan now had the equivalent of 3 blue bars. At the same time, his body underwent obvious changes, seeming to become lighter and more solid. He thought it would end there, but when he looked at the attribute panel again, he found that both mental strength and physique were actually increasing at a rate of 1 point per second. Fongchan was simply astonished, unable to close his mouth in surprise. His current shortcomings are his mental strength and physical constitution. He has too many skills, and many of them are advanced, which he could hardly use with his previous mental strength. His physical constitution is the lowest among his attributes, leading to issues like easy fatigue, insufficient endurance, and low physical defense. He didn't expect that this spring water could simultaneously address these two shortcomings. Yima Jing waited outside the cave. The layer of bubble membrane was an insurmountable barrier for it. Only those with the bloodline of the sea god or the heart of the sea king could enter. This place is one of the treasures left behind by the sea god, and the spring of the sea can rapidly transform the body and enhance mental strength until it reaches the user's limit. Therefore, the sea god clan consists of powerful mages. The potential the princess spoke of refers to this kind of transformation. If this person only improves a little, then their potential is evident. It's like having a cheat, but still not being strong. Without the cheat, how strong can you be? The longer the soaking time, the deeper the person's potential is proven to be. Unfortunately, each person can only use it once in their lifetime. Once they reach their limit, no matter how long they soak, it will be ineffective. It still remembers the last time it came here, bringing the princess along. She soaked for nearly an hour, and when she came out, her demeanor was completely renewed, and her aura had undergone a tremendous change. Unknowingly, an hour had already passed. Yima Jing regretted not telling Fongchan that once he reached his limit he could leave. Continuing to soak would only waste time. The princess soaked for an hour and was already hailed as a rare genius in 1,000 years. How could this human possibly be more monstrous than the princess? It was obvious that Fongchan had already reached his limit but was dissatisfied and insisted on continuing to soak. It had seen this kind of situation before and was no longer surprised. Another hour passed and Yima Jing became increasingly irritable. It had seen those without self-awareness, but never someone so shameless. Soaking for 2 hours, surely he should be bubbling by now. Yet he still refused to leave? After a few minutes without improvement, soaking any longer would not lead to any enhancement. So generally, after reaching the limit, soaking for another 10 to 30 minutes would be sufficient. Yet Fongchan had soaked for at least another hour, which was beyond the level of lacking self-awareness. Unfortunately, it had no way to intervene. It couldn't enter, and its voice couldn't reach him. Slowly, another hour passed, making it a full 3 hours. Yima Jing's mood shifted from irritation and anger to anxiety. It began to doubt whether something had happened to Fongchan inside. If that were the case, it had to find help quickly to retrieve the heart of the Sea King from inside. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if it fell into the hands of the merfolk. But it was uncertain, not knowing whether to leave or continue waiting. Just then, a figure walked out of the cave, and it was Fongchan. Yima Jing's heart finally settled, but the next moment turned to anger. Get up! We're leaving! It opened its mouth wide, waiting for Fongchan to enter. As he walked out of the cave, Fongchan realized that the water pressure that had previously made him uncomfortable was now completely unnoticeable. Fongchan felt the anger of the Yima whale and stopped saying anything, immediately entering the whale's large mouth. He thought to himself, this old brother is really irritable. Hasn't it only been a few hours? But then he reconsidered. If he had to wait for someone for a few hours, he would probably be even more irritable. Sorry for making you wait so long, Fongchan apologized. Knowing he was in the wrong, but he couldn't really blame himself. It was the whale that said it would leave only after reaching its limit. Once you reach the limit, you can leave. Continuing to soak won't have any effect. The Yima whale seemed to be suppressing its anger. Yes, it only leaves after reaching the limit, otherwise it wouldn't take so long. The Yima whale was momentarily stunned. Clearly Fongchan's response exceeded its expectations. You mean it took 3 hours to reach the limit? It should be the limit. It took nearly 5 more minutes to increase my mental strength a little. The cost effectiveness was too low, so I left, Fongchan replied without hesitation. What? The Yima whale was in turmoil, unable to believe what it had just heard. You mean your mental strength could still increase and you just left? Yes, it took 5 minutes to increase, a little too slow. At first, the speed of improvement was indeed very fast, but gradually it turned into a few seconds, then tens of seconds for just a little increase, and in the end, the physical strength didn't increase at all, and the mental strength took minutes for just a bit. This efficiency was simply a waste of time. That's why Fongchan chose not to soak anymore. The Yima whale was somewhat speechless. Usually, it didn't know if it could improve even a little in a day, but now it was saying it increased 12 points in an hour and still called it slow? It couldn't tell if Fongchan was lying, but his tone didn't seem like he was. It just felt very annoying. However, when Fongchan came out, he did feel significantly stronger, meeting the standards. It was likely that he was saying this on purpose to save face and avoid being killed. Forget it, since he had already met the assessment standards, it was too lazy to expose him. Did I meet your minimum potential requirements? Seeing the Yima whale not speaking, Fongchan felt a bit worried. After all, his mental strength had only increased by over 1,400 points, and his physical strength was over 1,000 points, which was indeed not very impressive. He was mentally prepared to tear his face and start a fight. Yes. The Yima whale's tone was cold, further confirming that the situation was as it thought. Hearing this, Fongchan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This level of improvement was indeed not enough. From the Yima whale's tone, it was clear it was dissatisfied. He couldn't help but sigh. There are always people better than you, and the talents of the sea tribe are just too strong. The journey was silent. This time, the Yima whale didn't go anywhere else and directly swam towards the Great Xia direction. In the coastal areas of the Great Xia Empire, the war was still intense. Originally, it was thought that after the rain stopped, the sea monsters would leave. But the reality was far from what was imagined. People had barely relaxed for a day when the sea monsters returned, this time in even greater numbers and more fearless of death. Large sea monsters continuously used their skills to create battlefields suitable for sea monster combat, while the humans tried to stop them but were played in a game of hide and seek. Every time they approached, the sea monsters would hide in the sea, and as soon as they left, they would come out again. If they didn't leave, they would command other sea monsters to launch fierce attacks on the city. Sending fewer people wouldn't work either. The sea monsters would directly kill those people, and if there were too many, they wouldn't come out. Very cunning. This situation was giving Chen Guorong a severe headache. Clearly, the rain had stopped, and the advantage should be on his side, but now the sea monsters had taken the initiative. This kind of war easily wears down morale. In just a few days, many soldiers couldn't stand it, feeling very frustrated, and it wasn't as straightforward as it had been at the beginning. Chen Guorong hadn't slept for several days because of this matter. Even if he wanted to sleep, he couldn't. This war has involved too many parties. Almost the entire country's military strength has been drawn in, and the most troublesome part is that the northeastern region has also erupted in several different degrees of friction. The Little Sun Country and the Stick Country are both stirring restlessly, frantically testing our bottom line. Today, we even received news of the Stick Country gathering troops at the border, which made Chen Guorong and several elders unable to eat. Chen Guorong rubbed his head. As the director of the military department, he was responsible for coordinating the national military forces, and these matters required him to make a decision. Ding-a-ling. Chen Guorong's eyes narrowed. To be honest, what he feared most right now was the sound of his phone ringing. For the past few days, aside from the rain stopping, he hadn't received any good news. Old M.O.? What is it this time? There has been a prison riot in the Himalayas, and several criminals have escaped. That short sentence sent Chen Guorong's mood plummeting to the depths, and he no longer felt like joking. The criminals imprisoned in the Himalayas are the most insane and terrifying in the world. Those who could not be handled by normal prisons and were transferred here. From another perspective, those who could be detained here are all individuals with top-tier abilities. Just one of them could cause destruction comparable to an army. How could this happen? Isn't that the most secure prison? The specific situation is unclear, but the sacred stone barrier was reportedly breached for several minutes. How is that possible? Chen Guorong simply couldn't believe it. The sacred stone barrier is layered and heavily guarded. How could it just be breached like that? The matter is still under investigation, and the Demon Slayer department has already sent many people over to maintain order. What I worry about most is that this incident is related to the Holy See. Upon hearing this, Chen Guorong fell silent for a long while. If this matter involves that group of lunatics, it is definitely not simple. Several incidents abroad related to the Holy See have involved the lives of tens of millions of people. According to reliable sources, they caused such a large disaster because they needed a large number of people as experimental subjects. I even suspect that the incidents in the beautiful country's novice space, the Sea Monster War, and the Border Wars are all related to the Holy See. Mo Huiman's voice was very serious. Chen Guorong's brows furrowed even tighter this time. How could they possibly do that? It's just my speculation. This is what my father taught me to think in the worst direction. Mo Huiman said. Understood. Chen Guorong nodded. I will think of a response plan. Mo Huiman responded, and a few seconds later said, Has Fongchan been found? Chen Guorong replied, No. Mo Huiman fell silent for a moment. Let's keep this matter under wraps for now and announce it after the war is over. Understood. Also, I've contacted the Xian family regarding your hand. They will arrange for someone to help you with treatment. The Northern Xian family? Chen Guorong was very surprised. This is one of the four ancient families, a family that has existed for countless years before the world changed. These families are very mysterious. It is said they are ancient martial families, and the earliest batch of strong individuals emerged from the four great families, but they do not participate in worldly affairs. It is said they only come out when humanity is at the brink of life and death. Speaking of the four great families, Chen Guorong had little contact with them, and his biggest impression was from the Beast Invasion War decades ago, when he was just a small soldier, while the four families were already one of the main forces. They were also founding heroes, but afterwards, none held any official positions and did not participate in worldly affairs. Furthermore, after he became the director of the military department, he would see them at several important meetings. But they hardly ever expressed opinions, mostly just listening. The last time he saw them was just a few days ago at a national conference regarding Fongchan's handling of matters. They had actually met quite a few times, but Chen Guorong was sure that his conversations with them did not exceed 10 sentences. However, he heard that they had been intending to re-enter society in recent years, with many family members arranged to attend university. The fact that the Xian family was willing to help this time was probably a signal. I hope this is a good thing, Chen Guorong thought. Does the Xian family also have a healer? Yes, a small family once tried to target them, and overnight they were almost completely slaughtered. When Mo Huiman mentioned this, Chen Guorong immediately recalled that it happened in the years following the end of the Great Chaos, and after that, no one dared to provoke them again, while the Xian family members no longer concerned themselves with worldly matters. What do they want? They want to meet Fongchan. Chen Guorong frowned tightly. What were they plotting? After their conversation ended, Chen Guorong leaned back in his chair, rubbing his swollen head. All these matters made him feel as if he had aged 10 years. Report. At that moment, a soldier interrupted Chen Guorong's thoughts, and his heart skipped a beat. He instinctively reacted, fearing that something major had happened again. This position of director was not easy to hold. Come in, director. Good news. The sea monsters have retreated. The soldier could hardly contain his excitement. What? Chen Guorong jumped up. Are you serious? Really? Chen Guorong's heart raced a few beats faster as he hurried out of the break room, not even putting on his coat. Before he reached the city wall, he could already hear the cheers of the crowd. He quickened his pace, and when he arrived at the city wall, he saw everything with his own eyes and confirmed it was true. The sea monster army suddenly retreated like a receding tide, swiftly heading back to the ocean. Scouts immediately follow them. Investigate the reason for their retreat. Chen Guorong quickly arranged this. He did not believe the sea monsters would retreat for no reason. Prepare defenses, do not let your guard down, prevent surprise attacks. Contact all battle zones to understand the situation. Half an hour later, all battle zones reported the same news: the sea monster army had retreated. They didn't even regroup at sea but went straight back to the ocean. Very good. Chen Guorong finally became excited. The joy on his face was impossible to hide. Although he did not know the specific reason, the fact that they had retreated, even if temporarily, provided them with a good buffer time. Afterwards, all battle zones like Chen Guorong immediately arranged post-war work. In addition to clearing the battlefield, they had to keep a close watch on the sea monsters' movements. They could not allow another successful surprise attack by the sea monsters. After receiving the news, Mo Huiman also immediately contacted Chen Guorong to congratulate him. Without the sea monsters' involvement, the war along the eastern border should not flare up again. Now only the matter of the Himalaya prison remained, which was much easier to handle. What about Fongchan's situation? Mo Huiman thought for a moment. Draft a death list to announce, but do not publicize his destruction of the water vortex. Are you worried someone will seek revenge on him? Yes, there are too many doubts in this war. It is impossible for the sea monsters to have done it alone. Actually, we can use Fongchan to draw out the mastermind behind the scenes, Chen Guorong said. No. Mo Huiman rejected it without a second thought. He is a hero of this country. Even if he truly sacrifices himself, I do not want his family to suffer any harm. I understand. But now only 3 people know about this matter. We can make good use of this information gap. Mo Huiman revealed a smile full of meaning. Chen Guorong was momentarily stunned. Mo Huiman's implication was clearly that even the other elders were on the list of suspects. Good. How should I cooperate? No rush, this matter requires careful planning. After hanging up the phone, Chen Guorong fell into deep thought, then issued an order to arrange Sun Bin to work by his side. Upon receiving the order, Sun Bin immediately found Chen Guorong to report in, and his first task was to compile the list of the deceased and handle the compensation work. At that moment, he was still in a state of excitement, as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Others say that surviving a great disaster brings future blessings, and it turned out to be true. At this moment, he sincerely thanked Fongchan. If it weren't for Fongchan saving him, he wouldn't have everything he had now. But thinking of Fongchan's sacrifice made him feel sad again. He made a decision. Fong Ji's family would be his family, and he would take good care of them in the future. On the battlefield in Hangchang, a shadow flickered on a tall tree, and then a figure stepped out. He was dressed in a black robe, covering himself from head to toe, making it impossible to see his appearance. He looked incredulously at the retreating sea monsters. This matter was gradually slipping out of their control. First, the water tornado disappeared, then the deep-sea giant beast vanished, and finally, the army of sea monsters retreated. He immediately took out his phone, waited for a while before the other side connected. I am Nighthawk. The other party was silent for a while, only the sound of footsteps could be heard, and finally said, you better have something important. The sea monster plan has failed. After saying this, he hung up the phone, and the whole person disappeared into the shadows. On the other end of the phone, a roar of anger erupted, veins bulging on the hand. Mommy, what's wrong? Mommy is fine. That damn boss made me go back to work even though it's a holiday. Oh, little cook can take care of herself. So good. The woman patted the little girl's head, then said some precautions before putting on her shoes and leaving. On the other side, Fongchan, having confirmed the retreat of the sea monsters, quietly returned to land. The Yima whale remained in the nearby sea, not leaving. As long as Fongchan needed it, it would appear at any time, under the pretense of guarding, but Fongchan knew this guy didn't trust him, fearing the heart of the Sea King would be lost, so it was monitoring nearby. However, Fongchan thought about it. Having a high-level monarch as a muscle was not a bad thing, so he didn't refuse. He found a place to charge his phone, then called Pang Tong. When Pang Tong received Fongchan's call, he was indeed startled, thinking it was a ghost call. After confirming that Fongchan was not dead, Pang Tong's mood improved significantly, and then he immediately contacted Mo Huiman, as the latter had previously instructed that any news about Fongchan should be reported to him immediately and kept confidential. Upon receiving the call, Mo Huiman was equally excited, then notified Chen Guorong and asked them to arrange a confidential meeting. In a small cabin, 4 people had disguised themselves. The 4 were Mo Huiman, Chen Guorong, Pang Tong, and Fongchan. It was only now, seeing Fongchan in person, that they were certain he was not dead. Among these people, Fongchan still trusted them relatively well, so he briefly recounted the situation, but he did not mention the matter of the heart of the Sea King. After listening, the others fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't believe him, but the information was just too overwhelming. The existence of sea monsters in the ocean was something everyone accepted, but this was the first time they had heard of merfolk. Moreover, the relationship between merfolk and sea monsters was quite unexpected. However, what puzzled Mo Huiman the most was why the merfolk chose to attack the Great Xia first. Compared to Great Xia, weren't those oceanic nations easier to invade? If someone was orchestrating this, who could command such powerful merfolk? Possessing strength that surpassed that of emperors, it was not something to be taken lightly. After discussing, they reached no conclusion. The only thing they could confirm was that the merfolk would not back down, and the unseen hand would not cease its actions either. You just said a merfolk escaped? Does that mean it recognized you? It should have remembered. Fongchan thought for a moment. In that situation, it would be hard not to remember. Mo Huiman frowned deeply. If the merfolk were conspiring with humans, Fongchan would definitely be their primary target for elimination. It seems you must die for real, Mo Huiman said, more resolute in his previous thoughts after hearing Fongchan's words. They needed to help Fongchan escape first. Seeing Fongchan's puzzled expression, Mo Huiman explained the situation. So you mean, I should fake my death and live under a different identity? Fongchan had already considered changing his identity, so he was not opposed to it. However, your contributions won't be needed with the new identity, Mo Huiman said. That's fine, Fongchan smiled, as he wouldn't be using the new identity forever. Just for a while. But I do have one request. You can say it, if possible. I will try to accommodate you. Mo Huiman's words were quite persuasive. I want a piece of land. Mo Huiman was taken aback. You want a piece of land? Yes. A piece of land as big as Xinjiang. Are you planning to rebel? Fongchan was stunned. What am I rebelling against? Don't those big families have their own lands? He wasn't wrong. He had checked before, and many prominent families owned land and had developed it into small cities. That won't do. Those lands were allocated during the Great Chaos period, meant to utilize their resources to develop the wasteland. There haven't been any land grants in recent years. I don't necessarily need land, I just want management rights to develop my own power. You know, I've offended too many people. Without my own influence, I can't sleep peacefully. Fongchan didn't hide it. If this was to succeed, it would have to go through the Holy Dragon Hall. Since Mo Huiman was there, he decided to test the waters with him. Mo Huiman furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. What if this can't be arranged? Then I'll ask other countries. As soon as Fongchan finished speaking, Pang Tong and Chen Guorong nearly jumped up. That won't do. Mo Huiman stared at Fongchan for a moment. Let me think of a way. If the mainland land won't work, then how about an island? The deserted island we trained on at school was quite good. Fongchan's words were naturally a jest, just to provoke Mo Huiman. The island was his true goal. Mo Huiman's eyes lit up. If it's an island, then that's absolutely no problem. Islands, whether in the past or present, were the first targets of sea monster attacks, making them quite difficult to manage, let alone develop. Even investing a large amount of manpower and resources might not yield results. It was a bottomless pit. He had previously considered handing it over to some families for management, but they all shook their heads in refusal. If Fongchan wants it, what's the harm in giving it to him? If it doesn't develop, then let it be. As if nothing happened. If it does develop, it could become the first line of defense against the sea monsters. Fongchan thought to himself, the ancients were right. To open a window, one must first propose to tear off the roof. Mo Huiman pulled out a map from somewhere and found the island Fongchan mentioned, frowning. Isn't this island a bit small? This island is probably only the size of 40 or 50 football fields. What can be done with such a small space? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. About 30 kilometers from this island, there is a much larger island, more than 10 times its size. That would be just right. How about this one? Mo Huiman circled the larger island with a pen. Fongchan took a look. He had thought about it before, but it was too big. He was afraid the country wouldn't allow it and worried there wouldn't be enough resources to develop it, so he settled for a smaller one. Since Mo Huiman brought it up, he certainly wouldn't be polite. Alright, I'll take this one. Mo Huiman's eyes brightened, almost wanting to applaud. It's a deal, double happiness. I'll help you with the paperwork as soon as possible. Seeing Mo Huiman's expression, Fongchan couldn't shake the feeling that he was being tricked. Mo Huiman continued, you know, the country has just gone through the sea monster war, and many places need money. They might not be able to help you much. Fongchan thought about it. It was indeed the case, and he didn't mind too much. That's fine, just introduce me to some construction teams when the time comes, and a discount will do. No problem. Mo Huiman readily agreed. Fongchan smiled. That was all he needed. In the future, he could boldly operate under Mo Huiman's banner. Would the other party dare to charge high prices or cut corners? Who knows, he might even get a sponsorship and pull in some funds. The name of the national leader was quite valuable. After confirming these details, Chen Guorong immediately arranged the work. The death list had already been prepared, they just needed to issue the announcement. Mo Huiman thought for a moment. You might have to put your mother through some trouble regarding your death. Upon hearing this, Fongchan immediately understood Mo Huiman's meaning. He hoped that he wouldn't tell anyone to avoid being exposed. After all, the fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. That won't do. Without thinking, Fongchan directly refused. Elder Mo is doing this for your own good. It's not suitable for too many people to know. Pang Tong said. Fongchan shook his head. Zhang Lan only has me as her son. If something happens to me, she will be very sad, even unable to go on living. I don't want to see her hurt. But what if she gets exposed? If she gets exposed, so be it. Who dares to touch her? I'll make Them and their people regret coming into this world. Fongchan's gaze hardened, filled with killing intent. Pang Tong shivered, recalling Jian Wentian's death. They couldn't even recover the body now. Mo Huimin and Chen Guorong couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. Clearly Fongchan had the lowest cultivation here, yet he exuded an aura that even they feared. Looking at Fongchan, Mo Huimin helplessly said, "This is your matter, just think it through." After making the decision, Fongchan called Zhang Lan to explain the situation, letting her know that if she could perform, she should, and if not, he had other ways to resolve it. After a moment of silence, Zhang Lan said, "Actually, you shouldn't have told Mom. It's fine, if you can't perform, it's okay, no need to force it. Don't worry, Mom won't hold you back. Don't be fooled by how I am now. I participated in quite a few performances when I was young." After chatting for a bit longer, they hung up. The military compensation and phone calls should reach everyone in the next couple of days. After hanging up, Zhang Lan thought for a long time and ultimately decided not to tell Song Qingling for now. It wasn't that she didn't trust her, after all, it concerned her son's life and safety, and the fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. After that, Pang Tong also provided Fongchan with a new identity. The new identity was Fong Yuan, an orphan from Jiangcheng who had already died in the novice space, with very little information available about him, making it suitable for Fongchan to use. At the same time, he also gave Zhang Lan a new identity to avoid exposure. What exactly is the Holy Domain? Fongchan then asked a question he was quite concerned about. He had heard about the Holy Domain several times but had not found any relevant information. Mo Huimin pondered for a moment and said, "The Holy Domain, also known as the Holy Realm, is a place that connects all worlds. I've heard that world is vast, seemingly boundless. How do you enter it?" Fongchan asked. Mo Huimin replied in a low voice, "You need to be at least in the heavenly realm to enter. The gate to the Holy Domain only opens once every 2 years, you can't just go whenever you want." "Are there Blue Star people who have entered the Holy Domain?" Mo Huimin nodded. "Yes, quite a few. If you have the chance in the future, you can go take a look." After he finished speaking, he checked the time. "We should head back, it's been too long, and it might raise suspicion." Chen Guoming and Pang Tong nodded as well. They were also making excuses to be out and couldn't stay too long. The four of them then left. Separately, everything continued normally until Sun Bin brought people to find Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan was startled at first, thinking it was just a phone notification, but she didn't expect such a large group, 5 or 6 people, all dressed formally and very respectful. She didn't know that for others, it was basically just a phone notification plus a couple of soldiers visiting in person, only her situation was special. Sun Bin was also sincere. As soon as they met, he cried and blamed himself for causing Fongchan's death, asking Zhang Lan to hit him and scold him, leaving Zhang Lan at a loss for how to respond. If it weren't for Fongchan's prior phone call, she would have thought her son had really sacrificed himself. She originally thought playing this role wouldn't be difficult, but with Sun Bin's antics, he seemed more like the one who had lost a son, while she felt more like an outsider. Song Qingling, on the other hand, was much more genuine. After all, she didn't know it was fake. Although she didn't make a big fuss, the sadness in her eyes was undeniable. She comforted Zhang Lan while trying to understand the situation from Sun Bin. Gradually, Sun Bin calmed down and promised to take care of Zhang Lan in the future. Sun Bin initially wanted to hold a solemn memorial service, but all those suggestions were rejected by Zhang Lan. Fortunately, Sun Bin had many tasks to attend to and left quickly, allowing Zhang Lan to breathe a sigh of relief. "Qingling? Qingling?" Zhang Lan called out to Song Qingling a couple of times before the latter snapped back to reality. "Oh, Aunt, are you hungry? I'll cook for you." Zhang Lan was taken aback. Cook? Hadn't they just eaten not long ago? Before she could refuse, Song Qingling had already rushed into the kitchen, busying herself watching Song Qingling's distracted figure. Zhang Lan felt a pang of heartache, and several times she almost couldn't help but tell her the truth. However, this situation didn't last long, as Fongchan quietly returned. His shadow ability allowed him to enter the house without even opening the door. At this moment, Song Qingling was sitting on the sofa, her eyes slightly red, staring blankly at the television, which only displayed a moving logo. "Hey, what's so good about this TV?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Song Qingling turned her head. Without fear or panic, she slowly stood up and walked towards Fongchan. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, she threw herself into Fongchan's arms, crying uncontrollably. Fongchan was taken aback for a moment, then tightly embraced her, letting her tears soak his clothes, as if time had forever frozen in that moment. They said nothing, yet it felt as if they had said everything. At that moment, Zhang Lan also came out. Although she wanted to hug Fongchan too, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to interrupt them. After a while, they slowly separated, and Fongchan smiled. "I'm back." Upon hearing this, Song Qingling, who had just managed to calm down, couldn't help but cry again as she hugged Fongchan. "Bad guy. Woo-woo, I really thought you were dead." "Woo-woo," Song Qingling said between sobs. Fongchan gently patted her back, comforting her. "Aren't I back now? Stop crying, be good." Hearing this, Song Qingling's cries gradually softened. She lifted her head, looking at Fongchan, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she couldn't help but smile lightly. "You big bad egg, you must never scare me like that again." Fongchan nodded gently, smiling as he said, okay, I promise you. At that moment, Zhang Lan walked over. I thought this matter was to be kept secret, so I didn't tell Qingling. Auntie, you knew all along? Song Qingling's face turned completely red, and thinking about her earlier behavior, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Zhang Lan felt a bit embarrassed too. She hadn't expected her son to say it was a secret and then show up, completely disregarding the rules. Qingling, it's Auntie's fault. Song. Qingling quickly shook her head, glaring at Fongchan. It's all your fault. Don't you trust me? Fongchan was taken aback. No, I thought you two were together, and my mom would tell you. Zhang Lan. What a filial son. Not even married yet and already making his mom take the blame. Forget it, one is her own child, the other is her future daughter-in-law. Let the blame be. Yes, it's all Auntie's fault, Zhang Lan said. Fongchan was instantly filled with question marks. Why did this sound so strange? It felt like he was forcing her to take the blame. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Song Qingling huffed. It's his fault. Auntie, let's go cook, don't mind him. Zhang Lan? Cooking again? Didn't we just finish eating and clean up? So it turns out I'm the only one who was full? That night, Fongchan explained the situation to both of them, but after hearing it, Song Qingling and Zhang Lan had the same expression of worry, fearing their reactions would reveal their true feelings, preferring Fongchan to continue hiding the truth from them. Zhang Lan felt much more relaxed at this point, thinking that with this little girl accompanying her, the pressure was finally not so great. In the evening, Zhang Lan said she was tired and went to bed early, leaving Fongchan and Song Qingling alone. Fongchan smiled helplessly, knowing exactly what Zhang Lan was thinking. The two stood on the balcony, leaning against the railing, looking at the pitch-black night, feeling a bit awkward. I'm going to the Magic City with Mom tomorrow, planning to change my identity for a while. Song Qingling nodded, supporting Fongchan's decision, as he had offended too many people. She also mentioned that she would report to Yanjing Academy tomorrow. The director had urged her several times. She couldn't delay any longer. A faint sadness crossed her smiling face. I don't know when we'll meet again. Fongchan smiled upon hearing this. Maybe we can meet again soon. To this, Song Qingling knew that with Fongchan leaving, it would be years before they could see each other again, once things had calmed down. Moreover, there are already some clues about father's situation. Perhaps this really is the last time they will meet. Thinking of this, she looked at Fongchan's profile, her heart involuntarily quickening. Fongchan. Look over there. Fongchan turned to look ahead, where only a few passers-by could be seen, making it seem quite desolate. Having just gone through the major exams in the Sea Monster War, the atmosphere was steeped in sadness everywhere. Suddenly, a soft, fluffy object gently brushed against Fongchan's cheek, warm and tender, as if a faint current had struck deep in his heart, tickling him. The next morning, Fongchan and Song Qingling boarded trains heading in different directions. Fongchan and Zhang Lan, using their new identities, quickly got on the train, which was nothing compared to the ones from their previous life. Both in speed and luxury, it fell quite short, resembling a combination of the old trains and the new high-speed ones. They stowed their luggage and soon found their seats, which were a bit shabby, reminiscent of the old trains, with 3 seats facing them. The journey from Jiangqing to Moda was over 1,000 kilometers. At the speed of the high-speed trains from their previous life, it would take 4 to 5 hours, but now it would probably take 7 to 8 hours. Whether it was because they were too tired from the night before or just bored, Fongchan leaned against the window and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, the surrounding seats were all occupied, with some people squeezed in the aisle. December 1st was the official start of university in this world, and many new students chose to report during these days, not too early and not too late. The 2 girls and 1 boy sitting across from him were just such students. The boy was quite talkative, chattering away. I thought I wouldn't be able to go to the Moto Awakeners Academy, but I didn't expect to receive an acceptance letter in the end. They really have good vision. The girl next to him smiled, unsure how to respond. The Moto Awakeners Academy is amazing. They are always in the top 5 of the National University League every year. The girl smiled awkwardly. Yeah, you're lucky. We can only go to the East District Awakeners Academy. Upon hearing this, the boy's mouth curled up. You don't have to be discouraged. You can first go to the Moto Awakeners Academy for a test. If your level and talent are good enough, they will accept you. If it doesn't work out, you can still report to the East District. Right, why didn't I think of that, said the girl in the middle. The other girl laughed. It's not that easy. I heard that if you're below level 25, you won't even get an interview opportunity. The boy replied, that's not certain. You know, the highest level this year is only 30, which is much lower than previous years. The admission requirements will be relaxed quite a bit this year. The boy initially thought he wouldn't have a chance of being accepted based on his level in previous years, but this year he was accepted, clearly indicating that the overall admission line had been lowered. He had originally complained that Fongchan had dragged down the level of this cohort, but now it seemed he should thank him, otherwise he wouldn't have this opportunity. The 2 girls immediately realized, yes, this cohort is so weak, perhaps the admission standards have indeed been lowered. Speaking of Motu, I'm familiar with it. I can take you around when the time comes, the boy said. Fongchan listened quietly, having no interest in this, and stared out the window. However, after hearing this, Zhang Lan couldn't help but ask, is this true, classmates? Seeing Zhang Lan's rural attire, the boy didn't want to engage. much, but the two girls were very enthusiastic. Auntie, this should be true. We're also planning to try our luck. That's great. How about you, Xiao? Yuan, why don't you try your luck too? Zhang Lan was quite happy after hearing this, but she seemed to forget one thing. Fongchan not being accepted wasn't due to his grades. Fongchan forced a smile. Mom, no need, I know what I'm doing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan felt a bit disappointed. Who wouldn't want their son to attend a top school? The difference between a top school and an ordinary school is significant. For an awakener to become powerful, it's all about opportunities and resources. Opportunities cannot be forced, but resources can be. Wealthy families can use resources to turn a waste into a strong individual, and the same goes for top schools. Good schools, with 100 years of heritage, have accumulated resources that should not be underestimated, and there are strong individuals and families continuously giving back, so resources will only increase. Moreover, good universities select their students meticulously, making it much easier to team up for dungeons, which is their natural advantage. With excellent teaching resources, it is naturally easier for them to succeed compared to students from ordinary universities. Previously, when she heard Fongchan say he was going to a school she had never even heard of, although she respected his choice, she felt unhappy inside. The two girls noticed Fongchan as soon as they got on the bus because his looks were outstanding, and he was tall, much better than the boy next to him. However, the other party was sleeping the whole time, so there was no chance to talk. Upon hearing Fongchan's words, the girl in the middle took the initiative to say, "Hello, my name is Li Fongting. How should I address you?" Fong Yuan, Fongchan replied with a smile, using his new identity without any nervousness, feeling very natural. Fong classmate, you don't need to belittle yourself. We're just going to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, that's fine, it's just about seizing an opportunity, Li Fongting said, smiling and revealing shallow dimples on both sides. Yeah, look at us, our strength is just average. If we get accepted, it would definitely bring glory to our families, another girl said. This girl was also not bad looking, and like Song Qingling, she had small canine teeth when she smiled. From their previous conversation, it seemed her name was Lu Rui. Lu Rui, what you said isn't right. Although the overall level is lower this year, the Awakener Academy in Magic City isn't a place just anyone can get into. You two have elemental talents and potential, so it's not surprising if you're accepted, but this classmate here is hard to say, the boy named Zhang Hao said, harboring a natural hostility towards Fongchen. Perhaps this is what they call same-sex repulsion. The Magic City Academy isn't a school I want to go to, so I won't be attending the interview, Fongchen said. Just based on how that dean publicly insulted him, he could never go to the Magic City Academy. Hee, classmate really knows how to talk. Do you think you can go just because you want to? Words are just from the brain, Zhang Hao said disdainfully. Classmate, no need to get worked up. Xiao Yuan is just straightforward and doesn't mean to belittle the Magic City Academy. Zhang Lan quickly tried to smooth things over. But as soon as she said that, Zhang Hao became even angrier. Straightforward? Does that mean you agree with what he said? Put. Fongchen couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I suddenly thought of something funny. Zhang Hao's face darkened. Humph. I'll just wait and see what school you all end up in. Don't end up not even being able to participate in the National Academy League. A new year has begun. Wishing everyone their wishes come true and everything goes smoothly. By the way, is there still a little electric thing? I heard this thing can be sent 3 times without spending money seeking a little electric thing. After the interlude, the few of them were just making awkward small talk until evening, when the train finally arrived at the Magic City station. Fongchen and Zhang Lan didn't have much luggage, most of it was stored in a spatial jade, and the reason they still carried some was that they didn't want to appear too out of place. Just as Fongchen thought, stepping off the train, most people were carrying large bags, and it was rare to see someone like them with only a suitcase. Outside the station, taxis and private cars were lined up. After getting off, Zhang Hao led the 2 women to a private car, and before leaving, he shot a glare at Fongchen as if to show off. Fongchen found it childish and ridiculous. What was there to compare? If he wanted to compete, he could summon the Void Shadow Dragon who could outdo him. So childish. After saying that, Fongchen took Zhang Lan and flew away on the Void Shadow Dragon, leaving everyone in shock and causing a moment of chaos. Zhang Hao was left dumbfounded. He has summoning talent? What kind of beast is that? It looks really strong. What a cool flying dragon. It was at this moment that Zhang Hao realized that what the person said was true. He didn't go to the Magic City Academy simply because he didn't want to, not because he wasn't accepted. Summoning talent was considered quite rare, and it was a type of talent that the military was eager to recruit. If you only had summoning talent but no battle pet of your own, you could only go to the military, but if you already had a strong battle pet, then you would be sought after wherever you went. As long as he was willing, the Magic City Academy would definitely accept him without hesitation. Chen Fongting and Lu Rui were even more regretful, realizing they hadn't asked for the young man's contact information, as if they had missed a small opportunity. That black dragon is probably just for show. After flying for a while, Zhang Lan became quite scared, so Fongchen had to put away the little black dragon and take a taxi instead. Xiao Zhang, aren't you a healing talent? Zhang Lan looked at the rankings several times, confirming she wasn't seeing things Oh, I awakened other talents later, Fongchan said. Born with dual talents. Zhang Lan naturally understood the implications of this dual talent. She had always worried that her son would be bullied, but now she thought as long as he didn't bully others, that would be fine. This son, who had always been competitive since childhood, would even fight back if he was beaten to tears. During this time together, she realized his personality hadn't changed at all, and she was really afraid he would end up eating up those who bullied him. Thinking about the glass factory incident, she was now certain that it was Fongchan who did it. Xiao Zhang, promise me, don't be impulsive, don't act on impulse. There are always people better than you out there, some people we cannot afford to offend, Zhang Lan said earnestly. She didn't want Xiao Zhang, in his youthful exuberance, to offend others. Fongchan nodded, thinking that it was a hint for him to train until he was invincible so he wouldn't have to fear anyone else. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely become the strongest in the world. Zhang Lan? Is that what I meant? Just as Zhang Lan was about to give him a proper lecture, the taxi arrived and she had to drop the topic. The university Fongchan was going to was the Magic City Flying Academy, which had a strong vibe of a construction machine, but it was a relatively comprehensive university. Besides training warriors, it also educated scholars, making it a school that balanced both martial and academic pursuits. Because of this, it was increasingly unappealing and declining. This world also had its own hierarchy of disdain. Those studying literature naturally didn't want to attend a school that was looked down upon every day. With so many ordinary universities outside, why would they want to go there? Everyone was mediocre, so no one could laugh at anyone else. As for the warriors, they thought the school was neither here nor there, lacking resources. If one wanted to learn martial arts, why not choose a proper awakening academy? Of course, a bigger reason was that it was being squeezed by other schools, as it was one of the few academies without family influence, charging very low fees, making it a blessing for ordinary students. This became one of the reasons other institutions targeted it. The previous viewpoint was also the result of capital operations. Now, even if other institutions do nothing, this school cannot continue, because it has not been able to recruit students for 3 years. Fongchan first found a place to stay just around the college. His meager compensation couldn't buy a house, but renting for a few years was no problem. After settling Zhang Lan, Fongchan went alone to Aoshang College. To ensure Zhang Lan's safety, their subsequent meetings would be minimized. Aoshang College in Magic City took Fongchan a long time to find. Its location was incredibly remote, right on the edge of the old city, backed by a mountain with decades-old buildings in front. The entire college was quite small. It was said that due to funding issues, it had moved several times before finally settling here.